In a dilapidated ancestral hall, 12 airy masks were prominently displayed. Yet, far from being afraid, you were required to kneel and worship them for 2.5 hours every day. Just as everyone mocked you for being a fool, you placed one of the masks on your face. Immediately, a colossal phantom appeared behind you, roaring, "Insolent fool! Heroes across the land tremble at the sound of my name. What a pity that my green dragon crescent blade must sever the head of a lowly rat like you." It turned out you had crossed into a world teeming with malevolent spirits and accidentally awakened the Manhwa mask system. Simply by wearing a mask, you could summon the corresponding deity to possess you. At this moment, you were still a college student majoring in performing arts, just packing up your props after a performance when a sudden cry came from behind. "Brother Kayuan, it's terrible. A monster has appeared in the studio, it's eating the students and teachers." Hearing this, you couldn't help but grin with excitement. Ever since your transmigration, the Manhwa god system had remained dormant, and perhaps this was the opportunity you needed to activate it. Your classmate Jiang Ming was stunned and quickly grabbed your arm, asking, "Brother, it's dangerous out there. Why are you going out? I never heard you had a sweetheart at school." Without hesitation, you shook off Jiang Ming's grip, thinking, "Sweetheart, my foot, I'm going to save lives." You told him, "Call the police first. I need to go out now." With that, you charged out, wielding your guandao. The monster was likely Xiongbo, one of the 12 beast-head Manhwa masks responsible for your transmigration. Passing through several teaching buildings, you gradually encounter fleeing students, most of whom have already escaped. In the vast broadcasting hall, only your footsteps and faint chewing sounds remain. "Classmate, help me." A police suddenly emerges from the darkness. You glance sideways and see a male student hiding in the hollow space beneath the stage, while above him, a monster tears at a corpse. You instantly recognize it. The creature is the escaped Manhwa mask from your family's ancestral hall. The monster then turns its attention to you, letting out a roar before lunging forward. In desperation, you raise your guandao to block, but the creature shatters it with a single kick. Meanwhile, the male student takes advantage of the chaos to flee. Covered in blood, you still stand between the monster and the student. Just as the beast, provoked by your defiance, erupts in fury, a thunderous boom echoes in your mind, followed by a pleasant chime. Host has reached the awakening threshold. System activated. Fearless and righteous, your virtue moves the heavens. Lord Guan Yu hears your call. Lord Guan Yu answers your call. Host, don the mask. In the depths of your consciousness, you seem to see a towering figure standing behind you, taller than your 6-foot frame by 2 heads. Slowly, you reach out and touch your face, revealing a familiar crimson visage. The proud figure, clad in a flowing green robe, declares, "Pour the wine. I shall return shortly." The guandao in your hand whirls like a windmill, humming with power. Soaring dragon, you push off the ground, and the phantom behind you slams into your body with a resounding crash, granting you an even greater surge of strength as you charge toward the oncoming Xiongbo. In an instant, you close the distance to Xiongbo. In its bell-like, enormous eyes, it seems to witness the true reincarnation of Guan Yu and is filled with terror. The green dragon crescent blade swept upward across the thick neck without encountering the slightest resistance. As your figures crossed paths, you stood holding the blade, your face beneath the mask betraying no emotion. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions sounded behind you. The monstrous Xiongbo had been split in 2, its massive head rolling to a stop at your feet, where you stomped on it like a soccer ball. "Damn! I'm really something," you marveled. Just as the prompt from the Manhwa god system chimed in your ear, Host has achieved resonance with the Guangong Manhwa mask and may wield a portion of his abilities. Congratulations, Host, for slaying one of the 12 divine beasts. Obtained the great Manhwa mask, Xiongbo +1. Xiongbo, a legendary deity capable of devouring evil spirits, excels in water manipulation and can stir clouds and mist. Mastering its power allows for some degree of weather control. The corpse of Xiongbo beneath your feet gradually vanished, and with a soft poof, an ancient lion-nosed, leopard-faced mask appeared in your hand. Staring at the familiar patterns, you exhaled deeply. My cheat ability has finally activated, and it even delivered such a generous gift. So Xiongbo really can revert to a Manhwa mask. Rubbing the mask in your hand, you couldn't help but think perhaps collecting all 12 of those troublemaking beast masks would allow you to return to your previous life and inherit the family fortune. With 7 or 8 ancestral properties set for demolition next year, no parents, and being an only child, you could live freely without toiling away. But before the joy could last long, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and soon a group of heavily armed police officers stormed in. System space has been activated. The host can store the Manhwa masks in the system space. Just as you were worrying about how to deal with the police, the system came to the rescue in time. Without hesitation, you swiftly removed the Guan Yu Manhwa mask from your face and stored it, along with the Xiangbo Manhwa mask, into the system space. Alert! Alert! The person on stage, don't move! Drop your weapon and raise your hands. Captain Ian, come quick. A female officer in a police uniform, with a neat short haircut, strode into the studio with swift steps. Her sharp, hawk-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings before firmly locking onto you. You were holding a plastic-looking guandao, covered in bright red blood, surrounded by officers pointing guns at you. Yet, your youthful face showed no trace of fear, eerily calm. Where's the monster? In Hongyue's voice was cold as she questioned her colleagues. Captain In, we've searched the entire studio. There's no sign of any monster. Only this student seems suspicious, watching you innocently wipe the blood off yourself. In Hongyue frowned and ordered, seal the studio, evacuate nearby students, and leave a specialized team on guard. Take this student to the station first. Not wanting to get shot, you obediently put on the handcuffs. As you left the studio, countless students looked at you with admiration, especially the boy you had saved, who kept tugging at In Hongyue's sleeve, explaining, "Officer, there really are monsters in this world." Not long after everyone left, a brand new black Mercedes-Benz drove straight into the campus and parked at the entrance of the auditorium. A man and a woman, dressed in sleek outfits, had just stepped out of the car when they immediately approached the busy police officers. The man stopped one of them and asked about your whereabouts. "Comrade, hello, was there someone taken away by you just now?" The stopped police officer frowned upon seeing two young people driving a luxury car and replied impatiently, "That person is a suspect. What's your relationship with them? Show me your IDs." The woman among the two snapped open a document with a serious expression. "Special Operations Bureau handling a case. Please cooperate." The officer only needed a glance at the words Senior Investigator Huang Xiaoling on the ID before straightening his posture immediately. "Yes, ma'am." The suspect behaved strangely and was covered in blood when discovered, suspected of being involved in an assault case. They'd been taken to the West City Public Security Office. A person covered in blood? Xia Yang, what does the support team say? Huang Xiaoling turned to her companion named Xia Yang. The latter tapped on a pair of transparent glasses on his face and said, "The support team reports detecting intense awakened energy fluctuations here. Intensity level E." Xia Yang tried to remain composed, but his knuckles, clenched white, betrayed his inner shock. Huang Xiaoling was also startled upon hearing this. Then her face lit up with excitement. "Just awakened and already at E-level intensity? That's fantastic. If we can recruit him, we'll definitely be promoted to first-grade investigators. Hurry up, Xia Yan, we can't let anyone beat us to it." The two seemed to have some competitors. After handing over the remaining work to the Special Operations Bureau, they rushed off in their Mercedes-Benz toward the West District Police Station. Meanwhile, in an interrogation room at the West District Police Station, you stared blankly at the ceiling while browsing the system interface in your mind. Within the system space, there was a massive room resembling the Su family ancestral hall, with an entire wall dedicated to displaying Nuwa masks, though currently, only 2 slots were occupied. You learned that this Nuwa deity system could resonate with gods or humans through relocation rituals to summon your family's ancestral Nuwa masks. Alternatively, you could collect masks by slaying manifested monsters, which instantly fueled your motivation. The ancient legend of Nuwa opera describes this very process of communicating with deities and inviting them to possess one's body. It seems you've unintentionally taken the right path in another world. Creak. The interrogation room door swung open as In Hongyue entered with a stern expression. She adjusted the desk lamp, directing its blinding white light onto your face, forcing you to squint. Kaiyuan, male, 19 years old, raised in Jincheng Orphanage, top-performing theater student, 180 centimeters tall, 70 kilograms in weight. Am I correct, Student Su? Su Ming nodded and didn't respond. All of this information could be easily found out and could not be hidden from the people of the Public Security Office at all. Well then, since that's right, I'm going to ask you if you've ever come into contact with abnormal creatures and if you're awakened? In Hongyue said with sharp eyes, staring at Su Ming's eyes, wanting to observe his brokenness. Unfortunately, to her disappointment, Su Ming's eyes remained ancient. I don't quite understand what you mean, officer. Su Ming was calm on the surface, but inside he was actually thinking quickly. From the words of the female police officer, it could be deduced that the Public Security Department was aware of the existence of such creatures as Xiong Bo, and she also mentioned the awakened, which meant that Su Ming wasn't the only one who had mastered special powers. So, what exactly is Daxia's attitude towards the awakened? Whether it is to cooperate, incorporate or ostracize them, and whether the awakened represent a destabilizing factor. This makes Su Ming did not dare to come up to expose their identity. Anyway, Xiong Bo has become Nuwa disappeared. The studio's so dark, but also cut off the electricity. The police in addition to witnesses should not be able to get the monitoring, so that their own will be shut down for 48 hours. Bang. In Hongyue stamped her foot on the tabletop, and her entire body leaned over and grabbed Su Ming by the collar. The 1-meter-8 Su Ming was actually picked up from his seat in this woman's hands. Don't you play tricks with me? I've seen what you people can do. 3 of my comrades have died at your hands. This house is specially made. As soon as it senses the energy of any awakened person, the whole house will instantly explode. Su Ming pupils shrink. Recalled into this interrogation room path is indeed very strange. Seems to be independent of the security department office building. The original is specially prepared for them? I'm just a regular student. Faced with the tremendous pressure, Su Ming was just thinking about how to put it off when the door to the interrogation room was pushed open. Sorry for the disturbance. May I ask if Su Ming is here? The door to the interrogation room pushed open, and a man and a woman, two young men in civilian clothes, walked into the room. Su Ming only felt a relief on his neck, and the entire aura of the female police officer who was serious just a moment ago changed and relaxed. You guys are here, This student is Su Ming. The little guy's mindset just doesn't seem like a student. Steady as a trained warrior. I've interrogated half a day and still playing dumb. Manhwa seemed to recognize those two young men and shook hands with each other. Alright, you guys talk, I'll be back. Su, based on your classmate's statement, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the City West Sheriff's Office for saving Golden City University. Snapping a salute, Manhwa turned around and walked out the door without saying a word, and on her way out, she also thoughtfully unlocked Su Ming's handcuffs. Rubbing his wrists, Su Ming scrutinized the two young men who were about his age when he bought last year. Chapter 4 The Fifth Institute for Extraordinary People. Huang Xiaoling smiled faintly at Su Ming, then introduced herself. Hello Su Ming, according to the confidentiality regulations, everything I'm about to say must not be divulged to the public. Understood. Su Ming nodded, his mind racing. It seemed that Great Xia already had a complete system for the disposition of awakened ones. To be able to find him so quickly, and even send professionals, was definitely organized. Huang Xiaoling gestured at Xia Yang, who cleared his throat and spoke. First I'll start by asking you to demonstrate your awakened abilities. Please don't get me wrong. It's just to double check that you're the same kind of person as us. Saying that, Xia Yang turned over the palm of his right hand and a handful of orange-colored flames suddenly burned in his palm. Su Ming's brows tightened. He didn't expect that the beautiful police officer had even set him up. Where in this interrogation room was there any self-destruct system? I have some special abilities. I don't know if they fit your requirements. Contacting the system space in his mind, a red Guan Nua face appeared in his hand. An item-type awakening ability? I see. No wonder you were able to deal with demonic beasts just after your awakening. For some reason Xia Yang's eyes were filled with disappointment, and his attitude was no longer as eager as it was just now. Seeing that her companion had lost interest, Huang Xiaoling sighed and explained to Su Ming. To reintroduce myself, my name is Huang Xiaoling, he is Xia Yang. We are both F-rank investigators belonging to the Fifth Institute of Extraordinary People, or Extra 5 for short. You have produced the phenomenon of awakening due to external stimuli within the jurisdiction we manage. In line with the relevant regulations of natural awakening, there are two existing management standards you can choose from. One is to join the Special 5 and become an intern investigator with a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, 5 insurance policies plus supplemental medical care, and can be promoted in rank and treatment by completing tasks. The second is to accept the control regulations and receive 8,000 yuan per month for living expenses, and can seek another job, but is not allowed to leave the household location. These two options are actually nothing to get entangled in. If you don't want to go to jail in disguise, Su Ming will have to choose the first one. Besides, something like the editorial exam has always been a career direction that young people aspire to. Then I'll choose the first one. Su Ming decidedly made his choice. Huang Xiaoling broke into a smile and spoke much more cordially. Su Ming, you've made the right choice. After joining the Special 5 Institute, you'll be able to obtain cultivation resources and techniques that will greatly benefit you. Che, there's no use in asking for resources for his talent. The ceiling is too low. Xia Yang's untimely interjection caused Huang Xiaoling to be filled with embarrassment. Su Ming, don't you care? The awakening ability of the item class isn't that bad. The upper limit that's something only the topmost big shots need to pursue. Like Xia Yang and I, we have also joined the Special 5 Institute for 2 years, and we are still F rank. Huang Xiaoling hurriedly explained. Su Ming frowned, not understanding why Xia Yang would look down on his ability so much, so he pursued. Sister Xiaoling, tell me why this awakened ability ceiling of mine is very low. Seeing that Sister Su Ming had even shouted, Huang Xiaoling couldn't hide it any longer. The currently known awakened abilities are divided into about 5 categories. They are superhuman, such as hard skin and fast recovery; natural, such as Xia Yang's fire control; mental, such as mental manipulation; imperial objects; item, like your mask, or a sword, a knife; and lastly, special categories that cannot be classified, such as invisibility and wall penetration. The other categories in this are all fine. One can become stronger and stronger by practicing the feats of the Special 5 Institute and improving one's control over their abilities. Only the item category, The upper limit of the items is the upper limit of the awakened, unless one can find heavenly materials to rebuild them. But again, the cost of this is far beyond what the average person can afford. That mask of yours should be an E-rank item from what we can see. So, Su Ming realized and couldn't help but laugh dumbly inwardly. So that was how it was. But Xia Yang and Huang Xiaoling would never have thought that Su Ming also has a Nuwa god system, and the Su family for hundreds of years of Nuwa area tired. As if to show how powerful it was, the system casually unfolded its own promotion system. According to the power system in this world, the system will exorcise the face level corresponding to it. Nuwa noodles can generally be divided into 3 levels, respectively: Nuwa, Nuwa, Tian Nuwa. Nuwa equivalent to the awakening of the EC level strength. To the history of the heroes and heroines, monsters and evil beasts are mainly the state Nuwa equivalent to BA level strength, more than being admired. Saints in the flesh, myths and stories have documented traces of the subject matter. The sky Nuwa S level strength, playing the real gods above the 9 heavenly. The host now holds 2 big Nuwa masks. Please collect more Nuwa masks. Sure enough, how could the golden finger cap be low? Xia Yang and Huang Xiaoling both misjudged him. Not to mention other things, said Su Ming clearly remembered the last family heirloom, but there is a from the Zhou dynasty passed down the Erlang Jinju and Xian Shang Nuwa face. If that Nuwa face is worn, Su Ming does not know what demons and evils can Erlangshan fight. However, Su Ming didn't intend to explain. There was no need for him to argue about things that didn't benefit him. Let's go. Since Su Ming chose to join us, let's go back to the base to do the formalities first. And when you pass the rookie assessment, we'll be colleagues. Huang Xiaoling hurriedly changed the subject, ending this awkward atmosphere. There was also a small episode when he was leaving. Outside the door of the security office, dozens of Uncle Hats formed a neat queue and waited for Su Ming to come out, and saluted in unison. The City West Security Office would like to thank Mr. Su for his act of righteousness and wish him good luck in his martial arts endeavors. The voices shouted out by the team of dozens of people actually shook Su Ming's ears slightly, and he looked at the grateful officers with a stunned expression, not knowing why they were so excited. What he didn't know was that if Su Ming hadn't made a move to behead Xiong Bo at that time, then these hat uncles who had arrived behind him would have to use ordinary people's bodies to fight against that demonic beast. And how much damage would have been caused at that time was something that In Honghua didn't even dare to think about. Accept it openly, you deserve it, and once again, thank you for my comrades. In Hongyu said with a smile. Su Ming inexplicably felt that the Guan Nuwa face in his mind seemed to have some strange movements, and in the dark he seemed to hear an ancient saying. These are all Guana courageous man, although there is a small effort. Why bother? The Black Daemon started, and the figures of the group gradually moved away from the city, heading towards the far outskirts of Golden City. Chapter 5 Hello, in turn by Xiao Xiao. The black Mercedes went through a tunnel leading underground and then stopped in front of a silver-white building. The 3 of them just got off the bus. Xia Yang used the reason that he also used the bus for official purposes to leave first, leaving Huang Xiaoling alone to take Su Ming to register for the report. Su Ming secretly skimmed his mouth. This world is never short of people who see the wind at the helm, such as his future to find the level of heaven Nuwa Nuwa. No, I am afraid that just to find a country Nuwa, Xia Yang will lick his face and come back to flatter him. Just ignore such clowns. Huang Xiaoling led Su Ming through a huge metal door, and then came to the registration desk to register his information. The registration officer was a pretty young lady, and Su Ming didn't feel any energy fluctuations from her, so he asked Huang Xiaoling beside him, Sister Xiaoling, are there ordinary people in the Special 5? Huang Xiaoling smiled sweetly and explained with a smile, of course, awakened people are a minority after all. With a base of 10 billion people in Daxia, there may only be 1 million awakened people. It's not too much to say that there's not even 1 in 1,000,000. Su Ming nodded in understanding. It only took a few minutes for Su Ming's identity information to be investigated cleanly, and even the cousin's uncle's third aunt's second grandpa's great-grandson, who he himself didn't know about from his biological mother's family, was found out. Of course, Su Ming wasn't interested in touching someone he wasn't familiar with at all. Just when the formalities were all done, Huang Xiaoling handed Su Ming over to a staff member. Alright Su Ming, I'll leave the next introduction to my colleagues in the support unit. I still have my own tasks. Let's meet again in the future work. Waving goodbye to Huang Xiaoling. In the future, Huang Xiaoling might regret not befriending Su Ming in depth, or she might be glad to have mixed things up. The line of sight turned back to the pink-haired young girl in front of her, black overalls, just up to Su Ming's chest height, holding a notepad, looking extraordinarily nervous. Su, hello, Mr. Su, I'm Bai Xiaoxia, a trainee from the 3rd Support Unit Regiment, and I'm currently at your service. Su Ming sized up the young girl in front of him, seeing that she didn't even dare to meet her eyes with his own. She was obviously a new recruit as well. Do all the new awakened have their own support staff? Bai Xiaoxiao obviously didn't expect Su Ming to ask this question. but after all, solving the doubts of awakened people was their job. So she still gritted her teeth and explained, yes, each new awakened is equipped with a support staff to cooperate and answer questions for them, and the more support staff they are equipped with each level up. Actually, under normal circumstances, it should be the official staff to cooperate with Mr. Su, but because, Bai Xiaoxiao was about to speak, but Su Ming had already understood. Because I have a low talent ceiling, you've been assigned to me as an intern? No. Bai Xiaoxia hurriedly waved her hand to explain, but realized that this was actually the truth and couldn't be explained in any way, so he lowered his head guiltily and said, if Mr. Su isn't satisfied, he can also apply to the institute to replace the support staff. After all, arranging for interns to come is indeed out of order. But, I really want to become a full-fledged support staff and help the awakened fight, but I get nervous when I see demonic beasts, even if it's through a screen. Maybe I'll never graduate. Looking at Bai Xiaoxiao's downcast appearance, Su Ming smiled and was indifferent. It seems there's not much difference between the institute and the outside workplace, and he's only just arrived and he's already discriminating. Then that would make it even more unlikely that he'd go and replace Bai Xiaoxiao. He'd like to see who regretted it later. Let's go. Help me introduce the situation inside the Special 5 Institute. And also, just call me Su Ming from now on. Mr. Su or something always feels awkward. Bai Xiaoxiao was slightly stunned. Then her face was filled with surprise that Su Ming had actually accepted her. Su Ming, let me help you with the introduction. I have a good memory. I'm sure I'll make it clear to you. The duo walked through the living areas, past the specimen area, and took the elevator up to the second floor work area. Along the way Su Ming discovered an advantage of Bai Xiaoxiao. Her memory was really strong, and very mouthy. After getting to know you a little better, she can babble on and on about every detail. She remembered the name, characteristics, and even how to die of every demonic beast in the taxidermy area. Some of the ghosts that Su Ming couldn't even tell any difference between. Bai Xiaoxia could tell at a glance the male and female of this ghost. Su Ming, what I introduced to you just now is what the awakened ones usually do. F rank or above investigators will have a precinct of their own, like Sister Shaoling, and will be responsible for the safety of the precinct. And the ones we need to fight against are not only demonic beasts, there are also some unknown ghosts. Ghosts. In short, as long as there is an abnormality, it falls within the scope of our work at Special 5. Bai Xiaoxiao gulped down the last sip of water in the bottle, looking extraordinarily satisfied. Finally said cool, slam. A burst of energy fluctuations came, and Su Ming looked toward a sunken square not far away and asked curiously, what's going on over there? Like someone's fighting? Bang. Bai Xiaoxia suddenly slammed her head and came to a sudden realization. Bad. Su Ming, I forgot. Freshly recruited investigators need to first go to the training grounds to undergo an assessment, and receive a gong method based on their potential. Just chatting too excited. I forgot. Quickly go. In a quarter of an hour the colleagues of the assessment will be off work. Su Ming was speechless for a while, just after praising this girl for her good memory. The most important thing she forgot instead. Inside the training ground, a rock-covered youth was wrestling with a tiger-like demonic beast. The claws of the demonic beast were so sharp that they could leave light white traces as they cut through the ground. However, that youth faced the demonic beast's oncoming claw but didn't dodge it at all. Instead, he stretched out an arm to resist it. However, the sharp claws that could cut through the ground struck his arm. But surprisingly, they couldn't even leave a mark. Ha. A small demonic beast is nothing more than that. It can't even break my defense. Eat my fist. Wang Wu laughed out loud and ruthlessly hammered his fist on the tiger demonic beast's brain. Ow, wavy dash. The demonic beast flew backwards with a miserable howl. A clear crack appeared on its brain, and it tumbled twice before it broke. However, this punch also seemed to have exhausted Wang Wu's strength. This rock armor was too heavy for him, and just one punch made him lose his ability to fight. Wang Wu, defeating an E-class demonic beast. Rating E, excellent potential, can be focused on cultivation. A middle-aged man in overalls held a palm-top computer and wrote and drew on it. It's okay bro, just awakened and you can rate an E. A lot of people can't rate the first time. The few onlookers around Wang Wu complimented him when they heard the words key cultivation. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground slowly disappeared, and it turned out that the battle just now was nothing more than a computer simulation in the old man's hands. Wang Wu pinched his waist, looking extraordinarily proud of himself. He was an awakened person of the natural system, just awakened and had an invincible defense of the same level. Of course he deserved to be proud of himself. In that case, the first place in the Golden District should be mine. While his mind was thinking so, there was a human voice not far away. Su Ming, this is the examination area. What that investigator conducted just now was the basic examination of level E, based on the energy fluctuations when you awakened. I suggest that you choose level E for the first time as well. Chapter 6 put me on the top level. The two of them arrived at the examination room, and Bai Xiaoxiao chattered as she introduced the rules of the examination to Su Ming. Investigators below rank D can advance in rank through both examinations and quests. If you choose to take the examination, you will be considered qualified as long as you defeat a simulated demonic beast of the same level. As for those above rank D, they will have to complete a certain number of quests in order to be promoted. She paused, glanced around, and lowered her voice as she continued. Su Ming, you are an item class awakened, which gives you an advantage in the entrance examination. If you can defeat an E-class demonic beast, you will have a chance to obtain a high-level technique, and you will be able to be one step faster in your cultivation. Su Ming's attention was drawn to the word gong method, and with a slight frown, he asked, Gong method? Do we still need to practice Kung Fu on a daily basis? Bai Xiaoxiao nodded and said in a serious tone, Of course, awakening means that the meridians have been opened, and all those techniques that have been passed down from the ancient times can be cultivated. You should know that the physical bodies of most awakened are actually very fragile, and in order to avoid the glazed cannon phenomenon of high Kung Fu and low defense, the investigators of the Special 5 need to supplement their martial arts techniques to enhance their self-preservation abilities. As she said this, her gaze became solemn as she looked directly at Su Ming. Especially for an item-type awakened person like you, it's even more important to put in more effort in the martial way. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. After years of development, the Special 5 Institute's planning for awakened people was indeed extremely sound, which made him wonder which big brother was presiding over the big picture behind the scenes. Just then, an impatient voice interrupted their conversation. The two over there, are they still taking the test? If you don't take the test, the day will end here. The voice came from a middle-aged man with his head down fiddling with a tablet computer, his brow furrowed in his hand constantly playing with a silver-white lighter, as if he was going to light one as soon as the test was over. Exam. Of course we're taking the test. Like a frightened bunny, Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran over to explain, afraid of delaying Su Ming's chance to take the test. Instructor Qin, this is the new investigator Su Ming, who has just been inducted, and his ability is an item type. Mask. Need to register personal information when entering the job. Su Ming also do not know how to explain to others Nuo faces what, just casually made up a mask. Item class? Qin Riji sniffed, his interest diminishing. He raised his eyes and surveyed Su Ming, then looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, and realized that she was actually still a trainee, and his heart was suddenly enlightened. It seemed to be a newcomer with little potential who had come to mix up the paychecks. There's a weapon rack over there. Take your pick. What level of demonic beast are you prepared to challenge? Qin Rishin casually pointed to the corner of the wall, his tone cold, clearly not expecting anything from Su Ming. Su Ming couldn't help but feel a fire rising in his heart when he sensed the contempt in the other party's eyes. Again and again, he was underestimated. And then he did not attack Sari Tang Nuo God system, not to mention that this is also related to the merit rewards. What is the highest level of demonic beast you can challenge here? Su Ming asked before Bai Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, a hint of provocation in his tone. When Bai Xiaoxiao heard this, her snow-white little face was filled with shock, obviously not expecting Su Ming to be so confident. Qin Rishin smiled coldly. He had seen many young people like Su Ming, expanding just after awakening, thinking that they were invincible under the sun, but the results were often unbearable. Maximum D rank. However, even if you defeat a D rank demonic beast with me, you still need to go on a quest to be promoted. There were a few hints of sarcasm in his tone. Young man, don't be overambitious. Although it's a simulated demonic beast that won't take your life, an injury is inevitable. Bai Xiaoxiao quietly pulled Su Ming's cuff and lowered her voice to advise. Su Ming, it's enough for us to just challenge the E-class demonic beasts. There aren't even many D-class demonic beasts that the old investigators can single-handedly challenge, so don't try to be brave. Sensing her concern, Su Ming's heart warmed as he reached out and rubbed her head, his tone firm. No problem. I'll challenge the D-class demonic beast. His eyes then looked around at the... I then wanted to prove that the strength of the awakening lies in the person using it, not the type. Boom! The watching crowd instantly exploded, all of them looking at the little cutie with the like eyes staring at Su Ming. Holy, are young people so crazy nowadays? Come up here and the D level? Had. I guess it's just to play hard to get in front of that little girl. It'll be fun to ask for help later. Humph. An item class waste is just that. Just a little bit stronger when he first awakened. What can he prove? The institute should really change the rules. We shouldn't let this kind of person steal our spots. The taunts came like a tidal wave, and Bai Xiaoxiao was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, while Su Ming remained calm, as if the surrounding comments had nothing to do with him. He silently walked over to the weapons rack and swept through it, realizing that there were no shuttered swords, so he casually picked out a plain sword that was still in his hand. When Qin Risai saw this, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his indifference as he quickly operated on the tablet and opened the trial of the D-class demonic beast. News traveled fast within the Special 5 Institute. Hearing that a newcomer had come up to challenge a D-class demonic beast, more and more people who were eating the food rushed to watch, and even the bigwigs within the institute were startled. Elder Yun, what do you think of this young man? A man wearing a black cloak and gold-framed glasses surveyed Su Ming in the examination room with interest. Beside him stood an old man with white hair. The two of them just stood there, and no one around them dared to get close enough to strike up a conversation. Director Wei, the strongest of the current item type awakened is Yen Xii's sword. He had peaky rank strength when he was first awakened, and he crossed over and killed a D-rank demonic beast during his first test. Yun Dingtian's voice was hoarse, as if his voice had been severely injured. However, swords belong to killing weapons and are completely incomparable to Su Ming's mask. I think that this child is a bit too big for his britches. Director Wei shrugged non-committally and laughed. Elder Yun, you're still that bad at reading people. Yun Dingtian's face darkened as if he recalled some unpleasant memories. Director Wei continued. This kid has been on cloud 9 since the beginning. He obviously has something to fall back on. He might be able to give us a surprise. It's been a long time since we've had any outstanding youngsters in our Golden City division. Humph. Let's wait and see then. Yun Dingtian snorted coldly. I hope you didn't look away. Su Ming in the examination room didn't realize that he had already attracted the attention of the higher-ups, and the park sword in his hand dragged on the ground, cutting out a deep trail as his gaze was fixed firmly in front of him. Qin Risai quickly operated on the tablet, and a moment later, a shadow made up of numbers slowly coalesced and took shape in front of Su Ming's eyes. Green Gambler Rock Snake, D-grade demonic beast, body length 30 meters, body scales made up of cycloid rock, extremely strong defense. This was by no means a good choice. The most feared thing about level crossing challenges was encountering opponents with high defenses, and the green-orange rock serpent was in the strongest defense class among its peers. Obviously, the choice of this demonic beast was not random. Seeing that Su Ming seemed to know nothing about the strength of the demonic beast, Bai Xiaoxiao hurriedly spoke out to remind him. Su Ming, this demonic beast is called the Green Oregon Rock Snake. It mainly relies on entanglement attacks. The scales on its body have extremely strong defenses, and its weaknesses are in its eyes and the reverse scales at the base of its neck. Shut up! Who told you to remind him? Before Bai Xiaoxiao could finish her words, someone in the crowd suddenly pushed her, and she stumbled, nearly falling, and her cue to Su Ming was forced to interrupt. The person who pushed her was none other than Wang Wu. His face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with jealousy. Today should have been his home turf, but this newcomer who came out of nowhere stole the spotlight. The two in overcoats not far away were obviously the leaders. The opportunity to perform was all taken away by Su Ming, and he now couldn't wait for Su Ming to fail so that he could become the center of attention again. When Su Ming in the arena heard Bai Xiaoxiao's prompting and saw her being pushed and shoved, an anger rose in his heart. He didn't have anything against anyone, yet there were always people who thought he was a bully and had to step on his head, then make it clear to them that the very people they despise are the ones they can't offend. Su Ming lowered his body, dragging the plain sword in his hand on the ground, and his feet snapped, his figure catapulting out like an arrow off the string. Straight away, he launched himself towards the Ayuka rock serpent. Chapter 7 Slaying the Green-Orange Rock Snake. Charge! Su Ming rushed towards the green-orange rock serpent without a second thought, his figure like an arrow off the string, carrying a resolute aura. Is he crazy? This is asking for death. Nothing more than a jumped-up clown wasting our time. The investigators at Special 5 were in an uproar, as if they had seen some incredible sight. They watched as this newcomer, who had just awakened and joined the organization for the first time, dared to charge at the D-class demonic beasts that even veterans like them could hardly deal with alone. This world is crazy. How else could someone be so arrogant? That was a D-class demonic beast. Its scale armor was so hard that even bullets couldn't penetrate it, yet Su Ming charged up without hesitation. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. However, Su Ming had no time to care about the shock and skepticism of the bystanders. As he drew closer, he could already clearly smell the sickening stench of the green-orange rock snake, as if the scent of death was coming to him. With its greenish-gray tail raised high, more than a dozen meters high, the green-orange rock snake seemed to be ready to wait for this little bug to get close before slapping him with its tail. The corners of his mouth inexplicably hooked up a smile. Su Ming Divine Idea Communication System. A vermilion Guan Nuo face appeared in his palm, and then slowly fastened on his face. Bang! The moment Nuo face was fastened on his face, the lights in the entire examination room were suddenly dimmed. Pour the wine, and I will come as soon as I go. Guan Nuo passive, triggered by the body of a military general. Su Ming instantly felt that he had turned into a general charging on the sands. A kind of unrelenting swaggering bravado filled his chest. His speed suddenly tripled, and in the blink of an eye, he was out of sight in front of the crowd. So fast. What? How can he still accelerate? So fast. Is this person a superhuman awakened? No, it's the mask he's wearing. Look at his mask. There was a gasp from the crowd. Director Wei's pupils tightened and came to be interested as his eyes lit up with a light blue light, firmly locking onto Su Ming. Everyone didn't expect that Su Ming's mask would be able to give them a speed boost. This could not be common among item-type awakened people. This included the Greenoka rock snake, and its falling tail appeared to be half a beat slower because of the little bug's sudden acceleration. It was this half beat of slowness that caused the serpent's tail to just graze the ends of his raised hair and slam into the ground. Shoo away. On the battlefield, a single breath of slow motion can separate the winner from the loser. This time there was no Guan Air Master up to manipulate. Su Ming was not as skillful with the sudden power, and naturally he did not dare to be careless. Seizing the moment, his eyes widened to stare intently at a black scale on the underside of the Greenoka rock snake's neck. The park sword, which had dragged itself all the way to the ground, finally waited for its moment to shine, and a flash of red light exploded from the blade in a dazzling flash of fire. Madaka! Su Ming hissed and twisted his waist, driving his arm to swing the park sword up with all his might. The park sword dragging the ground carried flames and cut out a bright blade light, chopping straight above the reverse scales of the green-orange rock snake. Taiyuan flame blade. The blade entered the flesh 3 times, and then instantly burst into flames as if it had come into contact with gunpowder, searing the green-orange rock snake to keep struggling. Anum. Bang, bang, bang. The huge snake's body kept hissing and rolling around the examination room, splashing a burst of dust. Su Ming did not expect that just attaching a magic to the park sword would have such a good effect. So powerful. The green Oregon rock snake is fond of een and afraid of fire. Although the green Oregon rock is called rock, its essence is wood, and its sap is even more flammable. How did Su Ming know to attack its weaknesses with fire? Bai Xiaoxiao looked dazedly at Su Ming, who had long retreated to a safe distance in the field, filled with astonishment, but not forgetting to grasp the opportunity to remind him. Su Ming, the green-orange rock snake will scatter its scales when it encounters fire. It's when its defense is at its weakest. Wang Wu didn't have the mood to care about Bai Xiaoxiao at the moment. He was now seriously doubting his own cognition. How can an item-type awakened person still start fires? Isn't that something that can only be done by the nature department? What's going on? Could it be that I'm the weakest? The simple knife in his hand was still burning with a faint flame. Su Ming pulled a knife flower and flicked it out, and the flame was instantly extinguished. In fact, this flame blade is not a rare awakening ability. It is only that Su Ming, in order to increase the power of the chopping, used a Nuwa technique from his last life. Think of it as a juggling act. 2. Through the high frequency of friction park knife head, increase the temperature of the entire knife body. Use Nuwa face passive, bring a strong physique. In the moment of the knife out of the instant outbreak of sparks. Ignite. Su Ming has long been in the park knife sprayed kerosene, the formation of the special effects of the flame knife. As for where the kerosene comes from, I'm a juggler. It's not illegal to carry props with me, right? Can't I carry more lighters if I don't smoke? Being able to inflict so much damage on the green-orange rock snake was also something that Su Ming had not expected at all. As he spoke, the scales on the green-orange rock serpent's body really began to tremble non-stop. The tightly packed scales spread out from each other, and white vapor rose from the gaps. Even if a snake-like animal turned into a demonic beast, it couldn't change its nature as a warming animal and could only cool down by spreading its scales. Chance! Su Ming's silhouette disappeared again, only to see him a few steps across dozens of meters. The hands of the plain knife windmill-like dance. Vermilion Nuwa face is not angry, such as a flying dragon in the sky of the situation. With a flash of the blade, the snake's head snapped off, before the imagined blood could be sprayed out. The figure of the Ayuka rock serpent instantly shattered and disappeared into numbers in the examination room. The entire examination room fell into a weird silence. If not for the cracks still left on the ground, no one would believe that a D-class demonic beast had just been decapitated here. Su Ming, rating E, average potential, ordinary cultivation. Qin Riji's words broke the silence, but drew a clamor. What? Didn't this guy decapitate the green gunrock snake? Shouldn't he be rated D? The item class potential is really low. Even if it's decimated D rank, it's only rated as average. Ha ha ha, I'm balanced in my heart. It's only right. The special 5 is really fair. Why? Su Ming has clearly defeated a D-grade demonic beast and reached the requirements of the examination. Why is it still E-grade? Bai Xiaoxiao squeezed out of the crowd, her smiling face reddening as she rushed at Qin Risai and questioned. Qin Riji raised his eyelids and lit a cigarette for himself without feeling the slightest bit of pressure. See for yourself. The park sword in Su Ming's hand has broken. Bai Xiaoxia hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see that Su Ming in the examination room had indeed lowered his head, surveying the plain sword that his hand had broken into 2 sections. The flames have been extinguished. The scales of the green-orange rock snake will immediately return to their original state. While Su Ming's park sword has already lost its strength due to the changes in heat and cold, and although the slash just now chopped open half of the green-orange rock snake's neck, It didn't manage to break the bones. It can still fight to the death with this injury. But Su Ming, who has lost his weapon, is no longer in a position to harm it, Shinriji explained as he smoked a cigarette. I admit that Su Ming does have a strength close to rank D. However, this is also based on the fact that he relies on external objects and understands the habits of demonic beasts. And one must know that among the anomalies that Special 5 deals with, the demonic beast category is the easiest task. We have more difficult and spooky ghosts, elves, and other anomalies to deal with. And giving him a D rating to expose him to tasks he can't handle isn't a good thing for him. Now do you still think my comment was wrong? Bai Xiaoxia's face paled at the words, and she opened her mouth wordlessly, but she didn't know what words to use to defend herself. And this kind of item type awakened person, with potential given an average, getting normal cultivation is already a good result. Don't be unaware of it, Shinriji said with a light smile, leisurely looking at his cigarette. Call out. A cold light swept through. Chapter 8 I'm going to the instructor. A cold light appeared. Shinriji stared at the cigarette that suddenly went out between his fingers, his face as gloomy as water. The half-severed blade was stuck in the concrete wall behind him, the handle still vibrating at a high frequency and emitting a toothsome hum. Su Ming slowly raised his head, and his eyes were frighteningly bright. Instructor Qin, the examination is not yet over. He licked the corners of his mouth, revealing a silky smile. Why don't you come down and give us some pointers? On the viewing platform, Director Wei slapped his knee and laughed. How about it? Look at this young man, this crazy energy in his body. He poked Yun Dingtian with his elbow. Does it look like you who broke into the Yun family ancestral shrine 20 years ago carrying a kingpin gun? Humph. Him? Not even close. Yun Dingtian hugged his arms and snorted coldly, but a trace of undetectable concern flashed under his eyes. Shinriji casually crushed his cigarette butt, his black combat boots stepping over the guardrail and making dents. When he landed, the floor of the examination room actually sprouted spiderweb-like cracks out of thin air. Kid, really no big deal. Wearing a broken mask of a jumping god and you dare to call out the instructor? He ripped open the collar button with one hand, revealing the hideous claw marks at his collarbone, and said with a cold face, Today, I'll let you see the real Class D standard. Su Ming raised his eyebrows and twisted his neck to make a clicking sound. You cursed my family's exorcising noodles, right? Fine, don't beg for mercy later. In the corner of the stands, Bai Xiaoxiao's knuckles whitened as she clutched her cell phone. It's over. It's really over now. How can I mess with Instructor Qin? What should I do? Su Ming hasn't even cultivated any kung fu, how can he be his opponent? She anxiously pulled out her cell phone, and the top contact showed by Qingqiu, Special Action Team. The busy signal was picked up after only half a beep. Say something. The cool voice carried a background sound of gold and iron. Sis, I have a friend who is currently being. Bai Xiaoxiao's anxious words had just been uttered when she was interrupted by the female voice on the opposite side of the phone. Friend? Male or female? Bai Qingqiu's tone was a bit stern, with a hint of unquestioning. Bai Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to explain. Bai Qingqiu finally slowed down her tone when she heard her stop talking. First of all, what is it? That requires you to call me for help. Bai Xiaoxiao reacted to the fact that Su Ming was still in danger, so she hurriedly and briefly explained what had happened and asked for help. Sister, can you contact your friend in Golden City and ask him to stop this Shinriji? This matter is clearly his fault for giving unfair treatment to Su Ming, and now he's even disregarding his face to come down against a newcomer. It's just too much of a bully. There was a short silence on the other side of the phone, followed by a soft laugh. Don't worry, with the character of that Director Wei of Jincheng, he is expected to be there already, and won't hurt that friend of yours. The female voice on the other end of the phone gave a beat, then spoke. Besides, I feel that your friend is afraid that it's not as simple as you think. Actually, there's no longer any discrimination against item-type awakened people among the senior investigators nowadays. Remember Yen 13? The guy who was mocked as a wasted swordback then just used the green frost sword to cleave through a B-rank calamity last month. So you might want to wait and see. While Bai Xiaoxiao's side was chatting lively, Su Ming in the middle of the field didn't feel so good. Before the words of the counterattack could be heard, his legs suddenly stumbled, and cold sweat oozed from beneath his mask. He, found out, right? Qin Rishan from the opposite side sneered and mocked, not having practiced kung fu and using your awakened abilities without restraint. Even if you're an item-type awakened person, what can you do? It's nothing more than a child playing with a big sword. You can't swing it more than a few times. So it is. The first time Guan Air mastered directly on behalf of the fight. Just a knife to solve the fight he did not notice. Now where a long time. Only feel Nua's face under the surface seems to have a tiny tentacle grasping his face, constantly sucking his essence. System, what's going on? Does my Nua surface also need to be driven by Gongfu? Su Ming asked after the system. Ding, according to the system detection, due to the host's physical body is too weak, cannot afford to wear Nua face for a long time, so need to enhance their own energy. Practicing the techniques of this world seems to be a good choice. Fraudulent. The system didn't say so earlier. Originally Su-ming could still rely on Guan Nuo and Qin Riji to fight a little, at the very least, to prove for the family Nuo. What item class awakening strength is weak is bull asterisk 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 asterisk, but now it's a disaster. I guess I'm going to lose my adult. While he was depressed, there was another sudden touch in his mind, and before he could sense it carefully, the opposite Qin Riji had already pressed on and his figure instantly disappeared. So fast. Su-ming's pupils tightened, not realizing that Qin Riji hadn't activated any of his supernormal abilities and was able to explode with such divine speed. What are you looking at? I didn't even activate my supernatural powers and you're looking stupid? Qin Riji's voice suddenly sounded behind his head. The sweaty hairs on his back exploded, and with a forward roll under reflex, Su-ming woefully avoided Qin Riji's sneak attack from behind. The reaction is quite fast. A hand slash aimed at Su-ming's neck slashed empty, and Qin Riji gave a light eep with some surprise, then snapped his fingers. Call out. Flash. Su-ming, who had just climbed up from the ground and had yet to recognize the direction, only felt a blur before his eyes, and then was surprised to find that he had returned to the position he had just been in. What? Boom. Su-ming only felt a huge pain in his back waist, and immediately afterward, his body was kicked out. Pop. With another ringing finger, Su-ming covered his waist and appeared in front of Qin Riji again. The huge fist slammed into the side of Su-ming's face, and in his panic, he only managed to stretch out his right arm to block. This punch hit solidly. Su-ming only felt a heavenly rotation in his mind, followed by a cold face. Guangong Nuo face slipped to the ground, revealing his pale handsome face. The other candidates also give me a reminder. Don't think that you can challenge your seniors just because of how powerful your powers are. For the use of psychic abilities, even the cultivation of martial arts, seniors are just better than you guys. Think he was fast just now? Oh, any random Kaiyang realm martial artist can do it. Qin Rishin's mouth belittled Su-ming's battle just now as worthless, as if this was the only way to show off his prowess. The investigators on the sidelines were silenced, and they couldn't help but feel a trace of sympathy for Su-ming. An ability that could pull people back as if they were in their original position was so unbelievable that it made the heart despair. Cluck cluck cluck. A weird, sinister laugh suddenly escaped from Su-ming's mouth, who had his head lowered, and his entire body hunched together, trembling unceasingly. Within the examination room, a gloomy and cold atmosphere gradually filled the room. Chapter 9 Ghost Face Out. Nightcrawler frightened. Cluck 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 cluck. Want my power? Beg me and I'll kill him for you. GGG. The powerful combo hit Su-ming and he lost consciousness, and a bizarre voice rang in his head before completely shutting down. Che, I'm your master, and you're still bargaining with me? To help me is to help yourself. Have you forgotten what he just scolded you for? You're the one being underestimated. You should be thanking me for letting you out. After Su-ming finished with a cold smile, his consciousness sank into darkness. The gloomy aura in the examination room caused the crowd to feel an inexplicable chill down their spines. Qin Rishin's face was as gloomy as water, unable to see what tricks Su-ming was up to. Playing God. Snap. A crisp ringing finger sounded. Qin Riji bowed and built up his strength, and his fist seemed to be covered with a layer of black mist. Since you're so resistant to a punch, take another one from me. Su-ming's thin body was once again pulled in front of Qin Riji, and his large fist was about to smash into his face once again. A sudden playful laugh. Qin Riji's entire body stiffened and he did a backflip out of position. Who's laughing at the ghost? Qin Riji said in horror. Su-ming, who had been pulled back to his original position, didn't fall down. He stood straight up in his original position, hanging his head motionlessly. Su-ming? Qin Riji realized that something was wrong and asked tentatively. Ha. A voice that didn't belong to Su-ming at all came out of his mouth. The price of power? Just pay for it with your blood. Thud. Su-ming, who had his back to Qin Riji, flipped his head 180 degrees on his neck. A hideous ghostly face with green fangs and bulging eyes appeared on his face. Ghost. There's an unusual incursion into Special 5. Call for backup. The stands were a mess. The investigators who were watching the show just now, where they had seen such horrible ghosts and monsters, and some of the timid ones almost wet their pants. A figure clad in an overcoat suddenly appeared, blocking the crowd's retreat. What are you all panicking about? You're investigators, so open your eyes and see that it's nothing but a mask. The crowd looked up at the face of the visitor and sucked in a breath of cold air. Director Wei is here. Director Wei's gaze was deep as he stared at Su-ming's face, and his heart did set off waves of shock. This kid has more than one mask that can be changed? Good boy. Could it be that his special ability is not an item class, but a summoned item? Director Wei was worthy of being an experienced big brother and guessed part of Su-ming's secret with a single glance. But the Qin Riji in the middle of the field wasn't so relaxed. The pressure Su Ming brought to him was growing, and his animal instincts were constantly reminding him to run. Where could Qin Rishan endure such an insult and chided? Su Ming, don't make a pretense, if you have the ability. Before the words fell, the greenish-black ghostly face instantly zoomed in his vision. The cold air that Su Ming had spewed out could almost be felt on his skin. Asterisk. Bang. The ringing finger snapped, and Su Ming's figure once again returned to its original position. Cold sweat was already welling up on Qin Rishi's forehead, and if it wasn't for the sake of preserving the image of the instructor, he already had the feeling that he wanted to surrender. No, this kid definitely won't last long in this state. As long as he can't hit me, I'll be able to drag him to death. Qin Rishi made up his mind not to fight hard with Su Ming. In this state, as long as he delayed for a while, he would surely run out of stamina first. Raising his right hand once again, Qin Rishi prepared to reset his position. His ability, which he calls Echo of the Moment, not only restores the enemy's spatial position to 3 seconds ago, but also records his own current position. As long as the record is in his echo, he can return to it at any time today. It's really a divine skill for assassination and sneak attack. As long as I keep recording the deletion of the location, and then keep backtracking to Su Ming's location, he won't be able to touch me, and when he runs out of stamina, I'm going to let him know what it means to be caressed by an instructor. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Qin Rishi felt that he was winning. I admit that you are a genius, but today's winner is... What are you talking about? Instructor Wavy Dash. Su Ming's softly laughing voice suddenly rang in Qin Rishi's ears. Not good. Qin Rishi didn't even realize how Su Ming had approached, and hurriedly snapped his fingers in preparation to retrace Su Ming's position. Sound of escaping laughter. Hot blood splashed on the concrete floor. Su Ming smilingly returned to the position where he had started, as if he had never moved, if not for the fact that he was holding an arm. Aha! My hand! You maniac! It's just a test. Qin Rishi let out a mournful scream, blood spurting from his empty sleeve. Shoo away! The crowd exploded. Everyone was shocked. No one could even imagine that a newcomer on his first day of awakening had removed the instructor's arm. It also unloads so dry and so simple. Su Ming. Bai Xiaoxiao's mouth was wide open, her eyes filled with shock. She really picked up a treasure this time. She didn't expect Bai Qingqiu to be right. Su Ming really has the strength of a cake hand. Yun Dingtian moved his feet as he looked at the situation in the field that was gradually getting out of control. Hey, Yun Lao, don't be in a hurry. It's just a broken arm. It's not like it can't be connected. Director Wei's somewhat light voice rang out, stopping Yun Dingtian's footsteps. How can someone who can't control his own power be our partner? Watch the fun for a little while longer. Yun Dingtian glanced at Director Wei's eyes that were flickering with azure light and was silent. In Director Wei's field of vision, Su Ming's body was being wrapped in a lime green shadow. This shadowy figure had a hideous, ghostly look, and if it hadn't harmed Su Ming, Director Wei would have long ago purified it with a punch. It wasn't that there weren't supernatural abilities to manipulate severe ghosts amongst the awakened, but this was the first time he had seen such an ability to possess a body on Su Ming's body. Is everything mysterious in that mask? It's kind of interesting. The speed increased 3 times after possession. If Su Ming at this time to hear the words of the director of Wei, will certainly be generous to him to introduce their own home to play this Nuwa face as who? At the time of his exhaustion, that kind of desire for power, the resentment of the Qin Risai insulting Nuwa face, unexpectedly got a ghost-type Nuwa face resonance. Can't hit, can't touch is also too difficult. If I can chop his broken hand is good. Su Ming thought so when he drew that one brutal, swift, yet inferior and self-respecting green and black exorcism. The Nightcrawler exorcises the face. The Nightjar, also known as the Jet Ghost, has a green face and fangs, with a head like a hump, and is hideous and ferocious. It is also divided into 3 categories, which can fly to the sky, vanish to the ground and go down to the sea. There are those who have wings on their backs, with hair like flames, sometimes blue, sometimes red. There are those who walk on the ground and eat people, with eyes on the top of their heads, either triangular or square, and there are even those who go into the sea and part the water, with indigo skin and bald head, sometimes taking children into the water. However, the Night Fork clan was created. Chapter 10 Su Ming wants to kill Instructor Qin? By a fluke, the Night Fork clan was taken in by the Dragon King and became the proper gods of the Water Mansion. The Night Fork clan will always remember the Dragon King's kindness. Su Ming dared to threaten the Night Fork ghost at that time. It was because in the Su family's exorcism, but there was an image of the Eastern Sea Dragon King Aoguang. You Miao Qin Riji salary dare to insult my Nuwa face? Aoguang won't beat you up? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Night Fork Su Ming broke his fingers and smiled sorrowfully. Instructor, do you still think my exorcism is trash now? The item classes are all weaklings with average potential. Then why did the Lord Instructor have his arm removed by me? GGG. A strange laugh came out of Night Fork Su Ming's mouth. causing goosebumps to rise all over the onlooker investigators' bodies. Crazy, this is a mental illness. Wang Wu really pissed himself this time, just now counting him cursing Su Ming the loudest. Qin Rishan's face turned pale, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes cold and scary. Su Ming, I admit that you have some strength. The days will be long. Let's take our time in the future. I will teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Qin Riji, who had released his harsh words, completely relaxed. He had indeed planted himself today. But so what? It wasn't like Su Ming was going to kill him. The day is still long. Adjust into the Special 5 intern investigator just. Even if it is a little strength. So what? He has 100 ways to play dead him. Oh, this is the young man who has never been in society. If I were you, I'd wait for Su Ming to wake up and then let loose with harsh words. Kill you. It feels like your meat will smell good. Knife fork, Su Ming said as his figure popped out like a ghost, even leaving a residual shadow in place. Qin Rishan's face changed drastically. He now regretted immensely why he hadn't practiced snapping his ringing finger with his left hand. Bang! The greenish-black hideous ghost face settled in front of Qin Riji's body, and a drop of cold sweat slid down from Qin Riji's forehead. Yun Dingtian didn't know when he appeared behind Su Ming, a thick arm strangling his neck. Cough cough. What do you do for a living, old man? Su Ming was strangled and coughed, saying with a euphemism in his tone. Yun Dingtian's face darkened as he looked along Su Ming's arm, only to see a middle finger raised on the palm of this kid's hand that was about to pierce through Qin Risai's chest. You came to your senses a long time ago, didn't you? Yun Dingtian said in a deep voice. Su Ming withdrew his hand and scratched his cheek. I don't know. Just woke up. That's right. Su Ming had woken up before the night fork rushed out, and he certainly wouldn't do something like killing an instructor. Not to say that so many masters of the Special 5 cannot let him kill successfully. Even if he kills it, shall not go to eat jail. A good iron rice bowl. Not even a bite yet. Smashed. Crazy really. Thus, Su Ming sent Qin Rishan a middle finger to express his contempt for him. I just didn't expect to attract such a big shot. Elder Yun. I've said that this kid has no problem. And you're still so nervous. Director Wei smiled as he walked into the examination room, his blue eyes under the golden frames of his glasses sizing up Su Ming with interest. This pair of eyes that implied a light blue light made Su Ming feel as if he was being completely seen through, and it seemed that no secrets could be hidden under these eyes. Su Ming, I apologize to you as the director of the Golden City Special 5 Institute. The Special 5 Institute should not discriminate against any awakened ability. Qin Risai has violated the instructor's morals. I will punish him with suspension and pay deduction. I still hope that you will be a good sport about it, Director Wei said with a smile, taking the lead to show his attitude. Su Ming is not a reasoning rash. Hall director have come forward to apologize to him. He does not need to hold on to, might as well go with the flow to sell personal love. Remove the exorcism on the face. Immovable received in the system. The familiar pleasant tone sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for resonating with the new Nuwa face. Obtain Nuwa face, Nuwa, ×1. Nuwa face. Jet Ghost, passive due to your unique body build. You have extreme speed that far exceeds others. Shui Fu Zhangshan, passive even though he is an evil spirit. He is now a Shui Fu civil servant, and will have stronger combat power in rivers, lakes, and seas. Frenzy of evil thoughts, active buried nature explodes, tripling speed for 30s, easily obtaining another exorcism. Su Ming was still quite satisfied, watching a green-faced, fanged ghostly face appear on the walls of the Su family shrine in his mind. A sense of accomplishment came over him, and his mood improved. Leader, you're overstating it. This is just a sparring test we're having. I believe that Instructor Qin definitely didn't mean to target me. Su Ming grasped Qin Rishan's broken arm and waved his hand. Instructor, you say right? Is my current test score good enough for AD grade? Su Ming's gaze that slanted over caused Qin Riji to shiver coldly. He had truly felt that Su Ming was going to kill himself just now. The thought of the middle finger that had been raised tauntingly at him was hazing, but with less skill than others. And with his arm still held in the other party's hand, Qin Risai could only bite his teeth and say, Su Ming, rating D. He glanced at the smiling director way beside him, his face odd. Potential, excellence, tilting cultivation. Wow, all the investigators present were shocked. D, AD rating? How long has it been since someone first rated D? Or an item class? An item class with outstanding potential. Am I dreaming? Monster, another demon. It's normal for investigators to be shocked because the only ratings for potential within Special 5 are poor, fair, excellent, and superior. Those who were able to achieve an excellent evaluation invariably became B or higher investigators later on. In fact, even if Qin Riji was defeated in battle, he had no intention of giving Su Ming this high of a rating. After all, he is ultimately an item class. The strength of the enhancement is limited, and no one can conclude that the Night Fork Exorcism today is not his strongest bottom card. However, before announcing his conclusion. He clearly saw the hint of Director Wei's wink, so it was obediently changed. Excellence, Class D. Su Ming, you're great. I can finally make the switch. Thank you. The sudden happy news made by Xiaoxiao's face full of excitement, and she now couldn't wait to rush down to the stands and give Su Ming a warm hug. The blue light in Director Wei's eyes gradually converged. He had already gathered enough information about Su Ming, and he implied that Qin Risai had given the highest rating because there was a very suitable gong method for Su Ming that required exceptional qualifications to choose. Maybe another top investigator is coming out of King City. Su Ming, come with me. As an investigator of outstanding potential, the Golden City Special 5 will provide you with an exclusive selection of gong methods, Director Wei said smilingly. Su Ming nodded, and after making a phone contact gesture at Bai Xiaoxiao, he casually threw his arm, which was still dripping blood, to Qin Riji, and walked away with a smile on his face, all the way towards the depths of the Special 5 Institute. The guards were getting tighter and tighter, and Director Wei saw that the atmosphere was a bit dull and struck up a conversation with Su Ming. Su Ming, do you know how the strongest feats came to be in the Special 5? Chapter 11, The Origin of Martial Arts. Unexpected guests. How come? Why do you ask that? Su Ming scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Director Wei smiled and narrated as if he was instructing a student. Most of the gong methods we rest on today come from the summaries of the great masters of our ancestors. So how did they summarize them? Did it all come out of thin air, purely by imagination? When Su Ming thought about it, it's hard not to believe that they came out of their own intention. If he had been in contact with Qin Riji before, Su Ming might not have cared too much about the gong method that Director Wei had mentioned, but after he had witnessed Qin Riji's speed and strength that was far beyond normal, he became interested, both to strengthen themselves and to supply energy to the Nuwa surface. It's a shame that it's a 3-minute man every time too. Every time I mention gong methods, I have to mention someone Zhang Wang. Nowadays, the grading system of our martial arts and the origin of our gongfu are all because of him. Director Wei looked solemn. He researched the martial arts grading system and techniques? So dangling. Su Ming was dumbfounded. Director Wei's words were tantamount to saying that the martial arts systems used by the awakened today were actually all attributed to one person. Yes, the realms of martial arts are currently divided into 9 stages, and from highest to lowest they are, Stage 9, Tianshu Realm, Stage 8, Tianxian Realm, Stage 7, Tiangui Realm, Stage 6, Tianquan Realm, Stage 5, Yuhuang Realm, Stage 4, Kaiyang Realm, Stage 3, Yaoguang Realm, Stage 2, Dongming Realm, and Stage 1, Hidden Yuan Realm. Segmentation and awakening level don't conflict. Generally those with a high martial arts level also have a high awakening level. I see. The division of martial realms was really specific. No wonder Bai Xiaoxia repeatedly advised herself that she must go and practice martial arts. As they spoke, the duo stepped into an ancient building, which was filled with all sorts of feats, history books, miscellaneous talks, and ancient books. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and as many as 9 layers were set up, so that people were dazzled and didn't know where to go. Su Ming casually took down a few of the Benjamin techniques and glanced at the names on the cover. The Sunflower Treasure Tantra. If you want to practice this technique, you must first self-cannibalize. The Nativity Bible, Embracing Reproduction, Creating New Life. The Operator's Guide to Going from Sow to Pig Demon World. Su Ming felt a chill and hurriedly put these secret books back on the bookshelf. Wei, Director, aren't there any more normal feats? Su Ming said with an ugly expression. Ha ha ha, what's your kid's hurry? This is the first floor. Most of the gongfu are donated from the private sector, and there are all kinds of contents. The real treasures are on the 9th floor. Director Wei haha laughed. No longer selling, took him straight to the top floor. There were only 9 individual shelves in the penthouse, and each was blocked off with clear glass. A tech-filled screen sitting next to the shelves, highlighting the importance of the Kung Fu guys. Director Wei walked over to a cabinet and reached out to press on the electronic screen. Ding! After a crunch, the glass window in the bookshelf slowly descended. Director Wei reached down to the next yellowed scroll. Su Ming, this is a conceptualization diagram that has been passed down since ancient times and cannot find its source. Didn't I ask you just now if you knew where the technique came from? I can tell you now that the original martial arts texts were derived from visualization. With that, Director Wei shook his one hand and the scroll unfolded. A portrait that was unexpected to Su Ming was displayed in front of his eyes. The painting was flooded with hidden golden light, and a female with a radiant star crown on her head in gorgeous immortal clothes, surrounded by the light of the stars, stood in the scroll. With 3 eyes, 4 faces, and 8 arms, they hold various magic weapons and exude majesty and sanctity without anger. Su Ming swallowed his saliva and murmured, Doom Yuanjun? You recognize the person on this chart? Director Wei said in surprise. Seeing Director Wei's surprised look, Su Ming hesitated a bit. Did this world not have the legend of Doom Yuanjun in it? After all, They didn't even recognize Master Guan Air. I guess you don't recognize it either. We have exerted the power of the nation and gone through countless thoughts. It can be said that we have checked all the historical information of the last 500 years, and there is absolutely no information about the person who drew the portrait. In my estimation, the origin of this portrait may not be Earth. Seeing that Director Wei did not pursue the matter, Su Ming let out a long breath. You want to find out about Dum Yuanjun in 500 years? Are you kidding me? Even if it really exists, you'd have to go back 5,000 years to find out. Alright, this picture is temporarily lent to you. You can try to prioritize visualizing feats from the visualization picture. This is a benefit given to newcomers with excellent level potential. The feats visualized will generally be more suitable for you. Director Wei handed the picture to Su Ming. Su Ming collected his smile. Extremely solemn to receive the Dum Yuanjun portrait. This great god is known as the mother of the stars and buckets of the heavens. Cannot be cheeky neglect. The portrait is slightly heavy in the hand and radiates a slight warmth. Many thanks to Director Wei. No matter what, I'll remember this favor of yours. Su Ming clasped his fists and said from the bottom of his heart, since coming to this world, Su Ming, whose parents were both dead, still felt elder-like care for the first time. Hey, don't be such a pussy ow. It's not for nothing. In a month's time, Special 5 will be holding an internal exchange meeting where all the divisions will be attending. I'm going to let you kid participate. Let outsiders see just how strong the item class can be. Don't drop the ball for me when you do. Director Wei laughed and scolded. Su Ming was happy and patted his chest. Don't worry, Director. I promise to complete the task. It's not afraid of purposeful concern and investment. It's afraid of unexplained enthusiasm. Free favors are the hardest to return. And Su Ming was even happier when Director Wei was able to speak frankly about his purpose. Saying goodbye to Director Wei, Su Ming returned to the dormitory that Special 5 had arranged specifically for investigators. According to reason, Su Ming's status as a newcomer still belonged to the trainee investigator. But after making such a fuss today and making a splash, the people from the logistics side were quite literate and gave Su Ming a whole single room. As soon as he entered, he caught a glimpse of a young pink-haired girl tidying up her room. Except that for some reason, there was a black and white panda tent set up in the room. You are? Bai Xiaoxia's entire body trembled, seemingly startled by Su Ming's voice. Turning her head until she saw that it was Su Ming who had returned, she said with an excited expression, Welcome home Su Ming. Bai Xiaoxia, an official employee of the 3rd Regiment of Support Troops, reports to you. It seemed that because of Su Ming's strong performance, Bai Xiaoxiao had also gotten the benefit of the doubt and had become a full-fledged employee. Su Ming was a bit speechless when he saw this, wanting to spit but worried about discouraging the child. Why did you get a tent here? Bai Xiaoxiao didn't seem to understand the meaning of Su Ming's words, and said with a smile, This tent was specially placed here by me, and from now on, I will be your exclusive support person. Elder Yan said that because your performance in the examination was too scary, and it made a lot of people feel unstable, I am currently the only one responsible for supporting you. Chapter 12 The Thousand Changes of the Undifferentiated Great Technique. Unstable? Su Ming sneered in his heart. It's more because he offended Qin Riju and is an item class with limited potential, I guess. Even though Director Wei had forced him to give him a high rating, prejudice was hard to change. It's the same as explaining it anymore, and there are people who decide that the Earth is the center of the universe. However, it is good that Bai Xiaoxiao is the only one. Otherwise Su Ming would have wanted to specifically find Director Wei to mention this matter. His ability was still different from other awakened after all, and it was hard not to be suspicious when someone was observing him at all times. Even if it was a partner for teaming up for a mission, Su Ming was prepared to observe for a while before saying anything. But Bai Xiaoxiao moving her tent over to live with him, it's really a bit too borderless. Isn't she afraid that Su Ming will have an animalistic fit in the middle of the night? Even if you're my exclusive auxiliary, there's no need to live with me, right? It's just a regular big open room with no guest room for you, and how inconvenient it is to live in. In this case, how about I go apply with the director and arrange a dormitory for you near me? Su Ming explained with a smile. Upon hearing Su Ming's euphemistic refusal, Bai Xiaoxiao instantly froze. 3 seconds later, the eyes filled with tears. Oh, Su Ming, do you dislike me? I know, I'm stupid and timid, and a lot of people don't want to team up with me, and I only got lucky and became a full-fledged worker because I ran into you as a lapdog. Maybe I was too greedy to turn around on a mission without doing it with you, and I don't know when to stop. I get it. I'll pack up and go now. Su Ming immediately had 2 big heads. Why did this child cry whenever he said he would? No, how could I dislike you? You're the only friend I have in the entire Special 5 now, and I don't know any of the other support troops. I asked you to move out because I snore at night. Yes, I snore a lot at night, and it will disturb your sleep. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, Bai Xiaoxiao turned around and took out a little yellow duck school bag. unzipping it and pouring it out. Countless bottles and jars rolled down onto Su Ming's bed. It's fine, I'm all set. Bai Xiaoxiao pointed to the bottles and jars and said, this one is for snoring, this one is for smelly feet, and this one is for talking in your sleep. Su Ming, don't worry, no matter if you burp and fart, or snore and have nightmares, I have medicine. All of these are newly developed by Special 5. I used my sister's medical insurance to brush it, and all of them are given to you to use. Afterward, Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said, and my sister said that I also snore when I sleep, but it's not too loud. If you care, I can also plug my mouth. It's mainly because I sleep too dead. Su Ming, when you take on a mission later on, there's no chance that you'll suddenly go out in the middle of the night. If I don't live with you, you probably won't be able to wake me up even if you call. Well, that's why it's easier to live together. Looking at Bai Xiaoxiao's serious appearance, Su Ming let out a long sigh. Come on, the other sister doesn't care. What's he worrying about? Okay, so you'll stay here. Can you sleep comfortably in a tent? Or you can come out and take the bed and I'll take the tent. Su Ming originally wanted to be concerned, but he didn't expect Bai Xiaoxiao to pull open the tent, and Su Ming was directly speechless. The modest tent held today's state-of-the-art Titan portable computers, a small sleeping bag that resembled a biobin, countless stuffed dolls, and a safe. Bai Xiaoxiao's small face read, Su Ming, the safe is not afraid that you steal my things. Yeah, not that. That one is full of girls' intimate apparel. I'll put it alone better. Looking at Bai Xiaoxiao's flustered appearance, Su Ming helplessly sighed. This little ninny always gave him the feeling that she was pretending to be stupid and sweet. There was nothing unexpected, and the two of them, Su Ming and Bai Xiaoxiao, accidentally cohabitated like this. The days went on like this for the time being, and Su Ming was grasping at straws to study the Dung Yuanjuan's conceptualization diagram. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, although Su Ming hadn't gone into her tent to see it, but listening to the high-frequency mouse and keyboard clicking, he seriously doubted that Bai Xiaoxiao was playing a game. Since Su Ming was currently still a trainee, he would not be assigned a patrol territory for the first month for the time being, and would only need to complete an investigation mission, so he had plenty of time to practice and study. So while observing the Gongfu, he also carefully studied the use of the Nuashan system, because every Nuwa face skills, both active and passive, need to be worn during the Nuwa face can be used. That is to say, when wearing Guan Nuwa, he could not use the skills of the Nightcrawler Nuwa. Su Ming then generated a bold idea. If he first put on the Night Fork Exorcism, and then opened the active skill Evil Thought Frenzy, because the Evil Thought Frenzy has a 30's duration time limit, he is not able to change to Guan Gong Nuwa face during the duration time. This allowed him to use 3 times the speed to make the Guan Gong Nuwa face's Flying Dragon in the Sky skill. Wouldn't that equal a combo? Just like that, Su Ming quietly gave himself another whole unexpected undercurrent. 1 week later, starlight shone through the window and shone on Su Ming's back, leaving a human-shaped shadow on the wall. Su Ming stared blankly at the Dung Yuanjun diagram on the wall, his mind empty. The moonlight was blocked by the dark clouds, the starlight was suddenly bright, and Dung Yuanjun seemed to radiate glittering starfire. Suddenly, Su Ming felt something in his heart, and when he looked at Dung Yuanjuan's face, he realized that she no longer had that solemn look, but instead, she appeared to have countless expressions, countless emotions, such as anger, smiles, crying, and longing. Hundreds of other faces appeared, such as ghost faces, god faces, Buddha faces, and so on. Countless expressions combined with countless faces of varying human ghosts and spirits, without repetition, as thousands of people, possessing thousands of faces. Su Ming pulled out the only 3 noodles and unfolded them to cover his face, and in an instant, all of his doubts were resolved. The method of 1,000 faces, the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Ming thanks the Supreme Immortal for preaching. With that, Su Ming made a deep bow, and 3 heads, 6 arms, and 12 faces faintly appeared around him. Su Ming had really learned a martial arts technique called the 1,000 Changes Undifferentiated Grand Technique from Dung Yuanjuan's visualization diagram, and had broken through to a section of the hidden Yuan realm in one fell swoop. At this point, Su Ming had truly embarked on the path of martial arts, and time was in abundance. He then said to Bai Xiaoxia in the tent one weekend morning, Xiaoxia, help me see if there are any recent missions that are suitable for me. After saying that he added, preferably D-rated haha. His strength today is much stronger than that of the previous days against Qin Riji, who usually does D-ranked tasks. He should be able to do the same. However, what Su Ming didn't expect was, it was precisely because Qin Risai was among the weaker of the D-rank investigators that he had stayed as an instructor within the Special 5 Institute for a long time. Of course, we'll talk about that later. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly tapped the computer a few times, then hesitantly asked, I found out that there is a D-ranked mission on the mission platform called Investigation of Missing Students from Golden City University. Su Ming, do we want to take it? Chapter 13 The Case of the Missing at King City University. Missing student from Golden City University? Su Ming, who was lying on the bed looking at his cell phone, was startled and rolled over to jump off the bed. Where is it? Show me. Casually pulling open White Dash's tent, Cebu's head poked in and asked. Bai Xiaoxia didn't care what was wrong with Su Ming entering the tent, and turned the laptop screen to show it to Su Ming. Special 5 has its own internal, dedicated set of network systems that investigators generally need to go through in order to pick up assignments. Su Ming looked at the black and gold website title and the screen, and the several large red characters of the mission center were extremely eye-catching. Mission Center. Area, Jumxian Branch. Classification, D. Personnel, Unlimited. Task 1, Investigation of the Fenglu murder case in Haishi District. Mission 2, Capture the absconding immortal monster. Task 3, Investigation into the disappearance of students from Kumxian University. Task 4, Zoo Handler Strange Talk Investigation. There were a large number of tasks pending in the task center, but Su Ming still saw at a glance the task for the missing case at Golden City University that Bai Xiaoxiao had mentioned. A missing student? When did this happen? Why don't I know? Su Ming whispered suspiciously. Bai Xiaoxia's quick eyes and hands helped Su Ming pull up the recent important news about Golden City University in just a few seconds. On July 17th, the body of a woman was found in Lake Wenxin at King City University, investigated by the sheriff's office as a suicide. July 19th, heavy explosion, a dormitory in Jincheng University. 4 people collectively bailed out of graduate school. It turns out that learning really affects each other? July 21st, bizarre. Is the school to blame or is human nature twisted for the mysterious disappearance of the bowling foursome while in school? Miscellany about why women are screaming in the middle of the night at King City University. Treehole, please vote for the schoolgirl/hero of your choice, worthy of being an official organization. The information retrieval system is just strong. Even the treeholes in the school were captured. Su Ming wanted to cry. Among the school herbs that the treehole evaluated, there was even his own name. Su Ming, a freshman in the acting department, widely loved by his schoolmates for his handsome appearance and robust physique. He was injured due to an unfortunate performance error during the orientation celebration and is now temporarily resting and recuperating. I didn't expect the Special 5 to make up such a lame excuse for a leave of absence, and I don't know how they sealed Jiang Ming's mouth. Stretching out his fingers and tapping the quest on the screen, Su Ming softly said, "Just take this quest. It just so happens that I want to go back to the school to take a look at it as well. By the way, if an investigator like me can't go to school because of my job, what am I supposed to do with my education?" Su Ming hadn't even thought about this at first, and if he hadn't seen the mission of Golden City University again, he probably wouldn't have known that he had failed this semester. This is, after all, he relied on his own ingenuity, personally admitted to the university. If the Institute of Light Control, he still wants to go back to class. After all, the tuition can be his own save-out. Don't worry. By the time you graduate, the Special 5 Institute will go and talk to the school and give you a complete study experience and certificate. Bai Xiaoxia said with a smile, then added, "Of course, you can learn on your own if you want to. The institute encourages independent study while completing the required tasks, and there are also libraries and researchers within the institute who can tutor you." This is too good to be true, Su Ming said in his heart. After a few minutes of maneuvering, the missing case of Jincheng University was picked up by Bai Xiaoxiao as Su Ming's first investigation mission. The clues and information I forwarded to Su Ming's cell phone. Nah, this is a tactical goggle specially equipped for investigators that can be used as a walkie-talkie. Bai Xiaoxiao handed a pair of transparent tactical goggles to Su Ming. This tactical goggle Su Ming had seen on Xie Yang's face. It was usually like a normal pair of flat glasses, but he didn't expect the technology content to be so high. Su Ming put on his goggles, and with a rustling sound, he then heard Bai Xiaoxiao's clear voice from his ears. Hey, 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 can you hear me, Su Ming? Test the voice system. Can hear, potato potato, I'm a groundnut, over. Su Ming thought that this thing was kinda novel and played with it smoothly. Bai Xiaoxia froze, instantly getting Su Ming's meaning, and played along. Groundhog, I'm going to go get ready at the support center. All kinds of situations can be communicated through the tactical goggles. Please be sure to stay safe. Over. Su Ming smiled and nodded. Most of the support troops were ordinary people, and their main job was just to work with the investigators. There was no need to personally go out to the scene. They can observe from the cameras of their tactical goggles what the investigator is currently experiencing and give the calmest, most comprehensive advice to help the investigator accomplish his or her mission. I have to say, Special 5 is really experienced. The black business car stopped at the entrance of the Golden City University, and a young man in sportswear stepped out of the car. Master, thank you for giving me a special ride. Slow down on the way back, haha. Making a goodbye to the driver uncle who had chatted all the way, Su Ming swiped his cell phone while walking towards the campus. Since it was an incident that happened within the Golden City University, It was of course more reliable to disguise as a student of the school and mix in the crowd to slowly investigate. Others might be more troublesome because of their age. But who was Su Ming? One of the top 10 schoolboys on campus. Going in and out of campus was returning to his own home. Walking into the campus without any hindrance. Even the security master nodded at him. Su Ming found his shade and stopped, and in passing, he called his dead friend Jiang Ming. Hello? The voice on the other end of the line was a little hesitant and seemed a little frightened. Xiao Ming, I'm back. Come out and follow me to the cafeteria. Buddy, I found a job. Treat you to a good meal. Su Ming said smilingly. There was a silence on the other end of the phone, followed by Jiang Ming's tone full of excitement and the loud sound of something falling to the ground. Su, old Su, you're back? Don't go away. I'm coming to you. Listening to his good brother's excited tone, Su Ming was also somewhat touched. In just a week's time, the identity between the two of them had become completely different. Don't come to me. Go directly to the cafeteria. Right. Call the other two in the dormitory. Su Ming thought about celebrating, or the more people the better. The mission will not be so bad for a while, but I didn't expect that Jiang Ming's side directly stopped talking, and there was a vague sobbing sound. Su Ming's brows furrowed, sensing the slightest hint of something wrong. What's wrong, Xiao Ming? What are you crying about? Tell your buddy. What happened? Under Su Ming's comfort, Jiang Ming finally slowly controlled his emotions and spoke in a sob. The two of them can't go. When I woke up early yesterday morning, the two of them were gone. Just like the 4 seniors who bailed out of graduate school, vanished into thin air. I was too scared, so I called the police, and Uncle Hat questioned me all day and is just now letting me rest, but I'm not allowed to leave the dormitory anymore. Ooh, Su Ming, I'm so scared. You said Zhang Mang and Su San wouldn't die just like that, right? Chapter 14 Jin Rui's power. Lin Xiuran, dead. You're in the dormitory? Don't move. Wait for me to come over. Su Ming's complexion stared. This matter was getting serious. Old Su, my door is full of Uncle Hats. You can't get in. Don't come all the way here for nothing. Hello? Old Su. Jiang Ming hadn't finished speaking when a busy tone came from his cell phone. Hearing that his roommate in the same dormitory was in trouble, Su Ming was no longer in the mood to eat and hurried all the way to the dormitory floor. Fortunately, the body of the student card is still there, smoothly up to the 5th floor. Just turned into the stairs, they saw a few uniformed hat uncles blocking the door of a dormitory, and an unseen girl exchanging something. Many students in the corridor who hadn't gone to dinner quietly poked their heads out of their dormitories, observing the unseen beauty. Slim figure, blown-out face, short sleeves of a pale yellow shirt under a small perfume shawl. The only beauty might be the slightly flat spread of her breasts. Miss, student Jiang Ming is currently an important witness and is not seeing anyone for the time being. Uncle Hat's tone was soft as he patiently explained. Lin Xiuran furrowed her nice eyebrows and pulled out a document. This is my document. You can contact your leader to confirm the authenticity. I am now asking for your cooperation, not asking for your consent. The girl's words were slightly hurtful, and the faces of the 2 hat uncles across the room went sour for a moment. That's right. Even if you're an investigator from a higher unit and you come to take evidence, you still need to ask the police for permission, right? Moreover, there is only one document, and even the warrant and notice have not been given to them. Who knows whether it is true or not? And for the sake of the safety of the witnesses, they can't just let anyone in. Since this girl so do not give face, it does not matter to hang her for a while. Waiting for the leadership to notify how is not a dereliction of duty. Then trouble this comrade woman to go and butt heads with our leaders about the concordance. We are from the city west branch. When the concordance order comes down, we will naturally let you in. After those 2 officers finished speaking, they straightened up and blocked the door, no longer paying attention to Lin Xiuran. You guys. Lin Xiuran was furious. She had recently been brushing up on her quests to level up, and she was most annoyed with wasting time on these formalities. You let or you don't let. A surge of golden sharpness gathered at the tips of her fingers, and this ninny seemed to be preparing to use her powers to force her way in. Are you threatening us? The faces of the 2 Uncle Hats also grimaced, and their hands gripped the sidearms at their waists. AI. All of you calm down. What's going on here? It's not good to fight in front of our dormitory. While the 2 parties were at cross swords, Su Ming snorted and broke into the confrontation. What are you? Uncle Hat obviously wouldn't give face to a hairy lad either, and his stern face made his tone even harsher. Su Ming hemmed and hawed, took out his cell phone and dialed a number, and the phone was picked up after only 1 ring. Hello? Which one? A neutral female voice came out of the receiver. Captain Ian, this is Su Ming. Su Ming said with a smile, turning his cell phone on outward. After all, Ian Hongyue was a small surname, and when the 2 hat uncles heard Su Ming call Captain Ian, they knew that it was a related person who had come. Oh, Su Ming is there something you need my help with? Ian Hongyue opened the door and asked directly. Su Ming scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, no big deal. It's just that I'm on a mission at Jinchang University, and I ran into the brothers from the City West branch, so I want our Captain Yin's side to arrange for them to cooperate with us, Su Ming said euphemistically, but the long-experienced Yin Hong Yu heard the meaning of Su Ming's words at once. The corners of the mouth on the other end of the phone picked lightly. Yin Hong Yu leaned back in her office chair, and said in a deep voice, "Are you on speakerphone? Let them answer the phone." Sharp handed the cell phone to the two hat uncles who had been waiting for a long time, only to see the two whisper a few words into the cell phone, and then looked at Su Ming with a shocked face. Looking at him was a bit hairy. A short while later, the two dragged the cell phone and respectfully handed it back to Su Ming. "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, we didn't recognize you. We both happened to be out in the field a while back and just heard your story. Never met you in person. Come on in, your mission is important." Su Ming awkwardly scratched the back of his head. With Yin Hongyue in the lead, the brothers of the City West branch always treated him with special deference. The genus had made him a bit intimidated. "Inner one, this young lady is also my colleague, so please release her together as well." Su Ming pointed to the silent Lin Xiaoran on the side and said. Lin Xiaoran froze, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise. She actually guessed Su Ming's identity is also the investigator of the Special 5 Institute. Only the rules of the Special 5 Institute's mission is whoever completes it first counts on whoever's target. So outside, generally rarely help each other unless it is really beyond the scope of their own ability. Now that Su Ming had invited her, it had caused her to be a bit overwhelmed. "Thanks a lot." Saying thank you, Lin Xiaoran directly pushed the door in. Her choice for things she doesn't know how to respond to is not to respond. Su Ming indifferently spread his hands, and after saying that it was fine to buy Xiao Xiao over at the tactical goggles, he followed into the dormitory. The first time he met Lin Xiaoran, Bai Xiao Xiao had already helped Su Ming pull the other party's public information, allowing Su Ming to make a brief understanding. Name, Lin Xiaoran. Grade, D+, passed strength test. 1 mission short. Awakened ability, nature golden sharpness, effect unknown. Age, 21. Circumference, #####. Why can't I see the 3 circumferences? Su Ming asked curiously. Bai Xiao Xiao on the other end of the tactical goggles was silent for a little while and replied. Hidden by the owner of the data, I guess. I still want to confirm if the other party is a pair of A-masters. Su Ming said regretfully, adding in passing, if you can hide it by the way, hide my information in as well. I like being a mysterious person. Let's say that when Jiang Ming saw Su Ming again, tears soared out of the eyes of the rather large old man. Jiang Ming cried sadly, while Su Ming looked at Lin Xiaoran with some embarrassment. You guys know each other? Lin Xiaoran asked curiously. This is my pre-awakening roommate. His name is Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming, this is my colleague. We're here to solve the problem. Don't worry, I'll definitely get Jiang Mang and Su San back. Su Ming simply helped the two to introduce each other. The three of them each found a place to sit down, and Su Ming asked Jiang Ming about the details of what had happened. This whole thing started back when the three of us joined a single support group at Golden City University. Chapter 15 King City University Single Support Group. A week ago. Hey, Jiang Ming and Su San, you two come over here. I'll show you a good thing. Wang Meng suddenly let out a lewd laugh at the computer and greeted his two housemates. The three of them skipped class together today and were feeling bored. So when they saw that Jiang Mang was having fun there, they immediately got excited. What made you laugh like this? Give me a look. Is it another new FC2 work? Su San lifted his pants and farted over. Jiang Mang was full of disdain, disgustedly moved his butt away from Su San a little. You just know to watch the film. Hey, don't touch my mouse. After you touch that thing, wash your hands. No. As Su San zoomed in on the chat bar of the green bubble on the screen, a bubble group with close to 200 members chatted feverishly. Golden City University Singles Support Group? What kind of hanging group is this? How come I've never heard of it? Jiang Ming scratched the back of his head, full of confusion. Jiang Mang skimmed his mouth with a look of contempt. Hanging group? You know, let me tell you too. This is a hidden group that you can only join by administrator invitation. It's a holy group of people who specialize in solving the problem of dual psychophysical repression for us singles. Su San sniffed and rolled his eyes. Mocking, holy group? Che, it's just a resource group. Mangzi, I can remind you, more than 100 people can be illegal. Be careful of being invited to drink tea. Off. Don't look if you don't like it. Don't ask me for resources in the future. Shucks, got you off track. This isn't a resource group. Seeing that the duo still looked puzzled, Jiang Mang sighed. Forget it, I'll be straightforward. He lowered his voice, as if worried that the people next door would hear him, and quietly leaned over to the two men's ears and said, it's a dating pee and picking up bodies group. What? The two of them exclaimed, causing Jiang Mang to snap his notebook shut. What are you shouting blindly for? No, I say Mangzi, isn't this kind of thing illegal? This kind of group you still dare to add? Jiang Ming cautiously reminded in a deep voice. Jiang Mang face ugly, also some tangled. I'm not just add in, is also hesitating it, alas, not because has not been able to find an object, said the Department of Performing Arts Beauty, but those beautiful women do not pay attention to these beggars we are. Moreover, even if it is a dating P group, those girls are not still with those rich and handsome about. With what we have to do, added is also empty eyes. Might as well withdraw from the group. Su-san hit the nail on the head. No, this group is not like that. Jiang Mang waved his hand and explained with rare seriousness. What this group advocates is that when there are good things, brothers come together. And according to the group owner, he and several administrators are high flyers, who will help the brothers to ask out those gold-worshipping girls, and then pull them to the group owner's mansion for the brothers to enjoy after they've dunked too much at the bar. Masks are worn throughout. No questions about real identities are forbidden. And you just follow instructions to a designated location. It says it's a way for people to experience how rich people play. One doesn't want money. The other doesn't want our loins. It's totally just for the brothers to experience how rich people play. After Jiang Mang finished explaining, the Jiang Ming duo sucked in a breath of cold air. Is that a good thing? Really? Jiang Mang nodded with certainty. I have an old country schoolmate. He's the one who introduced me to the group leader. His family is a bit related to me, and he's already been involved twice, so he definitely won't lie to me. Listening to Jiang Mang's explanation, Su-san's ears gradually reddened. This is too good. Jiang Ming, why don't we also? Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Ming casually gave Su-san and Jiang Mang a punch each. What's the difference between this kind of thing and QJ? Although we are single dogs, the stinking beggars in other people's mouths, we can't do this kind of thing now. Mangzi, you withdraw from the group. That old countryman of yours don't contact. This kind of person is a detrimental friend. Don't make deep friendships. Jiang Mang scratched his head. In fact, he was also torn between morality and desire, which led him to tell the two housemates about this group. If any of Su-san and Jiang Ming faltered, I'm afraid he would have to go to the event. So, the matter was left unsettled at that point. That's probably what happened. I thought it would end like this, but after a few days, Jiang Mang suddenly panicked and told me that all of the old brothers in the group had started to go missing in strange ways. As if, it seems like, Jiang Ming's voice trembled as he explained, as if something horrible had happened during the time Su Ming had left. What seems to be it? Su Ming pursued with a frown. He had a bad premonition. Jiang Ming looked at the two young men and women in front of him. For some reason he felt an inexplicable pressure. He swallowed his saliva and said in a deep voice, it seems like a certain activity. Too many groupies participated and played a girl to death. Now that girl seems to have turned into a severe ghost and started to look for them to ask for her life. Old Su, I persuaded them, but they went behind my back anyway, and now that they've just disappeared, I'm worried if, blame it on yourself. Good death. Before Su Ming could comfort Jiang Ming, a cold snort suddenly sounded. Lin Xiuran stared at Jiang Ming with a gaze like a knife, as if she hated for them all to die. If you knew about this in the first place, why didn't you call the police? Facing Lin Xiuran's question, Jiang Ming opened his mouth and lowered his head in shame. I heard that the group owner is the big young master of Golden City. I was afraid of being retaliated by him after calling the police, so Lin Xiuran's face turned colder, her eyes filled with contempt. Su Ming sighed. Jiang Ming should eat this training. As a friend, he didn't dissuade his brother, and as a college student, he didn't do his due diligence, even if it was to help those victimized girls to report to the police. Gold diggers are hateful and should be despised, but that's no reason to toy with her people. Furthermore, Jiang Ming had seen Su Ming's ability with his own eyes, and Special 5 did not have the authority to erase the memories of eyewitnesses. He should have contacted Su Ming a long time ago, before the Su-san duo was killed, instead of waiting until now. Right. I'm sorry. Jiang Ming apologized guiltily. Well, the matter of apologizing will be discussed afterward. It is always necessary to uncover the mastermind behind the scene and return justice to the deceased. If there are really severe ghosts hurting people, we investigators of the Special 5 have the obligation to deal with unusual events, and the culpability will be judged by the law. As Su Ming said that, his gaze went to Lin Xiuran who had been standing beside him. These words of his were meant for her to hear. After all, the victim was also a girl, and Lin Xiuran could not help but empathize. But this was an unusual event. Who knows if that stern ghost will continue to kill after killing the people who harmed her. You connote me less, a trainee investigator, and educating me. Lin Xiuran rolled her eyes and said, Chapter 16 Sin can never be forgiven. Su Ming could find out Lin Xiuran's information, and Lin Xiuran could naturally find out Su Ming's information as well. After learning that the other party was only a trainee investigator, Lin Xiuran was both shocked and ashamed. The shock was because, now this was a D-ranked mission, and the fact that Su Ming could take this mission as a trainee investigator meant that he had achieved a D rating in his novice assessment. This was something that only those geniuses could do. Lin Xiaoran thought that she was also a genius, but she only got an E grade during the novice assessment, so she was naturally aware of how difficult it was to get a D grade evaluation. As for shame, it was because she was an old-timer, a woman on the verge of being promoted to C and becoming a big brother, but she was being educated by an intern. Jiang Ming, open Zhang Meng's computer. I'll see if I can find any clues. Su Ming was already in a working state, thinking about how he could find clues about the mastermind behind the scenes and that stern ghost. Fortunately, Zhang Meng's computer doesn't like to set passwords, and after smoothly turning on the computer, Su Ming directly clicked on the green bubble on the desktop. Sure enough, Zhang Meng didn't put up a defense against his roommate, and green bubble logged in directly on his computer. This made Bai Xiaoxiao on the other side of the tactical eyepiece feel deeply regretful, and she was also prepared to show Su Ming a hand, letting him see how the hacker remotely cracked the green bubble. As soon as you open the green bubble, a striking 99+ group chat hangs in the top position. This group hasn't been disbanded yet? Su Ming frowned and casually clicked on the group chat. Jiang Ming and Lin Xiaoran also came over to observe what was usually discussed in this group. Yikes! There was a simultaneous pout in the tactical eyepiece and in her ear, and Lin Xiaoran twisted her head with a flushed face. Su Ming, I'll cut off the video for now. Call me when you're done watching. Bai Xiaoxiao stuttered, and without waiting for Su Ming to reply, she disconnected the video connection with a stuck sound. Su Ming's old face flushed and he didn't know what to say. Just because this is called the Golden City University Singles Support Group, at this time is discussing his last night's Pick Up the Body experience. Some good people even uploaded photos of last night's actual battle. Inside the dimly lit room, more than a dozen naked, fully clothed men with animal masks on their heads surrounded a white body. Although he didn't reveal the girl's front face, Su Ming still found out from the vague angle that the girl had already lost consciousness. Another victim. Su Ming clenched his fists as his anger continued to rise. People are still disappearing over here, and they're still doing this over there. Are these people really not afraid to die? Or can't they wait? Who? These scum. Su Ming, right? This time I will cooperate with you and do this mission together, even if I settle the mission rewards to you. I just want these bastards to suffer the retribution they deserve. Lin Xiaoran's eyes were filled with killing intent, and she took several deep breaths before suppressing the rage that filled her. Su Ming smiled faintly, but did not excuse himself. Originally this mission was his first time. There were benefits to be gained. People were still willing to sell their personal favors, and Su Ming was happy to take it on. Big deal. Let her have it once in the future when there's a mission conflict. Then the problem now lies in how to learn the location of their next silver party. Su Ming stroked his chin, feeling that things weren't quite right yet, having Bai Xiaoxiao search all the information in the group. As expected, the group did not have any mention of the place, time, or mode of participation. It seems that all people wanting to sign up have a single line of communication with the group owner. But Su Ming looked up Zhang Meng's friend list and hadn't friended the group master. That's strange. Without having added Zhang Meng, how did they both get involved in the offline activities? Is it possible that this group owner has a trumpet? The way to participate is not to sign up, but the group owner takes the initiative to contact the group members? Lin Xiaoran was worthy of being an old investigator. Her sense of smell was extremely sharp, and the points she made were spot on, allowing Su Ming to be enlightened in an instant. Xiaoxia, can you retrieve all the content in Zhang Meng's green bubble that is related to the offline activities of the singles support group, as well as any accounts that are similar to the account of this group's owner? Professional questions to professionals, Su Ming directly asked about Bai Xiaoxia across the tactical goggles. Bai Xiaoxia immediately said with confidence, "Of course you can. It's not a difficult task." Su Ming, wait a moment. I'm hacking into the campus network of Jincheng University. I'm coming in. Also hacking into your dormitory's computer. Let me look for it. Su Ming only saw that the mouse pointer in Zhang Meng's computer in front of him moved on its own without anyone's control, and opened a black English dialog box. Not long after, the dense English letters sped and scrolled up, while Zhang Meng's green bubble kept opening one friend dialog box after another for automatic retrieval. A few moments later, an avatar with a half-clown mask stayed in the center of the screen. Retrieval complete. According to the relevant phrases categorized, Zhang Meng has exchanged mask-related content with this person. This person also mentioned the Bihai Lanwan Villa area in the chat, as well as the words "don't tell others." It should be him, right? Bai Xiaoxiao said seriously, handing the computer control back to Su Ming. Su Ming opened the chat box and looked up the chat between Zhang Meng and the group master. Mighty, big, can I join us? Joker, of course you can. The main character tonight is one of our school's flower girls. Fierce, what does that entail? Joker, first, pay attention to secrecy. Don't let other people know. or I'll make you beg for death. Second, bring a pair of pig head masks to come. Style I'll send you in a while. Don't ask why. Listen to my rules and do things. Fierce, okay. I'm clear. Is this really not illegal? We won't get caught by Uncle Hat, right? Joker, jia. The whole Golden City is my world. Who dares to catch me? Joker, don't worry about playing. Isn't money what these girls care about? I will give them enough money to comfort them in the back. If someone really dares to call the police, I have countless ways to make her life worse than death. Fierce, Big Brother awesome. I have a friend who is also in the group. Can we get together? Joker, the group would be fine. There was a lot of chatting going on, and this clown avatar was particularly willing to chat with Zhang Mang for some reason, seeming to enjoy this feeling of being worshipped very much. It seems like they're holding events every night. Why don't I try to use Zhang Meng's account to make an appointment with him? The news of the disappearance shouldn't have gotten out yet, Su Ming said, sending a question mark to the other party using Zhang Meng's account. Lin Xiaoran looked at Su Ming with a puzzled face and asked, what do you mean by asking him to send a question mark? You ask people out like that? Su Ming hooked the corner of his mouth and explained with a light smile. You don't understand, do you? This is called a preemptive strike. Since we don't understand how deep the relationship between the other party and Zhang Mang is, and we don't have any intelligence, that is the best way to start the conversation. It will make the other party feel that he has done something to apologize to us. Lin Xiaoran just wanted to retort, but he didn't expect the other party to message back. Also a question mark. This is how you get back to. Chapter 17 Dating Success? Drama Club Farce. How do I get back? Su Ming let out a cold laugh. This time it was an encounter with an opponent. Even sent him a question mark as well. The masters were really horrible like this. Maneuvering the keyboard. Directly 3 question marks flung out. Su Ming wrapped his arms around himself and said with confidence, this time, I'll see how he returns. Lin Xiaoran just wanted to spit, but he didn't expect the other party to actually reply to the message. Dude, what's up with this? Dude, I didn't offend you either, right? Joker's avatar quivered, taking the lead in sulking. This is sulking. It seems to be nothing more than that. Su Ming picked the corner of his mouth as his hands flew over the keyboard. What did you say? Why didn't you inform me? The clown was silent. Su Ming deliberately made his words ambiguous, just to induce the other party to reveal more information, so that he wouldn't be recognized as not being Zhang Mang himself. Dude, it's my problem. I didn't think that girl would really turn into a ghost, but don't worry, I've already found a master to take care of it. If you're afraid you can't move into my villa and live there, in a few days when the master solves the woman, you'll go back to school. The other party was unexpectedly very enthusiastic towards Zhang Mang, which made Su Ming's 3 people very surprised. However, the other party's proposal was exactly what Su Ming wanted. Su Ming immediately replied, you said earlier that you have a way to deal with it. I won't hide it from you. Last night that woman came to the school to look for us. She scared me to death. Luckily the security guards patrolled and scared her away. Anyway, you have a big place there, so we're really moving in. The message was just sent out. The clown avatar trembled. Line, aw brother, you call on that roommate of yours to move over together. Still wearing that pig head mask before. After you come over we can still play with women together. I'm telling you, recently I took down another fledgling. Wait for me to make an appointment tonight, so you guys can have a good time. Good brother, it's a deal. Su Ming clapped his hands and said to the 2 behind him, done, gotta go for 2. Which one of you 2 will go with me tonight? Zhang Ming was a bit impressed, and just wanted to say that he'd go, but Lin Xiaoran grabbed the opportunity to speak. Of course I'll go with you. The Special 5 office is doing something. What are you looking for outsiders for? Su Ming glanced at Lin Xiaoran's slender figure, his gaze locking onto the flat chest. That's also right. You can't tell if you wear a mask anyway. Lin Xiaoran was a bit uncomfortable by Su Ming's gaze. She always felt that this kid was scolding herself, but she couldn't find any evidence. Where did you get that pig's head mask from? Zhang Mang and the 2 of them didn't leave this kind of thing behind, did they? Listening to Lin Xiaoran's question, Su Ming slid the mouse wheel and stopped on a group photo. The number of people on the group photo was quite a lot, about 30 people. Looks like it was a group photo after the party? Su Ming locked into 2 familiar figures from it at a glance, and then looked at their faces and saw that they were really wearing 2 pig head masks. Nah, just have this picture. Leave the mask thing to me, Su Ming said with confidence. Doing other handiwork Su Ming might not be good at it, but doing something like a mask, he had really met a connoisseur. But it is just 2 simple pig head masks. Even more complicated things Su Ming has carved. Not only can they be made, but also guaranteed to stay intact for 100 years. This is the ancestral craft of the Su family. Well, the clown avatar on the computer sent the address of this party, and sure enough, it was in the Bihai Lanwan Villa area. This villa was a top-class mansion that lived in the mountains and looked out over the sea, and Su Ming had never even seen it in his life. Then let's start with this. You go prepare the mask. I'll prepare the means of emergency. Let's gather at the entrance of Golden City University before 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Xiao finished speaking, faithfully pushed open the door of the room and walked out. The two hatchet uncles watching the door even smiled at her in a friendly way when they saw it. Old Sue, where are we going now? Jiang Ming said with some apprehension. He now always felt that this housemate of his seemed to have joined some mysterious organization, and even the powerful people of Golden City dared to count. Su Ming rummaged through the luggage he had left at school, and found that there were still quite a few things missing to make the mask, so he decided to say, let's go to the drama club together. They still owe me a favor from the previous performance, so it's just that they're paying it back now. The duo soon arrived at the drama club of Golden City University. The drama club is arguably one of the closest clubs to the Department of Acting. Generally, students in the Department of Acting apply to join the drama club in order to gain experience on stage, and first perform in some small place to develop their line skills. But as more and more people joined, the bar for the drama club got higher and higher, and only those who were skilled in their craft were able to join as freshmen. Coincidentally, Su Ming was the one who possessed a skill. The activity venue of the drama club was large, and Su Ming's duo attracted the attention of the crowd as soon as they entered. Whoa, that boy is so handsome. Hiss, by the looks of it, it seems to be Su Ming from the acting department. Why does he still dare to come? Su Ming? I know, it's one of the top 10 schoolgirls. Why doesn't he dare to come? Hey, don't you know? Our president used to be the 10th of the top 10 schoolboys. Su Ming is now on the list and has pushed the president down. While the people within the club were talking, Su Ming went straight to the president's office. I can't help it. There are 3, 6, 9 classes in the small college community, and if you want to borrow a studio hand to rub a mask, you have to find someone to approve it. Thump, thump, thump. The door to the room knocked, and Su Ming pushed the door in. Yikes! A woman's scream rang out, and Su Ming came in at a somewhat inopportune time, only to see a hotly dressed female schoolmate is sitting on President Sun's lap, the two of them at table somewhat messy. It seems to be flirting. I'm sorry, President. I didn't know you were busy. You're busy first. Su Ming also had a face of capitalized embarrassment. Who would have thought that in a small campus community, one could come across the scene of a leader clubbing a female subordinate? After waiting at the door for a short while, President Sun opened the door with a gloomy face. The scream just now was so loud that a number of onlookers had already gathered at the door. President Sun's face was a bit bashful, but that schoolgirl didn't care and threw a wink towards Su Ming and then walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving only the embarrassed President Sun and Su Ming to face each other. Ahem, that president is sorry, ha. I just wanted to ask you to borrow the studio for opera makeup. I didn't realize you were busy. You're a big man. I'll definitely knock on the door next time. After all, it was Su Ming who had entered without knocking and disturbed the pleasure of others, and his posture was still very low. As soon as President Sun heard that Su Ming had a request for him, he immediately brightened up. He has long been looking at the kid is not good, is thinking of waiting for him to come to the club after the hold him a bit, let him know what is called seniority. This is not just sent to the door. So, he was ready to embarrass Su Ming in public, and had to make him beg for himself. Oh, you're not an opera student. What's the point of borrowing someone else's studio? There are so many students here, and everyone wants to borrow it. That's not good enough. What about the students in the Department of Theater and Opera? The school gave me the drama club and theater room to manage because they valued my management skills, not something an a-hole could borrow if he wanted to. Go ahead and put in a note to apply for it, and we'll consider lending it to you when it's available. Chapter 18 Zombie Drop. Lin Xiao rants preparation. Su Ming scratched his head. The too worldly man had long heard the meaning of President Sun's words. This is going to be a deliberate attempt to target him. It's so annoying. Surely good people get envied everywhere they go? Briefly lamenting his handsome face, Su Ming smiled and began to dig a hole for President Sun. Hey, President, have you forgotten that although I majored in acting, my family can also be a family of opera? Fine, I'm actually also an opera person. Lending me my studio to use it is reasonable and sensible. After Su Ming finished speaking, the students on the sidelines immediately murmured. Someone suddenly realized. Yes, I remember. Didn't Su Ming perform some kind of Guangdong fights a tiger before? He is indeed considered an opera singer. Hey. Usually what professional needs are not always able to borrow the studio to use. This is the president is targeting him just. Jiang Ming eavesdropped on the surrounding people's discussion, and was also holding a grudge for Su Ming, and was thinking of exposing Su Ming's identity, letting them know that this was a member of the police, but he was secretly stopped by Su Ming. What if he has to go to school in the future? What should he do after he pops his vest? You, opera family? Ha ha ha, don't tease me. On what's your broken Nua opera? Not just a street seller's trick. Don't rub it hard on traditional opera. President Sun laughed out loud. putting Su Ming down as worthless. Su Ming looked extremely angry when he heard this, pointing at President Sun's nose and cursing, "You bastard! Who are you calling a street trick? Do you dare to compete with me? Whoever wins will listen to whoever." When President Sun heard this, he was overjoyed. "Comparing with me? This is what you said. This president was raised in a theater troupe. Don't say I bullied you. I was worried that I didn't have a chance to hit Su Ming in the face, but now that this isn't sent to my door, I must ruthlessly humiliate him, so that he doesn't have the face to stay in the drama club." President Sun was thinking this in his heart, but he didn't know that Su Ming on the opposite side was deliberately feigning anger to set him up. "Then what are we comparing?" Su Ming asked casually. "Just compare it to the highest level of difficulty in opera Zombie Drop," President Sun said with extreme confidence. "Zombie Drop? What is that?" Jiang Ming couldn't help but be curious. Su Ming casually explained. "Zombie Drop is a difficult maneuver in opera, extremely testing the performer's sense of balance and breath control. It looks easy, but it can easily cause the performer to have a concussion." "What? Concussion? Old Su, let's go." "No need. Big deal. Go to the Mechanical Institute. Find them to pick up a machining room." Jiang Ming panicked when he heard about the concussion, fearing that Su Ming hadn't practiced and fell out of something. "No problem. I'll take it." Su Ming directly agreed. "Ha!" the crowd exclaimed in shock, all thinking that Su Ming was acting on his own accord. However, they had never dreamed that in just a week's time, Su Ming had long since changed. "But it is a zombie fall just. Martial arts physique." He meowed flat on his back from the second floor thrown down. "Su Ming are not necessarily something. Even Nuwa face do not need to use. Good. Have the guts. You say so fall." President Sun sneered at Lizzie. "Zombie wrestling this craft. He practiced for more than 10 years, and suffered unknown number of injuries before barely mastering it. He did not believe that a wild child could be better than him." Su Ming didn't want to waste any time and directly said, "Don't bother. I'll fall as high as I can." "You'll fall as high as you can. Whoever wimps out loses." "Okay." Without saying a word, Su Ming directly moved to a table, stood up and looked at it, felt that it was not high enough, turned his head and moved to a chair, and put a bench on the chair, and finally looked almost 2 meters high, standing on top of it and nodding in satisfaction. Su Ming said, "All right, it's this high. I'll drop a proof first." "President, a moment later, you can't be lower than this one of mine." President Sun looked at Su Ming's height and his face turned white with fear. This kid was going to play with his life. More than 2 meters high down towards the concrete, but also flat zombie fall. This meow is an Iron Man have to fall dead let alone made of flesh. "It's fine. He must be bluffing. He definitely doesn't dare to lie down." President Sun reassured himself. Bang! Without saying a word, Su Ming, who had stood up, directly lay back and stretched his entire body flat, and even stomped his legs in the air before falling to the ground with a thud. The entire crowd was silent, all stunned by Su Ming's jump. Seeing Su Ming not moving for half a day, someone hesitantly asked, "Should we call an ambulance?" Jiang Ming hadn't moved yet. A girl who was interested in Su Ming quietly came forward and tried to use her finger to measure Su Ming's nose. In case he wasn't breathing, she could still do artificial respiration to take advantage of the situation. Clank! Before his hand could be passed over, Su Ming popped upright and bounced off the ground as if nothing had happened at all. "Your turn," President Wavy Dash said Su Ming smilingly. How is it possible? How can a normal person fall from that high without anything happening at all?" "No, you play fraud. You must have used what tricks? Is your Jianghu trick right? What exorcism is all in a trick? Fake. Fake." Sun President kept chattering. "Is unwilling to go up to jump once." Su Ming sneered and threatened. "What? At that time you were the one who said you wanted to compare. Now you're the one who's playing tricks. Everyone can watch." "I jumped. Concrete floor. Bang hard." The feet snapped on the ground, telling everyone that it was concrete. "Right. People." Su Ming, a layman, jumped with no problem. "You still say you were raised in a theater troupe. This is not even dare to jump." "That's it. The president is such a wimp." A group of people began to coax. President Sun's face was bashful, but in the end, face overcame reason. "Shut the up. Who said no more jumping?" "Old man." The onlookers were instantly quiet, and Su Ming was full of anticipation as he watched how President Sun should end the situation. It. President Sun was also considered a man. Thinking that Su Ming could jump and so could he, and with his eyes closed, he directly flipped backwards. Bang! Put! This lying down fell solidly, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out more than 3 meters high, straight to the ceiling. Help! Call an ambulance! OMG! The president fell to his death. Get the teacher! A group of college students, where they have seen this kind of scene, instantly panicked. A large group of people gathered over and surrounded President Sun in 3 layers. Taking advantage of this gap, Su Ming's duo quietly slipped into the theater studio. After finding the tools, materials and pigments, Su Ming waved his hands and got busy. In the meantime, Lin Xiu ran stuffed suitcases into a pink Maserati. Hey, Autumn Ren, what are you doing? Hearing her colleague's inquiry, Lin Xiu Ran's entire body stiffened, and her suitcase fell out of the car, clanging and falling open. Wow! The sound of metal clashing rose and fell. A large pile of handcuffs, shackles, whips, steel pins, branding irons, scattered all over the place. The coworker fell silent and tentatively asked, "Are you going on a mission?" Lin Xiu Ran smiled awkwardly and quickly stuffed the things on the ground into the trunk. Nodding, "Aha, there's an investigative mission tonight, catching a severe ghost." "Ow, so that's how it is." The colleague laughed and snorted. "Lying about ghosts? Who catches ghosts with so many torture devices?" "Xiu Ran, what are you going to do? You can't do something illegal." Xiu Ran. Lin Xiu Ran had long since jumped into the Maserati and disappeared from view with a kick of the gas. Chapter 19 Enchanting Fragrance. Panty Waist Crisis. Pull over. It looks like this is the neighborhood. In the night, the pink Maserati quietly parked not far from a villa. Handsome youth playing with his cell phone while stepping down from the car, took the photo in his hand and compared it to the building in front of him. It seems similar to what it looks like on the satellite map. Come down, Lin Xiu Ran. You can make sure to disguise yourself well. Don't reveal yourself. Su Ming waved at the car. The pink car door opened, and Lin Xiu Ran wore a pig head mask on her head in a loose men's suit, which with her slightly taller figure, made it really hard to distinguish between a man and a woman at first glance. "Su Ming, why don't we just fight our way in? What's the point of inking when we've learned the location?" Lin Xiu Ran said in a jarred voice. Su Ming nodded and put his mask back on as well. "What do you know? This man behind the scenes wasted so much effort just to give those poor college students a treat? How could there be such a saint in this world?" He pointed to his mask and lowered his voice to explain, "We infiltrated in there to figure out why the Joker was messing with this stuff. This can all be evidence for their future trial." Lin Xiu Ran gave a non-committal. She didn't care much about the truth, as long as she could complete the mission and make those poor girls stop suffering. A few minutes later, Su Ming's duo pushed open the doors of the banquet hall. The eye is greeted by a sea of lights, with scantily clad bunny girls strolling through the halls, offering various services to the masked guests. Lin Xiu Ran's eyes under the mask locked with Su Ming for a moment, and his pupils were filled with shock. "I didn't realize that within this small villa, there was something inside. So many maids were responsible for the service, but it was a big deal. Hello, two guests. I am the steward here. May I ask if you two have received an invitation from the group master?" A woman with a rabbit mask came in front of the duo. Her voice under the mask seemed extremely competent, like an elite in a large company. "Yes, look." Su Ming was prepared for this. He pulled out his own cell phone and logged on to Zhang Mang's green bubble to show Bunny Mask the chat logs. Bunny Mask seemed to grin as he read it. "Okay, I've confirmed that you two already have an invite. Tonight's entree is a freshman, so you two can start with a drink and something to help you out. You don't have to worry about anything here. Our boss will take care of everything." The woman walked away after saying that, seemingly not doubting the identity of Su Ming's duo at all. This caused Su Ming to be very dissatisfied. He still wanted to have a bit of an acting battle with his enemy, and he was directly not given the opportunity. The banquet hall was filled with drinks. A group of young people in their 20s got together, or this kind of party with color, naturally incomparably indulgent. Su Ming even smelled the smell of leaves. The college students nowadays. Where are they? A little bit of students. When it's over, send them all to the security office. Lin Xiu Ran snorted coldly, looking extremely disdainful. Su Ming skimmed his mouth and corrected, "Hey, don't you aoe. Not all college students are so bottomless. Look at me. Never go to the bar." Before Su Ming finished bragging about his good image as a good boy, the singing in the banquet hall suddenly stopped, and the lights instantly dimmed, leaving only a white light shining on the microphone in the center. In the darkness, a white-gloved hand suddenly reached deep and grabbed the microphone. "Good afternoon, students." The visitor's voice came out of the expensive professional stereo, and it was so flighty. "For those of you who haven't seen me before, I am your group leader. You can call me Joker or of course, Mr. Zhao." "Mr. Zhao, is it that Prince Xiao from the richest family in Golden City?" Su Ming couldn't help but ask himself about Bai Xiao across the tactical goggles. But before Bai Xiao could answer, a person with a tiger mask beside her immediately answered. "That's right, it's that Zhao Gongzi. You two are new here, right?" The matter of the group master being Mr. Zhao has long been default knowledge in the group. Su Ming thanked him and focused his eyes within the tactical goggles, checking out the information on Zhao Gongzi. Zhao Shuai, age 23, a senior student of the finance department of Golden City University. His father is Zhao Youfu, the richest man in Golden City, and his mother is a young lady who married out of the Ouyang family in the capital. He himself now holds 3 companies and is preparing for a study abroad program. A super rich kid indeed. Ha ha ha, it seems that everyone can't wait. Let's not sell our secrets. What's here today is a big deal. We all know that this year's school flower ranking came out, right? Joshua stood under the light and laughed more and more wildly. The people with masks on the stage were instantly restless, like a bull in heat who kept gasping for air. What did the group leader say? School flower. Ha ha ha, I get to colonize the school flower today. Ha ha ha, those flowers of the high ridge can also be our playthings. I'll see who still dares to mock us single dogs. Groupie, don't sell yourself short. Get her out of there. I'm hard in waiting. An intoxicating and bewitching fragrance filled the banquet hall, and Su Ming had a bit of a reddened neck and an itchy tongue. Wine and color go all the way back, and the double axe cuts down the withered tree. An ancient phrase suddenly rang in his ears, and Su Ming winced, instantly coming to his senses. So close, this smell is not right. Luckily Guan Ershi manifested and reminded me. Su Ming frowned. In his mind Guan Nua face cross-eyed. Even if not wearing it, the temptation of beauty also has a strong resistance. Su Ming. Lin Xiuran's small hand suddenly pressed on Su Ming's waistband of his pants, and his entire body softly pressed towards Su Ming. Holy, don't you eat my tofu? Su Ming one hand to help Lin Xiuran, but found that this body has no strength at all. People keep sliding to the ground. The key hand is still firmly grasping the waistband of his pants, resulting in Su Ming's pants have been yanked off. Half of the red pants are going to leak out. Hey, you wake up but also old hands, which have come up to drag their feet. Su Ming was helpless. As long as one hand encircled Lin Xiuran, the other hand held his pants. Had to make her wake up in a hurry, otherwise the pants were going to be torn. Woman, quick! The group leader let the woman out. Schoolgirl, I want schoolgirl. This aroma seemed to be specially processed. After a man smelled it, he would be like a bull in heat, with only links in his head. And when a woman looked at Lin Xiuran, it seemed that she would also be affected by the aroma, and become weak all over. Moreover, the power was so great that even a martial artist like Su Ming's duo could not resist it. Su Ming, can you hear me? White Dash's urgent call came from the headset of the tactical goggles. Hey, I can hear you. Do something about how to wake up Lin Xiuran? My ing pants are going to rot. Chapter 20. Lin Xiuran understands everything and is ready to start. You scared the hell out of me. I just called you half a dozen times and you didn't say anything. I was ready to call for help. Bai Xiaoxiao's tone was tinged with tears. Just now Su Ming had indeed been charmed by the aroma for a period of time, and simply couldn't hear the news from the outside world. Lush fingers flew across the keyboard, inquiring about options for waking up Lin Xiuran. There you have it, Su Ming. Lin Xiuran's supernatural ability is the power of golden sharpness. It has a powerful resonance to metal blades, so find something to give her a slash. Clam? Bai Xiaoxiao's scenario is really outrageous, because of the powerful resonance to the metal blade, so giving her a knife will stimulate her to wake up. Is it? That would be better to slap her. According to the supercomputer's deduction, the success rate of giving Lin Xiuran a knife to wake her up is at 97%, and of the other methods, the probability of a slap is 2%, and the probability of splashing water is 0.3%. Afraid that Su Ming wouldn't believe him, Bai Xiaoxiao directly listed the theoretical data for him. Su Ming secretly thought, since the probability of slapping was 2%, then if he slapped 50 times in a row, would he be able to wake up? You're not being probabilistic. Theoretically it's 2% every time. There's no stacking. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to have guessed what Su Ming was thinking and immediately stopped it. Okay, I'll get a knife and wake her up. Fortunately, this place was holding a banquet, and Su Ming easily found a fruit plate, copied a fruit knife and stabbed it towards Lin Xiuran's chest. Ding wavy dash. A crunching sound of metal meeting metal came. Su Ming froze as he looked at Lin Xiuran's chest and the broken fruit knife in his hand. Nyo, you're really a steel plate. A murderous aura suddenly came from across the room, and Su Ming stiffened and raised his head, finding that Lin Xiuran's eyes were filled with coldness. Su Ming, you're really ruthless with this knife. Stabbing towards your chest socket, Lin Xiuran said with a cold smile, her palm pulling the waistband of Su Ming's pants and yanking it towards herself. Xiuran, no, senior, this is the program calculated by the supercomputer. I'm just executing it according to the prompts. You see, this isn't the place to argue about right and wrong. Right? Su Ming awkwardly waved his hand, hating to cut off the video link. After all, the opposite side of Bai Xiaoxiao was still watching. It was too humiliating. Lin Xiuran swept her eyes around and realized that the eyes of the crowd were focused towards the two of them. The two of you over there wearing pig head masks. What's wrong? Is there any dissatisfaction with our party? Why don't you get excited? Zhao Shuai didn't know when he came up beside Su Ming's duo and said meaningfully, I'm sorry, we're bisexual. We didn't hold back for a moment. Lin Xiuran lowered her voice and spoke in a jar. The hand tugging on the waistband of Su Ming's pants in her hand loosened. Pop. The monkey bands inside the underwear clearly bounced on Su Ming's abs with a crunch. Oh wavy-onia-chan, kill the resonance. Su Ming let out a wave in due time. This time it was a whole lot for Zhao Shuai. He looked Su Ming and the two of them up and down for a moment, and immediately felt a bit nauseous. Forget it, the bisexuals will be able to contribute essence later anyway, so let's leave it at that. Zhao Shuai thought so in his heart, so he snorted on his lips and let the two of them make themselves at home. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come you know everything, and you know about bisexuality? Su Ming unexpectedly looked at Lin Xiaoran, not expecting the other party to look as cold as ice, not close to the world, not expecting to know everything. Oh, learned from you. Lin Xiaoran sneered and turned her head away. Su Ming lifted his pants to make sure they wouldn't fall down and break things when the theme of the night finally started. As the door to the villa room opened, a crate was slowly rolled out with a cloud of white, unidentified material, filled with a mesmerizing aroma and temptation. Ha ha ha, schoolgirl is out. I'll go first. Asterisk 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 off. I'm first. I'm the one who should be first. No, I'm a gym student. I'm physically fit. I should play first. A group of masked people frantically scrambling to prepare for the orgy. Su Ming stood on his tiptoes and probed, and for a moment he almost vomited. Where is there any school flower? That board bed lying is clearly a full body naked, but sphinx body four-legged monster. If it wasn't for that demonic face, Su Ming wouldn't even dare to recognize the gender of this thing. It turns out that the thing that this group of single dogs fantasize and masturbate about every day is such a monster. No wonder Zhao Shuai wants to benefit others for free. No wonder he went to so much trouble to organize this banquet. So it's all about raising monsters, horrible as hell and disgusting. Su Ming, this monster is named Phantom, belonging to the ghost monster category, and naturally exudes a bewitching aroma that is fatally attractive to both men and women. A mature phantom should have the strength of a C-class. Now looking at it seems to be maturing soon. According to Article 33 of the Management Regulations, in the event that an investigator is facing a crisis that cannot be dealt with, the support force can call for backup. Su Ming, I've already called someone for you. Retreat first. Bai Xiaoxia's urgent voice sounded in the headset. It's no joke. The SF classification, the higher the level the bigger the difference. The difference between the C and D levels could be described as a watershed. And even though Su Ming was as talented as he was, he couldn't cross the level any further. Don't panic. It's not like we haven't advanced yet. We're also being attacked by the group if we leave now, so we might as well watch the fun. Su Ming replied calmly, but soon, he regretted his decision. Mesmerized by the charmed aroma, these male college students went on a rampage. Of course not really rushed up to the orgy. The sufficient amount of aroma has long made them confused. A group of people lying on the ground began to guide non-stop. Brother guide once, I will guide twice. Brother guide twice, I will guide 4 times. Brother guide 4 times, I will guide 8 times. Brother guide 8 times, I will guide 16 times. As they kept directing, a trace of light golden essence flowed out of their bodies and entered Phantom's body. A group of youthful male adults with masks, showing their white asses on the ground in a googly-eyed manner, leaving only Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran standing in place, appearing particularly abrupt. Humph, I've long since seen that the two of you are out of place. Everyone is guiding, just the two of you don't move. Don't say it's because you don't like women. Zhao Shuai stared at Su Ming's duo with a gloomy face. It looked like they couldn't pretend anymore, and the two of them looked at each other, having long been tortured by the disgusting scene and wanting to vomit. Shrugging off the pig-headed masks on their faces together, Su Ming said righteously, in order to prevent the world from being destroyed, in order to protect the peace of the world, and to carry out the justice of love and truthfulness, lovely and charming handsome ladies and gentlemen, we are the Special 5 investigators who travel all over the world to solve unusual events. Everyone in the room froze except for the ones in the guide. Lin Xiaoran had an expression of I don't know you and subconsciously took 2 steps away from Su Ming. Zhao Shuai's face twitched as he said viciously, Special 5. Finally you guys found out. But do you really think I haven't thought of this day? All of you come out and show the investigators what my Zhao group is capable of. Zhao Shuai clapped his hands and a large group of black-clothed bodyguards suddenly walked into the villa. A red warning light flashed up in Su Ming's tactical goggles. Su Ming, these people are all martial artists of the first stage or higher. You have to be careful. Bai Xiao anxiously shouted over the call channel. Chapter 21 Killing Without Mercy. How strong is the Zhao family in Golden City? You can tell from this group of bodyguards. Perhaps it was because Su Ming had just come into contact with this crowd, and it was the first time he had seen so many martial artists come to protect a single person. Zhao Shuai picked up a bottle of wine and poured himself a glass. With a winning look, how about it? Do you 2 investigators want to consider joining my Zhao group? How much money the Special 5 Institute offers you? I Zhao Shuai offer 3 times. What's the point of being in that kind of unit, which is not as free as playing here in my place? You two think about it? Su Ming thought to himself that it is really rich and generous. The treatment of the special 5 is already high enough. Zhao Shuai out of 3 times. Can only say that rich people for their own safety is really dare to spend money. Lin Xiaoran seemed to be too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhao Shuai, and with a flip of her finger, a sound of gold and iron buzzing scurried into everyone's ears. Suspect Zhao Shuai. Now that we suspect that you have a direct relationship with an unusual incident, in line with the 9th regulation administered by the Special 5, you are now under arrest, and if you resist, when regarded as an evil cultivator to be struck down. Lin Xiaoran said icily. Hearing Lin Xiaoran's words, Zhao Shuai froze, then covered his clown mask and laughed maniacally. Arrest me? Don't tease, little. You ask which security office in Golden City dares to lock me up. Isn't it the Special 5 Institute? Is your director surnamed Wei? I'll tell you, he'll have to come over and apologize to me with one phone call from me. As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaoran waved her veiled hand and a golden sharp sword chi came out of her hand. The red wineglass in Zhao Shuai's hand shattered in response, splashing him with wine stains. He froze, staring at the dampened shirt on his chest, and turned in an instant to burst into a rage. *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Kill them for me. A group of black-clothed bodyguards drew their short swords from their backs in unison and rushed towards Su Ming and the two of them. Don't keep your hands off. This group of people are all evil cultivator outlaws. Lin Xiaoran knew that Su Ming was a newcomer and instructed uneasily. The golden sharp chi blossomed like a lotus flower. Lin Xiaoran put down a piece of bodyguards with a single short stance, and every single one of them had a sword mark on their chest that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. Su Ming shook his head and lamented that girls nowadays were all so violent, moving their hands even more ruthlessly than Qin Riji. Killing intent rise. Green and black knife fork exorcising face appeared in the palm of his hand. Su Ming slowly put on his face. The whole person's temperament changed. As in hell climbed out to claim the life of the ghost. Jia jia jia. It's time to kill. Su Ming's figure disappeared like a ghost, and a claw pierced through the chest of the nearest security guard. Although this group of people were all martial artists, they were only 1 or 2 stage rookies, which was the extent of an F-class investigator. Facing Su Ming's duo to fight back was a struggle, and could only serve as a bit of a delay. Lin Xiaoran was also shocked when she saw Su Ming's way of striking. She was even the one with a heavy killing heart in the Special 5. Those who hold the power of golden sharpness are born to be masters of killing and warring, and are often blamed by their seniors for being too heavy-handed, and are either dead or maimed. If it wasn't for the special nature of the Special 5 Institute, she might have been controlled long ago, but now that she had seen Su Ming's ghostly appearance, she suddenly felt that the other party was even more outrageous. How can anyone directly pull out a person's heart off? This a little bit of life are not given to the other side. Although this group of bodyguards secretly didn't know how many bad things they had done for Zhao Shuai. Respect the destiny of others and don't be sanctimonious. Although Su Ming had always used this as his motto, he also felt that his mindset had indeed been affected ever since he had put on the nocturnal exorcism. Only Guan Nua face when not yet feel. After all, the second master loyalty will not be difficult for him, but wearing a ghost face feels different. This Nua face, although he is the main, but still able to influence his character. This cannot be good news, because Su family in those Tian Nua masks can be some people with divinity. By divinity influence, Su Ming does not know what will happen. However, this phenomenon may also be caused by the control of the Nuashan system is not enough. According to Bai Xiaoxiao said, practicing martial arts, enhance the self-energy, may reduce this effect. While Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran were cutting down the bodyguards like chopping vegetables, Zhao Shuai finally realized that something bad had happened. He anxiously dialed this phone. His mouth kept cursing. Damn dog thing, how not to come. He meowed. A group of evil cultivators really cannot be relied on. Play women play fainted over it. Night fork exorcism state. Because of the passive of the Jieji ghost, Su Ming's excessive speed gradually exceeded Lin Xiaoran, has come to Zhao Shuai within 5 meters. Behind Zhao Shuai was the phantom ghost that he himself had cultivated, and now the phantom ghost was still lying on the crate constantly letting out a delicate gasp, and if he could ignore the beastly body with 4 legs, it might really make people's hearts flutter. But unfortunately, it was now pure terror. With a short stance to avoid the sharp blade that was chopping at his neck, Su Ming casually slashed the other party's stomach, and his chilly ghostly face gazed at Zhao Shuai, who was unable to retreat. GGG, Mr. Zhao, why don't you run away? Hearing Su Ming's chillingly strange laugh, the group of bodyguards were finally scared out of their wits. Ghost, this man is a ghost. The patriarch didn't say that the person to be dealt with is a ghost. Run, what are you waiting for? Run, running is also death. If the great elder knows that we ran, then we're dead. Zhao Shuai smiled sarcastically and stretched out his hand to block the Su Ming, promising, brother, don't be excited. How much money? Ah, so desperate. You see how much you want. I give you. Whether it's money or women, I can give you. Seeing Su Ming still approaching, the sardonic smile on Zhao Shuai's face disappeared, and he cursed fiercely. You're damn right you're not going to do it. Elder Mo. If you don't come, this young master will die. When Su Ming heard Zhao Shuai's curses, his heart grew alert, and he was just about to remind Lin Qiu ran behind him, when he saw a black shadow suddenly leap out, and his wide black robe blocked Su Ming's vision, wrapping Lin Qiu ran in it. Crunch! Lin Qiu ran's figure, shrugging his right arm, retreated out in a hurry, and several channels of golden sharp chi spread out towards the black shadow. Poof! The black shadow snorted coldly, and his wide robe flung and spread out, like a big black net, wrapping and annihilating all the golden sharp chi. The black shadow wanted to chase after him again, and when Su Ming saw this, he directly stretched out a hand to choke Zhao Shuai's neck and threatened, "Stop it! One more move and I'll break his neck." Chapter 22 Martial Arts Patriarch. Great crisis. The trick worked. That black shadow seemed to be extremely concerned about Zhao Shuai's safety, and really stood still without pursuing Lin Qiuran. Only then did Su Ming have the chance to take a closer look at this man in black. View his age about half 100, but it is a tiger back and waist. No less than a young man. His temples are high and bulging, a pair of big hands like bushels, covered with calluses. Su Ming, be careful. This guy's martial realm is extremely high. Lin Qiuran rose from the ground holding her arms and warned with a pale face. At the end of the tactical goggles, Bai Xiaoxiao's hands danced out of the residual shadows, manipulating the 3 terminal computers with 1 mind and 3 hearts, quickly consulting the information materials that could be useful. A moment later it reached Su Ming's ears. Mo. Former head of the Mixed Elements Thunderbolt sect. A hand of Mixed Elements Thunderbolt hands used to be unique in the martial arts world. Mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. The last record of his martial arts realm was the 6th stage, Heavenly Power Realm. This person is not something you can deal with right now. Martial arts 6th stage is equal to C-rank strength, and even PvP is more powerful than C-rank powers. Su Ming did not want to harden himself and not go, but now Mo's line of sight was firmly locked onto him, and his figure was even blocking Lin Qiuran's body, making it clear that if you don't let go, I won't let go either. Swap hostages and let us go, or else he will die today as well, Su Ming said in a deep voice, and even the ghostly aura on the night fork faded by 3 points. Mo's face was as calm as water, not eating this set of threats from Su Ming at all. His hoarse voice slowly spoke, "Release the person. You live and she dies. If you don't release the person, they all have to die." The emotionless words caused Su Ming's heart to go cold, and his hands secretly exerted force as his sharp nails pierced into Zhao Shuai's neck, spilling out threads of blood. Meh. But Mo directly ignored Su Ming's threat and walked over to Lin Qiuran, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground unable to move, and grabbed her hair. The sharp pain on her scalp caused Lin Qiuran's delicate little face to cluster her eyebrows, but she didn't wail and beg for mercy. She just remained silent, unwilling to influence Su Ming's judgment. A bad move. Just let her die on her own. Lin Qiuran thought so in her mind, the tips of his fingers trembling. Su Ming seemed to be completely out of options, staggering slowly backward step by step, seemingly ready to let go of the hostages in exchange for his own peace. A trace of undetectable disappointment passed through Lin Qiuran's eyes, and she lowered her eyes glumly, cutting off the communication with the support unit. How I want to see the river of stars again before I die. Stepping back and stepping on top of the bodyguard's dropped short sword, Su Ming blocked Zhao Shuai's body in front of him, hiding the flashes of essence in his eyes. Bang! A fierce kick kicked Zhao Shuai out towards Mo. This kick was so powerful that Zhao Shuai, who flew backwards, even sprayed out blood. At this strength Mo let him fall to the ground. I'm afraid Zhao Shuai's life would not be guaranteed, so he had to move closer towards Zhao Shuai's landing point, ready to help him unload. While Su Ming, who had thrown out Zhao Shuai, did not flee, his thumb jabbed towards his heart, inspiring the only active skill of the Night Fork Nuamian. Evil Thought Frenzy, active buried nature explodes, tripling speed for 30s. Shoo away. There was a roar in his head, and the killing intent in his heart exploded, itching to immediately decapitate all provocateurs. But Su Ming pressed down the burst of killing intent, like controlling the inch-stopping general skillfully pulled out another exorcism. Want to do loyal things, in line with the way of Guan Gong. Guan Nua please come out. The Night Fork exorcising face disappeared. Guan Nua face buttoned in the face. The muscles of Su Ming's entire body bulged high as he catapulted out like a fierce tiger. There was the 30s triple speed added by Evil Thought Frenzy, plus the first passive of Guan Gong Nuamian, body of a martial general. Passive: you were supposed to be 9 feet tall, with a tiger's back and 1,000 kilograms of strength, and your physical strength has been significantly increased. Su Ming Guan Gong Nua state of flesh speed has been greatly improved, enough to exceed the ordinary state of the Night Fork Nua, and because just now has been killing and fighting, and triggered the second passive of Guan Gong Nua face. Mighty China, passive: 1 man against 1 nation. You are able to become more and more courageous when engaging your enemies. It caused Su Ming's speed and strength to increase by another 3 points. Under this kind of enchantment, of course Su Ming didn't choose to run away, but instead charged straight towards the direction where Mo Wu was rescuing Zhao Shuai. The short blade was covered with a hazy long blade shadow, transforming into the green dragon crescent blade. The Guan Dao was in his hand, dancing with his heart, spinning up like a windmill. Mo Wu was immediately caught in a dilemma. Dodging this powerful knife, Zhao Shuai was likely to be dropped dead, and even if he didn't die, he would still be cut to death by Su Ming. And not dodging this cut, Mo Wu glanced at the cold aura on Su Ming's blade and felt a bit of a chill down his spine. This kid is evil. Mo Wu ultimately felt that he was more important, untying the wide robe behind his back and throwing it towards Zhao Shuai, while he himself braked sharply and stepped back to avoid it. Seeing Mo retreating away, Zhao Shuai's eyes were filled with fear. The Guan sword that emitted a cold light slashed down head-on. Today he, Zhao Gongzi, was going to be killed. Boom! Ah! The two figures flew out backwards to both sides, and their miserable screams resounded throughout the banquet hall. Su Ming, you've ruined my good deed. I won't rest until I die with you. Blood spilled from the corners of Zhao Shuai's mouth, and his entire body was wrapped in black robes. He was in a sorry state but did not lose his life. On the contrary, Su Ming, weakly poking the knife half kneeling on the ground. 3 abdominal scratches nearly dissecting the intestines, rolling blood oozing from the fingertips. The accident still happened. Neither Su Ming nor Lin Xiaoran, not even Bai Xiaoxiao, had expected that this phantom ghost in Zhao Shuai's cultivation was actually following his orders, and its unconditional obedience. In the face of Su Ming's knife, which had exploded with all its strength, Mo chose to retreat conservatively, but the phantom ghost, which was still incubating, rushed up and took the knife for Zhao Shuai. After all, it was a phantom ghost that was just one step away from hatching and maturing, with a strong physical body, full of ghostly aura and with spiritual attacks. Even though he had been hit by a blade in his body, he also returned a claw to Su Ming. This claw was truly powerful, and even Su Ming was nearly compelled by the charm chi attached to it, and lost himself in beauty, as he did to those brothers who had already conduction fainted. That's right, due to the chimera being hyped up ahead of time, the innocent male greats who couldn't stop guiding were forced to launch, and now they were all passed out on the floor from excitement. Ooh-hoo! The chimera hissed in pain. A hideous slash on her chest nearly chopped her in two. After all, it was one step short of maturity, and the chimera was one step short of reaching C rank, and now it was only D strength. Stop ghosting, it's annoying. Kill that male for me, suck the essence from him, and when the trouble is solved, I'll find you 100 youthful male adults to help you recover. Zhao Shuai said viciously. The phantom ghost that he had worked so hard to cultivate had been destroyed by Su Ming, and all of his hard work over the past year had gone to waste. The phantom ghost seemed to be especially afraid of Zhao Shuai, and when she was yelled at by him, she whimpered and walked towards Su Ming, her instincts prompting her to engage in pleasure with him as a way to restore her own vitality and increase her cultivation. Holy, a scholar can be killed but not humiliated. Su Ming backed up with difficulty. Death is death. Being humiliated by this kind of monster once and then dying is too painful. Ooh-hoo. The retreating Su Ming couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his eyes full of dismay as he looked at the phantom ghost's bewitching face. The face that should have been so beautiful was now covered with tears, and vaguely there seemed to be countless souls of weeping women, changing and crying on this face. She was like the walking dead, controlled to move forward. Thousands of beautiful. This one chimera is by how many women to cultivate this one embryo? Bang. The lights in the entire ballroom went out abruptly. A cloudy, cold air slowly flowed in through the doorways and windows, raising a faint ghostly mist. Chapter 23 White Ghosts. The end of the story. Swoosh. A black ghostly figure sped past the window, bringing with it a gust of wind. The moment the lights went out, everyone briefly lost their vision, and it was at that moment that the glass windows of the villa snapped and shattered. Moonlight spilled through the window and illuminated a white ass. A white dress floated in the air and slowly swung into the room. Giggle giggle. What a lively party. Mr. Zhao is really a good sport. Silver bell-like laughter rang out as the woman who floated in covered her small mouth and winked. What the hell are you? How dare you meddle in this male's business? Zhao Shuai frowned and glared at Mo Wu. Seeing that Lin Xiaoran and Su Ming had both lost their threats, Mo walked towards the woman in white. The white-clothed woman's playful expression tightened at the sight. Mo, you old thing is not respecting for the old. This is a prestigious sect but you are with the evil cultivators. You don't know shame. Poof. Mo snorted coldly, not bothering to argue. His body exploded with a boom, pouncing in the direction of the woman in white. The white-clothed woman's figure was like a willow in the wind, facing Mo's punch, and in a way that violated physical common sense. She floated over Mo's head and slowly landed on Mo's back. Old man, you are reckless. Before the words fell, A supremely masculine and rigid chi erupted from Mo Wu's body. Bang! The white-clothed woman was like a heavy blow, pulling away in several consecutive instantaneous bodies, gruffly on guard. What did I think it was? It turned out to be a stern ghost, the two of the Special 5 Institute. This should be your errand. Mo sneered, but he didn't notice that a few young men had already quietly come together beside Lin Xiaoran. Hush, this beautiful young lady, don't make a sound, we're here to get you out. Su San lowered his voice and spoke beside Lin Xiaoran. You guys are? Lin Xiaoran wondered. Looking at these two people's aura, it didn't look like the support of the Special 5 Institute. Where did they come from? A few young men gave a sarcastic smile and explained. We're students from Golden City University, and now we're Sister Su's fanboys, so we've come over here specifically to help you guys out. Lin Xiaoran froze, looked up and down the faces of several people, and asked, which of you is Su San and Zhang Meng? Su San looked at each other and pointed at himself. Lin Xiaoran let out a long sigh. So you guys are fine. The two of us were really unlucky to run into Mo by mistake. Not to mention how Lin Xiaoran felt. Su Ming's side was also in a crisis. That phantom ghost had already grabbed Su Ming's neck and lifted him up. Cough cough. Beautiful girl, what do you think you're sucking me for? I'm so skinny and not very nutritious. Look at just a few more fine young men. You suck them. Su Ming's face was suffocated with bruises, forcing him to spit. Not to mention, this phantom ghost really looked back at the Su San few people who had just arrived, and then let out a mournful scream. Ah! The four-legged figure with the body of the beast rushed towards Su San's people. Old Suyuhi Miao just met and pitted people. Su San's several people were in a big mess, just busy to the woman in white to ask for help. Su's senior sister. Help! The woman in white heard the call for help and glanced sideways. Seeing several people in distress, she instantly rushed towards the phantom ghost despite her already blinking form. Wang Feng, wake up, don't do anything wrong again, the woman in white shouted out. Upon hearing the voice of the woman in white, a moment of clarity appeared in the phantom ghost's eyes, and his hands loosened as Su Ming fell. Phew, luckily let go. I was just kidding. She really went ah. Su Ming covered his neck and gasped. Just that moment almost strangled him. Wang Feng, come back. Zhao Shuai called up the chimera out loud. The clarity in the phantom ghost's eyes dissipated, and with a fierce push of his four legs, he jumped back to Zhao Shuai's side. Su Qianxian, so it's you. You're the first one to run out of my 10-square ghost refining formation and still come back on your own accord, Zhao Shuai said with a cold smile, his eyes filled with greed. A woman born in a Yin year, Yin month, Yin day and Yin hour. What an excellent material for ghost refining. Come over here. You integrate into Wang Feng. No, integrate into the body of the phantom ghost. I can make you the dominant consciousness. Su Qianxian sniffed the corners of her mouth hooked up into a nice smile, sarcastically said, don't bother with Mr. Zhao. I think it's quite good to be a Li ghost. At least I can decide on my own who I'm going to be good with, and I don't have to be a dog for Mr. Zhao to do some underhanded things. Yellow-haired girl, your mouth is poisonous enough. How could Mo not hear that Su Qianxian was pointing out that he was a dog? The true chi of the martial arts path revolved and a pure young aura emanated from his body. Don't think that just because you're a ghostly creature old man can't do anything about you. You may not be aware that martial arts cultivation to the heavenly power realm exudes an aura that is the greatest nemesis of ghosts and monsters. You'll be soul devastated today. The pure young aura that came to her face made Su Qianxian's neck shrink. Just now, just at the first exchange of hands, she was burned by this true chi, and she knew its power. Don't be afraid of them, senior sister. If that old thing wants to touch you, first pass over our corpses, Su San and the others said with righteous indignation. Blocking in front of Su Qianxian, Su Ming scratched the back of his head in bewilderment. What kind of plot is this? Human ghost love? Modern-day Ning Kaichen? When in doubt, White Dash arrived late, and a reassuring voice rang out from the earpiece of the tactical goggles. Su Ming, it's already been checked out for you. Dense dialogue boxes popped up on the three screens in front of Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes, and she retrieved the most important information for Su Ming. I retrieved all of Jincheng University's student information, and both Su Qianxian and Wang Feng are your schoolmates. At the same time, I wormed the duo's green bubble and call records, and found that the two of them had lost contact together a week ago. He lost contact a week ago and now he's a ghost, so it looks like he died a week ago. Based on their daily commute and spending records, it was found that both of them worked at the same time at a bar called Once, and that Zhao Shuai had gone to the Once bar a week ago to spend money. There was an alarm record reporting that Zhao Shuai had taken two bar waitresses captive, but all the sky eyes along the way were inexplicably damaged, and the case is still under investigation by the Public Security Division. Learning that her daughter is missing, Su Qianxian's mother fainted on the spot and went into the hospital. Wang Feng is a girl from the mountains. Her parents are on their way here. The plane is expected to land tonight. Su Ming, they are so pitiful, Bai Xiaoxiao said with a sobbing voice. Yeah, they're so pathetic, the most horrible thing in the world. You work hard for your life only to have it destroyed at the whim of others without having to pay for it. It's not an exaggeration to say that Zhao Shuai is full of evil, but he has some protection on the side. Su San, if you don't make a scene, quickly take the 2 investigators and leave first. I'll block them. Su Qianqian stopped the few people who were going to go up to fight for their lives and said in a soft voice. Turning around, she looked like Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran, pleading from the bottom of her heart. If you two can meet my parents, please don't tell them that I was killed because of my part-time job. I don't want them to feel guilty. Is it possible for senior sister? We don't have to be so pessimistic yet. Su Ming was about to speak out to persuade, but Su Qianqian waved her hand at several people, and a gust of wind wrapped the people to vanish out of the villa. Chapter 24, Standing Up for the Righteous and for Justice. Bang, bang, bang. A few sounds of heavy objects falling to the ground rang out, and Su Ming's quick eyes and hands quickly reached out to catch Lin Xiaoran in midair and gave her a princess hug. Lin Xiaoran was injured and let out a muffled grunt in pain. Her right hand subconsciously encircled Su Ming's neck. Old Su, you're doing this again. What a time to be in love. Su San spat. Su Ming's old face reddened. He was also considered to be maternally single for 19 years in this life. How did he say that he was like a veteran of love affairs? Lin Xiaoran also blushed with her overseas face when she heard this, and fiercely pinched Su Ming's chest. Pain, pain, pain. Su Ming originally wanted to throw Lin Xiaoran on the ground, but considering that the other party was injured after all, he still slowly carried her and placed her on the ground. Xiao Xiao, how long before the nearby investigators arrive? Now was also not the time to snicker. Su Ming hurriedly called by Xiao Xiao. Because the intensity of the enemy has exceeded the mission expectations, the investigators who came to support but were below level D have all been repatriated, and the fastest may take another 10 minutes. Bai Xiaoxiao said anxiously, sending a map of the nearby support on Su Ming's tactical goggles. 10 minutes is too slow. Su Ming shook his head. At this speed, by the time they arrived, Su Qianqian's soul was gone. But, after all, Su Qianqian was a ghost, and their mission was to get rid of ghosts, so it didn't seem wrong to not save her. Old Su. Bang. A few college students who came with Su Qianqian flopped down on their knees. Sister Su told us that the two of you are the experts of Special 5, and that she took us captive and made us pretend to be missing just to lure you in. She said that when you guys came, her revenge would be avenged, and she would have no regrets even if her soul was scattered. Su San said. His eyes gradually reddened, infecting a few other boys who also brought on a sobbing tone. Yeah, what's wrong with a schoolgirl? She just wants to work hard for her life. Why should she have to suffer an undeserved disaster? We're also really useless. We promised to be School Sister's fanboys and protect her in the future, but now we can't do anything, and we're dragging School Sister down instead. Ooh-hoo, I love my senior sister even if she turns into a ghost. Ooh-hoo, the cries of grief and pain. Hearing Su Ming thought that they were dead wives. Zhang Mang wiped his nose in tears and explained to Su Ming, if it wasn't for senior sister, we might have died of essence depletion just like those boys, but we couldn't do anything for senior sister. Old Su, if you have a way, help academic sister Su. Su Ming was silent. There really wasn't much he could do right now. Miso, a sword chant rang out, and Lin Xiaoran stood up with great difficulty as she braced her legs. Don't worry, Lin Xiaoran, am here. I'll bring out Su Qianqian for you in one piece. Lin Xiaoran felt handsome, becoming an investigator of the Special 5, being chivalrous, punishing evil, walking in the dark side of the city, protecting the lives and properties of the people. This is what she has been fighting for. It was so hard to have a moment of proof now. She had to get on it. Su Ming's face darkened as he reached out and pushed Lin Xiaoran, who sat on the ground with a thud. What are you doing? Lin Xiaoran was furious and made a gesture to swing her sword to slash Su Ming. Just you can't even stand. And you're bragging about you going. Su Ming rolled his eyes and said with disdainful sarcasm, it's better for me to go. My righteous sons are begging for me. How can I refuse? Su Ming simply bandaged the wound on his abdomen and staggered back. Hey, Su Ming! Lin Xiaoran suddenly shouted from behind. What? Su Ming didn't turn around, tilting his head backward to signal that he was listening. Be careful not to die. I'll help you make a name for yourself if you can win. Lin Xiaoran said as she opened the tactical goggles communication channel and applied to establish a connection with Bai Xiaoxiao's side. Su Ming smiled and answered. Well, then I thank you in advance. With that, his figure slowly disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, the ballroom wasn't fighting hot and heavy. Even if Su Qianqian was able to wake up Wang Feng, making it impossible for her to directly participate in the siege. In a one-on-one situation, Su Qianqian was not Mo Wu's opponent at all. Boom! The strong pure yang aura burnt her entire body with a tingling pain, and even Mo Wu's swinging empty punch caused her figure to flicker. Ha ha ha, still not surrendering? Su Qianqian, So what if you let those people go? Do you really think that a special 5 can judge me? Zhao Shuai arrogantly laughed out loud, seemingly not the least bit worried about being sanctioned afterward. Did I not tell you that I have someone above me? Su Chanxian clenched her silver teeth. The special 5 has been her last hope. Relying on the security department in life failed to help her revenge. After death into a ghost. After someone mentioned that they knew that there were so many magical people in the special 5, which led Su Ming them, but now suddenly learned that Zhao Shuai is not even afraid of the special 5. You scum! I must kill you! Su Chanxian's anger completely erupted. Her yin qi overflowed like flowing water. Her tranquil face disappeared. Her hideous ghostly face, her cloak of hair, and her pair of beautiful eyes flowing with all the blood and tears. Oh, this is urgent. Great Elder, go, surrender or get her killed. Zhao Shuai's tone was filled with mockery, casually flinging off his clown mask and laughing maniacally. Ghost Qi and Pure Yang Qi entanglement. Even if Su Chanxian has already exploded 102% of the strength, even if her full yin birth date in the ghosts of outstanding talent, but she is ultimately the cultivation of the time is still short. A few rounds between the subdued by Mo Wu, being carried to Zhao Shuai by the neck. Zhao Shuai reached out and stroked Su Chanxian's face, only to feel a bone-chilling cold in his hand. Ha, so bright those schoolmates of yours can also go down. Ah, it seems that even if you are not drugged, your bones are also so wave it. I really regret that I did not play for a few more days before throwing you into the formation to refine ghosts. Bah! Su Chanxian spat out bloodied ghost Qi, wanting to sneak attack Zhao Shuai. This was her last resort for revenge. Put! A thick arm blocked the repeated ghost cry, and the Qi of pure Yang erupted, easily obliterating it. Zhao Shuai, you will definitely get your retribution. Good and evil will be rewarded in the end. You won't die well. Su Chanxian cursed viciously. Oh, me? Retribution. Are you talking about me? Zhao Shuai seemed to have heard some heavenly joke, pointing at himself and asking, why do I remember you putting harsh words in my mouth when you were still human? Let's see what it is. Oh, remember, you said at that time, turned into a ghost will not let go. I did not expect you really turned into a ghost, but how I have nothing. Ha ha ha. Rampant laughter like a needle piercing the ear. Su Chanxian eyes blood tears more, full of unwillingness to make her hate the person in front of her skin and flesh. Go to hell in peace. In Golden City, the person who dares to judge me hasn't been born yet. Justice? That's just a game that children play. Zhao Shuai made a throat-slitting gesture, signaling Mo to finish her off, and at that moment, a majestic voice came from outside the door. No one dares to judge you? Then I'll do it. Chapter 25 Judge Exorcising, a write-off. Who? Zhao Shuai looked towards the door, and under the night, a hazy figure was pacing from the door. What earth cannot manage, I manage. I'll punish the evil spirits that hell can't punish, both the bad guys and the evil gods. Punish evil and promote good, just and righteous, in heaven and on earth. This official represents justice and fairness. The image of a cross-eyed man with a crown and hat, fangs in his mouth, and eyebrows like flames stepped proudly into the hall and cloaked the room, pretending to be a god kid. Let you off the hook and still dare to come back. Mo Wu coldly looked at Su Ming, who had changed his nuwa face. His eyes were full of ridicule. Ha ha ha, change your mask and pretend I don't recognize you? You wouldn't be attracted to this woman as well, would you? You've specially come to heroically save her. Zhao Shuai laughed maniacally, having already categorized Su Ming as a top youth. Oh, I get it. You want to date ghosts too, don't you? Fine. This young master will satisfy you. Great Elder, let them both have one last good time before they die. Mo sniffed and casually threw Su Chanxian out and threw her towards Su Ming. The figure flying backwards was gently picked up by Su Ming, and his hand was cold. And after all, he was already separated from yin and yang. What are you still coming back for? Su Chanxian said weakly. Her figure dimmed, seemed to be about to disappear in the next second, but she still struggled and wanted to come down to block it. You go, there's no point in fighting with them here. Su Ming's eyes showed a trace of pity, but was instantly affected by the nuwa face of the evolution of the characters, said righteously, this official came here. Impartial law enforcement, which has the reason to go. The karmic obstacles on your body. This official also want to liquidate. With that, Su Ming waved his hand and threw Su Chanxian towards his back. Oh, how did you implode? So brother, you don't like this bite, people, but in order to save you guys, they are willing to God's soul gathering extinction it. Zhao Shuai teased. He loved to see this kind of wonderful good show of life and death. Feeling the strong emotional fluctuations in his heart, nuwa face Su Ming muttered and opened his mouth. Is this the evil to be punished? This official knows. Feeling the sensation of being possessed and manipulated again, Su Ming let out a long sigh in his head. He didn't expect to invite such a great god, either. Ding! System tip, your desire for justice. Your desire to punish evil and promote good has resonated with a positive god. You got a response from him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Nuwa mask. Judge. Judge, the left holds the book of Ao Sutra. The right holds the pen with a sheep's hair, one to judge good and evil, the other to judge life and death. The book of Ao Sutra, a record of the length of life on earth. Sheep hairbrush, can write on the book of Ao Sutra. Eye of Truth, active the ability to go back in time and deduce how things were discovered. Earthly Undertaker, passive ghosts that are delusional about being reincarnated are very afraid of you. Yin Yang Leap, active you have the ability to step into the Yin and Yang realms at any time. Su Ming now has the first Gua Nuwa mask, and is also the first positive god. Judge, this big brother had just come and taken over Su Ming's mobility, maneuvering him to come up and hatefully shouting, I'm going to take the place of heaven. But this is also a good thing. He can see what kind of skills this Judge Nuwa face. The left-hand Ao Jing book flipped open with the wind, and Judge Su Ming's finger casually blocked it and happened to stop on a certain page. Fixing his eyes on it, the names of two people, Mo and Zhao Shuai, were clearly written on it. The two of you have done many evil deeds. Heaven's justice will not tolerate them. First, each of you will lose 50 years of your Yan life, and your Yin virtue will be halved. With a stroke of the pen on the book of Ao Jing, a grayish Yin Shi flew out and rolled towards Mo Wu and the two of them. Kid, you seek death. Killing intent flickered in Mo Mo's eyes as he took one step and was about to dodge over to tear apart Su Ming's pen and paper. The gray chi thudded into Mo Wu's figure, and he froze in place, stunned as he felt the loss of life force in his body. Ah, great elder, how did you age like this? A cry of alarm was vaguely heard, but it didn't sound like Zhao Shuai's voice, and Mo turned to look. However, he saw Zhao Shuai with white hair, and the whole person seemed to have aged 50 years. Mr. Zhao, what's wrong with you? Mo also cried out in shock as a feeling of powerlessness came over his entire body, causing him to feel drained. Looking angrily toward Judge Su Ming, Mo Wu said in annoyance, Special Fives brat, what have you done? Judge Su Ming's brush flung out. Another stroke ticked down. Insulting the Judge of Hell. Reduce your life expectancy by another 3 years. A repeated gray chi scuttled out and directly stuck into Mo Wu's body. You. Before Mo could get angry, his eyes went black and he froze in place. Great elder, what's wrong with you? Great elder, quickly go up and get that kid. Zhao Shuai asked as he poked the grand elder when he saw that he had suddenly stopped moving. Mo's whole body shook violently and looked back at Zhao Shuai in shock, his eyes filled with confusion. Who are you? Let me muddy round thunderbolt hand Mo Wu to kill whoever. How do you know that I'm the number one in martial arts? Listening to Mo's inexplicable answer, Zhao Shuai's face was ugly, gritting his teeth and asking, Bastard, what did you do? Why did we become old? Judge Su Ming's face was devoid of sadness and joy as he replied in a routine manner. Due to the evil deeds of the two of you, this official has deducted a portion of your Yang life and Yin virtue. He flipped through the book of Ao Jing in his hand, checking the information of the two of them. The two of you should have kept the blessings of your ancestors and lived a long life, rich and peaceful, but in this life you have done many evil deeds. This official is just in his law enforcement, and punished you. Do you have any objections? Serve? Convince your mother. Mo, you're ing senile. Give me on. Kill him. If we don't kill him, both of us won't be able to live. Zhao Shuai yelled like crazy. Mo Wu hit the ground running, seemingly coming back from dementia. After all, he was a powerful martial artist. Even though he was now 100 years old, he still burst out like a tiger descending from a mountain. The floor tiles exploded. Mo's hands held Yuan Shui, a rounded chi that haunted him. Hybrid thunderbolt hand, waving lightning between his hands. Mo's silver hair exploded, coming towards Judge Su Ming like a super saiyan. Kid, to die on top of my clan's Jedi. You haven't lived a life in vain. Golden lightning tumbled. The ceiling lights exploded all the way in response. The powerful current made Su Chanqian, who was hiding on the side, almost dissipate her soul, while Su Ming just looked at him calmly. His expression did not change in the slightest, and he was still full of majesty. If you are stubborn and want to kill an official of the hell, your Yang life will be reduced by 20 years, and your Yin virtue will be completely cleared. The tip of the pen hooked, and the eye-catching lightning dispersed in response. Mo's face was as withered. The whole person was thin and skinny, hunched over, a windy image. You, can only from the throat unwillingly issued murmurs. 50 years and reduce 3 years, and reduce 20 years, for this is nearly half 100 years of Mo Wu. This deduction is finally to the big limit. Save. Mo will grab Zhao Shuai's arm beside him like a drowning person. He knew that this kind of big young masters usually had life-saving elixirs in their hands, which might be able to renew his life a bit. Zhao Shuai's face was grim as he fished out a small yellow pill bottle from his pocket and poured out the only pill from it. Chapter 26 Battle King Feng. And the bottom card? Third Turn Life Renewal Pill. This is a gem of modern contemporary medicine combined with ancient alchemy. Immortal elixir that is melted with innate spiritual medicine together with spiritual fire, and purified with polymer separator. and finally pressed together. After eating this one, those who are not sick can prolong their lives, and those who are sick can get rid of all diseases, which means that only people with the status of Zhao Shuai can afford to use it. Momo's face rose in ecstasy. If he can take this pill, he will be able to live and continue to live, to stay in the mountains, not afraid of no firewood, consumed life expectancy in the future. There is no way to make up for it. Medicine. Eager hands reached for the tiny pill. Humph, trash still wants to take a pill? Zhao Shuai sneered and directly threw the pill into his mouth. Medicine. Medicine. Tears welled up in Momo's eyes. The chance of surviving had just disappeared. Wang Feng, I'll reward you. Sucking this old man should give you a perfect birth. Zhao Shuai stepped aside and maneuvered Wang Feng to pounce on Momo's body. In the blink of an eye, Momo's last bit of vitality disappeared. What evil spirit, committing evil acts in front of this official? Sentence you. Judge Su Ming's words stalled as he kept turning over the Ao Jing book in his hand. There is no such person on earth. There is also no such ghost in the netherworld. What kind of demon are you? How can you jump out of this official's Ao Jing book? How could Wang Feng answer Su Ming's question? After absorbing Momo's essence, she had completely awakened. Human face, animal body, 4 legs, winking eyes, fangs and sharp claws, like a man, like a ghost, but also not a man, not a ghost. Flowers like a girl into this ghostly appearance. Wretch! A groundless murmur escaped from his mouth. Wang Feng's body was like a ghost, disappearing in the blink of an eye, and the next moment he was already behind Su Ming. Yin and Yang leap. The sharp-pointed claws passed through Su Ming's body without leaving the slightest ripple, and Su Ming's figure was like a mirror that could be touched but could not hurt him in the slightest. Leapfrog 2. Retreat for this official. When Wang Feng was surprised, Su Ming's figure solidified once again and kicked Wang Feng in the abdomen. Bang! As if kicking a truck. The powerful kick only sent Wang Feng back a few steps. Well, Judge Su Ming pondered for a while, then said to himself, fellow Daoist, this object is no longer under the jurisdiction of this official's Ao Jing book. This official is not good at fighting, so it would be better for you to ask other great powers to come and help. Just as he finished speaking, Su Ming only felt a lightness in his body, and the familiar sense of manipulation returned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You an old thing pit people, how this is. Cannot handle you to do what? The face of the Judge Nuo face disappeared. Su Ming anxious a curse, panicked a donkey roll, can avoid Wang Feng's claw. Crisis of life and death. Su Ming heart killing intent more. Night fork exorcism resonance, casually clasped on the face. With the speed boost from the night fork state, Su Ming was barely able to tangle with Wang Feng, but every strike was a close call. Wang Feng, calm down. The person who harmed you is Zhao Shuai. Su Chanqian anxiously shouted from the side, but Wang Feng no longer had her own consciousness as she did just now, and just repeatedly kept attacking Su Ming. Big sister, think of something. If we keep fighting like this, I can't carry it anymore. Su Ming shouted a reminder. He already had injuries, and his martial Dao had only just been initiated. His range was extremely poor, and now that he was being pestered by such a tireless ghostly thing, my life would be over. Su Chanqian anxiously stomped her feet, and not caring about her own floating soul body, she also floated forward and helped Su Ming apportion the pressure. With the addition of Su Chanqian, Su Ming's pressure is greatly reduced. Wang Feng's current state is ultimately just a monster without a brain. The two of them with a copy of the same boss, taking turns to pull the hate. Walking up Wang Feng. Why is this phantom ghost even duller than just now? Where's Zhao Shuai? Is this the only bottom you've raised? Su Ming finally relaxed and had the energy to find Zhao Shuai's trouble. In fact, it is not too many ghosts and demons, but this and the ghosts and monsters. Thieves are good at or secretly compelling people, but the two present, one is originally a female ghost, not afraid of your compulsion. A heart about the second master to sit in the town. The Taoist heart of a batch of hard. Hey, where is Zhao Shuai? No good. The guy ran away. After looking around, in addition to a bunch of male college students who were still sunbathing their asses, he didn't see that beat up Zhao Shuai. Su Ming then reacted. That guy had run away. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Schoolteacher, can you single top? I'm going to that kid. If I let him go this time, it's not going to be easy in the future. Su Chanqian rolled her eyes, lowered her head to avoid Wang Feng's claw, and snapped. If you want me to die, just say it straight. Anyway, I died once. It's just that in the future you go out and be careful of retribution. Clam, wasn't it you who said in the beginning that you would block the enemy for us and let me save my life? Now why did you backtrack? Su Ming was surprised. Nonsense. Now that it is clear that it can live, who would want to have their soul scattered? You hurry to think of a way. Mo Wu has gotten it dead, and this one still can't get it off. Su Qianqian scolded. She now had inexplicable confidence in Su Ming. Get her. I would like to. What can be done? Su Ming spat out. Not paying attention to be Wang Feng pulled out a punch in the heart. A breath did not come up. Nearly fainted. Good thing there is Su Chanxian cover, forcing back the other party. There was a buzzing in his head, and this punch was solid, but it also woke Su Ming up. He seems to have another exorcism, which is perfect for what's going on, but he keeps touching the fish. Xiongbo Nuwa, theoretically speaking, is the first Nuwa Su Ming encountered. Because it was changed by Su Ming's beheading of the Xiongbo demonic beast, it had been unable to resonate, so it was placed in the Su family shrine in his mind and had not been used. But this guy in the legend is a god who can eat charm, good at water, can turn clouds in fog. Now you're so comfortable with groping fish. No, you have to come out for me. Su Ming directly forced from the mind to take out Xiongbo Nuwa face, regardless of whether it can be used. To the face is a buckle. Meow. You big-faced cat. Now that your favorite phantom ghost has been sent to you, if you pretend to be dead again, I'll smash you, and you won't be allowed to enter my Su family ancestral hall for all eternity. Su Ming's curse seems to really play a role. The face of the exorcism tightened. There seems to be countless small tentacles stake in Su Ming's face. Blood-red eyes lit up as Su Ming's waist slowly bent down, letting out a low feline roar like that of a lion. Su Chanxian was being forced into a dangerous situation by Wang Feng, greeting Su Ming's entire family in her heart, and thought that this kid was going to give up and run away. But she didn't expect that Wang Feng suddenly flipped over and leaped up in terror, landing in the direction of Su Ming's opposite corner. Su Ming, what are you? The strange appearance caused Su Chanxian to be a little worried. Su Ming only glanced at her, and a wave of fear that came from his soul regaled him, nearly causing Su Chanxian to break her defenses. You stay honestly on the side. Senior sister. I'm fine. Now it's my turn to avenge a claw. A hazy mist rose abruptly and filled the entire banquet hall. Chapter 27 Xiongbo Nuwa Face, can eat phantom ghosts? Su Ming existing several Nuwa Face. To say humble words, this Xiongbo Nuwa Face is the least card. After all, other exorcism either perform a body, or get some passive moments to protect the master. Strong humanity can also communicate 2 sentences. As for the Xiongbo, he didn't say a word after he came, pretended to be dead every day, and when he bumped into the phantom ghost that belonged to his specialty, he was still pretending to be dead, which made Su Ming very angry. What I didn't realize was that disliking this kitty really woke it up. Su Ming felt a completely different experience from the human perspective, a feline's unique vision in which everything appeared to be light and strange. Roar! With a low roar in his throat, Su Ming took a deep breath of the thick mist and only felt refreshed. Even his injuries had recovered. The mist couldn't stop Xiongbo's eyes, his greedy gaze gazing at Wang Feng as if admiring the prey to be slaughtered. Although Wang Feng had no self-consciousness at the moment, her strong instincts had been prompting her to run away. But with Zhao Shuai's orders in the first place, she couldn't fail to complete her mission, and so she fell into a kind of logical closure, running around inside the banquet hall, avoiding Su Ming's terrifying line of sight. Hu wavy dash. Hot nostrils sprayed in Wang Feng's ears. She turned her head sideways in horror. A lion nose and leopard eyes, vermilion lips, horrible mask, covered her entire field of vision. Ah ha ha ha. Wang Feng let out a scream and waved his sharp claws towards Su Ming Nua's face. Unperturbed, the vermilion red mouth opened, and the air currents in space frantically converged towards Su Ming's mouth, as if it was the eye of a tornado. After sucking in enough airflow, Su Ming violently roared out 2 syllables with no audible meaning. Humph. Ha! The airflow from his mouth sprayed out like a cannonball, hitting Wang Feng squarely in the cheek. The human flesh on her face crumbled into a gash, blood spilling in the wind. The airflow is not the main thing, there seems to be a soul shock in these 2 words, which is remarkably effective for Chimera. Wang Feng metabolized his gaze for a moment, as if his 3 souls had been dispersed, and stood frozen in place, neither reacting instinctively nor carrying out Zhao Shuai's orders anymore. Xiongbo Su Ming paced and slowly approached Wang Feng, and after sniffing on her hair, he opened his vermilion lips. Wait, schoolbrother, please wait. Su Chanxian hurriedly floated in from the mist, her eyes filled with pleading. Wang Feng, and all of you in her body, are just victims? Can we give them another chance and return their freedom? The danger to her life was resolved, and Su Chanxian's womanly benevolence began to overflow, begging this handsome schoolmate whom she had met for the first time. Su Ming shook his head with exorcism. His voice was ancient. They are now just a group of mindless wandering souls gathered. Let them out. Whether they are separated or now like this, will only be a scourge. He pointed at the group of male college students who were still lying on the ground in a coma, and said seriously, this group of students is an example. The essence that has fallen out of the deficit, do you think it can be replenished so easily? They may not be able to lift it up again in the future. A pretty good cucumber can only be used as a banana, and a serious one may even lose his life. With such harm, do you dare to put them out? Su Chanxian was speechless for a moment, her eyes filled with sadness. But they are our classmates. Maybe I can control them and prevent them from committing evil. When the cultivation is complete, Su Ming waved his hand and directly interrupted Su Qianxian's imagination. Don't dream about it. As phantom ghosts, if they don't go and suck men's essence, how can they cultivate? They can't even survive. The duty of the Special Five is to guard the lives and property of the people. Taking away people's essence is no different from an evil spirit. And you, senior sister, as a phantom spirit, where do you go from here? Su Ming looked meaningfully at Su Qianxian. That's right, Su Qianxian's main body wasn't a simple stern ghost. She should exactly belong to the spirit body. Originally Su Ming did not see it, but wearing the Xiangbo Nuwa face, with his unique nose, Su Ming immediately found Su Qianxian body is not right. Phantom spirit, a state between human and ghost. This kind of thing, ghosts, does not purely refer to Apao. Demons and monsters belong to ghosts. Epidemic, parasites, ominous are also ghosts. There are physical ghosts. There are ghosts that cannot be touched. Therefore, Su Qianxian's state between human and ghost was rather rare. This also created her current state, with the ability of a chimera, and resembling PPO, and still maintaining her humanity all the same. Paradoxical to the core and rare. If she were to survive and cultivate on this, there was no telling what kind of rare thing she would become. Su Qianxian reached out and pointed at herself, somewhat at a loss for words. The fact that you were able to attract so many boys so that they could see you and still work for you isn't just because of your skin and life. The root of it is still because, unintentionally, you are radiating a tantalizing attraction. Su Ming said in a deep voice, giving Su Qianxian time to accept it. No, it won't be. School brother and the others are just being kind, in order to help me. Su Qianxian denied it and kept waving her hand. Don't believe me? Then look in the mirror and prepare yourself. Take off those colored glasses. Would anyone really like the dead you? Hearing Su Ming's words, Su Qianxian hesitantly picked up a fragment of a wine bottle on the ground. The green shards of glass only vaguely illuminated the shadow of a person, but even that was enough, because the ghostly appearance of the shards, with bloodied skin, popped eyes, and half of her scalp flipped over, was nothing like the person she remembered herself to be. Yikes! Su Qianxian snapped off the glass shards in her hands and desperately touched her face. Really? It's all true. She now turns out to be an ugly monster, a ghost that can scare the children to tears. With this look, she thought those schoolmates were showing heroism because of her beauty. See, you probably never realized that you were actually compelling to use them. Bare one's teeth. A raspy current sound came from Su Ming's headset, and it turned out to be by Xiaosa, who dropped her headset and covered her face and cried in the support center. She had been the most sober bystander, but she hadn't expected the truth to be so brutal. It turns out that the good ghosts in her eyes are actually harming people unintentionally. Are the compelled ones really willingly coming to stand up for Su Qianxian, using the lives of ordinary people to challenge Zhao Shuai? How is that possible? It's too much of a disparity. Figured it out. It's all figured out now. Why is the mission of the Special Five actually derated? Because Ben is here to catch a chimera? Ghostly. Su Ming dug into the essence of the matter and arrived at such an awkward situation now. It wasn't a solution to keep losing his mind here. So Su Ming finally opened his big mouth and turned to Wang Feng, who was still fixed in place. Xiangbo, the legendary god who can eat charm. Chapter 28. If you hit the door, you're all going to die. The golden-colored soul floated out from Wang Feng's body and flew into Su Ming's mouth. Of course he wouldn't really eat phantom. After all, he wasn't a beastly Xiangbo and wasn't in the habit of eating human flesh. The devouring after bringing exorcism is nothing more than devouring the soul of the chimera. Xiang Nua, De Nua, Nua noodles. Calling the wind to ride the mist, active fills an area with a mist that only you are unaffected by. Beast Humha technique, active emits the sound of blowing air with the words Humha, capable of shock the soul, and is particularly effective against charms. Great devouring technique, active secret tradition of the 12 divine beasts. Devouring the souls of specified living beings can enhance one's own strength. After getting Xiongbo convinced, Su Ming finally got this Nua face manual. No wonder the legend said that Xiongbo was going to help humans eat charm. So it turned out that this matter was originally full of benefits for it. Ancient, touched for nothing. At the entrance of the soul, Su Ming immediately felt that the 7 meridians and 8 veins were incomparably refreshed, and his martial realm had also grown greatly, nearly stepping into the second stage in one step. With just a little bit of settling in the clubhouse, I think I'll be able to advance to the second stage. With such a fast promotion speed, if Director Wei knew about it, he was afraid that his jaw would drop. A once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy, Su Ming was having a good time when he suddenly felt a swelling pain in his abdomen, momentarily leaving him at a loss. No, quickly dodge away. I can't help it, Su Ming said sharply, waking up the dazed Su Qianxian, who hurriedly made room for Su Ming. With his mouth slightly open and his chin tucked in, his dantian pushed upwards with a burst of force, and a surge of clear chi surged upwards. hiccup wavy dash. Soothingly, he let out a big burp. A cloud of golden light was spewed out with a belch. Su Qianqian slowly removed the small hand covering her nose and looked at what was happening in front of her in shock. Those golden shadows of light slowly floated upwards, across the roof and all the way upwards, as if they were going to fly towards the bright starry sky. Cynthia! A familiar voice rang in her ears. Su Qianqian looked back in dismay, and in the sea of light and shadow, Wang Fong smiled and waved her hand at her. Fong Fong! Su Qianqian reached out to grab it, but touched it. Wang Fong did not say anything else, just smiled and looked at Su Qianqian, looked at the tears overflowing from the corners of her eyes, and looked at each other without words, just walking upwards, all the way upwards. These unfortunate maidens seemed to fly up into that night sky to become stars in the heavens, shining forever. Slowly, the light and shadows all flew away, and Su Qianqian looked at the sky in frustration. Carelessly. It seems like they've all been overtaken by me. Senior sister, would you consider letting me have some? Su Ming scratched his head and joked. Ha, you're going to eat me. Quite a moving scene was mercilessly destroyed by Su Ming. Su Qianqian actually felt a little afraid. There. The current tone came from the headphones again, and Su Ming asked, how's it going? Are you done crying? Bai Xiaoxiao's words were very anxious. Su Ming, the reinforcements still have 2 minutes to arrive at the scene. The latest news. Zhao Shuai fled back to his own private manor and issued a bounty order to the outside world, to be all the loose cultivators of the Golden City to go snipe you. How did you quickly take Su Qianqian to run it? Su Ming's face was dark. The rich people's way of playing is really unique. If you can't beat them, you can spend money to hire them. By Xiao Xiao, your ass is really crooked outwards. What time is it? Still letting me run with Su Qianqian first? Can't I wait here for my colleagues? Casually spitting out by Xiao Xiao. Su Ming turned his head to look at Su Qianqian. Senior sister. Su Qianqian thought that Su Ming was driving her away and hurriedly replied. I'll just go by myself. I'll leave now. I won't make it difficult for you. School brother. Su Qianqian gestured to fly away. Su Ming hurriedly out of the voice to stop. Sister, what you anxious? My words are not finished. Seeing Su Qianqian's confused face, Su Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Zhao Shuai, the culprit. Letting it go just like that doesn't fit my character. Sister, do you want to take revenge for Wang Fong and the others? With a light in her eyes, Su Qianqian instantly understood Su Ming's meaning in seconds. Of course I want to. I'm dreaming of revenge. The corner of Su Ming's mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he said seriously. Then I have an idea. I may need senior sister to help me take the blame. Don't mind senior sister. Black pot? Su Qianqian's small face was confused again. Black as manner. Zhao Shuai overturned the coffee table and slammed the expensive teapot. Damn it, asshole. How dare you take away my lifespan. I won't rest with you forever. Feeling the weakness from top to bottom, Zhao Shuai collapsed on the sofa gasping for air. He couldn't figure out why he lost. His body, which was in his 20s, turned into a one old man in his 70s, and he even felt like he was having a heart attack. No, I have to renew my life. Spend whatever it takes. He was wondering how to save his life when one of the minions came running in on fire. Duh, big brother, it's not good. A guy with a ghost face called in. What? Zhao Shuai bounced up from the sofa with a thud and grabbed his little brother's neck collar in pursuit. How many men did you say were on the other side? 1, are you sure? He didn't bring any other help from Special 5? The little brother was pinched and gasped for breath, and fluttered his legs twice before Zhao Shuai let go. Come on, hoo, big brother. The other party just came with one person. But he's fierce, our bodyguards can't even stop him. The little brother rubbed his neck and said, 1, humph, well done for coming. He's looking for death. Zhao Shuai sneered and immediately ordered, go to the ghost formation and notify the people of the Mixed Elements Thunderbolt sect. Tell them that their grand elder has just been killed, and that people are now hitting their doorsteps and asking them what to do. Upon hearing this, the little brother immediately revealed a cold smile and went off on his ass. In the meantime, Su Ming kicked open the large iron gate of the Black Donkey Manor and smoothly snapped the necks of the 2 bodyguards who were pulling out their guns. The Zhao family was worthy of being the family with the biggest background in Golden City. The private doorman was even armed with a gun, and I don't know which corrupt department gave them the qualification. Nightfork exorcism opened. Su Ming killing intent boiling, all the way to chopping vegetables. Wherever he dares to stare and pull out a gun, all stabbed through the heart, or break the neck. In no time, the blood dyed his tactical uniform red. And Su Ming even thoughtfully reminded by Xiao Xiao, remember to turn on the underage mode, haha, the blood should be green. You're lying to ghosts. Bai Xiaoxia yelled in her voice, but in her heart, she was a bit secretly afraid. Su Ming's killing heart was heavier than she thought, and it was the first time she had heard of a person who was going to hit the enemy's house on the same day after a robbery. No one has ever done it, and Su Ming is doing it now. As he kicked away a small babbler, Su Ming suddenly smelled a refreshing scent of blood. Yes, it's the clean scent of blood, like red wine. That smells a little mesmerizing. This aroused Su Ming's interest, and following the smell, he found a wine storehouse. Ha, this group of rich people are really good at enjoying themselves. They keep wine storage at home. It's a waste to give them such good wine. Why don't you give me a taste? Saying that, Su Ming pushed open the door of the wine store. Guan Air mastered good wine. Later on, we still have to rely on the second master to fight. First drink a cup to help. However, he didn't expect that the scene behind the door would cause Su Ming's blood to surge and his killing intent to explode. Chapter 29 My exorcism I make the decision. All sentenced to death. Where did that kid go? Quickly find him. Mother her, killed so many of us, I'm going to chop him up. A group of martial artists wearing white Taoist uniforms yelled aggressively, with various weapons in their hands. Young sovereign, someone saw that person go to the liquor store. A horseman reported. The man who was called the young patriarch was around his early 20s. A man finely dressed in tendon flesh, combing a Hong Kong-style big back hair, a snow-white Taoist uniform purposely open to the chest, revealing 2 huge pectoral muscles. Liquor storehouse? Which wine storehouse? Take me there. Meow. Still dare to vote us wine? Mo Yibin cursed and gave his horseman a kick to lead the way in front of him. Black's manor was huge, and by the time they arrived, the door to the liquor store was wide open, and there were several bodies with broken necks on the doorstep. Kid, hiding inside and not daring to come out. Right, afraid of this grandpa? You crawl out on your knees now and call out grandpa. I can consider giving you a hard time. Mo Yibin seemed to have practiced his brain into his muscles, not noticing the gravity of the atmosphere around him at all. Within the wine storehouse, Su Ming tilted his head and gazed at the towering wine racks with some sadness in his heart. What is the point of them doing this? Why do they treat others like this? Su Ming muttered and whispered, confusion appearing in his empty eyes for the first time. On top of that wine rack, hundreds of bottles of expensive red wine were neatly stacked, with different labels on them, representing famous wineries from all over the world. Through the deep red bottle, the bright red liquor floated a plasticized photo of a young girl with a sweet smile. The sign at the entrance to the wine vault clearly states the description. The Blood Maiden wine, taken from the heart blood of an 18-year-old girl, mixed with well-known wines from all over the world. Long-term drinking can prolong life and eternal youth. With photos to taste, add more flavor. So, those girls that go missing in Golden City every year don't all die at the hands of creepy. Bai Xiaoxiao's hoarse voice came from the headphones, causing Su Ming to clench his fists. Why would anyone do something so unconscionable? Why is there still impunity under power? Why is there always a shadow where the sun doesn't shine? Becoming an investigator of the Special 5 with superhuman powers. In addition to dealing with the shenanigans that harm people, is it possible to deal with these evil people as well? With such a strong ability, am I able to kill people with impunity? Su Ming removed the exorcism from his face and murmured in a low voice. Do. Warning. Detected investigator Su Ming. Drastic change in mood. Requesting support personnel to calm down. Warning. The mission taken by investigator Su Ming has been completed. The coordinates are beyond the mission area. Please advise to return. Ding. The nearest security office has been notified to send troops to the investigator's coordinates. Please control your emotions. Ding. Special 5 law enforcement has been dispatched. Please wait in place for the investigator. A series of alarms sounded in by Xiaoxia's headphones, and the screen in front of her was densely populated with red exclamation points, stimulating her nerves. Bang. The door to the control center room was thrown open with a push, and a middle-aged older woman rushed anxiously into the room. Bai Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Stop him. The city lord of Golden City, a position to avoid suspicion, has already called our director to withdraw. The big mom, who seemed to be Bai Xiaoxiao's leader, ordered angrily. Minister, I can't persuade him anymore. Su Ming has already cut off all communication, Bai Xiaoxiao said, conveying this final voice to Su Ming, and then closed the microphone. Su Ming over there instantly understood, directly removing his tactical goggles and dropping them in the corner. Gu, what are you playing handsome with your glasses? Did his grandmother steal and drink our wine? Kneel down and call me grandpa. Mo Yibin cursed and walked into the wine warehouse, bringing his subordinates to quickly surround Su Ming in the center. Su Ming looked coldly at the group of people who surrounded him. Each one of them was stronger than his martial arts cultivation. Their breaths were rounded and unified, and they should all come from one school. The somewhat foolish young man, on the other hand, gave Su Ming a feeling of similar intensity to Wang Feng. It seems like you won't die until you see the Yellow River. Don't think that you can act like a fork in my territory just because you got that punk of a father of mine killed. I'm telling you, here it's just that if my father comes, he'll all have to die. Mo Yibin snapped his fingers, and the surrounding minions immediately responded by fumbling a polished kind of stone from their arms, standing in a specific position, and starting to chant. In the blink of an eye, The purple-gray curtain of light wrapped Su Ming and the entire wine storehouse, and Mo Yibin laughed loudly and patted his chest. Kid, you're finished. How dare you let us set up a formation? Now in my formation. You'll have to die if I want you to. The corners of Su Ming's mouth hooked into a cold smile as his consciousness hooked into his mind and roared inside the Su family ancestral hall. To kill people like grass. To set up formations to refine ghosts. To disregard the majesty of the hell netherworld. Why don't you want to come out? Hearing Su Ming's angry roar, the majestic Judge Nua's face on the walls of the ancestral hall shook, and an emotion reached Su Ming's consciousness. They are not the culprits. According to the laws of hell, it is sufficient to deduct in virtue. Deducting in virtue is of no use. I want present retribution. Don't think that I can't do anything about you just because you are one rank higher than them. You must come out for me today. Su Ming angrily rebuked, stepped forward and went to pick the exorcism on the wall. Slam. Judge Nua reluctantly resisted, conveying dissatisfaction. If you borrow this official's power, you have to abide by this official's rules. Su Ming was furious, and a fist pestled on the wall beside Judge Nua's face. I'll smash you if you keep talking to me. Living in my territory and not listening to me. No such thing. Call out. As his consciousness returned to reality, Mo Yibin rubbed his fists and laughed as he came towards Su Ming. The onlookers gawked, ready to enjoy how the boss was ravaging the little white boy. Bang. Head wearing a crown hat, mouth spitting fangs of the majestic exorcism face buttoned on the face. Su Ming pulled out a book out of thin air. A sum of money. What? Now you just want to get up and write a suicide note. Do you want me to gift you a little time? Mo Yibin sneered, not intending to give Su Ming the slightest bit of time, and directly rushed up. Alright, the names are all in the book. Doing evil deeds, harming the virtuous, deceiving heaven, defying the earth, and disturbing the yin and yang ghost paths. Sentence you, etc. To have your yang life reduced by 500 years, and your yin virtue is all cleared, Su Ming said in a deep voice, and without hesitation. His hand made a messy tick on the Ao Jing book. Longevity is all over the limit. All of you. Report to this official's Yellow Springs at once. Boom. A thunderous shock on a clear day. Su Ming had ignored the judge's dissuasion and forcefully used the Ao Jing book to condemn others for serious crimes, which finally triggered a heaven and earth anomaly. Chapter 37 Masters and 8 Masters. Life is uncommon. Boom. A loud boom shattered the windows of the entire Black Donkey Manor. The streets were lined with a series of sirens from countless parked cars. The sky became overcast, as if a storm was about to come, and the air became oppressive. On the highway, Xia Yang stepped on the gas to the end. The black Daban-haired general in the traffic threw. Asterisk. Why did you send us to find Su Ming? Shouldn't someone from the law enforcement department go? Xia Yang spat towards Huang Xiaoling in the car. Don't make any blind guesses about big shots. After all, we both owe Su Ming a favor as well, and it's not wrong for us to go and pick him up at such a sensitive time. Huang Xiaoling gripped the handrail tightly with her hand, replying in a strong and calm manner. Even in the car, the glittering classy investigator armbands on the duo's arms stood out. Humph. I admit that I looked away. I didn't expect that kid to be so ruthless. Just interned in the first mission to make such a big battle. Do you think we will be implicated Xia Yang coldly grunted, the gas pedal and ruthlessly stepped much deeper. Huang Xiaoling frowned, very anti-Xi Yang's practice of trying to cut after utilizing others. Can you shut up? They are all co-workers. Are we involved or not? What are we implicated in? Without Su Ming you won't be able to get promoted to E rank. Humph. Seeing that Huang Xiaoling was angry, Xia Yang touched his nose in embarrassment. Squeak wavy dash. The sharp sound of brakes piercingly sounded. Huang Xiaoling was not paying attention. The whole person flew up from the seat and ruthlessly hit the front windshield. Asterisk. What are you doing? Why did you brake sharply? Huang Xiaoling covered her nose and cursed. The light green glow in her hand lit up, healing her injured nose. Xia Yang opened his mouth slightly, trembling and unable to speak. Throat rolling, he reached out and pointed to the street not far away. Huang Xiaoling turned her head to look in wonder, and for a moment, her mind was shaken. Above the street, it was densely packed with silhouettes. They were neatly lined up, of various ages and demeanors, and dressed from different eras. That is, there are modern sportswear, as well as ancient official uniforms and tunics. Some were in rags, some were well-groomed, some are missing arms and legs, others spit out long tongues. The Undertaker borrower. Xia Yang and his duo encountered the underworld. Huang Xiaoling gulped. In the tactical eyepiece, the supercomputer detected that the silhouettes in front of him were all ghosts, although they weren't the severe ghosts that had to be cleared out. But with such a large number of them, Huang Xiaoling felt that he was going to have nightmares at night. Thump, thump, thump. There was a sudden knock on the glass window. Huang Xiaoling subconsciously turned back. Her pupils widened violently, and she screamed out directly in fear. TCH, you girl child, what are you screaming blindly for? Haven't you ever seen a ghost? Aren't you open to the spirits? The person who knocked on the glass said in a puzzled manner. Huang Shaoling shivered and nodded, stabbing Xia Yang's arm beside him, signaling him to hurry up and drive away. Xia Yang, how dare he drive? So many ghosts in front of him. Besides, according to the warnings on the tactical goggles, the big brother outside the car window was a B++ or higher on the danger scale. Outside the window of the person with a smile on his face, tall and thin, pale, spitting long tongue, his head official hat written with the words "A glimpse of wealth," is grasping the car window, stuffed inside the head. Goo, girl child, lower the window, my head is getting stuck. White Impermanence pretended to be stuck by the window and joked with Huang Shaoling. I didn't even open my window. How did you manage to get stuck? Huang Shaoling spat in her mind, but she was still forced by White Impermanence's pressure to open the window. Hey, that's right, how laborious it is to talk through the window. White Impermanence's smile was even brighter, pointing to the black-clothed ghosts not far away holding their arms and guarding the ghosts. Old 8 and I came over here to perform our official duties. I don't know why, but the location where we came up isn't quite right. Do you two little dolls know where this black donkey villa is? So it's asking for directions. Huang Shaoling and the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to show the two immortals the way. Asterisk 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 asterisk, you guys are also going to Black S Villa? Xia Yang blurted out in surprise, only realizing that something was wrong after he finished speaking. He hurriedly covered his mouth. White Impermanence was also dumbfounded, but quickly reacted and fished out a small book from somewhere, flipping it up at the looks of the Xia Yang duo. You two are not on the list this time. Pity pity pity, I thought I could travel less. Two melon children, quickly point the way. Your white master is still busy. Seeing that White Impermanence looked a bit angry, Xia Yang and his duo no longer dared to look deeper and hurriedly reached out to point the way. Go that way. That hill is it? Well, thanks a lot. In the future when you die, if Bullhead and Horseface arrest you, just mention your name Master White, and make sure that the two of them take care of you, White Impermanence said with a big smile. Not far away, Black Impermanence snorted coldly, seemingly a little angry. Oh, yeah, and your Black Master, mention that he's in charge too. Wake up, we're going to get busy, you two take your time. Saying that, the Black and White Impermanent duo held an iron chain and disappeared in the blink of an eye with a street full of ghosts. Gulp! Huang Shaoling gulped and looked at Xia Yang apprehensively. Xia Yang, do you think we've encountered a ghost here? Xia Yang pointed at his moist crotch and said with a bitter face, guess what? These pants of mine are the evidence. In the meantime, Su Ming gave a wild hook on the book of Ao Jing, and a stream of gray chi swirled and rushed into Mo Yibin and the others' bodies. At first, they didn't know what this gray gas was, they couldn't block it, and it wasn't uncomfortable to drill into it, so they didn't take it seriously. But when they looked up at each other again, the group was all dumbfounded. Duh, big brother, how did you become so old? Your pecs have atrophied. Mo Yibin looked down at his deflated pecs and directly smacked the little brother. That mouth slapped all the steel teeth out of his mouth. Shrinking my ass, look at you all. You look like you're dying. Hurry up and do it. Kill that kid of his for me. Mo Yibin's order was easy to say. This group of juniors were just about to copy the guy to do battle. Then they realized that they, the old arms and legs, hated to run 2 steps to gasp. Bastard, what the hell did you do? Mo Yibin questioned angrily, touching his dry and suffocating muscles, which was worse than killing him. The corner of Su Ming's mouth hooked up, even though the face under the Nua face was pale, still pretended to be relaxed and said, nothing, just like I said, deducted your 500 years of Yan life only. You blow your cow mother it. Buckle 500 years old son is still alive now? You're putting on a hook. Mo Yibin scoffed without fear. Even though his muscles atrophied, still his IQ failed to occupy the high ground. Don't worry, let the bullets fly a little longer. As soon as Su Ming's words fell, a cold aura filled the entire wine cellar. Inexplicably a flurry of paper money began to float down from the sky, white paper coins that fluttered in the wind and blew into the wine store. Everyone couldn't help but shiver and get cold feet and neck. Ding! An ethereal bell was the first to ring. A shrill, gravelly voice drifted along the wind. Life is unpredictable. Joyful glory is just right. Hateful impermanence arrives again. Underworld soldiers pass by. The living avoid. Chapter 31. It's bad. I'd become Judge Chui. Black S Manor. A group of old men in a modest liquor store surrounded a masked teenager. A ghastly wind swept through the door, blowing what little hair was left on the old men's heads. What man? Pretending to be a god. Get the hell out of here. Mo Yibin rubbed his dry and suffocating chest and cursed at the door. Snap. Kala-la-la-la. Unhurried footsteps, accompanied by the eerie accompaniment of chains dragging on the ground, came through the door. The first thing that caught his eye were 2 long hats, one white and one black. One has the words, At first sight, you will be rich written on it. The other reads, peace in the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did you lure these two adults here? Su Ming's heart was secretly drumming. This casual hook of his had made Mo Yibin's group of people owe several hundred years of young life. If they were to go down to hell, Yama wouldn't be angry, would he? Humph. Two turtle grandchildren are playing cosplay here, aren't they? Is this a place you can come to? Come on people, beat them both up first. Mo Yibin's protein seemed to have been replenished in his muscles, and hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Day. Big brother, these two aren't quite right, a horseman kindly reminded. Mo Yibin, on the other hand, glared and cursed. Meow, why are you so wimpy? There's something wrong. The horse boy watched the black and white irregulars getting closer and closer, swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty, both of them, it seems like they don't have feet. Che, that's not a ghost. I'm not. Ka-ching. Mo Yibin was thinking about pretending to appease his minions when a cold chain was attached to his hand. Hey little guy, lower your head. Yes, stick your neck out. Master White will put a collar on you. White Impermanence was all smiles. His long crimson tongue flicked out. He was holding up the collar that had been threaded on the chain, telling Mo Yibin to lower his head. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why the heck are you lassoing old me? Mo Yibin was shocked, raised his foot and kicked towards White Impermanence. Give the little master a roll. The powerful kick passed through White Impermanence's body under Mo Yibin's unbelieving gaze. White Impermanence laughed even more happily, and that frigid white face was even squeezed into a chrysanthemum, giving people the creeps. Old 8, here's another disobedient one. You or me? White Impermanence asked with a smile as if he was talking about what to eat for dinner. When Black Impermanence, who was busy putting chains on the other old men, heard this, his dark ghostly face turned around, full of seriousness. Me. Whoosh. Black Impermanence's silhouette flashed and came directly to Mo Yibin's eyes, and in the latter's horrified gaze, he took a bite on his neck. Ha. The hazy shadow was taken out of Mo Yibin's body in one bite by the Black Impermanence, and kept tearing his soul body amidst the latter's miserable howls. Click, 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 click. I'm sorry, this brother of mine is ruthless and can't see me being wronged. So, who else is not cooperating with our work? White Impermanence was still smiling brightly as he looked at the crowd of old men. Only this smile became more and more frightening the more he looked at it. The crowd of juniors were silent, not even daring to think of revenge. As if enjoying a feast, Black Impermanence's short, fat body clung to Mo Yibin's soul, feasting on their boss's muscles in full view of a crowd of minions. It should taste like chicken. Crunchy. Su Ming mentally spat, but his feet slowly moved, ready to bolt. If we don't leave now, when the two masters find out that these old ghosts are all in arrears with their life expectancy, will they not unload him to make up for his performance? Ha, Master Chui, you're here too. White Impermanence's shrill voice sounded behind Su Ming. Goosebumps instantly climbed up his neck. Su Ming thought bad, but fortunately, it seems that because he is now wearing a judge's exorcism, the White Impermanence will be mistaken for him as Judge Chui. Although looking at the figure, how to look at it does not look like a ghost, but in case the hell, Judge Chui looks like this. Ahem, so it's old 7 and old 8. Today, it's your two's turn to be on duty? Su Ming coughed dryly and said in a stuck rough voice. White Impermanence heard a stunned, then full of ghostly smile, staring straight at Su Ming. Master Chui, you are more than forgetful. This live in the Yang Wang, has not always been our brother's dry cattle brother Ma, now retired from the second line. Yoke Master Locks Master 800 years do not go out of the hell. You come out this time is. Su Ming immediately hit a cold shiver. Bad. Inertia thought for granted. Hell also have retirement. Maternity leave? But Su Ming had an advantage. That is, he didn't panic when things happened. He was good at observing. And he also had enough guts to talk nonsense. This official is just trying you two out to see if you have any complaints about working overtime. He stretched out his hand and patted White Impermanence's shoulder. Xiao Xie, you're very good. I just sentenced a couple of capital offenses here, and you guys immediately arrived, not wasting my appreciation for you. Don't worry, you guys have been sitting in this old 7 and 8 position long enough. When I go back this time, I'll help you put in a good word, and it's time to get a promotion. After Su Ming finished speaking, his gaze under the mask stared tightly at White Impermanence's smiling face, actually making White Impermanence look furious. Egu, Master Chui, you are my grandfather. See, you say this, we are not all working for the hell. Talk about no merit, talk about no, that, you remember to say a few more words about the hard work of my brother and sister. Thousands of years, all this crap work, I am really tired of all. White Impermanence's tongue flicked out and his eyes narrowed with laughter. The bet is right. Su Ming was delighted in his heart, but he did not move on the surface. Well, I understand everything you said. Don't worry, we have this relationship. I will definitely promote you guys first when I have the chance. The so-called pyology, that has to be drawn big, bold and bold. There is an old story about quenching one's thirst by looking at plums, so it's not too much of a stretch to make one look at cakes to quench one's hunger, is it? He. Old Buster, come over here and thank Master Choi together. Cluck 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 cluck. Black Impermanence wiped the corners of his mouth and walked towards Mo Yibin, who had only his head in one hand, as if nothing had happened. Thanks, Black Erratic. Hey, thanks Master Choi. White Variety. Don't eat me. Mo Yibin's head. Su-ming nodded and said that he had finally mixed it up. This Mo Yibin is really miserable. The rest was simple, with Mo Yibin's head as a precedent. The rest of the ponies couldn't raise any thoughts of resistance at all and resigned themselves to their fate, putting on chains and collars. Click. With a tug on the chain in his hand, White Impermanence smiled and said, Master Choi, we're done. Let's go down together. Su-ming said in his heart, ghosts go down. So he snorted and said, I still have things to do. You guys go back first. By the way, there is another person called Zhao Shuai in this manor who seems to have reached his young lifespan as well. Are you guys forgetting to hook away? White Impermanence froze, and just as he wanted to say no, he instantly comprehended Su-ming's meaning, and elbowed Old Black at his side. Old Buster, let's see if we've forgotten someone named Zhao Shuai. Although Black Impermanence can't speak a few words, but he is also very smart, pretending to turn over the booklet in his hand, and said with conviction, yes, nice, 2 words this time. Chapter 32, Trouble with Injustice. White Impermanence, in the presence of Su-ming, felt out a sheep hairbrush and filled in the blanks of the booklet with 2 words Zhao Shuai. Well, so the hell can also get connections. Open the back door and give people small shoes? Su-ming had really learned this time, so he pretended to be very satisfied and nodded frequently. He. Thanks for reminding Master Choi. Then our brothers will go hook another soul and withdraw. You old man go back and give us more trouble. White Impermanence led Black Impermanence to make a respectful bow, and then pulled a group of dead ghosts to disappear in the same place. A few moments later, a scream came from inside the Villa of the Mountain. Zhao Shuai thought that the coming ghosts were Su Chanxian's helpers and had to practice with the black and white irregulars. As a result, he experienced what it means to have a meal for 2 and was taken to hell with half his head left. I'm afraid there's still 18 layers of hell waiting for them. Seeing that the matter was finally understood, Su-ming's spirit was relieved. The exorcism on his face suddenly disappeared, and Su-ming thumped and half-kneeled on the ground. Overloaded it. Su-ming's face was pale, but his brows were filled with laughter. It's so refreshing. Judge Nuo Mian. Next time use it like this. Flop. Stubbornly twisting away from his fainting position with his face facing the ground, Su-ming lay in the middle of a pile of old men's corpses, appearing particularly abrupt. Inside a damp and dank underground building, Judge Choi snapped and slapped his forehead. Chagrined, Mother *********, how can you cause more trouble than that monkey? How many years of young life is this owed? Turning over the Ao Jing book in his hand, Judge Choi felt his scalp numb and wanted to throw the book away. This brat, holding a chicken feather as an arrow, and dare to threaten my old man. I have to give him some color. Judge Choi cursed, picking up a goat hair brush and about to tick off the name Su-ming. Ahem. With a bang in his head, Judge Choi whooshed the quill in his hand and made a beeline for the dark ceiling. He, great sage. I'm just kidding. How dare I draw nonsense? Judge Choi smiled fawningly. His face was squeezed into a chrysanthemum. Look, you said let me on. I'm on. Is it not a little bit of hesitation? You have a large amount of adults. The little one is just a part-time job. Really can't mess around like this anymore. Oh, so much young lifespan. How many living beings have to be killed in order to make up for it? Disrupting the Earth's reincarnation. It seems that there is a voice in the underworld that is talking to him. Judge Choi pricked up his ears and listened. What? You say let me go to kill more mosquitoes? That thing can have how many years of life? Have to kill to when? Hey, don't. The small promise is not okay. You don't come down. Our side now attendance catch strict. I can't take a vacation. Judge Choi to the void a burst of hand dancing. Seems to be negotiating with some extraordinary characters. A few moments, he is finally a long breath, took out a mirror to look at his face. Alas, I'm a wrong seed, bullied by monkeys all my life. Crunch wavy dash. The black Big Ben stopped in front of the black donkey lodge with a sharp brake. The duo looked at the door that had been kicked down and the bodies lying on either side of it, and became entangled. Shu Ling, those two, have the ghost masters already left? Is it appropriate for us to go in now? A small fire burned in Xia Yang's hand, grasping for any time to bake these wet pants. Huang Shaoling thought seriously for a moment, and said with certainty, those two ghosts are very powerful. They have the ability to disappear from the earth at the edge of the sky. I think they must be gone. Look at this piece of sky is clearing up. Xia Yang poked his head out of the car window and swept the sky. the dark clouds had receded at some point. It was now a clear sky. Even a rainbow appeared on the mountain behind the Black Donkey Manor. So we go? The duo followed the corpses along the way, and it didn't take long to find their way to the door of the liquor store. Sniff. Huang Xiaoling shrugged her nose and said suspiciously, "Why does it smell like wine? Come on, let's go in and take a look." "You're thinking about wine, right? How could Su Ming be here?" Xia Yang spat as he walked into the wine warehouse with Huang Xiaoling, and was instantly stunned by the sight before him. The dim light shone on the red bottles, casting a blood-red glow, and a field of corpses, shaped like cadavers, layered on top of each other, unbloodied but as if soaking in a pool of blood. The layers of red wine, as if they were blood-sucking bats, stood on the wine cooler drinking the blood of the men below until they drained them dry. All that was left was the red color in the bottle and the smile of the young girl. "Quickly look, is that Su Ming?" Xia Yang pointed at the youth lying in the pile of corpses and said. Huang Xiaoling took 3 steps, and with a few bounces to avoid the corpses, she landed beside Su Ming, and with light green fluorescent light emanating from both of her palms, she pressed down on Su Ming's chest. Bang, bang, bang. As the 3 palm immortal techniques went down, Su Ming's face improved a lot, but he just hadn't awakened yet. "It's okay, just fainted from overuse of supernatural energy. Rest for a while and you'll be able to wake up." Huang Xiaoling put down her heart. Only then did she notice that a corpse lying beside her looked extraordinarily familiar. Gently turning the other party over, Huang Xiaoling's pupils tightened in a flash. "Xia Yang, take a quick look at this. It seems like it's Mo Yibin, the patriarch of the Mixed Elements Thunderbolt sect." "What? It's that one of the top martial arts experts of the younger generation?" Xia Yang was also shocked and hurriedly came over to check. Although Mo Yibin had turned into an old man's appearance, the iconic pectoral muscles and a brain that was inversely proportional to the muscles revealed the identity of the deceased. The vitality is extinguished, dead beyond death, yet there are no external injuries. It was all done by Su Ming? Huang Xiaoling said with a trembling voice, looking at Su Ming with eyes filled with surprise and fear. Weird, too weird. There were no injuries on his body, but his vitality was obliterated. What kind of means was this to make killing so simple and efficient? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's only just awakened for half a month. How could he possibly deal with Mo Yibin? Even if he's a genius, it's impossible for him to defeat so many people by himself. Xia Yang shook his head with certainty. For him to believe that Su Ming could single-handedly take on an entire Mixed Elements Thunderbolt sect was better than making him believe that he hadn't seen a ghost this year. Huang Xiaoling didn't know how to retort. Rationally, she didn't believe that Su Ming could do it either. But a woman's intuition was telling her that it seemed that if it was Su Ming, it was really possible. Forget it, carry out the order. The people from the security division should arrive in a while. Let's take Su Ming away first, and wait for the conclusions of the supporting forces for the on-site investigation and analysis. Huang Xiaoling and Xia Yang together helped Su Ming into the Big Ben and drove towards the Special 5 Center. Inside the Special 5 Institute, Director Wei slammed the table, and the sound of angry curses spread throughout the corridor. Intern investigator Su Ming killed up Black Donkey Villa and even murdered Mr. Zhao. The entire hybrid Thunderbolt sect was destroyed by him? And he fireproofed someone's liquor store worth hundreds of millions of dollars? It's backfired. It's really backfired. Put him in the brig for me. Send someone to investigate. Find out everything about what happened. And when there's evidence, I'll shoot him. Chapter 33 Promotion. New skills. Did you hear? The chief is going to shoot Su Ming. That's the item type awakened person who did D rank on his first test? Yes, that's him. It's rumored that it's because of the pressure from above that the director must severely punish Su Ming. That's tragic. Now Instructor Qin will probably be very happy. There was a whisper in the hallway, and the middle-aged man with glasses and his hands wrapped around his briefcase pricked up his ears and eavesdropped on the conversations of those nearby. When the crowd had moved away, he took out his cell phone and dialed some number. Do wavy dash. Hello, City Lord. I've said everything you asked me to relay. Director Wei will severely punish the murderer of Mr. Zhao. It's still your face, the middle-aged man said fawningly, nodding his head even through the phone. Oh, that's it then. Come back. Inside a suite located on the top floor of a skyscraper, Han Bing hung up the phone and lit a cigar. Dad, it seems like that Wei Qing kid doesn't have much ability. This doesn't let him do anything. The young man sitting on the sofa playing with his cell phone mocked without lifting his head. His words were full of contempt. Han Bing sniffed a cold laugh, casually spit out a smoke ring. Nothing capable? You think can be too simple. Wei Qing, this is acting to us to see it. Look at it. The final result of this matter he will give the arrangement of the beautiful, so that you cannot pick a little problem. But the murderer is still not that person is not certain. You mean he's going to play shift? The young man on the couch sat up with a snap, his cell phone tossed aside. Can't be counted. the witnesses of this incident would have been all dead. In addition to a small amount of video, we would not have been able to get any effective evidence. Wei Qing can be operated in too much space. Han Bing eyes look out the window. In the Golden City, although nominally he is a hand, but Wei Qing brought him too much pressure, so that he simply cannot spread. Dad is fine. When it's half a month from now is the nationwide Special 5 internal exchange meeting. At that time I will miss and kill that Su Ming. Tell the Zhao family that half of the money will be hit to my card. After the young man finished speaking, he directly got up and opened the door to leave. He had to prepare for the exchange meeting in half a month. Han Bing acquiesced to his son's proposal, and his eyes gradually sharpened as he looked out the window. Wei Qing, you mustn't get in the way of my fortune. Inside the Golden City Special 5, Su Ming slowly withdrew his energy, and the 7 meridians and 8 veins in his body let out a crunching sound, and he suddenly felt that his entire body was refreshed. My 1000 changes phaseless Dharma is simply tailored for me like, not only is the cultivation speed extremely fast, but it is also extraordinarily adapted to the new Ashen system. Stretching out on the worn-out iron bed, Su Ming couldn't help but have a happy look appear on his face. After this coma, Su Ming's martial cultivation smoothly increased to the second stage, Dong Ming realm, and also comprehended a skill from the Gongfu that was extremely suitable for the new Amian system. Swish, 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 just saw Su Ming's hands did not move, just left and right through his head twice, but the face from the human face changed into a Night Fork Nua face, and then turned into a Guangong Nua face, and then finally threw it again, once again back to the human face. With this changing face skill, in the future against the enemy, the way I switch exorcisms will be more rapid and stealthy. There was an improvement in strength. Su Ming instantly felt a sense of relief. It was that his waist didn't hurt anymore, his legs weren't sore anymore, and the toilet at the end of his bed didn't even smell so bad. In these few days of confinement, the most unacceptable thing for Su Ming was that he had to sleep smelling the smell given by his own Ali every day. Although there is a toilet, but I don't know which stole the toilet lid. Every time I flush the toilet, Su Ming feels as if his Ali gives fly all over the room. Knock, knock, knock. While wondering how to cover the toilet, there was a knock on the cell door and a staff member in a security uniform pushed his way in. 10,086. Hey, it's here. Su Ming snapped and stood up, saluting handsomely. Come with me, Director Wei is waiting for you. After the staff member finished speaking, he looked at Su Ming's toilet and turned around with a forced smile. Big brother, is the director going to let me out? What's the situation outside now? Is it all checked out? I'll just say that I didn't kill anyone. Su Ming seized every opportunity to try and get some outside information in order to deal with the possible cross-examination by Director Wei. There was no concept of time at all in the confinement room these days, and Su Ming could only count the number of days by the frequency of meals given. A total of 14 meals had been eaten, so it was reasonable that half a month should have passed. Humph, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'd like you to think about what you've done now, so that you can turn yourself in front of the director in a while. After that staff member snorted coldly. He no longer cared about Su Ming and just led the way. Su Ming had instead begged to differ. A short while later, Su Ming was brought to an office where Wei Qing was sitting in the boss chair, flipping through the documents in his hands. Here you are. Does the smell of the toilet smell okay these days? Putting down the documents, Wei Qing waved back the staff and asked with a smile. Sure enough, it was intentional. Su Ming's heart slandered, but his mouth pretended to be pitiful. The old stench of the director. The conditions in our institute are too hard. That is, the toilet in the prison also has to have a cover. I suggest checking the confinement room logistics. Purchasing is who is responsible for. Wei Qing's old face sank, and he said in a cold voice, all the purchases in the institute are handled by my brother-in-law. What's your opinion? Consider that I didn't say anything. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders and was speechless, placing the document in his hand at the top of a stack of half-meter-high documents. Wei Qing cleared his throat. According to Huang Xiaoling's and Xia Yang's on-site reports, Black Donkey Manor was attacked by 2 ghost kings of B+ or higher intensity that day, and the vast majority of the people died in the hands of the 2 ghost kings. And you, due to tracking down the leper ghosts and the missing from the University of Jincheng case, mistakenly entered the Black Donkey Manor, and fainted in the wine storehouse after fighting with the leper ghosts in the middle of it, coincidentally avoiding the 2 ghost kings. After that stern ghost knocked you down, it set fire to a red wine worth 100 million dasha coins. Fortunately, Xia Yang and his duo came in time to save you. The 2 ghost kings, now named Black and White, are now wanted with the specifications of a Class A mission, and as for the severe ghosts that attacked you, they have been upgraded to Class C and will be dealt with by a higher-level investigator. Are you still satisfied with this result? Wei Qing looked at Su Ming meaningfully, looking straight at Su Ming's heart. Harry, looking at the half-meter-high investigation report, Su Ming knew that this was a sophistry made by Director Wei to protect himself. I have to say, it is really an old plan. Take the 2 great gods, black and white, to take the blame. Who can still find fault? As for the Su Chanxian who suffered from escalation treatment for nothing, it is not necessarily innocent, because on that day when he left the villa of Bihai Lanwan, he discussed one thing with Su Chanxian. Chapter 34 Exchange begins. Air crash. Senior sister, it's hard for you to take revenge in this situation now. Zhao Shuai will definitely shake people when he runs home. It's hard to kill him with just the two of us. Su Ming leaned against the bar and said in a deep voice. Then what to do? Su Chanxian, that is sad, but also full of unwillingness, for this ghostly appearance or thanks to that man, cannot take revenge then she died again is still difficult. If senior sister is willing to take this black pot for me, let's put up a fight once more, only whether this matter succeeds or fails. I'm afraid that your days afterward will be difficult. Su Ming said seriously. This was the best he could think of after making sure that he didn't get himself involved. School brother, I was already a dead man, and now I've become a harming severe ghost. What pot is there that I can't take the blame for? Do it, school brother, I believe in you. Su Chanxian said with tenderness in her eyes. One could only say that it was worthy of being the school flower of Golden City University. Even without amazing beauty, just by virtue of her charisma, she made people's hearts happy. Then let's do it. Let's fight our way up to the Black Donkey Villa. I'll kill people and you'll take the fall for me. When he was unconscious that day, Su Ming was still thinking about the fact that the Blood Woman wine in the wine vault had not yet been destroyed, and was worried that it would still be circulated and sought after in society afterwards. I did not expect Su Chanxian to help him deal with it. Or good, this pot can be much lighter than killing Zhao Shuai. Then is there nothing for me to do? Thank you, director, can I go now? Su Ming scratched the back of his head and asked with a smile. Director Wei smiled and extended his fingers to tap the table. There's no rush. I still have a few things to ask you. Ah, what is it? Su Ming was baffled. A rather large director could still have something to ask for his advice? Director Wei propped his elbow on the desktop, closing the distance between himself and Su Ming, and raised his finger to point at Su Ming's face. These masks of yours? Oh no. According to the information it is called Nuwa face, right? Is it something you can control? Wei Qing said seriously, his eyes staring at Su Ming without blinking. From these few times of your performance, we are worried that this ability of yours will affect your state of mind. That power. It seems to surpass our understanding. The passage seemed calm, but only Director Wei knew how much of a shock he got when the analysis report was brought up. The third, and even the fourth exorcism, this new investigator who had awakened his item-based psychic ability, surprisingly changed into different abilities one after another. The scariest thing is that the abilities are one above the other. That was an ability that could age people, directly taking away the life of the other party now. Wei Qing had never seen such an outrageous ability. No, he had never even heard of it. Was such a heaven-defying ability really something that Su Ming could control? Wei Qing was worried. Someone cared about himself. Su Ming's heart was warmed. Considering the special nature of the system, he hid part of it and explained. Director Wei, don't worry. This kind of supernormal ability of mine should probably be counted in the other category. I have the ability to communicate with the gods of another world. Don't worry, it's still all about me. They can't sway me. This was something Su Ming had recently realized in his confinement. He seems to have a certain constraint relationship with Nuwa face, large Nuwa level needless to say. Look at the appearance of Xiong Bo. Was Su Ming sprayed a meal on the honest, like the state Nuwa and the judge? This is considered to be the level of God Nuwa face, but also in the Su Ming forceful request, lending him the power. Although the price is a very serious just off the force. Sure enough, the system brother is still hanging originally as well, living in their own brains, still cannot control them? Looking forward from this, as long as his martial arts cultivation was a little stronger, he would be able to use high-grade Nuamian for a longer period of time without fainting from dislocation. That's good, so that the institute can also do its best to cultivate you. Director Wei laughed with a slightly relaxed smile. Remember the exchange meeting I told you about earlier? It's about to start. This exchange meeting is for young investigators under the age of 25. Originally as a trainee investigator you don't have to participate, but since you've been able to complete a D-level mission, it's too much of a pity not to participate. Su Ming was about to express that he didn't want to become noticeable anymore. There was no need to be envied, when Director Wei added, by the way, this time, the top 100 have prizes, and at least one spiritual rhinoceros stand, which is greatly beneficial to martial cultivation. I'll go. Su Ming immediately changed his mind. You have to know that Su Ming can still be a student now, relying on the orphanage and scholarships to go to university. Even though he has a salary from Special 5, he is still far from buying those cherished elixirs. How can I give up an opportunity to make progress? I love communicating with my colleagues the most. Su Ming thumped his chest and stated, longer with a book, shorter without one. In order to deal with the upcoming exchange meeting, Su Ming seized the opportunity to consolidate his martial Dao realm. If he were to say that his weakest point right now, I'm afraid that it's because his cultivation time is too short and his martial realm is too low compared to investigators of the same level. Of course it's not a fatal problem. Just save your blue bar if it's short. The venue where this exchange meeting was held was located in Kyoto. Su Ming had lived for 19 years in his life. It was still the first time he had ever taken an airplane. Wei Qing was also generous, and arranged a business class for all of Su Ming's group. As for why it's not first class, I'm sorry, it's $188,000 a seat. Lying on the soft sitting chair, Su Ming comfortably stretched a lazy waist. Really he meow kula, public money traveling is comfortable. Night headquarters side will not give arrangements for 5-star hotel it. 5-star is more than that. There is a self-built hotel over at the headquarters. By specification it should be beyond 5-star. A clear and cold voice sounded in Su Ming's ears. Su Ming looked sideways in surprise, only to see an acquaintance sitting down sideways, skillfully fastening his seatbelt and crossing his legs. Lin Xiu ran. Why are you here? Su Ming was surprised, not expecting that his comrade in arms that he had run into during the last mission had run into him again this time. Lin Xiu ran rolled her eyes, appearing as if Su Ming was retarded. What do you think? I'm also from the Golden City branch, and I've just been promoted to a C-level investigator. So of course I'm going to participate in the exchange meeting, and I'm still the main force. But why are you here? Aren't you out of the internship period yet? Su Ming snapped out a small red book and flipped open the first page to show off to Lin Xiu ran. Look, I'm not an intern now. I'm a genuine D-level investigator. Looking at the name and level on the small book, Lin Xiu ran gave a cold O and said non-committally, "Oh, congratulations, congratulations. Ah, quickly call senior." "No call. You don't mess with workplace bullying ow." Su Ming laughed and scolded. There are acquaintances in. The two are very happy, chattering non-stop, until the plane is about to take off. Lin Xiu ran just remembered to pull out the phone to open to Su Ming to see. Su Ming, remember when I said I would help you make a name for yourself? I recorded the scene of you rushing into the villa to save the ghost that day without hesitation into a video and posted it on the internal forum of the Special 5 Institute, and it received a lot of likes. Let me show you, Lin Xiu ran said, then flipped out a video and handed it to Su Ming, signaling him to click on it. Su Ming took the phone in surprise, not expecting that the fame Lin Xiu ran was talking about was in this way. Reach out and click the play button with your finger. Boom! A loud bang suddenly came from the front end of the airplane, and a cloud of orange heat swept towards Su Ming. Su Ming did not even have time to call out the exorcism, but felt a burning sensation in the windpipe, and his eyes were also a blood red. The smell of burnt, meaty scent flooded his nostrils, stimulating his sense of smell. Unable to even hiss, Su Ming's consciousness slowly disappeared. In big news, a plane departing from Golden exploded violently shortly after takeoff, and the sheriff's department estimates that there may be no survivors on board. Chapter 35 The beginning of an infinite nightmare. Shoo away. The loud explosion woke Su Ming from his sleep. The muscles of the whole body violently spasm. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Violent and crazy killing intent overflowed. The night fork Nuwa face automatically surfaced on the face, the cabin, the seats, and myself. No explosions? Am I having a nightmare? Inside the cabin, there are people coming and going. Working elites dressed in suits, big-bellied tycoon bosses, mothers traveling with their daughters, and stewardesses speaking fluent English to communicate with foreigners. Everything is so serene and peaceful. Su Ming took off the exorcism and reached out to cover his forehead. The crazy killing intent slowly collected, and the afterglow of death made him gasp violently. Su Ming? What's wrong with you? You're sweating profusely. The familiar voice reappeared, and Lin Xiu ran's delicate face that clearly had concern, but forced it down into disinterest, poked over. Lin Xiu ran. Why are you here? Su Ming said in dismay. Lin Xiu ran rolled her eyes and said in a bad mood. What do you think? I'm also from the Golden City branch and I've just been promoted to a C-level investigator. Of course I'm going to participate in the exchange, and I'm still the main force. But how come you're here? Aren't you out of the internship period yet? Because Su Ming was just about to reply when cold sweat instantly dampened his back. How come it's just like in the dream? Why is it like in the dream? Could the plane really explode? Lin Xiu ran will die. And so will you? Su Ming? Su Ming, what's wrong with you? Why are you soulful? Lin Xiu ran was filled with concern. Su Ming took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. I'm fine. Maybe it's all just a coincidence that something like an airplane exploding is so outrageous. Not to mention being dreamed up by yourself. And it's not like you're in the middle of a die-hard movie. Plus, why let him do it all over again if it's really dangerous? It might be a bit of airsickness. Just rest for a while. Su Ming said with a forced smile. The airplane had begun to accelerate down the runway, and with a strong push, the fuselage broke away from the ground. Perhaps seeing that Su Ming was too nervous, Lin Xiaoran took out her cell phone and tapped on the photo album. Su Ming, remember when I said I wanted to help you make a name for yourself? I recorded the scene of you rushing into the villa to save the ghosts that day without any hesitation and posted it on the internal forum of the Special 5 Institute, and it received a lot of likes. Let me show you. The familiar dialogue, the familiar cell phone screen, everything that had just happened was still clearly imprinted in his mind. Su Ming looked at the cell phone handed over in shock, and directly undid the seatbelt on his body, resisting the acceleration to struggle to stand up. The airplane will explode. Everyone be careful. Su Ming shouted. Guan Nua Nua directly covered his face, and in one leap flipped out of his seat, rushing towards the front of the airplane. Sir, please take your seat, the stewardess kindly reminded, but Su Ming still rushed towards the nose of the plane regardless. If it really will explode, let me see what the hell you are. Su Ming made up his mind that he would die even if he died. The partition between business and first class is a curtain, manifesting the green dragon crescent blade. The blade pointed forward, and a blade flash cut through the door curtain. On the opposite side of the door was a teenager who was also holding a green dragon crescent sword, 18 or 19 years old, and had a stunned look on his face. Wasn't that Su Ming himself? Boom! The orange fireball engulfed Su Ming once again, and a crushing burning sensation filled his entire chest. Lacks consciousness, a fiery red in front of his eyes. Su Ming seems to smell the burnt smell of his own body. Die! Wah! Cough cough. Bouncing up from his seat, Su Ming covered his neck and gasped violently. The burning sensation before death seemed to follow the realization, making Su Ming feel as if he had inhaled a mouthful of flame. Su Ming, what happened to you? Don't scare me. Lin Xiaoran recognized Su Ming at a glance and rushed over to support him who was about to fall to the ground. Autumn Ren? Why are we here? Su Ming covered his chest and asked while gasping for breath. Aren't we going to the Kyoto exchange? Which is going to Kyoto's airplane. What's wrong with you? It feels like you're in bad shape, Lin Xiaoran said with concern, helping Su Ming to sit down. Kyoto, the exchange? That's right, we are going to the exchange meeting. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. Why did I forget? For the first time, panic appeared on Su Ming's face, pulling Lin Xiaoran's hand and struggling to stand up. Go, get off the plane with me. This flight is about to explode. Tugging on Lin Xiaoran's arm, Su Ming didn't allow her to retort and led her outside. Sir, the plane is already accelerating. Please sit back in your seat and fasten your seatbelt. Otherwise I'm going to notify the air police. The black silk-wearing flight attendant saw this and hurriedly reminded, thinking that Su Ming was a bandit who wanted to hijack the plane. Su Ming, the plane has already taken off. We can't get off. What's wrong with you? Why are you so panicked? Lin Xiaoran asked worriedly, and in her hands, she even began to brew up Jin Ruiqi. If Su Ming really wanted to take her to hijack the plane, Lin Xiaoran might have to consider making a move to subdue this friend first. Skimming out the window, seeing that the speed of the plane was already traveling, Su Ming knew that he couldn't stop it and decisively turned around and returned to his seat, leaving behind a puzzled Lin Xiaoran. Pulling out his tactical goggles and putting them on, Su Ming tapped the leg of the mirror and a call was dialed. The ringtone only rang once before it was picked up, and by Xiao Xiao's yawning voice rang out. Su Ming, what's up? Have you arrived in Kyoto? Su Ming was delighted to hear the voice and hurriedly organized his thoughts, telling everything that had happened in full. Xiao Xiao, time is very tight, I'll make it short. I suspect I've encountered some kind of weirdness, but I can't tell what exactly the modus operandi of its attack is. I've now been experiencing the episode from the plane taking off to the liftoff explosion over and over again, and I've died twice from it as far as I can remember, and yet I'm still alive. I don't know what it's because of, but every death is as etched in my mind as if I had experienced it myself. What kind of shenanigans is this and how do I deal with him? Come on, I'm on a tight schedule. The plane is about to explode. Su Ming's anxious voice rang out on the other side of the receiver, and Bai Xiao Xiao was instantly sleepy, kicking the covers off and sitting up to check on the computer. Without letting Su Ming wait for a long time, it was only a matter of moments before Bai Xiaoxia said in the headset, Su Ming, what you're experiencing right now is an extremely special kind of weirdness. We call them nightmares. Based on your description, I suspect that you've already entered a dream. Please also listen carefully to my next words, Bai Xiaoxia said solemnly, her words flying fast. Su Ming hurriedly nodded his head, not daring to be negligent at all. Chapter 36 Manipulating dreams is weird and hard to do. Nightmares usually pull the prey they've set their sights on into their dreams with them, designing traps in their dreams to gradually break down the prey's mentality. Su Ming, you must keep your emotions under control. It will try to break you down in any way it can, Bai Xiao Xiao reminded. While it can affect your dreams, it doesn't directly fabricate a false dream, which means that you are indeed on an airplane and do have the option of talking to me on the phone, and I will tell you all about it. Can you understand that? There was something metaphysical about this passage from White Dash, a sense of yes and no. It probably meant that the nightmare, This weirdness was able to influence Su Ming's dreams, but it was only an influence. It couldn't make up things out of thin air that didn't exist, and it couldn't sway Su Ming's choices. Understood. Go on. Su Ming's brain spun rapidly, analyzing the useful information. Good. Bai Xiaoxia paused and continued. So it's not hard to find out what it is. As long as you find out what's unusual in your dream, you can catch it so that you can escape from the dream realm. Don't worry that its body won't be very strong. But be warned, every time you die in the dream world, it affects your memories, and after you forget you ever died, the nightmares will consume you and replace you. Su Ming, you must find a way to always remind yourself of how many times you've already started over. Otherwise you might get lost very quickly. Bai Xiaoxiao spoke worriedly. I see. Xiao thanks you, although you might forget about it the next time we meet. Finally realizing what kind of weirdness he was facing, Su Ming's nervousness relaxed a lot. People, when faced with the unknown, are often the most fearful, but once they learn who the enemy is, they will only think about how to finish them off. Hanging up the phone, the plane had already raised its head and rushed into the sky. Su Ming changed to a comfortable position leaning on the back of the chair, and slapped Lin Xiaoran, who had just walked back, on the buttocks. Pop. Su Ming, what are you doing? In Lin Xiaoran's huffy and shy gaze, the orange fireball swept over again. Boom! The nasal passages all the way up to the trachea were filled with the familiar burning again. Cough cough. Su Ming opened his eyes, covered his mouth and coughed a few times, then sank his consciousness into his mind and returned to the shrine, inserting 3 unlit incense sticks into the incense burner on the offering table. When consciousness returned again, Lin Xiaoran had already sat down in her seat. Lin Xiaoran, what brings you here? The familiar dialogue rang out, and the corners of Su Ming's mouth curled into a smile. Now switch offenses. Don't let me get to you. Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes and explained why she had come. Su Ming, on the other hand, took advantage of the time before the plane took off to carefully observe the cabin for any abnormalities. The man in the suit who puts on his headphones and plays with his phone as soon as he gets on the plane. The fat man with the big belly was chewing gum as he coiled the Buddha beads in his hand. A mother and daughter. The mother about 35 or 36 years old and the daughter dressed as a schoolgirl, had just gotten on the plane when the girl was put in a blindfold and went to sleep. The mother, on the other hand, nervously kept flipping through the time on her cell phone. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign man, who looked like he had to be 2 meters tall and stood out even when he was sitting, was currently arguing with the flight attendant about something. The stewardess, the same one who had warned Su Ming in his last death, had heavy makeup on her face, wore black silk, spoke fluent English, and although she wore a professional smile, there was impatience hidden in the bottom of her eyes. Sir, please don't make a phone call. The plane is about to take off. Making a phone call will cause danger, the flight attendant patiently explained, but the foreign man seemed to not understand. What did you say? I don't understand, Daxia. The stewardess clenched her pink fists and suppressed her anger and said in English, Sir, danger, dead LA die drops. Oh, choke on it and you die. Feeling that no one looked like an anomaly, Su Ming stroked and rubbed the few soft hairs on his chin and said, Hey, Su Ming, what are you doing? Are you listening when I speak? Lin Xiaoran somewhat angrily pushed Su Ming, and pulled out her own cell phone, flipping out the familiar video. Remember when I said I would help you make a name for yourself? Let me show you this video. Su Ming glanced at it and was instantly alerted. This time the time of handing the cell phone seemed to have been advanced. He hadn't had the time to carefully observe the business class passengers when Lin Xiaoran asked him to watch the video. No, you can't look at it. And if you don't look at it you might be able to put it off for a while. Su Ming pushed his hand, blocking the phone that was handed to him. I know what's inside. I swiped it online. I'll read it later. Lin Xiaoran withdrew her cell phone with a lack of interest, and didn't understand what exactly Su Ming was nervous about. There wasn't much time left. Su Ming hadn't gotten any particularly useful information this round, and it seemed that everyone was normal and not worthy of suspicion. But the more normal it was, the more abnormal it was instead. And with Nightmare's ability, it shouldn't be enough to radiate out of the confines of this business classroom. So there had to be someone abnormal among these people. But who is he? Su Ming was caught up in suspicion. According to conventional thinking, the object that was least suspected was instead more likely to be an anomaly. Then in the entire business class, the mother and daughter were the only ones who looked the weakest and most harmless. Could it be them? Thus, Su Ming directly got up and stepped over Lin Xiaoran's legs, walking towards the mother and daughter. Sir, the plane is now accelerating. Please sit in your seat and fasten your seatbelt. The stewardess saw another person making trouble, immediately said in a deep voice. She didn't know what was wrong with her today, The passengers she encountered were all so difficult to deal with. Didn't they say that the rich people in the business class should have more quality than the economy class? Su-ming snapped out a document and directly threw it to the flight attendant who was about to get up to stop Su-ming. The stewardess was puzzled and resulted in the ID book. Flipping it open smoothly, and the whole person was dumbfounded. Special Service Bureau 4th Grade Officer. Su-ming was printed on the book in several large, hot gold letters. The stewardess's attitude instantly changed, and she immediately fawned and inquired, "Sir, may I help you?" Su-ming didn't answer the flight attendant's question because he realized that after the flight attendant called him sir, the mother with her daughter started to look panicked and her breath became unstable. "This lady, I have a few questions to ask you, please answer truthfully." Su-ming walked to the woman's side, blocking her retreat to get up and escape, and said with his eyes fixed on the other party's pupils, "Alright, I'll cooperate with you truthfully, but please don't scare my daughter awake. If she wakes up, it'll be hard to coax her," the woman said with forced composure, her eyes vaguely flinching. Su-ming's gaze was like a torch as he sized up the other party, until when there was a hidden intention of retreat in the other party's eyes, he suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "This girl, is she really your child?" The woman's expression froze, and then she suddenly began to let out a loud laugh with a maniacal expression as she tore at her lips until they were so torn that the corners of her mouth split open and fresh blood flowed out. "A child? It's my child. I'll show you. Look at my child. Ha. Chapter 37. Who exactly is the anomaly? The blindfold that had been covering the child's face was ripped away by the mother, and for the first time, the little girl revealed her true face in Su-ming's eyes. The eyes that were neatly lined up as a whole line slowly opened, and the pupils in those eyes had different colors, and were now staring straight at Su-ming. Looking at the figure in his eyes that belongs to himself, Su-ming slowly put on the night fork exorcism. "So you two are the anomaly on this plane, right?" "Anomaly? I don't know what you're talking about." The cracked mother laughed wildly, like a crazy female ghost. Without pushing more with them, Su-ming's fingertips flashed with a cold aura, and a pair of sharp claws snapped towards the girl's quiet. He was already a little dizzy from the eyes gazing at him and couldn't delay any longer. "Put!" In the eyes of the stewardess's shocked gaze, Su-ming's grip ran through that mother's chest. As Su-ming attacked the girl with a grab, the mother unexpectedly opened her arms and blocked the girl. The tips of his fingers were warm, and Su-ming looked dumbfounded at his mother who was vomiting blood while laughing rampantly. Killing people, call the air marshal." The stewardess let out a scream and ran away, and the entire cabin panicked. The sleeping girl seemed to finally realize that something bad had happened to her mother, and tears flowed from her colorful eyes as she cried silently in her seat. "Su-ming, what are doing?" Lin Xiaoran took off her seatbelt at some point and rushed to Su-ming's side. "What for? Can't you see what I'm doing?" Su-ming explained with a cold face. He didn't expect that there was even a mother-daughter deep love between the bazaar, but they were bazaar after all. "I'm killing the bazaar." "Killing creepy?" Lin Xiaoran's face was filled with shock as her eyes slowly fell on the dead mother. "Now, after all, we're still on the airplane. We've already controlled creepy. Let's wait for everything to get off the plane." Lin Xiaoran reached out and patted Su-ming's shoulder. This was the first time she had seen Su-ming make such a decisive move, but it was the same shot that a shocking scene appeared. Painted red lips, a head of flowing big waves of the mother, lying in a pool of blood. Her dead eyes are full of fear and anxiety, but that gentle face is manifested in the toughness of motherhood. Where's the slightest bit of creepiness? Where's the torn corners of the mouth? And look at the little girl, with her blonde hair, her turquoise blue eyes, and her skin frighteningly white despite her oriental face. Where was the little girl with a row of eyes? Everything seemed to be Su-ming's imagination. Seeing that Su-ming was still frozen still, Lin Xiaoran's golden sharpness chi appeared in her hands. She felt that Su-ming had gone crazy, had hysteria, and was even using his supernatural abilities on ordinary people. The sharp golden sharp chi slashed at Su-ming's neck, followed by a violent explosion. The tumbling orange fireball instantly drowned the two of them, and Su-ming's consciousness fell into darkness with a heart full of incomprehension. Su-ming, wake up. A pleasant female voice came to his ears, somewhat familiar, but somewhat unsure of who it was. Su-ming struggled to open his eyes, and what he saw was a stunningly beautiful woman. There was a slight chill on his neck, and the woman's soft little hand was resting on Su-ming's neck, looking as if she was feeling his pulse. "Phew wavy dash, how do you sleep so horribly? Just now your breathing stopped. I thought something had happened to you." Lin Xiaoran patted her chest and let out a long breath. "You are?" Su-ming looked a little confused and subconsciously asked. Lin Xiaoran's face was stunned, immediately lost a little, said in a bad mood, "Good, it's only a few days and you've forgotten me? Our Su Xiao is really a nobleman who forgets a lot. Let me remind you, my surname is Lin." Listening to the woman was somewhat angry. Su-ming hurriedly apologized, and was also finally right in his memory of Lin Xiaoran. "Xiaoran, I'm sorry, I don't know how. I'm a bit unconscious." As the memories gradually awakened, Su Ming's face grew more and more somber. The shrine in his mind had 3 threaded incense of equal height stuck in it, which meant that he had still failed last time. Lighting a new incense and inserting it, Su Ming subconsciously asked Lin Xiaoran, "Why did you also come on this flight?" "Me? It's not because you messed up too much last time. The director was worried that you would lose control again at the exchange, and asked me, an acquaintance, to come over and supervise you." "Humph, don't thank me yet." Lin Xiaoran pinched her slim little waist and said, "Come to supervise me?" Su Ming froze, feeling that something was wrong somewhere. How did Lin Xiaoran know that he got into big trouble last time? According to the fact that things have been set right by Director Wei. Also, although the last time Lin Xiao ran with him on the mission, but the Judge Nuo face appeared. Lin Xiaoran has been evacuated. How does she know that her Nuo face is in danger? Something was wrong. Too wrong. She knew a little too much. Could the failure to find a real anomaly last time be because the weirdness was hiding right next to him? No wonder. No wonder the triggers of the previous explosions were related to Lin Xiaoran. No wonder she always asked herself to watch that video. Is the most dangerous place the safest place? Thinking of this, Su Ming became wary of Lin Xiaoran and observed the anomalies in her body. First, and most importantly, Lin Xiaoran seemed a bit more rounded and plump today. Those breasts seemed to have increased in value as she grew in rank, becoming less barren. Take a closer look. Lin Xiaoran seems to be wearing light makeup today, and her white skin with a slight embellishment highlights the warmth of a southern woman. It actually made Su Ming a little bit mesmerized. No, red-pink skull. This could very well be Nightmare's trap, using beauty to interfere with his judgment and keep him from recognizing the anomaly. What's wrong, Su Ming? What are you staring at me all the time for? Lin Xiaoran was a little hairy from the look, and subconsciously reached out and wiped her nose, thinking that there was something dirty. Nothing, Xiaoran. Is there something you are hiding from me? Su Ming smiled and said with meaning, hiding it from you? No, right. Lin Xiaoran heard Su Ming ask this and replied somewhat unnaturally. She really did have something to hide from Su Ming. Only this kind of thing is too shameful to tell. How did Su Ming know? He has proof? It can't be. Lin Xiaoran thought to herself, but Su Ming's face became more and more ugly. He just wanted the video Lin Xiaoran had mentioned the previous 2 times to take a look at it, but he didn't expect Lin Xiaoran to be so hesitant this time. Could the anomaly really be her? Or did the nightmare change the object of the anomaly every time? And this time it had switched to Lin Xiaoran. What if it was wrong? Would her memory stay clear again? But who was she? No clue at all. And she was the only one who seemed to be perverse. For the first time, Su Ming was caught in a tangle. This kind of weirdness was too much harder to deal with than a proper fight. Chapter 38 Final Choice. Birchbird. Regardless of whether Su Ming was entangled or not, the airplane had slowly begun to accelerate, leaving little time for Su Ming. These were the only people on the plane, the mother and daughter, the man in the suit, the fat man, the stewardess, the foreigner, and Lin Xiaoran, out of business class. The nightmare's ability should not be enough to affect his consciousness and make up scenes that are true or false. It's like dreaming. Often the more familiar the scene is to you, the harder it is to tell the truth. Su Ming was now 80% certain that the anomaly was Lin Xiaoran. At least this time it was her. It had to be said that this nightmare was indeed insidious, and choosing Lin Xiaoran, who was also an investigator, as a target was indeed hard to detect. The 80% probability was already not low. Su Ming planned to take a gamble. Time waited for no one, and he had no choice. He turned his head and looked at Lin Xiaoran, who was still a bit unnatural, and said with a smile, "Xiaoran, do you want to see a trick for you?" Lin Xiaoran's good-looking eyes blinked and asked with some confusion, "What kind of trick? You still have this skill?" Su Ming turned around and sat face to face with Lin Xiaoran, stretching out both hands and spreading them out palm upwards. "You put your hand on my hand and I'm able to put a mask on myself without using my hand. Believe it or not." Lin Xiaoran's interest immediately rose. "You can wear a mask without using your hands? Really? Show me how you can do it." If you perform well, I'll tell you a secret." Su Ming nodded and smiled as he spread out his hands, waiting for Lin Xiaoran to place her palms on them. He then said, "Hold my hands tightly, close your eyes. The show has begun." Seeing her obediently close her eyes, Su Ming's mouth hooked up a cold smile. The night fork exorcism slowly appeared on his face. Killing intent grew thicker. Sharp claws seemed ready to crush Lin Xiaoran's throat. After waiting for a long time and still not hearing the hint that Su Ming was ready, Lin Xiaoran gradually became a little impatient. Her hands were suddenly empty, and she subconsciously opened her eyes, only to see a greenish-black ghostly face staring at her icily, and a sharp claw emitting a cold light was grasping at her heart. Buzz wavy dash. The golden sharp chi came out of his hand with an ear-piercing sword sound. The golden-colored sword light came after, and before Su Ming snapped Lin Xiaoran's neck, it was the first to pierce through his heart. Puff! Crimson blood spilled out of Su Ming's mouth, and his sharp claws that emitted a chilling aura only gently brushed against Lin Xiaoran's forehead. Bat right. Feeling that although his vitality was dissipating, his consciousness was becoming more and more lucid, Su Ming covered the wound that was fatal enough and revealed a smile. The biggest anomaly in the entire cabin was actually himself. Confused thoughts, eyes that appeared errant, suspicion. It seemed that all forces were guiding Su Ming, telling him that the abnormality was among those people. But who said that the anomaly had to be a person? Couldn't it be something, air, or himself? Yeah, if we had to pick an anomaly in the cabin, then Su Ming, who was reborn over and over again, sometimes going crazy, sometimes committing murder and hurting people, and also babbling from time to time, would be the anomaly itself. In order to prevent the nightmare from noticing, Su Ming had also purposely set a trap for it, using Lin Xiaoran to kill herself, so that the nightmare would be caught off guard. Lying in Lin Xiaoran's arms, Su Ming's mouth was still vomiting blood. Lin Xiaoran was terrified and hugged Su Ming and kept apologizing. Su Ming, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were messing with me. It was a completely subconscious reaction. You're going to be fine. I'll have the captain return to the plane now, and all the best medical equipment at Special 5 will be able to save you. With a crying tone in her voice, Lin Xiaoran covered Su Ming's chest and kept apologizing. Autumn ran. It's okay, I did it on purpose. Actually forget it, it will go back anyway. It's useless to explain. Su Ming originally wanted to comfort Lin Xiaoran, but once he thought that he would return to reality later, he felt that there was no need. Don't say that. It's me who has been too heavy-handed. Su Ming, don't close your eyes. Didn't you ask me what I'm hiding from you? Don't sleep. I'll tell you, okay? Actually Su Ming's eyes became more and more powerless. Lin Xiaoran's voice also became more and more hazy, and with his mouth open and unable to speak, Su Ming cried out in his heart, bastard. Let me listen to the secret first before I die. Okay. Consciousness gradually returned. Su Ming opened his eyes, and the familiar scene inside the cabin reappeared. This time there was no hesitation. Not even the slightest bit of hesitation. Su Ming bounced up from his seat with a bang, and a wave of black gas vanished from his body and flew towards the window. Bang! Su Ming blasted his fist onto the glass of the airplane with a loud bang. The nightmare ran away, knowing that it had been detected by Su Ming, and detached itself from his body, escaping directly through the glass. Little thief, don't go! With a furious cry, Su Ming turned around and was about to get off the plane to chase after that nightmare. This gentleman, you cannot leave. I have contacted the air police and will punish you for destroying public property. The flight attendant who had blocked Su Ming in many times in that dream came out again. She once again stopped Su Ming and pointed at the window. Su Ming followed the flight attendant's finger and saw that cracks had indeed appeared on the cabin's windows, and his punch had really cracked the glass. Oops, I'm an investigator from the Secret Service. I'm on official duty now. This kind of thing will be compensated by logistics personnel. Don't get in the way, Su Ming said sharply, wanting to drill past the flight attendant. But this stewardess also bit the bullet and didn't let go, opening her arms to firmly block Su Ming, even going so far as to use her breasts to push against Su Ming, forcing him to back off. There was nothing Su Ming could do about it now, and he can only watch from the window as the black gas ran further and further away. At this point, an extremely fast figure suddenly sped from the east, and the target seemed to be exactly that nightmare. The nightmare seemed to sense the danger and actually turned around and flew towards Su Ming's direction. It seemed as if facing that figure, Su Ming's side was safer, but that figure was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached the back of the nightmare. Its head poked out. Its mouth opened. A suction force came from it, and the nightmare's black chi was directly sucked into its belly. Only then did Su Ming see what it looked like. A leopard's nose and tiger's ears, convex eyes and curly hair. His face seems to show a joyful smile at all times, and his whole body is in the form of a bird. Birch, so it's you. Su Ming could not help but let out a gasp. Yes, he recognized this strange bird. It is called Bo Chi. It is the Su family ancestral hall. The 12 beasts Nuwa face one of the prototypes. Good ah. This kid is really greedy enough. In order to eat nightmare, all dare to appear in the line of sight of the little master me. Quickly give me over, or I will also give you made into Nuwa noodles. Su Ming yelled at the window, not caring if Birch could hear him or not. Birch seemed to have heard Su Ming's angry roar, and a strange face smiled contemptuously at him as he twisted the bird's head and flew away in a whirlwind. Asterisk. You wait for me. Su Ming instantly stormed out, itching to plug in his wings and chase after him. Hey, Su Ming, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran carried her luggage and looked at Su Ming, who was storming down the aisle, and asked in a puzzled manner. Chapter 39 Skirmish, Warm Invitation, Kyoto Airport. Su Ming held onto the wall and limped out of the cabin. Su Ming, how could you get airsick? This is the first time I've heard of an awakened person getting airsick. Lin Xiaoran lightly covered her red lips and said with a smile, fallacies, all fallacies. Who said that awakened people don't get airsick? Ask him to come over and see if I'm an awakened person. There's no airsickness. Su Ming squatted in front of the trash can for a while and dry-heaved, complaining. Su Ming, who had been a man for 2 lives, was still taking an airplane for the first time, and he didn't know that he would even get airsick. What kind of principle is this? Does it mean that being too handsome will affect the sense of balance? When Su Ming vomited cleanly, the two of them came to the pickup hall. The support unit of the Special 5 headquarters had already sent someone to wait here, and when they saw Su Ming and the two of them come out, a beautiful woman in a suit with a wraparound skirt greeted them. Are you two Mr. Su and Miss Lin from the Golden City branch? Su Ming's duo nodded their heads in response. That's great. It's just the two of you. Quickly follow me. The headquarters car is right at the door. The receptionist smiled and led Su Ming and the two of them out of the airport and onto a luxurious Chinese bus. The whole car could almost sit down 30 people, but now it only made less than 10, and it looked like it was divided into 2 waves. Sitting on both sides of the car, the two of them, Su Ming, looked at each other and chose a corner away from the others to walk to. So many people just to wait for 2 people. Some people's scores are really big. Even in Kyoto you have to make others wait. A discordant voice came. Su Ming looked in search of the sound, only to see a yellow hair was juggling a butterfly knife, his eyes staring at Su Ming in a very bad way. The opposite side of the crowd, after all, is also a colleague. Su Ming lazy to cause trouble, so he gave him face, intending to sit down and say, who had thought that when Su Ming passed by that yellow hair, he actually stretched out a leg to try to trip Su Ming. Perhaps he could tell that Su Ming's martial realm was not high, or perhaps it was because yellow hair was such an evil character. Anyway, this foot stretched out at just the right time. If the people who let their guard down, I'm afraid they really want to fall and make a fool of themselves. Unfortunately, he had run into Su Ming. Although the martial realm wasn't high, let's not forget that he could have a Guan Ershi passive. Body of a martial general, passive. You were supposed to be 9 feet tall, with a tiger's back and 1,000 kilograms of strength, and your physical strength has been significantly increased. Click. Su Ming ruthlessly stepped on Yellow Hair's welcoming bone with a crunching sound, and Yellow Hair clutched his leg in a scream. My leg, bastard, how dare you step on me? Yellow Hair was also furious. The butterfly knife in his hand whirled around and poked towards Su Ming's waist. Oomph! Lin Xiaoran let out a cold snort. The golden sharp chi came out of his hand, only to hear a crunching sound of gold and iron striking, after which Yellow Hair's butterfly knife snapped into 2 halves. See, Class C? Yellow Hair shuddered. The fight here also drew the attention of the entire car, and one of the men in that yellow-haired group stood up, his tower-like form nearly hitting the roof of the car. Yellow Hair, stop! Don't provoke the other co-workers. The tower-like man stepped out from his seat and stood in front of Su Ming's duo, blocking their path to the back of the car. TSK, what? Beating up the little one to come to the old one? Wanting to give your brother a head start? Su Ming gave a disdainful TSK, not expecting that there would be such an unenlightened one just after getting off the airplane. Ha ha ha, brother, you think too much. All our colleagues. Small friction is okay. To hold a grudge and fight over such a thing is too much. The Iron Tower-like man smiled and said, I just see that you two have good hands. I want to come over to make friends. Introduce myself. My name is Hutu, a C-grade investigator from Zijing City. My ability is adamantine. Su Ming didn't know that Special 5 still had this tradition, not to mention the fact that they met and introduced themselves first, but even gave an account of their awakening abilities. See Su Ming some doubts. Lin Xiaoran came to his side and whispered, Su Ming, because all the information of everyone in the Special 5 Institute has a record in the system. Basically it is an individual can be checked. So everyone introduces themselves to each other is generally also straight to not hide, which will help to ease the atmosphere. Su Ming realized, and rightly so, no matter how much more he hid it, if he let Bai Xiaoxiao take a look at it, he would know how this Hutu's ability was, and what level it was. Lin Xiaoran, C rank, from Golden City, ability Golden Sharp Chi. Lin Xiaoran said coldly, treating outsiders much more coldly. Su Ming scratched the back of his head. He always felt that after saying his ability, he was going to be despised again. It was really annoying. Su Ming, also from Golden City, the rank should also be D. Right, and the ability is to exorcise the surface. Exorcism? What kind of ability is that? Item class? Hutu frowned after hearing that, and seemed to be someone who had a bias against item classes as well. Technically speaking, it is indeed the item class that is good. Su Ming spread his hands, feeling that there was no need to explain too much, and it was fine for outsiders to be unclear. Hutu immediately became less interested in Su Ming and looked at Lin Xiaoran, who was standing on Su Ming's side, and said, MS. Lin, According to the rules of the previous exchanges, the first game is allowed to team up with each other. According to the test of the Special 5 Institute, the fighting strength of a 5-member squad is the strongest state, and we are still short of an attacker in our team. If you come, you will be the galactic battleship of the 2Cs and 3Ds, and we will surely be at the top in the first match. Hutu threw out an olive branch to Lin Xiaoran. Just based on that hand just now, Hutu could conclude that Lin Xiaoran's ability was definitely an extremely strong attacking ability. As long as she joined in, with Hutu at the top of the front line, and Lin Xiaoran at the back of the output, the squad might be able to ask for a win. However, Lin Xiaoran's choice was greatly unexpected by Hutu. Sorry, I have a team. Hutu's face was filled with consternation. Then his gaze looked towards the innocent-looking Su Ming, frowning as he said, "What? Are you going to team up with this D-rank item class kid? With all due respect, he will only slow you down." I observe his breath. His martial realm is definitely no more than second stage. We are all here to win awards and make a name for ourselves. There is no need to get emotional. Sorry, I have my own considerations. Lin Xiaoran still politely refused, pulling on Su Ming's coat and leading him towards the back of the car. Hutu sidestepped out of the way with an ugly face, his tower-like body squeezing into the cramped seat. "Ms. Lin, you're the first one who dares to refuse my invitation. On the field, you should be careful. I might target you," Hutu said in a deep voice, his tone filled with anger. "Doesn't matter. Whatever you want." Lin Xiaoran lightly returned these 6 words and stopped paying attention. Su Ming secretly gave Lin Xiaoran a thumbs up. Although he knew that this girl was valiant, he didn't think that she could be so valiant. The beautiful woman who received the crowd saw the end of the quarrel and smiled as she clapped her hands. "Gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts. We will be heading to the headquarters of the Special 5 Institute, which you can also call it Panlong Base." Chapter 40. The procession is assembled, and 1,000 armies come. The bus didn't drive into the deep mountains as Su Ming thought. Instead it came out of the airport and drove towards the city center. According to Lin Xiaoran's statement, the big hidden in the city, Panlong Base is built in the city center, so that instead of more quickly deal with the abnormal events that occurred in Kyoto. As for the specific location, well, as the bus drove into the 4th ring road, the windows automatically turned solid black and the receptionist lady warned, "Investigators, we have entered the special area. Please do not use your abilities to record your location outside of the detection vehicle. We will be monitoring your energy fluctuations. Violators will be dealt with according to the internal regulations of the Special 5. This immediately dampened the crowd's desire to snoop, and as the bus went through a mountainous spin, Su Ming and the others finally arrived at the Panlong Base. Bang! Su Ming jumped out of the carriage and comfortably stretched a big lazy waist. Huwaiti dash really good. It's good to come to the big city. Lin Xiaoran looked at the agitated Su Ming with some bewilderment and asked, "Why would you get airsick?" But instead, "The so circumscribed winding road is fine, because your feet can step on the ground." "Ah, how scary for an airplane to have empty feet, and I don't know how to fly," Su Ming said furiously. Under the leadership of the receptionist lady, the crowd came to a huge square. The entire square was built out of white-gray rock. This rock didn't know what kind of material it was. Stepping on it was the same as cement. It was extremely strong. Su Ming subconsciously looked upwards along the white walls, and his entire body instantly froze. "Holy, Autumn ran look overhead." Lin Xiaoran sniffed and also looked towards the top of the head, only to see that the white rock has been spread to the top of the head of nearly 100 meters high, while the topmost sky, but the yellow-brown soil, sprinkled with light, but there are countless white light lamps emanating from the light. Turns out, they weren't in the mountains, they were underground. The headquarters of Special 5, the legendary Panlong Base, was underground somewhere in Kyoto. Those who felt shocked were not only Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran. The few people who came to Panlong Base together were dumbfounded. Such a huge stroke, can only say that it deserves to be Panlong Base? Fellow investigators, this place is called the Heaven and Earth Plaza. Please wait a little while. The investigators who have come from all over the country will all gather here today to prepare for the first test. After the receptionist young lady explained the final matters, she allowed Su Ming and the others to wait here. In fact, this is also to give investigators the opportunity. After all, the first test can be teamed up as the tradition of the past. The headquarters is to give the investigators of the cities to seek the time of the team. It could be seen that the entire square was now full of silhouettes gathered together in 2s and 3s, so instead it looked like Su Ming's 2 people were a bit weak. "Ms. Lin, my invitation still stands. If you change your mind, you're welcome to come find me. I can kick out anyone for you." Hutu didn't care about the faces of his companions in the slightest, and issued the highest possible invitation to Lin Xiaoran. "No, I won't consider it." Lin Xiaoran still flatly refused. Humph! Hutu was so angry that he turned around and left, and Su Ming almost laughed out loud as he covered his mouth at the sight. Confused. "Ah buddy, Don't you know that licking a dog licks to nothing in the end? Lin Xiaoran can't look at you, and has to die begging to form a team for what? Su Ming muttered in a low voice, then asked Lin Xiaoran, Xiaoran, where are our teammates? You rejected Hutu so decisively, even he you can't see eye to eye. Our teammates won't be all C grade, or rather, there are still BS? Lin Xiaoran froze, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and she said with an innocent expression, when did I say that we have teammates? Director Wei let me supervise you. He didn't say there were others. Clam? Su Ming was baffled. No teammates you clicked to reject others, why? You let him kick another one to bring me on, not just. Lin Xiaoran dawned. Her small fist smashed on her palm and said in surprise, right, why didn't I think of this method? Wait for me. I'll go look for that confused person. Forget it, you've offended them so badly. Who can tolerate them again and again? Let's find someone else. I don't believe that a C and a D won't be able to form a team, Su Ming said glumly, leading Lin Xiaoran towards the crowd. Sorry, we're full. The C-ranked ones will definitely work. The D-ranked ones in the item category are still too poorly resilient in our opinion. And your martial realm is too low. I'm sorry, but our team is also a power offense, and it doesn't fit with you guys. Brother, with all due respect, this girlfriend of yours hits too hard. My buddy is just flirting with her for a couple of sentences, and then he gave someone a stab in the waist. Although it can be cured. We're scared. Sorry, we don't consider it if it's not a division. Unexpectedly, Su Ming had searched for most of the day, but he hadn't found a suitable team. This depressed Su Ming. Am I that unappealing? A handsome man is wanted. A beautiful woman is also wanted. A handsome man plus a beautiful woman. On the contrary, no one wants it. While Su Ming was depressed, Lin Xiaoran brought two people towards Su Ming. One of them is very strong. The visual estimate must be more than 1 meter 9, holding a halberd, also wearing a light armor, walking with a swing, like an ancient general. The other man appeared a bit lean, although his physique was not big, but his temples were bulging high. Visually it was also an expert in the realm of martial arts superior to the supernormal abilities. He carried a long spear, and he walked with his white clothes fluttering, as if he were a warrior of the Jianghu. Lin Xiaoran pointed at these two people and introduced Su Ming. Su Ming, I found two loose people who are willing to join us. This one who pretends to be a little bit more is called Wu Qianjun, and the one who uses a long spear is called Mei Wanma, and this is Su Ming. After I thought about it, the two of us can't find a team anyway, so why don't we just form our own team? Lin Xiaoran said seriously. Su Ming looked at these two buddies, one with an indifferent face, as if he wasn't interested in anything, and one rubbing his fists together, seemingly looking at anyone who wanted to do a fight. Well, no 1,000 armies, nor 10,000 horses. It really goes well with the two of us. Su Ming sighed, spat out the names of the two in his mind, and introduced himself. Hello guys, I'm Su Ming, a D-rank investigator, and my special ability is item type exorcism. Hello, I'm Wu Qianjun, class D, with the psychic ability Zong Ma Wu Shuang. Hey, it's kind of superhuman. Wu Qianjun scratched his head and said with a smile, Zong horse without peer? It seems like you're good at riding and fighting. Where is your horse? I for one also love riding horses, especially foreign horses. Su Ming looked around. How could he not see a horse? Oh, I don't have a horse so I have to ride a horse with this supernormal ability. Holy brother, you reminded me. Turn around and I'll buy a horse to go. Wu Qianjun suddenly realized. Mei Wanma, D rank, psychic ability blistering leap, superhuman. Well, although my name is Wanma, I don't have a horse either. Mei Wanma said seriously with a cold face. Put, ha. Hearing Mei Wanma's self-introduction, Su Ming didn't hold back his laughter and sprayed it out, but in his heart, he was cursing the author. He meowed that other people's powers were so good. How come mine is so simple? Gentlemen, if there is still one person missing, then how about adding me? A young man with bound hair and a crown, with a scholarly demeanor, came walking in style. The four people's eyes focused on him, and he introduced himself with a sense of humor. Jiao Wulong, E rank, supernatural ability 7-star renewal. I'm a milk. It's okay to be weak, right? Chapter 41 Contest Rules, Tang Hong, Wu Qianjun, Mei Wanma, Jiao Wulong. Su Ming covered his face with one hand not knowing how to spit. This lineup looks okay on paper, but why do these brothers have one name that doesn't ring true? That's just right, we're missing a milk. Lin Xiaoran, however, thought very simply. The main force of this team was her and Su Ming. The others were just here to make up the numbers, as long as they didn't make a mess. Whatever the thousands of armies. At this point, Su Ming's squad was considered officially established. A few moments later, an announcement rang out in the square. Investigators, please come to the east side of the plaza and register your squad information. The crowd quickly converged towards the east side of the square. The special 5 institutions such as registration will certainly not be like ordinary office so Inc. The venue is large enough. The east side of the direct arrangement of more than 100 staff. Not a few minutes to Su Ming's team's turn to register, writing the names of the 5 members of the squad on the registration form. The staff member reminded, "Aren't you going to give the team a name? All the other teams have their own code names." Su Ming looked at the few people behind him and asked, "Why? What are your thoughts on the name?" The 4 were all a bit of jerks by nature, and they all shook their heads at the words. "Alright, you all have no idea, then I'll start." Su Ming sighed. It seemed that this junior captain position automatically went to him, and he didn't know if this was a nanny or a captain. With this in mind, he wrote the team name on the registration form. Gao 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 hand. The staff member's face darkened as he looked at the name Su Ming had come up with, and he seriously doubted that this person would have written more than one word for cake if it wasn't for the fact that the form could only be filled out with 6 words. After registering the information, the staff handed over 5 silver plaques. This silver medal, one for each of you. Hang it on your body in a conspicuous position. After the first round of the tournament begins, this silver medal will represent your points. Everyone must have a minimum of 3 silver medals in order to enter the next round. After the staff at the workstation finished explaining, they let the next group of people come up to register, and Su Ming and the others went to the hotel first to register and rest. So it seems that this exchange meeting will be the same as before, with the first finalists competing in the form of points, and theoretically, we only need to eat 2 squads to advance. Jia Wulong seemed to have participated in previous exchanges and explained to the crowd after returning to the hotel. In that case, isn't it very simple? I've observed it. In fact, most of the teams are still dominated by a mixed lineup of D-rank and E-rank investigators. We have C-rank bigwigs to lead the team. Just go and catch those weaker teams. Wu Qianjun rubbed the back of his head and felt that it seemed quite simple. No, this is what you said wrong. Those D and E-rank teams are not necessarily weak. Those who can come to participate in the exchange are basically the elites of each division, and most of the divisions come to participate after they have formed their teams, so that their players have long since been grinding for a long time, and the real outbreak of the combat power may be stronger than a temporary squad like us, Jia Wulong patiently explained. And most importantly, according to the rules this time, only the top 100 in silver medals will advance, and no one will know if they are in the top 100 until the results come out. After Jia Wulong finished speaking, his gaze was placed on Lin Qiuran and Su Ming. It was clear to him that the decision of things in this team still rested largely with these 2 men. Then just take out all the squads that you see. Won't that be enough? Lin Qiuran said as a matter of course. The other few people were silent for a little while, and Su Ming responded with a smile. That's right. Anyway, I don't know how many rankings there are, so let's just fight all the way through and pull it off. Yes, the captain has a point. Humph, just the thing. The Thousand Armies duo was also pleased to accept. Jia Wulong's face showed satisfaction. He thought that his ability to read people was extraordinary, and as expected, these guys didn't have a simple role. The night passed quickly, and early the next morning, all the investigators who had come to participate in the exchange gathered in the square. Now that he took another look, even Su Ming was shocked to the core. Holy, are there so many people attending? And this is only advancing 100? Jia Wulong checked on the tablet in his hand and said to the crowd. This time, almost 2,700 people came from across the country. Among them, investigators above level C are around 130, level D is over 1,400, and the rest are below level D. To be honest, it is indeed much more than the number of participants in previous years. As Su Ming was sizing up the other opponents, a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd, only to see the gate leading to the competition venue slowly open, and a woman's figure, with a cigarette dangling from the corner of her mouth, walked out of the gate while playing with her cell phone. She was wearing a dark green tactical undershirt. The leather material wrapped her 36D tightly. Her hands playing with her cell phone were covered with bandages. Vaguely you could still see some blood-red color in them, and the side of her hollowed-out waist showed her honey-colored skin. A few scratches imprinted on it appeared to be shocking. This was a ruthless man, full of power and explosiveness just by standing there, who skillfully exhaling a smoke ring. Tang Hong scanned the crowd. Ha, quite a crowd this time. Hey, I'm the referee for your first match. Be a little quiet and listen to me talk about the rules. There were too many people in the square, and although the ones in front, such as Su Ming and the others, obediently collected their voices, there were still people behind the crowd who were exchanging words in a feverish manner. Tang Hong's brows furrowed as she casually extinguished her cigarette butt, her chest puffing out high as she yelled at the crowd. Shut the up. Can't you understand human language? The sound waves spread layer by layer like waves, and Su Ming only felt a daze in his head, a feeling of being hit on the head, but the xiong bo in his mind let out a hum-ha sound, and the pain was instantly relieved. The others were even worse. some of the weaker ones went directly into a baby-like sleep, and the strong ones like Lin Xiu Ran also covered their ears and looked extremely painful. The square was quiet now, and Tang Hong nodded in satisfaction. As for me, I am the referee of your first match. You can call me Big Sister. After saying that she paused, seeing that no one responded. Her eyes immediately glared. All dumb. Call someone. This referee has quite a personality. Su Ming spat in his heart, but on his mouth, he honestly shouted after the crowd. Hello Big Sister. Good. Not bad. Very spirited. Tang Hongshan pinched her waist and laughed, her face suddenly turning from thunderstorm to sunshine. What about the rules? You should have all read them. I'll only talk about the ones you don't know. This one behind me is a direct transplant of the original jungle, which is not only filled with mosquitoes and animals, but also demonic beasts that can kill. The moment you step into the jungle, you will be randomly teleported as a group. All of you are investigators, so I'll cut to the chase. Safety is under your control, and my request is that no one kills between investigators. Got it or not? The crowd immediately replied in response. Got it. Okay, then the game begins. All squads, enter. The bronze-colored door was completely open, and only then did Su Ming see that behind the door was a large green sky-high tree and a military airplane, and the contestants walked onto the airplane in order. Chapter 42 Chicken Game? Prepare to block the bridge. The sky was spinning in his head, and Su Ming strapped himself firmly to the airplane seat, but he still felt dizzy, making him want to gag non-stop. A few moments later, Su Ming felt an empty space beneath him, and his entire body, along with the seat, was ejected out of the cabin. And after a moment of deceleration, he fell to the ground with the chair with a thud. Bang! Vomit wavy dash. He meow. What kind of crap airplane? Which throws people down? Dizzy old man. With his eyes glowing, Su Ming cursed as he threw up, and when he had finished throwing up all of his breakfast, he casually grabbed a rag from his side and wiped his mouth. Why is this rag so stuck in my mouth? Su Ming looked towards his side in bewilderment, only to see a wolf demon staring with scarlet eyes, slowly coming up to Su Ming's face. Ka-ching! The wolf demon's teeth clashed up and down, apparently biting off more than it could chew. Su Ming instantly unbuckled his seatbelt, rolled over plus donkey rolled to avoid the wolf demon's sneak attack, and pointed at it and cursed angrily. Good you wolf demon, how dare you sneak attack me? You're finished, I said. His face red aura flashed, face-changing skills launched, Guangong Nua face directly put on. When it comes to fighting small demons, Guan Ershi is quite good at it. Su Ming didn't even summon the green dragon crescent blade, and with a pair of meaty fists clenched, he rushed up. A long time had passed since the last time he killed the green-orange rock snake, and Su Ming also wanted to try to see just how much strength he needed to deal with the D-class wolf demon nowadays. Wolf demon were the first time to see people barehanded and single-handedly fight with it. Suddenly furious, the whole body wolf hair exploded, for claws buckle the ground, instantly popped out from the original place. Whoosh! The wolf demon was extremely fast, carrying the sound of breaking wind towards Su Ming with a claw. Su Ming was also not panicked, his entire body's muscles bulged, the true chi of a second-stage martial artist erupted, and his pair of fleshy palms directly intercepted the wolf demon's claw that was slapping down in mid-air. Lie down for me. With his arms locked tightly around the wolf demon's claws, Su Ming's waist powered up, veins rippled on his face, and with a twist, he threw the wolf demon that had lunged down in mid-air directly towards the ground behind him. Bang! Smoke and dust rose in all directions as the wolf demon's large body smashed a crater into the ground. Ow! A hiss came out of the wolf demon's mouth, and Su Ming was instantly displeased. You he meow curse me is not it? Then come again. With both hands still not letting go of the wolf demon's claws, Su Ming swung high in the other direction. Another over-the-shoulder drop. Bang! A wavy dash. You're still cursing aren't you? Bang! 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 Fell more than 20 times in a row. The wolf demon is finally no sound. Su Ming this is the patient rough breath. Remove the face of Nua. Scratch that. A wolf cub with pretty hard bones. Not even convinced by such a beating. If the wolf demon was still alive it would have argued that it said everything with the word ow. How do you know which one is cursing you, Captain? How did you end up here? A sound of footsteps rang out, and Lin Xiu Ran's 4 people came from a short distance away from the forest, obviously having heard Su Ming's fight and looking for him. Why did you guys fall together? How come I was thrown down with another spin and head down? Su Ming complained with dissatisfaction. This organizer was simply targeting him. Is it possible that this teleportation array has a group follow option? And we all chose to follow you at the time. Who knew that you wouldn't come down when you reached the end of the line? So we were automatically dropped. Zhou Wulong rubbed his temples and explained. He suddenly felt that this squad was unreliable. You can still pick a landing point. Why didn't you say so earlier? Where did you guys read it? Su Ming said in wonder. On your silver medal, I forgot to tell you this morning. Lin Xiaoran pointed at Su Ming's chest and said with slight embarrassment. With the farce between the scenes over, the squad of 5 formally assembled and the group worked out a plan of action. This jungle is known as the Lost Forest by Special 5. The whole is a pyramid distribution. From inside to outside according to the different levels of danger and types of demonic beasts. It is divided into 4 zones: disaster, danger, normal and simple. Our ultimate goal is to capture enough silver medals within 3 days, and then head to the clearing point inside the satellite base in the disaster zone to complete the tournament. Zhao Wulong acted as a military advisor, advising the crowd. Because we got off the plane at the end, we landed directly into the disaster zone. This is only the opening day when we encountered a D-class demonic beast. This is namely a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that we managed to avoid the melee in the early days because very few people will come to the disaster zone to settle their points on the first day. And the bad thing is that we won't have the chance to find the weaker teams to brush up our points either. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully, indicating that he understood. Wasn't this playing chicken? The opening hung up and forgot to parachute. The results came back to see just fall into the final circle. There is more than this is cool. Fate circle well. Directly set up a good gun waiting for others on the hook is not on the line. However, waiting hard was clearly not in line with Su Ming's dangling nature. As he took a look at the map on the silver plaque in his hand, pointed at a bridge and asked, Brother Wulong, what do you think of this bridge? Zhao Wulong looked at the location Su Ming pointed to and pondered for a moment. This bridge is located at the connection between the danger zone and the disaster zone, and underneath it is a river infested with underworld sea crocodile sharks. So even though there is another bridge and other means of water transportation, there should be quite a number of people who choose to head to the disaster zone to clear the bridge from this one. Speaking here, Zhao Wulong came to a realization. I see. What you mean is, that's right, we'll give them a hand in blocking the bridge. Let's not fight for the first 2 days. Hang up, build up our strength, and wait for the 3rd day to directly go to the bridge entrance to block people. An excited smile appeared on Su Ming's face. Blocking bridges, this was something he loved doing too much. I don't believe that after 2 days of high-intensity confrontation, there will still be a few who come across the bridge unharmed, and at that time, all we have to do is eat a team and grab their loot, and that should be directly enough to advance. After hearing Su Ming's plan, the other 4 people immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Shady, so shady. Originally it was an exchange and sparring match. Let Su Ming play into the Hunger Games. The opening directly old 6 meticulously. Wait for the final round and then come out to grab the head. Really scary. Lin Xiaoran inexplicably felt a chill and rubbed her slender elbow. Su Ming, I haven't offended you, have I? Su Ming looked at Lin Xiaoran with a puzzled face, not knowing what this is going to do. No right. What place can you offend me? No, I remembered. You are not behind my back to do what? Su Ming suddenly remembered that in the middle of the nightmare, Lin Xiaoran seemed to have some secret that she hadn't been telling him. Could it be that she had done something wrong and was now afraid? Nothing, just let me make sure I haven't offended you. Lin Xiaoran smiled sarcastically and hurriedly changed the subject. Chapter 43 Tang Hongxian's past. Betting. 2 days passed quickly, and countless battles, large and small, took place throughout the lost jungle. Some people were happy and some people were sad. More than 2,000 contestants were now eliminated, and the rest of the team, not to say that each is an elite bar, but also more or less experienced the fight and struggle. Inside one of the command centers at the headquarters of Special 5, Tang Hong was holding a cigarette in his mouth, lying down in front of a monitor and taking a nap. Countless support troopers around them were busy in front of their computers, tallying up points, monitoring the status of the players, and counseling away those who were injured but determined not to withdraw from the tournament. On the wall of the command center, a huge screen displayed the current rankings. Frost Squad, 53. Muddle Squad, 31. Gao 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 Hand Squad, 5-inch. Xiao Tang are there any good seedlings in this exchange? A calm and old male voice suddenly sounded in the command center. Tang Hong image jumped up from the recliner with a jolt. The cigarette in his mouth flew and spat on the ground, and with a pinch of his foot and then a kick, the cigarette directly disappeared in place. Ha ha ha, Chief you're here Sit. I've really found a few good seedlings in the past few days. I'll give you a report. There was still the gangly look of a big sister there. Tang Hong imaging was now honestly like a 3rd grade student. An old man clad in a pure white cloak with a walking stick slowly paced inside the command center. All the busy staff stopped their work and looked at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man slowly sat down next to Tang Hongxian, his cloudy eyes looking towards the scoreboard. Ha. This group of young people are quite driven. The first place has more than 50 medals. Xiao Tang how many medals did you guys have back then? The old man didn't seem to have a very good memory, and looked sideways at Tang Hongxia and asked. Tang Hongxiang's bulging breasts jutted out, nearly collapsing their buttons. Chief, back then, My squad collected 138 medals in 3 days, which is still the highest record and has never been broken in 10 years. A kind smile appeared at the corners of the chief's mouth, his eyes surveying the wall full of monitors, and he casually said, "Ow, old fart, I remember. You little girl was so strong back then that you're still stealing other people's medals even though you're clearly securely in first place." Tang Hongxian let out a sarcastic laugh and scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. "Isn't this a habit? There are good things that don't grab the itchy hands. I see that you just can't change your thieving nature. A girl's family, why are you more rowdy than a kid?" The old man reprimanded painlessly, but his words were full of care. Tang Hong Imaging was a child adopted by the chief from the street of displaced people. When she came out she was only 14 or 15 years old, but she had long since become the little bully of the neighborhood by virtue of her courageous fights and unwillingness to die. This little bully is not just among children, even many adults admire her, all because Tang Hong Imaging has been fighting and slaying in the streets since she could hold a sword. Thus, a young girl, not yet a teenager, became the big sister of a group of adults, managing a street of casinos and shampoos. After being taken in by the chief minister, although he was forced to learn to read from scratch, and he learned quickly, he could not change the bad habits he had fallen into back then. That's what gets pulled out and reprimanded every now and then. An imperceptible glint flashed in the chief director's eyes as he looked at the monitor screen, and he let out a light laugh as he said to Tang Hong, "Little Tang, which squad do you think will come in first place in this edition of the competition?" Tang Hongxian's face was stunned, and she carefully looked at the monitor and the leaderboard, knowing that it was time for the chief's examination and teaching. With the current trend, the first place should be this Frost squad. Their entire team of 4Cs and 1Ds luxury lineup is an unbeatable opponent for any other squad. As long as they don't get besieged, they should end the game with close to 100 medals. Tang Hongxiang analyzed seriously. The chief minister smiled at that and shook his head, his eyes locking onto the last line on the leaderboard. "I don't think so. The Frost squad may have the possibility of becoming number one, but I think the most promising one is still this squad called Cake Hand." Hearing the chief's speculation, Tang Hong Imaging subconsciously searched the leaderboard from top to bottom. Of the top 10 squads, none, neither did the top 20. The first 100, not yet? Last place now? Chief, how can this last place squad win the championship? Don't you dare laugh, Tang Hong said with a puff of air, feeling that the old man was joking to tease her. The chief's aged face squeezed into a chrysanthemum. He pestled his walking stick and said with interest, "Why don't we make a bet on whether or not this team of cake handlers can become the first place winner?" "Good," Tang Hongxian agreed without thinking. "So what's the jackpot?" The chief minister seemed to be waiting for Tang Hong to ask this, and immediately replied, "The lottery? If I win, you will immediately quit smoking, and will only be allowed to smoke when you find a date." Tang Hongxian's face darkened. This bet was also too big. It was wanting her life. "And what if you lose?" "I lose? If I lose, I'll say yes to the application you've been making to have Drifter Street added to the next batch of planning lists." The chief minister's mouth curled up and spread the bait. "All right, it's a deal. I'll bet." Tang Hongxian didn't hesitate for a second, immediately agreeing to the terms after hearing the bet. It's just a non-smoker, which is nothing compared to the whole street of stragglers. Speaking back to Su Ming's side, during these 2 days Su Ming and the others weren't completely idle. After all, it was the first time for the 5 people to form a team, and they weren't quite familiar with each other, so they took advantage of the time they had to carry out a few bonding training sessions. You don't know if you don't train, you'll be surprised. The 2,000 armies were initially not quite looking at Su Ming as an item class. It wasn't that they looked down on item-type awakened people like the others, but they didn't take Su Ming's combat prowess too seriously. This team they were still rushing towards Lin Xiuran, the C-ranked strong attack ability big brother. However, he didn't expect that after 2 days of practicing, Su Ming would be able to easily suppress both of them and beat them up. This caused the two of them to no longer look down on Su Ming and honestly follow the squad's orders. "Hey, Chi Jun, sharpen this root and hang it on that big tree over there. Wan Ma you people? Ow, digging a pit at don't just dig a pit, bury some ground thorns below, are awakened." Not to zap a little directly jumped out and ran. "Brother Crouching Dragon, are there many demonic beasts under the bridge?" "Oh, it's full of demonic beasts. Then it seems that the nesting has been effective these past few days." "Xiao Ran, can your golden sharp chi break the chains? In case we run into someone we can't afford to mess with, we'll just tear down the bridge and we'll run." Chapter 44 Su Ming's Tactics. Invincible. In the past few days, Lin Xiuran sort of knew how black Su Ming's heart was, and she couldn't help but worry a little about her little secret. If Su Ming found out that she secretly made a fan group for him and made up stories about him in it, would he get angry? Wincing, Lin Xiuran decided to beat herself to death and not let Su Ming know about this. Well, look at the time should be about the same. One after another there should be squads passing by. Remember our code of action. Cannot fight, Can not fight, can use traps with traps, can save the strength never cost true energy? Our goal is not 5-10 medals, but hundreds, thousands. Got it. Su Ming gave an excited speech, mobilizing his teammates. Got it. The 4 people replied with some shame. Quite a good exchange meeting. Letting Su Ming play a game of battle of wits and robbing the road. Qin Feng has been in a good mood lately. Originally a wild platoon of a team, he didn't expect the adaptability to be so good. With only him being a C rank, he has already won 25 medals by the 3rd day. According to Qin Feng's mental expectations, this amount should be enough for them to advance to the 2nd game. So with the idea of avoiding a long night's sleep, their 5-member squad headed to the clearing point early with the intention of clearing their accounts first and leaving their pockets in peace. Qin Feng, what you said is really good. If we go to the settlement half a day earlier, we won't run into other squads, so our medals should be secure. The teammate with the mustache said with a smile, shallowly giving Qin Feng a pat on the back. Yes, Captain Qin, it's thanks to you that I was able to advance this time. If I run into you in the 2nd match, please be merciful. Another teammate snorted, already thinking about the 2nd match after advancing. Qin Feng smiled faintly, very flattered by these compliments, politely said, gentlemen are overstating the case. To achieve such good results is still thanks to the concerted efforts of all of you. When this exchange meeting is over, please don't be in a hurry to go back. Mr. Qin will be the host to invite all of you to have fun for a few days in Kyoto. Ha ha, then let Captain Qin break the bank. When the time comes to add a contact, when there is a good mission in the future, but also together. A few people talked and laughed as they strolled through the jungle, and the atmosphere was extremely cordial and harmonious. A few moments. Captain Qin, after crossing this bridge, we'll be able to reach the settlement point, and it's estimated to be only 2 hours away. The mustache guy looked at the map and said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng gazed at the small wooden bridge, looking at the tumbling river water underneath the bridge, as well as the aquatic demonic beasts that appeared from time to time. His heart felt slightly uneasy for some reason. Captain, the area across the street is labeled as disaster level on the map. We should still be careful when we go over there in case we get caught in the gutter. Another more cautious teammate warned. Qin Feng nodded and felt that what he said was very reasonable. The source of the uneasiness was probably the demonic beasts on the other side of the river. But demonic beasts were demonic beasts. As long as they worked together, no demonic beast was unbeatable. Everyone stay alert. Let's cross the bridge. At Qin Feng's command, the 5 members of the squad lined up and cautiously walked towards the other side of the river. By the time the 5 of them reached the center of the bridge, a cold wind blew, and fog gradually filled the river. Alarm bells ringing in Qin Feng's heart. He reminded, everyone be careful. This mist is coming from a strange place. It's most likely a demonic beast's poisonous mist. Everyone run your true chi to protect your body, and you must follow me closely. Several members of the team nodded their heads, not even daring to speak for fear of inhaling the poisonous mist. Pulling out a large knife, Qin Feng held it in front of him on guard while his feet advanced carefully. Suddenly, a strong wind attacked Qin Feng and he immediately shouted, "Get down!" Whoosh wavy dash boom. A bull-thick crossbow bolt grazed over the heads of several people and disappeared into the mist behind them in the blink of an eye. Worthy of being a 5-member squad that had cooperated for 2 days, the tacit understanding was very high. Hearing Qin Feng's reminder, even though they couldn't see any danger in front of them, the remaining 4 immediately followed the instruction to crouch down and avoid the blow to their heads. What kind of person sneaks up on us? What kind of good man is hiding? Qin Feng was furious. What kind of shameless squad is this? They even shot them with crossbows. Where did they get this kind of city defense equipment? Doesn't he Niao the examiner care? In the mist across the bridge, Su Ming wore Xiongbo Nua face on his head and commanded Zhou Wulong to adjust the angle of the crossbow. That's right. This mist was precisely what Su Ming had created with Xiongbo's divine ability. Call the wind and ride the mist. Active fills an area with a mist that only you are unaffected by. This fog was no different from a big sunny day in Su Ming's eyes, and Zhou Wulong only needed to adjust his angle according to Su Ming's instructions to easily hit Qin Feng and the others. 1,000 armies watched from the sidelines and secretly smacked their lips. Wu Qianjun lamented. I told you that Brother Wulong is the descendant of the Tianji star. Such humble conditions and still able to handroll crossbows and arrows. Worthy of being the #1 auxiliary of our squad. Mei Wanma sniffed and rolled his eyes. Spitting? Not when you were complaining about chopping down a tree 2 days ago. And also, there's just one auxiliary on our team. We don't need to rank first or second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old horse, you're tearing me down. I'm going to duel you. Meh, I don't duel men. Ignoring the 2 living treasures fighting beside him, Su Ming had Zhou Wulong adjust his angle and directly fired another arrow. The sense of crisis stabbed his skin with a burst of pain, and facing the dense fog with less than 5 meters of visibility, Qin Feng's veins on his head rippled and his eyes gradually lost focus. Next arrow, hit the calf. Everyone on my command. 1, 2, 3, jump. At Qin Feng's command, everyone in the squad jumped high, dodging the second arrow that came from Su Ming's low shot. The opposite side is quite powerful. Both arrows dodged. Is this some special awakening ability? Su Ming smacked his lips, kinda surprised. To be able to see the crossbow arrows hurtling through this mist of yours, it's probably a spirit-type aberration. Su Ming, we have to be careful. This type of aberration doesn't need to make direct contact to injure someone from a distance. Lin Qiuran was no less than a knowledgeable mission maniac, guessing Qin Feng's ability with a single glance. That's right. Qin Feng was able to accurately determine where the arrows were coming from precisely because of his supernatural ability, spiritual scanning. An extremely useful auxiliary skill that was extremely useful even among spirit-type awakened people. It's fine. So what if he can see it? Thousands of troops. Activate Plan B. Su Ming sneered and directly activated Plan B. Thousands of troops lit up before their eyes and immediately hugged the two sacks, leaping towards the wooden bridge. Moments later, across the bridge, mud blood. Qin Feng let out a mournful scream and playfully squeezed in the direction of going back. On the bridge, densely packed venomous snakes of various colors crawled in the direction of Qin Feng's squad, and in the blink of an eye, they were about to whisk up their asses. This is Plan B, the biological living offense. Narrow wooden bridge, 5 people running fast and slow, looking at the snake to be bitten by the ass. Qin Feng more and more anxious to run. A ruthless, directly tripped the front teammates a foot. Qin Feng, I'll you up. Bang. Before the curses could be uttered, Qin Feng stomped on the other party's back, stifling the words that hadn't been cursed. Chapter 45 Tactical Success. Easy firsts. The narrow wooden bridge was densely packed with venomous snakes crawling fast. The companion who had tripped over by Qin Feng struggled to get up, but before he could stand firm, he was wrapped up by the snakes and formed a snakeball. As for Qin Feng and the others, of course Su Ming could not let them escape. Several crossbow arrows were fired again. Qin Feng's eyes widened in anger, and he can only be forced to make a sideways turn and jump off the wooden bridge. Seeing Qin Feng jumping into the water, the other companions also no longer hesitate to jump towards the bridge. Falling into the water, at least you can still fight with the demonic beasts. Maybe you can survive. On the bridge is so narrow, the teammates do not put down the black hand will also be whisked by the snakes. Bang! The expected fall into the river was not staged. A large net was hidden under the bridge, catching Qin Feng and the others before they fell into the water. This net does not know what material, as if the spider silk. The more struggle the tighter the adhesion. Not a moment Qin Feng's several people were tied up tightly. Snap, snap, snap. The fog gradually dispersed. With exorcism of the young man slowly walked to the bridge. First went to be entangled in poisonous snakes. Scared fainted over the side of the investigator. Will be searched out of the silver medal on his body. This group of poisonous snakes he has long been dealt with. Not poisonous at all. This person is also enough to goad. Directly fainted from the fear. He then stood on the bridge and looked at Qin Feng and the others who were stuck by the spiderweb. Several people. How about handing over the medals you are carrying and I will let you out? Su Ming's eyes narrowed and his words were filled with laughter. You're heck of a dreamer. What kind of hero is it to sneak up on us with such underhanded tactics? Quickly release us and fight another 400 rounds. Qin Feng stared at Su Ming angrily, roaring with unwillingness. TSK, this brother, you're wrong. How can you call this a sneak attack? It's called tactics. Our squad is weak. How can we advance if we don't think of a way to do so? Hand over your medals. Stop struggling, or else I'll loosen the net and you guys will fall down and play with the crocodiles? Su Ming said, casually throwing a few poisonous snakes down towards the river. Instantly, there was a churning in the river, and 7 or 8 crocodiles leapt up from the water, scrambling for the one viper that hadn't yet fallen into the water, only to splash up, all 4 or 5 meters high. Qin Feng felt his crotch tighten and subconsciously grasped the spiderweb, worrying that it would not be sticky enough to drop him. You. This is foul behavior on your part. Throw us down if we die. The referee will definitely find trouble with you. Qin Feng made a final struggle, attempting to use the rules of the match to threaten Su Ming. Su Ming tilted his head and let out a rampant laugh. Tears couldn't help but overflow from his eyes. Do you really think that the examiner will come in time to save you? I didn't realize that there were still such naive investigators in the world like you, thinking that others would care about your life's safety. Taking a step back, I'll just let you guys get bitten off by the crocodiles and then save you. Is this still a foul? The rules don't say you can't use traps, do they? Didn't you guys fall because you refused to surrender and your strength came off? And I, on the other hand, am the wonderful co-worker who saw it through. Qin Feng's face was pale and his heart was as gloomy as death. It seemed that there was no way to negotiate, so he could only hand over the medals. Then we handed over. Here you go, all of it. Annoyed, he pulled the medal he had fought so hard to win from his body and threw it towards the bridge. Su Ming took it in his hand and won 25 medals in one go, and his competition score also stepped into the top 100 in one go. After freeing the trapped few people onto the bridge, Su Ming, however, did not untie Qin Feng, but instead, he hemmed and hawed at him. "Buddy, you won't be angry that we've designed to trick you like this, right?" Qin Feng hated his teeth, but he could only grit his teeth and say that he was not as skilled as the others and would not be angry with him, because each squad's medal had their own personal information on it. The person who had their medal snatched away would be disqualified from the competition. So Qin Feng's squad had already completely lost, and it was useless to try to snatch the medal back from Su Ming. Instead they would be targeted by the examiner and contaminate their file. Farewell. After thinking clearly about all this, Qin Feng directly led the people towards the settlement deep in the woods. He'd already lost, and he still preferred to just forfeit and go home to rest than to be on edge in the primitive jungle. "Hey, Captain really has it in for you. We've really blocked someone." Wu Qianjun excitedly patted Su Ming's shoulder. This medal came so easily that it gave him a sense of unreality. "Captain, awesome." Mei Wanma, who hadn't been much of a talker, also praised. "Outrageous, you really let you shade someone." Lin Xiuran lamented, looking at Su Ming with even more complicated eyes. "Ha ha ha, Captain Su has the ability of a wise general." Zhao Wulong laughed and lamented. "What the hell? I'm still too conservative. I still need to threaten that guy before he's willing to give us the medal. Let's do it this way. 1,000 armies. You two go get some cow dung and horse dung or something. A whole bucket. The more disgusting the better. Later on I'll count to 3. Whoever doesn't give it will be invited to drink the dung." Su Ming quickly did a reflection and summarized, giving a more reasonable plan. This time, the 4 teammates' faces went bad. "I don't think there's a live broadcast of this match, is there? I'm afraid that if I mess up like this in the future then Special 5 will become famous." Wu Qianjun hesitated for the first time. Afraid of hair. The rules of the competition did not write that you can't feed other people. What's wrong with live broadcasting? Back then there was old 8. Now there is old 6. Really famous tube leaders want royalties. Su Ming disdainfully disliked back and packed up the sticky cobwebs. "Okay. Asterisk. Command Center. Reporting to Big Sister. There's a squad whose points are very strange. In just 2 hours' time, it has skyrocketed by 110 points, and has already ranked 2nd. Inside the busy office area, a staff member hurriedly stood up from behind the computer and reported to Tang Hongxiang. "What? Which squad was it? How could it be possible to eliminate over 100 people in 2 hours?" Tang Hong's image was also dumbfounded, and hurriedly rushed to the big screen to check up on the leaderboards. "2nd place. No, how come suddenly he meowed 130 points, and took out 20 people in a few minutes?" Tang Hongxiang was shocked, and thought that Su Ming's team was madly killing people in the examination center. No, Big Sister. Come and see. This is the nearest surveillance camera." The staff member pulled up the surveillance near the wooden bridge at fire speed, allowing Tang Hong to look at it. As soon as she broke over the computer screen, Tang Hongxiang intently scrutinized it. Only a white mist filled the wooden bridge that spanned the danger zone and the disaster zone. At this end of the fog, a handmade bed crossbow takes a shot into the fog every now and then. A scream, even from a distance, was still picked up by the security cameras. A few young men, on the other hand, were busy carrying buckets of unknown liquid, constantly sending them to the bridge. In just a short while, there were 5 contestants, stumbling out with each other's hands, and on the scoreboard, the Gao 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 hand squad scored another 20 points. Chapter 46 Special 5 Development Direction. Hutu's Wrath. "Someone please tell me what the heck is going on." Tang Hong pointed at the surveillance screen with an unbelievable look on her face. The staff seriously held his chin and thought about it, and replied, "Big Sister, it's very simple. This squad has found the trick of the race. Why didn't I think of it back then? As long as you lay traps on the road that you must pass at the finish line, won't you simply win the medal? So smart." This person, listening to his own men still praising others, Tang Hong was furious, thumping the other party with a violent chestnut, scolding, "Smart? Smart my ass. This is cheating. No, I'm going to stop them, or else this first place will be too easy." Tang Hongxian said that she was about to go out, but at that moment, the chief minister suddenly coughed. "Ahem, little Tang I don't remember it being written in the rules that laying traps wasn't allowed, right?" The chief opened his mouth, and even though Tang Hongxian wanted to play dumb and renege on the rules, she could only honestly answer the chief's question first. Chief, it's true that it's not written in the rules that you can't lay traps and ambushes, but this squad is going too far. With bed crossbows and mists, it clearly has the strength to fight head-on, but it's trying to pull off a conspiracy. I don't think it's in keeping with the essence of our current exchange," Tang Hongxiang said righteously, not showing the slightest hint of her inner petty schemes. After all, there was a bet in the first place. and if she really let Su Ming and the others win, her good days would be gone. Ha ha ha. The chief laughed softly, slowly propping himself up on his cane and skulking over to the monitor. We always say that when faced with weirdness, we have to use our brains more, observe the characteristics of weirdness, and make use of the existing conditions to ensure both our own safety and the safety of the people's lives and property, and to minimize all losses. But what about our investigators, who always choose to use force, their awakened psychic abilities, to fight the weirdness, and end up either injuring themselves or destroying a large swath of public property? Sometimes I wonder if this is really the right way to handle the shenanigans, and can we minimize the existing damage? Chief said, pointed to the screen out of the fog, is organizing teammates to count the spoils of war. Su Ming, I think this guy's thinking is very good. The use of time and place, with limited conditions, to create the greatest value. Obviously there are ways to save energy to win, and what is the need to fight for their lives? Xiao Tang, you old investigators should also learn from the spirit of this squad, and be more adaptable in future battles against the bazaar. How about this? Turn around and write me a 50,000 word summary report, and speak about it at the meeting at the end of the month. The chief minister's hand was a dead giveaway to Tang Hongxiang, and after a long paragraph, Tang Hongxiang only felt dizzy and nearly fainted. But also want to summarize. Chief, not summarize, okay? You know I hate to write, so, this time, even if I lost the bet, I did not expect this squad is so shady. I will not mention the matter of the street of the displaced people in the future. I do not smoke cigarettes, only strange. The summary, do not let me write it. Tang Hong Image begged with a petulant voice. The surrounding staff looked dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen Tang Hongxiang spilling her guts. They didn't think that the thunderous woman also had something to fear. No, a yard is a yard. The bet continues. The summary has to be written, and you shouldn't give up on yourself. This pastry hand squad is acting in such a flamboyant manner. There's no guarantee that it will attract even more powerful hunters, and the test still has 5 hours left to end, so anything can still happen. When the chief minister finished speaking, he returned to his seat and faked a nap with his cane. Alas, Tang Hong Imaging let out a long sigh and helplessly sat back down on the recliner. Then instructed, observe this squad, call me in case you're defeated. Annoying, hurry up and order one. Comfortably enjoying the last few cigarettes, Tang Hong pondered how he could renege on the bill up. Inside the lost jungle, Hato shattered the sternum of a C-rank investigator with a single punch and broke his fingers one by one as his companion looked on in fear. Say, where did you hide all the medals? Hurry up and hand them over. His sinister eyes stared dead at the man on the ground that he was ravaging. He was in a very irritated mood. This C-class alien who didn't know his abilities was unwilling to hand over the medals even after he lost the battle. You're dreaming. If you're good, you can beat me to death. I'm telling you, our squad's medals are all on me, but you just can't get them. That man's bones were also bang hard. It was just a match. He had already lost, and he still wasn't willing to admit it. Bastard, let's see how hard you are. Hutu was completely furious. This competition was also too uneventful. First, the invitation was rejected by a chick, forced to only bring 4 D-ranks into the arena. It was not easy to take out a pretty strong squad. Thought that the harvest was enough for them to advance, but did not expect that this person was playing hard to get, and was dead unwilling to hand over the medals. In that case, he wasn't going to save face. Hutu didn't strike again at the man on the ground. This man's bones were too hard, and he was right. It would be hard to ask the truth from him if he didn't dare to kill him. But, didn't he still have teammates? Coming to those 4 teammates, Hutu scanned a few people and took a girl's hand as he did. Yikes! The girl was suddenly pulled up with a startled yelp, subconsciously looking towards the man on the ground, and then immediately seemed to realize that something was wrong, and then hastily misplaced her eyes. Hutu saw the situation. His face showed a triumphant smile. Had, brother, this is your girlfriend, right? I said that just beat you always feel that her eyes are not right. You found a good girlfriend, so concerned about you also don't want her to get hurt, right? Gloomy eyes coldly gazing at the man on the ground. Hutu continuously pressurized the other party. Against this kind of hardcore, women were his soft underbelly. The man's lips quivered a few times, wanting to open his mouth to give in. As a result, the girl being carried by Hutu cried out first. Aben, don't say it. I don't believe he dares to do anything to me. The girl then looked provocatively at Hutu and mocked. Baldy, let me tell you, if I get hurt a hair, I'll make you look good when I go out. My father is a leader in Kyoto. You'll have to eat your fruit then. What did you call me? Baldy? Hutu was completely furious. Yes, he was a bald man, but he hated it when people called him bald. So, his hand wrapped around the girl's neck and pinched her like a carrot. There are 2 things I hate most in my life. One is when people call me bald, and the other is when they threaten me with their own family's situation. And coincidentally, you're guilty of both. Since you can't kill, I'll show you what it means to be worse than dead. As soon as the words fell, Hutu flung the girl toward the yellow hairs in the group and ordered, "Play, don't you like to play with women? As long as you don't die playing, as you please." Chapter 47 Black Lotus Flower. Crisis appears. As long as you don't play dead, feel free to do whatever I want? Yellow hair blinked his eyes and became excited. Before that chick let him eat a lot of suffering, the whole yellow hair recently did not dare to flirt with the girl. Into this jungle for 3 days, but also enough to hold 3 days. Hutu again does not allow him to indulge in a little. He will have to find a tree hole to solve. Now the captain allows him to play, so why not have a good time? Hey, little beauty, let brother hurt you a little. Yellow hair laughed lustfully and walked towards the girl, completely ignoring Aben's angry eyes. You let go of Bai Jia. If you have anything come at me, then struggled to get up and tried to stop yellow hair. Sit your ass down, punk. Snap. Hutu slapped Aben across the face. 2 snow-white incisors flew out, and Aben was almost slapped into unconsciousness. Aben, ooh-hoo, you bastards. I won't let you go when I get out. I'm going to tell my dad. Ooh-hoo. The sweetheart was beaten up like this. Bai Jia cried out in pain, but she could only powerlessly let loose with harsh words. Yellow hair, what are you still waiting for? Hurry up and do it. I'm still waiting to see it here. Hutu held his arms, coldly gazing at yellow hair, his eyes full of intimidation. Yellow hair unconsciously shivered. Heard Bai Jia's threat, he had been ready to give up. Did not think that Hutu was not willing to. Forget it, really find up he was also abetted. First cool, no longer hesitating, yellow hair hugged Bai Jia from behind and kissed her wildly and indiscriminately on her neck. Don't, let go of Bai Jia. I'll give it to you. I'll give it all to you. Quickly make him stop, then begged with a mouth full of blood, reaching out to grab Hutu's pants leg and refusing to let go. Toast but not to eat punishment wine. What did you do earlier? Now immediately hand over all the medals. A little slower. Yellow hair's big baby can go in. Kicking away Aben's hand that was gripping the leg of his pants, Hutu sneered, with no intention of letting Bai Jia go. Here you go, all of you. Don't let him move. Don't move. Aben said shakily, one hand drawing lightly in the air in front of him, a circular hollow appearing in front of the group. Storage space? I didn't expect it. You're still a pretty rare awakened profession. Don't freeze. Hurry up and pull out the stuff for me. Don't want me to go and do it. Who knows what you have in this space? Hutu's practical combat experience was extremely rich. He didn't get happy and forgetful just because he had found the location of the medallion, and he still maintained enough wariness for his lesser-known abilities. Okay, I'll take it. Aben looked at Bai Jia, who had already been stripped naked, and gritted his teeth as he probed his hand into the storage space. Hutu stared at Aben's hand with interest. It was also the first time he had seen spatial powers and wanted to see just how amazing this thing was. Aben's hand seemed to penetrate into the void. His entire arm disappeared into thin air, and when it reappeared, a purple-black lotus flower was slowly blooming in his hand. Bunch of assholes, all go to hell. With a roar, Aben threw the lotus flower in his hand towards Hutu, while he himself exploded into a speed far exceeding his usual speed and rushed to Bai Jia's side, hugging her with a gentle stroke and jumping into the storage space together. Not good. Feeling the terrifying aura on the black lotus, Hutu knew that something bad had happened and wanted to follow Bin to jump into the storage space, but he didn't expect that storage space to directly disappear in an instant. Everyone run, only having time to hastily leave a reminder. Hutu turned around and ran towards the distance. Yellow hair carried the pants he had just taken off, and his whole body was dumbfounded. What's going on? Didn't you say you could have a good time? Why did you run away? As soon as the words fell, the black lotus bloomed and a huge explosion swept everything around them. Warning, 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 unusually large energy fluctuations detected. Requesting personnel intervention. A series of rapid alarms sounded in the command center, and Tang Hong bounced out of her seat, taking one step to pounce on the monitor TV. What's going on? An unusual fluctuation somewhere. Her face was as grim as water as her eyes quickly scanned all the areas of what was happening. Report, the anomalous fluctuation occurred in the center of the danger zone. The energy intensity is probably around level B. The safeguard team has already departed, and the information we have received so far is that 2 teams have been affected by the explosion. The staff quickly reported. Grade B intensity? Tang Hong was deep in thought for a while, turning his head to the silent old man. Chief, I have to go to the scene. For some reason, I always have a sense of uneasiness. The chief minister nodded without hesitation and signaled. You are the person in charge of this exchange. It's fine for you to make the arrangements, and you can deploy the entire headquarters personnel. In a few moments, countless heavily armed SUVs fishtailed out of the command center. In the meantime, Hutu's face was green and black as he ran through the dense forest. His clothes were broken and his entire body's skin emitted a faint golden light. Phew, luckily, My supernatural defense is strong, or else I would have been blown up. What a madman, to kill someone in order to keep the medal. I also don't know how the people at headquarters will handle it, Hutu muttered, completely not noticing that a demonic purple and black lotus flower was being imprinted on his back. Hey, why is there a bridge here? Great, it's so much less walking, Hutu said and walked towards the bridge. Across the bridge. Ugh, it's too easy. That's over 200 medals. Why don't we just call it a day? Waiting any longer, I don't think there's much left. Su Ming yawned. He had already waited for 10 minutes, and the next fish had yet to take the bait. Indeed, it's enough. As far as I know, the record of Special 5 is just over 130. We'd better not break too hard to avoid being targeted. Zhao Wulong stretched his back. He had a good shot this time. An auxiliary profession experienced the thrill of DPS for the first time. Captain, someone is on the bridge again. Quickly release your fog out. At this time, Wu Qianjun suddenly called out, pointing at a silhouette on the bridge full of doubts. I'll go. This dude is alone. So fierce. Or are all his teammates eliminated? Su Ming sniffed and fixed his eyes, only to see a bald man walking on the bridge in rags, his figure and appearance extraordinarily familiar. Holy, Chiu Ran, look. Is this person that Hutu who pulled you in? The more Su Ming looked, the more he felt like it, so he asked Lin Xiuran to take a look. It seems like it's him. Su Ming, let's grab another wave. Lin Xiuran gazed at Su Ming with a gleam in her eyes, with a feeling of eagerness to try. Su Ming couldn't help but feel sad for Hutu. After licking a dog all the way, not only did he have nothing, but he also had to be robbed by the white moonlight. Who do you think this is looking for to justify? Chapter 48. The hardest man, Hutu. Then pouring, the mist spread slowly over the river, and in the blink of an eye it had spread over the entire wooden bridge. What's going on? Hutu was alerted at the sight, unconsciously running his supernatural ability Vajra Unbreakable. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind suddenly came. Hutu's whole body sweat hairs exploded, and his alien energy was instantly turned up to the maximum. Bang! The crossbow bolt pierced straight into Hutu's chest, instantly shattering in half. Where is the little thief shading your grandpa Humi? Get out quickly, don't wait for me to catch you. Hutu snorted coldly, seeing that the crossbow arrows couldn't hurt him at all. He mocked disdainfully. Fizzle! The movement of the snakes came from the bridge, but Hutu was not afraid at all when he saw it, letting the snakes climb up his body without being affected in the slightest. If any ungrateful one opened his mouth to bite him, his fangs would be chipped off. I'd like to see which ones are hiding their heads. Seeing that the other party was slow to show up but always used some underhanded tricks against him, Hutu concluded that Su Ming and the others weren't strong and his self-confidence swelled. There seemed to be a voice in his head that kept reminding him, go ahead and take out those pesky flies. You're the strongest one. Roar! Hutu let out a roar. His feet instantly exerted force. The wooden bridge trembled incessantly by his foot, and seemed to be suspected of collapsing. Hutu was rushing over, prepared to receive. Su Ming gazed calmly into the mist, reminding his teammates of the enemy's movements. Hutu's special ability. Su Ming and his duo had known about it for a long time, so naturally they wouldn't hope that some crossbows and vipers would be able to take him down. The really big gift, it's on this side of the bridge. Hutu was worthy of being a C-rank investigator, and his martial arts should have been cultivated to more than the 4th stage as well. Running at a fast speed, in just the blink of an eye, he rushed across the wooden bridge, left the mist, and saw Su Ming's 5 people resting leisurely under a tree. It's you guys. Hutu also recognized Su Ming's duo at a glance, and anger instantly washed over his head. It's even if you don't join my squad, you pussy still dares to call out your face to shade old me. Heck, I have to get you guys killed today. For some reason, Hutu was out of rage at this moment. Originally to 1 against 5 he did not have the advantage. Even if it is arrogant as him, will also be in this situation temporarily concede. Anyway, Su Ming they cannot hurt themselves. First run away to protect themselves is the optimal solution. But perhaps because of the effect of the black lotus flower, Hutu didn't even think about escaping at this moment. He only wanted to the opposite side or be ed by the opposite side. Be careful, this guy's defense is very high. Su Ming reminded a few of his teammates in a deep voice, and he seemed to be out of ideas in the face of Hutu, who had extremely strong defense. Ha ha ha, die for me. Hutu laughed maniacally as he charged towards Su Ming's 5 people, and Su Ming was shocked and made a move to defend himself, but his feet were quietly moving backward. Coward. Hutu thought so in his heart and was already preparing to blow Su Ming's dog head off with his sandbag-sized fist. However, with his feet in the air, Hutu didn't even let out a scream as he plopped into the trap that Su Ming had dug long ago. Phew, wavy dash, thought I couldn't use it. Finally I didn't dig for 3 days in vain. Su Ming let out a long breath and looked at the fruits of his 3 days of effort with great relief. This large trap that was about 20 meters deep and over 5 meters wide. Su Ming, your kid is called Su Ming, right? Meow. Dare to dig a trap to pit me. quickly pull me up, or else you'll have a good time out there. Underneath the trap, Hutu lay on a ground spike that had been deflated by his adamantium, roaring in annoyance at the top of the trap. The trap didn't hurt him, but at a depth of more than 20 meters, and surrounded by Su Ming's carefully crafted extremely smooth. If it wasn't for the lack of materials, Su Ming was even planning to make it made of cement. Buddy Hutu, this trap was prepared for you. How can there be any reason to pull you up? How about this? Hand over the metal you are carrying, and I will put the rope ladder down. Su Ming lay down on the edge of the trap and talked to Hutu about the conditions. You are dreaming. Hutu's chest rose and fell violently like a blower, his eyes gradually glowing red, suddenly feeling that if he could have more power, would he still be so stifled? How about I help you kill them and you lend me your body? A voice came from inexplicably in his mind, causing Hutu's spirit to go into a trance. Borrow your body? What are you? I'm not borrowing it. Get out of my body. Hutu wasn't stupid. This kind of words with compulsion was most likely some kind of trickery. And even though he had a grudge against Su Ming and the others, he wouldn't hand over his body. The compelling voice wasn't in the least bit anxious, laughing at Hutu as he did his final battle of the mind. Su Ming and the others on the trap did not know that Hutu was doing a celestial struggle, and with a wave of Su Ming's hand, the Thousand Armies duo cheaply carried a few buckets of hot cow dung. Hutu, old brother, this is the iron-armored rhinoceros poop. In order to prepare a hot one for you, I purposely fed them 10 pounds of croton. Now the 3 female rhinoceros are all pulling weak. You reconsider. I don't want to splash you all over the cow dung, is not it? Su Ming earnestly persuaded. General people to this point, basically also convinced, but he never expected is that this time he ran into a ruthless. You splash it. If I, Hutu, frown one eyebrow, I'll take your last name. Hutu snorted coldly, not eating this at all. There is a theory within the Special 5 Institute that talks about how the powers awakened by an awakened person will have a lot to do with his or her own personality. For example, Lin Xiu ran. She was a sword that looked good but was so sharp that it would cut you if you weren't careful. So what she had awakened was the golden sharpness chi. And then there's Hutu, a man who isn't even afraid to eat. So of course he's given powers that are hard enough to endure. So he can awaken Vajra. As for Su Ming, with 1,000 changes, sometimes cloudy, sometimes clear skies, people like him would be prone to awakening complex and changeable supernormal abilities. Under this premise, if Su Ming wanted to make Hutu soften, then it seemed impossible. Alright, old brother Hutu, I'm convinced of you, but I, Su Ming, am also a man of my word. I'm sorry, old brother. Pour. At Su Ming's command, thousands of troops in Lin Xiuran copied the dung bucket and poured it down the pit. That's right, Lin Xiuran was also involved. People Hutu also just threatened her a little. This niece has such a big heart of revenge. It's worthy of being a Jin Rui Chi awakened person. A mixture of thin, yellow, green, and sticky solids and liquids poured down, and Hutu was able to close up and hold it back at first, but within 2 seconds, the fecal water poured into his nasal passages. Don't! Pour. Hutu was finally convinced and shouted at Su Ming. What? You said you'd pour it on? Okay, Hu. I respect you as a man. From now on you're my brother. With a wave of Su Ming's hand, 2 more buckets of fecal water were poured down. Chapter 49 Hutu, the Devil of the Third Sea. Has the cause of the explosion been identified? And how many victims were there? Within the Lost Forest, Tang Hong asked her subordinates about the results of the investigation. Big sister, 7 bodies with different breakages have been found so far. The core of the explosion was here, and after the survey by the support troops, it seems to be an extremely strong dark energy substance. The exact cause is still unknown. The subordinate reported the inspection report in detail. Dark energy matter. TSK. It seems like there's some trouble. Tang Hong cupped her chin, her pretty eyebrows knitting together. Just as the crowd was at a loss, a spatial fluctuation suddenly appeared, and 2 young men fell out of the void cavern, falling to their deaths. It's the survivors? Tang Hong's face was delighted, picking up the 2 on the ground and asking seriously, what's going on? Why was there an explosion? What do you all know? Quickly tell us. Aben just came out of the brain is also a little confused. By Tang Red Image asked a little confused, but when he saw the surrounding mess, smelled the air filled with the smell of burnt corpses, he is finally a reaction. Throat wriggling, Aben swallowed hard. What's going on here? My bottom card is this powerful. Realizing that the cause of the incident seemed to lie in this teenager, Tang Hong Imaging immediately pursued. Don't panic, tell me what happened in detail, only then will you be safe. I'm not too sure. The squad of 2 of us was subdued by another squad. They don't talk about martial arts to rough up my girlfriend. In a hurry I took out the bottom card given to me by seniors, a twilight flower. Seniors told me that after the flower bloomed in a radius of 2 kilometers the people would fall asleep. I didn't expect it to explode. Aben said blankly. A flower of dusk? Are you talking about a purple and black lotus flower? Tang Hongxiang was startled and hurriedly asked after it. Aben nodded and confirmed. Yeah, it's a purple and black lotus flower. Bad. That's not the twilight flower. I now seriously doubt you're using the lotus flower called Evil Fall. There's one survivor besides the two of you. Where's the others? I don't know. Only the two of us hid in the storage space. Sir, I can't be blamed for this. It's all because of that senior of mine. His name is Ultraman. You guys go find him. Then hurriedly brushed off his own responsibility. Fearing that Tang Hong would be angry with him, Tang Hong was not in the mood to care about Bin's small mind right now. She still had big troubles to deal with. She made a call to the command center. Chief, someone gave the participants a lotus of evil fallen. Now the lotus has blossomed but the host is still nowhere to be found. I'm applying for my colleagues in the Special Operations Group to come and provide support. In the meantime, who was drenched in fecal water and confused, finally relented and made a deal with the one in his head. Jai. Wise choice. Oh lean lad, what a perfect body. The voice in his head let out a strangled laugh, and Hutu's consciousness gradually sank into his mind, becoming a spectator of his own. Dang, the dark figure leapt out of the trap with the hot dung. The bucket of feces in Su Ming's hand fell to the ground with a snap, and he subconsciously covered his mouth and nose. Grip the grass. It stinks. Why do my hands smell so bad too? With a burst of flies rubbing his hands in disgust, Su Ming looked at Hutu, whose breath had changed greatly, and realized that the situation was not good. Cough. Brother Hu, how are you? Have you had enough to eat? Or you can use it slowly first. Little brother will leave first, Su Ming said with a sarcastic smile, but his feet were already ready to wipe the oil and bolt. Whoosh! A strong wind grazed the tip of Su Ming's nose and hit the waist-thick tree trunk behind him, only to hear a click as the tree was snapped. Holy, so fierce! Su Ming was horrified in his heart. He had never heard of eating and still being able to explode. All of you, don't move, or the next shot will hit your heads, Hutu said with a gloomy face, pinching a small stone between his fingers. The fluctuation that was so huge just now was surprisingly caused by just a stone. Huanjin, the seventh stage of the martial arts path? Su Ming, something isn't right. He's not Hutu. Lin Xiuran's gaze was venomous, and at a glance, she could see the strangeness in Hutu's body. *********. I also know that something is wrong, but it seems too late to retreat now. Su Ming secretly said that he was in trouble, and a Guan Nuo face appeared on his face. Do it! At some point Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma had already circled around behind Hutu, their halberds and war blades poking at Hutu's vitals. Bastard! Taste my halberd! Wu Qianjun roared, joy already showing in his eyes. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. Hutu's entire body dyed a light golden color, and neither of his faces changed the slightest bit in the face of the duo's sneak attack. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Hutu's double fist swung like a drum, and the Thousand Armies duo didn't even have time to block before they were whacked in the abdomen, and flew out backwards with blood spraying from their mouths. A little babbler who can't recognize the gap shouldn't come out and embarrass himself. Before Hutu's taunts were over, a golden aura arrived in front of his eyes, targeting none other than his exposed eyeballs. It was Lin Xiuran who struck out. The golden sharp chi was like a long river of sword rain, stabbing at Hutu at an extremely tricky angle. How dare you! Hutu let out a stern cry, and golden light erupted from his pores, forming a golden shroud of light. Vajra Unbreakable Advancement Technique Golden Bell. Ding, 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 ding. A series of tinkling and crunching sounds came from Lin Xiuran's invincible golden sharp chi. For the first time did not even break the enemy's defense. I remember you refused my invitation for this body right. What a pity. If you were there too, I would have given you the power. Hutu looked like he had a sure win, his eyes greedily looking at Lin Xiuran's body. I will give you one more chance to throw yourselves into the arms of the evil gods and embrace new life with me, and I may consider lending you my power. Borrow your mother. Su Ming's voice suddenly exploded in Hutu's ears. Taking advantage of Hutu's attention is not focused. A figure from virtual to real appeared in a moment. Su Ming launched the change of face magical ability to judge Nuo face switch to Guan Nuo face. A green dragon crescent moon knife whistling towards the Hutu brain door to cut. Yin-Yang leap. Active. You have the ability to step into the Yin-Yang duality at any time. Flying dragon in the sky. Active when wearing Nuamin. You can summon the green dragon crescent blade and perform the powerful blade technique of flying dragon in the sky. Flying dragon in the sky. Dang! Like a bell hammer hitting a big drum in the twilight. The powerful knife was cupped by Hutu with one hand, and the sharp blade couldn't cut through the pale golden skin. With his waist swinging, Hutu's right leg swung up like a battle sword, and a toothsome bone cracking sound rang out as Su Ming's figure flew backwards, smashing through several huge trees in a row. Chapter 50 Centaurian Centaurs are one. The world is unrivaled. Put. Purple-black blood was vomited out of his mouth, and Su Ming was almost kicked in half. Both arms twisted into a strange shape, This is still just reacted quickly with his hands to block a bit. Otherwise that kick is broken is his ribs. Face gloomy, Guan Nua slowly disappeared. A cross-eyed, head wearing a crown hat, mouth-spitting fangs Judge Nua appeared on his face. Trembling, he took out a sheep hair brush, and Su Ming put pen to paper on the book of Ao Jing. Committing murder in the street. The sentence is to have 100 years off your life. The falling black ink disappeared like smoke before it could dry. What's going on? Why can't it be judged this time? Su Ming was alarmed and turned to the system for help. Ding! Message from the gods. The person sentenced is not human. The crime sentenced is too serious and does not conform to the laws of the underworld. Taken properly, not inordinately. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Ming annoyed cursed. The use of the power of Nua face also have to get the approval of the gods invited. Really dry. A little higher grade Nua faces, so is it. And Hutu's side didn't stop either, punching Su Ming away. Hutu laughed and looked at Lin Xiaoran. Ha, just this? Fancy? What's the use of a whole bunch of psychic powers? Everything is in the air if you're not good at martial arts. You can't even control your own power. Don't you think so? MS. Lin Xiaoran was silent as her golden sharp chi hummed, and a light golden long sword appeared in her hand. The golden sharpness of chi is transformed into a form, the sword of golden chop. She hadn't been idle during the time she was promoted to a C-class investigator. And with her higher level of authority, Lin Xiaoran went to borrow the viewing diagrams and comprehended the kung fu that was uniquely her own. The current her was not without a fight. At least that's what she thought of herself. Right, that's more like it. Come on. Let me try to see if you're qualified enough to embrace the evil god. Hutu rampantly opened his arms and made the motion of embracing Lin Xiaoran, letting the other party stab at him with his sword. Lin Xiaoran wouldn't miss this opportunity. The sword of golden chopper let out a buzzing sound, and the blade of the sword was pushed to the extreme, stabbing out like lightning. Lotus Steps lightly stepped on the ground, and her petite body erupted with a huge thrust, shocking the ground into cracking into a spider web. Come on! The golden bell mask braced itself, and Hutu laughed maniacally as he allowed Lin Xiaoran to stab at him. His idea was simple, to destroy the self-esteem of these geniuses so that they could no longer be proud and rise up with a desire for power so that they could embrace the evil god with him. Ka-chow! The sword of golden chopper stabbed at the golden bell shield with an ear-piercing shattering sound. Under the collision of one attack and one defense, the tip of the sword of golden chop began to shatter, and Lin Xiaoran's face revealed the look of panic that Hutu had hoped for. Ha 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 ha. See, this is the power of the evil god. As long as you embrace the evil god, you can instantly become stronger. What are you still struggling for? Quickly join. What? Hutu's laughter ended abruptly before he could collect himself, only to see Lin Xiaoran's pink fist lightly clenched and slammed hard against the hilt of the sword. The blade of the golden chopper's sword instantly turned into a chisel, and with this smash, the chisel pierced into the golden bell in response. Bear! The side of Hutu's face cooled as a red bloodstain appeared, crimson blood staining the right side of his face. Ha! Just this? Lin Xiaoran let out a light laugh, her face filled with contempt. You seek death. The golden bell shield shattered, and Hutu pounced out like a tiger to clamp down on Lin Xiaoran's sword-wielding wrist. He had wanted to tease this holder of the golden sharpness breath so that he would join the evil god's embrace, but he hadn't expected a little bud to hurt him. He wasn't going to hold back, and the dead genius Lord Evil God would have liked it. Wrapping her hand around Lin Xiaoran's wrist and pulling, in Lin Xiaoran's terrified eyes, she was yanked towards Hutu's embrace, a sandbag-sized fist smashing towards the delicate face. Bang! Lin Xiaoran's other arm blocked her face for cushioning, but the huge impact still smashed her into unconsciousness, and blood flowed out from the corner of her lips like a wilting rose. Phew! Pust! While Hutu was being complacent, a crossbow arrow suddenly came from a tricky angle and stuck on Hutu's chest. Zhou Wulong pushed up his glasses, dropped his bed crossbow and turned to run. Boom! A forceful chi swept through the area, instantly destroying the bed crossbow, and Zhou Wulong walked just right, just avoiding Hutu's counterattack. Damn little bug! Hutu looked around for Zhou Wulong's figure, but the latter had long since vanished to protect himself, not giving him a chance to retaliate at all. Damn it! Transferring the tiger away from the mountain. Hutu instantly reacted to the fact that this was Zhou Wulong's ploy, and turned to look in Lin Xiaoran's direction, only to see that the Thousand Armies duo were helping Lin Xiaoran up and running in the direction of the settlement. Want to leave? How can it be that easy? Hutu casually pulled out the crossbow arrow from his chest, and the muscles of the wound squirmed, closing the bleeding mouth. With that, he revolved his true chi and his body shot out explosively, whisking up the Thousand Armies duo in just a few moments. A 7th-stage martial artist was ultimately too terrifying, and Su Ming and the Awakened at their level couldn't even run away if they wanted to. Enough time playing, give me death. Hutu was thoroughly tired of playing. Being repeatedly teased by a few small bugs had completely drained his already small amount of patience. The fist of bombardment and killing smashed towards the three people. The golden light on the surface of the body filled the air, and the powerful pressure made the 1,000 armies and horses duos not be able to give birth to a trace of desire to resist. Perhaps by abandoning Lin Xiuran at this time, they still had a chance of surviving. The two looked at each other and combined their efforts to throw Lin Xiuran out. Brother Wulong, take Sister Xiuran away. Throwing Lin Xiuran to Jiao Wulong, who had been hiding in the shadows for a long time. The 1,000 armies duo turned to meet the pursuing Hutu. Blast leap step. The vertical horse is unrivaled. Jia Qianjun jumped onto Mei Wanma's back in a single leap, his legs firmly clamping onto his waist and stomach, while Mei Wanma used his powerful arms to tightly hold onto Jia Qianjun's legs. The two supernatural abilities mirrored each other. I'll be your horse, you'll be my sword. Easily reaching a state of unity between horse and horse. Combination technique unrivaled in the world. For a moment, Mei Wanma seemed to have really turned into a horse, while Wu Qianjun looked like a general fighting on a royal horse, wielding his halberd and charging into battle. Charge the formation. Charge the formation. Charge the formation. Asshole, let's show you our bond. It comes with a bang, by virtue of a bond that is not to be taken lightly. The two of them flashed, erupting with speeds that far exceeded those of D rank, or even C rank, and rushed head-on towards Hutu. Alien resonance? Good timing. Send you both on your way. Hutu had the anger of being belittled and provoked. The power of his fists increased by 3 more points, and he leaped up high towards the 1,000 armies duo and smashed them down. The halberd clashed with the iron fist with a roar. Wu Qianjuan's entire body was rippling with veins. Clenching his teeth, he really used his halberd to resist Hutu's iron fist. But that tremendous pressure made the legs of Mei Wanma, who was a horse underneath him, explode with blood and light, and his bones groaned. Ka! With a loud bang, the halberd shattered in Wu Qianjuan's hands. Mei Wanma's body type softened and directly fell to his knees. But even so, he did not throw Wu Qianjun off his back. Ha! The combination technique is quite interesting. 2D ranks. You guys deserve to be proud of yourselves for being able to block me for a split second. The unharmed Hutu sneered. Chapter 51 Appearance. Legendary Soldier Master. Atsushi. Hey, which one? Big sister. I'm the leader of the Gao 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 Han Squad, and I have a situation I'd like to report to you. Wait a minute. I was just about to find you guys. The match is now terminated. You guys hurry to the settlement point. There are evil degenerates mixing into the grounds. Su Ming made this call, watching the thousands of troops being ate over with a single punch, and let out a long sigh. I'm sorry you seem to be late. I was just about to report back to you that a madman is now preparing to beat us to death. I think it's the evil fallen one you were talking about. What? Where are you guys? Still at the wooden bridge? Wait for me. I'll be right there. Tang Hong Image hurriedly finished her speech and hung up the phone. The words Su Ming wanted to say had just reached his mouth when a busy tone came from the phone, helplessly covering his face. He muttered, I was going to ask you what would happen if I killed him. Back to the engagement between Hutu and 1,000 armies. Even though they were defeated, even though they could no longer move their legs, the 1,000 armies and horses duo still blocked in front of Hutu without a trace of fear, buying time for Jiao Wulong to escape. I still say the same thing. Throw yourself into the arms of the evil god and I'll let you live, Hutu said with a cold smile. The wound on his chest had already recovered as before. Wu Qianjun laughed derisively. Ha, become the same as you? Does that mean you have to eat too? Sorry, we brothers are not good at this. Mei Wanma also nodded at his words. Even if you could kill us, it wouldn't change the fact that you've eaten. You guys are looking for death. Hutu felt a sudden burst of anger. Although he was now not exactly the Hutu from before, the taste of that echoed in his stomach was still intolerable to him. War knife-like right leg swung up. Hutu also do not want to talk nonsense with these people again. Persuade half a day or not willing to put into the arms of the evil god. Really think he is a licking dog? The whistling winds of the astral winds pounced directly on his face, and Wu Qianjun leapt off Mei Wan's horse's back with the force of his feet, blocking his body in front of him. 1,000 soldiers. Wu Qianjun smiled and waved his hand. I am the general and you are the horse. I have to die in front of you. Friendships between men always seem. At the time of the crisis, a figure suddenly appeared and crashed into Hutu, and the two of them flew out together for more than 10 meters. Like to fight, do you? I'll accompany you. The loser will submit to the other. Muddy ravings came out of Su Ming's mouth, which didn't seem to be the language of Disya, as if it came from the ancient times. His face evoked a new exorcism. Face like a sword plow, ears and temples like a sword and halberd, head with horns, a pair of vertical pupils to make those who look directly at the mind in a trance. Boom boom boom. The two of them twisted together. Hutu tore open Su Ming's clothes, revealing his gnarled muscles. Su Ming pressed Hutu's head to the ground with one hand, swung his other fist, and threw 3 cannon punches towards Hutu's face. Aha! Get thee outta here. Although there is this Vajra unbreakable, Hutu will not be injured. but being pressed and hammered in the face is still a great humiliation. He let out a long whine to push Su Ming away from the top, and he himself was a backward roll, slightly lousy to get up on guard. What the hell kind of powers are you? No, who the hell are you? Where is that kid just now? Hutu was extremely observant and questioned with a frown. The corners of his mouth under the Su Ming exercising surface hooked up into a smile, and the gnarled muscles on his exposed chest seemed to be mocking the enemy. Me, I am what I am, and if you have to ask me what my name is, then I can only tell you that everyone else calls me Chi. Ding, a tyrannical killing intent has been detected. There is a god who wishes to participate in your game. Be careful, this god has the appearance of a fierce god. There is a danger of being unable to restrain the first resonance. Ding, it's detected that the host has accepted the resonance of the gods. Nua Nua awakening. Congratulations to the host to obtain the state Nua Nua mask Chiyu, the legendary lord of arms, with the yellow emperor, Yan Dian known as the three ancestors of China. Soldier master casting blades, active summons the metal power of the Jiuli clan to coalesce into a giant axe or gorget of red copper, and also builds a standing army battle halberd and crossbow, which will shake the world. 9 Dawn Blood Rage, active burns one's own essence blood, enters 10's demon god hegemony state, attack power increased by 80%, used in heavy injury state, duration increased to 15's, body of copper and iron, passive your skin and muscles are as hard as red copper, and can withstand most physical attacks, battle blood and wild bones, passive the lower your vitality is, the faster it recovers, and when in a state of near death it can trigger unyielding, immunizing you from death for 3's. That's right, at the time of the crisis, Nua god system once again showed great power, for Su Ming talked to a famous fierce god, a master of war of man god, Chi Yu. What the hell Chi? Does Xia have the surname? Playing god. Hutu only thought that Su Ming was playing with himself, and his anger rose 3 more points, whether you're Chi Yu or some squid. Since you're willing to stand up for that kid, you'll have to die as well. Chi Su Ming suddenly issued an unrestrained laugh, as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Ha ha ha, good. Shen Yuan child still need heavenly help to kill me. You and other ants, also dare to call the god of slaughter? Come and fight. Recast my battle flag with your blood and soul. Chi Su Ming like a cannonball popped out, although the master of the soldiers but did not hold the blade. Wantu and Hutu for the most primitive physical combat. Arrogant and violent character in Su Ming is very different. Hutu also didn't flinch to meet it. The Vajra unbreakable alien energy was turned up to the maximum, but this time instead of ejecting it out of his body, it was instead attached to his skin, in pursuit of defense while being able to attack at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them clashed physically. Their fists blasted towards the weak points on each other's bodies without hesitation, clearly clashing physically, but emitting the roar of metal against metal. Chi Su Ming more and more courageous. The smile is also more and more prevalent. Copper and iron fists raining down. Hutu gradually cannot keep up with his speed, although there is a diamond unbreakable bodyguard, but the sandbag big fists fell on the head, also let him dizzy. Ah! A burst of black light suddenly emanated from Hutu's back, and the purple and black lotus flower perched on his back suddenly began to bloom and spread as if it had come to life, and in just a blink of an eye it crawled all over Hutu's entire body, causing him to directly transform into a rune warrior. Die for me! The black light entangled in the golden light violently erupted. A powerful thrust will Chi Su Ming instantly pushed out. A backflip. Chi Su Ming both feet on the ground break, leaving a several meters long gully. Ha ha ha, you can still transform? Not bad. Even among my 81 brothers you're still ranked. Let me see what else you're capable of. Chi Su Ming did not hesitate in the slightest, directly opened the 9 Dawn's blood rage. A berserk, bloodthirsty, killing breath from his body broke out, and for a moment, the opposite side of the Hutu felt that he had come to the ancient battlefield. Chapter 52 Powerful Battle Against Hutu. Vajra Unbreakable Broken. It was an ancient battlefield filled with raging storms. Floodwaters pounded the levees, and the muddy battlefield was filled with arms and broken limbs mixed with blood and water. Countless warriors, holding the most primitive weapons, physically killed each other. The giants of the Quarians smashed their foes against the rocks, and the warriors of the 9 races disemboweled them with their horns. Broken gorges and broken halberds piled up into mountains. Floating corpses stuffed the river, forming an artificial dam, and a lightning bolt struck down, instantly charring a large swath of soldiers. Holding up the halberd, Chi Su Ming stood in a bronze chariot full of skulls above. The eyes show all the cloak and arrogance, as if the enemy's head is just a tool for him to show the war. Devil, are you the devil? Hutu's first thought of retreat arose. It was not true that he was a follower of the evil god, but he was also afraid of the devil. This man was as crazy as he meowed. The only thing in his eyes seemed to be fighting and killing. How was this going to be fought? You're retreating. A true warrior shouldn't retreat. That's a thought that only the weak would have. Chi Su Ming frowned and reminded. seemingly extremely dissatisfied with his opponents slacking off. Nonsense, Yuhi Miao only retreated. Hutu suddenly felt insulted. Also, regardless of the 3 or 7, his feet stepped, the ground was instantly sunken out of a deep pit, and his figure had already arrived in front of Chi Su-ming. Drink! The black lotus behind his back channeled infinite power from the evil god, causing the muscles on Hutu's right arm to bulge high as if they were inflated, with a single vein pulsing like a heart. Hutu's idea was simple. Use the strongest strike to directly end this battle. Either Su-ming was blasted to death by him, or Tay will have to retreat for the time being. The coming days will be long. Just got this body. There are still a lot of things that can be done for the evil god lord. Chi Su-ming took a deep breath. In the underworld, a devil god shadow appeared behind him. The devil god head born with 2 horns, long beard, knife temples. Even with Su-ming face, Nuwa face generally no different. The devil god shadow made a fist movement, driving Su-ming also imitated to make. At this moment, Su-ming seems to be really in Soldier Master Chi as one. Control the most primitive human killing art. The black gas slowly wrapped Su-ming's body along the exorcism. The gnarled muscles sent out excited trembles from the addition of the body of the demon god. At this moment Su-ming did not dare to think about how strong he was. No longer hesitate. Chi Su-ming step out. That violent killing intent let Hutu heart alarm bells. Has the intention of regret? But it was too late. Boom! Like 2 meteorites colliding with each other. The huge impact flattened the vegetation within a 100-meter radius. Wu Qianjun, who had long ago scattered his legs and fled, looked dazedly at the cleared woods behind him, and swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Autumn ran, sister. Is the captain so fierce? This is more ruthless than even the director of our branch. Lin Xiao-ran leaned against a tree with a pale face, and beside her, Zhao Wulong was running his supernatural powers to help Mei Wan Ma heal his legs. He has a lot of cards. You can't judge his strength by rank or martial arts. Cough cough cough. Lin Xiao-ran had just said 2 sentences when she couldn't stop coughing continuously. Xiao-ran, you're still injured, so talk less. Zhao Wulong reminded as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. His powers were still too weak for simply healing injuries. Lin Xiao-ran shook her head, feeling that she still had to remind her teammates. My mission in teaming up with Su-ming this time is to supervise him. Last time when he exploded with such unbelievable strength, he annihilated someone's clan all by himself. This time it feels even more tyrannical. I'm afraid Lin Xiao-ran wanted to say something, but the 3 people present instantly understood in seconds. Holy, I've heard of this kind of psychic ability to borrow power to influence the mind. It's not going to us, is it? Why don't? Let's sneak out first, wait for the referee and the others to take care of it. Before Lin Xiao-ran had even nodded, Su-ming's side had already been divided. Click, 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 as if the sound of metal shattering rang out. Hutu's right arm shattered into segments, and the light gold-colored broken bones pierced through the skin, hideously exposed. Aha! A miserable howl had just sounded when Su-ming's heart kick hit Hutu squarely in the center of his heart. Damn it, little master, I'm back! Su-ming cursed under his breath as the demon god's shadow disappeared, and his bare flesh was filled with blood traces left behind by burst blood vessels. Thankfully, it seems that Chi didn't stay long after he came up, but instead retreated painfully after a good fight. Unfortunately, this great god cricked Su-ming when he left. Weak flesh and relying on external forces is really a shame for my Jiuli clan. Don't say you know me when you go out in the future. This said Su-ming can be angry although I do not know how the system is negotiating with Chi-yu, but it seems that he thinks he is his descendant. But it's technically true. It's one of the human ancestors after all. But calling him frail was a real insult. How long had he only been awakened? Looking down on people like that. So that bit of anger went all over Hutu. You like to fight, is that it? Embrace the evil god, is that it? Hit my brother, woman, is that it? Heck no. Su-ming's body was like a swimming dragon, and in an instant, he caught up with Hutu, who had been kicked off, and smashed his head towards the ground by pressing it. Bang! Hutu's body smashed the ground out of a human shape, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. With his right arm shattered, the Vajra unbreakable ability was broken work, and Hutu now no longer had superhuman defense. I fight. Su-ming rode on Hutu's body, a cannon fist crazy ring down. Regardless of the angle, regardless of the location, the target is only Hutu's bald head. Left and right hands attacked in unison. It is that smash. Ooh-hoo, don't smash it. I'll go back. Hutu seemed to want to say something, but in the presence of Su-ming's raining fists, he was stiffly stifled. Constant pounding destroys Hutu's flesh and spirit, and the purple-black lotus mark finally can't bear to fade away, and a black gas disappears into the soil. An inhumane scene in a secluded jungle as a masked murderer inflicts atrocities on an unconscious man. The man's hands clutched at the dirt, and every time he tried to raise his hands to struggle, he was knocked out by Su-ming with even more violent punches. A few moments. Ha, there you are. Where's your captain? Where's the evil degenerate lunatic? Tang Hong's abruptly jumped down from the tree and landed in front of Lin Qiu ran several people. The faces of the people were delighted, and Zhao Wulong let out a long breath of relief, let go of his healing hand, and collapsed to the ground. Big sister, the captain is over there. As for that evil abortion, is probably dying. Tang Hongshan looked towards the direction of the sound in surprise, just in time to see Su Ming change his position and stand up to stomp on Hutu's head on the ground with his foot. I stomp, I stomp, I stomp. You get up and fight again. Asshole, join some immodest cult. I'll educate you for your whole family. Tang Hong's entire body looked dumbfounded. Hey, who exactly is the evil abortion? Chapter 53 End of Round 1. Lost Forest. Outside the settlement, with a cigar in his mouth, Han Zhouyue lay on the big tree outside the door in boredom. Hey kid, if you want to enter the settlement, pay 5 medals out first. Han Zhouyue's teammates under the tree stopped the passing squad and demanded a toll. Hand it over? On what grounds? This is what we worked so hard to get. You guys want to fight? Obviously this squad wasn't one to be messed with, and when they heard someone stopping to rob them, they immediately argued. Cut the crap, as long as you guys 5 is quite enough. Don't force us to make a move. This isn't even in the clearing point yet. The teammate who blocked the way said so. At the same time, several people worked their powers together. C rank? Surprisingly there are 4 squads made up of C rank. How is it possible? It's not fair. How could the referee allow such a squad to appear? The passing squad people were dumbfounded. A normal squad of 2 C rank investigators would be able to securely advance. This squad had 4? No, the one on the tree seemed to be the leader. Could it be him as well? If you know you're scared, pay the toll honestly. We didn't go very far in robbing you blind, did we? Everyone pays $5. The ranking remains the same. The robbed squad knew they couldn't fight back and honestly paid the toll to stay safe. Big brother, why is each team only robbing 5? With our strength robbing them all, so what? The robbing junior brother handed over the medals to Han Zhouyue and asked in a puzzled manner. Han Zhouyue sneered, casually spitting out a smoke ring. Rabbits will still bite when they are anxious. We are picking soft persimmons to pinch, in case someone is forced to be anxious, and we are in a dead heat. Do you still want to compete in the second round? The youngest brother gave a sarcastic laugh and hurriedly claimed that big brother was right. At this time, a black shadow whooshed and shuttled under the tree, and Han Zhouyue was quick on her feet and instantly jumped off the tree to pinch the black gas in her hands. I'm going to take a leak. You guys keep robbing and don't follow me. Han Zhouyue gave an explanation and walked towards the shadows of the woods. When he walked to a position where the crowd couldn't see him, Han Zhouyue pulled out a purple and black lotus flower and asked, "What happened? Who beat you up like this?" That black lotus didn't seem to be able to speak, and after a burst of bright and dark flashes, it conveyed over an extremely aggravated emotion. Han Zhouyue frowned. You mean there were demons in the crowd that beat you up? You should have almost B-rank strength after you're possessed. Who could beat you? It wouldn't be the referee. The black lotus flickered and flickered, and could not express exactly what it meant. The more Han Zhouyue thought about it, the more he felt it made sense that it should be this unlucky thing that bumped into Tang Hongxiang. Otherwise he really didn't believe that any of the participants in the tournament would be able to beat the evil abomination that was parasitized by the Black Lotus. Forget it, it was only a loose move in the first place. It doesn't matter, you go back. Give my regards to Lord Evil God. His devout followers will be sending him the finest offerings soon. Han Zhouyue waved his hand, and the Black Lotus directly disappeared in place. In the meantime, are you dead? Are you dead? Dead or not? He meow. Really hard wait how? I'll take a weapon. Su Ming panting stepped on a few feet of Hutu's bald head. Feel still uneasy. Face Nua face a change. A Guangong Nua face. A Qinglong crescent moon knife appeared in the hand. Hey, eat me, flying dragon. The green dragon crescent blade swung up like a windmill and slashed towards Hutu's neck. Stay under the knife. Ding. A silhouette came galloping, like a strong female leopard, lifting up her sharp claws to scratch an itchy beat, and then flicked away the green dragon crescent blade in Su Ming's hand. The referee. No, big sister, you're here. Su Ming, all of a sudden like a good boy to withdraw the supernormal capabilities, removed the face of exorcism. Tang Hongxiang frowned and looked Su Ming up and down for a while, feeling that she was still uneasy, so she pressed herself next to Su Ming's face and kept sniffing. Strange, it does smell like evil depravity, but it's not sunk in. But why is there still such a heavy scent of blood on you? Did you just kill someone? Tang Hong sticking so close, Su Ming suddenly felt uncomfortable, quietly pulled away the distance between the two. Seriously said, big sister, the person on the ground is the evil abortion in your mouth. Right, I'm just a hero who exploded his potential in order to protect himself. This is a society of law and order. You can't just suspect people for nothing. Seeing Su Ming's guarded appearance, Tang Hongxiang skimmed her lips and said, boring. then turned around and pulled out the Hutu embedded in the ground. There are indeed traces of being possessed by the evil depravity in there. But why the evil depravity was removed? This has never had a precedent before. A suspicious gaze was directed at Su Ming, but the latter's innocent look made Tang Hongxiang realize that she shouldn't be able to ask anything. Special circumstances, the first match ends here. You guys go ahead and heal your wounds. There will be an incident investigation team questioning you afterward. You guys actively cooperate. Lin Xiuran's few people breathed a long sigh of relief. It was finally over. This time they could really almost die. Wait, big sister. The match is over. How do we calculate our results? We can't work for nothing. Su Ming snapped and raised his broken arm, looking particularly comical. That's right. Nuo Fei's possession of the state ended. Su Ming miserably found that this time all the injuries still left him. But fortunately, the passive brought by the Qi Nuo surface also seems to strengthen his recovery. This painful and cool feeling lets Su Ming a little intoxicated. Just give me as many medals as you guys have. There's no need to go to the settlement point. Tang Hong was angry at the thought of this squad winning the championship, and she was afraid that her good times would be gone in the future. Gamblingly, he hurriedly lit up a cigarette and watched Su Ming and the others begin to pull out their pockets. Thousands of troops. How many are you hiding there? Autumn Ren took it all out for a tally. Hey, how come it's only 245? So unlucky. That's right, let's count our own as well. After dawdling for a while, Su Ming's few people held a large pile of medals and threw them in front of Tang Hongxiang. Reporting to Big Sister, Gao 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 Han Squad has obtained a total of 250 whole medals. Please check Big Sister. Su Ming straightened his chest. There was a face to it, purposely putting together a good number, but Tang Hong didn't even bother to look at it, and directly threw the medals into the jeep that had just arrived, saying, notify them, and start settling directly. All teams that have yet to obtain 15 medals will be directly eliminated. With a single command, a large portion of the leaderboard was immediately cleared. Many of the squads that were late to the game and looking for weaker players were also eliminated. And also because most of the stronger squads collected more than 15 medals, far less than a third of them remained. Thus, the first match ended, and Su Ming and the others were brought back to the headquarters of Special 5. That night, the 4 people in the squad were pulled for emergency treatment. Su Ming thought he was fine arm. In fact, it had long been broken. In order not to delay the examination a week later, the Special 5 headquarters team people used the highest specifications of medical means. When the plaster was put on, Su Ming had just returned to the ward intending to sleep for a while when the back of his head hurt and he lost consciousness. Chapter 54 Sudden Interrogation. Instability. It's dark. It's cold. Su Ming's consciousness gradually awoke. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and a slight cold wind blew around him. He didn't dare move and continued to feign unconsciousness, eager for more information. Don't pretend to be dead. I know that you're awake, fellow student Su Ming. A somewhat familiar voice rang out, and Su Ming froze slightly, quickly recalling the attribution of this voice in his mind. It didn't give Su Ming too long to be puzzled. The blindfold was pulled down. The blinding light made him somewhat unable to open his eyes, wanting to reach out to block the light but realizing that his hands were cuffed together. Is this scene familiar? Su, the female voice sounded again. And Su Ming forced himself to look at the blinding light and realized that he was actually in a room similar to an interrogation room, and the person sitting across from him was still an old acquaintance. Officer Yin, why is it you? Su Ming said with some surprise. It's been a long time since I've seen you. Su, I didn't expect that when we met again, we were still on this kind of occasion. Yin Honghua let out a light laugh and faintly sized up Su Ming. No, Yin police officer. You cannot always arrest the wrong person at this time and because of what ought to bring me here. No. You guys, this is not arresting. I was knocked unconscious and kidnapped here. Su Ming said with some annoyance. Because now your identity is no longer an ordinary citizen, but an investigator of the Special 5 Institute. Naturally we have to adopt some special means. Yin Hongyu smiled and said, Su Ming, do you want to know why we've arrested you over this time? How would I know why? Su Ming spat out breathlessly. Then let me remind you. Yin Hongyu gathered her smile and narrated. During your battle with the B-rank Evil Fallen, you summoned a type of Nuamin that was also at the B-rank level to fight against and defeated the B-rank Evil Fallen. As far as I know, you were just a D-ranked awakened a month ago. Aren't you growing a bit too fast? Su Ming's head sweating profusely. This meow, I have a golden finger, of course grow fast, but this answer I can say? Is it possible that I'm gifted? Su Ming replied with an awkward smile. Fine, let's just count you as gifted. Unexpectedly, Yin Hongyue did not pursue the matter and directly admitted it. She casually turned on the VCR at her side, and the projector showed footage of the third day of the tournament on the sidewall. At the wooden bridge, the Hutu in the cesspit, the process of Su Ming's squad fighting with Hutu, and the appearance of Chi Nuo face, When the demon god possession appeared, Intangible pressed the pause button. The strength of this spirit body is above B grade, and the energy in its body is obscure, tyrannical, and full of chaos and death, which is the same as the characteristics on the creepy. As she said that, her eyes stared at Su Ming dead in the face. We have reason to suspect that this is a power similar to the evil corruption, which can erode a person's sanity, and it is also true that after you possessed your body, you have shown an extremely aggressive and killing desire. How do you explain this? Su Ming's heart is not good. His mind is Nuwa face influenced this thing really wash not too clear. She Nuwa face after all. The level is too high. His first use is indeed she that the world's image of disdain will be seen as a target that can be killed. This is also in his detachment from the Nuwa face for a long time after the state of the realization of the Officer Ian. Believe me, this is actually just a side effect of my supernatural ability. There will always be some side effects of this ability of mine being so strong. Right, that's it. Su Ming could only explain in this way. Side effects? I see. So are your side effects controllable? And can that power of yours that surpasses the rank still be inspired? In Hongyu's tone slowed down and said in a deep voice. Of course it's controllable. This thing only has a big impact the first time it's summoned. The rest of the time it's just normal. As for power beyond rank, I won't hide it from you. I should still only be considered a C-grade investigator, because I don't have the means to conjure up powerful gods every time. Su Ming had no choice but to explain part of his old self. So, I'm sorry for the hard work, investigator summing, but this is a routine job requirement. The lights in front of his eyes snapped out, and darkness once again returned to Su Ming's field of vision, and the airtight interrogation room from earlier instantly disappeared. The snow-white ceiling, the hospital bed with white sheets, the moonlight cast into the room through the open window, everything seemed so serene and easygoing. This, here, Su Ming was completely delirious. What in the world was going on? Just a moment ago he was in the interrogation room, and now he had run to the ward. Investigator Su Ming. That's just my supernatural ability endowed with seeing true knowledge. I restored the most stressful scenes and people in your memories. I didn't expect it to be in the interrogation room. The one who spoke was a pale green-haired beauty, wearing a high-necked pale yellow sweater. Her jacket was a clean white sterile coat, and she was currently busy packing up the instruments attached to Su Ming's body. What's going on? Who are you? Su Ming questioned, assuming an offensive posture. Me? My name is Chen Lu, the instructor of the Psychological Counseling Center of Special 5. I came to diagnose and question you at the request of Wei Qing and Tang Hong Imaging. I have already understood the basic situation clearly. There is not much of a problem. Their worries are redundant. I will make a booklet of the subsequent report and send it to them. Just feel at ease and recuperate from your injuries. Chen Lu patiently explained, not the slightest bit perturbed by Su Ming's hostility towards her. Counseling Center. You are a psychiatrist? Su Ming suddenly came to a sudden realization. No wonder her questions were so sharp and she had a whole bunch of instruments. So she was treating herself. Aha. Chen Lu thought for some time and felt that it was right to say that she was a psychiatrist. So she answered. Then doctor, you quickly help me to see. I always feel that I have become handsome after taking a shower. Is this some kind of mental illness? Also, I jerked off manually more often, and now the time is especially short. Will it affect me in the future in actual combat? Su Ming immediately pursued the question. Investigator summing. Psychologically, the fact that you would ask both of these questions indicates that you are inwardly disturbed and nervous, attempting to find topics to learn more about me as a person and my character to deal with me, which has to do with your life experiences. But for a psychologist, such an approach is too superficial. But I can still tell you the answer. Chen Lu explained expressionlessly, not at all mobilized by Su Ming. Thinking that you've become handsome is because you had water in your brain when you took a shower. Jerking off more often, although it won't affect you in actual combat, but it will be reported to the director by me in the name of sexual harassment. Do you have any more questions to ask? Chen Lu's pair of ghostly green eyes looked straight into Su Ming's eyes. No, thank you doctor. Su Ming hurriedly thanked and resolved that in the future, he would not mess with anyone but a psychiatrist. Although this encounter with Chen Lu had produced some interruptions, it had also made Su Ming's heart feel less pressured, and he could happily cultivate while recuperating from his injuries in order to prepare for the second round of the competition. Chen Lu, on the other hand, came to the director's office. Chief, red image, the measurements have come out. Su Ming's instability is tentatively classified as catastrophic, and if not guided, there is a possibility of destroying his city. Chapter 55 Worship the Master. Serious cultivation. Catastrophe level? Isn't that a bit too high? I don't think he's that much of a threat. Tang Hong frowned, a little puzzled by this conclusion. Chen Lu handed over the information printed in advance to the two of them and explained seriously. I'm just giving the most reasonable rating based on my profession. According to my tests, Su Ming has a strong perception of the upper limit of his abilities, which means that the judgment of his awakened attribute as an item class is not accurate. Although there has not been a precedent yet, the ability to solve the evil fallen pollution's supernatural ability is completely enough to make us pay attention to it. After saying that, she paused and added, and judging from his performance every time he changed his exorcism, I have reason to suspect that he is a schizophrenic. The office fell into a silence for a while, a few moments, or as the chief director of the Special 5 Institute of Shangjing opened his mouth and said, well, this is after all the people of the Jinchang branch. We have not yet the right to choose for Wei Chang. Will be investigated to truthfully convey to the Jinchang, and everything else will be as usual, and there will not be any problems at the headquarters. Since Shangjing had given the word, Chen Lu and Tang Hongxiang naturally no longer had any objections. By the way, has there been any progress regarding the source that spread the evil abortion? Shangjing turned his head and asked Tang Hongxiang. Tang Hong's face sank, and she said with some shame, I'm sorry, Chief. We have investigated all the participants, and we have also conducted internal personnel mapping, but we have not been able to find the person called Ultraman that the witnesses are talking about. Not only the name, but even the appearance and body type seem to be fake. Chen Lu, I'll also trouble you to conduct a psychological interrogation on those two investigators. We really don't have a clue here. In the face of Tang Hong's plea, Chen Lu did not push back and agreed in one breath. Early the next morning, Su Ming was still sleeping with his head covered when the covers were lifted up with a hand. Get up! Opening his sleepy eyes, Su Ming was just about to curse, but he stifled it due to the identity of the person in front of him. You're Elder Cloud? The familiar black cloak, the old man who always had a cross-eyed look on his face, and the word Jinchang emblazoned on his chest. The one who had come was really an acquaintance. Kid, the old man caught an overnight flight over last night, and you're still sleeping? Elder Yun blew his beard and eyes out. I didn't know you were coming. Why didn't anyone tell me? Su Ming scratched the back of his head and flipped out his cell phone with an innocent face. Out of power. Sorry good old Yun, the cell phone is out of power. Su Ming smiled awkwardly, then asked in a puzzled manner, but Elder Yun, what are you doing running so far over to find me? Yun Dingtian also did not dwell on the issue of Su Ming sleeping, and turned serious with a stern face. I came to the main office to strengthen your training at Wei Qing's request. This exchange meeting, the number of geniuses that advanced in my golden city was greatly lower than expected, and instead, your brat became an object that could be bet on. I'd become a dark horse? Su Ming pointed at his nose in surprise. Why don't you look for Lin Xiuran? Autumn ran her system is going now, there is no problem. Just cultivate step by step. On the contrary, it is you kid, always causing trouble. Martial arts so far is still the second stage of cultivation? Why are you so weak? Your talent is so bad. Yun Dingtian scolded with a frown. Slow? Su Ming was also shocked. He thought that his 1-month breakthrough to the second stage was a heavenly talent, but he didn't think that it would be a slow evaluation in the mouth of Yun Dingtian. You think of the genius Yin 13 back then. 1 day of visualization, 3 days of enlightenment, and in January, he had already entered the 4th stage, and could draw his sword and chop a D-grade demonic beast. Yun Dingtian spoke of the outstanding young people in the institute with admiration in his eyes, but as soon as he turned his head to look at Su Ming, and look at you, all day long you know how to rely on that broken supernormal ability of yours, and often lose control of it. You're all going to be the focus of attention, you know. Me? Yesterday that psychiatrist didn't say it was fine. Su Ming was also dumbfounded. He meowed that Dr. Plata set upright, a set on his lips and a set behind his back. Don't worry about that blindly. To tell you the truth, I also came here this time to solve the problem that you often lose control of yourself. An awakened person who can't even control their own abilities, let alone talk about getting stronger. If you don't want to be put into an awakened person prison after the exchange meeting, learn from me properly. I'm sure I'll teach you without any reservation. Yun Dingtian realized that he had talked a bit too much and brought the topic back to the point. That, Master is above. Please accept my disciple's obeisance. Su Ming was also spontaneous, and with a clang, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Yun Dingtian. In this life, fatherless and motherless Su Ming knows even more about what people are genuinely good to themselves, and nowadays the hierarchy of the Special 5 Institute is probably clear to him, and which of the ones who are able to wear the cloak is not an extraordinary character. With Yun Dingtian's status, to be able to personally come and teach himself was already a rare blessing for him, and only Su Ming himself knew clearly that this supernormal ability of his was all derived from the system, and it wasn't really a certainty as to how gifted he was in martial arts. Hugging the thigh in advance, in case he really gets arrested later. For the sake of these 3 ringing heads, Yun Dingtian has to find a way to save this disciple of his, right? Yun Dingtian also didn't expect Su Ming to suddenly come this way, and complex feelings instantly surged in his eyes, but he didn't bother to help Su Ming. and silently accepted the obeisance. Alright, cut the crap, come with me, today I will teach you what the true martial Dao is. Yun Dingtian turned around and went to open the door, and Su Ming looked directly dumbfounded this time. Elder Yun, is it possible that my injuries haven't healed and my arms are still broken? Su Ming innocently raised his plastered arms and said weakly, you haven't broken your arms or legs, have you? Can't fight without using both arms? If one day Creepy comes up and cuts off your hands, are you just going to wait in silence to die? Yun Dingtian directly threw out the 3 questions of the soul, instantly giving Su Ming dry silence. The duo soon arrived at the martial arts arena. True to his black cape status, he could apply for a practice field and get a single room straight away. The practice field was about 300 square feet, not huge, but perfectly adequate for exertion. Su Ming honestly followed behind Yun Dingtian's ass, but he didn't think that the former had arrived at the martial arts arena and directly found a tree to lean against and sat down. First, run through the techniques you comprehended from the visualization diagrams. Which visualization diagram did Wei Qing give you? Don't say you didn't comprehend anything. Su Ming didn't push back. Ever since he had comprehended the Thousand Changes phaseless Grand Dharma, he had really rarely had the time to practice properly, and now that the ready-made teacher was right next to him, it was just right to let Elder Yun give him some pointers. Immediately afterward, Su Ming sat down on the ground, assumed the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky, and operated his gong method. Yun Dingtian leaned his back against the tree, a pair of eyes that flickered with essence slowly closing, using his breath to feel the true chi running inside Su Ming's body. A few moments later, he opened his eyes with a face full of shock. Chapter 56 Clouds rising from the 9 heavens. Genius? 3 eyes, 4 faces, and 8 arms. Wei Chang actually gave him this conceptualization diagram? Yun Dingtian looked at the meditating Su Ming with a shocked expression, only to see that with the movement of his true chi, a 3-eyed, 4-faced, and 8-armed god statue faintly appeared behind Su Ming's back, holding a variety of magical weapons and exuding a majestic and holy aura without anger. This idol was just sitting there quietly, and it actually made people feel the urge to worship it. When he looked at the gong method that Su Ming was running, his breath was perfectly intertwined with the image of the god, and it was really something that he had comprehended from it. Demon. A view map that has been deserted for hundreds of years can comprehend things. Why didn't Wei Qing say so earlier? Yun Dingtian cursed Wei Qing in his heart. Such a good seedling didn't inform him early to cultivate, but even let him run around outside blindly. If Wei Qing knew that Yun Dingtian scolded him for this, he would probably argue with an innocent face, and none of you asked him if he wasn't. Alright, I know why your martial realm advancement is so slow, Yun Dingtian said as he suddenly born interrupting Su Ming's cultivation. Why? Su Ming scratched the back of his head, also very puzzled. It was reasonable to say that even if he wasn't a genius, right, he could at least be considered resourceful. How was the martial realm so slow? To know that the average investigator was progressing in synchronization with martial arts and supernormal capabilities, and even martial arts would have a tendency to take the lead. In Su Ming's case it was completely unreasonable. Of course a big reason here was the issue of Su Ming's opening. Since the founding of the martial arts, based on the difficulty of the visualization diagrams and the number of meridians opened up, the techniques have been divided into 4 grades. Do you know which 4 they are? Yun Dingtian said slowly. Su Ming froze, and said I'm a scum. The internship period has just passed. I can know what the hell are you ask me? I don't know. Yun Dingtian's eyes glared and he felt his beard blowing up. If you don't know, you still don't go and learn. Punish you for copying the modern history of Special 5 3 times at night, and you're not allowed to sleep until you finish. Asterisk 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 you come with me on this. I demand to quit school. Su Ming cursed and juggled. The two argued for a while, and under the threat of force from Yun Dingtian, Su Ming finally gave in. Slurred sound. Elder Yun, you just said that there are 4 levels of gong methods. Which 4 are they exactly? Su Ming covered his swollen face as he stammered and asked. Yun Dingtian smiled and rubbed his wrist, patiently explaining, from high to low in order. Absolute, heavenly, earthly, and human. 4 grades. According to my observation just now, this set of your viewpoint. By the way, what is this set of visualization thoughts of yours called? The Thousand Changes Unmistakable Grand Technique. Su Ming pinched his waist and proudly said the name he had come up with. Oh, this Thousand Changes Unmistakable Grand Technique of yours should be at the level of the absolute best in my opinion. So it is. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. This was not strange. The gongfu that came from the view of Dong Yuanjuan's body. If you say that it is not an absolute masterpiece, it is estimated that you will be beaten up when you go out. Because of the high grade, the difficulty of cultivation naturally rises exponentially. But there are quite a few people in this world who have a Jiping Guanshi, and it's still the first one who is as slow as you are. Yun Dingtian gloated as he sized up Su Ming. Young people need to strike their self-confidence more often so that they know to guard against arrogance and impatience. Is it possible that my viewpoints are more powerful than all of them? And that there's a new rank above Jiapin? How about calling him a divine grade? Currently, the divine grade contemplation method is tentatively just me. Su Ming rubbed his chin and analyzed seriously. Yun Dingtian was speechless. It was the first time he had seen such a shameless young man. Cut the crap. Whether you can cultivate fast or not mainly depends on one's enlightenment. I have a breathing technique here that I will pass on to you now. A good breathing technique can speed up your cultivation. I hope that you will practice diligently and strive to master it before the start of the second match. Yun Dingtian said as he pulled out an ancient colored booklet and casually tossed it to Su Ming. This is my unique breathing technique called Cloud Rising 9 Heavens. Memorize it first. I'm going to report to the chief officer about my work, and if you haven't gotten started when I come back to check later, copy the Special 5's Bizarre Atlas 10 times. Yun Dingtian temporarily left the martial arts arena after he finished speaking, and Su Ming rushed at his back and gave him a middle finger. This old boy is the same as the ancient gentleman. Either punished him to copy the book or corporal punishment of good unscientific. Moreover, spoke half a day to guide him to cultivate. The result is that the person first ran away. There was no way around it. So Su Ming had to take the booklet first and flipped through it. Clouds Rising. The name was very atmospheric and sounded quite powerful. It was just that he didn't know what level this feat should be according to Cloudtop Sky's logic. However, since it was something he had taken out to use in conjunction with Su Ming's absolute viewing thoughts, he thought that the grade wouldn't be bad. A moment later, Su Ming closed the book and fell into self-doubt. It seems quite simple. So Elder Yun gave me this garbage breathing method? But yes, this old man's own unique breathing method, which he must have created himself, may indeed be of low grade, just rare. Seeing that Yun Dingtian hadn't returned yet, Su Ming simply sat down on the ground with his knees crossed and tried to cultivate according to the contents of the booklet. Exhale as if the clouds were out of the mist. Inhale as if the thunder was in the sky. And with the idea of visualization, incorporate the breath into the meridian operation. Instantly, countless images appeared in his mind. Above the night sky, 9 stars rose to glory. Under the night sky, it was clouds rolling in. It was lightning and thunder. But no matter what the impact, the 9 stars still shone. This was the first time that Su Ming had cultivated with such immersion. A hot aura rose in the Dantian, and the grass and trees around them all automatically tilted in Su Ming's direction without any wind. A few moments later, Yun Dingtian returned with Tang Hongxia. Xiao Tang, I told you to rest assured that it is good. I and Director Wei have long assessed the heart of this child, and besides, there are me watching. As long as his martial arts realm is raised up, it has not been able to suppress. Halfway through his words, Yun Dingtian's entire body froze. Celestial unity. Being able to invoke the energy of heaven and earth for cultivation is known as the unity of heaven and man. This state is what all martial arts practitioners dream of. The process of practicing martial arts is nothing more than to unclog one's meridians and form an unending river of sources by consuming heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or by absorbing heaven and earth's vital energy. And in the case of coincidence, some people can achieve the state of celestial unity. In this state, the martial artist can omit the process of consumption and absorption, directly from the in heaven and earth yuan qi into one full impact meridian realm. The speed of cultivation in this way had increased more than 100-fold, and there are also no side effects at all, and it can even be very helpful for future cultivation. Tang Hong was also astonished and sized up Yun Dingtian with a strange look. Elder Yun, your golden city is really down to earth. What kind of treasure is this that you've taken out for Su Ming? Let me see it as well. Yun Dingtian slanted a glance at Tang Hongxiang and said without a trace of humor, I would still give him this kind of good stuff to use? Wouldn't it be better for me to use it for my own breakthrough? At those words, Tang Hongxia sucked in a mouthful of cool air and pointed at Su Ming, who was sitting cross-legged under a tree with his 5 hearts facing the sky. What you mean is, he entered the heavenly unity by practicing on his own? Chapter 57 Celestial Being. Exclusive Training. At this moment, Su Ming was sitting under a tree, and it was as if his entire body had merged into nature. It was as if the countless pores on his body had opened up, constantly exchanging breath with the outside world. It was as if his body was a small world. His Dantian was the sea of stars, and the pure yuan qi between heaven and earth was like a small stream that gradually converged into a river and finally flowed into his Dantian through and through. Vaguely, Su Ming felt that a star in his Dantian was gradually emitting a faint fluorescent light. Immediately afterward, even more frantic yuan qi was sucked in and converged towards the star. Ka chow, a soft thud. Before Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiang could be shocked, there was another sound. Ka chow, break 2 stages in one day? He really did what I just blindly told you. Yun Dingtian opened his mouth wide, the beard on his chin fluttering in the wind, and his entire body fell into a stupor. Not only had Su Ming comprehended his unique breathing technique without any guidance, he had also broken 2 stages in a row in one day. Who would believe this story? Elder Yun, Am I dreaming? How many years has this investigator from your golden city been immersed in the martial arts? Vivian Tanghong was also dumbfounded, but she had thought that Su Ming was thick and thin. Ha! Yun Dingtian sneered. Feeling that he couldn't be the only one to be shocked, he had to drag one along anyways. Immersed for many years? Su Ming only joined the Special 5 Institute last month. No, to be precise, he only awakened last month, and has only been practicing martial arts for a month so far. Tang Hong was also dumbfounded, and even began to doubt life. In a month's time, breaking through from 1 stage to 4 stages today. Is this still human? Tang Hongxiang didn't know how to describe her feelings now. Hey, Elder Cloud, big sister, when did you guys come? Su Ming's ears twitched and he opened his eyes. Don't you distract yourself from talking, the state of celestial unity is unattainable. Seize the experience. Yun Dingtian instantly blew his beard and eyes out in reprimand. Su Ming, don't worry about us, you cultivate first. Tang Hongxiang also rushed to remind. Ha, celestials in one? Su Ming blinked his eyes, somewhat unsure. But I want to poop. Hey, it's almost too tight to clamp. Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiang instantly black eyes. Now is the time to, and again, really want to pull will not be to the pants hole. If he could keep Su Ming from exiting the state of celestial unity, Cloudtop Heaven was even willing to go and wash his pants. This was because every time a celestial being was united, it was tantamount to allowing the martial artist to experience the sensation of the 9th stage realm in advance, and could pave the way for cultivation in the future. Unfortunately, this kid is completely unaware of the preciousness and simply wastes it. Seeing that Su Ming had already ended his cultivation and exited the state of celestial unity, Yun Dingtian shook his head helplessly. Go on. Su Ming covered his stomach and ran to the outhouse in a fire. Getting ahead of one of his brothers, he rushed into the only luxury squatting pit against the wall. Su Ming has a habit. Pooping must squat pit. Squat pit is best to lean against the wall. At the same time to meet these 2 points, it can be called a luxury toilet. Put. Snap. Wow. With a shower of gunfire, the pitch-black waste was expelled. Su Ming suddenly felt refreshed, as if he had gone through a cleansing. Back at the martial arts arena, Yun Dingtian was waiting for Su Ming under the tree with Tang Hongxiang. How about that? How does it feel to be cleansed? With a single glance, Yun Dingtian could tell what Su Ming had gone to do. Not bad. I feel like I could whack a cow with one punch right now. Su Ming showed off his muscles in a stinky manner, walking as light as a swallow, and was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Since you comprehended my breathing method on your own, I don't need to guide you any further, but you should progress gradually in the future, and not be too hasty. Yun Dingtian patiently instructed, fearing that because of what Su Ming had experienced today, he would always go after 1,000 miles a day in his cultivation in the future. Knew it. Su Ming said in his heart that people Yin 13 is also 4 paragraphs in a month. He is only leveling his record. It should not be considered fast. You kid. I didn't expect the talent is not bad. Is there any interest in staying in Kyoto? I have a special action team. Is short of people. Tang Hongxiang laughed at Su Ming's neck and squeezed his face with her huge breasts, wanting to lure him to stay. Little Tang. Now you don't think Su Ming is a threat that can easily get out of control? Your headquarters side. You're changing really fast. Yun Dingtian snorted coldly and mocked with a leathery smile. Ha ha ha, Elder Yun, I was just joking with Su Ming. Whether he stays or not is mainly up to him. Tang Hongxian snorted, seemingly a little afraid of Yun Dingtian, and hurriedly changed the topic. That's right, Elder Yun. Didn't you ask me to come over to show Su Ming how martial arts can be used in combination with supernatural abilities? Let's get down to business first. Yun Dingtian felt that Tang Hongxian still had something to use, so he didn't pursue her digging. Su Ming, my supernatural abilities are a bit special and it's not convenient for me to display them. Image Tang Hong is considered an expert within the entire Special 5 Institute, so let her come and give you a demonstration. Watching the open battle between the two, Su Ming shrugged noncommittally. He only needed someone to guide him. Su Ming, you watch. My supernatural ability is tiger whistling snake form. Superhuman, Tang Hongxiang said, posing in the tiger and snake form of Xingyi Quan. A faint sense of oppression coming out from her toned muscles. Animal hairs surfaced on his ears, and the vertical pupils of snakes appeared in his eyes. Tang Hong image crouched on all fours like a lioness about to explode. Roar! With a low roar, Tang Hongxiang steeply lunged towards Su Ming, and those vertical pupils seemed to have lost their human reasoning and were filled with the wildness of animals. At this moment, Tang Hongxiang was not a human being at all, but a ferocious beast that wanted to eat people. The heart was horrified. Su Ming Night Fork Nua face appeared in a flash on the face. Evil thought frenzy, active buried nature explodes, tripling speed for 30s. Instantly turning on evil thought frenzy, Su Ming let out a strange cry and retreated at extreme speed. Holy, big sister, don't make me a target. The two figures stood still, and Tang Hong stood where Su Ming had just been. pinching a strand of severed hair in her hand. Su Ming reached out to touch his cheek, and half of his hair fell down. Su Ming, see, I just struck out with all my might. I can take your life, or I can just chop off your hair. The beast's desire to kill will only make my brain calmer. This is the meaning of martial arts. The animalization on Tang Hung's body slowly faded away, returning to its normal human appearance, completely unable to see the feeling of wanting to eat someone just now. Chapter 58 Trap. Revenge to come. Even though there are people in the shadows who are manipulating the evil fall, the exchange is still on track. A week of preparation has passed quickly, and the elimination tournament for 200 people will take place this afternoon. As for why 200, that was because in the first round, although many players had passed the assessment tasks, the injuries they had sustained could no longer support them in a 1v1 duel. There is also a part that knows that it has a low level and is not strong enough and chooses to quit. Jia Wulong is one of them. Brother Wulong, are you really not going to participate in the second round? Lin Xiaoran asked Jia Wulong as the four of them sat in a small pavilion in Panlong Square. No. Originally I came to open my eyes, presented the captain's love, and unexpectedly completed the promotion task is already satisfied. I guess it's a round robin if I keep fighting, so I might as well have the decency to quit early and save myself a beating. Jia Wulong explained with a smile, not the least bit reluctant to abstain, because Su Ming's squad had accidentally solved the evil Fallen's attack. Chief Shang Jing had stepped in and given everyone in Gao Han's squad a count of one completed mission of the same level. Since only Jia Wulong was in E rank, it was only right that he was unexpectedly upgraded. Alas, it's a pity. I was hoping to run into Brother Crouching Dragon in the first round so that I could whore my way into the top 100 to get my reward, Wu Qianjun said with a face full of pity, completely ignoring Mei Wanma's contemptuous eyes. By the way, Sister Autumn Ran, what has the captain been up to lately? Is his injury still not healed? Jia Wulong suddenly thought that he hadn't seen Su Ming for a long time, so he asked Lin Xiaoran, who was most familiar with Su Ming. Him? It seems like he's gone to do some kind of special training to solve the problem of his own cultivation. I'm not sure about the specifics. Lin Xiaoran shook her head to indicate that she did not know. She in fact also just recovered from injury not long ago. Su Ming's matter or with the director of the Wei report when I heard. Excuse me, is this the Gao Han squad? A staff member wearing glasses approached. He asked hesitantly as he looked at the form in his hand and checked the faces. It's us all right. What are you? Ah, it's like this. Although the second round of the ring is a single match, it's still signed up as a squad. Your captain Su Ming has already arrived, and now the four of you are still missing, so I'm here specifically to find you. The staff member with the glasses patiently explained to several people. Oh, that's right, so we'll go over there now. In which area? When Wu Qianjun heard that Su Ming was waiting, he immediately stood up and took his own weapon. Ah, there's no need to bring a weapon. It's still back after registration. Just leave it here. When the staff saw that Wu Qianjun wanted to take his weapon, they immediately advised him. Wu Qianjun scratched his head and handed the halberd to Jia Wulong, although he was a bit puzzled. Brother Wulong, you're not participating in the second round anyway, so help me look at the weapons. Jia Wulong nodded and silently took Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma's weapons. Just leave it where it is. Is this companion of yours sure he doesn't want to participate in the second round? The staff asked with a pitying look on their faces, as if they somewhat wanted Jia Wulong to go. What is he an auxiliary to participate in? Hurry up and go. After registering I have to take lessons from the captain. You are not aware of how handsome our captain was the other day. Wu Qianjun directly interrupted him and prodded. A few people chatted and followed the staff who led the way out of Panglong Plaza. Jia Wulong, who stayed in place, rubbed his chin and felt a pang of uneasiness in his heart for no reason. Why does it feel like there's always something not quite right? Thus, Jia Wulong hid the weapon in his hand under the stone table of the pavilion. While the person looked in the direction they left, the 7-day training ended. Carrying the large spear he had seized from Cloud Top Sky, Su Ming walked out of the martial arts arena, ready to go to the second round of the competition. He still had a cast on his hand and was wearing a sleeveless practice outfit, snorting as he walked. Practicing martial arts was too tiring to practice with two masters to be exact. These two guys seem to be well past the stage of needing 8 hours of sleep, and are alive and well after squinting for 2 hours a day. But they could withstand it, but Su Ming couldn't. The two simmered like hawks, watching him practice 24 hours a day, and even when they slept they had to lie in the trees. The beauty of it is that it exercises all 5 senses and only passes if you don't fall off. But all night long, Su Ming couldn't sleep a single peaceful sleep, and from time to time, he rolled down the tree and fell into a dog's poop. But finally, I've made it through, and while there are still a few hours left in the afternoon before the game, I hurriedly found Lin Xiaoran and a few of them to take a nap. I also wonder if Autumn Ren's sister would like to contribute her lap pillow. As he was pondering, he suddenly saw a familiar-looking figure in the crowd. Su Ming immediately greeted, "Hey, brother Wulong." Zhao Wulong froze slightly and turned his head to look at Su Ming with a face full of shock. "What's wrong, brother Crouching Dragon? Do I have something on my face? It's so scary." Su Ming reached out and touched his cheeks. They were quite clean. Could it be that he had recently become handsome again? "Su Ming, why are you here?" Then the person who called them away just now is. Zhao Wulong is not stupid. After a little thought, he knew that a few people were afraid that they had been tricked. Someone pretended to be you and tricked Xiao Ran and the others. 1,000 soldiers didn't even take their weapons. I'm afraid there are enemies seeking revenge. Su Ming sniffed and frowned. Enemies seeking revenge? It was the first time that several of them had come to the capital. So what kind of enemies could there be that would still deliberately set up a trap to harm them? Have you forgotten how we set a trap for them in the first round? If I were one of those eliminated, I'd get my revenge back on the most important day too. Zhao Wulong's eyes flickered, and with his experience, a handful of times he surmised who had this motive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So that's how it is. Those guys are too small-minded. It's all about the competition. So losing. Su Ming cursed and spat, rather than reflecting on what despicable means he had used to pit the gang. Which way did they go? I'm going to rescue them. Then you find a way to get to Big Sister and tell her that someone is going to beat up her little brother and to come quickly. Zhao Wulong pointed a direction to Su Ming. Su Ming turned around and left with his gun. This was the most reasonable solution he could think of. He only hoped that the group of people wouldn't be too dark, in case Lin Xiu ran and the girls were injured. I'm afraid that the second round of the competition would be affected. Before that, Han Jiuyue stopped Qin Feng, who was preparing to leave the headquarters, and said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this young Master Qin? How come he's about to leave, and he's not going to participate in the second round?" Qin Feng looked at the man who stopped him, his eyes filled with anger. Han Jiuyue knowingly asked, "If you hadn't been shaded by that soul fool, it would be your turn to sneer here." Han Jiuyue smiled coldly. This Qin family's youngest master had become a defeated dog, and he was still here to defeat his family. He really wanted to see his face after his evil fall, but after all, there were many people here, and the Qin family's great young man had few life-saving things on him, so Han Jiuyue was still prepared to act according to plan. "Young Qin, we're not talking about you. The world is so big. If you just leave this time, when will you be able to get out of this bad mood? I've investigated that person for you," called Su Ming, from the Golden City branch. "Just an ordinary awakened. It's just by playing dirty tricks that he won the first place. A lot of people are looking at him in a bad light." Watching Qin Feng's eyes flicker a bit, Han Jiuyue continued to increase his strength. "I heard that someone had organized to surround Su Ming and his squad in the garage and beat them up to get rid of their anger. Thinking that we can't forget about our Qin Shaoa, and specially came to inform you," Han Jiuyue said with a smile, not hiding his hostility towards Su Ming in the slightest. He, I see that you're worried that you're not Su Ming's opponent and are using me as a sword." Qin Feng wasn't a cutie either. Instantly heard Han Jiuyue's meaning, but it was just what he wanted. "But it doesn't matter. It's just what I wanted." Chapter 59 Crisis begins. Unlucky girl hussy. As she followed the so-called staff into the underground garage, Lin Xiu Ran realized that something was wrong. The entire parking lot was so quiet that most of the cars were moved away, reserving enough room to cast. Lin Xiu Ran frowned, her white fingers tapping on the phone. She had to notify Zhao Wulong and ask him to get Tang Hongxiang to come. But the message that was sent showed a red exclamation mark, indicating that it had failed to be sent. The entire underground parking lot is signal shielded. Lin Xiu Ran silently put the phone back into her pocket, killing intent slowly rising in those clear eyes. "Where else are you going to take us? It's all the way here and you're still not going to do it." Lin Xiu Ran directly told the truth. If he followed further, he could not guarantee that he would fall into a deeper trap. Hearing Lin Xiu Ran's words, the lead staff member revealed a smile. He took 2 steps back and held out his palm to clap. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 people appeared from nowhere. Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma also reacted to the fact that they were caught in a trap and immediately stuck behind Lin Xiuran back to back. This first place has our credit in it. How can you let us appreciate it? Old six who can only pull off plots and tricks. Now let's see where you're going to run. Where did the most odious man go? Heck, why didn't he trick him?" A burst of shouting and cursing sounded in the crowd. Lu Qiuran's 3 faces were grave. Su Ming, the ghostwriter, didn't say that he would be retaliated against when he first booked the plan. "You bunch of losers are outnumbered and bully the few. If you have the ability to fight one-on-one." Wu Qianjuan's eyes rolled, realizing that the only thing he could do at this moment was to stall for time, so he spoke out provocatively. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "Who's afraid? I'll go first." "You wait, I'll do it." "Bah, what are you guys? I'll do it." A small commotion immediately arose in the crowd. Wu Qianjun had also poured into their mouths. only it wasn't as damaging as Su Ming pouring it into his mouth. Qin Feng stood in the crowd and took in the bickering of the crowd. Everyone, don't fall for his agitation. We have limited time. Let's beat them up first, and then we'll have to clean up that Su Ming when we're done. In his heart, he cursed the rabble, but on his lips, he still advised. Yes, beat them up first. There's no need to preach martial virtues to this bunch of villains. Asterisk 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 asterisk, get on it. I can't take it anymore. The crowd slowly encircled towards the three, and cold sweat could not help but break out on the heads of the Thousand Armies duo. Old Ma, what should we do? It's useless to get on the horse without weapons. Why don't you take Sister Qiuran and go first? I'll stop them and think they won't dare to kill anyone. Wu Qianjun gritted his teeth and looked at Mei Wanma, signaling him to go first. It's this life and death thing again. Thin anger surfaced on the face of the dark-haired, cool young girl, causing cold sweat to ooze from the back of Qin Feng, who was staring at her. Does she really think she's easy to bully? Thinking that anyone can come and pinch her? They're still trying to fight back. Everyone, don't give them a chance. Qin Feng no longer hesitated and shouted to encourage the crowd to strike. As expected, when someone raised their voice, someone else responded, and a group of awakened people ranging from C, D, and E levels swarmed up, intending to use a sea of people to drown out the three people. Seek death. Since he had already torn his face off, Lin Qiuran no longer had any worries, and his golden sharpness chi was fully exerted. A razor-sharp golden aura bloomed like a flower, and in just an instant, it put down all of the several people who surrounded them. Put. Each one grazed the vitals. Each one brought up blood. Lin Qiuran had to strike hard enough, which would suppress the group and give Jiao Wulong time to call for help. With this in mind, the golden sharp chi converged in the white palm of her hand, and a long sword with a golden yellow body appeared, and the cold and sharp chi caused everyone's eyes to focus on her body. They're not weak. Qin Feng, who stood outside the crowd and watched from the sidelines, his eyes flickered as he watched Lin Qiuran stand proudly over the entire field. One of the thousands of soldiers and horses flipping over several investigators of the same level. Unusual awakened people don't have such an easy time dealing with opponents of the same level, and this group of people are fully capable of advancing on their own, yet they chose to play dirty tricks. Humph, shameless, but the ants are many. Can you fight one? Can you fight 10? Can you fight 100? It's Ip Man who's here, right? In the meantime, Su Ming carried a large polearm and fell into a daze. What the heck is with the headquarters and where the hell did those three go? That's right, Su Ming was lost. He was originally a student who had never traveled far, and this time he had come to the unfamiliar headquarters of the Special Five, so he didn't have to chase him far before he got lost. The scariest thing was that Jiao Wulong, who had gone to fetch his equipment at this time, had also disappeared. What to do with this? Su Ming scratched the back of his head and suddenly had a flash of insight. If he couldn't find it, he could just ask for directions. Finding a random passerby who was a good bully to stop, Su Ming asked with a serious face, "Hello, may I ask if you've ever seen a combination of a beautiful woman, with two S, followed by an eye-boy rushing around, suddenly stopped by someone?" Hussey's entire body was stunned. She already had enough bad luck today. First she lost her newly purchased cell phone, and then she accidentally practiced kung fu and lost her breath. Now she was walking in a weak position, and she might not be able to play in the afternoon match. How can she meet a robber when she's like this? I was about to cry when I heard the menacing man in front of me just asking for directions. Boing. You're not robbing me, just asking for directions? Nonsense. You see which robber is as good looking as me. Little sister, quickly tell me whether I have seen it. I'm waiting for 100,000 fire to save people. Su Ming rolled his eyes. What is wrong with this girl? Stopping the road is to rob the money how? Husisi looked at Su Ming holding a long spear with a murderous look on his face and realized that the situation was urgent. I did see 4 such men pass by about 10 minutes ago, and they ended up going. She was just about to point south, but suddenly remembered her unlucky life and felt sure that she would be pointing in the wrong direction, so she pointed directly in the opposite direction. They went north. Brother, don't blame me if you don't find anyone. I'm a man who doesn't know north, south, east or west. Looking at the direction of Husisi's finger, Su Ming waved his hand, said thanks and turned around. It's okay, I don't know north, south, east or west either. Thus, under the wrong pointing and wrong sense of direction, Su Ming had really ghosted his way to the right location. At the entrance to the parking lot, several investigators dressed as staff members were standing at the door looking out. They were all auxiliary professions and relatively weak, but it was still fine to look out for their brothers. Just as they were getting a little sleepy waiting, a silhouette appeared from a corner not far away and walked straight towards the parking lot. Chapter 60 Laying down a ruthless hand. Qin Feng defeated. Hello, the parking lot is under renovation and is temporarily inaccessible. A few investigators who had let the wind out stopped Su Ming and held him back in a staff tone. Su Ming noticed that these few staff members looked a bit unnatural. and associating this with the hidden nature of the underground parking lot, he immediately felt that he had found the right place. What do you do for work? Say do not let in, do not let in. Big sister is still waiting for me to drive a 5-ling Hongguang to pick her up. Delayed, you bear the responsibility. Looking at Su Ming's imposing appearance, the few people who had let the wind out immediately became nervous. This person can't be an instructor, right? He's so familiar with Big Sister. If we're really delayed, will we be implicated? When one person falters, the others are affected. Although there is still unseemly business going on in there, it should be over after all this time. As the saying goes, the law is not against the people. They did it together with 100 or so people. Even if the person in front of them is an instructor, what can they do? Do officials in Kyoto still want to control the local petty officials? When they are finished, they will just sneak back to their hometowns, and no one will be able to control them. Mulling it over, so, the few looking out still fought for it. Hello, if you're really in a hurry you can give us the car keys and we'll go and drive it out for you. By the way, what's your license plate number? Su Ming flipped the pocket opening while then said, oh, license plate number 10086, so it's 10086. The staff member smiled and turned to open the door. He planned to open it just a crack, just enough for him to get through alone. Hello, car keys. Boo! Before the words were finished, Su Ming let out a cold snort, and the large spear in his hand was flung out like a long whip, sending several staff members flying like baseballs. Crunch, crunch, crunch. There was a crunching sound of bones popping beans, and several of the men letting go slammed into the basement's automatic lift doors with a loud thud. Instantly unconscious, the roll-up door slowly rose, and Su Ming stepped in. Who dash? Lin Qiu ran exhaled, trying desperately to calm her heaving chest, and gasped violently under her breath. There were too many people. There was no chance to roam around and move around, and those C-rank awakened at the same level firmly limited her alignment, forcing her to only expend more power to fight hard. Even though the golden sharp chi was incomparably sharp, it was nearly depleted under such a high-intensity confrontation. Hurry up and get on. This chick is dying. Take her down. Strip her naked and throw her out the door. Hurt so many of us. Can't make her feel better. The hostility of the besiegers grew heavier and heavier. From just wanting to teach Lin Qiu Ran and the others a lesson at the beginning, to wanting to make them bleed and get injured, and even insulting their personalities. The Thousand Armies side had already entered the state of centaurs and horses in one, but even so, with the loss of their weapons, the cavalry's means of dealing with the infantry were dwarfed. Both of them have been hung with color. If this goes on, not to mention the second round of the competition, it is not certain whether they can stand and walk out. With a flip of the long sword in his hand, Lin Qiu Ran's body was like a swimming dragon, and in a split second, he grabbed an awakened who had placed a curse on thousands of troops. With a swing of his long sword, a bloody arm was removed from him. Well, my hand. The man was also stunned. Who would have thought that Lin Qiu Ran would be so ruthless and directly chop off his arm? If we keep fighting, it will be a battle to the death. Lin Qiu Ran's face was like frost. Her dark eyes were filled with icy killing intent. This was her last warning. Leave her alone. If she dares to kill our people, it's not too much for us to get her killed. Together, don't hold back. There was no telling who in the crowd was drumming up the emotions, and every time the chaos was about to stop, it was mobilized again. The chopping off of the arm only caused the crowd to pause for a moment, and in a split second they were frenzied again. His eyes were already bloodshot, his anger was rushing to his head, and his hands were becoming more and more uncontrolled. Something's not right. This bastard Hanzhou Yue definitely did something. No, I have to go first. I don't want to get caught up in the trouble. Qin Feng could see that the situation was not right, and he was about to slip away on the soles of his feet. Just before he could get out far enough, a strong wind met his face. The black power suit, still in plaster, carried a lance in both hands. Qin Feng could never forget that demonic face, the same face that coerced him with and made him bear the curse of surrendering without a fight. Su Ming, pulling out the long sword in his hand, Qin Feng let out a roar and faced Su Ming against the wind. In his opinion, how strong could a D-ranked awakened hiding behind a C-rank and making small moves be? At the most, you'll be able to resist him for 3 slashes. This breath, at last, will come out. What kind of person is worthy of calling me by my first name? Su Ming as a gust of wind attacked, facing Qin Feng's long knife did not panic at all. In the hands of the big gun like a silver snake out of the hole, palm against the end of the gun, the hands of a push, sent forward. Meh, no-brainer. Qin Feng laughed coldly in his heart. This way of holding the gun, as long as he bounced off the first shot, he would be able to unload Su Ming's weapon, and then it would not be a casual game. However, ding wavy dash, the long knife slashed against the gun barrel with a crunch. The big gun did not move and continued forward, while Qin Feng's account exploded and his long sword bounced off. Put. Fortunately, Qin Feng's psychic ability was mental scanning. It was also fortunate that he subconsciously deflected his chest. The lance pierced through his lungs and pinned him to the ground without hurting his internal organs in the slightest. Pattering, pattering, pattering. Blood poured out and smashed to the ground. And Qin Feng couldn't help but vomit out a mouthful of blood as he looked with horror at Su Ming, who was walking over step by step. I can't believe you're so strong. Why do you still? Su Ming grabbed the end of the gun with one hand and yanked it slightly without moving it. Then, in Qin Feng's terrified eyes, Su Ming raised his right foot and kicked towards Qin Feng's belly. Bang bang! The gun was pulled out, but Qin Feng was kicked dozens of meters and embedded in the wall. Meh, why fight when you can save energy? Gulp! The exchange of blows between Su Ming and Qin Feng had long attracted the attention of the crowd in the garage. Seeing that Su Ming's hand was even more ruthless than Lin Xiuran's, some of the lower-level awakened ones had already begun to hesitate and wander, wanting to retreat. Captain, you're finally here. Su Ming. When the three people who were covered in woe saw Su Ming come alone, their moods were extremely complicated. That is to say, I find it touching and pathetic. The Cake Hand Squad is afraid that none of them will be able to escape today. Oh, I can't find you yet, but I didn't expect to come to the door myself. The voice from the crowd that had been sharing the crowd was there again. Brothers, this kid is only a D rank. We have so many experts. What are we afraid of him for? Together, he injured Qin Feng. At least make him suffer an equal amount of injuries. The crowd that had just been scared out of their wits by Su Ming's ferocity instantly calmed down, and one by one, they rubbed their fists and attacked towards Su Ming. Bang! The metal roll-up door to the basement slammed shut with a loud noise. The long spear in Su Ming's hand jabbed towards the ground, and he slapped his hands against it. Ka-chow! 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 The cast on his hand shattered, and Su Ming unwrapped the gauze while breaking his wrist. Yeah, it'll still give me a chance to warm up before the game. Chapter 61 1 against 100. A few days ago, Elder Yun. Just what level of conceptualization is Su Ming cultivating, and how is entering the state of celestial unity as simple as drinking water? Tang Hongxian looked at Su Ming, who had once again entered the unity of heaven and man with a face full of horror, and couldn't help but ask. Yun Dingtian was silent for a little while, pressing down his equally shocked heart. The minimum he should be able to visualize is an absolute. A jade grade? I've seen absolute goods before. Where are they so counterintuitive? You're missing the point. I'm talking about minimum Jedi, possibly even above Jedi. Absolute. There's really something higher above absolute. Tang Hongxian's entire body froze in place, unable to help but open her mouth wide. After these few days of special training, although Su Ming's martial Dao realm did not continue to rise, in terms of strength, by virtue of his own senses, it was stronger by more than a star. The figure swept past like a gale, and a series of ice cones, ground spikes, and fireballs chased after him and hit him in the back, both hands lifting the gun, supporting the waist to crush. A big gun like a silver dragon out of the water. Once a pick and a draw, an investigator will fly out backwards. His speed was fast, leaving countless residual shadows in the basement. The sound of cracking bones was endless. He's fast. Don't let him run. Come on together. Surround him. Where are the C-rank experts? Why don't they go first? Su Ming was already quite a bit stronger than the average D-rank or E-rank awakened person, packing them up as if they were chopping up melons and vegetables, and striking so viciously, they were instantly scared out of their wits. Humph. Stop it. Finally, a C-level investigator has stepped up to the plate. As soon as the words fell, he leapt high in the air and flew down, condensing countless golden light blades in his hands that shot toward Su Ming's face. Class C psychic ability, Aurora's Blade. Seeing that an expert had struck, the crowd of besieging awakened ones roared in anger and rushed up together, surrounding Su Ming in the center. If these light blades managed to hit, Su Ming would definitely be seriously injured. However, Su Ming was not the least bit alarmed, only to see a flash on his face. A nightmare exorcism appeared on his face. In the Night Fork exorcism of the edition, his speed increased by another 30%, instantly disappeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. The incomparably swift blade of light in the eyes of others was so slow in Su Ming's eyes. Su Ming incomparably and naturally dodged the light blades and passed through the crowd, arriving in front of the C-grade awakened person and clasping the person's face. Press hard into the ground. Boom! The ground made of cement instantly exploded, and the man's head was smashed heavily into the ground. Since last time, Su Ming was still so fond of smashing people's heads. The one whose head had been smashed into the ground seemed to have lost consciousness for a moment. His limbs spread out limply, not moving a muscle. The crowd surrounding the attack instantly sucked in a mouthful of cold air when they saw this, and a sharp break stopped around Su Ming. A C-class combat awakened was knocked out by Su Ming in just a single glance. Was this person that strong? Is he really just a D investigator? Saying that he's a C rank. No, even the C rank investigators who have seen him aren't as strong as him. When Lin Xiuran's few people saw how raw Su Ming was, they also sucked in a breath of cool air. knowing that Su Ming was strong. He didn't expect that after not seeing him for a few days, he had become even stronger. Lin Xiaoran thought to herself that even if she herself were to make a move, she wouldn't be able to defeat a C rank awakened within a single move. But Su Ming had simply done it. It's really scary as hell. Don't be afraid, everyone, even if he's more powerful than the average person, his true chi isn't endless. Seeing that the crowd's morale was suffering again, the man who had been pushing the envelope finally stepped forward, only to see him wearing glasses and staff clothes. He looked at Su Ming with a sneer. To strike out with such unrestrained full force, I don't believe he can hold out for long. Don't be afraid. His true chi has bottomed out and he's just bluffing now. Hearing the man with the glasses say so, someone reacted at once. Yeah, even if he's a 6th stage martial artist, his true chi would have to dry up after using such a big move. One person responded and immediately someone else went on to add, no wonder he struck out so fiercely, but he was just bluffing. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath and recover. Everyone, finish him off. So, is that how it turned out? Makes sense. Altogether. The glasses man's icy cold eyes stared at Su Ming. In his opinion, whether Su Ming was D grade or C grade, none of this mattered. His only purpose for coming here was to test the bottom of Su Ming's several people. Drum up this bunch of losers. Go ahead and wear them down. And if you can wound or kill them, all the better. Now that he had forced out Su Ming's bottom card, on Captain Han's side, he would probably be praised. That's right. This man with glasses wasn't even someone Su Ming had set a trap for. He belonged to Han Zhouyue's squad, and in his eyes, Su Ming was now at his wit's end with his bottom card. Lin Xiaoran sniffed and her eyebrows knitted lightly. That person was right. Su Ming had just struck out with a very loud noise, and his speed had exploded so quickly that not only did he not save on his true chi consumption, but there was some hint of waste. According to her own to estimate, Lin Xiaoran was the absolute best viewer. If she came up and thundered out to finish off the 2 C rank awakened, her true chi residual at this moment was by no means more than half. With this thought in mind, Lin Xiaoran shot a glance at Thousand Armies and prepared to go up and help. Seeing that a group of people had surrounded him again, they were also forcing him to talk about what his true chi had dried up. Su Ming wondered as he looked internally at his dantian. The bucket of water had only been used up by a tenth. With the addition of the cloud rising 9 heavens breathing method, Su Ming felt that he could at least fight another 50. The face of Nuo flashed away, and then a Chi Nuo face appeared on the face. It's about time. You guys are really not convinced in your hearts if you don't get your asses kicked. Soldier Master Casting Blades, active, was activated, and the long spear in Su Ming's hand gradually turned into the color of red copper, bringing with it a horizontal blade that was even more menacing and unpredictable. It was only with such a depletion of true chi like a tap that it could still last for at least 3 minutes. The hideous exorcising face was filled with furious killing intent. The spectacled man's face, which had been sneering, suddenly froze and he couldn't laugh a bit. It wasn't just him. The investigators who had come under siege had, for some reason, a feeling of sweaty fear at the moment. It seemed that an extremely dangerous aura was coming at them head-on. Su Ming violently raised his head, and a blood-red color surfaced in his dark eyes. At this moment, the besiegers seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood from it. In the next second, like a chariot starting up, Su Ming danced his halberd in his hand and came forward. The sporadic alien energy of those low-level awakened ones only managed to leave white traces on Su Ming's body when they hit him. Under the body of steel, passive, skill, Su Ming was directly immune to the damage of the weak. The slightly stronger C-rank awakened ones became the targets of the chariot's drive. Drink! The halberd swung. The teenager was laughing maniacally, and blood flew. Chapter 62 Aftermath of the battle. The dark tide is raging. The shockwaves generated under the swinging of the halberd created wave after wave, sweeping down those who were weak. Anyone who was swept a bit would tear a large portion of skin in the lightest case, or fly backwards and embed themselves in the wall in the heaviest case. It was not only Su Ming's powerful physical strength, but also that exquisite spear technique. Some of the C-rank awakened who wanted to tangle with him realized that they couldn't escape Su Ming's attack range no matter how much they fled. That red copper halberd, as if it had suction power, trapped them in the shadow of the gun, with nowhere to hide. The halberd cuts the flesh and spills blood, one after another. The investigators were let down like wheat being cut. The weak were ultimately weak, and those who could be in the game of Su Ming's traps and still have a private desire to retaliate were ultimately not considered to be strong. 3 minutes later, bang! Halberd inserted in the concrete floor. In the eyes of Lin Xiaoran and other people shocked, Su Ming removed the Nuo face that had long been stained with blood, and let out a long breath. The true chi in his body was really depleted this time. Why don't you get on? Su Ming's gaze turned to the man with the glasses, somewhat puzzled. The glasses man's whole body stiffened and he gulped in some shock. I'm just a usher. Not involved in this. Glasses man also know what is called to avoid harm. Now the entire squad only he is here. To say good is 1v1. In fact, is a pair of 4? He is not so stupid. To be here and Su Ming divided into winners and losers. When he turned around and was about to leave, Wu Qianjun suddenly shouted out, "Captain, it's this pussy that keeps drumming up the crowd. Don't let him get away." The man with the glasses ran away when he heard this. Although he hated to admit it, the horrifying appearance of Su Ming just now made him really not have the confidence to deal with it. This kind of monster, it's better to leave it to that monster Han Zhou. Before Su Ming could chase after him, the roll-up door of the basement slowly opened. Tang Hong Imaging appeared at the entrance of the basement with Jiao Wulong. As the sunlight plunged in, the duo froze directly in place. An uncountable number of figures lay strewn across the entire parking lot. There were those embedded in the walls, those with their heads set in the ground, some with broken arms and legs, some with their skin split open. It was a hellish sight. That is, Su Ming, for the sake of still being a colleague, stayed some hands, only hurt his body, not his life. There is not a single dead person in the whole field for the time being. As long as the medical team of the Special 5 Institute rescues in time, it shouldn't be a problem to pick up an arm or a leg, but a little later might be a good idea. So many investigators had been put down. Even Tang Hong could not remain calm. She looked at Su Ming, who was covered in blood and was wiping the handle of his halberd, and asked hesitantly, "Did you do all this? And me? And us?" Lin Xiuran's few people sniffed and immediately stood out and said, "Big sister, they were the ones who attacked us first, taking revenge on their fellow soldiers. You tell me how bad it is." Su Ming immediately said innocently with his hands spread out, not worrying in his heart in the slightest about whether or not he would be punished. For one thing, they did act in self-defense, and although they hit a little hard, I guess, it makes sense. After all, no one died, did they? The second reason is that they made the first mistake, and Su Ming has now worshipped Yang Dingtian as his teacher, so it's hard to say that his ability to be bloodthirsty and berserk doesn't make sense. In this way, Tang Hongxian lost her temper. Aren't you from Han Zhou's squad? Why are you here as well? Looking at the somewhat flustered man with glasses, Tang Hong instantly sorted everything out. Meaningfully, he gave the eye man a look that went straight to the other man's heart. Forget it, the second round of the tournament is about to start, so you all come with me first, and we'll talk about this matter after the tournament. When Tang Hongxian gave the word, Su Ming and the others could only honestly follow, and a group of support and medical troops entered, picking up the investigators who were lying on the ground unconscious, pretending to be dead, and grunting, one by one, onto stretchers and loading them onto vehicles to be pulled away. These guys' careers are kind of ruined, having been eliminated in the first round of the exchange, and having suffered such a serious injury. He wouldn't be able to carry out his mission immediately after returning to the branch, and would probably be punished accordingly. Honestly followed Tang Red Image to sign up and register, stood at the edge of the ring to bring the second round of the match, and never made any more trouble. Taking the time to change into clean clothes, Su Ming's squad rejoined again, and a few of the 1,000 armies were shocked at Su Ming's powerful strength, and there was already a hidden respect in their eyes. "Captain, you turned out to be so strong, even stronger than the other day. Had I known it was so strong, we still dug some kind of trap. The tip of my nose still smells like." Wu Qianjun rubbed the wounds on his body and said breathlessly. Several people were more or less injured, but it was not a big deal. What mattered was that the consumption of true qi might not be recovered for a while. Su Ming spread his hands and said innocently while running the cloud rising 9 heavens, "This is the result of my special training over the past few days. You think I want to? I really couldn't beat so many people a few days ago." Wu Qianjun only thought that Su Ming was joking. It was only 7 days. What kind of special training did one have to go through to have such a drastic change? Only Lin Xiuran was clear that what Su Ming said was not false. His strength had always been so elusive. A few people grabbed the time to regain their strength, while the glasses man, who had returned to the other side of the group, didn't have such an easy time of it. "Captain Han, I'm really not making this up. That's Su Ming. He ate over 100 people by himself," the man with the glasses said excitedly, and did not forget to draw with his hands. "I first saw such a strong item type awakened person." Nua's face changed. The whole aura of the person changed. Even though the people we're dealing with are all unimpressive trash in our eyes, but that's 100 of them. "Let's let you go, Captain." The words came to a screeching halt, and the man with the glasses realized he had almost said the wrong thing and hurriedly bowed his head and shut up. Are you thinking that I'm inferior to that Su Ming?" Han Joshua said with a smirk, seemingly not taking his subordinate's contempt to heart in the slightest. The man with glasses hurriedly shook his head and defended himself. "I mean, Captain, if you go 100 people may not be enough for you to fight. That Su Ming is powerful. That is, to us, and is no match for you. Taking down the cigar in his mouth, Han Joyue sneered and pressed the cigarette butt against the glasses man's arm. A smell of burning skin and flesh came from the man with the glasses. His brows furrowed, but he didn't dare to shout out at all, silently enduring it. The other companions just looked on coldly, as if they were not surprised. The so-called ratings are just a measure of strength for the weak. For the strong, it's the number of missions and seniority that limits their upgrades. When you work with me in the future, don't make any analogies to me, because no one deserves my attention. Just wait and see what I do to that kid. Han Joyue patted the spectacled man's cheek and walked away without a care in the pocket. If these minions weren't still useful, with his nature he would have had him on his knees licking his shoes and begging for forgiveness. Chapter 63 Pitching Without Hitting? Bowling for Advancement. Panglong Square. 10 rings made of granite slowly floated up from the ground. The square was abuzz with people, not only the contestants, but all the investigators in the whole of Kyoto. As long as they weren't out on a mission, all converged on Panlong Square to visit this grand exchange meeting. On the podium where the leaders were, Shang Jing was seated in the first position, flanked on either side by Tang Hongying and Yun Dingtian. Today is the final contest of the Special 5 exchange, so I will speak briefly. Merchant King cleared his throat and spoke aloud into the microphone. Colleagues and leaders, this Special 5 exchange has the following main focuses, which are, Shang Jing spoke for 2 hours, almost putting Su Ming to sleep listening to him, but it was just as well. It gave them time to recover their true chi. Finally, the pale voice finally stopped with intent. Usually it felt like Shang Jing was silent, and it was because the words were waiting for this time to be said. Well, with my words out of the way, let's start the next session. Mainly because not many people in the arena were listening when he said it again, and basically all the ones who should be asleep were asleep. The next session was the drawing of lots. The big black screen lit up, and the names and numbers of people who had registered earlier scrolled rapidly on the big screen. Many people clenched their fists and prayed that they wouldn't run into an opponent that was too strong. Only Su Ming had a disinterested attitude, mainly because he now felt terrifyingly strong. A few moments later, the numbers and names of the people in the first set of matchups are shown. Wu Qianjun vs. Nailan Qian. The first game is Wu Qianjun. So lucky? Su Ming sked his mouth and checked the information of Wu Qianjun's opponent. This girl called Nailan Qian is also a D-level investigator. Martial arts is also around 4-5 stages of a strength. Wu Qianjun from the realm is not at a disadvantage. In no time at all, the two sides had faced off in the ring. Su Ming shot his eyes and saw that this girl named Nailan Qian had excellent features, but she was extremely indifferent in her expression, and her eyes were very stern. Wu Qianjun carried his halberd up to the stage and came up to ask to the referee. Referee, my supernatural ability is horse kung fu. Can I bring my mount up here? According to the rules of the Special Fives tournament, in a single-player ring battle, as long as the weapons, equipment, and props that an individual could carry in a normal quest, even if it was a spirit pet, they were all allowed to be carried. The referee took a scrutinizing look at Wu Qianjun, and seeing that he was dressed as an ordinary person, he didn't bother to say much. I guess it's just an ordinary horse. As long as it doesn't compete with some adult spirit beasts like those from certain big families, he can turn a blind eye to it. With this thought in his mind, the referee nodded silently. It would be treated so differently, mainly because the children of those big families were too much. They are allowed to bring props, and some ruthless people have directly brought their family's protective dragon beasts, so how can others fight? Wu Qianjuan's face was delighted as he hurriedly greeted Mei Wanma on the stage. As the referee looks on in shock, Mei Wanyama slowly makes his way to the ring and bends over. Wu Qianjun jumped onto his back with a whoosh and waved his halberd, excitedly telling the referee, "Referee, I'm ready, when is the fight?" Nailan Qian looked at Wu Qianjun with a speechless face, unable to figure out what the hell this person was doing. What's the point? Get that teammate of yours down there and show you a yellow card for a warning. The referee pulls out a yellow cardboard sign and gives Wu Qianjun a warning. Well, I told you that your crappy solution wouldn't work. Mei Wanma helplessly jumped off Wu Qianjuan's back and grayly jumped off the stage. While Wu Qianjuan's side was still pestering the referee, Nailan Qian on the stage couldn't help herself and scolded with her apricot mouth slightly open. Are you comparing or not? There is nothing to be done. Wu Qianjun had to fight with people on foot, cavalry without horses, which is the most hurtful. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of rounds. Nailan Qian's psychic ability was treading snow without trace, a superhuman lineage of wandering fighting psychic ability. With a short sword, Nailan Qian kept sneaking attacks on Wu Qianjun repeatedly by pulling away. Wu Qianjun was unable to chase or fight, and was about to run out of stamina and be ground to death. Instead, he suddenly had a flash of aura, and his entire speed skyrocketed, rushing to Nailan Qian's side in a single breath. The halberd was inserted into the collarbone, and Nailan Qian was jumped high into the air and fell to the ground. I see, so I've always had a horse. I just think of myself as a horse. I ride myself and my powers are able to kick in. Wu Qianjun crossed his arms and laughed, thinking he was a genius. This young man called Wu Qianjun is not bad, being able to think of workarounds to change the need to use his powers. This is something that only a normal B-rank investigator would be able to think of, and he's done it all now. Cultivate it well. It might be a fierce general in the future. Shang Jing smiled with creases coming out of his face and praised Wu Qianjun. Yun Dingtian also nodded his head repeatedly. The chief minister is right. Finding such young people worthy of cultivation is still the main purpose of our exchange meeting. The first few battles proceeded at a very fast pace. Lin Xiaorant's few people managed to advance. After all, the population base was here, and most of the participants were D and E rank investigators. It was hard for Su Ming's squad to roll over. Not for a while. Su Ming's name finally appeared on the big screen. Su Ming vs. Tang Jian. The two of them came to the ring, and Su Ming sneered as he broke his fingers, sending out crunching. Eyes also recklessly glanced over Tang Jian's body, as if pondering where to start better. Finally, it was his turn to perform. The opposite side was only a small D-level investigator. It was not easy for him to get rid of it. With the referee's whistle, Su Ming's first ring battle officially began. Both hands lifting the gun. Su Ming even knew surface have not yet had time to summon out, but the opponent snapped and dropped his weapon. Referee, I concede. The word admit defeat was said with such justification. Su Ming's forward figure braked sharply, almost flashing his waist. Admit defeat this on? Tang Jianshan said. I don't want to admit defeat either, but he heard a horror story. Just now, more than 100 people were stuffed into the hospital, and according to people in the know, they were all injured by Su Ming. The leader of a squad called Gao 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 Han squad. Exaggerated or not, whether one person beat 100 of them or a team of them. Seeing their miserable appearance, Tang Jian made up his mind that no matter if he ran into any of the expert squad, he would immediately surrender right away. A second's hesitation and he was afraid he'd be left disabled. Smiling at Su Ming in a friendly manner, Tang Jian jumped down from the ring with light footsteps. Su Ming also accepted the victory with a confused look on his face, but those in the audience were not calm. What the hell? How did this man just surrender? It's cowardly to surrender before the battle. What kind of person is this Su Ming is? Bailed out like that? Could it be a private slush fund? It is recommended that the refereeing team investigate closely. Chapter 64 A game not allowed to be fought. May Wanma's crisis. The audience was abuzz with voices, and Su Ming couldn't make heads or tails of Tang Jian's behavior, but he's already conceded defeat. What more does he need? Only to hug and walk out of the ring, lost in thought. Captain, congratulations, you've won your first victory without bloodshed. Wu Qianjun smiled and congratulated. Su Ming, on the other hand, was a little lost as he pointed at his face and asked, Qianjun, look at my face, is it really that horrible? People don't even dare to fight me. Wu Qianjun's few people were of course shaking their heads like rattlesnakes. As for Tang Jian, after walking out of the ring, he was rightfully gagged and chased by his fellow teammates. He also informed the reason for it. The squad's teammates sucked in a breath of cold air. And so, 1 by 1, 10 by 10, I'm only telling you, no one else. The vast majority of people knew the news and secretly took it to heart. A few people from Su Ming's squad had a smooth journey and directly advanced into the top 50 matchups. Next match, Su Ming vs. LV4 Eyes. Su Ming stood up with a bang, copied his own big gun, and trotted towards the ring. The glasses man's heart then thumped. Holy, how did I run into this plague? That's right, the glasses man's first name was Lucy Eyes, and his awakened psychic ability was Laser Eyes. It's a very unreasonable psychic ability. As long as he's in his sights, it's hard for the target to escape. The only downside may be that it causes myopia. Of course, this was just LV Sai's own words. Hardly gritting his teeth, he stepped onto the ring and looked at Su Ming's excited face on the opposite side, and in his mind, he recalled the scene where Su Ming had just massacred the Four Directions. The mind became more apprehensive. This old man is a C rank now, so he won't surrender after beating a D rank investigator. Ha ha, finally I get to watch that little white boy get his ass kicked. Come on glasses boy, finish him off. Refuse to be an insider. Start with me, admit defeat again and I'll report the race committee. Su Ning held the end of the gun in his hand. The tip of the gun was lightly raised, and the night fork exorcism appeared on his face. He secretly prepared his skills, and as soon as the referee said start, he unleashed his nightstick skills. Evil Thought Frenzy, active increase your speed by 3x for 30s. Strive to hit your opponent so hard that he can't say the word surrender. However, Louis Four Eyes takes it upon himself to walk over to the edge of the ring, sticking half of his foot out of the ring. No, game on. Bang. Su Ming's figure had yet to rush out. Louis Four Eyes has then jumped out of the ring. I concede. Admit defeat. LV Four Eyes shouted frantically, afraid that if he spoke a little too slowly, the referee wouldn't hear him and let Su Ming beat him up. Looking at the other party's ghost-like mask, Lu Sai could not help but shiver. Fortunately, he admitted defeat quickly. The third single match. Su Ming wins. The referee was also pissed off and laughing. It was the first time he had officiated such an efficient match where even he, the referee, was not the least bit involved. Su Ming was so angry that he just wanted to curse his mother. How was this going to play? How can he pretend to be famous when everyone doesn't want to fight him, even though he's quite happy being an old six? But now the audience is going to turn on him in droves alright. RNM refund. Oh, I didn't spend any money, so it's okay. Report fake race. The organizing committee is taking black money. Why did the sow squeal miserably in the middle of the night? It must be because Su Ming doesn't sleep at night. A scolding that goes on and on. Su Ming rubbed his temples and was helpless. Boom, boom. A loud crash came from the next ring. Remembering that the person in the next ring seemed to be Mei Wanma, Su Ming hurriedly turned his head to look. Brother Mei, you are so lucky to still have a fight. Before the words left his mouth, Su Ming was suddenly enraged. The person Mei Wanma faced off against was Han Zhou, and it was only in a single glance that he was caught off guard. Both fists were frozen, making it difficult to grip the long blade. The ground under his feet turned into ice, making it impossible for him to fully utilize his supernatural ability Windy Leap Step, and he slipped when he accelerated. Han Zhou, on the other hand, was walking on the ice as if he were on the ground. He was seen accelerating, rushing to Miwanma and knocking him to the ground with a right hook. This was followed by a raised kick that sent Miwanma far away. Four walls of ice rose around the ring, and Mei Wanma's backward sliding figure thudded against the ice wall, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. Ha. Is that all you've got? This kind of strength can come to participate in the second competition. It really impresses me. Does it mean that all come up by hugging the thigh? Han Zhouhui's words were full of mockery. Speaking of Mei Wanma's worthlessness, Mei Wanma clenched his teeth and stood up trembling. What? Jealous we took your first place? It's not possible that you're the dick, is it? I'm sorry, penis. Big brother did not let you feel good. Cannot you guide yourself? Mei Wanma, whose mouth was full of blood and whose teeth had been stained red, stood on the ice and laughed, as if he was the victor. Han Zhouhui's face sank, and a murderous streak flickered in his eyes. He looked to the referee with an inquiring look. Referee, this opponent hasn't surrendered yet. Can I continue my offense? The referee ponders for a moment, thinking that there really is nothing in the rules that says you can't fight. Anyone who didn't fall out of the ring, didn't pass out, and didn't cry out to admit defeat was counted as still being able to continue fighting. Well, it's okay, but you have to be careful with the points. Before the words left his mouth, Han Zhouhua had already disappeared from his original spot. Mei Wanma, alarm bells ringing in his heart. His eyes looking around for traces of Han Zhouhua. His figure suddenly emerged from the ice beneath Mei Wanma's feet with a cold smile, drilling out like a wisp of a ghost, and delivering a hand knife to Mei Wanma's neck. The one-hand slash didn't seem to be very strong, and Mei Wanma stumbled in pain, just as he was settling down and trying to turn his head to let out a little trash talk, only to find that he couldn't get his voice out. Hastily, he reached toward the back of his neck. Only a ring made of ice was seen, binding his neck securely with an icy chill that froze his vocal cords alone. Mei Wanma tried to reach out and crush the ring, and the strength of a D-rank awakened could not even make the ring appear to melt. In his heart, he shouted that it was bad, but Han Zhouhua's purpose had already been accomplished. Ha. Let's see how to run this time. Have a good time with me. 3 ice picks were casually thrown out and shot towards Mei Wanma's legs. A front servant plus donkey rolling. Mei Wanma only felt a cold heel, then a strong pain, from the heel to the sky. Bang! Mei Wanma couldn't control his form and fell. Crimson blood slowly flowed out from underneath him, staining the nearby ice. 3 more ice picks came out of his hands, this time aiming for Mei Wanma's heart. Even though he was urging his legs to dodge, 3 ice picks were still too difficult. An ice pick stuck in his left shoulder clavicle, and another ice pick that was so intent on harming him couldn't be avoided, so Mei Wanma used his right hand to forcefully catch it, and the entire palm of his hand was pierced through. Snap! Not bad, still pretty quick to react. So what about another? Han Zhouhua clapped her hands happily, as if she was playing a game of cat and mouse. Chapter 65 Desperation. Mei Wanma's plan. Huffing and puffing. Mei Wanma's chest was drumming like a bellows, and blood was still dripping from his wounds. Abstain. Why don't you abstain? This Han Zhouhua's strength is clearly not in the same class. Wu Qianjun frowned and said anxiously. His good brother, the good horse, was being beaten, and it was he who was most anxious in the presence of the Something's not right. There's absolutely no need for Brother Wanma to hold on for dear life in this situation. Something must have gone wrong somewhere, Zhao Wulong said in a deep voice, his eyes glancing back and forth at Mei Wanma, and at that moment, Mei Wanma felt like his breath was cold. The cold ice circle around his neck was not only numbing his vocal cords, but it was also invading his windpipe. Every breath of air that was sucked into his lungs now was a pinprick of pain, and I feared that in a little while he would die of asphyxiation first. The injured right hand tried to raise it, but suddenly an ice pick flew in, and Miwanma stumbled to the side to avoid it. Attempts to raise his hands and concede defeat also failed. Han Zhouyue's purpose was self-evident, to make it impossible for Mei Wanma to surrender and then toy with the other party properly. Don't hate me, kid, blame that captain of yours. He's so arrogant that there are people who compare him to me. Tossing the ice pick up and down in his hand, Han Zhouyue stared at Mei Wanma with a grim smile, seemingly considering where to thrust his next shot. At the moment, the audience was also making a lot of noise. Hiss, this dude is so hard too. It hurts me to watch. Why didn't he surrender when he was so badly wounded? I don't know. Maybe he's deflating his big move. Isn't that the rule of the tournament? The other team wouldn't dare to kill him anyway. No chance of figuring out a Jedi flip. Flip it? It would be impossible to say that the idea was not there. It didn't matter if the reason the other party was targeting them was because they were jealous of the captain, or something else, but after Han Zhouyue abused and injured Mei Wanma, this beam was formed. Now even though he was in a state of serious injury, Mei Wanma was thinking about it all the time. Do I have a flip-flop or not? The bottom card of his entire body, but only the blistering wind leaping step ability was more special. But on top of the ice, even if Mei Wanma hadn't been injured, he wouldn't have been able to catch up with Han Zhouyue's footsteps, let alone now. What to do then? Mei Wanma was fretting when he suddenly heard shouts from the stage. Old Ma, you get hard, that grandson is cheating. So you him. Wu Qianjun stood on the stage and shouted with his hands. He probably understood clearly. That grandson on the opposite side must have played some tricks. Wanting to play with his brother to death, he had to cheer for his good brother. Mei Wanma was just about to turn his head and curse back when a sudden flash of light came into his head. Wu Qianjun can trigger the unity of man and horse by treating himself as a horse. What about me? I'm now a human, 2 legs can't catch up with Han Zhouyue, and I'm slipping on the ground. And what if I don't think of myself as a human being? Will I be able to chuck that grandson? Influenced by Wu Qianjun, Mei Wanma now also warmly addressed Han Zhouyue as his grandson. With a thought in his mind, Mei Wanma didn't ink, directly pulling off the ice pick that was still stuck on his body, affecting his activities. Put. The ice pick was pulled out and a stream of blood flowed down. Mei Wanma did not have a single expression on his face. He pressed his hand that was still dripping blood towards the ground, and in the blink of an eye the wound had frozen. Han Zhouyue couldn't hide her surprise in her eyes at the sight, and snapped and applauded Mei Wanma. Awesome, awesome, thanks for coming up with such a hell of an idea. I'm kind of tired of playing you. A cold smile pulled out from the corner of his mouth. Mei Wanma's entire body landed on all fours like a wild beast, his mind visualizing the feeling Wu Qianjun had described. There's no horse, so I'll think of myself as a horse, and I'll ride myself. I need more speed, more stamina and explosiveness, and I need to make fuller use of my powers, so I can't be a person. I should be a warhorse. Blast, leap, step. A gust of wind suddenly blew within the entire Panlong Square. This plaza, built within an underground space, where the electrical system was supposed to be in charge of the wind, was at the moment blowing a gale for no apparent reason. Han Zhouyue couldn't help but narrow his eyes as he sat back and watched Mei Wanma's change. Hu wavy dash. Mei Wanma tried to lift his body, only to feel a stretching sensation in his palm. Looking down, it turned out to be because the temperature of the ice was too low, although it froze the wounds, but Mei Wanma's hand also stuck to the ice. Doesn't matter though. Whoosh! Mei Wanma's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only the skin of a palm torn down by the ice in its place. A gale blew through. Next moment, Mei Wanma's figure suddenly appeared a meter in front of Han Zhouyue. Gotcha! As if riding on a gale, Mei Wanma appeared in a single leap as if he had flashed into existence without the slightest trace of movement to be found. Boom! A powerful punch was thrown towards Han Zhouyue's face. The tide seemed to be turning as Mui Man Ma made a breakthrough to upset the favorites. Bang! The sandbag-sized fist landed on Han Zhouyue's face, and his figure flew backwards in a whirl. Ka-chow! The ice wall around the ring was shattered, and Han Zhouyue fell unconscious outside the arena. Wah! Mei Wanma couldn't help but raise his arms in the air and roar loudly. After being suppressed for a whole match, that grandson was finally defeated at this moment. What are you so happy about? Think you won? The voice ringing behind his ears was like the ravings of the underworld. Mei Wanma looked back with wide, horrified eyes, only to see Han Zhouyue sneer as she looped her arms around his neck from behind, and an ice blade had already been inserted into Mei Wanma's back waist. Put, cough cough, A mouthful of blood was vomited out. Mei Wanma's aura instantly shriveled up, and his life seemed to be slowly draining away along with the knife wound, but his neck was tightly encircled at the moment, and he couldn't make a sound. Not far away, the stage shouted that Han Joyua's body slowly faded away from its human color and turned into a transparent ice sculpture. Ice double. I told you, this is one of my games, and at your level, you won't be able to beat me in 8 more lifetimes of practice. Just die slowly, don't struggle and don't think about calling the referee. I'll act sad and remorseful when you're dead. And what a sympathetic act it is to slip up and kill one's esteemed opponent in the middle of an exchange. Han Joyue unhurriedly leaned over and spoke in Mei Wanma's ear, like a pair of lovers whispering. The audience thought it was a passionate and friendly exchange, and didn't notice in the slightest that Mei Wanma's life was slowly draining away. The properties of ice preserve the freshness of the food to a great extent and slow down the cellular inactivity. The cold had slowed down Mei Wanma's thinking so much that he seemed to be a vegetable at the moment. Smile blossoming, Han Joyue still wanted to let out trash talk, enjoying the last desperate look in his prey's eyes. ********. Finally, I've got you. Chapter 66 Death. Su Ming strikes out. Finally got you. Mei Wanma's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and his hands grasped Han Joshua's arms around his neck in a death grip. The back of his head slammed behind him. Bang! Regardless of the drilling pain in the back of his head, Mei Wanma shortened his body and allowed the ice blade to churn in his loins. Putting together his last strength, his arms erupted with full force, and he slammed Han Joshua hard over his shoulder. Bomb over the shoulder. Boom! The ice blew up and cracks were all over the concrete. A circular wave of air spread out, shattering the ice walls around it. Han Joyua's body smashed out a deep pit in the shape of a man, and that tremendous power even caused cracks to spread out of the ring. Wow, bull, really let him flip, so strong. This young man. The audience instantly exploded as everyone stood up and cheered for Mei Wanma, applauding the hero. After all, who doesn't love a dragon-slaying teenager who wins with weakness? Mei Wanma used up the last of his strength and fell to his knees as his legs went limp, and with the last of his consciousness, he stared dead on at the still smoking pit. This was the only way he could think of to win. Han Joyue's psychic ability was too perverse. It was equal to grasping heaven and earth at the same time. It was too difficult to catch him, sparing himself to be seriously injured, letting the other party relax their guard, and then delivering a fatal blow. This was Mei Wanma's method of the dangerous path of the soldier. Not bad, not bad. This son has the style of a great general. Xiao Tang you turn back to bring this seedling more after the game. Shang Jing smiled as he stroked his beard on the podium, directly recommending Mei Wanma to Tang Hongxiang. No problem, chief. Leave him to me and I'll have him upgraded to be rank in 3 years. Tang Hongxian was also happy to do so, and she also greatly favored Mei Wanma's bloodthirsty nature. The scene was a happy one, but Mei Wanma in the ring suddenly frowned. It's bad. Snap. A hand reaches out of the pit and picks at the ring. Han Joyue slowly stood up from the pit, a large area of snow-white ice crystals sliding down from his body, and that huge impact didn't seem to cause him the slightest harm. Hiss. Han Joyue covered his forehead in pain. Careless. That downward head hammer of Mei Wanma's was completely out of Mei Wanma's expectation and caused actual damage to him. Ugh. Mei Wanma sighed regretfully. Even if I knocked you out before falling, did I still react? Unfortunately. Referee. Before Mei Wanma's words fell, an icy coldness spread throughout his body. Ice spell extreme cold prisoner. Pale blue ice crystals wrapped around Mei Wanma, trapping him before he could even finish his words. Ice spell, final spear. A spear appeared in Han Joyue's hand, and as he aimed at Mei Wanma's immobile body, his arm unfolded like a large bow and he threw a strike at Mei Wanma. Shoo! The lance went off with a wind-breaking sound, and everyone hadn't expected that Han Juyu would still move to kill Mei Wanma, who was unable to move. No good. Stop. The referee also realizes he's late to the party and runs full steam in Mei Wanma's direction, trying to help him block the blow. Unfortunately, the ice was too slippery for even the referee to move smoothly. Tang Hongxiang on the podium stood up with a roar, her fists clenched, her face full of anxiety, but unfortunately her position was simply too late to get over. Countless people in the audience were so nervous that they didn't dare to breathe. They seemed to be witnessing the fall of a genius. Lin Xiao ran, Wu Qianjun, and Zhao Wulong rushed towards the ring with all their might, but they were ultimately a step behind. The moment the spear penetrated in front of Mei Wan's horse, a figure came with its feet in the yin and yang realms. Yin Yang leap, active. You have the ability to step into the yin yang duality at any time. With a flick of the lance, the final spear changed direction in response and rushed towards the ceiling. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a 10-meter wide crater was blasted out of the ceiling. Countless pieces of debris fell one after another, and Su Ming just coldly gazed at Han Joyue on the opposite side. Han Joyue also didn't avoid the killing intent in his eyes, looking at Su Ming and the two of them as if they were dead. What? 1v1 one-on-one and you're allowed to come up and help? Even now, after coming close to a vicious incident in which he killed a fellow officer, Han Zhou is still utilizing the rules. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures followed and landed on the ring, and the visitors were none other than the referees, Tang Hong and Wu Qianjun. Oh old horse, old horse. Wu Qianjun hugged the big ice lump and wailed, as if he felt that his dear friend had left him. Duck and cover, don't delay. Tang Hongxiang was also unambiguous, kicking away Wu Qianjun, her body instantly animalized. Using her sharp nails to gently poke at the ice, the large pile of ice instantly broke. Mei Wanma's frozen and green figure fell down without support, and Wu Qianjun held him in his arms, but he barely managed to hold back from dislodging his hand. It was so cold, it had to be a couple dozen degrees below zero to the touch. It didn't even feel alive. Tang Hong tried breathing and also frowned. Quickly, call the medical unit and awakened with healing abilities over to save the people. Wu Qianjun heard Tang Hong even say so. People are stupid. Hugging Mei Wanma continued to cry loudly. Old horse, you can't die. Without you I'll be without my horse again. Big sister, let me try. I can save him. It was at this moment that a calm and familiar voice said with an undeniable tone, You, an earrank awakened person who can save his already dead face? Tang Hong looked at Zhou Wulong and asked skeptically. Can, a simple word, but calm and strong, so that people's hearts are greatly settled. Zhou Wulong walked directly to Mei Wanma's side and pulled out a soul-drawing lamp. With his feet on the 7-star steps, holding the soul-drawing lamp, he recited the Big Dipper's secret. Look to heaven for the 7 stars of renewal. Drink! With a loud shout, countless points of light fell from the roof of Panlong Plaza and pooled onto Mei Wanma. The points of light stars shone as if the stars of heaven were being drawn down to heal the wounded. This starlight made even Su Ming feel soothed, and even the movement of his true qi was 3 times faster. What? Referees, you don't care about him interfering in someone else's duel. It's only logical that he should be given a ban. Han Zhouyue's sorrowful voice sounded once again, making people's hearts sick to their stomachs upon hearing it. The referee was also in trouble. According to reason, Su Ming interfered to interrupt the match. Indeed should be banned, but now this scene seems to be a bit difficult to do. The crowd in the audience was furious, all condemning Han Zhouyue for striking too hard and hurting people's lives. I'm afraid that if the rescuer is banned at this moment, it will cause everyone to be upset. Su Ming is eager to save people, plus the match has been won or lost, so there will be no reward. This matter will be revealed, and if you don't mention it again, I won't pursue the matter of your intent to kill. Seeing Mei Wanma's condition gradually stabilize, Tang Hongxian settled down to give the matter a nature. Su Ming, I heard that you're very strong, and also very righteous? Coincidentally, so do I. I'll be waiting for you in the finals, and I hope you make it to the finals. Han Zhouyue sneered, thinking he had the upper hand. You're a J, aren't you? To the finals to beat you to death, stupid X. Su Ming spat, infuriating Han Zhouyue, who was red in the face and thick in the neck, pointing at Su Ming and unable to speak for half a day. Chapter 67. Preparing for the finals. A badly injured Mei Wanma was helped out of the ring. Although he had extensive frostbite and his vocal cords were so damaged that he couldn't make a sound, he was saved. Such a miracle was unbelievable even to the staff of the medical team. They pulled Zhou Wulong, who wanted to leave, and vainly begged to ask, Comrade, may I ask what is the principle of your supernormal ability, and how does it have such a ghostly effect? Zhou Wulong's face was full of fatigue at this time, and the soul-guiding lamp that had been used to save the people had been received somewhere. Principles? I don't know any principles. If I did, would I still be an E? Ouch. My head hurts. It's like I'm on overload. Help me. Doctor. Zhou Wulong said as his eyes rolled over and he fell unconscious. The man fainted. Get help. Get a stretcher. There are side effects to this psychic ability, aren't there? The farce is over. In the eyes of the spectators, it was just Han Zhouyue injuring someone, and then Su Ming having a verbal altercation with them. This was considered exciting in the eyes of the eating public, but nowhere near as exciting as the match that followed, because Lin Qiuran, the great beauty, was starting to make a move. Coming to the 24th round of the tournament, Lin Qiuran faced off against a C-ranked nature system awakened. The opponent's attribute is wood, and he can create all kinds of wooden dragons, wooden horses, and wooden human puppets to surround the enemy. Such an unbelievable ability is reasonably enough to contend for the top 10, but unfortunately, he ran into Lin Qiuran. It is well known that gold restrains wood. Therefore, when the other party mounted the 10-meter Gundam and wanted to cut Lin Qiuran down, Lin Qiuran silently closed her hands solidly. The sharpness of gold can cut through all things without being thwarted. Dazzling golden sharp chi like a blazing sun came off from her palm, and that would attribute awakened person only saw a huge shadow of light zooming in front of her eyes. Ka-ching! Gundam was split in two. and she dropped to the ring in disbelief, staring blankly at Lin Xiaoran. So strong. Lin Xiaoran vs. Jiang Xin. Lin Xiaoran wins. Lin Xiaoran ruffled the strands of hair in her hair, the essence in her eyes narrowed, and she walked towards the stage without a word. Lin Xiaoran, you wait. Jiang Xin climbed up in a panic and stopped in front of Lin Xiaoran. What? You're still not convinced? Lin Xiaoran's eyebrows knitted slightly, and the battle spirit was ignited in her body again. No. Waving her hand repeatedly, Jiang Xin shook her head like a rattledrum, afraid that Lin Xiaoran would misunderstand. I wanted to ask you if I could add a green bubble. I'd like to talk to you more about the cultivation of my powers. Jiang Xin's face was flushed, and she shyly lowered her head as she spoke. Oh, sorry, I don't use green bubbles. Lin Xiaoran responded coldly, sidestepping Jiang Xin and continuing towards Su Ming. Jiang Xin was dumbfounded and hurried to catch up. What about a dolphin? Or the flying donkey? ICQ. The tournament progress gradually accelerated, and Su Ming met Wu Qianjun at the 24th round. The opponent also simply conceded defeat directly, saving Su Ming's physical strength to deal with Hanzhou Xue in the back, because many more participants were seriously injured and unable to continue. The number of participants in the tournament went straight to the competition for the top 8. Luckily Su Ming and Han Juyu were divided into the upper and lower halves, and if things went well, the two would meet in the final. However, Su Ming had to defeat the opponent in front of him first. Lin Xiaoran vs. Su Ming. Come on, go Lin Xiaoran, I'm going to give you a monkey. Sister Xiaoran, don't be merciful, the dog man is not worth it. The audience was a rising tide of cheering, but the cheering was all just for Lin Xiaoran. The audience had long been convinced by this beautiful girl with both face value and strength, and supported her brainlessly. As for Su Ming, he was nothing more than a cheater who had advanced by stealing chickens and faking matches. I envy him for being beaten by Lin Xiaoran. The two of them stood opposite each other from afar, and Lin Xiaoran asked in a deep voice, Su Ming, do you understand Han Jui? 2 question marks appeared on Su Ming's head. He was still pondering how to fight with Lin Xiaoran properly. What did the little nymph mean by saying this? I don't know. I just know that this guy looks like a stinker and is very annoying, and I'm going to give him a good beating. Lin Xiaoran couldn't help but shake her head. She knew that Su Ming knew nothing. Han Zhou is the only son of Han Bing, the Lord of Golden City, and his special ability is Frost Ice Technique, Natural System, and the Han clan, a branch of an ancient family. Any member of their clan can awaken the supernatural ability of Frost Ice Technique upon reaching adulthood. That can still be passed down. Su Ming blinked for a moment, not realizing that there was such an inside story. Lin Xiaoran nodded and continued. What I want to tell you is that Hanzhou you will definitely be stronger than any C-rank awakened you've ever seen. The rank of an awakened person is merely used to indicate the number of tasks completed, and some people's strength is completely limited by their rank. Don't be deceived by Hanzhou Yue's appearance. He may not even put out 1/10 of his strength against Mei Wanma. If you really go against him, you might die. It's going to kill. The words were heartfelt, but they sent chills down one's spine to hear them. Su Ming grinned, not the slightest bit afraid. So what? If he wants to kill me, then the death will definitely be him. Hurt my brother, bullying, not a great man. I see it as nothing more than dirt. Borrowing a line from Guan Erji, Su Ming disliked him in a domineering manner. It's not that the opposite side of the strong, they have to be afraid. There are always some things he has to do, not to mention that people are hitting the face. He cannot stand the nuisance. Hearing this mindset of Su Ming, Lin Xiaoran spread a smile. So, very good. Game on. Lin Xiaoran admits defeat. Su Ming wins. Lin Xiaoran didn't hesitate for a second and directly raised her hand to admit defeat. A clamor came. No, this is really shady, isn't it? Lin Xiaoran admits defeat too? What is the relationship between the two of them? Obviously Lin Xiaoran is stronger. Even if it is a teammate did not, so let's. The top 3 rewards but the headquarters personally issued. Doesn't the chief minister care? Is it possible that the biggest blackmailer is the chief minister? He wants to bail out Su Ming? Stud Su Ming. Su Ming took a deep breath and made a surefire gesture at Lin Xiaoran. Her thoughts were received by Su Ming, and in order to avenge Mei Wanma, Lin Xiaoran was also suppressing her anger. Giving this opportunity to Su Ming, he must not let Lin Xiaoran down. Just as he wanted to walk off the stage, a rotten egg flew at Su Ming's face. Su Ming reacted swiftly and directly ducked. The rotten egg flew over his head and landed on a girl who was holding a cupcake in her hand and was about to feast on it in the audience. Hussy looked at the rotten eggs in the cupcake and a foul odor hit her nose, making her nearly vomit her lunch. Ooh, why am I so unlucky? They all bully me. The little girl instantly broke down, timidly glared at Su Ming, turned around and ran away. Su Ming scratched the back of his head with an innocent face and looked at Jiang Xian, who was glaring angrily at him. Someone please tell me what all this is about. Chapter 68. The finals begin. Testing each other out. Short with books, long without them. Overall, Su Ming's path to advancement was relatively smooth, and in the latter matches, his opponents either inexplicably forfeited or were unable to compete due to injury. Just like that, Su Ming advanced to the finals without tasting a single strike. Shady, definitely shady. I saw it coming. It's recommended that it be investigated closely, and I suspect that the chief minister has bought the periphery, deprive Su Ming of his right to the finals and return Lin Xiuran's innocence. The crowd was buzzing, and most people were filled with contempt for Su Ming in their hearts, thinking that he was a backdoor connection. However, Su Ming didn't care much about this, simply because the final round of this exchange meeting, the final round, had begun. Su Ming and Han Juyu stood opposite each other on top of the ring, and both of them exuded undisguised killing intent in their eyes. The noisy crowd also gradually realized that something was wrong, and their voices slowly suppressed. Hiss, what's going on? Why does it feel like the two of them have a father-killing grudge? Oh this is good to see. It's not always shady when two people have a grudge. I hope that Han Joyue will kill Su Ming in one move. There won't be anyone who doesn't support Han Joyue. I didn't expect that I'd really have to clean you up in the finals. Su Ming, you're a bit more capable than I expected, Han Juyu said in a cloudy manner, not putting Su Ming in the slightest bit on his mind. It's a shame though, seeing me might be the pinnacle of your life, if you make it off the stage alive. Opening trash talk session. Su Ming could be too familiar with it. In his previous life, when he watched boxing matches, he loved to watch the players trash talk each other before the match. Will you shut the up? Did your father give you a mouth just for farting? Pulling out his ears, Su Ming directly opened his mouth without any reasoning. Han Joyue was staggered by the dislike. It was the first time he had seen such a foul-mouthed unqualified person. Su Ming, don't try to show off your tongue. Let's see the real thing under our hands. Don't. I don't have a good mouth. It's still you, Mr. Han, who has a good mouth. Su Ming's trash talk was not a small sound, and the entire audience could hear it. When this sentence was uttered, someone in the crowd instantly understood it for a second, and then the entire Pan-Long Square resounded with laughter. Ah. This Su Ming, he's too good at spraying people. Online for worship, can fill QB. Seek death. Han Joyue became furious, and with a stomp of his foot, the cold field of the frost ice technique erupted, and the entire ring was instantly covered in a layer of ice. Keep in mind that the ring for this final match is much bigger than the previous matches. A ring is almost as big as 4 soccer fields put together. The fact that such a large ring was completely covered in ice was enough to show Han Joshua's formidable strength. Su Ming is not in a hurry to launch Nuwa face, single hand holding a long gun. The tip of the gun emitted a cold aura pointing directly at Han Joyue. Come here you. Han Joyue was furious and rushed towards Su Ming in a single bound, while in his hand, he used cold ice to condense a long, light blue blade. The long blade was like a blue ghost, slashing towards Su Ming's neck as Han Joyue charged. On such a smooth ground and facing such a swift strike, most people wouldn't even be able to resist it and would probably be sent flying out with a slash. However, Su Ming was not the least bit afraid, and the long spear in his hand probed out like a silver dragon out of the water. The force starts from the ground, goes through the waist and body, and is sent from the hands. A long spear was thrown out by Su Ming with a sonic boom. Pop! The lance struck Han Joyue's ice blade with a loud clang. A smile suddenly spread across Han Joshue's face. Ha. Tricked. Go yourself asshole. The scattered fragments of the ice blade were like a dart, and they stabbed at Su Ming's face. It would be a bit silly not to dodge this again. Su Ming's feet generated wind. A back step. Easily jumped out more than 10 meters. How did you manage to run on the ice? Han Joyue couldn't help but say in surprise. This was the second time, and the first time he'd seen someone who could walk directly on his ice, other than Manhwa. Oh, you asked about that, so it's not that simple. Su Ming lightly laughed and disdainfully raised one of his feet, leaking out a sole full of steel nails. I know to wear ice claw shoes. Ice claw shoes, as the name suggests, are shoes with spikes left on the sole, which are mainly used for walking on icy and snowy surfaces, with extremely strong anti-slip properties, and Su Ming's ice skates, of course, didn't need to be made as luxurious as climbing snowy mountains. Just having Jiao Wulong help add a layer of steel plate to the soles of his shoes, with many fine sharp bumps left on the plate, was enough to deal with Han Johue's ice field. This is an information war between investigators. In Su Ming's opinion, having so much information about the battle and still being foolish enough not to respond, that wasn't called an investigator. That was called being rash. Ha. Good boy. There are so many ghost ideas. Top sky. This time your golden city has really produced a lot of good seedlings. Shang Jing laughed loudly and cheerfully twice from the podium. not hiding his appreciation for Su Ming. The chief minister is wrong. These young people are just fooling around. Yun Dingtian said humbly. This guy Su Ming had made his head spin, and he could see that he couldn't let others speak well of him. Look above the ring again. Han Zhou snorted coldly at his words. Sculptural skills, showing off. As he spoke, Han Zhou's figure slowly sank into the ice beneath his feet. Hundreds of ice walls emerged from the entire ring, firmly wrapping Su Ming, and Han Zhou's figure was reflected in these walls of ice. Ice spelled magic mirror ice wall. TCH, you're stranded mimicking not jerking off mopping up, aren't you? Han Zhou couldn't understand what Su Ming was spouting, and within the ice wall, he raised his hand. 3 ice cones clamped onto his fingertips, and casually threw them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the field of vision, countless ice cones came towards Su Ming from all directions, unavoidable, blocking all routes of evasion. Su Ming frowned tightly. Night Fork Nuwa face appeared. Movement speed soared, breaking out in one direction. But, even though it was extremely fast, one of the ice picks still grazed Su Ming's calf and landed on the ground, cutting out a hideous bloodstain. Hiss. After stopping and feeling the injury on his leg, which wouldn't affect his movement, Su Ming then put his heart down. Now you know how powerful I am. This magic mirror ice wall is just one of my Han family's secret ice spells. Casually taking it out is enough to abuse you. I also don't know what kind of guts you have to go against my Han family in Golden City. Han Zhou thought he was winning and mocked with a cold smile. Doing the right thing? So that's how it is. I said, where did I mess with you? You bastard. It's because of what happened to Zhao Shuai, isn't it? Su Ming stood up with the support of the gun, casually removed the exorcism on his face, and threw it into the system space. Han Zhou was silent and just sneered. He wasn't stupid enough to not go back and admit such a thing. It doesn't matter if you don't. You're a man whose disguise is as full of holes as your broken skill. I, for one, have seen it all. Hot Chicken. Chapter 69 Battle. A transformative performance. On the ring of the final round, countless ice walls cascaded over one another, blocking Su Ming inside and not giving him a single chance to escape. The audience was in a frenzy. There were those who cheered for Han Zhou, those who cursed Su Ming, and those who cheered for Su Ming. Han Zhou, him to death and make him play a fake match. Su Ming, sooner or later you'll have to pay back what you owe Lin Xiaoran. Go Captain. Captain will win. Wu Qianjuan's shout was like a duck mixed into a flock of chickens, and countless eyes focused over just after the shout. Qianjun, what are you shouting blindly for? This place is full of people cheering for Han Zhou. Be careful of getting beaten up if you cheer for the captain. Zhou Wulong pulled Wu Qianjuan's arm, signaling him to sit down and not be impulsive. Wu Qianjun flung his arm and said disdainfully, fear of hair. Not to make a strong shout, how do others know that I did not play a fake match? Besides, what is that Han Zhou? Injured my brother. You have to scold him. Go Su Ming. Beat that exileless Han Zhou to death. Old Jia, shout with me. A lightning bolt crossed Zhou Wulong's mind, and he instantly understood the flavor as well. And so, go Captain. Asterisk Han Zhou. Han Zhou, I set you XXX. The two cursed out the power of a regiment, and the surrounding audience silently turned away from the two of them. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran, with a speechless face, looked at Jiang Xin, who was glued to her side. What are you doing? Following me after all the fighting? Autumn Ran, why did you lose to him on purpose? You're obviously so strong that you can win the championship. Jiang Xin's face was red with anxiety, and her eyes were filled with incomprehension. What do you know? Only Su Ming can win against that madman. And what's more, what I decide is none of your business. Lin Xiaoran's willow brows slightly knitted. Hearing her say Su Ming, she was a bit unhappy. I just wanted to be there for you. Jiang Xin wanted to say something, and awkwardly lowered her head and stomped her feet. Lin Xiaoran didn't realize the bright calendar and spread her hands indifferently, her gaze returning to the ring. If Su Ming was present, I'm afraid that he would be shocked. This Jiang Xin obviously has a lily tendency. The big thing is not good. Lin Xiaoran dangerous. Back to the ring. Being called a hot chicken by Su Ming, Han Zhuyu instantly burst into a rage. Countless ice walls flashed, and another round of ice picks flew out from them. Su Ming did not panic and put on a Nuwa face, snapped his fingers. Inexplicably a cloud of fog gradually wrapped him until it spread to cover the entire ring. Call the wind and ride the mist. Active fills an area with a mist that only you are unaffected by. The mists rose and Su Ming's figure disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of 3 ice cones landing came, and Su Ming seemed to have easily avoided the ice cones this time. The smug smile on Han Zhou's face tightened. He had heard of this skill of Su Ming's, and it was said to be able to completely block a person's vision while he himself was unaffected. This skill, it had to be said, was indeed a stance used for one-on-many, and even Han Joshua's magic mirror ice wall was unable to locate Su Ming's position. Of course, If his ice wall could really fire true ice cones every time, it would indeed be able to force Su Ming out, but the point was that he wasn't. However, Han Joshua's heart wasn't in a hurry. His body was hidden in so many ice walls that Su Ming was similarly unable to locate him, whereas his ice wall could be maintained all the time with a small amount of true chi as long as it was created. Su Ming did not have such an ability. In this way, the battle became a war of attrition. Thinking so, Han Joshua waved her hand and threw out 3 more ice picks. The ice pick had just rushed out of the ice wall when a pair of white and sturdy palms gripped it. Ha ha ha! I found you! Under the lion nose and leopard face of Nuwa face, is a pair of shining eyes. Su Ming carried his spear in his hand and traversed through the mist. With all of his strength, the spear swung like the wind. Su Ming had made up his mind that this spear would strike out with all of his might, directly striking out Han Joyue's true body. But, the silver-colored spear shaft smashed on top of the ice wall, making a crisp cracking sound. The icy blue transparent figure fell out of the ice wall, which had cracked under the shot. Su Ming's pupils tightened, and he was surprised to find that behind this wall of ice was Han Joyue's ice double. When was it traded away? One must know that Su Ming had utilized the fog sensing principle to confirm that the ice cones shot out from this ice wall were solid before sneaking over for a surprise attack. How did Han Joyue know that he would find the location of his true body and hide in advance? Oh, it's too late to be surprised. Han Joyue's voice came from behind Su Ming, and his words were full of teasing. A wall of ice flickered for a moment, and an aquamarine blue ice spear coalesced from Han Joyue's reflection on it. He stepped out of the ice wall with his spear, and as soon as he came out, he riveted the ice spear towards Su Ming's back heart. Han Joyue had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It would be lost in the mist, but it was actually just a trap that he had set for Su Ming. Han Joyue, who possessed the ice technique, had the entire ring covered in ice. The benefit that came with it wasn't just the ability to restrict the enemy's movement, but the greater benefit was that Han Joyue could sneak around in the ice and know where all the people on this ice were standing. From this, he knew that Su Ming was coming towards his location and had left a double behind. Oh, I really got you this time. Su Ming let out a cold laugh, and when he turned his head, a large vermilion mouth opened. Humph, ha! Beastly hum-ha technique, active emits the hum-ha blowing sound of the word hum is capable of shocking the soul, and is particularly effective against chimera. The humming technique is unleashed. A wave formed by a sound wave emanated from Su Ming's mouth and hit Han Joyue squarely. The latter's eyes instantly became confused, only subconsciously handing the spear forward. Switching faces unleashed, the fog disappeared. Shongbo Nuwa face replaced by Chi Nuwa face. The killing intent boiled over. Ding! The ice blue spear plunged into Su Ming's chest with a crunching sound, and then snapped with a click. Body of copper and iron, passive your skin and muscles are as hard as red copper and can withstand most physical attacks. With the passive of the body of steel, Su Ming wasn't afraid of these small skills at all, and would pretend to dodge the ice picks just for this moment to win Han Joyue a hand. Smash me! Soldier Lord casting blades, active summons the metal power of the Jiuli clan to coalesce into a giant axe or gorget of red copper, and also creates a standing army battle halberd and a large crossbow, which is powerful in the world. Soldier Master casting blade launched. This time Su Ming cast the spear into a halberd, and did not need to chop and stab, directly as a sledgehammer toward Han Joufei's head smashed down. Boom! The halberd hit its target squarely with a loud boom. A silhouette was slammed to the ground, splattering a large sliver of ice. Chapter 70 Ice Laws Axiom, Hard Work. There was a huge boom in the ring that had the crowd outright dumbfounded. What's going on here? Why did a fog come down and then Han Joyue was sent flying? I'm not dreaming, am I? What is this mist and alien power? So this Su Ming is so powerful? SOS is awesome. You're the one. This time, the gazes of the surrounding people looking at Wu Qianjun and the two of them were instantly different. A look of you guys being very prescient. Wu Qianjun excitedly stood on the seat, waving his fists in enthusiastic celebration. Su Ming was indeed strong enough and didn't let him down. Looking at Jiao Wulong, who was still sitting in his seat with a calm face, Wu Qianjun gripped him up, wrapped his arm around his shoulders, and shouted at the dumbfounded-looking crowd. Blackie, talk! While the audience was buzzing with excitement, Su Ming did not dare to relax in the slightest. That halberd smashing down just now didn't feel too right. The handle of the halberd was clearly imprinted with several fingerprints, and if Su Ming didn't have the protection of a body of steel, he was afraid that this smash would have torn his tiger's mouth apart. Fruity. It didn't take long for Han Joyue to get up from the ground. Layers of broken ice crystals fell from his face like fading scales. Su Ming, you are the first person to make me so angry. How dare you tease me? Han Joyue's face was as gloomy as water, and the slightest hint of sinister fury slowly drifted out from him, but it didn't attract anyone's attention. Su Ming, do you know why my Han family has always been the top 5 families? Today I'll let you know why they're all saying that the natural system is the strongest among the supernatural abilities. Frost and Ice. Han Joyue suddenly said with his whole body trembling, only to see Han Joshua's body suddenly turn ice blue. It was completely turned ice blue, like an iceman. Even his pupils turned transparent. Hu wavy dash. With a flick of his hand, an icy mammoth giant crawled out of the ice. Roar! Ice saber-toothed tigers, ice snow leopards, and ice plain wolves appeared in packs. Han Joyue had an ice crown on his head at some point, and with his ice staff in hand, he stood proudly on the back of the ice mammoth, looking down at Su Ming on the ground. Yo, you running a zoo here? Although Su Ming was very shocked in his heart, his mouth did not forget to mock. It's a shame you weren't invited to the ice world when you made so many ice bumps at once. Ha, from now on, you win if you can touch me. Han Joyue's voice was cold and emotionless, like a machine. He said. Su Ming didn't intend to ink anymore, and as he saw more and more ice bumps being summoned out, Su Ming was prepared to come straight to the hard stuff. In the next moment, Su Ming disappeared from the field. Buzz. A strong killing aura erupted from the ring, and just the breath alone scratched a trail on the ground. The running Su Ming was like a long spear, and everywhere he went, there was a cold aura. A creature summoned by the ice law was pierced through his vitals by the lance in his hand. Su Ming judged at a glance that these ice bumps were lifeless, so the attacks were on their limb parts that were involved in movement. Those ice lumps that had been put down were rapidly repairing themselves, and Su Ming didn't have the slightest intention of making up for it. He always had only one goal in mind, and that was Han Joyue. Boom boom boom. It was a collision of flesh and solid ice, lances tearing through the frost and iron fists smashing the creatures' skulls. Su Ming was like a tireless god of killing, tyrannical and fearless, and just relying on a rush. He approached Han Jui step by step. The stage was incredibly quiet at the moment. The exchange between Su Ming and Han Juyu had exceeded their perceptions. This was no longer just the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. The way they fought exceeded even the perception of ordinary people. Where are these two people's C-rank strength? This is too terrifying. It's the first time I've seen a fight like this. It's really eye-opening. Is this still an item-type awakened person? Can someone tell me how many times Su Ming has changed his mask? How many awakened objects does he actually have? Zhang Xian stared blankly at Su Ming, who was slaying in the ring. There was a time when she had been known as the genius who had crowned a generation, and backed by her family's resources, she had been the brightest star since she was a child. But at that moment, she realized that the bottom card she had put her best foot forward to reserve was nothing more than someone else's regular skill. Han Joyue was perverted enough, but at least he was also a natural lineage and had family guidance. What was wrong with that Su Ming? Didn't he say that he had only been on the job for a month and had grown up in an orphanage? Is there really a person who was born and awakened with combat power? And so ridiculously strong. That ice sculpture has to be C-rank, right? You're only a D-rank investigator. That's a one-punch blast? How about this? Now do you still think I shouldn't admit defeat? Lin Xiuran's quiet voice rang out, interrupting Zhang Xian's contemplation. Gulp. Gulping, Zhang Xian also told the truth. Fighting this kind of crazy person. I'm worried about you getting hurt. Xiuran. But, I always feel that this hasn't reached Han Joyue's limit. Zhang Xian is certainly not the only one who would think so. On the podium, Shang Jing smiled and stroked his beard. Ah Tang. You also think that Han Joyue hasn't used his full strength yet? Shang Jing, this is actually some of the meaning of the test in the presence of experts. No, Han Joyue certainly did not use the full force of it. But you cannot say that you guessed it. The leader asked you. You always have to say a 1, 2, 3, 2. Tang Hongxian cleared her throat and analyzed earnestly. Han Joshua's development of her powers has clearly reached the B-level fusion realm, enough to incorporate her powers into herself and create at will. But no matter how creative you can be, there is a finite amount of total energy, and these ice creations can't be rootless. So I presume that the energy of all these ice creations comes from that crown on Han Joyue's head, and seeing as that crown's energy isn't low, a one-time absorption would be enough to make Han Joyue one more notch stronger. Shang Jing and Yun Dingtian nodded in satisfaction. Being able to see this, one could only say that Tang Hongxian was worthy of being a B-rank veteran awakened. The moment. Su Ming had long since killed with red eyes, but he had also finally forced his way underneath the cold ice giant elephant. Grandson, come down and fight. What are you always hiding up there for? Although Su Ming was killing his eyes, he hadn't lost any of his sanity and still had time to take the time to taunt. Han Joyue was silent, only lifting her ice staff and pointing it at Su Ming. The ice mammoth giant suddenly raised its foot and stomped towards Su Ming. Mind you, this is no ordinary elephant. I'm afraid that even the biggest elephant in the blue planet is not as big as this mammoth. It had to be almost 3 stories tall, and just the raised soles of its feet were bigger than a small car. Bang! With such a large area, Su Ming couldn't escape even if he wanted to, and as the huge feet trampled Su Ming underneath, he could only desperately use his hands to hold on. Su Ming, if you can make me show you some real skill, you've died a worthy death. Ka-ching! the ice crown instantly shattered, and a blue energy was channeled onto the ice, and frost slowly crept up Su Ming's calves. Chapter 71 10 Seconds for Real Men. Opportunity for Victory. During the week-long special training that Cloudtop Heaven had given Su Ming, the most important knowledge imparted to him was how to control his abilities. Why is it that there is no direct hierarchical display of strength and weakness amongst the altered, but instead they are divided by investigator and martial realm? It's because, with the development and mastery of psychic abilities, such things are so hard to quantify. As an example, the same awakened person related to the ice attribute of the nature system. An ordinary awakened might only use the ice attribute to condense ice cones, ice spears or ice swords to aid in battle. Stronger ones know to change the environment and use the slowing effect of the ice attribute to debuff the enemy. At the higher end of the scale, there are those like Hanjo Yue, who can use their ice powers to create creatures and turn themselves into cold ice. Therefore, the development of psychic abilities, as well as their control, was often the direction that high-level awakened people attacked. But according to this, Su Ming was afraid that it would be very difficult to beat Hanjo Yue today. After all, his powers belonged to the item class, and the upper limit of development for item class powers was known to be the lowest. Only, Su Ming had a golden finger and was completely unable to use common sense to speculate. The feet were frozen and the hands on the top of his head were still on top of the mammoth's feet. Su Ming was now in an awkward situation, neither able to top the giant elephant's foot, nor was he able to move on his own to escape this danger zone. Hanjo Yue chose the most overbearing way to target Su Ming. This frost mammoth giant of mine is 40 tons. There's no way you can escape from under his feet. Su Ming, you've already lost. Since turning into a blue iceman, Hanjo Shue no longer spoke with any human emotion. Sure enough, this is the same as what Jin Dingtian and the others said. An alien ability that is too powerful beyond one's control will affect the user. Su Ming thought so in his heart, but his mouth was unforgiving. Defeated? You haven't even killed me yet and you dare to say I'm defeated. Who gave you the courage? Seek death. Even Hanjo Yue in his Iceman state was enraged. The one thing he couldn't stand the most was people saying he was weak. His strong pride would never allow someone to stand over him. The frost attached to Su Ming's calf spread upwards at a rapid pace, and I was afraid that in another 2 breaths it would freeze Su Ming's entire body. At the time of the crisis, Su Ming face Nuwa face changed, directly disappeared into the gap between the Yin and Yang 2 worlds. Yin Yang Leap. Active. You have the ability to step into the yin-yang duality at any time. As Su Ming disappeared, the eye-filling frost also lost its target and slowly retreated back to the ice. And on top of Hanjo Yue's head, that ice crown changed back once again. Standing in the gap between yin and yang, Su Ming was able to observe everything that happened in the yang world. After Su Ming disappeared, Han Juyu was vigilantly guarding his surroundings, ready to give Su Ming a hard time as soon as he returned. His feet were so weak that he couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. Looking at his feet, which had long been frozen and numb, Su Ming's brows furrowed. What an overbearing ability. Even with the restorative power of the Jiuli clan, it repairs so slowly. Although Su Ming put words on his lips that were quite ruthless, he never exaggerated his actions. That mammoth elephant he indeed could not think of a way to solve. Even if Chi Nua face combat strength burst, can enter the state of the demon god hegemony? With 10 seconds of attack power bonus, he is not likely to short time to cut a 40 tons of legendary creatures. But, it won't solve the problem, but it will solve the person who asked the question. Su Ming, who possessed the ability to walk in the yin and yang realms, could completely go and sneak up on Hanjo Yue and surprise him. Say it and do it. Judge Nua Face brought Su Ming to a position not far behind Hanjo Yue, and with the repeated changes of Nua Face, Su Ming suddenly appeared behind Hanjo Yue. Evil Thought Frenzy, active buried nature explodes, tripling speed for 30s, Yin and Yang leap, Jiuli Blood Rage. Su Ming first in the form of the Night Fork Exorcism opened the Evil Thought Frenzy will increase the speed of 3 times, subsequently jumped out of the gap between the Yin and Yang 2 worlds, changed into Chi Nua Face, directly opened the 9 away from the Blood Fury, entered the state of the Devil God Overlord. 10 seconds of Real Man. Su Ming didn't dare to delay in the slightest and blasted a cannon fist towards the back of Han Joshua's head. Pitch-black demonic chi erupted from Su Ming's body, rendering him as if he were a world-defying demon god. And the evil thoughts brought by the Night Fork Exorcism, and like a grudge ghost, layer by layer spread. He had traveled from the netherworld, but it was as if he had come as a Shura from hell, and the terrifying fluctuations made everyone outside the ring secretly frightened. What's going on with Su Ming? This kind of fluctuation is something I've only encountered on Guile. No, Su Ming, this isn't a proper awakened ability, right? Could it be someone from a cult? Horrible. I didn't realize he was like this. It's so horrible I can't even look at it. There was a lot of talk in the crowd, and other than those who were familiar with Su Ming, no one wanted to believe that such a ghostly fellow could be a good person. Even if the awakened ability was very broad, and it was possible that it was skewed towards the Ghost Sentinel or something like that. But who was as outrageous as Su Ming? On the podium, Shang Jing was very relaxed. Not bad, so many evil thoughts focused together and not losing your mind. You taught me well, Topsy. The chief is being overly complimentary. These are all good things that Su Ming comprehended on his own. Yun Dingtian didn't take credit for Su Ming's guidance these days. He had long since been shocked and numbed, and he wasn't surprised by any ghostly ideas that Su Ming could come up with. But Han Zhou wasn't a cutie either. With such an obvious energy fluctuation suddenly manifesting behind him, there was no way he wouldn't notice it. The berserk evil thoughts caused the hairs on his back to stand up and sweat, and without even turning his head back, the light of the ice crown on top of his head blossomed greatly as he turned around and blasted a fist at Su Ming's fist as well. It was the collision of evil thoughts and icy cold, with the place where the two fists met as the dividing line. The entire ring was split in two, cracking a trail across the entire ring. So scattered was the energy that even the audience was affected, and half of them began to become apathetic, as if nothing could arouse their interest. The other part of the crowd became irate and a "what are you looking at?" saw two fights break out in the audience. Boom! The loud ringing sound of two fists colliding was then carried from the ring to the audience's ears, as if waking up from a big dream. Many people even feel that they have lost a part of their important memories. One punch followed by another. Su Ming in the ring naturally knew that this state of his own was only 10 seconds of hardness, and when the skill time was over, he wouldn't necessarily be Han Zhou's opponent. Bang! 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 There was a deafening roar as fists clashed between the two. Han Zhou's teeth were clenched as he was beaten back step by step, and it was his heart that was most shocked right now. Su Ming was even stronger than him now, and once the energy in the ice crown ran out, he might really lose. Chapter 72 Supreme Ice Law. Zhengshan Nua Face. The ice crown quietly shattered. The ice surface of the entire ring melted, the dead ice creations disappeared, and even the mammoth giant elephant gradually collapsed. A chilling cold air coalesced in the heart of Han Zhou's palm, and within the entire Panlong Square, the sky changed drastically in a split second. Obviously in the depths of the underground, there was suddenly a heavy snowfall in the sky. The snow came out of nowhere, coalescing in dark clouds on the ceiling, followed by goosefeather snowflakes falling slowly. It was as if he possessed a vortex in his palm, constantly sucking in the cold air around him, causing everything to return to the cold. Su Ming, you, today, will die. The Iceman state was lifted at some point, and Han Zhou was bombarded in the face by Su Ming's punch after punch, and his feet retreated again and again. The extremely dangerous coldness caused alarm bells to ring in Su Ming's heart, and looking at Han Zhou's palm that was already poised to fire, Su Ming very naturally chose to slip away. A skill with such a slow build-up. Cootie, I'm just going to get tough with you. Judge Nua face change. Su Ming was about to cross the yin and yang world to leave, but found that the entire space has been frozen. The falling snowflakes were fixed in the air, and everyone in the audience outside the ring remained motionless in one position. On the podium, Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiang were filled with horror as they all stood up and rushed towards Su Ming's position. There was no escape. Han Zhou had blocked everything off, and he could only share the victory with him in a hard way. Su Ming, I'll let you see the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Han Zhou's right palm slowly launched out, and wherever his palm passed, space was strangely misaligned. Supreme Ice Technique in Tropic Silence. The location where the right palm was pushed from the space creased, the falling snowflakes condensed into a matrix of ice prisms, and the shocked face of Tang Hong imaging also froze in the way of rushing. Yun Dingtian's lance was long and domineering, but the speed of movement was extremely slow. Everything is frozen and everything seems to be going silent. Han Zhou's supernatural ability at the moment had been developed to a conceptual level, a level that was by no means something he should have mastered. It's not right. It's too wrong. Even if he's a genius, it's impossible for him to come into contact with this kind of ability before C rank. No, even a rank. Who the hell is he? Shang Jing, the only one on the podium who didn't move, frowned and couldn't help but have a certain guess in his heart. And the life and death crisis between Su Ming, knuckles but buckle the edge of the Nua face. He pulled off the majestic Judge Nua face. 5 fingers buckle on the face. Please. Southern Fire Virtue Flux Star Lord. Red-colored karma flames flared up from the void, and vermilion yen armor patterns appeared on Su Ming's arms. The moment Han Zhou's right palm touched Su Ming's entire body transformed into a translucent fire spirit body. Entropy Inferno returns to the ruins, ashes extinguish. The entire underground space emitted the unusual sound of shattering glass. The frozen crowd regained consciousness, but their bodies were still frozen and numb, unable to move. Tang Hongxiang and the others rushed over, wanting to call off the fight. The level of energy used by the duo today was far beyond what this venue could handle. However, after striking a palm and realizing that he hadn't finished off Su Ming, Han Zhou's entire body was obsessively pointing at Su Ming and shouting, "Impossible! How could you possibly catch my stance? How could you? I will not lose. Never to you mortals. Right, evil god Sama. I still have evil god Sama. Please grant me the power, Lord Evil God. Your plan can begin. Suddenly, Hanjo Yue escaped a black lotus flower and pressed it on top of his heart without hesitation. In an instant, a shadowy, twisted aura of evil depravity to the extreme emanated from him. Ahahaha, I am invincible. Everyone, they are inferior to me. Especially you, Su Ming, a little worm. How dare you compare yourself to me? The pitch-black crown was placed on Hanjo Yue's head, and he actually floated up out of thin air, like a dark monarch on a frozen throne. Entropic silence was unknowingly unleashed again, and the entire ring was isolated, with everything outside the ring in a freeze. At this moment, Su Ming, however, was in a daze, only because the frantic beeps of the system in his ears caused him to go into a trance. Ding! The Southern Fire Virtue Fluorescent Star Lord Zhu Rong hears your call. Detected that the host can't withstand the descent of Zhu Rong's consciousness and his soul is collapsing. Zhu Rong chose to leave, leaving behind a wisp of divine thought. Congratulations to the host to obtain the state exorcism. God Nua, Mask, Zhu Rong Nua Face *1. Nua Face. Fluorescence Fire, Star Meteorite, active. The blood of the tongue sprinkled on top of the fluorescence crystal, can resonate with the sky of the fluorescence of the star, summoning meteorite fireballs to attack. Every time you use it, Zhu Rong Nua surface will be Starfire Backlash. Increase a crack, cannot be repaired. Fire Virtue Soldier Master, cast Blade, active. Take any limb on the body and forge it into a prairie lance with blazing fire. When the prairie lance comes out, the 8 wastelands are burned out. If the limb is completely burned out, it can be smelted into 9 infant burning heaven halberd. Entropy Inferno returning to the ruins, ashes extinguishing, active with the essence blood of his life. He activates the burning body ritual to heaven technique, transforming into a spirit body of fire, and can manipulate karmic flames at will, but he will lose his blessed exorcism. X, passive not reviewable. X, active unable to review. Gilt red copper color base, the edge inlaid burning red gold tassels. Mask forehead center embedded with fluorescent star pattern of crimson crystals. This one Nua face, esoteric, like a miracle. Assuming the whole person looked silly. This Nua became completely different from the once he had seen Zhu Rong Nua. It was as if they possessed divinity and divine power. But sadly, Zhu Rong Big Brother perhaps thought he could descend personally and directly used that move that could turn into a fire spirit body. Entropy Inferno returning to the ruins, ashes destruction. This is not fun. Although Su Ming obtained Zhu Rong Nua's surface, but it is a one-time experience card. That means that after playing this one, you have to return it. It's all because of that damn Hanjo Hue. His gloomy eyes looked toward Hanjo Hue, who exuded an aura of evil depravity. Hanjo Yue's heart trembled for no reason, and he looked at Su Ming's skeletonized eyes. There were 9 spiral fire patterns in his pupils, and he seemed to be able to see the flow of magma when he looked at him. What the hell are you and how do you still have nature-based powers? Even though he suddenly possessed the power of an evil god, Hanjo Yue was surprised inside. According to his theory, the natural lineage was superior, and Su Ming was now in possession of the fire element that was in opposition to him, enough to make him look at him squarely. Oh, you guess? Su Ming let out a cold laugh, and a nameless fire rose in his heart. If it wasn't for Hanjo Yue messing up, maybe he would have been able to get a 5 elements positive god Nua. How strong must this be? Now it's good to have a one-time experience card, and there's no telling how long it will last. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. I have to have a fit. It seems that bringing Zhu Rong Nua face will be affected by Zhu Rong consciousness. Su Ming now feels that his temper is bursting and wants to vent it. Biting the tip of his tongue, he spilled golden red blood onto the fluorescent crystal on his forehead. That blood suddenly burned Su Ming's exorcising face, as if opening a fire pupil. Chapter 73 Fluorescent Robbery Fire, Starfalls. Kyoto. This is the prime time of the night. Countless men and women run around bars and dance clubs, venting their daytime stress and hormones that have nowhere to go. Nana, believe me, I really love you. In the back alley of a bar, a young girl in a JK costume stumbled out the back door of the bar, with a yellow-haired young man in hot pursuit. Love me? You love me and you slept with my best friend? Being stopped in her way, the girl known as Nana pinched her waist and said angrily, "It was just an accident. We were both drunk that night and she insisted on saying she liked me, so I didn't hold back for a second. Nana, you believe me, you're the one I love the most, and I'd do anything for you." Ha, the JK girl grunted. Anything? Then go pick the stars out of the sky and send them to me. I'll trust you if you can do it. You. The yellow-haired man was furious. He had wanted to play with this woman again tonight, but it looked like it was going to be a bust. Just then, a sudden flash of red fire flashed in Nana's eyes. Ah, is that a shooting star? The man turned his head in shock at the girl's exclamation. only to see a meteorite burning with crimson flames was falling from the sky and rushing towards their direction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yellow hair let out a scream as the meteorite sliced past their heads. The tumbling heat, in just a moment, burned yellow hair's head of hair into black charcoal. AC. Ghost. Black and bald. Off. Who believes your bull asterisk 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 asterisk. JK. The girl turned and ran, leaving only the yellow hair. Oh no. Only the hairless egg was left to wander in place. Inside Panglong Plaza, with the burning of the flames on the fluorescent crystals, Shu Rongnua's face suddenly clicked and a hideous crack appeared. Hanzhou Yue, who was seated on the frozen throne, mocked. Delusional attempts to borrow the power of nature have backfired, right? Su Ming, you're a good opponent, but you're just too naive. As he said that, he stood up from the frozen throne, and with a lift of his right hand, a frosty giant sword made of cold ice appeared in his hand. The evil god lord who controls the power of greatness is the only god in the world, and just giving me a hint of the arcane of cold ice makes me so powerful. Su Ming, why don't you join me in embracing the evil god? Since you can control the flames, the evil god lord might be willing to accept you. Black solid ice slowly covered the frost giant sword, making it dark and eerie. Hanzhou Yue raised her hands high and prayed devoutly. Fall together into the abyss of filth, and bathe your bones in joy. Su Ming, come, sink with me and embrace my god. Hanzhou Yue became more and more fanatical. If at first he had been a devout believer and sensible preacher, then now he had become a fanatic after accepting evil fall with all his heart and soul. An unabashed lunatic. Stupid X. Brainwashed. A heartfelt speech didn't seem to move Su Ming in the slightest, and with a curse, he stretched out a finger and pointed it downwards. Send you a fireball. Make yourself at home. Shoo. A burning meteorite seemed to cross the space barrier and suddenly appeared over the underground space. The blazing flames dyed the sky red. The underground lighting systems burst one after another, and the only source of light in the entire space would be this fireball. Without making much of a stop, the fireball flew down in the direction of Su Ming's finger. The space along the way was twisted and torn by the burning, which happened to completely break Hanzhou Yue's entropic silence field. The extreme cold of entropy silence and the karmic fire of flux collided with each other, but the karmic fire devoured and burned the cold like a maggot attached to the bone. Fluorescent rubber fire, starfall. The huge meteorite fireball smashed into Hanzhou Yue. Sensing that he was locked in, Hanzhou Yue knew that there was no way to escape and arrogantly raised the black ice giant sword in his hand and slashed towards the meteorite. Bang! The meteorite was split in two, falling towards the left and right sides above Hanzhou Yue's head. Hanzhou Yue was so happy that he couldn't help but let out a loud laugh. Ahahaha, just this? Evil God Sama is truly invincible. My power is endless. However, before he could laugh for long, the two halves of the separated meteorite melted into a magma-like form with a poof, instantly wrapping Hanzhou Yue. Starfall silence. The attack method of that meteorite fireball wasn't a smashing blow at all, but rather, it was like a living creature writhing and devouring the moisture of all matter. Aha! The protective ice armor on Hanzhou Yue's body unexpectedly began to burn, and his entire body kept emitting heat as if he were in a hot spring. Why? Why are you able to summon such a powerful force? Who the hell are you? How can you be so strong in a month's time? Hanzhou Yue struggled and questioned, his eyes filled with unwillingness and remorse. He regretted it, regretted fighting Su Ming openly and fairly. He clearly could have secretly resolved Su Ming, but he had done the last thing a villain should do, belittling in fairness. He could clearly rely on his father's power to make Su Ming struggle, and he could clearly bribe and partner with other experts to ambush and assassinate. Instead, he chose a fair matchup. It was too late for remorse. The entropic silence was broken and everyone was back in action. Tang Hongxiang and Yan Dingtian landed in front of Su Ming in unison, protecting him behind their backs. Is everything okay? Did you do all this? Tang Hongxiang just wanted to care about Su Ming, but her entire body was shocked silly. What was this? This pure fire element, and energy fluctuations far beyond her imagination, was the work of a D-rank investigator? What exactly happened during the entropy silence? What did Su Ming invite out this time? Compared to Tang Hongxia, Yun Dingtian was much more calm. He started by stroking his beard, and without looking, pulled off a handful. After dropping it without a trace, he looked at Hanzhou Yue with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, Hanzhou Yue, I now suspect that you've come into contact with the evil god cult and are tainted with evil depravity. So now please cooperate with us and tie your hands. Trapped within the meteorite lava, Hanzhou Yue was silent with his head lowered as if he was dead. Hanzhou Yue? Hanzhou Yue, are you still alive? Tang Hong asked with a yell, stepping up and walking towards Hanzhou Yue. Danger! Noticing that the temperature of the magma was decreasing, Su Ming realized that the situation was not right and hastily warned. Luckily, Tang Hong imaging carried a wary mind and reacted quickly by retreating at a fast pace. Immediately afterward, a huge wave of malice suddenly erupted from Hanzhou Yue's body, spreading out towards the 3 people in front of him and towards the entire square. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 figures suddenly appeared around the podium. They exuded an aura of evil depravity, and had obviously embraced the followers of the evil gods as well. What are you doing? The instructor who was maintaining order by the podium raised his voice to reprimand him, but in the blink of an eye, a long black sword pierced through his throat. The spectacled man's eyes emanated a black aura as he drew his long sword, kicked away the instructor's corpse without even looking, and snapped. Action! Together we fall into the abyss of filth, and bathe our bones in joy. Chapter 74 Fall into the filthy abyss together. Mubone becomes happy. Great crisis. The 4 men folded their hands and prayed in unison. Together we fall into the abyss of filth, and bathe our bones in joy. 4 dark walls suddenly appeared, firmly enclosing the podium. Immediately afterward, Hanjo Yue, who was encased in the meteorite lava, walked out unharmed, his body filled with black and red lines that coiled around him layer by layer like contour lines. Rubbish Hanjo Yue, not useful at all. I still have to clean up the mess myself. Begin. Lord Evil's game. Click, 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 click. A series of several crunching sounds came from Su Ming's face. On Zhu Nua's face, countless cracks appeared. Immediately afterward, a fireball of a fluorescent meteorite appeared in the sky in unison, smashing towards Hanjo Yue on the ground. Seeing that this guy exudes an evil aura, he's not a good person. Big sister, it's not illegal for me to kill him, right? Where could Tang Hongxiang say anything at the moment? She was staring daggers at the sky full of fire rain falling down one after another. Boom 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 boom. The ring, which had been reinforced countless times, was instantly leveled. No, I should say smashed into a basin. A large mass of searing magma formed a small lake. Shu Rong Nua's face clicked and shattered, turning into golden fragments falling to the ground, and then slowly disappeared. Su Ming just now is aware of Zhu Rong Nua's face experience length of time is almost up. Adhering to all come. Use up the mindset of forgetting. Directly put a wave of meteorite fire rain. I didn't expect it to work out so well and build a little attraction for Panhandle Square. In the audience, they people had been dumbfounded when the meteorite first descended. Because of the entropy silence freeze, they only felt that this meteorite had suddenly smashed down, and they didn't even realize that it was Su Ming who had done it. But now it was different. Having seen Su Ming conjure up a large rain of meteorite fire with his own eyes, this directly turned the crowd into groundhogs. Ha! This isn't awakened on the same level as us? Ah, he's only 19 years old? He joined just a month ago? You guys aren't kidding me. I'll believe you when you say he's the head of the branch office. The most shocked was still Jiang Xin. She looked at everything mute. A sense of crisis arose, turned her head and tightly gripped Lin Xiaoran's hand. Xiaoran, did you already know that Su Ming was so strong? You guys are still just friends, right? Lin Xiaoran didn't move and drew back her hand. There was nothing she could do about Jiang Xin, who had been clinging to her self-consciousness. The pit that had been smashed into a lake of lava suddenly sprouted dense bubbles. Yun Dingtian's brows furrowed as he lifted his spear, his arm bulging like a balloon. Only a sound of strong wind whistling was heard, and the lance shot out as fast as a spiral drill. Yun Dingtian had told Su Ming long ago that he was a pure martial artist, and now it seemed that he had indeed cultivated the way of the martial arts to a great extent, and was able to send and receive true chi in any way he wished. No less than the legendary Master Ma's hair extensions. Put, the lance should be stuck into the magma. A short while later, violent bubbles arose within the magma, followed by a huge explosion. Boom! The magma tumbled like boiling water. A figure flew out from within the lava, and he landed on the ground with a thud, casually patting out the fire in his hair. Wow! A gasp rang out from the audience, and the girls covered their eyes and cursed the hooligans, only to see Hanjo Yue standing all naked in public, a small shrimp pulling 2 eggs, still swaying in the wind. Ha! A bunch of unseen looks. Not playing with you guys, time to get down to business. Hanjo Yue proudly stretched her crotch, glanced at the black wall that had already taken shape by the podium, and snapped her fingers. Gentlemen, please get a good night's sleep, and when you wake up, I'll show you a surprise. If you can wake up. Countless black gases, scurrying out from all parts of Panlong Square, they ran aimlessly, drilling into anyone at random. A black-robed ghostly figure appeared in mid-air. His skin was dry and pale, his eyes were hollow, and he had completely lost his human form. Yawn. As the ghostly figure yawned, more and more black air flew out. Some of the investigators had realized something was wrong and tried to step in to block it, but the black air was able to pass through any object or energy and burrowed into a person's body. Pffffffffff. Anyone who was drilled by the black gas would instantly fall into a deep sleep, and no matter how much they screamed, the people on the side couldn't wake him up. Instead, they would be infected and then fall asleep together. Something's not right. Capture him, don't let him get away. Realizing that something was wrong, Su Ming's few people hurriedly turned around and struck out, wanting to take down Han Zhou, but Han Zhou hemmed and hawed, snapped his fingers, and his entire person directly disappeared in place. Where did it go? Tang Hongxian looked around, but there was no figure of Han Zhou anywhere. Not good, he's an alien with spatial abilities. Yin Dingtian's face changed drastically, suddenly realizing that Special 5 seemed to have fallen into someone else's trap. Xiao Tang, Su Ming, quickly go and notify the local branches for support. All nearby investigators return with all guns blazing. Enter the highest level of alert. Yindingtian's eyes flashed before his eyes, and his entire body directly laid down on the ground, falling into a deep sleep. And Tang Hongxian was no exception, having long since slept with her harumphing. Su Ming stood in place and fell into an inexplicable self-doubt. Why am I not sleepy? Why am I not sleepy? Why don't you all go to bed and leave the mess to me? Okay, he meowed up and made me work overtime. Plus. A sound of sound sleep rose and fell in the square, the ghostly figure in the sky leading the way as everyone huffed and puffed together, and as they fell asleep, some of them began to struggle with their looks, as if they had had some kind of nightmare. Others, inexplicably, stopped breathing. Only Su Ming, very spirited, stood in the middle of the square with a reluctant face. I can't blame him for being passive. He had just finished a fight to the death and thought he could rest and lie down for a while with the blessing of his elders and leaders. But who would have thought that when the crisis arose, you'd all go to bed first and leave the mess to me, right? In fact, Su Ming also understood that this familiar scene was very similar to the bizarre one he had encountered on the airplane when he came to the imperial capital, and at that point, his nightmares had been eaten by the birchbird, and he certainly wasn't going to sink back into them. Right now, it seemed that he was really the only one who could save the entire Special 5. Looking back at the podium, surrounded by black walls, there was no way to know the safety of the Generalissimo inside. Gritted his teeth. There's nothing I can do about it that the chief can't fix. I'll just do what I can for now. No, I'm not alone yet. Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he pulled out the tactical goggles he carried close to his body, putting them on after a long time, and opened the communication device. Chapter 75 Conspiracies Emerge, Dreams in Reality. Among the black walls, Shang Jing sat on the empty podium, looking around at the darkened walls, and calmly lifted his large white teapot. Blowing the hot air off the teacup, Shang Jing took a sip. A spatial fluctuation came. Han Zhou appeared within the wall in a slight mess. His whole body was still naked and his cheeks were a bare patch. Now this young man is really not to be messed with, Lu. Fortunately I ran fast. He. Han Zhou spoke playfully under his breath, but his gaze went to the old man on the podium. Flowering gray hair, but his face was meticulously groomed. In order to participate in today's activities, Shang Jing deliberately put on presbyopia glasses, put on a tight suit and tie, and the whole person looked extraordinarily energetic. Only, ignore the blue slippers on his feet. It was such an old man, but was the highest leader in the whole of Daxia, managing the exalted. Han Zhou collected his smile and solemnly bowed to Shang Jing. It's been a long time, Chief. How is your health? Shang Jing raised his eyes as if in a dream, sizing up the man in front of him. You're Little Yellow, aren't you? You know it's back? The two seemed to know each other. Han Zhou nodded indifferently. Wanting to speak, he asked you to come, didn't he? It's okay, I can still toss and turn with these old bones. You go about your business. When Shang Jing saw Han Zhou hesitate, he let out a comforting cry and then lowered his eyes once again. Ugh! With a long sigh, Han Zhou knew that she was powerless to sway that man, so she folded her hands and activated her powers. Phase Fold Leap. The space on the side of Han Zhou seemed to have been crushed into pieces of paper, and within the pieces of paper seemed to display another night sky. Boo! With a crunching sound, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared. One of them was timidly dressed in a black overcoat, with the lower half of his face buried in the collar and a hood. The other, taller one, was dressed in red and black robes, with a full head of broken hair and a constant smile at the corners of his mouth. Sensei, it's been a long time, and here I am again. The spatial fluctuations disappeared, and the later three automatically formed a confrontation with Shang Jing's position, and the atmosphere became more and more condensed. Moonless is really you, still not giving up after so many years. Shang Jing shook his head as if he was scolding the unproductive child. Give up? Impossible. You know I will never give up. Only by solving you will our dreams be realized, and the evil God Lord will have more mercy on us. Teacher, I've been preparing for this one for a long time, and I'm afraid that you and your heart and soul will all go up in flames today. Knight Wu Yu said seriously, his expression growing more and more serious, as if he wasn't joking at all. Just the three of you won't be able to kill the old man. It has nothing to do with strength. I am your nemesis. What you revere has no effect on me. Touching the cane behind him, Shang Jing moved sluggishly to prop himself up. Like a senile old man, Night Wuyue shook her head and looked at the two beside her, confidently saying, with space, time, and the elements here at the same time, we'll eventually test out a way to kill you. As Night Wuyue said that, an elemental aura that was like substance suddenly permeated around her body. Earth, wind, water, fire, gold, wood, light and darkness. The entirety of the elements in the entire world seemed to converge around him, to be manipulated and taken as he pleased. Allomancy, elemental judge. The energy fluctuated, and what Night Wuyue casually threw out was someone else's big move. A stream of black flames scurried out of his hand, gradually expanding as it moved, using the space as sustenance for growth. Hanjoyua was also once again clasping his hands together and slapping at Shangjing. Alien power, dimensional cage. The shorter figure, on the other hand, didn't make much of a move, just pulled out a pocket watch and pressed it. The black flames and the fluctuations of space acted on Shangjing at the same time. The latter, however, did not put up the slightest resistance, allowing the energy to wreak havoc and invade his body. Really anxious, wifey knew to buy a suit. Do not give the old man burned. Shangjing's calm voice rang out, and then both the black flames and the spatial fluctuations all disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Ability, nullify ability. The stirring energy was just all gone. Hanjoyua turned his head to look at Night Wuyue by his side, his throat rolling. Are you really sure that we can kill him? This is no longer in keeping with the conservation of energy, is it? What happened in the Black Wall? Su Ming, who was outside, certainly knew nothing about. He had just now gotten in touch with Bai Xiao and was sharing information about this place. Time is running out, and in my experience, it's very difficult for a person to spot an anomaly in the middle of a nightmare cycle. So how do I tell these sleeping people that the real anomaly is themselves? Su Ming combined his experience from last time and anxiously asked. Located in the dormitory room of the Jincheng branch office, Bai Xiao, a pair of hands rapidly tapping on the 3 keyboards, a fiber optic cable from the computer connected straight through the wall, and the supercomputer in the Special 5 Institute for data sharing. Su Ming, don't worry. I'm making a deduction based on what happened to you last time. Based on known information, the weirdness you encountered could be a legendary nightmare. Except it's the first time I've seen a nightmare that's physically present in reality. Can you confirm that you didn't dream it? Hearing Bai Xiao's words, Su Ming instantly froze. Yeah, if he's in a dream world right now too, what's the point of saving him? He's hit too. Just wait to die. But he couldn't verify that he was in a dream world yet. What should be the best way to verify this? Bai Xiao didn't know that it was just his own thoughtless words, and Su Ming had really pondered over this issue. However, Su Ming had really thought of a way. He quickly put on the Judge Nua face, took out the book of Ao Jing and sheet brush. In the book of Ao Jing, the latest page pen wrote a line. If Su Ming destroys flowers and plants, his young life will be reduced by 1 day. Suddenly feeling an inexplicable change in his body, as if his cells had collectively weakened, although it was only for a moment, it was still detected by Su Ming, and on the book of Ao Jing, the line of judgment was indeed left behind, and then disappeared into Su Ming's hands, bringing the judgment to the hellmouth. This feeling of folding my life is something I've never thought of before. I didn't expect it to feel like this. I shouldn't be in a dream. Su Ming's method of testing this move had to be said to be very ingenious, because dreams originated from the subjective subconscious mind, and in Su Ming's subconscious mind, he had never experienced such a thing as the Ao Jing book folding his life. In his perception, what it felt like to have his life broken was completely unclear to him, and even if he had guessed, it was all in the air and all in his imagination. But just now he put pen to paper and personally experienced that feeling of loss of life expectancy. It was a feeling he could never have imagined, and since he couldn't imagine it, he couldn't fabricate a dream, so naturally this was what really happened. It's similar to, eating stinks, but how do you brainstorm what he tastes like when you haven't had it in your mouth yourself? There are probably a million flavors you can imagine, but each one will be something your brain has experienced before, or remembers, and when you do get a bite of, if it gives you a flavor that is new, that is unbelievable. That is a brand new memory point that excites your brain and secretes dopamine. Then it's serious enough that your brain isn't tricking you and it's a real bite of. This is the reason why many people like to give examples of analogies of what so-and-so tastes like when they taste a new cuisine. Flavors that are outside of your comprehension are the realities that your brain can't fool you with. This was Su Ming's theory of eating, and it was also the simplest way to verify if it was a dream. Only, taking a bite of was still too topsy-turvy for anyone but Hutu to like, and he still chose to fold his life for a day. Chapter 76 Shangjing's Altered Ability. Maybe extinction. Outside the Black Wall, Su Ming was brainstorming with Bai Xiao, thinking about countermeasures. Inside the Black Wall was a messy battlefield. Nullify ability. This awkward ability was the ability of the Chief of Special 5, Shangjing, an ability to nullify the powers coming from other people's attacks, No matter how strong your psychic ability was, how beyond comprehension the concept was, as long as you encountered Shang Jing, he could nullify you. If that's all, it's fine, because even if you can't use your powers, there's still Budo. If you don't have your powers, you can still kill people in a physical fight. But Shang Jing also had another identity at the same time, and that was, he was also a 9th degree martial artist, and had once been the strongest one among the 9th degree martial artists. It was said that there was no first in literature and no second in martial arts, and Shang Jing was the recognized first in martial arts, at least at a young age. The fastest speed breakthrough of the 9th Dan, the youngest 9th Dan martial artist, compiled a universal cultivation technique for the Special 5, collected the secret books of martial arts scattered throughout the world, and comprehended the various kanji diagrams, and collected the great achievements therein. It could be said that Shang Jing's bang was on the path of invincibility, nullifying anyone's powers, forcing them to physically fight themselves, and having the strongest force at the time. That's why the Special 5 Institute was able to come out of nowhere and take charge of all the exalts for Deicide. If it wasn't for the age issue, Nightmare wouldn't have thought of going against it anyway, but there's no way around it. There's a clash of ideas that's irreconcilable. Bang! As Shang Jing dodged and came, Hanjoyue didn't even have a chance to help Night Wuyu tamper with the three-dimensional coordinates before Night Wuyu had his head blown off by Shang Jing's punch. Ding! The short, black-robed figure popped open the cover of his pocket watch and set the clock back 5 minutes again. The entire battlefield instantly retreated back, and Nightmare Moon was back in one piece. Who wavy dash little mirror is lucky to have you. You mustn't make a move on Shang Jing, in case he nullifies your powers. We'll really be dead. Hanjoyue wiped the cold sweat from his head. Even though he had already seen it countless times, it still scared him to death just now. The short figure known as Little Mirror nodded. Her figure was very blurry and seemed to be in between the gaps in space and time, making it impossible to confirm her location. This was the tactical arrangement of Nightmare Moon. Have Huang Zihang, the one who possessed Hanjoyue, hide the three-dimensional coordinates of the Little Mirror, anchored in time by Little Mirror with a time-based psychic item, the broken pocket watch. As long as Little Mirror wasn't killed by Shang Jing in seconds, they would have an infinite chance to start over. As for whether it would be nullified by Shang Jing's powers, that was the only weakness of the ability nullification. If the enemies didn't launch an attack on Shang Jing, naturally they wouldn't be nullified. Ahem. Mortaring his crutch, Shang Jing coughed. How about this? You still can't kill old me. Now back off and old me can let you go. Ha, teacher, you're still so merciful. We're about to kill you and you still let us go? Or does? You can't keep us now? Even though her face was a bit pale, Night Wuyu said with a cold smile. Although time regression was able to bring him back from the dead, the feeling of having his head blown off would always be remembered. Ugh, none of your batch of kids ever listened to advice. It's just a matter of letting the old man properly educate you on what it means to respect your teacher. Shang Jing seemed to be really a bit angry as he let go of his hand and his cane fell straight to the ground. The exquisite suit was slowly removed by him. Tie, shirt, sunglasses, meticulously removed and folded to reveal a body as gnarled and pimply as a mound. It's old, but it's hard. Crunch, crunch, craning his neck twice, Shang Jing lowered his gaze and looked toward the night moonless view. Moonless, watch out, Huang Zihang sharply voiced a reminder, while he himself took the lead in launching a phase leap and escaping the neighborhood. He couldn't die first. If he died, the coordinates of the small mirror would be exposed, and their chance for infinite resurrection would be gone. Facing the rushing Shang Jing, Night Wuyu's face was without fluctuation. He was no weakling, and without the nullification of his powers, Shang Jing might not have been a match for him. The elements around the body boiling, a power than Zhu Rong Nua face fluorescent robbing fire star meteorite stronger than the alien energy thrown out. Earth elemental, morning rock spell coffin. The earth ruptured, and black liquid mixed with death aura wrapped towards Shang Jing. Water elemental, Dead Sea assimilation. As the Dead Sea domain unfolded, Shang Jing was like running on water, and this water would corrode any substance. Fire elemental, scorched earth holy body. Night Wuyu's feet turned into scorched earth, while she herself turned into a fire spirit body, her movement speed increasing dramatically. Wind elemental, vacuum divine domain. The air around Shang Jing was being pulled out of his body. His lungs were fibrotic and he was facing asphyxiation. One by one, elemental stunts that made other awakened people beg for more were unleashed, and each of them was developed to the limit by Night Wuyue. Instead, facing the Shang Jing, who was overwhelmed with elemental powers, he simply murmured, alien power nullification. Bang! Like a balloon blowing up, the loud and powerful variety of alien energy disappeared into thin air. Shang Jing, however, had already arrived in front of Night Wuyu. What awaited him, it seemed, was another blow to the head. Seemingly dying, Night Wuyu hysterically unleashed her supernatural energy, trying to force Shang Jing back. Elemental sacrifice, final salute. The 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind detonated at the same time, and Night Wuyu sacrificed half of the elemental powers he had mastered altogether. Shang Jing glanced at the terrifying final salute and just didn't move as he unleashed Alien Nullify again. However, boom 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 boom, 4 loud explosions rang out, and Shang Jing's body flew out backwards as if it were a kite with broken strings, crashing into the black wall with a roar. It worked! Huang Ziheng cheered excitedly and caught the small mirror with hidden 3-dimensional coordinates in a flash. Put! Night Wuyu covered her mouth and spat out blood. Sacrificing the 4 elements was equal to nullifying his supernatural abilities in general, but it didn't matter. As long as he could solve the big trouble of Shang Jing, Daxia, he would have no more worries. Good job, mirror, the plan worked. Night Wuyu favored the short girl with a compliment, her eyes full of praise. Shy from the compliment, Mirror squirmed a bit and voluntarily took off the hood on her head. It was a head far beyond adult size, so out of place on a diminutive body. Psychic Alien, Little Mirror. Allomancy, Lie Realm Weaver. Chapter 77 The End, the last thing I can do for you. Shang Jing hadn't expected that Sha Mirror, who had always acted as a time-based alien, was actually an extremely difficult to deal with spirit-based alien. Lie Realm Weavers, capable of using lies and innuendo to defraud the perceptions of others, are weak in direct combat, but extremely difficult to deal with. You never know if the target you're facing is real or not, and if the next attack that hits you is fabricated or reality. Shang Jing was the one who fell into Night Moonless trap. From the very beginning, Nightmare Moon was hinting at him. With space, time and the elements here at the same time, we'll eventually experiment with a way to kill you. From this sentence, the deception of the little mirror has begun. Broken pocket watch, anchored time coordinates, fading back in time after death. But it's all just an illusion fabricated by the little mirror. From the beginning to the end, Night Wuyuai had never died, and the Shang Jing who had blown his head off time and time again was nothing more than the dead soldiers of the evil god cult that Huang Ziheng had teleported over with a space leap. Only the final elemental sacrifice was Nightmare Moon's true attack, but by then, Shang Jing's consciousness had been completely deceived. He thinks he's activated his ability to nullify, when in fact he never has. This side is Nightmare's plan to start with a falsehood and end with a fraud. What a strong mental power it was, strong enough to blind a 9th Dan martial artist, the chief director of Special 5. At this point, all the fabricated illusions have just disappeared. Within the black walls, there was a mess. Countless corpses were scattered horizontally, black contour lines all over their bodies, and even in death, they still retained the frenzied posture of embracing an evil god. And not far away lay a mutilated body alone. Gravity confusion, earth, plus blood boiling, water, plus phosphorus bone spontaneous combustion, fire, plus lung lobe bursting, wind, taking the sacrificial attacks of 4 elements and having debuffs all over his body. But even so, it didn't take the old man's life. With his limbs mangled, he struggled to sit up, with only one left arm remaining on all 4 limbs, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth before he could activate his powers to clear the debuff. Well, cough cough. Black blood sprayed on the ground as Shang Jing wearily braced his body that was about to fall. Nullify the powers. An inexplicable power slowly traveled around his body, and the 4 debuffs that were enough to kill him were removed. Snap! A round of applause rang out, and Night Without Moon stood not far away looking down at the old man, heartily praising, "Teacher, you deserve the name of the strongest. The 4 elemental sacrifices didn't even manage to kill you, so perhaps the only thing that can defeat you is time." The time in Night Wuyu's mouth certainly didn't refer to the time system ability, but rather the pallor of the years. Shang Jing shook his head shriveled. Was there hate in his heart? That's not true. After living for so many long years, Shang Jing had long since lost the concept of hate. Is there any point in hating if everything eventually comes to an end through time? Even if the future is destroyed, what has it got to do with him? An old man who was going to die. What's more, the few people in front of him were his former students, and Shang Jing clearly knew the ideals in their hearts. Although the philosophy is not the same, but die at their hands, help them realize their ideals, cannot talk about hate. It's just a shame that they weren't steered onto the right path. But, is that really true? The cloudy eyes looked beyond the black wall, and even though it was pitch black in his sight, Shang Jing still seemed to be able to see the young investigators who were fighting and giving their best in order to guard the lives and properties of the people. Isn't the point of seniors to go and cover for these youngsters? Old man, there's still some hurdles to clear for the kids. The icy gaze crossed over Night Moonless and landed on Little Mirror's body. This unique spiritual awakened was the most difficult to deal with. Snap, snap, snap. The only remaining arm, dragging its mangled flesh across the floor, squirmed. The blood dripping from the wound left a long trail of blood. Shang Jing's goal was clear. It was towards the small mirror. That's not even dead. Huang Ziheng's face changed drastically as he and Night Moonless exchanged glances. folding their hands together as two-dimensional folding leap was unleashed, and one of the evil god cult's dead soldiers jumped out of the teleportation space. Together we fall into the abyss of filth, and bathe our bones in joy, to spread the will of the evil lord. Kill every living thing that is ungodly before you. With Huang Ziheng's command, the densely packed berserkers hissed and rushed towards Shang Jing. Black contour lines were all over them, and they had been lost for a long time. Ziheng, take little mirror away first. Shang Jing won't be able to hold out much longer. Leave the rest to me. Knight Wuyue didn't dare to take that old man lightly, even if he was returning to the light. Huang Ziheng nodded. With his spatial ability, he was highly maneuverable, and there was absolutely no need to put Xiao Jing in danger. Besides, Little Mirror had already attacked Shang Jing, so there was no longer any point for her to stay here. A ringing finger came to Xiao Mirror's side, and Huang Ziheng was about to teleport away when he pulled her wrist. A sudden rush of fishy air filled his nostrils. Ziheng, be careful! Nightmare Moon let out a cry of alarm, but it was already too late. Bloodshot eyes and a reddish-white trachea in his mouth. Shang Jing used any part of his body that could be used as a weapon and came to Kojo's side with swiftness. Teachers! Before Huang Ziheng could say anything, a sandbag-sized fist went straight for his face. Space leap. Huang Ziheng wanted to teleport to escape, but realized that his waist was sticky. A section of blood-red colon was wrapping around his waist, nullifying all of his powers. How else are you going to escape the nullification of your powers when you keep touching me? The windpipe slipped out of his mouth, and Shang Jing, the amiable old man, smiled the innocent smile of a man who had succeeded in his ruse. Bang! A punch sent Huang Ziheng flying. A spray of blood shot out, and Shang Jing's intestines were ripped out in the process. The color of his face deteriorated with the naked eye, but Shang Jing opened his palm without a care in the world and grabbed the girl in front of him. Xiao Mirror was completely stunned and froze in place, frantically activating his powers, but to no avail. Pop! A large hand gently covered the small mirror's face. The expected sharp pain did not come, and Xiao Mirror looked at the old man in surprise, only to find that the other party's face was no longer alive. Dark elemental, shadow devouring. A dark aura swept through, and Shang Jing's mutilated body was sucked into the black vortex like a rag, until it was confirmed to be lifeless, and then it was spat out. Mirror, how are you? Knight Wuyu hurriedly came, but in his heart, he was secretly glad that Shang Jing just happened to die of exhaustion, otherwise it would have been dangerous. However, when he saw Little Mirror's face, his entire body froze outright. What's wrong? What's on my face? Xiao Mirror asked in surprise, but Knight Wuyu returned incredulously. Your head got smaller. Mirror, you're back to normal. Chapter 78 Into the Dream. One man's hide and seek. As the fight raged on within the black wall, Su Ming was also busy. Bang, bang, ding. Guangong's greatsword swung round towards the nightmare with a loud bang, but the nightmare floating in the sky was unharmed. A black light around him wrapped him up, and no attack could harm him. Huffing and puffing wavy dash, huffing and puffing wavy dash. Su Ming was so tired that he couldn't catch his breath, but it was all for nothing. Su Ming, don't bother. I've just looked up the information on the nightmare. This weirdness will form a kind of protective film when it's in the dream realm, and the strength of this film is basically unbreakable unless it's an S-class investigator. Bai Xiaoxia's voice came late, and Su Ming rolled his eyes. Holy, so that's how it is. I'm exhausted. I'm sorry, I was the one who was useless. A voice with some apologies rang out, and Su Ming hurriedly comforted the little girl. Nowhere. It's great enough that you're doing this on your own. I was fretting about what to do down there. Bai Xiaoxia pondered for a moment and said hesitantly, there is a way, but the risk is a bit too great. Risk? The risk is pretty high if I don't save them now, but no harm done. That's not true. If all the people in this square died and Su Ming survived, Daxia would still treat him as an accomplice of the evil god cult. Nightmares into dreams also require a sleeping person as a carrier, and one of the investigators present must have had a very specific nightmare that was invaded by a nightmare. If he can solve the nightmares out by himself, then we just need to wait outside to kill the escaped nightmares. But if he can't do that, Bai Xiaoxia paused and pursed her lips. If he can't do that, he needs you, Su Ming, to enter his nightmare to find the nightmare. After she finished speaking, Su Ming himself fell silent, not to mention whether he could find the nightmare or not. Let's just say that there were thousands of good people in the whole Panlong Square. How would he know whose nightmare was the most special and would be chosen by the nightmare? Su Ming, entering someone else's nightmare is just too dangerous, and it's completely different from being in your own nightmare. You never know what crisis someone else might fantasize about in their dreams. You go in there and it's just you, while others don't always. Maybe in his dream everyone lives in the universe and you'd suffocate if you went in there. You don't have to risk it. With me as your witness, even if everyone was killed, I'd still help you. There was some movement in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes as she relentlessly advised, not wanting Su Ming to take any more risks. Su Ming listened to Bai Xiaoxiao in the headphones and chattered on and on again, and in a rare moment of impatience, he was instead somewhat touched. I have reasons why I have to go too. There are quite a few nice people who don't deserve to die here. If Bai Xiaoxiao was here, Su Ming would have wanted to pat her head, but now he could only brainstorm about the feel of his hand. Tell me how to get into someone else's dreams. I can think of someone, and if the nightmare were to choose a unique dream, odds are it would be her. With a flash of light in his mind, Su Ming suddenly thought of who would be the target of the nightmare. If anything, which unlucky person is most likely to be chosen to be the target of a nightmare and experience a nightmare of the highest difficulty? Then a figure would really appear in Su Ming's head. Hussies. This unlucky girl from the first encounter found her a face of bad luck. The back is also fruitful. Obviously sea level. The second round of the competition but first ran into Jiang Xin. Was directly second round trip? What reward is not? Watching a play in the back to eat a melon. The melon falls to the ground, and whoever's weapon is knocked away on stage absolutely has to fork towards Hussy. Even when you go to bet on the win/loss periphery, you lose every game. And what kind of person doesn't win a game? Of course, Su Ming didn't know so clearly. He just felt that that girl was so bad, while Su Ming himself was a very lucky person. The two metaphysics complement each other positively and negatively. You can't go wrong with her. Thus, Su Ming found the sleeping Hu Cc in the audience. The other's pretty face was filled with pain and fear, as if this nightmare was very unpleasant. Dreaming requires two people lying flat on a pillow. The conditions here are limited. Su Ming casually picked up a broken cardboard box, folded it up and used it as a pillow, placing the young girl on the ground to lie down. She assumed a sideways position as requested by Bai Xiaoxia. Su Ming also lay down face to face, looking at the other party's small, glowing face, suddenly having a strange sense of immediacy. I'm not going to be taken for a pervert here, am I? Raiding the women's bedchamber at night and sharing a bed with a wonderful young woman? He's meowing. Send me the link. Thinking so, a melodious piano sound came from the headphones, and as sleepiness rose, Su Ming fell asleep with the darkness in front of his eyes. Bai Xiaoxia turned off the hypnotizing song and let out a long sigh. Su Ming, be sure to come back alive. The vision is dim and the mind is swollen. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, and in front of him was an unfamiliar scene. It was a completely enclosed space and looked to be a two-bedroom, one bathroom, one kitchen, one bath private apartment. The doors of the apartment were all open, and Su Ming was standing in the living room, scanning around and not finding anyone else. It seems that nightmares like Hussey's are nothing like mine. What was the anomaly in her dream? Where did she go in person? The doubts in his heart increased greatly. In order to prevent danger, Su Ming tried to call out the system Nua face out. Guangdong, Nightjar, Qi, none of it. All the exorcisms could not be called out. No, I should say that the powers were completely unusable. The system menu wouldn't open either. But luckily, the martial realm seemed to be still there. Seeing that there was no danger for the time being, Su Ming took a step and observed the apartment. It's a fairly well-decorated house, only slightly dated and with an ancient desk clock. There were no lights on in the room, and the hands of the desk clock ticked and turned, vaguely seemed to be pointing at 2:30 a.m. At the moment, Su Ming picked up the picture frame on the TV cabinet. It was a photo of a family of three. The little girl in the middle seemed to be Hu Cc. It looked like it was taken when she was 7 or 8 years old. It looks like it's a piece of a childhood nightmare. Knowing the time, Su Ming walked towards the bedroom. The bedroom looked like Hussey's at first glance, with pink sheets, a bed full of dolls and a closet full of clothes. There was also a computer in the bedroom. The mainframe's power light was on, and the fan was making a whirring noise that was extraordinarily clear in the silent room. With nothing else to observe, Su Ming walked over to the computer and wiggled the mouse. The computer screen suddenly lit up, illuminating Su Ming's miserable face. There was a forum open right above it, and Hussey seemed to have posted a request for help, with a post that read something like, I'm lonely, I'm never alone. My parents and relatives think I'm a spoilsport. No one wants to make friends with me. How can I make friends? Below the post, many people gave advice, but none of them solved Hussey's problem. According to her, who would want to be friends with an unlucky person who also infects those around her? It wasn't until 2:30 a.m. that someone posted a comment that appeared on the latest floor of the thread. The truth is you've always had a lot of friends. They're all around you. You just don't see them. I have a way for you to meet your friends. Make a game out of it with them. The game is called Hide and Seek for One. Chapter 79. The game begins. Microphobia alert. Inside the dimly lit room, the computer screen emitted a lonely light that shone on Su Ming's miserable face. Seeing the latest message on the forum, Su Ming's face was very ugly, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. You need to prepare the following things. A stuffed doll with hands and feet, a bowl of rice big enough to fill a doll, needle and red thread, nail clipper, knives or other sharp objects, a glass of salt water, then follow the program. First, you have to cut open this cute doll. Remove the stuffing inside. Cut your own fingernails and fill them in with rice. Then sew the doll on with red thread. Don't throw away the extra red thread. Wrap it around the doll as well. Then, give the doll a name, but it can't be your name or the name of someone close to you. Wait until 3 o'clock in the middle of the night and you can start the game. First, you have to come into the bathroom. Say "I am a ghost" 3 times to the doll. Then place the doll in the bathtub filled with water. Then step out of the bathroom. Turn off all the lights in the house. And turn on the TV only to a snowy screen with no signal. After closing your eyes and counting from 1 to 10, take a knife or other sharp object. Go back into the bathroom. And if the doll is still here, you have to say to it 3 times, "Doll's name has found you," and then stab the knife at it. Then say to the doll that it's time to, doll's name, be a ghost, and then find a place to hide with just the salt water. Remember, when you hide, never make a sound. Always have a mouthful of salt water in your mouth, and never leave the house. In 2 hours, your friends will come to play with you. Remember, whether your friend finds you or not, after 2 hours you must come out of your hiding place with a mouthful of salt water and go to the doll, which by this time may not be in its original position. And when you have found it, you must first splash it with the salt water in the glass, and then squirt it with the water in your mouth, and say to it 3 times, "I have one," after which the doll is dried and burned before the game is over. Seeing this, Su-ming had already felt a chill. This game. No, it should be said that he had heard of this ritual, and it was very popular in the island nation in his previous life. I don't think Hussey is going to try this game, right? However, as time went on, the thread was updated with a new floor, and it was Hussey's reply. "Thanks, I'll try," and she really tried. Su-ming let out a long sigh, not realizing that Cece, who looked so coy, was so bold as a child. Maybe she was too lonely to notice the dangerous aspects of this game. The things filling the plush doll's body are her own fingernails, which can be used as a soul, rice as a grain, which can be used as flesh and blood, and red threads resembling blood vessels. It's not a game prop, it's clearly making a double of yourself. And what would be the thing that came through the psychic? Occupying his double and playing games with Hussey? Fine thoughts. Although the experience of the last life, this kind of psychic game probability is that nothing can be psychic, because of the confined hiding environment, coupled with psychological and environmental cues. People will be in the waiting to create a special sense of fear. This sense of fear will be rendered and amplified all the normal movement, so that it is very difficult to hold on to 2 hours. So basically, no one will succeed. But just in case, Hussey is really too lonely. Su-ming didn't dare to think too much and turned to leave the bedroom to check up on the other rooms. The clock in the living room was already pointing at the position of 2:45. The time in this dream world was at least normal, always losing, but at this time it invariably gave Su-ming a great deal of psychological pressure. It was only 15 minutes until 3 a.m. What would happen if he didn't play that game? Continuing to walk to the kitchen to check, Su-ming's heart trembled violently. On the counter stood a half-man-high rabbit doll, which was at the moment disemboweled, its stomach disheveled and emptied of lint, and next to it lay a fruit knife, red thread, and saline solution. It looks like Hussey has already made her decision. Su-ming didn't expect the little girl to really dare to play this psychic game, but he didn't have any other way at this time. He had come to find the anomaly in the dream. If he didn't play this game, what if he couldn't find the anomaly? Would he have a chance to start over when he entered the dream as an outsider? Su-ming no longer hesitated and walked directly to the chopping board, reaching out and pulling out the lint from the rabbit doll's stomach. Such a large rabbit had a lot of lint in its body. Su-ming pulled out 5 minutes before he could clean the lint from the rabbit doll's stomach. Without its stuffing, the dry-suppressed bunny doll twisted together, the large gaping hole broken in its stomach looking particularly cruel. Snap! Perhaps because of the damage caused by the action, the rabbit doll's eyes snapped to the floor. The round clasp rolled across the floor and under the cabinet without looking. There were no lights on in the room. It was very dim, and Su-ming didn't see where the rabbit's eyes rolled to for a moment. So he got down on the floor and looked at the gap under the cabinet and refrigerator. It was also pitch black under the cabinet, and after hesitating for a moment, Su-ming still reached out and touched towards the bottom of the cabinet. The entry was wet and appeared to be a round object that was somewhat disgusting to the touch. Su-ming was about to take it out when suddenly a cold light flashed before his eyes. Swish! It's also good to have a quick hand draw back. A sharp fruit knife grazed Su-ming's arm and landed on the floor, hacking out a half-palm-length crack. Gee, that was close. Su-ming patted his chest before he had time to look at the eyeball in his hand. This look spared him the mental toughness, but he was also taken aback. It was a sticky, hand-staining disc, slightly harder in texture and slightly smaller than a button, but just the right size for a doll's eyes. But no one would bother to put it on a doll's body, because it's actually the cornea on a fish's eye. In scientific terms, this is called the sclera, which is the outer layer of keratin used to protect the eyeballs of fish. Putting it under her nose and smelling it, there was a faintly fishy odor, and while it wasn't quite normal for this to be in the home of an 8 or 9-year-old girl, it was still an acceptable item. Maybe Hussey's parents come and cook for her once in a while. Su-ming comforted himself and turned his head to notice that the time on the seat clock was already pointing at 2:55 a.m. If he delayed any further, in case he exceeded the time, he didn't know how much trouble he would be in. Since he couldn't find the original eyes, Su-ming simply sewed the fish's scarab on the rabbit doll. The nails were then taken with nail clippers and mixed with rice and filled into the doll, which was then sewn and pulled tight with red thread, and the excess was wrapped around the doll. Thus, a horrible doll with a roughly stitched chest, black and white eyes, and red threads wrapped all over its body, was made. Chapter 80 Adorable Mickey. 10 difficult seconds. With little time left, Su-ming walked into the bathroom with the stitched-up bunny doll and a cup of salt water. Luckily, Cece had prepared in advance and the bathtub was filled with water. Otherwise Su-ming really wouldn't have been able to finish the ceremony before 3 in the morning. Placing the salt water on the sink, Su-ming turned around and prepared to put the doll into the bathtub, but inexplicably felt that something was wrong. Don't they put mirrors in the bathrooms at Hussey's? As he was thinking so, there was a sudden clatter in his ears. Su-ming hurriedly turned around, only to see the salt water cup that was placed on the sink fall into the sink. Suffered. Su-ming hurriedly went over to pick up the saline cup. Fortunately, there was roughly a third of saline water left inside. The post doesn't say what the concentration of the salt water is. Just mix it with a little more water, I guess. This time, he didn't dare to be negligent. Su-ming refilled the salt water cup, holding the water cup in one hand and carrying the rabbit's ears in the other. He came to the side of the bath and said to the rabbit doll, "I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost." 3 clicks later, the bunny doll was placed directly into the bathtub filled with water. The doll's body was full of rice, so it quickly sank, but because the stuffing inside the ears Su-ming hadn't bothered to pull out, the buoyancy was relatively high, causing the lower half of the doll's body to sink while the rabbit's head was in a position close to the surface of the water. Standing by the tub and looking at it, it looks like a rabbit standing in the water. Shaking his head, Su-ming cast away his distractions and returned to the living room. The lights in the house were all supposed to be off, leaving only the TV to be turned on. Su-ming sat on the sofa, picked up the remote control and pressed the red on button. The cold light of the TV hit him in the face, and after the brief opening logo, he didn't realize that there was a TV program in rotation. The TV was playing a cartoon that Su-ming was also very familiar with from his childhood, Mickey Mouse, but the episode that was playing, Su-ming couldn't recall having seen it in any way. The animation is in black and white, and the rendition is simple. It's the adorable Mickey walking down a city street, with his hands behind his back, constantly walking, not wearing a smile at all times as he usually does, but just never-endingly walking all the time. His head seemed to be looking left and right, and the TV was playing a very weird soundtrack that didn't sound like a full tune, but instead looked like it was pressing the piano randomly and without rules. Su-ming felt some discomfort in his body and unconsciously sat up straight, wanting to change the channel with the remote control. At this point, the music suddenly changed, and the unorganized piano sound turned into a low mumble. The muttering was not human speech, but instead sounded like the cries of some creature. As the muttering grew louder and more harrowing, the video footage began to change. The street that Mickey was walking on began to get twisted and Mickey's expression began to twist with a goofy grin. Immediately afterward, the muffled muttering turned into a hoarse scream, as if Mickey had endured some kind of excruciating pain. The TV whimpered as Mickey's face became 4 parts and his eyes dropped like glass beads. The city's buildings slowly began to rise, the streets still twisted, and a scream escaped Mitch's lips, growing more and more miserable and creepy. Bang! Su-ming pressed the TV's off button. An eerie silence fell over the entire living room. Cold sweat wet Su-ming's back at some point, and he didn't expect that Cece's dream of a little girl would be so terrifying. Urban legends, psychic rituals, spooky Mickey animation. Under such mental pressure, even if the dream could be repeated, how many times could Hussey hold out? Knock 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 knock. The hands of the desk clock were already pointing to the 3 a.m. position, and a thumping knock was sounding. It's time, hopefully it won't be that damn cartoon again. The game had to start, and Su-ming turned on the TV again and looked at the TV screen with apprehension. Luckily, it seems that the animation has finished playing and this time it shows a snowflake screen. In the darkened room, there was only the glow of the television, which instead caused Su-ming's senses to be reduced to the other locations around him. To play a psychic game with your eyes closed in this environment. I don't know who came up with the idea of a ghost. Close your eyes and the silent counting in your mind begins. 1, 2, hearing began to amplify, and Su-ming could even hear his own heartbeat. 3, 4, there was a sudden clatter of water running in the bathroom. It seemed like the bathtub was overflowing. It can't really have come back to life and crawled out, can it? Where would he go? The kitchen or the bedroom or to find me? Swallowing his saliva, Su Ming began to get nervous. 5, 6. As his senses grew sharper, Su Ming heard more clearly. Snap, snap, snap. This time it was footsteps. What seemed to be a rabbit's damp paws walking on the floor made a snapping sound of treading water. The voice was far and near, and it seemed to be passing behind Su Ming. Should I open my eyes and give it a stab? This thought popped into Su Ming's mind, so he squeezed the fruit knife in his hand. A strong sense of unease and fear was constantly torturing his nerves, and the back of his neck was already covered in goosebumps. 7, 8. There was a rattle in the kitchen and the rabbit seemed to have left. Su Ming clenched his teeth and finally held back from opening his eyes and drawing his sword. After all, one never knows what horrors could happen if the rules of the game are violated in a nightmare. 9, 10. 10 seconds passed quickly and no more noises came. Su Ming opened his eyes wide, already prepared to see a rabbit face lying in front of him as soon as he opened his eyes. Luckily, nothing happened. The only thing in the darkened room was the TV screen with its snowy screen, and there was nothing scary about it. Su Ming took a long breath, got up with the fruit knife and salt water, and walked towards the bathroom. Maybe it's all just my hallucinations. This kind of game is too much psychological pressure. Ordinary people should definitely not try it. Su Ming admonished himself, but the person did not stop at all, and came to the side of the bathtub, and indeed saw the rabbit doll sinking motionlessly in the water. It seemed to sink a little deeper instead because of the dampening of the rabbit ears. Surely everything is a matter of scaring yourself. As soon as Su Ming reached out and scooped up the rabbit doll in the water, he was just about to stab the fruit knife, but cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Rabbit's eyes. What's back? 2 identical dark orbs touched that cute bunny face. The original Scara location still has red lines that have not been cleaned up. Su Ming and the doll stared at each other, and seemed to sense that the other party was smiling towards him. Damn! Without hesitation, Su Ming stabbed the rabbit's heart, and still unsure, pulled it out again towards the neck, stomach, and waist, each coming with a knife. It wasn't until he was sure that even if it was alive, it should be dead through and through that he nailed the knife to the rabbit's head and threw it back in the tub. White rice tumbled out of the wound as if it were bare white bone, and the bunny doll's holster twisted and became even creepier. It's time for Mimi to be the ghost. Casually naming the rabbit doll, Su Ming didn't want to stay for a moment, turned around and left the bathroom with the salt water. Chapter 81. The doll comes back to life. Step by step, turning back to the living room, facing the direction of the light coming out of the TV, Su Ming then realized that on the floor coming out of the bathroom, there was a footprint that spread all the way to the kitchen. It looks like the dolls have really come to life. Su Ming shook his head to dispel these distracting thoughts. He had come to the dream looking for anomalies, but now it seemed as if the whole dream was an anomaly. This psychic game, it just doesn't seem right in any way. Had Hussey really played such psychic games as a child? And if she had, was this resurrected rabbit considered abnormal or not? Clueless, Su Ming can only bite the bullet for now and continue to follow the rules of the game. The apartment wasn't a big room, and there weren't many places to hide in the first place, let alone a big man like him. A refrigerator? No. Not to mention if the rabbits can find it when the door is closed. I'm not sure I could last 2 hours in there. So where else is? Behind the curtains? No way. It's dark outside the window, and hell if any monsters will appear behind the glass. That leaves the bedroom, and a little girl of 7 or 8 is still more likely to be hiding in her bedroom. Su Ming placed himself under Hussey's perspective, speculating on her thought process of action. So he walked around the TV, which was still flashing its snowy screen, and went back to the computer's room. The computer in the room had gone to a black screen because it hadn't been used for so long. The room was dim, with only a faint bright light coming through from the living room TV. Scanning around, Su Ming first stared at the double-door closet in the room, walking over and opening it up. It was filled with girls' clothes and 2 sets of quilts for the winter. The clothes looked relatively new, but the quilts reeked of mold. Comparing it with his hand, Su Ming felt that the size of the cabinet should be able to hide himself. Then he moved everything out of the cupboard and put it on the bed. Afterwards, Su Ming was the one who falsely covered the door of the closet, disguising himself as if someone was hiding inside. He himself got under the bed and covered himself with the draped sheet, leaving only a crack close to the floor for observation. The closet is just too good for hiding. If it were me, I would have checked the closet first. Not to mention, it's obviously not normal for so many clothes to be taken out and put on the bed. With limited options, Su Ming had prepared himself a layer of insurance. In case the bunny doll did come for him, he would surely check the closet first, and that's when he'd have a backstabbing opportunity to end the game with the salt water. Carrying the salt water and hiding under the bed, Su Ming tilted his head and poured a mouthful into his mouth. Bitter, salty, and fresh. Even after watering it down once more, it was still salty and bitter, with a tingle on the tongue. The apartment grew quiet, and it was so dim under the bed that the living room television could only be vaguely seen flickering on and off. The TV with the snowy screen, the darkened room, the eyes peering under the bed, and the rabbit doll that had been sunk in the bathtub and was now nowhere to be found. About 10 minutes passed, and Su-Ming gradually felt discomfort. Everything was too quiet, invariably amplifying the fear. He could hear his heartbeat clearly, hear his breathing, without a watch or taking any other electronic device. The time spent hiding was entirely by my own estimation. Su-Ming tried to calculate the time with the speed of his heartbeat, but as time passed and his breathing slowly accelerated, the calculation of time became inaccurate, and could only be based on the prediction that roughly half an hour had passed. And at this moment, Su-Ming seemed to be hallucinating. He heard, vaguely, what seemed to be the sound of water running in the direction of the bathroom. Did I leave the faucet on? No way. If it wasn't closed, why didn't I hear it just now? Could it be? It came out. Su-Ming's pupils instantly widened as he carefully pressed his face to the floor and looked in the direction of the ultra bathroom along the gap in the bedspread. Hussey's apartment type is very unlucky. The bedroom door faces the bathroom door, which according to feng shui, will allow yin energy to enter the bedroom, thus making the homeowner's yin and yang out of balance. However, at this time, such a pattern instead made it convenient for Su-Ming to observe. The light from the TV in the living room hit the bathroom door, making the bathroom one piece light, one piece dark. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Su-Ming let out a long breath, only treating it as if he was scaring himself. But suddenly, he was surprised to find that a pair of rabbit ears had, at some point, poked out over the edge of the bathtub, and the pair of red plastic eyeballs were staring straight at him. Discovered? Su-Ming's heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but swallow a little bit of the salt water he was holding in his mouth. The designers of such games must have done it on purpose, allowing the player to hold a mouthful of salt water in his mouth, which, instead of the comfort of exorcism and shelter, adds an inexplicable sense of suffocation during times of tension. The sound of water sloshing around rang out. That bunny doll somehow managed to rise straight up from the fish tank as if it were floating. The rice in his stomach was soaked and swollen. The skin of his jacket instead shrunk and became taut. The red threads that were haphazardly sewn together did their best to protect the stitches from falling apart, but the wounds caused by Su-Ming's stabbing stabs kept oozing out sticky rice paste. Spooky, creepy. The dream of a rice-filled cloth doll that floats after sinking is beginning to defy science. Su-Ming didn't dare to breathe, quietly hiding under the bed and observing. The doll slowly floated out of the water and stood on the edge of the bathtub, its adorable face looking around for a moment before finally stopping in Su-Ming's direction. Put, in Su-Ming's shocked gaze, the rabbit doll suddenly reached out and pulled out the fruit knife that was stuck in his head. White rice syrup flowed down the blade and onto its red fake eyes, which was creepy to watch. Pop! The TV in the living room suddenly went out and the whole room went dark in a flash. Did it come to me? Did he find me? Adrenaline secreted frantically, and Su-Ming licked his lips uneasily. In the game when he found the bunny doll, but he gave the other guy 5 knives. So what about when the bunny found him? Did he have to stick the knife in him too? Su-Ming couldn't help but shrink deeper into the bed, while his eyes were fixed dead center in the direction of the bathroom. Please, give me some light so I can see where it is. Without the cold light of the TV, the house was out of reach. Not even a hint of moonlight. Bang! Luckily, it was less than a minute before the TV was back to its snowy screen. Su-Ming was just about to catch his breath, but his eyes widened abruptly. Only the rabbit doll, at some point, had crawled up to the bathroom door. Chapter 82 Hiding Well, Life and Death. The connection between its head and neck had been cut off by Su-Ming, and it was currently drooping. A pair of bright red but godless eyes stared at Su-Ming without blinking, as if it had already discovered Su-Ming's hiding place. The water stains spread from the tub all the way to the bathroom door, with a white slurry liquid mixed in. It just crawled out of the bathtub and it's really alive. Su-Ming's face was very ugly. If at first it was all uncertain speculation and skepticism about paranormal events, Su-Ming now truly believed that this game would attract ghosts. So what will it do next? Find itself and kill itself? Should we end this game now? It was with this in mind that the TV in the living room surprisingly snapped off again. No, come again? Su-Ming also just spat in his heart, but the person was shrinking towards the bottom of the bed, away from the gap left under the bedspread. Even if the game was to be terminated, it would never be now, when it was safe and dark, which would only create an opportunity for the bunny doll to kill itself. The game was still going on, and it wouldn't necessarily find Su-Ming that quickly. The room was pitch black, and Su-Ming held his breath, utilizing his 5 senses to the extreme. Snap, snap, snap. Vaguely, damp footsteps could always be heard, creeping through the living room. Su-Ming grasped the saltwater cup, ready to rush out and splash salt water when the light returned to end the game. Bang! The TV suddenly returned to bright light. Su-Ming hurriedly looked out along the gap, searching for the location of the rabbit doll, but the glance scared him to death. The rabbit doll was lying on the doorway of the bedroom room, and was only 3 meters away from Su Ming. Since both were on the floor, they could see each other through that gap in the bedspread. This time it could be seen clearly. The rabbit's head was askew. The red silk threads were tangled in a haphazard fashion. The dried-out holster seemed to have lost a great deal of padding, and the entire face of the rabbit was distorted. Su Ming gazed at the bizarre red rabbit eyes and pinched the bedspread, ready to lift it and rush out to end this game. But then the TV, which had been on a snowy screen, suddenly went back on. Muttering. The black and white cartoon was reenacted as it had been moments before, with Mickey walking through the endless streets, head down, constantly hoping from side to side. He looked tired, as if he had something on his mind, and kept sighing as he walked. And as the music faded, Mickey's image slowly changed, gradually taking on a human form. Su Ming's pupils instantly tightened. He might not recognize other people, but the image of this cartoon character was something he could never fail to recognize. It was a two-dimensional cartoon image that was generally the same as Su Ming's. He replaced Mickey and continued walking through the endless streets. As he walked, the street began to distort, and Su Ming's limbs and face suddenly cracked open, and a mass of white goo flowed out of it, and miserable cries rang out from the television set. Ah! Su Ming's entire body stiffened for a moment, and his heart couldn't stop beating so furiously that he couldn't even breathe smoothly. The veins on his arm that stretched out to lift the bedspread rippled, and Su Ming was hard controlled by the scream for 3 seconds. Snap! It seemed that in case Su Ming ended the game, the television went out very quickly this time. The wait was long, and Su Ming cautiously refilled his mouth with some more salt water. Never let it get to me first. Su Ming made up his mind that the next time the TV lit up, he was going to go out no matter where the rabbit doll was. Once the bunny doll gets to him first, I'm afraid he'll have to experience being stabbed in the vitals as well. Snap! Snap! The footsteps were getting closer and closer and seemed to be defying Su Ming to circle around. When the voice came to the closet position behind Su Ming, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Bang! Bang! The blade pierced the wooden door panel with a thud, squeak and twist. The closet door seemed to be slowly opened by someone and the old hinged leaves rattled harshly. It seems the bait worked first? Su Ming was delighted, but his heart was immediately in his throat. Bang! Seemingly realizing that he had found the wrong spot, the bunny doll threw the closet door shut with a loud bang in a fit of rage. After the loud bang, the air in the room was suddenly quiet. For a long time, no footsteps sounded again. Gone? With this thought, Su Ming twisted his head and looked along the gap in the other direction, but his face instantly turned pale, only to see that rabbit doll, not knowing when it had plopped down on the bed where Su Ming was looking at Su Ming with its head poking down to the bottom of the bed. Tattered holster, barely tugging at the rabbit's head that was about to fall off with the last vestiges of fluff. Red threads of silk dangled to the floor, drops of viscous white liquid dripped down the red threads, and a pungent, fishy odor slammed into his nostrils. Asterisk. With the sudden shock, even Su Ming was taken aback. Not caring about the rules of the game, Su Ming kicked the entire bedpan flying, and his entire body scurried out directly from under the bed. The TV snapped on and the bedroom was temporarily glowing again. Su Ming hurriedly took another mouthful of saline water to replenish what he had just swallowed while cursing, then kicked off the bed and searched for the bunny doll. The rules call for finding the doll, then splashing it with salt water from a cup, then squirting it with water from your mouth, saying I win to it 3 times, and then you can go and burn it to end the game. Now I just have to find it to end the game early. With this in mind, Su Ming turned over the clothes on the ground with his hands and feet, but after searching for a long time, he didn't find any trace of the rabbit doll. Where did it go? Is it still in the bathtub and it's all in my head? Doubts arose in his heart, and before Su Ming could seek confirmation, a fruit knife directly pierced through Su Ming's abdomen. Blood mixed with salt water flowed out of his mouth, and Su Ming looked down at the sharp knife that had stabbed out of his stomach, his heart appalled. This is burrowing into me? As if to answer Su Ming's question, the rabbit doll in his stomach stabbed Su Ming's waist and stomach pouch with 2 more slashes. Greenish-yellow digestive fluid mixed with blood overflowed from the knife opening, and Su Ming's belly bulged out with the naked eye, a swollen fullness that caused Su Ming to nearly suffocate. Good egg, to your grandpa my belly to make a fuss. Right, okay, I see who is ruthless. Su Ming knew that letting the other side in his stomach to cause havoc can only lead to a dead end. His heart, directly 2 hands clasped the wound on the stomach, and then ruthlessly pulled toward the sides, and directly opened his own belly. Blah blah blah. A large spread of an unidentified solid liquid mixture spilled out onto the floor and contained a blood-red rabbit doll. A wind rose out of the air, and Su Ming seized the opportunity to kick the rabbit doll into the closet. Chapter 83. So that's how it is. The dream will wake up. Click. Cough cough. Quickly jammed the fruit knife that had fallen to the floor onto the door handle of the closet. Su Ming covered the wound on his abdomen while coughing up blood from his mouth. it was still too crazy to open himself up, and Su Ming could feel his stamina draining away at a rapid pace. The breaking point must be found as soon as possible. What this dream anomaly really is. While the rabbit doll was still free from the cabinet, Su Ming turned around and ran directly towards the bathroom. Only the bathroom has been giving me a sense of dissonance about what's wrong with it. His feet had just stepped into the bathroom, but the bunny doll had already cracked open the closet door. It picked up the fruit knife on the floor, cocked its head, and crawled across the floor as if it were a spiteful outcast. It crawled so fast that in the blink of an eye it had entered the living room. White rice flowed out of its wounds like wriggling maggots. Turning around, he slammed the bathroom door shut. Su Ming panted heavily with his back against the door. Blood continued to spill from his abdomen, staining the bathroom floor, and I'm afraid he won't last 3 minutes if he keeps losing blood like this. However, the more dangerous the moment. Su Ming's eyes were very bright. He surveyed the bathroom quickly, instantly noticing an oddity he hadn't been aware of. Why isn't there a mirror in the bathroom? Yes, in this bathroom. Su Ming noticed that something was wrong the first time he received water. A careful recollection now reveals that mirrors don't seem to have appeared in any of the rooms in this apartment of Hussey's. No, it's not just mirrors, it's any object that reflects light. The dim environment that had been maintained, the lights that were not allowed to be turned on, the tight schedule, all of this seemed to be designed to make Su Ming overlook this strange point of discord. And what was the purpose of hiding the mirror? Bunny dolls are afraid of mirror reflections? Hussey never looks in the mirror? Or is it? Su Ming suddenly had a bold conjecture in his mind. A conjecture that might explain why he couldn't even use his supernormal abilities in the dream world. Duck! The sharp fruit knife pierced through the bathroom door, and the rabbit doll had already arrived at the bathroom door, blocking Su Ming inside. But now there's another question that can't be explained. If I'm Hussey, what's a bunny doll? Why would it want to kill Hussey's, or is it me it wants to kill? Bang! The bathroom door was cut in half by a rabbit doll. The door slammed into the ground with a loud thud, and the doll was actually floating in mid-air at the moment, slowly drifting into the bathroom. This rabbit was getting more and more powerful. Perhaps when he found Su Ming again, it would be his time to die. The blood on the floor spread all the way to the bathtub, and the bunny doll's red eyes seemed to glitter with derision. It casually waved its hand, and the fruit knife in its hand, as if it possessed life, whooshed and flew out, running the bathtub straight through with a single cut. The clear bath water rolled out and there was no bright red blood in it. The bunny doll's expression stared as a drop of bright red blood dripped onto the floor of the bathroom doorway. Turning his head to look, Su Ming had actually been sticking to the ceiling, hiding above the door. Mimi, are you really going to kill me? I'm Hussey. There seemed to be a special magic in that one sentence, and the rabbit stood frozen in place for an instant. Taking advantage of its stunned effort, Su Ming leaped off the ceiling and ran towards the living room. This time he didn't linger in the living room. Instead he rushed to the other bedroom. Remember, Su Ming had found out when he first came to this apartment that it was a 2-room, 1-bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bath house. At first he had been under the impression that the other bedroom was reserved for Hussey's parents. But how is it possible for a little girl who was only 7 or 8 years old to be able to play such a horrible game of hide-and-seek alone in her house and not be discovered by her parents? So the other bedroom is not reserved for the parents at all. Darting into the room, the moment he saw the layout of the room, a smile finally appeared on Su Ming's face. It was a bedroom furnished in the exact same way as Hussey's room. Perhaps the only thing that was different was the room's bed, which was furnished with a number of broken rabbit dolls. One man's hide-and-seek, and Huss has simply played it more than once. Maybe the first 99 times, she didn't find her friend, and the last time, she finally succeeded, but also inadvertently awakened her powers. Su Ming turned around and looked at the rabbit doll that flew in with a knife, and said with a confident chest, "So, you're doing this to protect Hussey, right? To the owner of this dream, I am also an intruder, or an intruder who has taken over Hussey's body." The rabbit doll floated quietly in mid-air, and after a little silence, it actually spoke. "Forever. Guard Hussey forever." Suddenly, all of the rabbit dolls in the bedroom all floated out of thin air, and the red threads on their bodies tied towards Su Ming like a tidal wave. Su Ming didn't panic in the slightest, since he knew that these rabbits wouldn't take Hussey's life. He was going to take a gamble now, betting that this body was Hussey's, and that he himself was the coercer. True Chi flowed in his hand, and Su Ming's placed his fingertips on his heart. "You don't say." I don't know how Nightmare did it. He really couldn't physically notice the slightest difference between this body and his own. True Chi was running. A mold of blood flowed out of his chest, and all the rabbits stopped where they were, not daring to move again. "Don't move. Move again and I'll kill myself." Although it was awkward how it was said, at the very least, Su Ming's threat had succeeded. These rabbit dolls didn't seem to have a high level of intelligence, and most of their actions were based on their guarding instincts, and only the rabbit doll that was playing games with Su Ming still possessed some language skills. Let her go. The rabbit doll stumbled over human language, but Su Ming let out a cold laugh and took a step towards it. Mimi, give me the knife. You don't want Hussy to die, do you? Su Ming felt like a big bad wolf who cheated the white rabbit, robbing even the little children. Mimi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to Su Ming's lustful authority and threw the fruit knife to Su Ming. That's right. Now, let me help you get your master out. Su Ming laughed and tossed the fruit knife in his hand, then violently threw it towards the television set in the living room. Still pretending for me. Watch the show long enough? Chapter 84 Lonely Little Girl. Taking off. Bang. The TV exploded with a bang and rolls of black smoke came out of it. An item that has to be involved in every step of the process from start to finish is this TV. The bizarre animation amplified Su Ming's mental fear. The black and white switching screen prevented Su Ming from noticing the role he was playing. And the photo on that TV stand. How can a little girl who was abandoned by her parents and even played hide and seek alone still have her picture with her parents in front of her eyes and rubbing it day after day? Su Ming asked himself that he would not put moments of pain in front of him. In that case, nightmare is too broken. Black smoke rolled and floated out, leaving the house, and the whole apartment began to quake. Is this a dream to wake up? With a blossom before his eyes, Su Ming surveyed his hands, which had begun to gradually become transparent. Big brother? A timid voice rang out, and Su Ming looked up, only to see that Sisi was standing intact at the location of the television set, still holding her rabbit doll in her hand. Yeah, out, how does it feel? Su Ming smiled and greeted, although he had only met a few times. But now, Su Ming could be said to be the person who understood Sisi's heart the most. Pursing her lips, Sisi tightly hugged the doll in her arms, and tears actually leaked out of her eyes. Black lines immediately appeared on Su Ming's head. How did this melon child combine goatishness and gluttonousness so perfectly? Hey, okay, I'm not blaming you. I took the initiative to come in, casually waving his hand to show that he didn't care. Su Ming also had to comfort Sisi not to think too much. You are also unlucky enough. Out of so many people, Nightmare chose you. Luckily I was lucky enough to draw it once, Su Ming said with a smile, but he didn't realize how much of a shock this sentence was to Sisi. Biggie, you mean, you're thinking you'll still get lucky with me? Sisi's watery eyes widened and her rosy little mouth opened, looking extremely surprised. Ah, right, I've always been pretty lucky for a person, Su Ming casually said, but suddenly realized that Sisi was worried about something. See, that's what I'll call you from now on. After Su Ming thought about it, he decided to help this poor girl out. There's a word in my old country. It's called the time of the month, and maybe when you met me, you hit that time. Believe in yourself. Bad luck is just self-congratulation for losers. The strong are always biding their time. The thawing of a glacier never waits for the spring breeze to bestow its temperature, but the earth fire at the bottom of the river scorches the ice prisms day and night until it burns the cold edges into spring water. And the real turnaround is always in the hands of those who dare to use doom as kindling. The words, like a spring breeze, made the fire of hope burn in the bottom of Sisi's heart. When Su Ming saw the little girl regain her spirit, he was also very satisfied that his brainwashing power had not weakened. Well, get out. There's still trouble out there for us to deal with. See, can you help me? Aha! Sisi's little head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, happily agreeing. A flash of white light passed by, and Su Ming disappeared with a smile in Sisi's dream world, covering her reddened cheeks. Hussy sheepishly asked the doll in her arms. Mimi, did I blush just now? It wasn't seen by Su Ming, was it? The bunny doll at the moment no longer looks as hideous as it did a moment ago, but instead is cute and cuddly and wants to be given a radish. See, your face is redder than my eyes. Su Ming must have seen it, but don't you care? According to my judgment, he has seen a lot of this kind of thing. I'm telling you, be careful of this kind of man who dabbles in women's affairs. Everywhere. See, are you listening? Or Sisi could still hear what Mimi was saying at this moment. Her cheeks were crimson and she couldn't stop exhaling hot air. Su Ming, he's simply an arsonist. I'm so hot. After a brief moment of vertigo, consciousness returned to reality. Su Ming bounced up from the ground with a tang sound, his gaze pointing straight at the nightmare in the sky. At this moment, the black-robed nightmare finally opened those empty eyes, and rolling black gas floated out from his mouth. Su Ming, you're back. Bai Xiaoxiao's excited voice rang out in the headphones, and Su Ming's heart suddenly warmed. Well, the nightmare was forced out of me. What am I going to do with him, now that the first problem was solved? Forcing the true body of the nightmare out, but the second problem appeared right away. That thing kept floating in the air. How should Su Ming get rid of it? Nightmare this weird. I recommend you use Guangong Nua Face. According to the system analysis, Guangong Nua Face in your use of the process has a very strong suppression of the power of evil thoughts, can help you reduce the negative impact of nightmares. This monster's fighting ability is not strong, D-rank exorcism is already enough to deal with it. Su Ming nodded and immediately brought the question up. But I don't know how to fly, and the other exorcising surfaces don't have the ability to fly. I can take you flying. At that moment, Hussey's trademark timid voice rang out. Yeah, see that rabbit of yours has airborne abilities. Come on, take me up there and let's hack that nightmare to death. Su Ming sniffed and instantly remembered the rabbit doll's ability to float in mid-air. If it could take him flying, then all problems would be solved. As the strongest auxiliary, the moment Husey suggested it, Bai Xiaoxiao began analyzing the data and compiled a report for Su Ming. Hussey, C-rank investigator of the Dragon City branch. Psychic ability, conjugated twin souls. Conjugated twin souls, one body and two souls, with a split-like soul body. The soul body possessing its own unique psychic abilities, while the main body has been dominated by martial arts. Su Ming nodded and directly invited Hu Cece. Cece, Paratrooper 1 Su Ming is ready, requesting to take off. Hu Cece's smiling face turned red as she clapped her hands, and instantly a cute rabbit doll suddenly appeared from nowhere. Paratrooper 2 Mimi is ready. Captain, are we taking off? Take off. Hu Cece held Su Ming's hand, while Mimi stood on her shoulder. An inexplicable energy acted around them, and in an instant, the three of them shot up into the sky. Holy, that was fast. Su Ming was startled. This airborne speed far exceeded her imagination. It was simply faster than a normal C-grade martial artist running on the ground. Mimi's ability is the unity of intent, and the more rabid doppelgangers there are, the stronger its thoughts will be. Hu Cece forced a calm revelation, but the palm of her hand holding Su Ming was already sweating. It wasn't all because of shyness. It was just because of her unlucky luck. Every time she was in the air, she ended up crashing, and she was afraid of putting Su Ming in harm's way and letting the nightmare go. Ow. No wonder you've had to play one man's hide and seek so many times. See, you're so good. Better than most of the people in this exchange. As Su Ming's psychological therapy continued, the small fire in Hu Cece's heart burned even brighter, and her imperial airspeed increased by a few points. Chapter 85 Air Battle. Hussey's Promise. In the sky, the two men and the rabbit quickly approached the floating ghostly shadow. Perhaps it was the fact that it was more secure to be able to control the air with different abilities. Su Ming surprisingly didn't experience airsickness this time, but instead felt refreshed. The distance between the two and the nightmare gradually drew closer, and Su Ming estimated and said in a deep voice, "See, throw me out." The hesitation in his eyes flickered away. Hu Cece had an inexplicable trust in Su Ming and followed his instructions unconditionally. Thus, Mimi had an instantaneous speed boost, and then fiercely flung her tail, and with the help of Hu Cece, Su Ming was thrown out like a cannonball. Shoo wavy dash. The sound of the wind swept through his ears. Su Ming face light flashed. A red face, cross-eyed Guan Nua face was worn on his face. Su Ming raised the lance in his hand. A wave of green light wrapped it, and the lance instantly evolved into the appearance of a green dragon crescent blade, possessing a sharp edge. The long blade swung up like a windmill, and Su Ming's gaze was firmly locked onto the nightmare, and he poured out his strength to slash. The dry and thin nightmare, on the other hand, did not run away when it was on the verge of death, but instead, it grew its mouth and let out a long whistle. Aha wavy dash. A cloud of black gas erupted from his mouth and landed on the square beneath him, landing on those who were still asleep. The entire Panglong square was silent, and even the snoring came to a screeching halt. Suddenly, a figure leapt up from the ground and blocked the green dragon crescent blade in Su Ming's hand the moment it slashed in front of the nightmare. Clang! With a loud, crisp sound, Su Ming only felt a huge force coming from his hands, and his entire body instantly flew backwards. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Su Ming's backward flying figure was caught by Hu Cece, and the two of them stared dumbfounded at the figure blocking the nightmare's body. Tang Hongxian's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, but her breathing was extremely steady. Her brows were tightly furrowed as she assumed a fighting stance, seemingly fighting someone in a dream. She's falling asleep to fight you, and the nightmare manipulates those who are still in the dream world. Bai Xiaoxia's anxious voice sounded over the voice. This nightmare's ability far exceeded the information in the database. Manipulation. Nightmares still have this ability? Su Ming secretly smacked his lips. This is not good. Only one Tang Hong, okay? At least you can hold back, if more. Before the words left his mouth, the situation that Su Ming had anticipated appeared. One by one, the figures floated up, and these were all investigators who possessed the ability to fly, and they formed a line, blocking Su Ming's path as he attacked the nightmare. However, the good news was that Tang Hong Imaging's figure was slowly descending, and just now, she had rushed up to block Su Ming, but it was only because of her powerful bouncing power. Fortunately, I can still handle these investigators. Su Ming had just been a bit thankful when a golden sword blade grazed the tip of his nose and rushed towards the ceiling. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, and a burst of dirt fell from overhead, scattering all over Su Ming. Su Ming was stunned to look at the grounds, only to see that Lin Xiaoran was holding her sword finger in her hand, aiming at his position. What an anti-aircraft gun. Hu Sisi was also quick, pulling Su Ming to accelerate his escape, and after a burst of zigzag positioning, he avoided the continuous chopping of the golden shark chi. But that wasn't the end of it, and Lin Xiaoran wasn't the only one who possessed the ability to attack from a distance, only to see a giant tree suddenly rise up out of the ground, blocking the direction of Su Ming's duo's retreat. And behind them, there were Jin Rui Chi, fireballs, thunderbolts, and other supernormal abilities coming after them. At the time of the crisis, Hu Sisi's complexion was frozen and she shouted, "Mimi!" Mimi heard the call and detached herself from Hussey's shoulder, surprisingly rushing straight towards the densely attacking alien energy. As Mimi approached, an invisible fluctuation spread around it. The rabbit's ears stood up high, and the light in its red eyes shone brightly. "We are one in intention." Vaguely there seemed to be countless rabbit silhouettes that appeared behind Mimi, and immediately after, invisible nimbus power spread out like a shockwave, clearing out all the alien energy behind her in the blink of an eye. Squeak! Mimi shriveled up and jumped back onto Hussey's shoulder, leading the duo around the giant tree to continue their escape. Bang! 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 Su Ming forced back the pursuing investigator with 2 slashes, his brows furrowed. "If I can't, I'll have to go down and fight on foot. I can't utilize my strength in the air." Mimi's flight was getting slower and slower. It wasn't like they could stop and rest now. As soon as they did, the group on the ground's anti-aircraft powers flung themselves up for no money. Inside the Jincheng branch office, Bai Xiaoxiao was facing the 3 supercomputers alone, her fingers knocking out stumps, and her head was already dripping with fragrant sweat. "Hold, I'm sorry Su Ming. I really can't find a way to deal with this nightmare data, so you guys should run. After my analysis, if you stay any longer, your chances of survival are infinitely close to 0. Hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's reminder, Su Ming secretly clenched his fists. "Can you pull out?" "I can't. There are so many investigators here in the area, as well as Lin Xiaoran, Jiao Wulong, Wu Qianjun. So many friends are still in danger, and even just recognized the chief master. He ran away will feel uneasy conscience, and even he vaguely felt that if he left, the body of Nuwa Face will even turn his back on him. What is to be done? There must be a way. I'm lucky enough not to be denied life. How did I solve the nightmare last time? First I cracked the circular dream myself, then the black aura escaped, flew out of the cabin, and was eaten by the old 6 birch bird outside." "Yeah, birch. Isn't that what makes all nightmares feasible?" A light of hope flashed in Su Ming's eyes, and his right hand tightly gripped Hu Sisi's arm. "See, help me hold them off for 30 seconds. I have an idea." Hu Sisi turned her head in pain, but what she saw was Su Ming's confident and determined eyes. That look had never been in her own, so she was beyond envious and longing. She was curious to see what wonders someone with a gaze like that could create. "Su Ming, I won't care about time. They can only step on my corpse if they want to pass. I believe in you." The hand holding Su Ming loosened, and a rabbit doppelganger jumped onto Su Ming's shoulder. This rabbit doll didn't have Mimi's spiritual intelligence, and it seemed to only be able to help Su Ming stagnate and fly. "Thanks a lot," Su Ming said seriously. Hu Sisi was here but she didn't have any attachments. She had always been alone. Being able to stay and lay down his life was purely for Su Ming. He took note of this favor. But the most important thing at the moment was how to call Birch over. Su Ming's mind frantically recalled this kind of divine beast, and it was a divine beast that had transformed into a solid body. How should it be summoned? Directly resonating over with the system? How to resonate? He didn't even know what Birch's resonance conditions were. Suddenly, a flash of light came to his mind and he thought of a method that had been circulated in ancient texts. Chapter 86 Nuwa E rises, and Birch comes. In the ancient Nuwa culture records, especially since the Shang, Nuwa has a variety of forms. Nuwa face, Nuwa opera, Nuwa technology, Nuwa instrument. Ancient ways to gain access to the power of the gods were much more difficult, so people came up with a variety of ways to do so. Su Ming patted his head. After having the system, he was also stupid. Only think of relying on the power of the system to resonate with the Nuwa face, calling the dying of the gods, but he forgot that he was originally the proper inheritor of Nuwa culture. Those who exorcise can already pretend to be gods, pretending to be the gods of heaven and earth, and attract a touch of divine power from heaven and earth. Thinking about this, Su Ming cut his palm with a knife. Crimson blood flowed out, but he first put away the Guangong Nuwa face. "I have the honor to inform you that my grandson, Mr. Su Ming, wishes to make a statement. Su's 1,000 sacrifices, blood in alone. Now we cut open and clean the palm of the hand as a sacrifice, and burnt artemisia to recommend the spirit. The rituals are sparse, and I pray that the god of Boki will forgive him for not being shy. I will offer all my gifts to your honor, and even though my body is in pieces, I will not be afraid of it. Casually dropping the blades in his hands as a sign of respect for the gods, Su-ming dipped his right hand into the blood on his palm and tapped it on the center of his brow. Fingers moved, leaving red trails of blood on his face. In a few moments, the image of a face with a leopard nose and tiger ears, bulging eyes and canine hair, which seemed to be joyful and sad, was depicted on his face, with his feet on the Big Dipper steps and no props in his hands. But Su-ming was not the least bit ambiguous, carrying out the actions of the ceremony in the slightest bit. Crunch! Biting the tip of his tongue, Su-ming spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face rapidly paling at a speed visible to the naked eye. He cupped the mouthful of blood with one hand, and recited the visiting words under his breath. The prana returns, the supreme heavenly wilderness, the birch holds the arrow, and eats the dreams of the four directions. His eyes instantly blossomed with essence light, and the essence blood in Su-ming's hand suddenly combusted on its own, burning up golden flames. An inexplicable force of heaven and earth spread out with Su-ming at the center, searching for Birch, who was nowhere to be found. Bang! Cece was sneak attacked by Tang Hongxiang. Her right arm instantly snapped off, falling from midair like a broken kite. Cece! Mimi let out a cry of surprise and instantly became furious. White goo overflowing from its stitched wound in Sanskrit. Red threads spreading out like a large net, bundling Tang Hong away. Tang Hong imaging is now completely in the dream instinctive form, even though it is AB level strength, but can only play out 30%. And inattention is really tied up by Mimi. No one is going to hurt C, I said. A pair of rabbit eyes were red and purple, and the nimbus was wildly expanding, transforming into that ghastly appearance again, maneuvering a fruit knife with a glittering silver light, stabbing at Tang Hongxiang's heart. Shu wavy dash. A sound like a bone flute cracking resounded throughout Panlong Square. All those who were caught up in the nightmare stopped themselves at that moment, only to see Su-ming's face filled with blood paintings that seemed to cry and laugh, and also seemed to be sad and happy. He looked at the gate in the distance and recited the true words, Divine Sovereign of Boki, swallow nightmare and transform fury, and make clear the 8 extremes. Shu wavy dash. A divine bird with hair like a dog's hair and a star falling from its back, but with a dash of reddish-brown in its tail feathers, lifted its wings and came. As soon as it arrived on the scene, its gaze locked onto the nightmare, its dark brown eyes tinged with appetite and murderous intent. Shu wavy dash. With another cry, Birch flew around the entire Panlong Square and finally came to Su-ming's side. Su-ming looked at the Berkey bird close at hand, but did not have the idea of killing it to get Nuaming as Xiong Bo did. The world says that Birch's heart is like a mirror and he can recognize right and wrong. You have come because of me, so you should understand the reason for each being exorcised. Let them guard the mortals. Birch looked at Su-ming's face, cocked his head, and then looked at the nightmare over there, seeming to weigh the adequacy of his abilities to tackle the nightmare. After a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, the bird's head nodded up and down. Thanks a lot. Su-ming clasped his fist at Birch and sincerely thanked him. Shu wavy dash. Birch's chirp that sounded like a bone flute cracking resounded once more, and it flew high into the air before thumping into a shower of gold. The golden rain fell slowly, as if bathed in Birch's flesh and blood. Hussy was suspended in the air by a Mimi's doppelganger, reaching out to catch a few drops of golden rain. This rain, it's actually healing my wounds? Su-ming in the sky lowered his head, and a brand new Nuwa face had already appeared on his face. Berkey Nuwa face. Ding! System prompts. Congratulations to the host for successfully performing Nuwa rituals and obtaining the recognition of the new Nuwa face. Obtained de Nuwa mask, Birch *1. _____. Berkey Nuwa noodles, de Nuwa. Weaving dreams as prison, active using dreams as warp and nightmares as weft. Weaving a heavenly net. You can utilize scenarios to create dreamlike mirages in reality in order to confuse your enemies. Heart like a mirror, passive while wearing Birch Nuwa. You can recognize vile lies. Great devouring technique, active secret tradition of the 12 divine beasts. Devouring the souls of specified living beings can enhance one's strength. Finally got the killer. Su-ming slowly raised his lowered head and looked at the nightmare as if he were looking at a dead person. Even though the nightmare floating ghost shadow didn't have any autonomous consciousness, it still sensed that something was wrong with Su-ming's body. It was a sense of fear in the face of a natural enemy. Woo woo, it whimpered. And after a moment of hesitation it actually turned around and fled as a black gas against common sense. Want to go? It's not that easy. Su-ming's eyes condensed, and his one hand was like an eagle's claw as he gave a false grip in the direction that the nightmare had fled. The great devouring technique. An extremely large suction force suddenly appeared. This suction is not directed at any substance. Not even the dust of the ground can be shaken. Yet the poison is extremely attractive to the nightmare and the nightmares it radiates. The nightmare that was escaping was suddenly fixed in place, and immediately afterward, it turned its head and flew towards Su-ming. There were also the people caught in the nightmare cycle throughout Panlong Square, and wisps of black gas began to float out from their bodies, drifting more and more, slowly gathering into a stream. Gobble, gobble, gobble. All of these nightmare-related black auras were transformed by the Great Devouring technique and turned into pure aura that was swallowed and absorbed by Su Ming. The fatigue in his body was instantly eliminated, and the essence and blood he had lost was restored. Martial realm is even a step into the threshold of the 5th stage, which is to be placed in the ancient times. That is a famous Jianghu warrior. Snap! Tang Hung casually knocked away the dagger projected by Mimi, her whole body shaking as she broke free of the red thread binding her. You little rabbit, you're quite ruthless. It's not like I meant to injure your master. The nightmare was removed and everyone gradually regained consciousness. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and confusion actually appeared in many people's eyes. After too many failures in the nightmare, some people's memories are permanently damaged. Are you guys okay? Su Ming slowly landed from the air to the side of Lin Xiaoran and the others and asked with concern. Lin Xiaoran casually shook her head. I'm fine. I had already found a break in the nightmare cycle, but I didn't expect you to save us first. We're fine too. The crowd returned, but felt that something was missing. Boom! Like the collision of flood bells, a loud bang came. The crowd turned their attention to the black wall that surrounded the podium. He only saw that Yun Dingtian was carrying a king's spear like a shocking wave, blasting shot after shot on top of the black wall. Chapter 87 The Underworld and the Deceased. Making friends. Chief. Tang Hongxian let out a cry of alarm and ran towards the black wall with a long leap. Su Ming and the others also changed their faces. The problems on their side had all been solved, while the chief minister's side hadn't moved yet. It couldn't be. Following closely in Tang Hongxian's footsteps, several people also rushed to the surroundings of the black wall. Under Yun Dingtian's series of attacks, the black wall was not broken, although it appeared shaky. Those who stood on the periphery were also unable to see what was going on inside and could only be anxious. Damn it, what's going on in there? Damn cultist, let us in if you can. Tang Hongxian pounded the black wall, cursing under her breath, but it was hard to hide the anxiety in her heart. Is there any space system awakened person attending this exchange meeting at the headquarters? There should only be spatial teleportation to get in. Yun Dingtian asked with a serious expression, his clenched fist showing his inner urgency. No more. Spatial awakenings are already extremely rare, much less newcomers of a young age. That would be difficult. When the crowd was anxious, Su Ming was looking up and down the black wall, secretly pondered for a little while, suddenly thought out of the blue and said, I have a Nuwa face seems to be similar to the spatial system of psychic abilities, or I go in to try. As soon as Su Ming said this, the eyes of the crowd all focused over. Yeah, Captain, you have an ability that can disappear in one swipe. Is that spatial? Awesome. Wu Qianjuan's mind was quick, and he instantly associated which skill Su Ming had done it with. Su Ming, are these words true? Now that the situation is urgent, everything can only rely on you, Tang Hong said with a serious face, unconsciously grabbing Su Ming's arm. Big sister, I can't guarantee it. I can only try. Don't worry, I'll do my best. His arm was scratched raw, but Su Ming calmly comforted. A Judge Nuwa face flashed and a Judge Nuwa face appeared. Su Ming took a step forward and initiated a yin yang leap, entering the yin realm. Blah, blah, blah. In the yin realm, this black wall had indeed disappeared, and Su Ming took a step and walked into the podium. How is someone? Suddenly, he saw us seated back on the podium, which was a bit pale, and at the moment was sitting quietly, seemingly holding a teapot and drinking tea. The man sensed Su Ming's footsteps and slowly turned his head, suddenly revealing a kind smile. Oh, I remember you. You're that rather impressive chap. What's his name? It seemed that he was a bit forgetful in his old age, and Shang Jing had forgotten Su Ming's name for a moment. Su Ming scratched the back of his head. This feeling of being paid attention to by elders was a bit like running into the principal at the off-campus game hall when he was a child. Chief, I am Su Ming. Oh, right, Su Ming. The young man is very powerful. At this age he can stand out among his peers. The old man is very pleased. Shang Jing was full of smiles, as if he was pulling a family game with a familiar junior. No, Chief, this is supposed to be the Nether Realm. Why are you here? Su Ming suddenly reacted and asked in surprise. Shang Jing laughed and put down the large teapot in his hand, pulling out his ears without a care in the world. I'm already dead. Hey, I didn't expect to be able to nag people after death. You're good at this psychic ability. His words were easy to say, but Su Ming couldn't laugh anymore. You said you're dead? How could that be? Someone could have killed you. It can't be. Shang Jing just quietly looked at Su Ming, looking at his unbelieving appearance, but didn't say anything, giving Su Ming time to calm down. A moment later, Su Ming finally accepted this reality and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Damn it, Chief, it's a mess out there right now. You don't even know what Tang Hong's anxiety has become. Once the news of your death gets out, it's expected that the entire Special 5 will blow up. By the way, is the guy who killed you gone? He's not still here. Holy, wouldn't I be in danger then? Su Ming's mouth chattered endlessly, but it was actually to hide the shock in his heart. Put yourself in the shoes of someone who was invincible in your perception and suddenly dies a violent death. Who can take it in a moment? Mainly because his ghost is still standing right in front of you. They shouldn't have left yet. If you go back to the Yang realm now, you can probably run into them, Shang Jing said calmly, but it startled Su Ming. Ah, really didn't leave. Then Chief, I'll go out and talk to Tang Hong Imaging and the others about running away first, and come back to chat with you later. Su Ming sniffed and was about to leave, but he was pressed by Shang Jing's shoulder. It was only at this point that Su Ming reacted to the fact that Shang Jing had been able to touch him, and that he had turned into a ghost and still had so much strength to hold him down as a martial artist. You should know that after the death of other people, ghosts can become unconscious. Not to mention touching him, it is difficult to say a good word. The old man stayed here to find someone to deliver a message, and after that I'll be reincarnated. What's the hurry, you kid? Don't worry, that group of people's purpose has been accomplished. They won't strike at you again. Shang Jing blew out his beard and said, pressing Su Ming into the chair with one hand. Su Ming was speechless. This old man, how the fire is still hands. What is more important than the outside still fighting? I'm going to die. This thing I knew about 3 months ago. Shang Jing's words were not shocking, and the moment he opened his mouth, he shocked Su Ming into numbness. You know you'll still die. Why don't you run? Shang Jing glared at Su Ming without a good mood. Run? Why would I run? The fate is right here. I would be dying in vain if I ran. Will you kids stop interrupting? I'm old and I should forget where I was talking about if you interrupt again. Being glared at by Shang Jing, Su Ming shrunk his neck and didn't dare to interrupt again. Ahem. Coughing. Shang Jing recalled his thoughts from earlier and continued. There was a prophecy system awakened person who concluded that old man would surely die. That couldn't be helped, and considering that I'm going to die anyway, I'll simply make a plan to take care of the big problem in my heart. The old man is old and no longer capable of helping you get rid of the roots. He can only fix the biggest trouble a little bit. The rest is up to you young people yourselves. Su Ming listened in a daze, not knowing what Shang Jing was talking about at all. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just remember to repeat the words to Xiao Tang and Tian Tian. But the next words I am saying to you alone. You kid, I observed. This awakening ability of yours is unusual. It seems to be not the same path as us. How did you get it? Shang Jing's words scared Su Ming into a cold sweat. This is still the first one that can tell that he awakened differently than normal. And notice how he says how he got it, not how he awakened. Chief, that's something I'm not at liberty to say. A cold light flashed in Shang Jing's eyes as he stared intently at Su Ming. Chapter 88 The Dying Wish. The Anger of the People. You're not at liberty to say, or you can't? Shang Jing asked in a deep voice, seemingly pondering Su Ming's attempt. It's not convenient to say, Chief, that my abilities are somewhat unique, I admit, but I'm in no way intentionally hiding them because, quick slick up. Shang Jing directly raised his right hand and blocked Su Ming's mouth. Don't say it if it's inconvenient to say it. Everyone has their own secrets. I'm already dead. When I was alive I might have pursued it. Now that the old man is still begging you and believes in your character, there's no need to tell me your secrets. The kind smile appeared once again, and the more Shang Jing looked at Su Ming, the more interesting he felt. If he were older and stronger, he would be a good candidate. But unfortunately, I can't wait. Shaking his head, his heart was filled with pity. Never mind. The thing that the old man wants to enjoin upon you alone is a few simple words, but they caused Su Ming's eyes to widen and his heart to fill with surprise. Are you sure you want to do this? Isn't it a bad idea? I understand the adult world. This stuff shouldn't be about seniority. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and sipped his teeth, only feeling a wave of difficulty. Shang Jing immediately glared, picking up his walking stick and about to knock Su Ming. You brat, where did you learn so much red tape? What seniority ranking? There's no such thing in the Special Fifth Institute. Then isn't what you're asking me to do considered less than honorable? After all, they didn't agree to it either. Before Su Ming finished speaking, the walking stick landed and gave a not-so-gentle nod on Su Ming's head. Knowing that you are not willing to suffer, not letting you work for nothing, this is some of my experience in martial arts, all passed on to you. It's really convenient to be a ghost. If I teach you I guess I'll have to learn for 50 years. As the saying goes, the immortal stroked my top and tied my hair to receive eternal life. This crutch was like an enlightenment, causing Su Ming to become a little drunk for a moment. Knowledge fed too much. Carbon fainting. When he slowed down a bit, he directly and dryly knelt down for Shang Jing, clanging and kowtowing 3 times. I've had no father or mother in my life, and I'm grateful to whoever treats me well, and I'll remember your great kindness. One day as a teacher, for life as a father. Rest assured, after your death, the head of the grave I set up, to give you burning paper people, paper horses, villas and luxury cars, ocean horse, you like it or not, the whole too, and then get 2 African Bang! Shang Jing directly stood up this time and gave Su Ming a kick in the ass, cursing, roll 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 roll, who wants to be your father? There's nothing more to do, go away. The old man is also ready to go down, seemingly still uneasy. Shang Jing urged again, remember, tell them, don't be in a hurry to avenge me, without 5 or 6 S rank plus 9 Dan people joining hands, don't think about toughing it out, neat out, in order to win. I can be the chief for so many years, mainly because I can live. Got it, chief, you have a good trip, I won't see you off ow. Su Ming waved his hand and was about to leave the Yin realm. A cloudy wind blew by, and 2 unruffled figures suddenly appeared in the Yin realm. One of them had a hand clad in the 7 treasures battle armor, his face showing his might, his right hand holding up the Linglong pagoda, surrounded by the divine light of the heavenly realm. The other person is black robes, eyes sharp as electricity, waist hanging dragon sword, looks righteous. Su Ming skimmed a glance, and was so scared that his entire body went cold, and he nearly ran away. Li Jing, Wei Zhen. It's surprising that it's these two who have come. These two are the real positive gods who hold the authority of the heavenly realm and the netherworld, and they are high-ranking gods who properly have priesthoods and enjoy the incense of faith. How these two gods came. Shang Jing, this in the end, how many good things he did in life? The two joined hands and walked straight to Shang Jing's side. This body is finished. Heaven's order is hard to disobey. We act on behalf of heaven. Shang Jing, return to your position with us. Li Jing slowly opened his mouth, his words carrying no room for doubt. Shang Jing also did not expect that there really is a netherworld after death. He confusedly followed Li Jing and his duo towards the depths of the netherworld, and for the first time, the little old man felt the insignificance of power. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly turned around to shout at Su Ming. Su kid, remember to burn me some oceans of horses. I don't want any Africa now, and 2 more sets of villas, and the newspapers better burn me enough for a year at a time. And, is this the realization that Shang Jing seems to be enjoying himself after death? Then he Miao, who is still polite, hurry up and tell Su Ming that he has to come up with something hard. That's right, big cashews, give me some, I have high cholesterol, I haven't eaten for years, remember. The sound grew farther and farther away, and Su Ming stood in place with an embarrassed look on his face. This old man, he's not afraid that the 2 great gods will throw him down. He's dead and still wants to eat a big waste. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he was actually quite afraid of Wei Zhang coming over to clean him up just now. You know that some time ago, a certain person was still scribbling on the book of life and death, casually taking other people's young life. This kind of thing shouldn't be able to be hidden from the eyes of a truly great god, but luckily, it seemed that Wei Zhang had no interest in minding him. In that case, get out. There's a load of stuff waiting for your heart. Sighing, Su Ming felt a headache when he thought of Shang Jing's instructions. With a single step, the 2 realms of Yin and Yang switched instantly, and Su Ming's figure once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Su Ming, how's it going? How's he doing with the general account? Su Ming was about to reply, but the black wall behind him shattered with a bang, and the scene inside was finally revealed to everyone. The corpses of the berserkers formed a sea of corpses and blood, and the shattered earth was full of holes. 3 figures dressed in blood-colored robes stood proudly amidst the mountain of corpses, while beside them, an old man knelt down. Looks like it's a little earlier than expected. Thought not many of them would be able to break free of the nightmare's illusions. This is a good installment of investigators. Night Moonless sneered and said to Huang Ziheng, nothing much, there are only 2 or 3 that I can look at, but there is a masked kid who is quite ruthless indeed. Huang Ziheng's gaze traveled through the crowd and landed on Su Ming. Su Ming could not help but shrink back towards the crowd. There is one to say one, but where he Zhu Rong Nua face is not disposable. He had to beat this Hanzhou Yu at a meal. This pussy how to be so hard to kill. Still not dead? Of course, Su Ming didn't know that Hanzhou Yu's body had changed souls long ago, and Huang Ziheng wasn't something that the current him could deal with. Chief, with a low roar, Tang Hongxian's entire body transformed into a furry female leopard, catapulting out like lightning. Asterisk 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 big sister, calm down, the chief has passed away. No amount of anger will help. Don't lose your head. Su Ming was quick on his feet and grabbed Tang Hongxiang's suddenly growing tail. Feat such as plowing general reclaimed several meters of the deep pit. Su Ming whole body muscles rippled up. Face Chi Nua face are wearing, but also almost did not pull the Tang red image. Don Jr., you calm down. Yunding Tian's back stopped in front of Tang Hongxiang, stopping her from going crazy. He himself looked the 3 men up and down. You're Night Moonless, so it's you. It's you. The evil god cult is actually related to you? You treacherous, deceitful thing, leave it behind. Overlord's gun technique 1000 robbery dragon rage. When the lance came out, it cracked the sky, and the silver dragon roared with the fury of 1000 robberies. Space tore apart as the shadow of the gun wrapped in a blood-colored dragon scroll and blasted towards Night Without Moon. Chapter 89 Late Support. Grief. The blood-colored tornado flew towards Night Wuyu with a horrifying sound, while the latter merely raised a hand calmly. Gold element, Gangjin storm. Throughout the podium, countless metal items and even the steel bars under the concrete countertop were drawn out in an invisible force, and then converged together to form a steel torrent to meet the blood-colored dragon scroll. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Magneto. Su Ming was shocked and pulled his sidekick back at extreme speed. The aftermath of this heckling battle was B-ranked, right? Below B-ranked, one wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. Boom! The collision of the two energies emitted a deafening roar. Shards of broken metal flew everywhere, easily piercing through the walls. Wall of spring vines. As the aftermath of the battle struck Jiang Xinhui, he crossed his arms over his forehead and a raw wood attribute power blossomed, and a wooden wall full of climbing ivy instantly appeared in front of Su Ming and the others. The flying debris stuck into the wall of spring vines. It made a muffled sound. Pretty girl, you're not bad with your powers. Thanks. Su Ming had just been so scared that he almost opened a big move, and now that he saw that he had protected everyone without expending a single bit of effort, he was suddenly glowing. Poof! Jiang Xian snorted coldly and acted condescendingly, but secretly her gaze was sizing up Lin Xiuran, observing her reaction. Not good. Elder Yun is no match. Lin Xiuran, however, was alarmed, her eyes deadlocked on the battlefield. After Yun Dingtian's strike, it was the time when the old power had not been exhausted and the new power had not been born. Night Moonless, however, didn't know when he had teleported behind cloudtop sky through spatial movement, and the dark elements in his hands kept gulping and collapsing. Yun Dingtian, you sent this up yourself. Don't blame me. Dark Elemental Lance of Darkness. A small black hole unfolded in his hand, and a pitch-black dark elemental lance flew out of it. Danger! Yun Dingtian's nerves had been taut, and when he saw the dark elemental lance coming from behind him, the corner of his mouth hooked into an imperceptible smile, only to see the Overlord lance in his hand flicked out in a horseback stance, the lance instantly stabbing out backwards. 1,000 searches of Dragon's Wrath, back to the dragon. The blood-colored dragon scroll that had already collapsed suddenly appeared on the body of the Overlord lance at an unknown time, wrapping the lance to meet the dark elemental lance with a swift and thunderous momentum. Kaboom! This blood-colored dragon scroll wrapped around the lance was extremely powerful, and the dark elemental lance instantly snapped. The Overlord gun was about to hit Night Moonless. Oh, that's kind of funny. Night Wuyu's expression didn't change at all as he gently rested his right hand, dragging the Overlord gun up into the sky. Boom! The ceiling exploded, dropping flecks of large and small stones. This time the investigators in Pan Long Plaza were miserable. One by one they were smashed and held their heads, completely losing the appearance of an awakened person. See, this is the Special 5 you've been running all your lives. Just a bunch of new recruits who haven't seen much sparring. Night Without Moon said with a face full of mockery. Damn it, don't pull me. I'm going to get him. Tang Hong imaging struggled in Su Ming's hands, and when the others around him saw this, they also rushed up one by one to hold down the furious female leopard. Big sister, calm down. Elder Yun can't even beat them. The opposite side is at least an A-rank squad. You're just giving them away if you go. Su Ming gritted his teeth and pulled the tail of Tang Red Image. This kind of situation in the game is called Huluwa to save Grandpa. The key Grandpa is still dead. Not to go to the Pure Send? The heart was anxious. Didn't Shang Jing say that the other party wouldn't make another move against them? Why didn't they leave yet? In the middle of the battle, Night Wuyu dodged and returned to his original position, reaching out to pick up Shang Jing's corpse on the ground. Forget it, I'm not going to play with you guys. Just wait a little longer for backup to arrive. Farewell, gentlemen. I will take the body of my teacher. I think the Lord of Evil will enjoy the gift I brought him. After Night Wuyu finished speaking, she shot a glance at Huang Zihang, who instantly understood and folded his hands. Two-dimensional folding leap. A spatially folded door appeared, and Night Wuyu first let Little Mirror in, then looked at the crowd with a smile and retreated into the door one step at a time. Bye-bye, little ones. That kid named Su Ming. I'll remember you. Huang Zihang smiled and waved his hand as he idly walked inside the door of the space leap. With a space-based surprise attack, no one was able to block it, and no one had the means to keep three awakened with such strong combat power. Yun Dingtian allowed the three to leave with an ugly expression on his face. Ah ha ah. The furious Tang Hongsheng finally broke free and rushed up to the podium to mercilessly vent his anger on the empty ground. She might have felt that she had gained nothing by letting Night Moons go, but Su Ming hadn't forgotten that there were still 4 of Han Jui's minions involved in the operation. Rushing Lin Xiu ran. A few people whispered for a while. The squad, a few people scattered. Not a moment indeed in a piece of rubble found in a serious injury unconscious glasses man 4 people. This group of evil god cults are really desperate. Their own partners run out and abandon them like that. Surprisingly, there are still so many people selling their lives for them. several of Su Ming's men brought the captured evil god cult captives to Tang Hongxiang, and looking at the latter's ferocious eyes, he estimated that these three were afraid that their end would be worse than death. With things as they are, what do we do next? Zhao Wulong issued a soulful torture at this time, and while the crowd was in a trance, a sudden rush of footsteps came from outside Panlong Square. Quickly, the headquarters is under attack. Quick support. Where are the medical units? Get the wounded. All investigators above B rank gather. Clean up the scene. Arrest all the tainted degenerates related to the evil god cult, and directly kill them if there is any resistance. Understood. Director. A middle-aged man clad in a white Te Wusho cloak came towards Su Ming. Several people with quick steps. He was extremely cold-looking, with 3 points of silver tattoos on his eyebrows, an ink and jade hair crown binding up his waist-length black hair, and a silk robe underneath his overcoat, with a peach blossom embroidered in red thread on his collar. Walking seems to have ring pendant light ringing, waist a handle collected in the ebony sheath of the 3-foot tang knife is particularly conspicuous. Sorry, I'm late. The man merely looked around the scene and seemed to know something in his mind as he said in a deep voice, "White boat. The chief. Shipwrecked." Yun Dingtian said as he held back his grief. Even with the anticipation in his heart, waves still rippled in by Zhou's calm eyes. His hand holding the knife trembled with no trace, and he finally pressed down his grief and said, "Understood. I will now immediately notify the directors of each branch office and have them come to the headquarters." Red image, my condolences. Maybe it was because they waited for support, maybe the boulder of safety finally fell to the ground, or maybe it was the beatitude that broke the heart. This little girl who had been rescued from the street of vagrants by Shang Jing could no longer restrain herself and hugged herself tightly, letting out a cry of pain in the midst of a sea of berserkers' corpses. Oh, wah. Chapter 90. First place reward. Lin Xiu ran stream. Most of the ensuing aftermath had nothing to do with Su Ming. Special 5 is functioning normally as it has in the past. This evil god cult's attack on the headquarters was finally classified as a Class B incident. But of course, the scope of the incident didn't include a few people from Nightmare Moon. As a result, the number of B-ranked missions completed on the personal resume of Su Ming, a D-ranked investigator, had suddenly changed from 0 to 1. It was worth mentioning that the staff had once introduced Su Ming to the fact that an investigator's rank was determined mainly based on the number of tasks completed. 10 B-ranked quests go up to A rank, 10 A-ranked quests go up to S rank, and high-level quests can't be offset against lower levels. So while a low-ranked investigator though doesn't prove him to be weak, a high-ranked investigator is definitely strong enough. This is also a stipulation made because the strength of different psychic abilities is not well defined, and is not as intuitive as martial arts rankings. As a result, Su Ming's personal information at Special 5 was updated to the following. Name, Su Ming. Affiliation, Jumxiang Branch Office. Grade, D. Budo, not shown. Investigator discretion. Ability, Nuashan. Item type, mandate completion, D1. C1. B1. A0. Supported by Pak Shu Shu. Fortunately, this time, Su Ming had won the Special 5 exchange meeting by default, which counted as completing a C-ranked event, and the corresponding reward was delivered to Su Ming's hands today. Su Ming, this is the reward for the first place in this exchange meeting. It should have been awarded by the chief minister himself and encouraged you, but now I'm afraid that I will never have the chance to do so again. Tang Hongxiang handed the champion's reward to Su Ming, but she could not hide the sadness in her eyes. It's okay, I think I've got the chief's blessing. Su Ming felt the martial arts insights from Shang Jing's life in his mind, and this was already the greatest encouragement Shang Jing had given him. After handing over the rewards, Tang Hong Imaging hurriedly excused herself. Now that the chief director has passed away, the directors of all the major branches are coming one after another. She has a lot of things to be busy with. Su Ming closed the door and returned to the room to open the box of the first place reward. Let's see how much blood has come out of headquarters. The box was open, and there wasn't much in it, just 3 items that could be seen at a glance. First was a purple wooden box. Su Ming picked up the box and opened it. A strong medicinal aroma aura rushed straight to his nose. What a rich aura. Just by taking a breath I feel like my martial arts cultivation is slowly growing. The instructions were left on the box, and Su Ming learned that this box of pills was not simple. It was the crystallization of the technology of the Special 5, named Yuan Lingdan. If this thing were to be placed in ancient times, it would be a 9th grade elixir anyhow, but nowadays, relying on instrumental synthesis, even though its potency had diminished, it had become a tonic that could be produced. There were a total of 12 pills in the potion, which one was marked for Su Ming to eat each month. And according to the instructions, after the 12 pills were taken, martial artists below the 7th stage of the Wudao would be able to improve by 1 stage, and even if they were above the 7th stage, their strength would be greatly enhanced. It's just a shame that you can only eat this stuff once in a lifetime. Not bad, so useful. Su Ming is now most worried that the martial arts advancement is too slow. I do not know whether his gung fu is too strong or how this, even if he cannot is not the state of celestial unity, his advancement speed is still slower than others. This elixir was too appropriate to give him. Without saying a word, he directly took one, and feeling the sudden surge of true chi in his body, Su Ming sat cross-legged with interest, running the thousand changes undifferentiated dharma. A few moments later, he opened his eyes in confusion. Is this medicine expired? How come it feels like it's not much faster than if I practiced on my own? Where did Su Ming know that other people cultivated like a wooden ladle taking water, and the purpose was only to fill up a bathtub? Instead, he is a pump pumping water, but the purpose is to fill a lake, which is faster is obvious. The other two prizes are not too shabby. A black card with $10 million in it. This reward may not be much for others. After all, some people have so much money that they can't even finish spending it, but for Su Ming it was a relief. After all, he didn't have any other income besides earning a salary. The last reward is special. A letter of introduction. Su Ming opened the envelope, only to see several names and contact information written on it. According to the letter, the names were those of several task force leaders. Special operations teams, as the name suggests, specialize in handling special events. Such special events are usually those difficult missions or those that cannot be leveled. And with this letter in his possession, Su Ming had the right to arbitrarily choose a special operations team to apply for membership. Yes, just the right. Because the special operation team dealt with difficult tasks, most of the team was led by B rank or even A rank awakened. Knowing that an A ranked awakened was able to be the existence of a subdivision chief at the local level, how could a squad led by them let just anyone in? Even if you were the champion of the exchange and the most outstanding young man in the last few years, then you had to pass the captain's examination before you could do so. Su Ming was instantly enlightened. He had originally felt that with the Special 5 Institute's standard of judgment, the B-level tasks were already so difficult. If they weren't as open as he was, what kind of person could solve such a difficult task as Nightmare Ah? It would be hard to blame if there were special squads that did it cooperatively. Normally, an investigator may receive an invitation to a special operations team only after the B level, and this letter of introduction was equivalent to giving Su Ming the right to act as a special case. For the time being, he put the introduction letter away. Su Ming currently had no thoughts of joining the special operations team, but there was a name on it that made him care a little. Shang Jing had mentioned this person to him. Knock knock. The door to the room was suddenly knocked on, and Su Ming put on his slippers to open the door. A fragrant breeze spread out, and Lin Xiaoran was standing in the doorway fully dressed, a pair of beautiful eyes looking up and down at Su Ming. What? Did you just get up? Which is not true. Just now Big Sister Metropolis came over to give me the first place reward. Right. Han Jiuhui was disqualified. You became the second, right? Su Ming moved his body to block Lin Xiaoran's gaze that was peering into the room. Well, I took the second prize. What are you doing in the way? Hiding someone in the house? Lin Xiaoran's willow brows were slightly wrinkled, and she was dissatisfied with Su Ming for blocking her. Nonsense. Is the boys' room something a girl can just enter? What if I confiscate my pants? Su Ming said righteously, actually not wanting to expose a floor of toilet paper. Of course, the toilet paper was used to wipe his nose because he had a bad case of the sniffles, but it wouldn't be good to be misunderstood. Come on Les, I've seen it in my dreams. Forget it, you come out with me for a bit. Elder Yun called us over for a meeting. Lin Xiaoran wanted to say something, but Su Ming found it a little difficult to do so. No, what do you see in your nightmares and why does it matter to me? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't put my shoes on yet. The duo arrived at a conference room and pushed open the door, only to see that Yun Ding Tian, Bai Zhou and the others were here, as well as Wei Cheng, who was far away from Golden City, surprisingly came as well. Arrived? Have a seat. We're all on our own. Some important things to cross with you. Chapter 91 Meeting in progress. 3 forces. Casually finding an empty seat and sitting down. Su Ming gave a wink to Lin Xiaoran who was sitting beside him. What's going on here? So many people. Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes and made a gesture of listening carefully. Ahem. Wei Qing cleared his throat and crossed his arms on the table. Most of the people here are investigators from my Golden City branch. Let me introduce you first. This Bai Zhou Bai is the director of the White City branch, and the other one you all know, the executive secretary of the headquarters, Tang Hong. Su Ming sniffed and turned his gaze to the most handsome man in the conference room. So this one called White Boat is the director of the White City branch. Ah, looks even younger than Director Wei? So strong? He muttered in his heart. But he was also very curious as to why this Director Bai would wear the same pants as the people from the Golden City branch. You've all heard about what's happened at headquarters in the last few days, so I won't go into it again. Wei Qing's brows were furrowed, as if something was bothering him. Yesterday, all the directors of the 13 city chapters arrived and we had a meeting about the follow-up. The first thing that was discussed was the question afterward about who would be the chief of the Special 5. At these words, the conference room fell silent. As the saying goes, when one man gets a government position, all his cronies get in. Someone is going to be promoted to be the chief executive. Then all the positions below will be changed in a big or small way. And there is no chance that they can use this to climb up the benefits and get some favors. Only Su Ming raised his eyes. Shouldn't this time be spent discussing how to deal with the threat of the evil god cult first? The chief has just passed away. The entire Special 5 can't be leaderless. Although I suggested at the meeting that we put the election of the next chief on hold for now and focus on solving the problems regarding the cultist cult. After all, this time they have infiltrated the headquarters, so the situation in the major branches can be imagined. Wei Qing seemed to be able to learn what Su Ming was thinking inside. However, my suggestion was rejected by 10 votes at the meeting, and most of the branch directors still felt that it was most important to elect a leader first. Su Ming's eyes flickered. The 13 city lords met. There were 10 votes against it. Then there were 2 more in favor of Wei Qing. There was a director of the White City sitting there. Then who was the other one? Is it Tang Hong? You also don't think that Director Wei is incompetent? Originally at the meeting was intended to directly in the 13 city director to elect a successor to the position of the chief, but in Wei Qing strongly opposed. The scope of the selection has become all the Special 5 investigators. The election time has become the middle of next month. By the entire Special 5 voting choice. At this time, Bai Zhou suddenly spoke up and helped Wei Qing resolve his embarrassment. Bang! Okay, you 2 big men talk to grind. Are their own people have what to hide not good straight to say? I come to say. Tang Hongxiang seemed to be impatient to hear, banging the table and standing up, stifling the words Wei Qing and his duo were about to say. She looked around the room with a pair of tiger eyes and said domineeringly, I'll just make 2 points. Just listen and understand and execute them. First, the main contenders will still be the 13 city lords in a month's time. And this 1 month's time is actually for the exchange of benefits and canvassing. Secondly, I, along with Director Bai, and everyone else we can mobilize, will unconditionally support Wei Qing. So you guys, as Jin Chang's own direct line, just pull your little friends together and vote for Wei Qing. As Tang Hong said, her gaze swept at Su Ming intentionally or unintentionally. Especially those guys who have especially many foxes and dogs outside and are owed favors. Put your favors to use and canvass for more votes for your director, so that Wei Qing can take over the position of chief, which would be the best outcome for both Jin Chang and the entire Special 5 Institute. Su Ming clasped his cheeks, always feeling that Tang Hongxian was talking about himself. Well, Red Image, you're going too far when you say that. Our intention is still to be democratic. Everyone is just free to choose. The leaders of the other institutes will also come to visit at that time, and I'm sure the final result will be fair and democratic. Wei Qing hastened to make a round up. From his heart, he didn't want to be any chief, only today's situation. In order to live up to the chief's heart and soul, he could only harden his head. Leader, I have a question. At this time, Lin Qiuran suddenly raised her hand and asked, Autumn Ren, if you have any questions, ask, Wei Qing said as his expression eased down. Why do I get the feeling that director you guys are very worried about the position of chief director being taken by the other directors? Aren't all the investigators of Special 5 a family? Director Wei, you don't look like a person with a big official addiction. Su Ming secretly gave Lin Qiuran a thumbs up. This question could be too sharp. It simply asked what was on his mind. Yeah, when I joined the institute, I always said that the Special 5 are all family. All the missions in the whole daxia are shared. And when I encountered other investigators outside asking for help, I had to support them unconditionally. What's the matter now? When it's time to distribute the benefits, you start to rush to become an official? Wei Qing smiled bitterly, glanced at Bai Zhou, and finally decided to come clean. Well, you're all very sharp investigators, so naturally you can't hide it from me. Then let me tell you, Special 5 is far from as harmonious as you think, Wei Qing said, stretching out 3 fingers. There are roughly 3 factions of power within the Special 5 now. The martial arts school that reveres investigators practicing martial arts-based martial arts. The investigators recruited do not require that they must be awakened, and if they are awakened, they must also be superhumans with a focus on martial arts. And there are 5 representative cities, such as Purple Bohemia City and Xiantian City. Su Ming blinked his eyes. As far as he knew, Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma seem to have come out of Xiantian City. There are also awakened factions that are mainly exalted. The recruitment requirement must be an awakened. Martial arts is not a requirement for cultivation, and even many awakened only cultivate exalted, disregarding the martial arts realm. And there are also 5 such cities, such as Dragon City and Neverwinter Night City. Snap! Su Ming smiled and slapped his face. No wonder he felt that Hughes's strength was strange. The body was so weak that it batch burst, but Mimi was a strong batch, so it was from Dragon City. And lastly, it is to use martial arts to promote supernatural abilities. The two complement each other and progress together. requiring all awakened people who join to practice martial arts to improve their control of their awakened abilities. There are only 3 cities represented. Well, it's the 3 in front of you: Golden City, White City and Kyoto. After Wei Qing finished speaking, he paused slightly, waiting for the crowd to digest, while Su Ming surveyed the room. Most of the people had a look of surprise on their faces, and only a small portion of them seemed to know the relevant content, revealing an unsurprising expression. It seems that this piece of information is still internally difficult to know without intentionally investigating it. Chapter 92: Su Ming's Descent. A new journey. So what's wrong with that? Even if a director from another city is elected, how does that affect us? Lin Xiaoran seemed to be very good at grasping the point of the question and continued to pursue it. Wei Qing's face became a bit ugly, as if he wanted to say something. I'll answer that question. White Boat suddenly spoke out to relieve himself and took over the difficult question. First of all, let's talk about the martial arts schools. You may not know that there are 4 major ancient martial arts families in my daxia, which are Yun, Bai, Jiang, and Situ. That's right, I'm from the Bai family. These 4 great families control the vast majority of martial arts cultivators and are able to mobilize quite a few Jianghu forces, before the Special 5 has been in a state of cooperation and constrained coexistence with them. Once the next chief is in charge of the martial arts faction, it might be a subversive influence for the Special 5. Su Ming secretly let out an "oh, exempt." I didn't think that the Great Summer's official government would still allow such forces as the 4 great families to exist. It seems that the official government's influence is still too weak. As for the awakening faction, a group of crazy just only focus on the development of supernormal ability, not pay attention to the awakened person's own ability to harness. A little carelessness will be into the devil storm. The development of the good is also a glazed cannon. The evil god sect before the coming of those. White Boat, it's almost time. Wei Qing suddenly interrupted with a voice. Bai Zhou seemed to be eager to tell the identity of those 3 cultist members, but when he saw Wei Qing's serious eyes, he finally pursed his lips and held back. Okay, that's about it. So I'm going to have to compete for the position. Does anyone have any objections? Wei Qing rubbed his temples, looking very haggard. Waiter, I have a problem with that. Su Ming suddenly stood on his tiptoes and raised his hand to shout, and the entire conference room was suddenly plunged into silence. Su Ming, what objections do you have? How dare you have any objections? This is your director. If he becomes the chief director, it will only benefit you. Tang Hong instantly exploded and flew out to slap Su Ming's head, but the latter easily dodged it. Boom! The quite nice chair made of yellow pear was smashed into pieces with a slap. Holy, big sister, you're going to kill someone. I'm just going to raise an objection, so what? Isn't it a free flow of ideas? Su Ming took 2 steps back and hugged himself tightly as a chill ran down his back. Red image, sit down and let Su Ming speak. Even if it's one of your own, you still have the right to make your own choices. Yun Dingtian came out at this time to advise him, but his eyes were also filled with disappointment as he looked at Su Ming. Hey, don't be like this, guys. I'm just proposing someone who might be more suitable to be the chief. Of course, I'm just saying, it's still up to you guys to choose or not. After all, I don't know her very well either. Su Ming waved his hand repeatedly, signaling everyone not to be nervous. Bull *********. Besides Wei Qing, who else is more suitable? More senior than him is not as smart as him. More smart than him is not as strong as him. Who else? Are you going to say yourself? Tang Hung pinched her waist and staggered and yelled, having the feeling that she wanted to clean up Su Ming. Bai Qingqiu. Su Ming faintly spoke this name that Shang Jing had explained to him in the Yin realm. Bai Qingqiu, where is this director? You just fart. Wait, who are you talking about? Tang Hong's eyes suddenly widened. I said Bai Qingqiu, surname Bai, first name Qingqiu. Hey, it seems to be the same surname as Director Bai. Su Ming spread his hands and said innocently, Bai Qingqiu. Several of the bigwigs suddenly fell silent, as if pondering the meaning behind the name. Su Ming, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. After all, he didn't know the owner of this name, nor did he understand her story, and at this moment, the shock in Wei Qing's and their hearts was nowhere near as great as it was. Yeah, Bai Qingqiu, why didn't I think of her? But it's still too young, isn't it? For seniority, who dares to say she's not senior enough? You don't know who you are. This might still be the best choice. Whether it's strength, seniority or wisdom, it's convincing enough, even if it's connections. Wei Cheng, Bai Zhou and Yun Dingtian, Tang Hongxiang, the 4 of them got together and muttered to each other, completely abandoning the proceedings of the meeting. Su Ming sat down in boredom and waited for the results of the discussion between the several bigwigs. He had also just followed Shang Jing's request to throw out the name at the right time. He just didn't expect it to be so powerful. So who the hell is this guy? Su Ming, how do you know Bai Qingqiu? At this time, Lin Xiaoran poked Su Ming in the ribs, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Ego big sister, don't poke me in the ribs. It tickles. Su Ming was stabbed and said with an egg on his face. It's just that I've heard other people say it. Oh yeah. I received a special operation team's introduction letter with this person in it. Then I let Bai Xiaoxia investigate it. And I think it's astonishing and has a leader's temperament. Su Ming casually made it up. Half true and half false nonsense. If it's her, I'm willing to support it as well. Su Ming, you've reminded me at too opportune a time. For some reason, even Lin Xiuran was convinced by the owner of this name, as if they both knew Bai Qingqiu as a person. Well, the person you mentioned, Su Ming, is indeed very suitable, but with our understanding of her, I'm afraid she's not willing to run for the position of chief, so it's still only Wei Qing. Before Tang Hongxian's words could fall, Su Ming suddenly spoke out again to interrupt. It's okay, I'll go pull her back. If we can't pull her back, it's not too late for us to pick Director Wei, is it? The four of them looked at each other and reached a consensus in an instant. Yes, we agree with that line of thought. When do you plan to leave? Of course the faster the better, but I'll have to trouble you leaders for approval. This operation should be considered official business, right? Can I get reimbursed for the high-speed train? Su Ming rubbed his palms together and asked with a smile. Wei Qing rolled his eyes and almost laughed at Su Ming's anger, thinking that he would have some excessive requirements, but he just wanted travel expenses. Casually flinging out a golden card, Su Ming hurriedly caught it. Only the words Secret Service Official Card were written on the card in large, hot gold letters. Go ahead, this is my card. It has an unlimited overdraft limit in it. As long as it's reasonable spending you can use it. Well, I'm still not too sure about you going out alone. Xiao Ran, please go with Su Ming. If I can convince Bai Qingqiu this time, I'll make a special application for you all to calculate the completion of a C-rank mission. Wei Qing said very generously, not only giving money, but also counting the progress of the mission, and also lending Lin Xiuran to Su Ming. The Lin Su duo was once again ready to set off, and the two of them went back to their rooms to pack their bags, ready to leave the next day. And that night, Su Ming called the woman at the phone number on the invitation. Do wavy dash. Which, please. Chapter 93. I will not allow anyone to insult Madonna. Which, please. On the other end of the phone was a cold female voice, like a clear spring in a valley, pleasant to the ear, but it made people a little cold. Hello, my name is Su Ming, the champion of this exchange in Special 5. Su Ming hurriedly made a self-introduction, so that the other party would not directly take it as a harassment call. In Su Ming's experience, dealing with this kind of temperament girls you have to play straight ball. Something to say, do not beat around the bush, so as not to be treated as a harassment call. Hung up. There was silence on the other side of the phone for 2 seconds, as if in remembrance. Oh, I remember. You actually won the championship in this exchange. Congratulations. For some reason, Su Ming felt that the other party seemed to recognize him as if he knew him, and his tone was even a bit more affable. Since you'll be calling me on this number, I assume you're planning to join my special ops team, but unfortunately, my team is full right now. If you want to join. Seeing that the topic was running in the wrong direction, Su Ming hurriedly interrupted. Bye. I'll call you Mr. Bye for now. Mr. Bye. You've misunderstood. I'm actually calling because there are some important things I want to talk to you about face to face. I wonder if it's convenient to provide an address. I'll rush over there as fast as I can. Hearing Su Ming say this, it was instead Bai Qingqiu who froze. Other than joining her squad, she couldn't think of anything else Su Ming would want to discuss with her. Could it be Bai Xiaoxiao? No way. What does that little girl know about that? But, what if she's precocious? Where's the truth in that? Boys these days are the most deceitful. No, I have to see the subject with my own eyes. If Su Ming dared to make a move against her sister, she didn't mind using a bit of force. Thinking so, Bai Qingqiu readily agreed. Okay, I'm on a mission in Jiangcheng. When you arrive, go out of the city and look for the biggest ancient fortress outside the city. I'll wait for you here. The two of them communicated the time and place of the rendezvous and said goodbye to each other and hung up the phone. Su Ming sat on the bed and was silent for a little while, muttering, Bai Qingqiu, Bai Xiaoxiao, Bai Zhou, hiss, these three can't be any relatives, right? The next day, Su Ming and Lin Xiuran, two people, sat on the high-speed train to Jiangcheng. As for why not take the plane, of course, it's because high-speed trains are economical and affordable. Su Ming again experienced a high-speed rail business seat treatment. To be honest, more than the airplane, cool and free, but also will not be airsick. It is very comfortable. The whole journey is about 11 hours, and Lin Xiuran tried to order a wave of takeout on the high-speed train, and enjoyed the service of delivering food to the car. Watching the stewardess deliver the takeout to his seat, Su Ming inexplicably felt that his life had somehow become so cut off from reality. Hey kid, go eat in the second-class seat for takeout. This is a business seat. You're only allowed to order the set menu from the food truck. At this time, a discordant male voice appeared, and Su Ming looked sideways. only to see a man in a suit from the partition next to him stand up. He covered his nose with his hand wand, seemingly very disgusted with the smell of Su Ming's takeout. What's wrong with me being willing to order McDonald's? There's no law that says you can't eat fast food in a business seat. You're being too lenient, uncle. Su Ming rolled his eyes, and was very speechless towards this kind of trashy person who was looking for trouble. Where is the poor student? Come to take a short trip to experience the business seat. You do not accept, is not it? Flight attendant, come here. The man in the suit said viciously, yelling at the stewardess at the top of his lungs. This was a good thing, as the clash, which had gone unnoticed, attracted the attention of the entire business class passengers. Lin Xiaoran zipped off her headphones, wiped the ketchup rubbing on the corner of her mouth, and frowned at Su Ming. Su Ming nodded at her and gave a heartfelt look. Hello sir, how can I help you? The stewardess in red hoofed it to the man in the suit with a polite face. This man was eating smelly takeout in the business seat. I asked him to switch to the dining car and he cursed me. I demand you remove him. I smell takeout and I want to throw up. The man in the suit yelled and said, casually giving back the slur Su Ming cursed, Allah high and mighty, pointing out the appearance of the mountains. Sir, I'm afraid that's out of order. There's no rule that says you're not allowed to eat takeout in business class. And besides, this gentleman ate a McDonald's and he didn't taste very bad. The captain patiently explained. In fact, in the high-speed rail, as long as you do not eat spiral lion powder, stinky tofu, Ali to give other people really cannot accept the irritating smell of food. Generally everyone will acquiesce. And since high-speed trains are supposed to sell fast food, it's not like you can say that someone else's meal tastes great and you have to eat what's on the train. Fine. You don't care, do you? Brothers, Gmaze, look how unqualified this person is. The man in the suit was suddenly furious and seemed to feel humiliated by being ignored in front of a crowd of spectators. So he grabbed his selfie stick from his seat and it turned out he was on a live stream. There is still someone who dares to disobey brother phone. Who is so bold? Let me take a look. It's just a little kid. Phoenix, don't be afraid of him. I'll get someone to open the box for you now and put him up on the internet. Hey, this look is a college student stole the family's money. Come to the business seat to experience life. I guess 5 minutes to the next stop will have to go down. Phone brother, do not talk to his general knowledge. And eat McDonald's. Junk food. Upstairs. I won't allow you to insult McDonald. The pop-up screen rolled fast. Su Ming glanced at it and also saw the big sports car crossing. He also saw the live broadcast at school, and knew that he was running into a big anchor. Kid, it's not too late to get your ass to the food truck, or you'll be in deep when my 100,000 fans launch into a rage. The man in the suit sneered, as if he really thought that what he said was the truth when he held up a cell phone. This gentleman, if you can't, just change your seat for now. There's no need to get on the bad side of such trashy people. I'll have the food truck send you some accompaniments. Do you think that's okay? The stewardess is also bitterly persuading Su Ming at this moment. She is not supporting the man in the suit. It is just that this kind of social mixer. What can you do with him? Now the network anchor have learned to be smart. He will just shoot you. Do not hit people and do not directly guide the fans. But those brain-damaged fans will spontaneously organize to cyber violence victims. Is really the scum of the scum. Su Ming just ate his fries and leisurely watched it all. His butt not moving at all. And gave the stewardess a kind smile. It's okay, I don't need to change seats. The stewardess was in trouble. And as if to persuade him further, the man in the suit's beatific voice came back. What are you stewards doing? Don't think I can't hear the whispering. Are you cursing me behind my back? Ow. I know. You're not cheating on me with this kid. Are you? Train play? Ha 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 ha. Guys, I caught the cheating heroine. Chapter 94 Life Changes. Rules of the Ancient Walled City. The man in the suit's mouth captured the nonsense. The pop-up screen was hilarious, brushing the screen with the speed of a waterfall. But it was so angry that the big sister of the stewardess turned green. Come on, just have enough fun. They're all eating fast food and that girl is eating too. Why don't you care? Su Ming wiped his mouth and pointed at Lin Xiaoran, who had also just finished her burger. All ordered takeout. He certainly can't eat alone. From the beginning is the duo are eating McDonald's. But this suit man only target him. Oh, people are girls. Eat less, but just taste the flavor. The key is you. This unqualified thing. Lin Xiaoran looked at the large pile of bags in front of her in dismay. Did she eat less? People who practiced martial arts were already consuming a lot, and she hadn't eaten McDonald's in a long time. So this meal was actually more than Su Ming had eaten. The man in the suit was pointedly treated differently and immediately jumped to his feet. But the camera couldn't be skewed toward Lin Xiaoran in any way. Anchor, what's going on? There's another person eating takeout too? Why don't you open her group? Do not open her group to take off. Hemp. The most ruthless differentiation of people. If the anchor doesn't turn the camera, he'll cyber violate you. The suit man's mind was actually not difficult to guess. He was coveting Lin Xiuran's beauty. Seeing that the two of them were young and just students, he was thinking of intentionally picking on Su Ming and making Lin Xiuran beg for him. But to his surprise, one of these two people simply ignored the farce, and the other wasn't afraid of his cyberstorms at all, making his tried and true ploy hit a dead end. Fine. Since you guys are looking for death yourselves, don't blame me. The man in the suit twists the camera, ready to film even Lin Xiuran in, so that the duo can take the brunt of his cyberstorm together. This is the network live broadcast. The anchor has an absolute advantage, has the right to decide the direction of the wind to guide, as long as the mastery of words and a group of brainwashed fans. This is an invisible blade, enough to make ordinary people anxious. However, he's clearly messed with the wrong person this time. Hey, how come I can't find out any information about this man? I only know that he is a college student. Which school is the home squatting university? No, this person can be 80 years old? This he meow fake information right? Who can change the information in the think tank? Clunk, not good. Someone knocked on my front door, but I'm abroad. How can Dasha control me? FBI, open the door. There was instant silence in the pop-ups, and ghostly participation began to emanate from a number of places across the country. The man in the suit, however, was surprised to see a line of prompts on the live feed. A live content violation has been detected and the anchor has been permanently banned for 1,000 years. What? You bastard! What have you done to block my live room? The man in the suit was momentarily dumbfounded, but instantly reacted to the fact that it should have been Su Ming's handiwork, and rushed up to grab Su Ming's neck collar. Bang! Su Ming laughed as he caught the other party's claws, and then a joint technique put the other party on the ground, followed by a GABA sound, dislocating the other party's arm. Aha! Murder! Help! Passenger police! Where's the passenger police? Someone's killing someone. The man in the suit instantly let out a ghostly scream, scaring the entire business class, all standing up and shrinking to the corner, looking at Su Ming in fear. Everyone relax. The Secret Service is on the case. This man is our target suspect and we're closing in now. Lin Xiuran skillfully pulled out the Secret Service ID she used to disguise herself and showed it to the public, as if she did this kind of thing often. After making sure with by Xiao Xiao in the headset that the events had all been videotaped, Su Ming slowly and leisurely got up and showed his credentials to the passenger police who had just arrived. What are you doing? How dare you hit someone? Hey, Secret Service. Good day, sir. The man in the suit on the ground are stupid. What is the situation? How the opposite all a gang. He is kicked to the steel-plated. Su Ming smiled and greeted the staff, following by Xiaoxia's instructions for standard conversation. The Secret Service is out on a mission. This person will be temporarily placed under your management, and you will be contacted later to buttress follow-up matters. As for the other passengers who witnessed the incident, they will also be contacted by someone to educate them on keeping secrets. Without your intervention, the passenger police did not object in the slightest and obliged with extreme alacrity, and the man in the suit did not know to beg for mercy until he was being escorted away. Big brother, I was wrong. Give me little Fong a chance, big brother. I'll give you money. I'll play female fans for you. If you can't do male fans, it's okay. Big brother. The farce finally came to an end. Su Ming blithely slumped back into his seat, and everything that followed, including the aftermath and interviews, would be resolved by his colleagues in the support unit. For the first time, Su Ming experienced the pain of acting with privilege. How about that? How does it feel to use power? Lin Xiuran poked her head over and asked with a smile. Su Ming thought for a rare moment of contemplation. How can I put it? It feels so unreal to be living. It seems like he belongs to another world, and this place is just appearances. Ugh, it feels out of place with the average person. The high-speed train finally arrived in Jiangcheng. The entire business seat passengers were interviewed by the sheriff's department. Only the two of them, Su Ming, were respectfully invited onto a large black off-road vehicle and drove towards the outskirts of the city at top speed. Moonlight shines on the green tile scales. 700 hammocks climb along the mountain, and wind chimes with some kind of fierce beast motifs hang from the warped corners and flying eaves. An acacia tree in front of the gate of the fortress has a gnarled root system like a dragon's claw, dense branches and leaves like stars, and silver-white chains are wrapped around the trunk, so I don't know how many lives on the tree depend on it for survival. It was already midnight when Su Ming's duo arrived at the ancient fortress. Pulling the suitcase, he was just about to go in, but his hand was pulled by Lin Xiuran. What? Su Ming asked with a puzzled expression, feeling that Lin Xiuran's hands were icy. Haven't you heard that the ancient fortress doesn't allow outsiders to enter after 0 hour? Lin Xiuran said seriously. The look in her eyes didn't seem to be joking. Clam, there is this saying. That's not good either. If we don't go, and where are we going to sleep? The big field. I don't care. You don't want to take a shower after a long day in the car. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and said, why don't I give Bai Qingqiu a call? It's always okay to have her come out to pick us up. Lin Xiaoran thought about it and felt that Su Ming had a point. After all, her news was only hearsay and she hadn't personally come to the ancient fortress. Beep beep beep. The number you have dialed is turned off, but the phone call is off prompt. Su Ming hung up the phone in frustration. Suggested, why don't we just go in directly? You see the fortress is quiet and no one cares. I know where Bai Qingqiu's room is where they are. Just go over and check in directly, not on the line. If you don't talk to me, I'll just go in directly as well. Why don't? Let's just pretend we've never heard that rumor. After all, Bai Qingqiu didn't remind me about this either, so it can't be that she forgot about it as well. Originally, Lin Xiaoran was still hesitant, but when he heard Su Ming say that Bai Qingqiu hadn't reminded him of this, he instantly made up his mind. Let's go then, directly into the fortress. Since Bai Qingqiu didn't even mention this, it's probably a fake. But is it possible that she doesn't know that one of the two of you is airsick and had to come on an 11-hour high-speed train? So the two of them stepped into the silence of the ancient fortress. Chapter 95 Getting Lost. Encountering a corpse catcher by chance. The moon and stars were thin, and in the latter part of the night there was not a single soul in the streets of the ancient fortress. Su Ming led Lin Xiaoran through the streets and alleys, searching for the residence that Bai Qingqiu had mentioned. Hey, Su Ming, are you sure you're going in this direction? It feels like you've gone halfway around the circle. Lin Xiaoran looked around in confusion. According to the general direction, why did he walk half a day now instead in the direction of entering the fortress? That's right, Bai Qingqiu said on the phone. Well, into the ancient fortress and go straight, 300 meters after the right turn, and then go 500 meters to the left turn, and then go another 1,000 meters. The next turn should be there. Su Ming swore and spoke the memorized line until he blamed the last corner of the wall and froze in place. Are you saying that this toilet is where Bai Qingqiu and the others live? Lin Xiaoran held her forehead and said breathlessly. She should have thought that Su Ming might be unreliable, but she didn't think that remembering the road could be wrong. Su Ming scratched the back of his head. He was also wondering. He was 98% sure that he hadn't misremembered the route Bai Qingqiu had explained. Besides, in his 19 years of memory, it seemed that there had been no cases of waywardness. So what's going on here? Why don't? Let's go in and take a look, just in case they're trying to hide. Too familiar a place to spot a problem. I'll tell you what. I'll go to the women's restroom and you scout the men's, Su Ming said, about to walk towards the women's restroom. Without taking 2 steps, he was yanked back by Lin Xiaoran by the back of his neck. You're really going? Don't waste time. Give me the map and say the route again so I can see where I went wrong. Angrily snatching the map from Su Ming's hand, Lin Xiaoran measured the distance on the map against Su Ming's narration and marked it. Are you sure you're remembering the route correctly? It really does go to this bathroom. Lin Xiaoran looked at Su Ming suspiciously, deeply doubting the authenticity of the other party's memories. That's right. I told you this was the place. Come on, let's go inside. Su Ming excitedly walked towards the toilet. He had long wanted to see what the difference between the two types of toilets was, and at that moment, a crisp copper bell rang into the ears of the two. What's the commotion? Is someone coming? Su Ming's steps were retracted, while his gaze followed the direction of the ringing. The streets were misty at some point. The view of the street, which was already devoid of streetlights, became even worse, and one could only vaguely see what appeared to be a line of silhouettes staggering toward this side of the street. What kind of a man slinks down the street at this hour? A night watchman? Su Ming asked in wonder. If it was a village modeled after an old one, it would be possible to hire a night watchman to patrol in the middle of the night. Although the river city is humid, the night watchman can at the same time guard against some wild animals and thieves. I don't know. Let's go. Go over there and ask for directions. If we keep looking like this, we'll both have to sleep in the toilet today. Lin Xiaoran's beautiful eyes slanted at Su Ming and said, but her person had already walked in the direction of the copper bell. Su Ming had no choice but to dismiss the idea of exploring the restroom and honestly followed Lin Xiaoran over. While walking he was still pondering. What kind of person slips all over the street in the middle of the night? If it is a night watchman, knocking a gong is not more useful than shaking a bell. What kind of person is this? The copper bell had a short spreading distance, and coupled with the fog covering it, Su Ming was actually not far from the other party when they saw the silhouette. Without taking a few steps, Lin Xiaoran got a good look at the other party. It was a line of walkers with cocked hats on their heads, and for some reason they always stood in a line when they walked, the latter always following the footsteps of the former. Only the first man, with a brass bell at his waist, walked with a wobble, leading a group of people walking behind him. Hello. Before Lin Xiaoran's words even left her mouth was covered by Su Ming, and she was pulled backward. What are you doing? Let go. Shoo, I'm letting go of you, don't make a sound. Something's not right with this line of people. You don't want to talk to them. Su Ming then this finger shushed, and then let go of covering Lin Xiaoran's mouth and rubbed on his pants without trace. Lin Xiaoran covered her neck with a burst of dry heaves and glared viciously at Su Ming. Ah, it's washed, keep it down. That person seems to have noticed us. Su Ming hurriedly changed the topic while his hand unconsciously clasped his buttocks. The line of people wearing the bucket hats seemed to have really noticed Su Ming and the two of them, and at this moment, they slowly changed their direction of advancement, walking slowly in the direction of the toilets. What's wrong with these people? Why do they stand in a line and walk? Don't they get tired? Lin Xiaoran asked in wonder, and her body tensed up on guard. Su Ming stroked his chin and explained based on by Xiao Xiao's prompting. There are two clans with the same roots in the ancient fortress, and one of them is said to be good at the method of driving corpses. This method of corpse driving, also known as spirit moving, is said to require only one corpse driver to lead a dozen or more corpses to walk together. It's also the first time I've seen someone catching a corpse. I've heard that a corpse catcher must be able to catch a corpse at night, and when catching a corpse, he must shake his hand over the spirit of the regal spirit to remind nightwalkers to avoid it, because once a living person crashes through the scene of catching a corpse, it may cause a swindle. Lin Xiaoran listened with great interest, itching to take out a packet of melon seeds to kowtow. So are we now crashing someone's drive? What happens? A real scam? Why don't we go over and ask him if he needs help? Isn't the scamming of corpses also within the scope of business of our Special 5? Su Ming was stunned at the words, and then thought it was Ao. They were now investigators specializing in dealing with paranormal special events, and when they encountered something so bizarre, of course they had to go up and join in the fun. What if people need help? A chance to give away mission targets for nothing. With that settled, the duo boldly and directly met the corpse catcher. Su Minga didn't forget to pull out his documents and introduce himself. Folks, I'm an official, and I'm routinely questioning people passing by right now. The corpse catcher acted as if he couldn't hear Su Ming's words, and continued to walk towards him on his own, not even the others behind him. Su Ming only then see the number of people in this line. Well, there are 18. Remove the leader and 17 corpses. This corpse catching art is really not simple. Inside, old folks, we have no malice, just want to ask for directions. What kind of work do you do? You're not going home so late. Lin Xiaoran popped up for no reason, and Su Ming was instantly startled. Big sister, can't you see what the other person does for a living? Is corpse hunting considered a real job? Does anyone pay for insurance? The two were about to toss words when the man in the leading bucket hat suddenly trembled. Chapter 96 Instant War, Unkillable Corpses. His head slowly raised, and under the shadow of the brim of his bucket hat, a pair of scarlet eyes were so oozing, like two red lanterns hanging, that it sent a chill down Su Ming's spine. Old folks, you don't care. My colleague's brain is not good. She is trying to ask, you are the job is doing what? A sentence at this time was difficult to express the shock in Su Ming's heart, simply because as the light brightened, he finally saw what this group of people looked like. The first leader was a leathery old man, his eyes red, his jaw drooping feebly, but in his hand he was pulling a thin red thread, and behind him, 17 corpses lined up neatly behind him, one on top of the other's shoulders, their hands stretched out flat like zombies. But the faces under the bucket hats made Su Ming unable to stop himself from shrieking out in shock. Only 17 backs of their heads were pointed at him in unison, in the exact opposite direction of where their hands were outstretched. The necks of this group of corpses had been broken by someone unknown, and at the moment their heads were broken 180 degrees, so they could only look at people with the back of their heads. Do you still have to break your neck to catch a corpse? It's more or less creepy. Su Ming spat out powerlessly, already realizing that the two of them were afraid that they had encountered something strange. However, it seems too late to realize that now. The old man with the bucket hat slowly pulled the red silk thread in his hand. The heads of the 17 corpses slowly twisted, and their swollen, greenish-black, long-tongued faces stared straight at Su Ming's duo. Buzz. The golden sharpness of chi let out a buzz. Lin Xiaoran never hesitated to strike, and as soon as he did, he went straight for the old man's right hand that was holding the red thread. Put, like cutting a dead wood. The old man's hand holding the silk thread should fall to the ground, but not a single bit of blood came out. That old man also didn't seem to feel the slightest bit of pain, and even his fingers on the ground were still jumping around, maneuvering the 17 corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 17 corpses like a cannonball came flying. Su Ming is not too big. Directly open Chi Nua face. Physical combat. Bang! There was a low rumble as a fist blasted into a body that had come flying at him. So hard. Su Ming frowned. This one actually made him feel hard. To know, he is now a hall of 5 paragraphs of martial arts powerhouse. Chi Nua faces with copper and iron body, passive your skin, muscles as hard as red copper, can withstand most physical attacks. The passive. It would have been outrageous not to have shattered this body with a single punch with this kind of augmentation, but now instead, the bones felt a bit numb. Look out! Lin Xiaoran let out a cry of surprise. Su Ming turned his head to look, only to see a sandbag-sized fist coming towards his face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A group fight it is. Boom. Taking a solid punch to the face, Su Ming was instantly sent flying backwards, smashing into the women's restroom as expected. Lin Xiaoran saw this and the golden sharpness chi was immediately pushed with all its might. A burst of dazzling golden sword ons blossomed like a lotus flower. Hold sharp but soft, golden light. Countless golden sword shadows seemed like flowing water cutting through, forcing the 17 corpses back. Even though these corpses had tough skin and hard flesh, they had to temporarily avoid facing the golden sharp chi. Bang! Su Ming lifted the roof of the toilet with one foot and jumped onto the wall covered in water. Luckily, he was quick-witted and braked on the reverse flight path, which spared him from falling into the pit, only to be splattered by the smashed hose. Nearly caused my old man to eat. This beam is formed. You old den wait for death, Su Ming said with a face full of murderous anger, while the old man was calmly standing still, as if he was dead, right hand raised high. Su Ming low roar, launched the Chi Nua face casting weapons skills. Soldier Lord cast blade, active summons the metal power of the Jiuli clan to coalesce into a giant axe or gorget of red copper, and also creates a standing army battle halberd and a large crossbow, which is powerful in the world. Click, 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 click. There is a gradual rattling around. Only the seats on the side of the road, the broken pipes, the bicycles in the corners, and even the rebar in the ground all lifted over the concrete and converged towards Su Ming's hands. Congeal. Seeing that the number of people coming was almost the same, Su Ming let out a low roar, and countless metal materials coalesced together, transforming into a giant red copper axe, creating things out of thin air and forging soldiers with empty hands. Su Ming carried the giant axe on his shoulders, and a crack appeared in the wall under his feet, nearly unable to withstand the weight and collapse, resistant to a beating. Ha, tough, ha, come on, let me try chopping. Lin Xiaoran was worthy of being the most taciturn partner. This group of corpses seemed to have average intelligence. Although her golden sharp chi couldn't injure them, it could repel them, and those corpses would subconsciously avoid the path of the golden sharp chi. So, Lin Xiaoran left a gap and released the bodies one by one. Good coming. Su Ming eyebrows are all arrogant. Blade-plowing sword and halberd like Nua face is not angry and mighty. Leaping high on one foot, the muscles of his arms instantly filled with blood and gnarled. A huge red copper axe was raised high above his head, slashing towards the rushing corpse with the force of a forceful chop. Old man chopping wood. Ka-ching! The corpse's head was split in two, while the downward slashing giant axe was stuck in the opponent's chest cavity. Su Ming was secretly shocked. This axe of his was summarized from Shang Jing's martial arts experience, and he summarized 18 strokes based on different weapons in different battle situations, referred to as the 18 styles of the old man. With such profound skills, coupled with the divine power of his Chi Nua face, but could not split the body in two. This could only mean that the strength of the opponent's flesh was still too hard. It was at this point that the crisis emerged. Only the corpse with its head split open was not incapacitated at all. His arm suddenly detached from his body and grabbed towards Su Ming's face. Asterisk 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 this flesh is a cover. Su Ming cursed and tilted his head back in an attempt to dodge the grab. Pop. Fortunately, the face of the Chi Nua is a system created by the gods. This scratch on the Nua face not only did not hurt Nua face, but provoked the anger of the Chi will. 9 Li blood rage. Open. Demon god overlord body. Open. 9 Dawn's blood rage. Active burns one's own essence blood. Enters 10's demon god hegemony state. Attack power is increased by 80%. Use it in a critically injured state. Duration is increased to 15s. Su Ming directly reached out and grabbed the 2 dry and thin arms that had come off, placed them in his hands and twisted them in a gaba, directly tying a deadbolt and throwing it away. Instead, the figure rushed straight over and kicked the body down, stomping down twice on the axe handle stuck in his chest. Put. The red copper giant axe split the corpse in two in response, and Su Ming still felt uneasy, and directed 2 more axes towards the corpse's legs. It wasn't until he had hacked the other party into 7 or 8 sections that Su Ming lost his temper and gave up, and that's when he realized that he was surrounded by the remaining dozen or so corpses. What to do? It's too hard to cut. Su Ming asked Lin Xiaoran in a depressed manner. Lin Xiaoran casually ran a sword chi through the chest of a corpse, and saw that the other party didn't even shake, so he also shook his head. No, it's hard to kill them unless you cut them up. The duo gradually fell into a predicament as the dozen or so corpses surrounded them without haste. Chapter 97 Bitter Battle. Broken arm for survival. Dark clouds gradually covered the moon, and a group of walking corpses were encircling towards the young boy and girl on the streets of the ancient fortress late at night. Not weak in defense, tenacious in vitality, and powerful in strength and speed. These dozen corpses reminded Su Ming of a familiar word: humanoid weapons. These corpses, if used as weapons, would be the sharpest swords in the hands of those in power. Not tiring, not fearing death, and powerful in battle. Su Ming's eyes lowered as he contemplated how to bring Lin Xiao out of the trap. There. A beep suddenly sounded in the earphones, and Bai Xiaoxia's voice arrived late. I'm sorry, I just went to contact my sister. She's on her way here. You guys hold on for a little while longer. This group of walkers is more than you can handle. It's currently being released as a B-ranked quest, and it's not to be trifled with. Su Ming noticed what Bai Xiao said in her words about contacting her sister, and then associated it with the fact that the person who could come to their rescue in a short period of time should be Bai Qingxiu correctly. Unexpectedly, Bai Xiao was really related to Bai Qingxiu, so it was no wonder that the other party knew about him. However, since someone was mopping the floor, Su Ming suddenly had a bold idea. Xiao Ran, dare to fight with me, let's capture the thief first. Su Ming's eyes flickered, and he had already locked his sight on the old man wearing a bucket hat. No problem, how can I work with you? Lin Xiao was very dry and agreed to Su Ming's request to fight for his life without the slightest hesitation. Su Ming's face of the Qi Nua instantly switched, a leopard nose and tiger ears, convex eyes and dog hair Berkey Nua face appeared on the face. This was still the second time that Berkey Nua Mian had used it, and Su Ming had almost forgotten about this new partner of his. Trap them, kill the old man first. Birch, weave dreams as a prison. Weaving dreams as a prison, active using dreams as warp and nightmares as weft. Weaving a heavenly net, you can utilize scenes to create dreamlike mirages in reality to confuse your enemies. A mirage spread instantly with Su Ming at the center, covering a 50-meter radius in the blink of an eye. The zombie's eyes gradually fell into a daze, its red eyes staring at Su Ming's back, while mucus continued to drip out of its mouth. The spacious walkway turned into a turquoise lawn, the turd in the toilet turned into fresh brains, and Su Ming and his duo turned into a wall of nuts and cattails, blocking the advance of the walkers. Hey man, I'm Crazy Dave, come eat my brain. An extremely exasperating passage was suddenly heard in the ears of the walkers, and they were instantly displeased as they limped towards the toilet. Ah, coochie coochie. While the zombie was tasting the poop, Su Ming's duo rushed towards the old man in the bucket hat. Old man, eat my old man's chopping wood. Su Ming held up his red copper giant axe and slashed at the old man's bucket hat with a forceful chop. The old man with the bucket hat really did have a hidden mystery, only to see him take off the bucket hat on his head and casually fling it towards Su Ming. The straw bucket hat, surprisingly, threw out the sound of breaking wind. Clang! The red copper giant axe collided with the bucket hat with a crisp ring. The huge axe in Su Ming's hand knocked away the bucket hat, but his own strike was also in a state of exhaustion. The corners of his mouth suddenly hooked into a smile, and Su Ming sidestepped to make way for the figure behind him that had come all the way hidden. Brilliant golden light erupted in Lin Xiaoran's hands, and the golden sharp chi condensed into a long sword as Lin Xiaoran stabbed out abruptly. The sharpness of gold can cut through all things without frustration. The old man's scarlet eyes revealed some surprise, as if he hadn't expected that the two of them, Su Ming, would be able to strike such a match. The golden longsword went forward, directly penetrating the old man's chest. Put! The golden light penetrated his body and exploded a fist-sized hole in the old man's back. Beautiful. Good match. Su Ming was about to pat his ass in celebration when an extremely frightening scene caused him to be instantly strangled, only to see that under the broken clothes on this old man's chest, there were actually two round and full piles, and looking at their size, they were even a few points better than Lin Xiaoran. The head of a male old man assembled on the body of a female young woman. It's weird how it looks. Lin Xiaoran was obviously distracted as well, and when she came back to her senses, the crisis had already arrived. The old man's head unexpectedly flew down from the neck out of thin air. The neatly severed mouth not only did not flow a drop of blood, there were also roots of red silk thread-like blood vessels flying in the wind. Suffered. It was too late to avoid it anymore. The old man opened his mouth wide and his yellowish teeth bit into Lin Xiaoran's delicate neck. Crunch! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and Lin Xiaoran's pupils widened steeply with a shocked expression. The fishy stench from the old man's mouth was sickening, bright red blood staining his large yellow teeth, and a long, slender arm reached out when his head was less than a fist's distance away. Old man, you've got a pretty tough mouth. I'm going to smash it. Su Ming could find a good opportunity to take advantage of the other party biting his arm and not letting go of his mouth, and swung his head round towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. 7 or 8 bomb craters instantly appeared on the ground, but this old man's head didn't know what material it was made of, but it didn't let go. Instead it bit tighter. Sharp teeth dug into Su Ming's arm bones, and the pain that drilled through his heart. Even if he was as strong-willed as Su Ming, he had already been sweating. Su Ming, look, something is going into your arm, Lin Xiaoran said in an urgent voice. She was now truly panicked, seeing with her own eyes a red worm burrowing towards Su Ming's flesh. No good, it's a compulsion. This old guy is a compulsion artist, Bai Xiaoxia anxiously reminded in the headset, and Su Ming realized what this old thing was planning to do, trying to control me with a parasite. Dream on, Autumn Wren, cut off my arm. Without hesitation, Su Ming said to Lin Xiuran. This caused Lin Xiuran to hesitate for the first time and make a move that went against her character. The golden sword blade struck out, but the target was not Su Ming's arm, but the head that was biting into the arm. If you don't let go, split your brain open and I'll see how many parasites are in there. Lin Xiuran was ruthless in her heart, and the sharpness of her golden sharp chi pierced Su Ming's skin, leaving behind a trail of sword marks. Whoosh! The old man's head didn't hold on any longer, and when he saw the situation, he directly flew away and ran. Like a drop of blood, the head instantly pressed back into the headless woman. After viciously glaring at Su Ming and the two of them, the red silk thread in the old man's hand tightened. That one of the living corpses squatting in the toilet to show off the turd. The red thread around their necks strangled, and their heads instantly rotated 180 degrees, directly breaking through Su Ming's dream-leaving environment. Ding ding ding! With a quick shake of the Dementor, a group of walkers lined up neatly behind the old man and disappeared into the shadows of the street in the blink of an eye. Su Ming, how are you? Lin Xiuran pinched Su Ming's arm and looked at it, only to see that the flesh and blood at the bite appeared to have a greenish-black color change, and the red compulsion had gone nowhere. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Lin Xiuran's forehead. This seemed bad. Chapter 98 White Emperor's Thunderbolt. Team of 5. White pale thunder fell into the streets. The tall woman in a short white and brown hanbok wandered in. Seeing the wound on Su Ming's arm, she frowned slightly and squatted down to press her hand on the wound. Hey, you're Bai Qingqiu, aren't you? Lei Haoa, I'm your sister's good friend. Before Su Ming finished speaking, a dazzling white light bloomed over his wound. Ouch! Su Ming let out a miserable cry as a charred meat aroma emanated from the wound. Pale white thunder. You are Bai Qingqiu of the White Emperor's Thunder Edict. Lin Xiuran's eyes were filled with horror. This was the first time she had seen a legend. White Emperor's Thunder Edict. The holder contains the Emperor's pressure, and thunder descends like a heavenly edict, and is the best of the thunder element. Bai Qingqiu nodded, her brows furrowed as she surveyed the burnt wound. The greenish-black rotting flesh was all obliterated under the white lightning, and the blood had stopped, but under the microscopic view, Su Ming's wounds had not healed. Bai, sister Bai, a compulsion seems to have burrowed into Su Ming's body. Do you know what that thing is? Lin Xiuran saw Bai Qingqiu frowning all the time and asked with an uneasy heart. Bai Qingqiu was also startled when she heard this, and hurriedly channeled a touch of white lightning to travel throughout Su Ming's body. A burst of fluffy feeling made Su Ming's whole body Su Shuang, nearly peeing his pants. Not moving and clamping his legs, Su Ming scratched the back of his head. "Io sis, don't electrocute me. I'm not a light bulb." That head bite let go quickly. I don't feel like it was a big problem. No, it's a big problem. Bai Qingqiu shook her head and withdrew her discharging hand. Su Ming not being electrocuted out of her mind was not in line with her expectations. Your body is now full of yin qi, and there is something similar to a living corpse swimming in your blood. Something that is completely unafraid of my white lightning, and I now have good reason to suspect that you have been hit. Su Ming sighed and said with a sarcastic smile. Actually, I feel fine, just a little tired. Su Ming's words were not arrogance, although the Nuwa God system could not give him visualized body data. But there are skills in those exorcisms that have trigger conditions. In terms of Qi Nuwa face, as long as he has been wearing, when near death will inevitably trigger the war blood and wild bones, the lower your vitality, the faster the speed of recovery. When the state of near death can be triggered by unyielding, 3's immune to death, passive, coupled with a strong recovery. If it was just yin qi entering his body, he seemed to be able to resist it for a long time. Come back to my place with me first. It's my carelessness. I didn't expect you guys to enter the ancient fortress so late. There's a rule in this kind of place that you can't roam the streets after midnight. Didn't the two of you do your research in advance? Su Ming and his duo glanced at each other and smiled awkwardly, not expecting the rumors to be true. With Bai Qingqiu leading the way, there were no more accidents along the way, and the three of them chatted and soon returned to a B&B. So that's why we've been squatting here all these days to guard this monster. But he seems to be in fear of my white thunder and has been refusing to show up. So I didn't expect to come out today and have you guys bump into him. Bai Qingqiu pushed open the door of the B&B, and the bright light of the hall shone on Su Ming's face. A room of people and shadows intermingled, busy and unusual, out of place with the sparsely populated outside the house. Seeing Bai Qingqiu return, everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks and look at the silhouette with longing. Team leader, you're back. Sister Bai, you're not hurt, are you? Elder, has that monster been beheaded by you yet? Qingqiu, these two are. For young men and women took the lead in welcoming them out, looking like four of Bai Qingqiu's teammates. Su Ming watched with interest as the four people shushed Bai Qingqiu, instantly categorizing the four people into four roles. Jerk, warmonger, fanboy, dog licker. Interesting combination, same as playing an online game. Fixed team melons at best. Su Ming was being held on Lin Qiuran's shoulders, and even though his body was weak, his mouth didn't forget to mutter and spit. That zombie leader was extremely cunning, and after injuring our two colleagues, he disappeared. By the way, to introduce you all, these two are Su Ming and Lin Qiuran, two very good juniors, and also the champion and runner-up of this year's exchange meeting. The fact that they both faced the vampire leader alone with only minor injuries is enough to see their strength. Bai Qingqiu gave the main personnel a mutual introduction, and only then did Su Ming understand the composition of this squad. For the second girl, Lark, the one judged by Su Ming to be a jerk, almost 1 meter 6 in height, a head lower than Bai Qingqiu. The whole person looked lazy. Even when she went out to greet Bai Qingqiu, she walked at the end of the line, and was a great investigator. That warm man was a milkman. His name was memorable, called Jun Lebao. Of course this world didn't have this dairy product, but his milk quantity was said to be large, and he was very enthusiastic. When he saw the on Su Ming's arm, he immediately came over to help him heal it. The investigator level was currently C rank. The one who called Bai Qingqiu a senior was a tugging youngster. Listening to the meaning, everyone called him Xiao Hao. He looked a few years older than Su Ming, but he was already a great investigator. His hands were wrapped in thick bandages. When he heard Bai Qingqiu praise Su Ming, his eyes immediately showed wariness. The last licker, named Jiang Jinnan, wearing a white frame glasses, Sven, self-proclaimed as the team's military advisor, well known Bai Qingqiu's suitor, in order to join Bai Qingqiu's squad, defeated countless competitors. But according to Su Ming observation, since Lin Qiu ran into this room, Jiang Jinnan looked at her 71 times, while looking at Bai Qingqiu only 68 times. As for why I observed it so well, it was the pain of the treated wound on my arm. This team of 5, 1 A rank, 3 B ranks, plus a supporting C rank, was it really worthy of being the ace of the Special 5? A special operations team that specialized in handling difficult missions? Hiss, brother, can we be gentle? If it doesn't work, we might as well not treat it. Maybe it will heal in the morning, Su Ming said as he sucked in a cold breath. Warmonger Jun Lebao then smiled awkwardly and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Su Ming. I can't repair this injury of yours. It seems that there has been a yin chi mass accumulating on it that I can't get rid of. The lark came over and poked the crusted rotten flesh on Su Ming's arm and said with interest, You're really a man with a great life. Your arm is rotten like this, but you're still alive and well. Why don't you cut it off? It feels like with your physique, cutting it off will be able to heal itself. Su Ming knew a surface under the eyes rolled a white eye. Just now desperately did not cut. Now it is not easy to save the arm, and then cut him wrongly. Hey you buddy, what do you keep wearing a mask for when people talk to you? Is this your psychic ability? Take it off and let me take a look. I'm quite curious as to how this year's first place was won by an item type awakened person. Let's see what's so magical about this thing of yours. Xiao Hao's face was full of wariness, and while Bai Qingqiu and Jiang Jinnan went to exchange information about going out tonight, he provoked Su Ming. Oh come on. It's another brainwashed person who discriminates against alien categories. It's so annoying. Su Ming let out a long sigh. Considering that he still had something to beg Bai Qingqiu for, he was prepared to make a huff and puff to get rid of this matter. I'm second place this time. If you want to take a look, why don't you check out my powers first? Chapter 99 Kobayashi Buster. Second Awakening. You? Xiao Hao's gaze shifted to Lin Qiuran, and after looking him up and down, he said contemptuously, I'm only interested in the first place. Defeating someone weaker than him isn't much fun. Yes? Lin Qiuran's beautiful eyes were filled with wariness, and her golden sharp aura was so sharp that it pierced one's skin. Hey, you two can go outside and fight. Don't ruin the old folks' house. Lark watched the fun and arched his arm over the fire from the sidelines. Lin Qiuran slanted a glance at Xiao Hao, turned around with a word and headed for the door. Bullying an injured person is nothing. If you have the guts to fight me twice, if you lose to the second place finisher, you won't be worthy of challenging Su Ming. Where can Xiao Hao stand this kind of provocation? Immediately took off his jacket and followed Lin Qiuran out. Su Ming had wanted to stop the two of them, and now that they were doing battle when they first arrived, it was always a bit of a way to smear Bai Qingqiu's face, but the outstretched hand was slapped away by Lin Qiuran, who pouted. What are you stopping me for? It's not like I'm going to lose. Hearing the other party's confident words, Su Ming honestly withdrew his arm. Am I being protected by the Overlord? Hiss, as if eating soft food is good? Su Ming rubbed his chin and pondered, while Jun Lubao pulled him, signaling for a piece to go out and watch the battle. Don't worry, Xiao Hao has a good hand. Don't worry about your friend getting hurt. Ow. No, not that I'm worried about her. He was a bit worried that Lin Qiuran had injured Xiao Hao and was not good enough to explain to Bai Qingqiu. This niece's golden sharpness he has seen. The red copper giant axe can't even cut the living corpse. This woman can wear a big hole with her hand. Bai Qingqiu in the house heard the commotion of the fight outside the door and was about to get up to stop it, but he didn't expect Jiang Jinnan to stand up and block it. Qingqiu, if you want to work with our squad, how can you try their strength, so there's no need for you to go out. Bai Qingqiu didn't move on the surface, but inwardly she was a bit unhappy. Su Ming was after all her sister's friend, and it was always impolite to do so. However, before she could dismiss Jiang Kannan, a roar made them rush to the gate. Boom! Outside the door, Xiaohao's face glanced unsightly at the large tree behind him that had been chopped in half by a sword, and his throat quirked. What a strong golden sharp sword chi, worthy of being second place this year. With just the opening test move, Xiaohao had already raised his evaluation of Lin Xiuran to the highest level. What? Aren't you going to look at my powers again? I've got a lot of moves I'm not using, Lin Xiuran said with a face full of cold arrogance. The golden sharp chi in her hand was constantly gulping. Obviously the fierce battle with the walkers just now did not make her consume too much strength. Humph. And don't say I'm taking advantage of you. I'm only fighting you with the strength of the 6th stage of the martial arts path. Xiaohao shrugged his shoulders and assumed a fighting stance, an inexplicable air fluctuation fluttering around him like a heartbeat. My power is Hado Fist. Superhuman. Watch out. Before the words fell, Xiaohao took a step out and swung an empty fist in Lin Xiuran's direction. Nothing seemed to be happening as Xiaohao threw a combination of punches into the air as if he was doing boxing training. Lin Xiuran was about to make a sarcastic remark, but her expression instantly froze. Boom boom boom. The body was as close to the ground as a swimming snake, and a gust of strong wind slammed into Lin Xiuran's position just now, sending out a roar. Broken stones splattered on her waist, and Lin Xiuran instantly flew backwards. Clang! The slender body smashed into the courtyard wall, leaving a crater full of cobwebs. Lin Xiuran jumped off the wall with an expressionless face, her clothes slightly disheveled but seemingly uninjured. Hee, not bad. Being hit by my Hado Fist, you can still adjust to unload the force. Is the quality of this exchange so high? But it's still too gullible. Looking at my air swings, I don't even know how to dodge in advance. If this is on a mission out, it's too easy to be. Xiaohao still wanted to act like a senior and continue to lecture Lin Xiuran, but he was interrupted by Lin Xiuran's voice. Finished yet? If it's just this much strength, you might as well use your full strength. Lin Xiuran's ordinary sentence was like a sharp knife into Xiaohao's heart. The mature expression on his face instantly collapsed, and Xiaohao's tone had already taken on some exasperation. Okay, give face don't want it. Then I'll send you two crawling back to Jiangqing today. A powerful and invisible force spread out from Xiaohao's body, and if he hadn't felt the tremor of the earth beneath his feet, Su Ming wouldn't have even been able to tell how powerful this force was. Damn it, this is the starting stance of the second awakening. Xiaohao is really getting serious, Jun Lebao said in surprise, completely not expecting that against a newcomer, Xiaohao would directly use a big move. Second awakening? What do you mean? Awaken twice. Hearing the fresh term emerge from Jun Lubao's mouth, Su Ming immediately seized the opportunity to ask for a clarification. Jun Lubao pondered for a moment, and after weighing his options, he still explained. Originally, this kind of thing would have to wait until after you guys were B-ranked before any seniors in the institute would tell you. But since you're the champion, and presumably your strength has long since surpassed that of your peers, it doesn't really matter if you say it ahead of time. Second sense is a name we old investigators gave ourselves, except that it became so widely popular that it became a representative term. As the name suggests, second awareness is the secondary development of an awakened person's psychic abilities, a new expansion of the original manifestation. Natural types can use physical arts like superhumans after development, and superhumans can engage in widespread destruction like natural types, etc. Coming, check out Xiaohao's stunt. Lark suddenly interrupted with a word, drawing the two of them back, only to see the fluctuations in Xiaohao's body reach a certain extreme point, and then he pressed both fists on the ground, and the greenish-black land swept towards Lin Xiuran like waves of water, one wave after another. Hado Fist second awareness, 9 dragons defend the earth. The veins on his arms were rippling, as if there were 9 green dragons coiled around his arms. The earth waves that spread out in a semicircle were instantly disturbed, invading and breaking each other, as if the earth's crust was colliding, and the purely physical crushing began. Lin Xiuran's figure standing in place gradually skewed. She did not have the ability to navigate the air, and the tremors under her feet did not even allow her to jump up. She looked at Xiaohao, who was not far away, with a grave expression on her face, and surprisingly revealed a thoughtful look. Asterisk. Why is she wandering off? Save the day. Su Ming could not hold back when he saw this. The woman that he did not even want to beat was now going to be gone. Could this be held back? Before he could leap out, his shoulder was pressed. Su Ming frowned. His hand gripped the white palm back like a swift wind, and he used his strength. Su Ming, there's no need to worry. Lin Xiuran, she's safe. It's her chance now. Bai Qingqiu's gentle voice rang out, and Su Ming's hand softened. and he immediately sold a smile. Geez, I told you. What's so dangerous about cutting between co-workers? Chapter 100 The So-Called Genius. Informing bad news. Celestials. This kind of state that Su Ming casually entered every day when he practiced light breathing was a rare opportunity in others. That's right, Lin Xiuran was precisely entering the state of unity of heaven and man at this moment. Entering the state of forgetting things in self. I can't believe the powers can be used like this. So what else can I do to develop my golden sharpness? Lin Xiuran's mind was constantly thinking about the development and changes of the supernatural ability, simulating the direction of development of different ideas. The sharpness of gold is unrelenting. It can break through all things without being thwarted. It is the strongest means of offense, but can it really only be used for offense? As her thoughts became clearer and clearer, Lin Xiuran couldn't help but think of the scene where Su Ming saved herself. If she had some means of defense, that head would not have bitten Su Ming, and it was even possible for the two of her to turn the tables. So what I'm lacking is a means of defense. But how can I defend myself with the golden sharpness? Arming yourself as a hedgehog full of spikes? Lin Xiuran thought about it in her head and suddenly shook her head violently. It was too ugly. Even if it had great defense and could zap people like a hedgehog, it was too ugly for her liking. What about wrapping yourself into a sword with golden sharpness? The sword's defense is not bad, but how would that be an offense? Being encased in a sword yourself was silly to think about, and it was bulky. Then how about release the golden sharpness within your body? Just place it under your skin as if you were wearing armor, and divide it into countless tiny golden swords. As small as a cell, isn't it just fine? Lin Xiuran's eyes lit up and she said she would do it. A golden glow swam across her pale skin. A small sort of light attached to the epidermal cells, coloring her skin a golden yellow. It's like wearing a coat of witch hazel. There is still room for further development. The small golden swords continue to spread out, forming a piece of conjoined battle group, even as Lin Xiuran was trying to form wings with it. Well, don't try it again. Your brain field can't take it if you keep developing it. Bai Qingqiu's voice entered Lin Xiuran's mind. Her eyes gradually regained their clarity, and her person broke out of her celestial state. But her legs were a bit weak as she sat on her knees in place, and Su Ming had the sense to jump into the pit to help her up, only to see a one-person high deep pit appearing on the street outside the door, the ground squeezing each other to form channels and gullies, while Lin Xiuran, who was the target, was unharmed, but instead opened up a large hole in the earth. Humph, awesome, count me out this time. Xiao Hao grunted unwillingly. His mouth was considered soft, but in his heart, he was extremely shocked. To be able to look at it once and comprehend the mysteries of the second awareness, and still attempting to develop it in depth, does qualify you to join the special operations team? But how come you're only in second place? Somewhat horrified as he surveyed Su Ming, Xiao Hao came up with an extremely horrifying guess in his heart. Although this person was an item class, he wouldn't be even more perverted than Yin 13. What monsters have come out of this exchange? More genius than the past? Helping Lin Xiuran up to the deep pit, Jun Lebao smiled and walked over to help Lin Xiuran check her injuries. It's fine. I'm just too tired. The development of the second sense can't be achieved overnight, especially if the brain domain is not developed enough. It's easy to forcefully achieve the ideal state of heart failure. You have to be careful in the future. Having a nurse in the team just made people feel safe. Lin Xiuran nodded her head obediently and collected her sharpness, waiting for the next time she exploded. Alright, enough of the trial and error. All of you be honest with me now. This mission incident is very strange. I'm applying to the headquarters to raise the mission level to A. Had lined up manpower to assist, but I don't know why. The headquarters hasn't been replying to me, Bai Qingqiu said with a frown, her heart inexplicably a little annoyed. Sister White, I'd like to tell you something in private. Could you give me a few minutes? Su Ming suddenly remembered the true purpose of his trip and weakly raised his hand to ask, glancing between Lin Xiuran and Su Ming with deep meaning. Bai Qingqiu felt that Su Ming's true purpose for coming here might not be to miss her sister. Okay, come with me. You guys, cooperate with the support troops to restore the streets to their original state for the old folks. I'll come check on them later. A few of Xiaohao's people honestly began to clean up the streets and restore the ground. Zhang Jinnan had wanted to follow Bai Qingqiu and the others to the room to talk things over as a vice-captain, but he was glared at by Bai Qingqiu and honestly ate his words and went back to clean up the floor. Big brother Jiang, you're really smart. Using Xiao Hao as a gun every time. Lark sneered and lowered his voice to sneer. What has it got to do with you? Don't you like to watch fun? It's not enough to have fun. Zhang Kannan reprimanded with a sullen face. He hated smart people, especially smart women. If he had to transfer someone in this team, he would be more than willing to kick out Lark. Oh, I'd like to think the greatest fun is just around the corner, Lark said non-committally, turning around and dropping his tools, running back into the house to touch the fish. I'm going to the bathroom now. 3 male colleagues. Come on, in the BNB. Inside an extremely simple room, there was only a bed and a set of tables and chairs, which were also piled high with thick materials. It doesn't look like a woman's house at all, even if it is a temporary place to stay. Letting the two of them into the room, Lin Xiaoran was still very weak, and at her strong request, Su Ming had to let her come along as well. Feel free to sit down. I basically don't sleep in my bed now. This is my office. Bai Qingqiu naturally pulled out a chair and sat down, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and assisted Lin Xiaoran to the edge of the bed, ready to help her sit on the bed, perhaps not quite used to being held up. The moment they turned to sit down, the duo tripped over their feet and fell backwards directly onto the bed with their backs to it. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them lay neatly across Bai Qingqiu's bed as if they were sharing the same bed. Well, it's fine for you young lovers to make out if you want to, but it's not appropriate in my bed, is it? Bai Qingqiu teased with interest, unconsciously revealing her aunt's smile. Lin Xiao ran a tumbling grunt to the bed. Bang sat up, stroked her hair as if nothing happened. Sister Bai, you misunderstood. We just try the softness and hardness of this bed. Su Ming was indifferent. Lying down and chatting was fine, but thinking that the topic to be talked about was quite heavy, he had to honestly stand up. Sister White, what I'm about to say is currently classified as S-classified. Only a small number of people know about it. When I tell you, you are automatically classified. Now please turn off all electronic devices. Saying that, Su Ming took off his tactical goggles and chose to turn off the power and power down, entering the shielding mode. Bai Qingqiu instantly sat up straight when she heard this and said with a straight face, "Understood. There is no surveillance or recording equipment in this room, please rest assured." I have to say, the Generalissimo passed away during this exchange. Chapter 101. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Teacher, he died. Bai Qingqiu couldn't hide the sadness in her gaze. Did Night Moon and the others do this? This time it was Su Ming's turn to be surprised. He and Lin Xiaoran glanced at each other. The other party's eyes were also full of surprise. Obviously also did not expect Bai Qingqiu to be able to directly only to the murderer. Yes, the evil god cult attacked the headquarters of Special 5, and the chief director was ambushed by design and eventually died in battle. Su Ming spoke in a heavy tone, doubts inevitably welling up in his heart. How did Sister Bai know that this would be done by Night Moonless and the others? I belong to the same exchange session as Nightmare Moon and the others. Well, actually, the very first exchange session was nothing more than an internal exchange held by the students. Because it was well received, it was continued on that basis. Suppressing the sadness in her heart, Bai Qingqiu's eyes showed reminiscence as she recalled that exchange meeting back then. The elemental judge Night Moonless, back then, was also a figure that overwhelmed his generation. But unfortunately, his pursuits are ultimately different from ours. If it wasn't for that incident, maybe he would have stayed in Special 5, only to turn against his teacher him. Su Ming perked up his ears and was just about to eat his melon when Bai Qingqiu stopped talking. Hey, eat melon, let people eat half very well. You either all say, or not say at all. Say half pure disgusting people. Spitting in his heart, but not daring to say it explicitly on his lips, Su Ming always remembered the purpose of his trip. Hey, Sister Bai, I'm not going to lie. I'm here to see you this time because the chief administrator had an explanation before he died. He wants you to take the position of chief of Special 5. His eyes looked at Bai Qingqiu hopefully. As long as she agreed, Su Ming could just hit the road and Shang Jing's dying wish would be accomplished. However, things certainly wouldn't have gone so smoothly, or else Shang Jing wouldn't have been thinking about it before he died. The position of chief is not for me. My teacher spoke to me about this a few years ago and I made it clear that I didn't want to serve as chief of anything, Bai Qingqiu said in a flat tone. The position of chief director of the Special 5 Institute, a position that was worth grabbing a headache for in the eyes of others, seemed to be avoided in her. My dream is to become the strongest S-rank investigator, and anything that isn't conducive to strength enhancement is a drag for me. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran, even though it was only a brief contact, I can feel that you two are the same kind of people as me. If it were you, would you go out and star in a role you don't like because of someone else's wishes? Before Su Ming could say his words of consolation, they were stifled by Bai Qingqiu. She was right. If it was Su Ming himself who was asked to be this big worrying and laborious head of the family, he might have refused as well. But, it's the chief's will, after all, and I might have agreed to it if it had been me. Lin Xiaoran suddenly interjected, hesitantly. Really? You would give up your life because of the wishes of others? Bai Qingqiu looked at Lin Xiaoran with a deep gaze. Lin Xiaoran stubbornly tried to meet his eyes, but he lost the battle without looking for a while. She couldn't be sure that she would be able to agree so openly if it were really on her. Seeing that Su Ming and the two of them were both silent, a triumphant smile appeared on Bai Qingqiu's face as she got up and straightened the green silk on her head. The will has been brought to you, so if there's nothing else you guys can go back, and when I've completed this mission, I'll return to the headquarters to condole with my teacher. As for Nightmare, Sensei's revenge will be sought to be paid back to him along with my share. Bai Qingqiu instantly overbearing, a kind of king in the world. Who will not give up the feeling of the emperor? The White Emperor Lei Zhao is worthy of its name. When Bai Qingqiu had already walked to the door, her hand gripping the door handle and preparing to pull it open, Su Ming, however, suddenly let out the loudest roar from the silence. I would, if it were me, I'd say yes. The door to the room opened, and Su Ming's voice had an extremely strong penetrating power, causing the entire hall to turn their heads and look sideways at Bai Qingqiu's bedroom. All seemed to be wondering what this newcomer was smoking. Bai Qingqiu's tall stance paused, then she shook her head with a light smile. Su Ming, it's meaningless to speak against your conscience. Why did you agree? You don't seem like a person who likes trouble. Questioning Su Ming in front of everyone invariably added a few more points of psychological pressure. Su Ming, on the other hand, was extremely firm and didn't flinch in the slightest as he retorted. I didn't speak with a clear conscience. I decided to do so after careful consideration. Su Ming's exorcism face gradually revealed a smile, as if he had figured something out, his gaze as brilliant as starlight. Because I believe that with great power comes great responsibility, and I'm not asking this of others. I'm disciplining myself. The chaotic world is already so muddy, and since we are fortunate enough to be awakened, we can either do nothing and be idle commoners, or we can shoulder the responsibility to save the world and protect the lives and property of the people. I don't think it's any different than the Special Five's idea of enrollment. Eat your words and be loyal. If I have the ability to lead the awakened to something better, then I'm going to do it, because I don't want to wait for someone else to screw up and then stand behind it and call out the people in power for their incompetence. The world rises and falls, and it is the responsibility of all. So my answer is that I will say yes. Boom! Like a burst of thunder in the ears of the crowd exploded, intended to numb the silence of the iron heart. But at this moment, thumping jump, Bai Qingqiu was shocked. She couldn't imagine that such words could come from a 19-year-old young man. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of all. What a powerful statement. And what kind of heroism it is. Bai Qingqiu was surprisingly a little ashamed for a moment, feeling that she was not even as good as an ordinary investigator. The Special Five were the guardians of the Dark Night of Daxia. How dare she entrust them to someone else and leave them to their own devices? A strong man cannot save the country, but a strong people can save it. Silence. For a moment everyone was dryly silenced by Su Ming's speech. Maybe there are holes in his logic. Maybe his words are just crowning words of hypocrisy. But who can blame a boy with a heart full of stars? He's only 19, and he's got this kind of realization? When did patriotic education in Dacha get so good? Bang! The door to the bedroom room was slammed shut once more, leaving a confused few people in the hall. What are they talking about? Why does it feel so great? Lark asked June Lebo in a puzzle. Ed Manor, her pretty tongue licking over her red lips as she suddenly became extremely interested in Su Ming. I don't know, and I don't want to know. I seem to have been stabbed in the eye by starlight. So what? I'm going to the restroom to treat it. You guys go ahead. June Lebo covered his face to prevent others from seeing the tear stains on his face, and fled in a state of disorientation, simply because Su Ming's words had made him think of his once deceased friend as well. Xiaohao's face was filled with excitement and he couldn't wait to give Su Ming a thumbs up. Jiang Kanan's face was somber and thoughtful. Investigators have been investigators for a long time, and whose memory hasn't left an indelible figure. How can you be unmoved by the fact that most of the path you have traveled has the blood of those who came before you? Enough of the preaching. What is it going to take for you to say yes? Su Ming had a smile on his face as he directly questioned the opposite. Since Bai Qingqiu was able to close the door and come back, it meant that there was still room for lobbying. If you want me to say yes, you can. Make a bet. I'll agree if you win, Bai Qingqiu said with a burning gaze. Chapter 102 Gambling. Weird villagers. What's the bet? Say, it's done, Su Ming secretly said in his heart. A word that can make Spider-Man. A word that can inspire 40,000,000 people. If this can't impress you, Bai Qingqiu, then you're too hard-hearted. Su Ming dared to promise Shang Jing at that time because he had the backbone of his previous life. A whole blue star of cultural heritage. Can you catch it? The bet is simple. Didn't you say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility? On this mission, you are the only ones who have fronted up against the walkers. If you can complete this mission, I will promise you, Bai Qingqiu said with a light smile, thinking that she had taken hold of Su Ming, having already exchanged hands once, and nearly killed him, after escaping death. She didn't believe that Su Ming would still be willing to face that walker, especially if there was a stronger person to rely on. He won't be annoyed and hold a grudge against me because of this, right? Humph. If he holds a grudge against me because of this, then Bai Xiaoxiao shouldn't team up with him anymore. Bai Qingqiu thought in her heart, anticipating Su Ming's reply. I'm recovered. Let's go. Lin Qiuran stood up from the edge of the bed, rubbed her wrist, and walked directly towards the door. Su Ming laughed and shook his head, quite anxious. This is going to be an early shift what? Lifting his pants, Su Ming walked over to Bai Qingqiu and raised his right hand. It's a deal. Bai Qingqiu sniffed and froze. Why? This is agreed? They didn't even discuss it? For the first time, she felt that there were people in the world more thunderous than herself. Snap. The two palms met in the air with a crunch, and the bet was signed. Squeak. The door to the room opened and all the eyes of everyone in the hall converged. Lin Xiaoran stared back at him without fear, and her feet walked towards the outside without hesitation. Su Ming honestly asked back to follow. The Lin Xiaoran pretending to be a bully. He still do not steal the limelight of others' good. Group. Team leader, are these two going back? Lark came over to Bai Qingqiu's side and said as she wrapped her arm around her. No, this mission is temporarily handed over to Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran's squad. Our group will only be doing support and emergency missions from now on, Bai Qingqiu said indifferently. What? Now everyone was shocked. The mission was handed over? How is that possible? The two of them can't even take a B-ranked quest at their level, can they? And you're giving them A ranks? Jun Lebao grew his mouth and asked incredulously. Let's talk about the details later. In short, this is considered a small bet between Su Ming and I. Don't worry, although the investigation mission is given to them, but in case of danger, we must be the first to support them. This is the basic regulation of the Special 5. Do you all understand? Yes, understood. So it's wiping their asses. Several people had different thoughts, all curious about what Bai Su and the two of them had placed their bets on. Outside the door, it was already slightly brighter. Su Ming stood in the doorway and stretched out a big lazy waist. He had not slept all night, and also fought a fight. That is, he is now superhuman physical strength, or else he would have died suddenly. How is your injury? Do you want to go back to Jianqing for treatment first? Lin Xiaoran said with concern in her eyes, and without a second thought, she grabbed Su Ming's injured right arm. The rotting wound, after being scorched by the white thunder and treated by Jun Lebao, had turned into a purplish-red scab at this moment, as if it was a hideous centipede coiled on Su Ming's arm. Maybe I need to get some healing first. The investigation is fine. For combat I'm afraid I'm a bit out of my depth right now. Feel the body's situation. Injuries in the extremely slow recovery. Jun Lebao's treatment or played some role, with the passive Qi Nuo surface. If the time is long enough does have the opportunity to heal itself. This is also Su Ming's powerful technique, and has the cloud rising 9 heavens breathing method to return to the blue, or else it might have been cooled off by now. The two of them were about to head to Jiangqing first when a sudden noise came from the streets. A group of silhouettes clustered around an old man as they rushed towards the direction of Su Ming's duo. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be residents of the ancient fortress. No wonder we can't see anyone at night, so they're all hiding in their homes waiting for dawn. Su Ming shrugged his shoulders, knowing that this was coming to life. The crowd gathered in front of the B&B and in a flash surrounded the gate. Boy, where's your team leader? It's been another night. Did you catch that walker? The old man at the head of the group said with a shivering cane. Old man. This task is now handed over to the two of us to take over. Don't worry, we'll catch that vivisector and solve it right away. Su Ming said truthfully, comforting the old man. Who knew that when they heard Su Ming say this, the villagers behind the old man became anxious first. What? Changing people? Are you guys reliable? Last night another dozen or so villagers were infected with the black water disease. If you guys don't solve it, do you want our whole village to die? That's it. After 7 or 8 days of freeloading here, nothing has been caught, and more people are coming. So what secret service? I think it's all bull ********. A bunch of booze hounds. I doubt they're out catching walkers at night. They're hiding in their rooms and sleeping. Off. If you can't do it, off. I don't know why. The villagers were particularly agitated. That was cursing at Su Ming's nose. Su Ming's face was green for a while, white for a while, and he had a bit of an urge to hit someone. All right, be quiet. The village chief at this moment finally mortared his walking stick and stepped forward to preside over the situation. This young leader, our village really can't afford to delay. There are more and more people getting black water syndrome here, and some people have already lost their lives because of it. If you really can't do anything about it, then please go back. We will solve the problem by our own means, so we won't bother the leaders. The village chief said surprisingly. He was going to lower his head and bow. Su Ming hurriedly reached out to hold. He let him bow not much. Behind so many people with cell phone video, what do you mean? You're trying to blackmail me, aren't you? Old man, which one doesn't rely on us? What method do you use to solve that walker? The village chief flickered in his gaze with his head lowered, and said in a hoarse voice, the village naturally has a solution. The ancient village has a history of 300 years. What storms have not been experienced, and not still survived? Little leader, please go back. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need your help. Just pretend that I didn't report this. For some reason, The village chief of this ancient fortress seemed to have something to hide, and at this moment desperately wanted Su Ming and the others to leave with them. But could Su Ming leave? Not to mention that bet. This group of ordinary people, not even an awakened, what could they possibly do to deal with that walker? It's not right. It's so wrong. Chapter 103 Boomerang, Kid Brothers Calling. At the dawn of the day, a large group of villagers from the ancient village surrounded in front of the residence of the Special Five, forcibly demanding that the investigators who came to help give up their mission and leave the ancient village. Bai Qingqiu and the others stood on the second floor of the BNB, gazing at the crowd outside the window. Team leader, aren't you going to help them? In case they do get kicked out, we won't be able to take over from behind, Jun Lebao suggested with some concern. As the only warmonger in the team, he always felt that it was better to make peace between co-workers. The bet has already started. Who are we to help them? We can't even get rid of a bunch of villagers. What else can we do? Zhang Kannan clasped his arms and snorted coldly. If at the very beginning he had only wanted to knock Su Ming around a little bit, then now his hostility was already very obvious. Bai Qingqiu's gaze was deep as he narrowed his eyes and stared at the agitated villagers. Zhang Jinnan has a point. The bet has already begun. So unless they ask for our help, it's better for us to stay out of the way. I'm also curious to see how these two exchange one-twos will handle their relationship with the common man. Turning his head to look at the duo of Su Ming who were being forced by the crowd, with the village chief letting out the word to let the investigators exit, the villagers became more and more agitated, and had already begun to slowly approach Su Ming and the two of them, and some of the bold ones had to reach out to push Lin Xiaoran. Su Ming's face sank as he directly waved his hand to open the man's arm. What's going on? The Secret Service still dares to beat people up, right? Call the police and get the hell out of the ancient fortress for us. Yes, get out of the ancient fortress. Bunch of freeloading, non-working losers, get out. The crowd pushed and shoved their way toward the front door of the BNB, and the scene was about to turn bloody. Su Ming, however, directly raised his arms high and shouted, how did I also get infected with Blackwater syndrome? This thing won't be contagious. Finished, dead. The crowd's footsteps froze at these words. The eyes focused on Su Ming's wound, and then in an instant, fear erupted. Run, this one's infected. Wah. He just touched my hand. Cut it off for me. Where's the village chief? Quickly take the village chief and run away. Help, even the Secret Service is infected. How dashingly the villagers came, and how woefully they ran. The old man dropped and ran with the young man on his shoulders, even pulling his crutches to the ground. You guys, hurry, leave, ancient walled city, or else, consequences, be responsible. Climbing on someone else's shoulder couldn't even speak clearly, but the village chief still didn't forget to warn Su Ming to hurry up and leave the ancient fortress. Waiting for the silhouettes to clear out, Su Ming smilingly inserted both hands into his pockets, not knowing what is the opponent. Cut. I win how big the guts it, but also dared to take action with us, which does not run away as soon as the scare. Although Su Ming's approach was shameless, it was very effective. If you scare them like this, I guess the villagers will believe even less that the two of us can solve the walkers. Lin Xiaoran said as she helplessly held her forehead. Perhaps she could use force to deter them, or perhaps she could use money to lure them, but none of them seemed to be as fast as Su Ming's methods. Doesn't matter, by the looks of them, I guess they don't trust Special 5 anymore. Su Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but I'm more concerned about why they're giving me a feeling of being emboldened. What on earth are these villagers relying on to think they can take care of the walkers? This mission is getting interesting. The words had just fallen, but Su Ming noticed that there had been a little boy timidly observing the two of them from the opposite corner of the street. Su Ming smiled and waved at him. The little boy was quite bold. Wearing a blue slipper and carrying a lollipop stick in his mouth, he ran over with his ass in the air. Brother kid, see you've been looking at us. Is something wrong? Su Ming smilingly squatted down, but also lifted up the Nuwa face. Try to give the little boy a feeling of affinity. According to psychology, adults can put a lot of psychological pressure on small children when confronted by them because of the height difference, which is why many children are afraid of strangers, even animals. But crouching is different. First of all, this is not an aggressive position, and secondly, it brings the line of sight between you to be level, so it creates a sense of closeness and security. The little boy reached out and poked Su Ming's cheek, curiously saying, so you're not ugly. Sister Nuwa even said that you're wearing the mask because you're too ugly and have low self-esteem. Su Ming's entire person was suddenly struck by lightning. What a great malice this was. She can insult my character but not my looks. You tell me who she is and where she lives. I'm going to have a theory about her. Kid brother hemmed and hawed, turned his head and ran away. Then you guys come after me. I'll take you to see Nuwa sister. Su Ming, do we really have to go? This let child will come to us feeling like it's intentional. Lin Xiaoran looked at Su Ming with an inquiring gaze. Go ahead. It's a confusing time anyway. Hopefully the guy who came forward to invite us will provide a little food for thought. The two followed the kid brother and disappeared down the street in the blink of an eye. Although the ancient fortress is called a fortress, it covers a large area. There are 700 households registered, which is already considered a large village. The kid brother led Su Ming around the ancient fortress, and with a twist of his head, he ran into a dilapidated hammock. Su Ming looked up and down. This hammock appeared to be a bit vicissitude. The wooden walls had already faded to a grayish-brown because of years of wind and rain. The surface of the wood grain was crawling with moss, and there were pieces of cobwebs hanging under the tiles at the entrance. Most notably, a small masked drum hangs over the slightly open entry door. Su Ming cocked his head. This drum felt a little familiar to him, as if he had seen it somewhere. Two guests at the door. Come in and sit down. Inside the hammock, there was a sudden sound like a silver bell. The voice owner's age didn't sound very old, and should be comparable to Su Ming as well. Since the host had invited them, Su Ming and the others naturally had no reason to refuse, and the two of them stepped into the hammock, and as soon as they entered, they smelled a pungent medicinal fragrance. They say it's a medicinal scent, but why do they say it's pungent? It was only because this healer did not seem to understand the medicinal synergy between the drugs, and the yin and yang attributes of each other, mixing and stacking all the drugs together to produce a complex aroma. I'm sorry, the house is a bit of a mess, so please take a seat while I return the favor. The one who spoke was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She was wearing a navy blue embroidered long dress. Her head was wearing silver jewelry. Her waist was wrapped with a belt made of carved silver jewelry. A red lip was dainty, unique, a special kind of charming attitude. At the moment she was stirring her hands in a jar made of earthenware, while the kid brother was looking at her with anticipation. Introduce yourself. My name is Aner, but of course I prefer you to call me by my outside name, Chi Mei. Chapter 104 Witch Doctor Chi Mei. Unique healing wounds. The white arm was out of the earthenware jar, and a wooden handle was being pinched between two lush fingers. Here's your payment, and remember not to just eat candy, but eat well. Chi Mei handed the lollipop to the kid brother, and the bright yellow gelatinous-like object stuck to the stick and was happily swallowed into his mouth by the kid brother. Got it, Nano-san. I'm going home for dinner then. You remember to look for me again if you have a job. The kid brother waved his hand at Su Ming's duo and bounced away from the hammock. What are you giving him to eat and why is it so tempting? Su Ming asked curiously. Watching the kid brother eat so favorably, he had to say that he was also a bit greedy. Chi Mei sniffed with an inexplicable smile on her face as she probed her hand into the clay pot and took out a chubby golden meatworm. Nah, what he was given just now was the wow fluid ejected by this honey gold bug. Do you want to try it too? Said. She used a wooden spoon, gently rubbed a small bulge on the honey gold bug's stomach, and in an instant, the yellowish viscous liquid flowed out of the hole above the small bulge, and was propped up by Chi Mei into the wooden spoon. Holy, you said you gave this to the kid brother? Does he know what it is himself? Keep it away. I'm not eating it. Su Ming was instantly shocked. Had the human recipes expanded so much now? Of course I know. The wow liquid produced by this honey gold bug is also known as bug nectar. It is an extremely precious medicinal food. It can be called the honey gold bug precisely because of the rarity of this bug nectar. Are you guys sure you don't want to try it? It's a rare local delicacy. Chi Mei pushed her spoon against the duo, seeming to actually settle in for the food. I'll forget it. Give it to him to eat? He's wounded and needs to be mended. Lin Xiaoran shook her head like a rattle drum and directly sold Su Ming out. Su Ming's face stiffened as he sternly refused. I have no interest in other people's wow liquid. The two women looked at Su Ming with inexplicable eyes, seeming to instantly understand something for a second. Forget it, it's only natural that people out there can't take it. Chi Mei sighed and took the insect nectar from the wooden spoon directly into her mouth. All of a sudden her little face became flushed, looking even more caressing and moving. Inner beauty, you went to all this trouble to call us both here just to show us how to eat bug wow liquid? Su Ming felt that things were going somewhat in a bad direction and hurriedly brought the topic back on track. Oh yeah, like there's a business to be had, patronizing you guys about honey gold bugs. Chi Mei tapped her head, also with an expression that she just remembered. I'd like to ask you for a favor, but as a sign of good faith, let me pay my dues first. You're hurt on your arm, aren't you? Show me. What's the favor? You can cure this? Su Ming sniffed suspiciously and pulled open his sleeve, revealing the hideous centipede-like wound. Ha, what's the point? I'm a witch doctor. Chi Mei revealed a contemptuous smile and pulled Su Ming's arm over to carefully survey it. TSK, this physique of yours is really terrifying, huh? It's even continuing to heal itself? If I give you a few months, this black water syndrome will really get better on its own. It would have been nice to send me the test medication. A slurping sound came out of her mouth, and she held Su Ming's arm as if she was admiring a piece of beautiful jade. Miss Chi Mei, do you mean that Su Ming's injuries aren't considered very serious? Lin Xiaoran heard Chi Mei say this and said with some delight. Chimei instantly rolled her eyes and waved her hand back and forth. What are you thinking about? He's about to die here. What? This time, not only Lin Xiaoran, even Su Ming was taken aback. Doctor, don't joke. I'm feeling fine. It won't be long before I heal myself. How could I die? Su Ming now seriously doubt that Chimei is a charlatan. Luring himself over is intended to set him up to spend money on treatment. Che, what you guys see is just the appearance. This black water disorder is frankly nothing more than a mixture of yin qi and corpse poison. It's not much of a challenge for me at all. Even if I rely on you to heal yourself, it's not a problem. The really serious one is the other one. Aren't you guys forgetting something? With Chimei's reminder, Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran looked at each other and said in unison, are you talking about compulsion? That's right. Chimei hugged her arms and nodded her head repeatedly. A smart patient would always save her a little heartache. It turns out that the red parasites from that day still crawled into my body, so why can't I feel it in the slightest? Su Ming revolved the thousand changes phaseless grand technique and tried to inspect the meridians of his entire body, and sure enough, as he passed through the heart meridian, he felt that it was a bit slower than usual, surprisingly hiding in my heart chakra. No wonder I couldn't detect it. After confirming that the compulsion was indeed in his body, Su Ming's trust in Chimei increased by a few points. This parasite should be a parasitic parasite, extremely covert. It will lurk in your body and slowly swim towards your heart chakra. Once it reaches the heart chakra, your body will be in its grip, no different from death. Chimei finished. Su Ming hadn't what, but Lin Xiaoran's face instantly went white. Miss Chimei, please also save Su Ming. Gee, I'm not doing anything wrong here. What's the point of spreading dog food? Chimei fanned her small hand in front of her nose, as if she smelled some kind of sour odor of love. No, Su Ming was injured because he saved me. I can't let him die, Lin Xiaoran said in an extremely serious tone. This kind of joke didn't make her blush. Instead it made her eager to explain. Well, originally I also have something to ask you guys to help. This is a fair trade. Your name is Su Ming, right? Come and sit down. Put your arms on the table, Chimei said, pointing to the square table against the wall. Why do I feel that? Owing you such a big favor. I'm afraid what you're dragging us to do isn't very simple. Su Ming held his arm and did not move. He was now a little hesitant. If this disease could only be solved by Chimei, what would be the price to pay? Su Ming, we don't have a choice. Lin Xiaoran looked at Su Ming with a firm gaze, a look that could not be refused. Don't worry, this matter is very simple for you guys, Chimei said with a smile. After all, it is his own life. Su Ming still knows what is more important. Honestly, sit down and put his arm, waiting for Chimei's performance. Chimei had an evil smile on her face and looked at Lin Xiaoran in a slightly apologetic manner. Miss, the process of treatment will be a bit special, so don't be jealous. Before Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran could react, Chimei lowered her head and kissed on the wound on Su Ming's arm. The little lilac tongue licked its way along the scabs on the wound, as tantalizingly as if it were tasting candied fruit. Chapter 105 The Story of Compulsion Walled City in Ancient Walled City. Crispy, numb, soft, Su Ming immediately felt a thrill that went straight to the sky. Wisps of greenish-black gas swam down Su Ming's wound into Chimei's mouth. The rot on the wound was healing at a rate visible to the naked eye, and at that moment, Su Ming felt a heartbreaking pain coming from his chest, and bean-sized beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. Don't move. Hold on. It's almost out. Chimei's eyes were quick, and he pressed Su Ming's arm, not letting his mouth leave the wound. A thin red line gradually surfaced under Su Ming's skin. It moved slowly towards the wound on his arm as Chimei sucked on it. Not a moment later, a pink worm that looked like an earthworm poked its head out of Su Ming's wound. There really are parasites, Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran said in unison. If at first they still felt that Chimei might be a liar, then now the facts had proved that what she said was not false. Don't move. At this moment, it seemed to have reached a critical juncture. Chimei pressed Su Ming's arm to death, and her eyes were firmly locked on that red compulsion. Only when she opened her mouth slightly, a black and shiny red-headed centipede crawled out of her mouth. Crunch! Like chewing on a candy bean, the centipede bit down on the head of the parasite with a crunching sound. The parasite's body struggled violently, stirring Su Ming's wound into a bloody mess. Seeing that its movements were getting weaker and weaker, the centipede seemed to have received Chimei's instructions, letting half of its body roll. It rolled the parasite into Chimei's mouth. Gulp! Chimei gurgled and seemed to swallow something. She wiped the corners of her mouth, stood up, and let go of Su Ming's arm. Well, I've cured you. You can just recover the rest on your own. You guys wait for me for a moment. I'm going to go wash my face. Chimei finished speaking and walked towards the second floor of the hammock without saying a word, leaving behind a dumbfounded Su Ming too. Su Ming was shocked by this amazing scene for a long time, waiting until Lin Xiaoran called out to him before he came back to his senses. Su Ming, how are you feeling? Any better? Lin Xiaoran said as she looked at Su Ming with concerned eyes. Activity of the right arm. Try to empty swing a few punches. There are Chi Nua's surface of the powerful recovery power. Not long, Su Ming arm injury healed. I seem to have gotten better. Holy, this Chi Mei is really gotta. How can she spit centipede out from inside her mouth? It's too cow. Su Ming now had no more doubts about Chi Mei's identity. Such an evil way of healing. It must be a witch doctor. Yo, the wound healed so quickly. Not bad for an awakened. Footsteps came from upstairs, and Chi Mei changed into a loose nightgown and came down. My clothes were wet with sweat, so I had to change into pajamas. So don't mind if I do. How can you mind? It's us who should be thanking you. Lin Xiao Ran hurriedly said, the gratitude in her eyes filled with sincerity. Chi Mei smiled lightly, looking at Su Ming's face with some surprise and said, I didn't think that you looked quite handsome. I thought that those who like to wear masks are not confident in their face value. Su Ming smiled and scratched his head awkwardly. Should he be happy that Chi Mei complimented him on his high face value? Or should he have a hard time? Back to the point. And don't worry about thanking me just yet. The favor I'm going to ask you hasn't even been mentioned yet. Chi Mei convergent smile, positive color. Whatever we can do, we will do our best. Su Ming made a rare solemn promise. The favor I want to ask you guys is very simple. Give up looking for any walkers. Leave the ancient fortress, and don't bother about the deaths of this group of villagers. It was said that healers were benevolent, and it was a bit unbelievable that a self-proclaimed witch doctor could say something like he didn't care if they lived or died. However, Su Ming had actually had doubts just now, knowing that the main thing that the villagers were afraid of was still the black water disease, and Chi Mei clearly had a cure for the black water disease. Well, although this method was not very decent, she did have the ability to alleviate the problem. But according to what those villagers said just now, it seems as if the black water syndrome has never been cured. I don't quite understand why you are trying to persuade us to leave as well. Is it true what the village chief said about you having a solution? Su Ming really couldn't help his curiosity and looked at Chi Mei's eyes and asked, and please be honest, this mission is very important to me, second only to my life. If you want us to give it up, I can't promise you that even if you're my savior unless you can give me a reason that convinces me otherwise. After all, this matter was related to the bet, and the bet was related to the future of the entire Special 5 Institute. So from the heart, Su Ming wanted to back out. If the favor is not returned, then just keep owing it. It is she herself who wants to pay the reward first. Although reneging on the debt is a bit unseemly, Su Ming still knows the lesser of the two, and he cannot agree to do what he cannot do. Okay, Chi Mei sighed, sat down on a wooden chair, pulled a thin lady's pipe out of her sleeve, and smoked it to herself. The smoke slowly rose, making the room a little hazy. Su Ming couldn't help but pull out his pocket. TSK. Xiao Ran, you bring melon seeds now. The smoke is lit. Not kowtowing some melon seeds how to listen to the story. The story was already being told before the melon was served. The ancient walled city didn't actually used to be called the ancient walled city, but the compulsive walled city. Chi Mei said, dabbed some tea on the table and wrote out the word compulsion. A compulsion fortress? Su Ming's pupils shrunk slightly, and he seemed to have guessed something. The name of the compulsion walled city comes from the women in the walled city. The women of the compulsion walled city raise parasites for a living, and when they meet the men they love, they will plant love parasites on them, making it impossible for them to turn their backs on this love for the rest of their lives, and forever at the beck and call of the parasites. Chi Mei said with a smile, but her eyes glanced at Su Ming in a good way. Su Ming was startled, suddenly a little frightened. Chi Mei just now is not to him also under the compulsion. Oh, little brother, do not be afraid. Under the love compulsion to perform male and female affairs, we are innocent. Chi Mei covered her mouth and smiled, playing Su Ming's small mind in the palm of her hand. Originally, the ancient fortress had been living and passing on like this for hundreds of years, but coincidentally, one day 17 years ago, the fortress suddenly developed a black water syndrome. Black water syndrome? You mean, 17 years ago, black water syndrome appeared? Su Ming said with some surprise, if it has already appeared, with the ability of the Special 5 Institute, it shouldn't be able to find the relevant clues. Of course it appeared, otherwise how would I cure it right? Little brother, haven't you ever heard of not interrupting? Chi Mei looked at Su Ming with a languid gaze, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with him always interrupting the speech. I'm a little mute from now on. Su Ming covered his mouth with his hand, signaling that he would not interrupt again. Chi Mei tapped his pipe and continued. Chapter 106 End of story. Mirage Moonflower. Since the emergence of the black water disease, the compassionate walled city has invited countless renowned doctors to come, but not only was the disease not cured, but quite a few of the doctors were infected with the black water disease and died in the compassionate walled city. After a long time, no one dared to come to the compass walled city anymore. Chi Mei paused and seemed to be waiting for Su Ming to ask a question, but when he looked up he saw two people covering their mouths with inquisitive eyes. It's times like these when you guys can respond to me. Chimay said with some annoyance. For the first time she felt that storytelling was so tiring. And then what? This black water syndrome somehow got better? Lin Xiaoran cleared her throat and asked just the right question. Of course not. This black water syndrome is not going to heal that easily, because no one had been able to cure the disease. More and more people died in the Compassion Village. And that's when it was discovered that using the blood of those women who raised the parasites was able to cure the black water disease. Chimay said in a low tone. Suming two people but the pupils of the huge shock. There is a bad feeling. So, a massacre began in the Compulsion Fortress. That black water syndrome seems to have the effect of suppressing the love compulsion. Those men who were already suppressed for a long time, in order to survive, wielded the butcher's knife to their pillows. Hearing the story here, Suming's back was already covered in goosebumps. The lifestyle in the compulsion cottage is so monstrous. The women choose to use love compulsion to bind their freedom in order to keep the men, while the men wait until they get the chance to take revenge on the women around them. Terrible and sad. But these men could never have imagined that when the parasite's owners died, the normally harmless parasites took revenge. Chimay's eyes showed inexplicable pleasure, seemingly very satisfied with this kind of drama. The parasites penetrate the river water, the mud, and even the livestock, and through these mediums, they enter the men. The parasitic parasites in the human body will chew on their brains day after day, slowly gaining the ability to manipulate their bodies, and then continue to spread and parasitize. It didn't take long for the entire companion fortress to fall. If it was a normal story, it might have ended here. However, Suming clearly knew that the ancient fortress was still well and truly in existence now, which meant that some sort of turnaround had occurred behind it. Perhaps it was heaven's favor that a passing corpse driver came to the compound at this time, and he brought with him 2 statues, and since the arrival of these 2 statues, all the problems in the compound have disappeared. The black water sickness was cured, the compulsion riots were gone, and the corpse driver gained the admiration of the whole cottage, as well as Love, the last woman who knew compulsion. Suming couldn't help himself at once and interrupted with a voice. Holy, the next plot wouldn't be that the woman has put a compulsion on the corpse catcher, right? Doesn't she have any brains? To put a compulsion on her benefactor? Chimay slanted a glance at Suming and said without a trace of humor. No, of course she won't make the mistakes of the past again. She didn't put a compulsion on the corpse catcher, and she even gave birth to a daughter for him. They should have lived happily ever after from this, but they did not realize that the people of the walled city had developed a fear of their benefactor. When everyone is ordinary, the 1 or 2 special ones are, inexplicably, hostile. The people of the fortress naively believed that the time compulsion had harmed their loved ones and friends and separated their wives, so they turned on the family of the corpse catchers. This passage Chimay is said through clenched teeth. It seems that this corpse catcher has some relationship with her. The compounder and the body catcher were poisoned by their best friends, and before they died they sent their daughters out of the compounder's cottage. When the bodies were found, the people of the compulsion walled city were still uneasy, fearing that the 2 could be resurrected through a secret technique. So they found 7 or 8 strong men and split their bodies into 5 horse corpses. The villagers were naturally afraid of such a gruesome act, and they buried their bodies under the 2 statues brought by the corpse drivers in order to prevent the ghosts of the 2 from retaliating. At this point, the compulsion walled city was renamed the Ancient Walled City, and also ushered in 17 years of peace. The story was told and Chimay's pipe had gone out. The 2 of them, Suming, were immersed in the story and did not return to their senses for a long time. Ahem. So the reason you don't want us to take care of the walkers is because you think the people in the ancient fortress deserve to die for their sins and ingratitude? Suming hit the nail on the head, seeing through Chimay's mind. So, you're the daughter of the corpse driver in the story? Chimay nodded with a miserable smile. That's right, it's me. So will you guys do me this favor? Silence, or a good long silence. Emotionally speaking, Suming felt that he should agree with her and just slip away, leaving the group to fend for themselves. But again, sensibly, it seemed that the matter was not about the whole cottage. What about the kids? The kids who weren't involved in that thing 17 years ago, and the kid brother who just asked you for candy. Does it matter if they all go to hell? This question seemed to mention Chimay's heart. Rare. This woman did not have the calmness that had always been there. At the end of the story, someone has to be sacrificed, doesn't it? Little brother, it's time to tell me your decision. The question was thrown back to Suming, who glanced at Lin Xiaoran, who had been silent beside him, and sure enough, sympathy appeared in the girl's eyes again. As with the first time they met, Lin Xiaoran was more like a Jianghu warrior, pursuing that kind of spontaneous quick-wittedness. From the bottom of her heart, she is very much in favor of avenging grievances and avenging wrongs, and she even supports the use of violence to combat violence. However, such a girl is instead easy to be cheated. At least, Chimay's story has not reached the point of impressing Suming. I'm sorry, we have reasons why we can't abandon our mission. And I can promise you that if we find out what they did to kill your parents back then, I will bring them to justice. That's That's a shame. Originally I still liked you, Chimei said with a face full of regret, but her eyes gradually became a little off. Your alarm bells went off in Su Ming's heart, and an unpleasant premonition appeared. There is a kind of compulsion called the sea moon mirage compulsion, and by crushing its wings, it can be made into a mesmerizing smoke with the aroma of tobacco, and anyone who sniffs it will fall into a heavy coma. But interestingly, the only antidote to this kind of mesmerizing smoke is actually in a kind of compulsion that has nothing to do with it. The honeygold bug's wow fluid. I'm sorry you two investigators, but I can only ask you to sleep in your humble abode for the night, and I'm sure that when you get up you will be very surprised at how the old cottage has changed. Chimei smiled and snapped her fingers, and in the horrified gazes of Su Ming's duo, a wave of sleepiness surged through her heart. Compulsion 108 style, Mirage Flower of the Sea Moon. Put. Chapter 107 Cautious Chimei. Head-changing technique. The two figures fell helplessly and softly to the ground, and the corners of Chimei's mouth hooked into a charming smile. Hee. The people of Special 5 are still so disobedient that they have to make me use my bottom card. Seemingly thinking of some good idea, Chimei picked up Linxiu, ran on the ground and stuffed her into Su Ming's arms. That's just it. Sister, I'll also help you two woodies. I hope you sleep a little more and don't disturb my plan. With a hint of warmth on her face, Chimei collected her smile and casually tore off the pajamas she was wearing. Only a bright red battle robe full of stripes appeared on her body. No wonder there was a loose pajama top on the outside, but it turned out that there was another piece of clothing underneath. I've got to hurry. That woman is not easy to deal with. I can't let her realize that these two have been subdued by me, Chimei said, pacing out, casually closing the door of the hammock room. Half a quarter of an hour later, the door to the hammock's room suddenly opened, and Chimei surveyed the room with an icy gaze. Looks like it's really sleeping through, so I can go about my business in peace. Chimei's cautious enough to call the old Inbi 3 big words, obviously their own medicine back to Su Ming, but also played a shot back to check the scene. It's really insidious. After another half hour, Su Ming's eyelids trembled and tentatively opened a slit. Wipe. Finally gone. This old 6, but also play back to the horse, causing me to be pressed for another half an hour. Gently pushing away Lin Xiuran, who was pressing on his body, Su Ming twisted his sore neck and blew his nose forcefully. Boo-hoo-hoo. 2 soybeans fall to the ground with an unknown liquid. It's just an afterthought to keep from breathing secondhand smoke, and I didn't realize it saved a life. Wiping his nose, Su Ming carried Lin Xiuran to a chair and sat down, while he himself put on his tactical goggles. Bear. The voice call was connected and Su Ming tried the microphone. Can you hear me? Give me a panoramic map of the ancient fortress and see if there are any population centers. Bai Xiaoxia seemed to be in front of the computer at all times, and just after Su Ming had asked, she replied, Roger. Wait a moment. Su Ming, there is a shrine in the ancient fortress. Any important matters in the fortress will go to this place to discuss. You can go there and take a look. Okay, notify the support troops. Never mind. Notify your sisters and have them come over to pick up Qiuran. We'll both cooperate on the next mission. Understood. The center of the old fortress is an ancient building with a history of 100 years. Between all the surrounding houses with wooden hammocks, only the shrine is made of stone, the only thing that emphasizes its difference. At this moment, most of the villagers who had been panting for their lives a moment ago were concentrated here. Except for the women and children, all the respected seniors of the family were already present. A few moments later, the sound of a pestle and crutch came from outside the courtyard. Village chief, you're finally here. Some of the younger villagers came forward to greet them excitedly. Hey, call the village chief. We're all on our own here. Call the walled city lord. Don't do that outside in the house, or I'll beat my head off for you. A slightly older elder gave the young man a kick that knocked him over, cursing under his breath. Well, there's no need to talk so much when you're all on your own. The cottage master poked his cane, and the room instantly held its breath in silence. We all know what happened recently. The corpse chi of the limbs of the dead has started to wreak havoc again, but the 2 idols that have been guarding us have been destroyed. Now that so many days have passed, can someone tell me if the person who destroyed the idol has been found? As the words fell, the entire room was silenced. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. Even their breathing slowed down 2 beats times. A bunch of losers. Their own life-saving things are gone. And do not try to catch the murderer. Really meow. Cough cough. The walled city lord said a couple of words, then covered his chest and coughed violently. Walled city lord, take it easy. Take care of your body. Take care of your body. Pushing away the villagers who rushed up to ask for a cold welcome, the walled city lord said with a cold smile, don't pretend to be sympathetic. If you didn't still have a request for me, would you be so concerned? The people around them backed away in embarrassment. Their faces held red. Alright, I don't want to get into it with you guys. Without the idol, the walkers have reappeared, and the kids who didn't have their heads replaced are more or less infected with blackwater. so now we have to do the same thing. Help them change their heads. A cold wind blew into the ancestral hall, blowing the lapel of the walled city lord's coat, and only then did he see that there were 2 pairs of bumps on his chest. Great walled city, my son is saved. Thank you, walled city. It's a good thing you know the art of eternal life. Yeah, it's long overdue. What a bunch of Secret Service losers. Oh, don't be happy so early. The matching girls are prepared by yourselves, and also, it's almost time for this body of mine. Prepare one for me as well. The walled city lord said with a cold smile, his eyes filled with naked desire. Ah, this. The villagers immediately looked puzzled. Walled city lord, my family just has one more female child. Or for my son, my dead mother-in-law you are not unaware of, long ago replaced me? There really is no extra. Yes, shy master. Our village once there is any big disease to change the head. Outside the village girls do not love to marry in. I give my son to prepare or 180,000 to marry. Change the head and no money. Hearing that everyone was pushing back, the walled city lord's face chilled. I don't care. I won't help you guys change your heads until you find me a new body. You guys figure it out yourselves. With that, he got up with his walking stick and was about to leave. Wait, walled city lord, wait. I can think of someone who would be just right for you instead. The sound of the crutches stopped, and the walled city stopped to hear who the man was. Remember that daughter of Chang Xin, counting the years, now should be 17 or 18 years old. To the walled city lord you return just right. After this person finished speaking, there was an eerie silence in the shrine. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Are you crazy? That's the daughter of a benefactor. You hit on her? Do you want to die? Someone rushed up and gave that person a punch, only to hear a gabba sound. The head of the person who made the idea was actually directly knocked off. Ouch. Goo. I'm just suggesting an idea, and you guys can't even come up with one, and you're still blaming me. A headless living corpse stumbled towards its head, which was still talking, but not a drop of blood had escaped. When the headless walker caught up with the head, it held the head and stabbed back at the collarbone. Alright, all stop arguing. Since I can't find a suitable woman to change my head, let's go with Chang Xin's daughter. What's her name? I knew right. Chapter 108 Head Swap begins, or Revenge cometh. The athletic figure shuttles on the eaves of the hammock, with a fall between the silky smooth, like an ape in the jungle. Bear. So Su Ming, how did you see that Chi Mei has problems? I feel that her story is very true. I'm tempted to give up the mission and follow that group of villagers to their own destruction. Bai Xiaoxi's voice rang out from the headset as she listened to Su Ming speak about the experience she had just had, and also began to empathize with Chi Mei. Su Ming smiled faintly and explained, first of all, well, I didn't think that this group of villagers were good people, but at the same time, I don't think that this Chi Mei doesn't have something else in mind. There's a rather irresponsible term for this, called the stinking gutter theory. Well, that's my own theory. Getting closer and closer to the ancestral hall, Su Ming slowly slowed his pace and explained to Bai Xiaoxiao, it doesn't matter how dirty it is in a stinking ditch, as long as no one bothers to take care of it. It's dirty to a certain extent, and it's dirty to the end. Once one day it suddenly gets stinkier or starts to get cleaner. It's either someone who couldn't resist cleaning it up or someone who started fishing for fish. If what she's saying is true, this cottage hasn't had black water syndrome for 17 years, and now it's suddenly starting to resurface. That's why. Who is behind this? What is his purpose? What is wanted? It's not that easy to talk me out of it when none of this is clear. Besides, there's still the bet, and I think that's more important. Although Bai Xiaoxiao felt that what Su Ming said was crooked, but she couldn't think of a way to refute it for a while, so she huffed and puffed and said, then you just let that stinking ditch be dirty. You don't care about it yourself and don't let anyone else take care of it. So irresponsible. And you say that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Apparently, Bai Qingqiu had told her sister the lines that Su Ming had said to her. Su Ming shook his head and denied, my current ability can only solve the problems I find. When I smell the gutter stinking, I have the ability. I will go and clean it up. But when I don't care, if someone else snatches up and does it for me, I will think about what her purpose is. Bai Xiaoxiao, computer opposite, eyes full of confusion, pulled his hair. I do not understand. Not with you, blind chat. To the ancestral hall. You own careful. Aha. Responded. Su Ming face flashed. A green and black, ghostly night fork exorcism appeared on the face. In one prancing motion, he disappeared onto the roof. In the middle of the shrine, as time passed, many villagers arrived with their own prepared female family members. One by one, the woven bags were gently carried into the shrine, not for fear of hurting the women inside, but for fear of hurting their own future bodies. The walled city lord was sitting on the eunuch's chair with an old spirit, his eyes slightly closed as if he was going to fall asleep in the next second. Walled city lord, the man you asked for has been brought. The long-awaited body was finally delivered. and the walled city lord opened his cloudy eyes and looked towards the door with a face full of excitement. Chime, a red dress, walked in. She is the only one without being set of sacks to walk into the shrine, and the woman is also the only one can still smile. What's going on? Why don't you knock her out? Don't tell me you guys can't even handle a woman, the walled city lord said irritably, like an aging pug in an impotent rage. Walled city master. It was this woman who took the initiative to say she wanted to come. At those words, the walled city lord looked at Chime with a ghostly gaze. The slender figure made his heart tremble slightly, but his body was powerless against the female color. He said you were coming on your own? It seems your father told you everything. That's quite alright then. Wash your own neck and wait. Chime, smiling like a flower, without a trace of fear, she lightly laughed and covered her mouth, said in a delicate voice, Auntie, your nature is still really urgent. I can come with no fear. Will it be because I have prepared a new body for you to replace me? Ah, a new body? You mean you have the resources of a woman? Impossible. I know exactly which women have been in the fortress. How could there be a leak? The walled city lord asked suspiciously, waving his hand, and several villagers had already surrounded towards Chime. Of course there is. Why don't I call them over to take a look? And don't be in a hurry. There's plenty of them, and we can even give each of you one. Now, all the villagers stopped what they were doing and seemed to be somewhat moved. In that case, why don't you call them? Are they in Jiangcheng yet? We can shoot a bus to pick them up. Seeing the greed and desire in everyone's eyes, the walled city lord had to be patient and let Chime play. No, they're already at the door. Snap. Come on sisters, come on in and take a look. As Chime clapped her hands, a copper bell rang, and a cool wind suddenly blew inside the shrine, sending chills down one's spine. What the hell's the commotion, and where did the brass bells come from? Look, there are a lot of people coming outside. Wow, are they really all women? Great, I get to change bodies again. The crowd of villagers excitedly peered towards the door. Only the walled city lord felt some uneasiness vaguely in his heart. How come there are so many? Where did you find so many women? He questioned, but Chime was too lazy to bother with him at the moment. Come on sisters, stand in a line and let them pick. Under Chime's order, a figure in wedding clothes neatly lined up in a row. They wore a cover, as if they were budding brides. The villagers looked like they were mesmerized, and surprisingly at this moment, they didn't notice that something was wrong, but instead rushed forward and examined the bride's figure. Why is this skeleton so big? I don't like it. Lee Erniu, you like big ones? This one is for you. Why, this one has such big feet. I guess it can work. It's just right to give it back to me. I'll take this one. This one is so skinny, just like a bamboo pole. Bamboo pole. You change it to this one. It happens to be exactly the same as your nickname. Ha 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 ha. Wait, exactly the same. Seemingly sensing that something was wrong, someone finally reached out to lift the cover on that head. One did it, and the others followed suit, and a row of brides had their covers lifted, and the sight that came into their eyes, however, nearly frightened them to death. It was the back of one's head with hair draped over it. A woman's hair indeed, but why was there this bright red mark on the neck? Crunch, crunch crunch. The toothsome sound of bones rubbing together rang out, in full view of everyone. The bride's head slowly rotated 180 degrees, revealing that one joyous smiling face. Aha! Wife! Why, it's my wife's head. Daughter, weren't you buried by me? Swindler! Don't come over. Ray, don't come over. It's my fault. I shouldn't have hit on your body. Let me go. Retribution. This must be retribution coming. A host of female corpses hissed and lunged at the villagers, using their sharp claws and teeth, tearing into them as they had once torn themselves apart. Chapter 109, Harvesting the Net and Having Revenge. Who the hell are you? Why do you know the art of corpse catching? The walled city lord said with a face full of horror. Where was the joy of regaining a new life in his eyes? Me? Don't you recognize me? In detail. I'm also considered your disciple's grandson. Chime smiled like a flower, looking extraordinarily happy. The walled city lord's face stiffened and he categorically denied. Impossible. The art of corpse catching has never been passed down to males but not females, and my disciple, he died a long time ago, so how could you possibly learn it? He. What can't you learn? It's always like this in the ancient fortress. Ancient arts are passed down to women but not to men, and corpse catching arts are passed down to men but not to women. And what will happen today is inseparable from these rules of yours. Chime sneered, her eyebrows very disdainful. As the villagers were torn apart one by the living corpses, a heavy aura filled the entire shrine. The body, in pieces, was casually thrown on the ground, and the head, which had lost its body, even let out a moan with its eyes open. It hurts. It hurts. Mom, I was wrong. Daughter, spare me. I'm sorry. Chime gazed calmly at what was happening in front of her and gently clapped her hands. Compass Elder, come out and come receive your spoils. As the words fell, a figure wearing a bucket hat slowly walked in from outside the shrine. He was slender, with a round, full chest and a slender figure that was evocative. Woodenly removing the bucket hat on his head, what came into his eyes was a pale man's face. You are, ha 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 ha, little girl, so it is like this, go to provoke him, you are asking for death. The walled city lord seemed to recognize the man with the bucket hat on his head and suddenly let out a cocky laugh. Humph, it's not certain if I die or not, but today, you're dead. Chime snorted coldly and formed a spell seal in her hand. Compulsion 108 styles, sub-compulsion manipulation. Turn them all into limbs and turn them into your battle power. A red light flashed in the eyes of the compulsion old man, and countless red threads pierced out from his limbs and rolled towards the corpse pieces on the ground. The red silk threads, sewing the body parts on the ground one by one, didn't care who was whose body, just haphazardly piecing them together. A few moments later, a group of horrible-faced stitched monsters appeared in the shrine. They exuded a heavy aura, and their great resentment made them powerful epidemic ghosts from the moment of their birth. The tearing off of limbs, also known as the punishment of tearing off limbs, was the earliest capital punishment inflicted on prisoners. They would first use horses, withdraw the limbs of the prisoner, and finally cut his throat, remove his head, and then strip the body for 3 or 4 days to show their humiliation, and also in order to dissipate the in-chi that arose as a result of the sadistic killings. But over time, the limbs of the limbs became a kind of epidemic ghosts, who were born from the corpses of those who died by splitting the limbs and brought calamities and diseases. No one can stop me now, old man. I'm going to avenge the women of the entire ancient walled city. Chime gave the order to attack to the corpses, and a group of hideous living corpses, in great numbers, walked towards the walled city lord. I didn't realize that there was still a compassionist of your talent in the ancient walled city. It was my carelessness. I should have strangled you in the cradle a long time ago, but don't think I'm to be messed with. The walled city lord roared in anger and slammed toward the tablet in the shrine behind him. Boom! The wall behind the tablet shattered with a sound, and the figure of the walled city disappeared from sight, and there was a day behind that wall that snaked down into the ground. Blah, 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 blah. The old thing is still quite capable of running. Give chase. Chime was given a snub, poo-pooed a few times, and led the corpses in pursuit. Between the ups and downs landed outside the door from within. Su Ming poked his head out and tentatively observed. Ha, why is it so quiet? Is no one there? Su Ming asked in wonder. According to the satellite map, the crowds in the ancient fortress are indeed converging towards this location. Why don't we blend in and take a look? Bai Xiaoxia used her super brain to intervene with the satellite, giving Su Ming nearly half an hour's worth of information on where the crowds were going. Then it should be here. Come on, go in and take a look. Taking off the exorcising mask on his face, Su Ming pretended to act as if nothing had happened and slipped towards the ancestral hall. As soon as he entered the door, a strong smell of blood made Su Ming's heart shake. Damn it, I think I'm too late. Hurriedly broke into the shrine, only to see the ground is full of scarlet blood. Look at this bleeding. Afraid that a lot of people died, but did not find any body limbs, only a lot of woven bags scattered on the ground. Seemingly hearing Su Ming's movement, a whimpering sound came from within a woven bag. And alive? Su Ming hurriedly ran over to unravel the woven bag, only to see that a girl with a rag stuffed in her mouth and crying like a pear was lying inside. Who bagged you guys and where are the people here? The girl seemed to be scared out of her wits and didn't answer back, shivering constantly. Help! There were also movements coming from the other woven bags. Su Ming simply unwrapped all the bags, and without exception, they were all tied up young ladies. What's going on with you guys? Where's the guy who arrested you? Su Ming's face was gloomy. This had already involved kidnapping. Right, this group of villagers were so bold? Boing boing, my dad is also scary. He's going to take my head off and give him my body to use. Once there are more people, there is courage. The girls talk and confide. They have just been awake, only to be gagged, and tell Su Ming everything that happened in the house. So perverted. I see. You guys go to the Secret Service now. It's the same B&B my coworkers are in. Seek their protection. I'll go after Chime. After arranging the girls, Su Ming asked Bai Xiaoxiao to notify Bai Qingxiu to come pick up the victims, while he himself jumped directly into the passageway behind the shrine and chased forward. And let's say that end of the passage, Chime trailed all the way and stopped the walled city lord in an underground space. This passage was extremely cleverly designed. From the surface all the way down, after a depth of more than 10 meters, it gradually flattened and opened up, until it formed a wide underground space. Since he was caught up, the walled city lord simply didn't run. He turned to face Chime with a serious expression and said, "Female child, you don't want to force us to lose both of us. 2 defeats? I don't see it. I'm clearly the one hunting you now," Chime said easily, not taking the walled city lord's words to heart in the slightest. "Compass Elder, get the living corpses together and tear him apart." Activating the mother worm in his body, Shimei ordered up the living corpse known as Compassionate Old Man, with a flash of red in their eyes. The red ropes in their hands shook, and a large group of walkers scrambled towards the walled city lord. Chapter 110. The ancient fortress was a large grave, and the old composting. You forced me to do this. Do you really think I'm soft to pinch? The lord of the village hissed and clasped his head with both hands, only to hear a gabba sound. He directly broke his own neck. Ding, ding, ding. A copper bell rang out, and the walled city lord touched an ancient soul-attracting bell at some point and slowly shook it. A few moments later, countless thin white threads sprang out of his body and drilled towards the ground beneath his feet. The ancient fortress is a great tomb. Making enemies with the corpse catchers will be the worst decision you've ever made. The ground cracked like a spider web, and a small bulge rumbled across it. A few moments later, a hand was the first to break through the dirt. It clears the cover on the head and slowly crawls out of the ground. His clothes were tattered and covered in silt. His body was mangled, some of his skin exposed to white bone, and his limbs were fastened to his torso by steel nails, which looked both solid and chilling to the heart. Pffffffffff. One by one, the figures crawled out of the ground, as if everything was reviving, more and more, gradually filling half of the space. These people are. Shimei was also shocked. She didn't expect that there could be so many corpses under the ancient fortress for the fortress owner. Humph. After living for so many years, do you really think I'm unprepared? The ancient fortress has been a place where women learn compulsion and men learn corpse catching techniques since ancient times. The compulsion will die, but the corpses will grow. It's too late for you to regret now. I'll introduce you to someone. Chang Xin. Come and meet your daughter. Fingers picked, and the corpse that had been the first to crawl out lifted its head and stood at the front of the line. You're my father? Shimei's face was stagnant. This was the first time she had seen her father since she could remember. She stared blankly at the only half of Chang Xian's face left intact, unable to match it with the picture of her father at home. No need to doubt it, girl child. He is your father's physical body. Your father, he is really a good person. Not only did he help us suppress the yin chi of the living corpses and restrain the riotous parasites, but he also found those two statues, which is worthy of the teacher's painstaking cultivation, but 1,000 times shouldn't. He shouldn't have gone to join some special 5 institute. Humph. A group of awakened people messed up his brain, blocking the path of longevity of the ancient fortress. Naturally he won't end up in a good place, the walled city lord said with some regret, even reaching out to touch Chang Xian's hair. A handful of scalps were withdrawn with a mere touch, but he'd be happy to die and still work for his master. Wouldn't he? Don't you think so, girly girl? Ha ha ha. Shimei's eyes gradually reddened as she looked at Chang Xian, who was as tattered as an old doll. Her silver teeth clenched. Compassionate elder. Roar. A group of walkers hissed and rushed towards the walled city lord. They were extremely fast. Their bodies were like steel, and they were humongous. Chang Xian, bring the men to me. The soul-inducing bell in his hand rang sharply, and Chang Xian, as if resurrected, lowered his body and shot out violently. Chang Xian, a former Class B investigator at Special 5, mysteriously disappeared in 18. He left the Jiangcheng branch during a non-duty period and has not been heard from since. Jiangcheng branch organized several searches, but did not find his body, so it can only regret to report the fact that Comrade Chang Xian died. Unexpectedly, he died in the ancient fortress where he was born. Chang Xian burst into action and rushed towards the group of living corpses. The senior investigators of Level B's martial arts realm were all about 7th stage, which made him able to arm wrestle with the living corpses even if he didn't have any supernatural abilities. Boom! A huge clash of flesh rang out as Chang Xian pressed down on a living corpse and rushed towards the wall, his fists raining down on the other's head. The other corpses were not so lucky. The walled city lord manipulated the corpses of ordinary villagers after all. A small number of them had martial arts training. These corpses faced the living corpses that limbed off their limbs, completely chopping up the corpses. Bang! 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 A body was torn apart and revived by the compassionate old man who parasitized it with the method of tearing off limbs in death, and then threw himself into the battle. Without a moment's effort, half of the square's corpses were butchered clean, and an army of living corpses formed behind Shimei instead. Gulp! Throat rolling. For some reason, Shimei felt a little uneasy at heart. There were too many transformed living corpses, and the sub-compassion was split down layer by layer, making her mother compulsion more than 10 times stronger. So many walkers, what to do with them afterward? Maybe she could negotiate with Special 5? Boom! Chang Xian's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell in front of the walled city lord. One of his arms was twisted and his stomach was gutted. If it was a living person he might have died, but he was supposed to be a corpse, so this was even a minor injury. Father, stop, your enemy is him. Shimei called out sharply, attempting to rouse a dead man's sanity. This of course was useless. Chang Xian not only did not respond, but also took it upon himself to break back the broken arm and have the walled city lord sew it up with white thread. Don't bother little girl, he's under my control, and as long as I, the caster, am still around, he'll have to protect me as long as he can move. Come on, let's see if you're willing to give up and tear your own father apart with your own hands, but you'll have to be quick. Too slow and I might not be able to resist and tear him apart myself. The walled city lord knew that he had no chance of survival today, and became more and more arrogant. Bastard, compassionate old man, go in person and kill the walled city lord. Don't hurt my father's corpse, Chimay angrily scolded. But the old compulsion is a motionless stand in place. Seems to have not heard Chimay's call, eyebrows all the way. Chimay hand nodded the magic seal, said sternly, Compassion 108 styles, subcompass manipulation. Compassionate old man's body trembled slightly twice, as if he was trying to move but couldn't. Could it be that the increase in the number of living corpses is too much, and the subcompassion in compassionate old man's body can't be controlled? Chimay thought, then walked to the side of the compulsion of the old man, noisy touching his seal. This has to say that Chimay's prudence, in order to prevent the failure of the parasitic compulsion caused by the head-changing technique, she deliberately planted the important subcompulsion nests in the brains of the living corpses. You have to know that regular compulsion nests are planted on the heart in order to absorb nutrients faster. She did the opposite. If Su Ming saw it, he would have to yell out another old six. Let's get him a strongest subcompassion. There are too many living corpses, and we still have to rely mainly on the corpse-catching technique to control them. Chimay muttered in his heart, and his hand was to take out the subcompanies and the compulsion old seal, and took a new one ready to be mounted. It was at this moment that a sudden change occurred. The red light in the eyes of the old man of the compulsion was generous, and he quickly reached out and choked Chimay's neck. The choking sensation instantly made the brain lose judgment. Chimay still wanted to force the mother compulsion to control the other walkers to save her, but everything was already too late. Put! Blood splattered and stained Chimay's eyes red. The golden-colored compulsion was taken out from between her eyebrows and casually pressed onto compassionate old man's seal. Senior brother, congratulations on the successful resurrection and further advancement in strength. The walled city's laughter rang out, but Chimay's consciousness slowly moved away. Chapter 111 Crisis begins. Cocoon reborn. Red. The whole world is bright red. Blurred vision. Consciousness is like to sink into the water. Chimay incomparably confused. Why has died the body? At the last minute will be resurrected, but also broke free from her control of the compulsion. Failed. Everything failed. Sorry father. Mother. Plop. Chimay fell on the cold ground. A puddle of blood spread staining the green and black ground. Senior brother. I didn't expect you to really succeed. The head-changing technique from 18 years ago, and today's borrowing a corpse to return to the soul, are all lost masterpieces from the secret codex of corpse catching, and you've actually recovered them all. With you and the corpse catching clan, sooner or later we can rule the world. Ha ha ha. The walled city master laughed maniacally, as if the birth of this great Jedi was somehow closely related to him. Instead, compassionate old man didn't say a single word, but only loaded the mother worm into his seal, and then those scarlet eyes glanced at the walled city lord. Whoosh! Crunch! The walled city lord was filled with fear, and his body below the neck was no longer conscious. In just an instant, compassionate old man had removed the walled city lord's head and was now lifting his hair and looking at him indifferently. Don't kill me, Chang Xin, come and save me. Like seeing a cannibalistic devil, the walled city lord's head hanging in midair struggled desperately, calling out for Chang Xin to come and save him. But at that moment, Chang Xin had long been suppressed by a group of walkers that were dividing up his corpse. Devour. Strengthen. After fusing the mother parasitic parasites, the living corpses controlled by the compassionate old man possessed even more powerful abilities. Any zombie that partook of Chang Xion's corpse became a few points more robust, obviously having received a lot of benefits. Compassionate old man picked up the walled city lord by his hair and brought his head to his eyes. A sound like a broken gong rang out. Senior brother, you don't think I've forgotten what happened in life, do you? You and your good apprentice. But you're not trying to bring me back to life. This was the first time that compassionate old man had spoken, and he had never expected that he would have this inextricable relationship with the walled city lord and Chang Xin. Elder brother, you forgive me. It's all because of that Chang Xin. He destroyed your corpse catching technique and made 2 idols to suppress you. It's all his fault. I'm also a victim. I don't know about many things. The walled city master grasped the last of his time to explain, and he had no doubt that the man in front of him would kill him to vent his anger, regardless of his master and brotherhood. You don't know about it? Oh, then why aren't you dead? Compassionate old man's questioning made Zaiwei Advocate open his mouth but was speechless. I have the ability to kindly teach you the eternal life technique and help you get rid of the situation of women's inferiority to men in the companion village, but I didn't expect you to unite with outsiders to harm me. I'm sure I can't keep you today, so you'll stay with me as a living corpse. As compassionate old man said this, the red threads on his arms began to wrap around compassionate old man's head, Senior brother, you listened to my explanation. I really did not think at that time Cheng Xin could kill you. After you died I also took revenge for you. Elder brother, I was wrong. For the face of master. Senior brother. Red threads drill through the 7 orifices of the walled city lord, as if they were a vibrant earthworm, wriggling this obese body and drilling into his head, eating away at his brain. A few moments. The walled city lord dropped the walking stick in his hand and joined the team that was dividing Cheng Xin's corpse. Compassionate old man raised his head and looked at the hordes of living corpses, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of grandeur in his heart. From this day forward, I am the lord of 10,000 corpses, the king of 100 compulsions. As he roared, the walkers roared up to the sky, and the deafening sound made the underground space tremble. Not enough. Just this many walkers isn't enough for me to become king. I need more corpses. If there aren't any, then we'll go make them. Compassionate old man raised his head and seemed to penetrate the ground, seeing Jiangchang not far away. A city of 10 million people? That's right, that's our next goal. Set sail, children. We are about to become kings of this world. A wavy dash. The corpses let out a howl, and like an army, they made their way along the underground passage, all the way to Jiangchang. All that remained was a cold corpse and bare bones. Who dash? Asterisk 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 seems to be late. Su Ming looked at the familiar figure lying on the ground with a heavy face. It seems that the final victory has been divided. Chi Mei failed. The strength of that vivisector is not weak. Chi Mei plans for so long can still fail. In the end, what happened? Rubbing his chin, Su Ming had 10,000 question marks in his heart. Ding! Detected the scent of an infected ghost near the host and have collected and analyzed it for the host. Tearing off limbs, formed by the powerful grievances of the splitter's death. Extremely strong in chi. Parasitism, its type is similar to parasites. It needs to depend on the host, human or animal, to survive and cause disease. It can serve on Earth. Its gas and farts can poison people. The long-lost system prompt rang out once again, and Su Ming's heart was instantly delighted. Brother Unity. You finally came out, Brother Unity. Other people's systems are everyday big things and small things to force endless. Why are you so high and cold? Nothing to say. Su Ming spat to himself. Anyway, it was just him, and he wasn't afraid of being treated as a psychopath. But Big Brother system seemed to be too lazy to take care of Su Ming, and fell silent on his own. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Ruthless Unity. Spitting after spitting, with the system's hints, Su Ming's thoughts instantly became clearer. No wonder these walkers are so difficult to deal with and can also transmit diseases, so they originate from the limbs of the limbs. That group of parasites being raised as parasites by Chi Mei is also outrageous. After lamenting the impermanence of the truth, Su Ming suddenly heard the sound of something breaking in his ears. Looking for the sound, he was startled even with his mental quality. Just also dead through the Chi Mei. At the moment by a golden insect cocoon wrapped. The source of the sound is the source of the insect cocoon broken. Compulsion 108, Style 0, Cocoon Rebirth. Chi Mei's white arms poked out of the insect cocoon, then she struggled to sit up, breathing greedily. The viscous liquid left her naked upper body like a baby breaking free of amniotic fluid and coming into the world once more, patting the full chest. Chi Mei was about to lament the great difficulty when he saw Su Ming squatting next to the insect cocoon with a smirk on his face. Why are you here? Didn't I drug you guys over? Chi Mei was shocked and tried to pose for battle, but her whole body went limp and she sat paralyzed in the insect cocoon. She hadn't regained consciousness in the lower half of her body. TSK, doctor, you're a good healer. Coming back from the dead? Such a big card. I'm a bit curious now. What kind of strength did that village chief have to be able to take you down? Su Ming asked smilingly, not yet realizing the seriousness of the matter. No, it wasn't the walled city lord who did it. It was compassionate old man, the oldest living corpse. Chi Mei's face was heavy. She was conscious when she faked her death, so she told Su Ming the original story of what happened. Chapter 112, Su Ming's urgency. Opportunity to break the situation. So, what you're saying is that there's a horde of several thousand walkers heading over to River City? The one called Compassionate Old Man is also prepared to turn the entire population of Jiangcheng into living corpses. Su Ming's face sank to the point of dripping as he said in an extremely serious tone. Yes, 1,000 times over. Chi Mei said with a nod, seemingly not joking. Don't say that because you want to borrow my hand for revenge. If you lie about the enemy, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Eyes looking straight at Chi Mei, Su Ming warned, 1,000 times true. I'm willing to swear by my own life compulsion. Raising 2 fingers, Chi Mei did not hesitate to swear to the native compulsion. Seeing that she had done so, Su Ming had already believed 8 points in his heart. But this kind of big event, without sufficient evidence, it was impossible to warn like Special 5. Knowing that this was a large city of 10 million people, what ability did he, a small investigator, have to be able to mobilize the entire city to function? With this in mind, Su Ming suddenly flashed his face. a majestic Judge Nuo face appeared. Chimei was startled and thought that Su Ming was going to take personal revenge and put her on the spot. However, Su Ming didn't pay any attention to her. Instead he turned his head to look at the center of the underground square. Judge Nuo face has a very practical skill. Su Ming has never used it. Now it is just right. Judge Hua Nuo, Eyes of Truth, active, able to go back in time and deduce how things were discovered. Judge Nuo face. The pair of cross-eyed eyes violently opened wide. A vast yin chi swept across the scene. The two corpses fought. Chimei was killed. The walled city lord died, and the living corpses marched into Jiangcheng. A scene was clearly reproduced under his pupils, as if he had experienced it himself. It's true. By Xiao Xiao. Contact by Qingqiu. Forget about the bet and support Jiangcheng at fire speed. Now that the branch chiefs are all meeting at the headquarters, he meowed who in Jiangcheng is picking on them. No, I shouldn't contact the people in Jiangcheng. Go directly to Wei Cheng, to Tang Hong, and ask them to launch an early warning against Jiangcheng. Danger level A. No, danger level S. Su Ming said anxiously. This was the first time he felt a spine-chilling sense of urgency, and even felt suffocated. Okay, Su Ming, don't be in a hurry. I'll contact my sister right now. What should we do? What should we do? The fastest support will take an hour to arrive. Bai Xiaoxia's voice had taken on a sobbing tone, and her headphones were filled with the sound of a busy keyboard. Su Ming was silent for a moment before he suddenly raised his head violently and pressed Chimei's shoulder. Strong Liang. Zooming. Right. The statue that could suppress the limbs and parasites back then definitely couldn't be something ordinary. Strong Liang eats tearing off limbs to death. Zhu Ming eats parasites. Only my family's exorcising noodles. It must be them. Chimei. Did you break those statues? Go and get them back for me. Give me their pieces. I have a way to save Jiangcheng. Hands locked firmly around Chimei like an iron vice, causing her to stifle a grunt in pain. However, once he saw Su Ming's eyes that suddenly glowed with hope under that tense expression, Chimei held back hard. Okay, I'll get it for you. Just let go of me. I'm getting choked out. Noticing that he had inadvertently used too much force, Su Ming hurriedly let go of his hand, and Chimei sat down in the insect cocoon with a thud. Please, this is a city of people. You can save me once. I can only trust you. Su Ming unexpectedly took 2 steps back and bowed. Don't you say that. Originally I had a grudge against them too. How dare they tear my father's body apart? Even if he was a fool, he was still my father. I'll do this favor. Chimei once again revealed a charming smile, which was particularly alluring when combined with that unclothed upper body. Thanks a lot. Su Ming thanked heartily. Whether he could save Jiangcheng or not, it might depend on Chimei. Get up. Su Ming summoned the night fork Nuo face to wear. The next time he has to fight for time. Chimei froze at the sight and rushed out to stop him. Not what you're going for. That's a horde of walkers. I don't think you're any kind of leader of Special 5. Not as good as the woman in white at the beginning. She's not there yet. What are you doing there? Su Ming shook his head and said solemnly, the duty of the Special 5 is to guard the lives and properties of the people. I am now the person known to be able to provide the fastest support. If I can go and block one more walker, a few less people will die. Chimei wanted to speak, opened her mouth, but was too shocked to speak. It was the first time she had seen a man like that. In this ancient fortress, all the people live for themselves, even taking the lives of others in search of immortality. I didn't realize there were people willing to put their lives on the line to save strangers. Unconsciously Chimei looked a little obsessed. Are the people of Special 5 turned out to be like this? When the mother fell in love with the father, and did not even choose to plant a love spell for him, also because the father is also the same kind of person. Unconsciously, she looked over at the white bones and suddenly had the idea of trying to understand him. I'll leave everything to you, and if it goes well, we'll rendezvous in Jiangcheng. Su Ming instructed Chimei, while he himself rushed in the direction of Jiangcheng with lightning speed. Bai Xiaoxia, give me the satellite map. I want the route to the closest distance to Jiangcheng. On the other side, compassionate old man stopped at the entry bridge of Jiangcheng. A hole suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and the man clad in a yellow inscribed coat walked out of the hole with a smile on his face. The space department? What are you? Compassionate old man frowned and couldn't help but be wary as he looked at the visitor. A spatial ability. In case he teleported him away, he was afraid that his hordes of walkers would be out of control. Friend, don't be nervous. Introduce yourself. My name is Huang Ziheng, an errand boy of the evil god cult. There is no malice in coming here this time. Just to inform you. With a familiar cynicism on his face, Huang Ziheng leaned against the handrail by the bridge, looking extremely relaxed. Inform me. What are you trying to inform me? Not to attack River City? Sorry, that's not possible. Compassionate old man had already secretly driven several powerful walkers to surround Huang Ziheng. Once he flipped out, these walkers would directly rush up and tear him apart. Swish! Oops! I said don't be nervous, we're called the Evil God Cult, of course we won't stop you. Huang Ziheng disappeared in place with a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already beside Compassionate Old Man. The Compassionate Old Man's heart was shaken, but on the surface, he didn't move. I haven't heard of your organization, quickly tell me, what exactly is it that you're looking for me for? TSK, 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 you old guys really don't like to talk. Well, I am here to inform you that your behavior has pleased the Lord of Evil, and he would like you to perform the art a little more grandly, and this is the reward he bestows upon you, and if you are successful this time, you are welcome to come and join the cult of evil. Huang Ziheng casually threw out a purple-black lotus flower, and without waiting for Compassionate Old Man to react, the lotus flower instantly pierced through space and drilled into his brain. Fall together into the abyss of filth, and bathe your bones in joy. Remember our lines, but don't forget them. Huang Ziheng said and disappeared into the bridge. Chapter 113 Infighting, No Alert in River City. The purple-black lotus blossom merged into Compassionate Old Man's mind, and in that instant, he seemed to see a god sitting on a white bone throne. His eyes seemed to gaze into the abyss, and with just a single glance, Compassionate Old Man was completely bowled over. Sing your praises and venerate you, great God. Without hesitation, Compassionate Old Man knelt down, and at this moment, the idea of being a king in this world no longer existed in his heart. His power was like the light of a glowing fire. How could he dare to compete with the white moon? He didn't seem to care to converse with the Compassionate Old Man, but he also didn't begrudge his believers the power he bestowed upon them. Purple-black lotuses blossomed on Compound Elder, and contra-mounted lines crept up his cheeks. Crunch! As if something had been broken, the aura on Compassionate Old Man's body slowly rose. The mother parasite broke open his brow, and at some point it too turned purple-black, burying its body into the fleshy hole in his brow and becoming the third eye of the old parasite. Is this the power of an evil god? Compassionate Old Man surveyed the world that had become completely different in front of him, his heart filled with horror. There were countless golden points of light in the city, each of them seeming to represent a living being. Tens of millions of golden points of light. Just standing and letting him kill them would take quite a bit of effort, not to mention that Mortal's Special 5. Rumble. A muffled thunder suddenly exploded, and heavy rain fell from the sky in the blink of an eye. The radio on the bridge across the river came on at just the right time. This station broadcasts that days of torrential rains in the upper reaches of the river city have brought the water level of the dam to the warning line. Today's rains may test the dams, and the Sheriff's Department is urging citizens to reduce travel and work and study at home. The Sheriff's Department will be releasing water in sections to relieve pressure on the dam, so please don't worry about the public. The third eye looked toward the river dam in the distance and could vaguely see the water level above the surface at the other end of the dam. An idea suddenly popped into Compassionate Old Man's head, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. Lord Evil God, please enjoy the performance offered by the most devout believer of the future. After saying that, the group of walkers turned around and headed towards the location of the river dam. At the headquarters of Special 5, Tang Hong Imaging pushed open Jiang Xing's office and rushed in. Director Jiang, emergency. According to the report of team leader Su Ming, who was on a mission near Jiangchang, an army of walkers is heading towards Jiangchang, and they are extremely dangerous, perhaps an S-class threat. Please hurry up and contact the city lord and branch office head of Jiangchang to carry out the highest level realm to intercept the invading walkers, Tang Hong said with a very serious expression, looking at the man lying in the office chair. Instructor Tang, come, sit down first. What's so urgent as you say? An S-ranked event? I've never seen one in my life. Who judged the grade? And how come I haven't seen any S-ranked events posted in the Special 5's think tank? Jiang Xing said with a light smile, not looking anxious in the slightest. Tang Hong's brows tightened and she couldn't help but press her hands on her desk. Director Jiang, I'm not joking. This is the news that just came from the Jiangcheng squad. You know that now that the chief has died, the vetting process for A+ events is cumbersome, and I don't have an event to go through the formalities. Tang Hongxiang was in such a hurry, but Jiang Xing's back didn't even leave the back of the chair. No time to go through the formalities? Oh, I think you don't want to go. I'm clear about all the incidents near Jiangcheng. The highest doesn't exceed B level, and Bai Qingqiu's special operation team is still on a mission in Jiangcheng. Don't think I don't know. What are you and Wei Qing trying to do lately? Isn't it just trying to help Bai Qingqiu brush up her performance? A B-ranked mission suddenly becomes S-ranked. Good calculation. If we can complete an S-ranked event, there will be no resistance to Bai Qingqiu becoming the chief director, right? Jiang Xing said with a sneer, surprisingly linking this matter to Bai Qingqiu's selection of the chief minister. Old lady didn't joke with you. Bai Qingqiu when or not to be chief and this matter has nothing to do with you. Ink again. Jiangcheng nearly 10 million people will be in danger. Tang Hongxiang was on fire and crossed the desk to grab Jiang Xing's collar. Seek death. There is no weak person who can be a branch director. the clothes on Jiang Xing's body suddenly bulged, and a huge thrust erupted out, bouncing Tang Hong instantly. Boom! Put! The entire wall was collapsed. Tang Hongxiang vomited a mouthful of blood, and her entire body had automatically entered the animalistic state. Tiger and serpent. Tang Hong imaging endured the pain of her injuries and split her body to pounce, rushing towards Jiang Xing like a tiger descending from a mountain. Out of your depth. Jiang Xing's eyes were full of contempt. A small instructor who hadn't even become a Class A investigator yet, still dared to make a move against him. In the past, she might have been scornful because the chief minister had backed her up, but now it was she who had made the first move, so she had no one to blame. The true chi of a ninth-stage martial artist erupted as Jiang Xing met the lunging Tang Hongxiang with a punch. The wind of the fists came to the surface, and Tang Hongxiang was like a mother cat with fried hair, not flickering, not avoiding, and dying to tear off a piece of Jiang Xing's flesh. One person was about to be killed on the spot. A calm voice came. Stop it all. Shoo! Boom boom boom. Wei Cheng, who was wearing a black cloak, stood between the two, his two hands holding each of their fists. An aqua blue light flowed from his eyes as he wordlessly drained the power of the duo's fists. Wei Cheng, you've come to get involved as well. Jiang Xing gritted his teeth and said, if these two join forces, he was afraid that he would suffer a loss today. Director Jiang, what Tang Hong said is true. The ancient fortress is strange. It has been confirmed with Bai Qingqiu that someone has mastered the method of bringing the dead back to life. What matters now is the awakened who rule River City, and if it's any later, anything that goes wrong will only allow the awakened to reap the benefits. Wei Qing knew what Jiang Xing cared about the most, so he took out the awakening faction as a reason. Only then did he finally have a chance to communicate properly with Jiang Xing. What? She's telling the truth. And while the Special 5 headquarters side was still grinding and wrangling, Su Ming had also arrived at the Cross River Bridge. The torrential rain dampened his clothes, and the bangs on his forehead were firmly attached to his head, but he didn't dare to rest at all, and just followed the traces without stopping to catch up. Snap! With a sharp stop under his feet, Su Ming stopped in the center of the bridge. He sniffed, and even with the rainstorm covering him, he smelled a familiar odor. The smell was déjà vu and made him subconsciously think of something called Ollie's Give, the aura of the evil god cult. This group of also got involved. How come there are them everywhere? Su Ming cursed, and just as he was about to contact Bai Xiaoxiao to pass this news to the headquarters, Bai Xiaoxiao's urgent voice rang out in the headset. Su Ming is in trouble. The satellite map shows that the swarm of walkers is heading in the direction of the barrage dam, and the branch chief in River City has not given the order to alert at this moment. Chapter 114. Su Ming's hesitation. Entering is life, retreating is death. The rainstorm washed over the bridge, making a noise that Su Ming couldn't believe his ears. His brows furrowed, and he couldn't help but curse. Is the director of Jiangqing's brain in a bag? It's already that time of the day, and he still hasn't called for backup. The dam. What's that group of walkers doing at the dam? Shouldn't they be looking for a crowded place? His pupils tightened, and Su Ming suddenly had a feeling that he was going to suffer. Bai Xiaoxia, help me check the current water level of the river-blocking dam, as well as estimate what will happen to Jiangqing if the dam capsizes. The words fell out of his ears, and there was a rush of busy keyboarding. A few moments. Today's water level has reached the red alert line, and River City has planned to open the gates to let a small amount of water out today if the dam were to topple. Even with warning, I'm afraid that nearly 1 million people would die in River City. Bai Xiaoxia said with a trembling voice, flooding the River City. Millions of residents. Su Ming was silent for a moment. Millions of residents. Could he save them with a small D-rank investigator? The swarm of walkers had already passed towards the river dam, leaving him behind for an unknown distance, and it might be too late for him to rush over. If you leave now, perhaps you can still clear the relationship afterward. The culprit is that Chi Mei, and the evil god church did. He Su Ming can have what to do. The flinch stopped somewhat as soon as it came out, and he was now very hesitant to fight for someone he didn't know. Just then, a police drop came on. A sedan with flashing red and blue lights stopped beside Su Ming. Hello, comrade. The bridge across the river is now closed because of the heavy rain. Why are you still up there? Get in the car with us. We'll take you home. A police officer from the security division wearing a black raincoat stepped out of the car and stopped in front of Su Ming's body and said, looking at the haggard faces of the officers, it was obvious that they had been running around for a long time for the downpour. I'm sorry, I didn't notice the bridge was closed. Why don't you guys go home? No one's on the streets in this rain, Su Ming said apologetically, not expecting to run into Uncle Hat, who was on official duty. Here, hey, how can we go home? With all this rain, we're worried that some citizens are trapped out there, and we have to go on duty at the dam after we finish patrolling the bridge later. The officer smiled and said, not in a hurry to drive Su Ming away. Then you guys have worked really hard. Hey, what's the hard work? It's just work. We give a little more, and our wives and children at home can sleep well. It's pouring outside. Get in the car. We'll get you home. Where is your house? The officer opened the car door and invited Su Ming. Su Ming was silent and got into the car. He was afraid that he would not be able to stay out of this matter today. Baird. The radio on the bridge across the river suddenly sounded a pleasant music. Hello listeners, this is River City Traffic Radio. A third grader, Pan, sent a message to the program. The message said that his dad was a hero in his heart, and that every time it rained heavily in River City, his dad would stay out at night. When all the other kids were too scared to sleep because of the thunder and rain, he slept exceptionally well because he knew that his policeman father would always be out there to protect him. Today he wanted to order a song Father for his father, wishing peace to his father who was away on official duty, always asking you for something without ever saying thank you. Su Ming watched with his own eyes as the opposite officer's face reddened and he scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, my son ordered this, and the brat is quite the sensationalist. That you get in the car. It's quite cold. You don't look very old. Did you have a fight with your family and ran out? Hurry up and go home. If there's anything you're embarrassed to say, you can tell us. Don't worry, I'm good at dealing with family conflicts. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming couldn't help but slap himself. He had made up his mind to be that hero, wasn't he? This crisis he was the best breakpoint. Now what was he hesitating for? Afraid of being called a saintly mother? Or are you afraid that people will say he's killing and blindly empathizing? Looking at the Su family ancestral hall in the mind of that one Nuwa face, which one is not to save people? People have difficulties. Fong Nuwa dance, eliminate all diseases. Bottoms up brothers. Su Ming's sudden voice scared the police officer across the street to directly pull out his matching gun. Young man, if you're sick, just say so, don't hurt anyone, I have a wife and child at home. Looking at the officer's nervousness, Su Ming hemmed and hawed. Comrade, one of our own, here are my papers. This broadcast you have, is it everywhere in the city? Is there a live video format? Receiving Su Ming's documents, the officer was surprised that such a young lad was still a leader, but still cooperated with his work extremely seriously. There is, now the broadcasts in Jiangcheng can even be inserted directly into TV programs and webcasts. What are you doing, leader? I'm going to give you an assignment now. You're my royal photographer today. We're going to go on a difficult mission. There's no chance of failure. It has to be a success. Su Ming's expression was serious and earnest. Clam? In the Qin family's riverside villa, Qin Feng was lying on his big Simmons bed that he had bought for $300,000, watching the lingerie advertisement on the TV with boredom. One of his arms was still in a cast and his face was still swollen. He hadn't had the heart to go out since he'd come home in defeat for fear that his group of foxy friends would make fun of him for losing. Humph. A bunch of martial artists. They just use their fists to do things. Truly strong people never use their brains. Since Su Ming beat him up, Qin Feng had a psychological shadow, and even the task of martial arts is no longer strong, but also have to be afraid of the chopper. It is better to mix well with the officialdom, and later on, be a city lord to be comfortable. Now the underwear ads, no meaning at all. That Ting Mei Hao not on the ads, cannot give it a little investment? Spitting under his breath, Qin Feng pressed the remote control, trying to find a good program for gluing. We're inserting an urgent news item for your attention. The familiar Weather Channel host suddenly appeared on the TV, and she hastily read the script in her hand before cutting the picture. Wow! The sound of heavy rain came from the TV, and Qin Feng frowned, unable to sit up. An outdoor program? Since when do TV stations do outdoor broadcasts? This look didn't matter. It almost scared Qin Feng to death, only to see Su Ming's harmless and handsome face coming together in front of the camera, with the entire Jiangcheng behind him as a backdrop. Sigma, degree. Qin Feng's nervousness didn't last long as Su Ming's voice came from the TV. Hey, the live feed is connected, right? It's connected. Go ahead. The signal's bad. Good. Then I'll get straight to the point. Hello colleagues from Jiangcheng, I'm Su Ming from the Jincheng branch. And yes, it's the first of this exchange. I know that a number of you should have met me through the exchange, and while I don't know your names, you should know that I'm a man who doesn't like to joke around. Right now River City is in a crisis. A person who is at least in A-class is leading a gang of walkers who are preparing to destroy the river barrage. It's an emergency situation. The fastest backup may not even arrive for an hour. We can only save ourselves. Colleagues, now that Jiangcheng has reached the point of life and death, for the sake of the 10 million citizens behind us, there is no way back. Advance and you live. Retreat and you die. I'll wait for you all at the barrage. Chapter 115 Living corpses haunt the dam. Qin Feng saves the day. Bear. The TV signal was interrupted and the hostess reappeared in front of the broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, the station's communication system has just been hacked, and the police have located the other party and are heading to custody. Please believe in the comrades of the sheriff's department. With them no danger will occur. Please watch the animated movie Ninja 2 below. Hu Wavy Dash. I thought there were really some zombies about to attack the city. So true, but it turned out to be a prank. Seriously, why do I feel like what that guy just said is pretty true? I'm getting excited. Of course it's true. Haven't you heard? Only the TV stations still show cartoons, so that means it's not a big problem. The ordinary citizens were of course easily pacified and the commotion was contained at the time of its initiation. Su Ming dared to let Bai Xiao hack into the TV station and make such a mess because he was sure that the TV station would be able to calm down the adverse effects of the incident. And as expected, they never let anyone down in this aspect. After all, there are all these experts behind it. Leader, I'm afraid that's not quite the way to do it. Officer Lee, who was holding up his cell phone, said with a complicated face. This police officer is called Lee Tianlong, a very domineering name, and he is also a master of all training in the security department. Special circumstances, Officer Lee, has the helicopter I asked for arrived yet? Su Ming said with a serious face. After all, he did not have the authorization of the Jiangcheng branch chief or the city lord. He could only do some things that rubbed him the wrong way, and helicopters such as the Huzhu helicopters still had to rely on Li Tianlong. It's already here. In the midst of the heavy rain, the black shadow of the helicopter came from far away. This was the only way Su Ming could think of to still catch up with the walkers. With the complicated layout of the streets of Jiangcheng and a large river resting on it, taking the air is the fastest route. Su Ming's side boarded the helicopter at the same time. Xin Feng bounced up from the bed on his butt, his eyes filled with shock. There are walkers about to attack the barrage. Damn, how dare they do such a thing? Really? Frowning tightly, recalling Su Ming's personality and style of acting, Xin Feng could not raise any suspicion. Snap. The right hand slammed toward the wall and the dry, hard plaster shattered in response. Xin Feng took out his cell phone and dialed the numbers on his address book one by one. Tiger, have you watched TV? Watched it huh? Come with me to the barrage. What? You think Su Ming is cheating? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. That's my big brother. Whatever he says is what he says. Call all the awakened people you know. All go to stop the river dam. The river city is our home. No matter how many levels of weirdness. If you want to destroy the dam first step over me. Hello, this is Qin Feng. Every awakened in the Qin family who can move is coming to me to barricade the river. I don't have a transfer order from the city lord, and I don't have to ask the director, so if I don't see anyone at the barrage later, you're just waiting to die. This live broadcast of Su Ming's had created a huge reverberation amongst the awakened in all parts of Jiang City. Countless awakened people who saw the live broadcast ran towards each other and came towards the barrage. This was not only out of trust in Su Ming, but also because their home was here. At this time, the top of the barrage, 2 dam patrollers were conducting safety inspections with flashlights in the pouring rain. Master Ma, when are we going back? The barrage has been so many years. What can there be? What can be patrolled? The young dam inspector lifted the collar of his raincoat and shivered. Cut the bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Safety inspections can't be ignored. It's often just one missed inspection that can lead to a major accident. You go check the equipment at the lower gates to make sure it's working properly, and I'll let you rest when you're done patrolling the rounds. Master Ma sternly reprimanded. His little apprentice is good at everything, and his brain is also smart, but he always wants to be lazy. Oh, the young apprentice coped and bumbled off to check the equipment. Ugh. Sighing, Master Ma turned around to check the river's water, but suddenly, he heard what seemed to be some sort of chewing sound mixed in with the rain. You brats do a little work but also steal food from thieves, do not know to give the master a share. What to eat? Give me a look. Grinning, he turned his head to the control room at the gate, and just one look nearly scared him to death, only to see that a living corpse was lying on top of the young apprentice's body, constantly tearing at the fat flesh on his face. The young apprentice's neck had been gnawed off in half at some point, and at the moment those empty eyes were staring straight at Master Ma. There's a ghost, there's a ghost. Master Ma was so scared that he turned around and ran away. At this moment, where do you still care about what master and disciple love? This is haunted. He hadn't forgotten his duty, though, and in passing, he used his walkie-talkie to report what had happened at the top of the dam. A ghost ate Xiao Lu at the top of the dam. He also wanted to eat me. Security service. Somebody, get up here and help me. No, call the police. First, running in a panic, an inattentive walkie-talkie slipped out of his hand and fell to the bottom of the dam. Roar. This is a walker. How can Master Ma, an ordinary person, run through it? Seeing to be whisked away, Ma Master in a hurry, a leap toward the dam outside the river jumped. Death is better than being eaten. Despairing, he closed his eyes. Falling into the water at this height, he would be knocked unconscious if he didn't die, and the river was so rough that he couldn't survive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost didn't catch it. A huge force came from his hand, and Master Ma was yanked hard up to the top of the dam. What are you jumping in the river for? It's a good thing we made it, Xin Feng said thankfully as he straightened his hair that was wet by the rain. Ghosts, yes, there's a ghost, run, there's a ghost eating people. Master Ma was scared out of his wits and grabbed Xin Feng's hand to run away. What's the point of running? Isn't it just this thing? Don't worry, it's taken care of by us, and I don't know where it's worth Su Ming's fanfare for just such a thing. Stopping his footsteps, Master Ma looked towards the direction Xin Feng was pointing at, only to see that a walker had been chopped into 3 petals, and was currently being held by 2 young men to be loaded into a body shroud bag. The monster was killed by you? Great! Scared me to death. Who are you people? How did you get to the top of this dam? Master Ma covered his chest and gasped for breath. The feeling of life after the robbery is so good. Us? You don't need to worry about who we are. Your leader will explain it to you. We'll leave without anything else. What a farce! Shaking us all over for just that. Xin Feng shook his head and called on his brother to leave. He wanted to throw this body bag in Su Ming's face to show him that he, Xin Feng, is also a loud and clear character, and he can do what Su Ming cannot do. Whoosh! A sound of breaking wind rang out. Xin Feng felt a strange sound behind him. He turned his head to look. Master Ma, who was just standing properly behind him, disappeared. Chapter 116 Xin Feng shows divine might. Su Ming saves the day. Where are the people? Find out where the others are. Xin Feng's pupils shook as he hurriedly called out to his companions for help. Worried that Master Ma would lose his footing and fall, Xin Feng rushed to the edge of the dam and looked downward, and just one glance made his face completely lose its blood color. Only swarms of walkers were seen climbing the walls of the dam like large cockroaches, and were now climbing upwards. Master Ma's body fell from the top of the dam, staggering to the ground with a dull thud. The heavy rain obscured the movement of the climb, causing Xin Feng to not even realize that the walkers were already so close to them. Panic, followed by anxiety. Xin Feng slashed down a walker that was about to climb up and roared, "Come guard the top of the dam. A large group of walkers are coming up." The splintered walker crashed to the ground with a roar, but its full-twisted body crawled out of the ground effortlessly, casually breaking its broken neck back. Roar! With a roar, the walkers came towards the top of the dam at a faster pace. Can't hold it, simply can't hold it. Even with the advantage of location, they just needed to knock the walkers down, but they still couldn't hold it. There were too few people who could make it to the barrage in a short period of time, not even a third of the living corpses, and their strength varied. What to do? What to do? Where is that bastard Su Ming? Why hasn't he come yet? Framing us over and not coming himself. Xin Feng cursed with his mouth, but his hands did not stop at all, stopping the attack of the walkers, tireless and death-defying. With defense and physical prowess extremely close to that of a B-class investigator, it was only a matter of time before this group of walkers broke through the defense. Asterisk 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 can't hold it. Brothers prepare to fight for their lives. Xin Feng clenched his teeth and fished out a silver-gray potion from his waist. Neuroflesh overclocking injections. A potion that allows the awakened person's cells and brain area to be fully developed in a short period of time. It is mainly effective on awakened people of rank C and below. It is also jokingly referred to as a master experience agent by lower-level awakened people. This kind of potion will have irreversible and serious effects on the awakened person after use. First of all, it will affect the development of the brain area, light loss of part of the memory, or become a fool. Then there is also great damage to the flesh cells, triggering loss of muscle mass. So generally until the last minute, awakened people would not consider using this potion. That is, this time it was prepared. Otherwise it might not have even had the chance to choose a potion. Without hesitation, he stuck a needle in his neck, and Xin Feng pressed the syringe straight to the bottom. Come on, let's see what happens when I take my powers a step further. Under the effect of the potion, Xin Feng's eyes slowly turned upwards, revealing the whites of his eyes that were strewn with blood. A spiritual pressure centered on him, slowly spreading, covering dozens of meters around him in just a few moments. Mental piercing. Xin Feng had never thought that the supernormal ability that he had always looked down upon would be so amazingly powerful after pulling one. Even though the group of walkers didn't have a brain, the spiritual power piercing zapped down, still causing their whole body to stiffen and fall towards the damn floor. It's okay, it can hold. Brothers, hold on a little longer. Just wait for Su Ming to come. The words came to an abrupt end. Red threads wrapped around his neck and dragged him towards the edge of the dam. If you fall, you will be crushed without the ability to fly. Xin Feng struggled to tear the silk threads around his neck, but the red threads were wrapped closer and closer, and his neck was making crunching sounds. And that's not all. 18 back of the headwalkers, far beyond the strength of the other walkers, had somehow made it to the top of the dam. At the moment, it was continuously slaughtering the awakened who resisted. Put, you monsters, die with me. Someone jumped off the top of the dam holding the walker in front of them before they died and fell to pieces with the walker. However, within a short time, the two automatically stood up, pieced together their broken bodies on their own, and continued to attack the top of the dam. While killing, you can also replenish new soldiers. It's almost like playing around. Brothers, don't leave them corpses, it's harming their own. Blow ourselves up. We can still blow ourselves up. I'll go first. Mother, I'm sorry. One of the D-rank investigators, whose body was covered in walkers, let out a long whistle and resolutely chose to blow himself up. Boom! The loud explosion seemed to shake even the barrage. A crack loomed in the wall of the dam, but no one had time to check for repairs at the moment. The staff in the dam fled the dam under the leadership of the Chin family members, most of whom were ordinary people and at the moment were not even aware of what was happening at the top of the dam. All that could be seen was a small mushroom cloud rising from the top of the dam. Chin Feng was about to be pulled off the dam when he stretched out the thumb of his right hand and pointed it towards his heart. He didn't want to fall to his death and turn into a zombie kind of monster. Rather than that, it would be better to blow up and pull down. Pointing the heart chakra is like lighting the fuse of the dantian. Maybe with my strength, I can blow up the final mastermind. Chin Feng thought naively, but his hands did not hesitate. Right now, a roar sounded above the heads of the crowd. A crimson light pierced through the night sky, hitting the red rope that was wrapped around Chin Feng, covering his neck and sitting up. Chin Feng breathed in greedily while his eyes were dead set on the red copper lance that came through the air. Su Ming is here. With Chin Feng's yell, the shadow of a helicopter drilled out of the dark clouds. Half of Su Ming's body stood outside the cabin, trying to endure the vertigo of vomiting. How can you drag your feet when there's business to be done? Leader, might have to hover a bit. It's raining too hard to land. Officer Lee wore a headset and shouted at Su Ming outside the cabin. No need. I'll go down myself. You guys grab yourselves and retreat. If we lose. No, we won't lose. After Su Ming finished speaking, he aimed a long leap in the direction of the top of the dam. In the horrified gazes of the people on the airplane, it was like a shooting star falling away. Streams of light flashed across the cheeks. Chi Nuwa has been put on. True chi such as continuous long river in the meridians rushing. Soldier Master Cast Blade is activated. Su Ming maverickly made a huge red copper giant hammer. Nine Dawn's blood rage is unleashed. Black gas mixed with a thick bloody aura erupted from Su Ming's body. Just like an evil spirit coming out of hell, the demon god hegemony state. Once you don't do it, you don't do it, and when you do it, it's a thunderbolt. Su Ming raised his red copper warhammer with both hands, his spine completely drawn tight like a great bow, utilizing the acceleration of free-falling from the sky to hammer towards the 18 special zombies on the ground. Old man's 18 styles, sledgehammer 80. Boom! The loud roar washed the rain away for a moment. Chin Feng stared blankly at Su Ming, who was holding a huge hammer in his hand, and his lips trembled as he said, Su Ming, oh no, Su Shin, brothers Su Shin is here. These walkers. Chapter 117 Heroes appear. Fight the walkers with force. As if they had been given a shot in the arm, the awakened ones at the top of the dam erupted into a stronger fighting force. Why it worked so well was mostly due to Su Ming's performance at the exchange, an unrivaled leader of his class, a man who had personally beaten them into submission 1 versus 100. How could he not convince them? Su Ming raised the huge hammer embedded in the top of the dam and resisted it on his shoulder. The head of the hammer was sticking to a smashed and flattened walker cake. Again, while there was still time for the demon god hegemony, Su Ming didn't dare to delay. His eyes locked onto those special walkers that posed a greater threat, and he rushed over with his giant hammer on his shoulder. Su Shin, this way. The three awakened joined hands to unleash their supernatural abilities, and the three confinement-type abilities of Quagmire, Freeze, and Chain worked together on the living corpse, keeping it firmly in place. 80. Su Ming secretly said in his heart, good match, but the hand is not the slightest. Stop squatting. Sledgehammer swing up as an 80. The sledgehammer slammed down and another body cake appeared. The subsequent awakened ones displayed an extremely strong coordination and tacit understanding. Those with binding and confinement abilities would prioritize restricting the actions of the living corpses, providing opportunities for Su Ming's output. Those who were good at stalking were the ones who lured away the normal walker hordes to buy time for their teammates. The stronger ability users were working in groups of 2 or 3, trying to hold off the special walkers as long as possible, except it was a bit of a close call for them. 80. In the last few seconds of the demon god overlord's time, Su Ming produced 3 more corpse cakes, and the 9 Dawn blood rage was over. Bang! The red copper giant hammer fell to the ground, and Su Ming gasped for air with his hands on his knees. Allomancy glow. Ability, physical strength. Ability, energy return. The moment they stopped, the auxiliary professions locked onto Su Ming's position, and a series of various bonus and recovery skills were thrown onto him, restoring the energy he had consumed after the 9 Dawn blood rage. But after all, it is the blood to catalyze the Chi Nua face moves. Su Ming for a moment and a half temporarily unable to once again demon god possession. Su Ming! Chin Feng shouted and threw a red box over. Su Ming took it smoothly and realized that it was actually an acquaintance and nodded with a smile. What? Recovered from your injuries? Qin Feng pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, somewhat regretting giving the other party something nice. Thanks to your blessing, I've just been healed. In the box is my Qin family's secret medicine. It can quickly recover the consumed essence blood. I'm giving it to you. Su Ming glanced at Qin Feng in surprise, knowing that this was not the time for modesty, so he stopped excusing himself and directly opened the box. Inside the box was a red elixir with 6 dandelions, and when he pinched it and swallowed it, a burning sensation slid from his throat all the way to his stomach, as if he had swallowed a piece of carbon. Holy, I feel like I'm going to burn. From the dantian upwards there was a burst of heat, and Su Ming felt that the lost essence and blood had all returned, and his nose was so hot that he even had a nosebleed. Humph, my secret potion to make up for it. I tell you it's the work of Master Potion Master Flana. I begged for it with a lot of money, Qin Feng said in a smelly manner. Looking like you owe me a big favor. Su Ming, my sister still has 15 minutes to arrive at the battlefield. Hold on. Bai Xiaoxiao's urgent voice sounded in the headset. Su Ming's face was delighted. Bai Qingqiu and the girls had come faster than expected. Brothers, put in more effort. Fiercer support is coming. Join me and ing up this group of walkers. Su Ming's heart was suddenly filled with grandeur, and the soldier master cast blade produced a long spear, so he was ready to continue clearing the living corpses at the top of the dam. Follow Su Xin and kill. Most of the people who could come to the barrage dam to play with their lives at the call of a single video from Su Ming were participants in the exchange. At this moment, under Su Ming's encouragement, his morale was greatly boosted, and he was vaguely beginning to suppress the living corpses. The geographical advantage of the top of the dam, coupled with flexible tactical coordination, adequate pre-battle preparation, the assistance of support troops and qualified leaders, allowed a group of investigators who were not yet very experienced to explode into a powerful battle. However, right at this moment, several red threads silently wrapped around Su Ming's neck. Instant tightening. Miso lying. The blade of the red copper lance rested against the front of his neck, cutting the red rope directly. Finally out. I've been waiting for you for a long time, old monster. Su Ming's gloomy eyes stared deathly at an unassuming ordinary corpse in the group of walkers. He had been looking for where this leading corpse catcher was from the start, and he hadn't realized that he had pretended to be an ordinary corpse and mixed in with the corpses, secretly harvesting the lives of investigators with red threads, transforming them into new walkers. Good tactics. Hiding so close to me can endure to strike only now, Su Ming said with a cold smile, but his heart was already in his throat. The first time the old man is very difficult to fight, and even suffered a big loss in the compulsion. This time must be careful enough. Xinua's surface under the body of steel is not enough to block the attack of this guy. You, how did you know that this king would come here? Compassionate old man's hoarse voice sounded in Su Ming's ears for the first time, and he had now named himself as the king of 10,000 corpses, the king who submitted to the evil god. Su Ming smiled faintly and pointed to the sky above his head. Of course he was willing to talk nonsense with compassionate old man. Anyway, Bai Qingqiu was about to come. It would be best if he could drag his feet and not fight. Overhead? The sky? You have airplanes in the sky watching me all the time? Compassionate old man said with a frown, his eyes still really locked on the dark cloudy sky. No way, old man. Don't you know what a satellite is? Under the watchful eye of Skynet and SmartBrain, you'll be found by us no matter where you go. So don't dream of your springtime. Fold your hands and fight for leniency. Let's sentence you to immediate execution by cremation when the time comes, Su Ming said with a snicker, not knowing if cremation could burn this kind of old undead corpse. The compelling old man was rarely silent for a little while, as if he was accepting the reality that he was out of touch with society. That's just it. It doesn't matter, even if I can find my old man. So what? I will still be the king of all corpses. Then, the index and middle fingers of his right hand came together and slowly tapped on the eye on his forehead that had been turned into an eye by a parasite. Like dropping a bomb in a crowd of corpses, a tyrannical aura erupted, and the corpses were like hungry wolves that had seen meat, charging towards the investigators like mad. In the blink of an eye, the corpses were torn apart alive. Asshole, what have you done? Su Ming let out an explosive cry. His body was like a ghost, and his spear stabbed at compassionate old man with a flash of red light. Old man's 18 styles golden gun. The lance was powerful, and it was bound to pierce through the compulsion old man as if it was going forward. But compassionate old man just pulled out a slight smile with his dry and thin face. This is just a little trick bestowed by the evil god lord. Chapter 118 Changing Faces Combo Technique. Su Xin takes revenge for me. The cult. It's the damn cult again. Su Ming cursed in his heart, and his spear continued to go without decreasing its momentum, stabbing the compassionate old man in front of his chest in the blink of an eye. Crunch dash. Unsurprisingly, the red copper lance snapped, as if hitting some kind of vertical wall or rock. The spear broke without even leaving a trace. Meh. Compassionate old man let out a cold laugh and swung out a fist to smash at Su Ming. Change face. Evil thought frenzy. Active buried nature explodes. Tripling speed for 30s. Chi Nua face disappeared in a flash. Like a face change, a green and black hideous night forked Nua face appeared. As evil thought frenzy was unleashed, Su Ming's speed suddenly skyrocketed threefold. His figure suddenly rose up from the ground, and Su Ming jumped over the top of the compassionate old man's head like a horse, looking for death. Feeling humiliated, compassionate old man turned around and grabbed at Su Ming's ankle with another claw. Change face. Yin Yang leap, active. Su Ming's body disappeared out of thin air and disappeared into the Yin realm to hide. The compassionate old man roared in anger as he grabbed another empty hand. Asterisk 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 ing asshole, get thee out of there. Like a wire worm bursting open in the stomach of a praying mantis, countless red threads wriggled and spewed out of his abdominal cavity, piercing through all 360 degrees of dead space around him, and failing to search for any trace of Su Ming. Dang, I'm ing here. Just as the red threads fell to the ground and were slowly retracted, Su Ming once again unleashed his yin yang leaping technique and appeared above compassionate old man's head. This time, Su Ming's tactics were completely different from the first time, and he listened to Bai Xiaoxiao's advice to deal with the compassionate elder in a stalking manner. According to Bai Xiaoxiao's analysis, compassionate old man was more like a Fa Tan. The offensive moves are single, nothing special, but the defense is explosive and high, while the attacks are poisoned, and also have wide-range killing skills and control skills. This kind of template was difficult to defeat the opponent except for numerical monsters, not to mention the fact that the opponent seemed to have mastered the trait of immortality, and Su Ming's current template was more inclined towards an all-round warrior, strong in every way, but none of them were quite enough to face compassionate old man again. However, by utilizing different skill combinations, you can take advantage of your opponent's lack of intelligence to swim and fight. This time it's not a 1v1 battle where a winner has to be determined, but a team match, or even a props match. If the situation forced his hand, it wasn't as if Bai Xiaoxiao hadn't considered launching a missile directly from Golden City over to clear the field. The entanglement continued, and the moment Su Ming appeared above compassionate old man's head, the changing faces skill had already been activated. The lion-nosed and leopard-faced Xiong Bo Nuamian appeared, and the words hum and ha came out of his mouth. Beastly hum-ha technique, active emits the hum-ha blowing sound of the word hum is capable of shocking the soul, and is particularly effective against chimera. Compassionate old man's entire movement was instantly fixed, his eyes lost in thought seemingly losing his consciousness. Change face. Shinua, Jiuli blood rage, activated. Demon god overlord body open. Change sides again. Guan Nua face. Flying dragon in the sky, active when wearing Nuamin. You can summon the green dragon crescent blade and perform the powerful blade technique of flying dragon in the sky. The black demonic aura lingered all over his body, but Su Ming's face was a crimson face of loyalty and majesty. The green dragon crescent blade appeared out of nowhere in Su Ming's hand, swinging up like a windmill and slashing at the compassionate old man's head with the momentum of a flying dragon in the sky. This was perhaps the strongest set of combination techniques that Su Ming had used to date. Basically utilized all of the Nua surface. Will change the surface skills to the extreme, completely disregard the true chi consumption of the full force of the knife. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to incapacitate him and delay until Bai Qingqiu arrived. With such a mindset, the blade in Su Ming's hand slashed down with force. Chop! The Guan Dao whistles, and the sword cuts down evil spirits. Su Ming was trying to reverse the compassionate old man, but it was at this moment that compassionate old man regained his sanity. With a wry smile on his lips, his head lolled and he dropped straight down. Head swapping. Yeah, he's mastered the head swapping technique. 2. Can you remove your own head and play without a target? In Su Ming's intelligence, there wasn't such clear information. From the beginning to the end, Su Ming had yet to witness the scene of a head swap. How a completely different way of fighting than mortals could be substituted for carelessness in one's thinking. When the head falls off, the compassionate old man can even operate the body. The green-colored blade chopped at the headless corpse. Click. Into the flesh 3 times, even cutting a piece of meat from the spine. But that's about it. Compassionate old man's iron clamp-like arms hugged towards Su Ming. Su Ming was in a hurry, so he had to vanish into the Yin realm again to avoid it. Wipe. Lucky to have quick reaction. How can I kill this thing? It's fleshy and hard. Can't hack or kill it. And right after Su Ming disappeared into the Yin realm, the black contour had already crawled all over compassionate old man's body. Oh, so it's hiding in another dimension. I thought it was the space department again. You're safe in hiding. What about this group of friends of yours? With a flash of his figure, compassionate old man instantly came to the side of the investigator in the midst of the fierce battle. Gabba, easily twisting off the limbs of the 2 men. Compassionate old man stood at the edge of the dam with them by the neck. Kid, I know you can see. Come out or they both die. The compassionate old man unexpectedly and sinisterly used the tactic of attacking the heart. His hands were slightly powerful, putting pressure on the two hostages. Su, God, don't come out and take revenge for me. Be sure to guard Jiangcheng. Su Shin. The two investigators struggled and said, not at all begging for mercy and submission. Ha, tough mouth. Go to hell then. As soon as their hands were loosened, the two investigators fell off the dam like kites with broken strings. Ha, the kid is quite tolerant. See, your savior is now hiding and doesn't dare to come out. Compass Elder waited vigilantly for a long time until the two investigators fell to their deaths, but he didn't see Su Ming come out, so he shouted at the investigators in an attempt to disrupt them. Foolish, don't use the offensive tricks. We are all professionally trained. None of us are afraid of death if we dare to come. That's right, he meowed. Sushin is helping us guard our home. What's wrong with hiding? He can definitely help us take revenge in the future. Don't be afraid, sons and daughters of the Qin family. Su Ming is the strongest genius I've ever seen. Help him stall long enough and we'll definitely win. Yes, at the command of the second young master. There's not a pussy on the entire barrage. All men did their duty, and when a companion was killed in battle beside him, someone immediately filled his line of defense. The formation shrank and shrank until it was only able to shield the dam's gate control room. Alright, it's also a way for this king to look down on you. When you die, I'll refine you into high-level living corpses, so that you can also fight for me until death. But now, it's time for the flood to spread the king's will throughout River City. As the compassionate old man said, his abdomen bulged high, then he bent down and sprayed a large black compulsion into the river water on the other side. When these parasites encountered the water, they began to multiply, and in just 3 to 5 minutes, a thin layer of white eggs covered the surface of the river. Oh, here's the release. With that, compassionate old man walked towards the gate control room. He was going to use the flood to wash the bug eggs throughout the entire River City, creating an army of 1,000,000 walkers in one night. Stop him, fight to the death. We can't let him in. Chapter 119. The Faith of the Special Five. As if they were dead. On the river dam, the group of living corpses were in a two-way encirclement, besieging the awakened ones at the top of the dam. A steady stream of bodies fell below the dam, and a steady stream of new walkers climbed up. Even though they had been pumped with neuroflesh super injections, the group of investigators were at the end of their tether. Stop him, we can't let him destroy the gate gears. Qin Feng shouted angrily and led a group of investigators to attack compassionate old man. Out of their depth, the people of Special 5 are still as stupid as ever. Compassionate old man sneered, not ready to waste any more time. Mental piercing, ice freeze, flaming explosive fist. A succession of alien energy blasted away from the sky, and there were even many investigators specializing in martial arts, armed with steel swords and lances, who rushed up to melee combat in a life-fighting stance. But the mental power piercing was like a mud cow entering the sea, and the compassionate old man's figure didn't even shake. The ice and flames bombarding him only destroyed his already tattered clothes, and his strong physical body remained unharmed. The steel blade snapped and a casual slap blew the attacker's head off. The lance was taken away, and the arm of the bearer was held by the compassionate old man. Gabba! The arm snapped off in response, twisting into an exaggerated angle. Ah! The miserable scream had just exited his mouth when the lance pierced straight through his mouth and nailed him to death on the dam. Bastard! I'll kill you! Qin Feng hissed and wanted to rush up to fight for his life, but he was stopped by the Qin clan's children behind him. Second young master, don't go. Let us. Young master, run while you can. Staying here is still death. Running still has a way to live. Don't trust that what's his name Su Ming. He probably ran away a long time ago, so hurry up and go. Young master, as Qin Feng's close associates, they would come here to fight for their lives solely because of Qin Feng's orders. In their eyes, Qin Feng's life might be greater than the entire Jiangcheng. Brothers, kill, stop this monster and bring the second young master home. 3 slightly older middle-aged men with grave expressions blocked in front of Qin Feng. These 3 people's martial realm had reached the 7th stage. They were the Taoist protectors that the Qin family had assigned to Qin Feng, and they were also the strongest 3 people on top of the dam right now. If they all died, then today's group of people would really be finished as well. Uncle Gong, I'm not leaving, assholes. You guys let go of me. You were all brought here by me. What's the point of me leaving? Bang! Because Qin Feng kept struggling, he was forced to do so, and a sneak attack by his subordinate Qin clan children knocked him out, and then threw him into the river. There was already a Qin family member who specialized in water attributes supernatural ability waiting in the river. He took Qin Feng with him and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Gentlemen, there are 3 offerings blocking the way. It's still too late for you to run any later and I'm afraid you'll all die here. I'm afraid that we are powerless to change the destruction of Jiangcheng, and we are not afraid of having no wood to burn if we leave a green mountain behind. The sons of the Qin family who still remained at the top of the dam admonished the crowd thrown in the heat of battle. After a night of fighting to the death, the sons of the Qin family had completely taken this group of investigators as comrades in arms that could be trusted. It was intolerable to see them perish. Thanks. No need. Behind the dam is our home. We're investigators from Special 5. It's our duty to fight against the weirdness and protect the lives and property of the people. We trust that the organization will take care of our families. Oh, afraid of death into what Special 5? I do not want to get so high wages for nothing. Give the establishment double rest, high wages, no special circumstances and no overtime. The state supported. Every day a bunch of support troops of the little girl coaxed us, and now it's time to sell our lives. We ran away, called what the matter, die on death. This world, ISC level can earn $200,000 a month, said before graduation, 3 times the salary I chopped for the boss, 5 times the salary I went to jail for him, and now he meowed 10 times the salary is more than that. My life is the Special 5 Institute. The sons of the Qin family were silent. In the past, they had always been curious as to what made it possible for a Special 5 to manage such a large number of awakened ones and still have them convinced to sell their lives for the organization. It wasn't like this was a time of war, and while shenanigans did threaten the safety of the masses in Daxia, and Daxia did do a good job of patriotic education, the awakened were usually fresh graduates or ordinary laborers. They may never have seen or heard of the creepy, or had family members who were brutalized by the creepy, and made hatred. Why do they still belong so much? In fact, the reason was very simple. The Special 5 Institute, as the highest funded institute in the whole of Daxia, treated all investigators based on the highest specifications. You work for me, I'll pay you. I'll pay you a lot of money. You want honors? I pull full stops. There are rewards for each completed task, and the SF level promotion system is open and transparent, so anyone can view the current progress. Afraid of getting hurt and not covered? Publicly funded medical care, plus supplemental medical insurance. Treatment for injuries at the Special 5th Institute. Mechanical prostheses for disabilities at the Special 5th Institute. And if you are seriously injured and can no longer work, the Special 5th Institute will support you for the rest of your life, and send you to the local community as an idle post. Gong method according to the potential to select. Food, clothing, housing and transportation organization all inclusive. Even the awakened child because of the higher probability of awakening Special 5 are given to raise. It was this kind of thoughtful to the extreme tactic that made countless investigators willingly work for Special 5. Heavy rewards are given to those who are brave, and heavy money is given to those who have their lives in their hands. Man, you guys are also the masses. I thank you for the organization for coming to help. Now it's really time to fight for your lives. Call your men and withdraw. Leave the next one to us. Don't worry, no one will be able to destroy the barrage until they are all dead. Looking at the pairs of confident and proud eyes around them, the Qin family's children were completely enraged. He meow, just to make it seem like you guys are treated well and not afraid to die. Right, let me tell you, we're not cowards either. The Qin family, as the #1 family in Jiangcheng, is enshrined by the people of the entire Jiangcheng, and there's even less reason to retreat at this moment. Brothers, no one is allowed to die behind this group of people from Special 5. Show them who's a man. Good. Whoever dies afterward is my eldest son. The atmosphere grows strange. A group of young men inexplicably competing, as if whoever dies first is the father. The 3 Qin family providers listened to the fighting spirit that was raised up again behind them, and their faces were filled with gratified smiles. The provider named Gong Lao gazed at compassionate old man and mocked. How can you, a bunch of living corpses, be compared to a living human being? So what if Jiangcheng is broken? There are more than 1 million such young men in my daxia. How can you fight them? Whether or not you can fight, that's my king's business. You won't be able to see it. The yin qi on compassionate old man's body erupted, and the red threads protruding from his abdomen intertwined with each other, forming several thick tentacles that looked particularly hideous. The red line of tentacles lashed against the dam, easily leaving a gouge in its wake. Chapter 120 Huang Zihang blocked. Su Ming died? In the Yin realm, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the ground, his forehead covered in sweat. Xiao Xiao, how long until Bai Qingqiu arrives? In the earphones, Bai Xiaoxia's voice trembled, and she was obviously very anxious as well. Sister will need at least 5 more minutes. What to do, Su Ming? It's about to be impossible to stop. We have to stop it even if we can't. So many people have already died. Damn it. What the hell else can Nua resonate out? Asshole. Zhu Rong Nua Mian, you come out Air Lang Jun, Naja third prince. Nua Wang, whoever it is, come out Su Ming swung his fist on the ground and acted as if he was crazy. No, I have to get out. If I don't, I'm really done dying. Su Ming got up and interrupted his recovery. Every time the 9 Dawn's blood rage burned his essence blood, he was not a monster with unlimited life and unlimited blue. He always had to rest. Su Ming, there's no point in going out now. The brain analysis says that your victory rate today is less than 1%, and going out will even be prioritized for targeting by the living corpses. Su Ming, you stop. There's no need for that. It's beyond your mission level and it's in line with the rules of the Special 5 to not deal with it. Su Ming, by Xiaoxiao's eager voice had already taken on a crying tone, and compared to the life and death of others, she didn't want Su Ming to take any more risks. Dukes of Hazzard. There was a busy tone on the comm channel and the video line was cut. It was pitch black in front of Bai Xiaoxiao as she cried and dialed Bai Qingxiu's communication. Sister, Su Ming is about to be unable to hold on. On the barrage dam, 3 confessors bloodied the top of the dam. In less than 10 rounds, the 3 7th Dan Budokas, who could theoretically be considered B-rank investigators in terms of strength, were taken care of. The 3 men collapsed in a pool of blood as red thread tentacles wrapped their feet around them and hoisted them upside down to the edge of the dam. Awakened? It's not worth mentioning. Martial artists are even weaker. In this world, only this king is perfect. Compass Old Man laughed wildly and prepared to leave the 3 behind. It was at this time that the yin and yang leaped and the 2 worlds were exchanged. Su Ming stepped out into the air with the green dragon crescent blade in his hand, and with a flash of the blade's light, the 3 red thread tentacles snapped in response. One person kicked the 3 confessors back into the crowd. Su Ming's entire body boiled with black chi, apparently entering Ten's real menace demon god hegemony state again. Old Den, you don't look for me anymore. Come on, Su Ming shouted, while his body was retreating towards the back. His purpose was simple, to lure the Compass Elder away and help his companions guarding the sluice gate to buy more time. However, the red tentacles penetrated Su Ming's chest, and purplish blood clots were vomited out of the mouth under the exorcism surface. Fake body? Su Ming struggled and turned his head, only to see an unfamiliar face standing behind him, yet his belly was also able to spew out red tentacles. Oh, not really a fake body, just a head swap. Compassionate Old Man's head flew up, abandoning the body he had just used, and flew back to the corpse behind Su Ming. Top off the unfamiliar head and put in the original head. The compassionate old man had a hideous smile on his pale face, like a rotting chrysanthemum. Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky with a loud boom. Not far away on the river, downstream a small boat, Lin Xiaoran stood at the bow, her beautiful eyes full of panic. The heart suddenly hurt so much. Tears inexplicably flowed out of her eyes. Lin Xiaoran didn't have any expression yet she was shedding tears, looking full of heartache. Xiaoran will be fine. We'll be there soon. Trust Su Ming. He has a lot of cards. He definitely won't be that stupid to send himself to his death. Bai Qingxiu stood behind Lin Xiaoran and comforted her. She immensely regretted using this mission as a bet with Su Ming. Otherwise she wouldn't have put this young man in danger. She couldn't imagine how sad Bai Xiaoxiao and Lin Xiaoran would be if Su Ming really had an accident. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the dark, rainy night. Chi Mei, who was standing at the stern of the boat, suddenly shouted out, "Look at the top of the dam. Is that Su Ming?" The crowd sniffed and hurriedly followed the bright light of the lightning toward the top of the dam, only to see a figure with its chest pierced through, standing on the dam. Su Ming! Boom! Thunder flashes and sounds. Bai Qingxiu's brows tightened, not caring about consumption. His entire body transformed into a white pale thunder and rushed towards the top of the dam. Egu, if it isn't little sister, where are you going in such a hurry? With a soft laugh, that cynical face suddenly appeared and stopped in front of Bai Qingxiu. Two-dimensional space leap. You're Huang Ziheng. After years of not seeing each other, Bai Qingxiu even somewhat failed to recognize the greatly changed man in front of her. Perhaps the only thing familiar is that cynical expression. Little senior's sister has a good memory. She still remembers me. Huang Ziheng laughed with a very familiar look. Move over. I'm in a hurry. I'll deal with you later. White Thunder roared, with the intention of starting a war if they didn't give way. Egu. I'm sorry little senior sister. This is Lord Evil God's test for the new elders. I can't really get out of the way. Damn the cult. As soon as the words fell, Bai Qingxiu directly started fighting without saying a word, and the whistling thunder carried imperial pressure as it blasted towards Huang Ziheng. There's a lot of fighting going on over there, and there's no peace on the ship. Seeing that Bai Qingxiu was blocked and unable to rescue her, Lin Xiaoran directly leapt up from the boat. Autumn Ren. In the shocked gazes of the people on the ship, Lin Xiaoran's entire body's golden sharpness erupted, traveling countless small golden swords, which turned back into her body and transformed into a pair of golden feathered wings on her back. Second awareness, hold sharp but soft. Golden light emerges, golden wisp feather. The golden light was projected out towards the top of the dam, and the speed of that projection was surprisingly no less than Bai Qingxiu's thunderbolt. What? There are still masters. Huang Ziheng looked dumbfounded at Lin Xiaoran, who had vanished, his mouth slightly open. You have time for other people? Bai Qingxiu was like an emperor who controlled thunder and lightning. and the White Emperor's Thunder Edict had long since formed a thunder prison several hundred meters nearby, blocking Huang Zihang's spatial teleportation. Hee, you're really good at fighting. Junior sister, Night Moonless has caused me a lot of trouble this time. Huang Zihang had a bitter smile on his face. He wasn't very good at head-on battles, and this time, he still came out in his main body, so he was afraid that he would be injured. And back above the dam, the Guan Nua face on Su Ming's face slipped off and fell into the standing water at his feet. He could clearly feel the life in the slow loss. Hands as heavy as lead. Even change Nua face cannot do. Move damn. Why can't move? Change the Chi Nua face can still live. Su Ming now can think of the only way to break the situation is to switch to Chi Nua face. With the passive of Battle Blood Berserk Bone, he was able to gain 3s of immunity from death. So he might be able to rely on this skill to fake his death to fool compassionate old man. But this incompetent body can't even move now. Kid, don't struggle. This red thread of mine is used to tie up living corpses. Even the limbs with extremely heavy yin chi can't break free. Let alone you. Die honestly. Become my living corpse and serve me. A pink-colored parasite crawled along the red tentacles towards Su Ming. This thing he familiar not exactly chi mei from his body out of that thing. Parasitic subcompulsion. In his current state of being hit by this thing he's really screwed. At the time of the crisis, a sound of a sword chiming came from far and near. Buzz. The golden sword light pierced through the rain, cutting through the tentacles and also the pink, disgusting bug. Lin Xiaoran's eyes exuded cold killing intent as he broke through the air. Chapter 121 Resurrection. Incense quenching the golden body. The sharpness of gold cuts through all things without frustration. Lin Xiaoran came up and opened a big move. The golden sharp chi transformed into a huge golden sword as if it was substantial. Humph. Another sender of death. Good timing. With a sneer, the old man of the compassionate old man's body violently leapt up from the ground. His tentacles gnarled into a conical drill, poking towards the golden sword mane. This olden was not at all convinced to fight hard against the golden sharpness of chi. Swords and tentacles exchanged blows. There was a toothsome clashing sound. The two surprisingly could not help each other, sliding away from each other after colliding with each other. The tentacles rushed into the sky, while the golden sword chopped on top of the dam. Boom! The dam was penetrated by the golden sword awnings, and rolling river water gushed out from the gap. Lin Xiaoran landed beside Su Ming and hugged his body that was about to fall, her golden feathered wings shielding him from the rain falling from the sky. Su Ming, wake up! I'm sorry, we're late. Lin Xiaoran woodenly apologized to Su Ming, her lush fingers trembling as they pressed on his neck. Silence. I don't know if it was rain or tears, but it sprinkled on Su Ming's pale face. Ha ha ha, gush forth the river and bring my children throughout the river city. Compound old man stood at the top of the dam, grinning wildly. The river water had already tilted out along the crack that Lin Xiaoran had made, and it didn't matter if the sluice gate was open or not at the moment. At the top of the dam, the awakened who were still alive clenched their teeth and still resisted to the death. Brothers, the support has arrived. Even if it leaks it's still better than a dam break. Hold on, it won't stop until it's dead. Immortality. On the other side Bai Qingxiu's face was as gloomy as if it was a puddle of lake water, and the white thunder rolled on, even overpowering the thunder in the sky. Wavy dash. Seeing that the dam break was finalized, Huang Zihang did not delay any longer and put his hands together, and the familiar scene appeared once again. Together we fall into the abyss of filth, and bathe our bones in joy. A large group of berserkers rushed out of the spatial portal and rushed towards Bai Qingxiu in a suicidal manner. They had fervor in their eyes, not fearing death or pain, staring hard at the burning of the white lightning and stepping on the carbonized corpses of their companions as they attacked Bai Qingxiu. Seek death. 9 heavens white thunder. Listen to my command. Thunder shakes the 8 directions. Boom. The white ball of thunder was led down from the sky, and the moment it fell into the river, it caused the river water within 100 meters to instantly vaporize. The group of fanatics, too, turned into smoke with white thunder's shocking anger. Yet Huang Zihang, who was in the way, had long since disappeared. But in the meantime, the battle on the dam was reaching its climax. Lin Xiaoran gently placed Su Ming on the ground and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth while she suddenly flashed her golden feathered wings and rushed towards compassionate old man. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran seemed like a sword out of its sheath, with a certain determination, completely abandoning defense and focusing all of her strength on a single sword. The sharpness of gold can cut through all things without frustration. The golden sword went forward, exploding with unparalleled speed under the impetus of the golden wings. Compassionate old man also looked grave and serious. To be able to make this king serious, you are proud enough of yourself, but it's useless. This king is the king of 10,000 corpses, with an immortal body, an indestructible body. You can't kill me. Hissing, the red tentacles once again came together. This time the drill formed began to rotate at high speed. colliding with Lin Xiuran's golden sword awnings. Boom! The moment the two collided they exploded. Lin Xiuran flew out backwards, while compassionate old man used his strong physical body to harden himself against the explosion and chased after him. Die for me! Iron clamp-like right hand grabbed at Lin Xiuran's delicate neck, looking at the incense about to fall. At that moment, a voice suddenly came. The compassionate old man's heart tightened, and he unexpectedly jumped back and retreated as a reflex. Little friend is really as he said. You are a combination of righteousness, loyalty, and courage, and with your mortal body, you have burned out your loyal soul to put this evil spirit to death, so you deserve to be half of Guan's godly character. At the command of the 5 parties, use the incense of the shrine of the loyal martyrs to quench the golden body for him. Nah, an answer came, seemingly from the 9 hells, but also as if it came from the heavens. Su Ming, this limp figure on the ground, this moment slowly climbed up. One hand fished up on the ground that read Guangong Nuo face, slowly buckled back to the face. Ding, detected host near death, initiated self-protection program, entered pseudo-death state. Ding, a god has been detected watching you. Ding, loyalty, righteousness and courage have been achieved. Detecting that this god has been born, passively triggering the promotion condition, exorcising the second awakening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the National Nuo Mask 3 Realms of Vermin Emperor Shenwei Yuanjin Tianzun Guansheng Di Jun. The 3 worlds of the Devil God God Wei Yuanjin Tianzu and Guansheng Emperor Nuo Face, State Nuo. Loyalty, righteousness, and courage. Passive, you possess the rare qualities of loyalty, righteousness, and courage at the same time, resulting in your unparalleled tenacity of will. Green Dragon Broken Moon / active lift. Everything can be transformed into a sword. When the sword comes out, the shadow of a green dragon emerges. Where the blade passes through, it burns red thunder fire. The stronger the user's will to guard, the more powerful it is. Shrine of Loyalty, active. You can summon the incense in the Shrine of Loyalty to mold a golden body of merit for yourself to heal your wounds. Martial Sage's Loyal Soul, passive. A frescoed silhouette of Emperor Guansheng floats behind you at all times, and a double strike is attached to your attacks. Spring and Autumn Undying / active. A skill that can be wielded when the 3 resonances of loyalty, guarding civilians, righteousness, rescuing companions, and courage, defeating the enemy head-on, are accumulated at the same time. Xiangfan's mighty sword that shook China. Only see this Nuo face. Face red like heavy dates. Phoenix eyes contain thunder and fire god Mango. Serpentine eyebrows condensing loyalty and righteousness of the gas. Long beard hanging like silver wire. Crown embedded edict seal and thunder will be pattern. Cheeks are carved with a blue dragon crescent sword to break the evil totem. Ear hanging voodoo bells. From afar to look at the full display of the 3 worlds voodoo emperor's majesty and divinity. The divinity in Su Ming's eyes flickered and disappeared. And after entrusting his power to Su Ming, Emperor Guansheng no longer took the liberty of controlling his body, but instead directly handed it back to Su Ming. Kid thanks the emperor for the treasure, and is willing to cut down the evil spirits of the mortal world for the emperor. Good. After a majestic and refreshing good, Su Ming's eyes regained their clarity, while the divinity in Su Ming's body converged. Compassionate old man looked as if he saw a good opportunity, and the red threads in his abdomen erupted out and wrapped themselves around Lin Xiuran, who was dazed in the air. At this moment, Lin Xiuran had just experienced the loss of Su Ming and watched him resurrect with her own eyes, so where else could she be on guard, and was instantly entangled by the red thread, and was about to be strangled to death. A green-colored blade slashed through, as if it had ignited a red-colored firework. The red thread instantly exploded, and the red-colored lightning fire was like a maggot attached to the bone, burning along the red thread towards compassionate old man. What the hell? The compass boss was shocked and backed away to pull away while trying to blow out that thunder fire. But that thunder fire which can be extinguished by blowing. Seeing that it was about to burn to his stomach, compassionate old man made a split-second decision and cut all the red threads that he had spewed out. A ball of repellent red thread fell to the ground and kept twisting under the burning thunder fire. In a few moments, black smoke rose and the red thread was burned to ashes. Chapter 122 Guansheng Emperor. Spring and Autumn Immortal Beheading. What's so weird about you, kid? Where did this thunder fire come from? And what's with this supernatural ability of yours? In regards to the new abilities that Su Ming had suddenly displayed, compassionate old man's heart was filled with shock. It's thinking about how it feels when a young man you were just so casually pressing suddenly stands up and slaps you in the face. And the point is that you didn't defend yourself. As if to verify compassionate old man's suspicions, Su Ming's right palm blade was raised, and a green dragon shadow appeared coiled around his arm. Odd? There's nothing odd about it. Only because I'm guarding the people of the entire river city. Su Ming was in the middle of buffing himself. Guansheng Emperor this Nuo face skills but wrote, the stronger the will to guard, the greater the power of the chopping out. That now he thought to guard the entire Jiangcheng. That must be how strong? The right hand gently waved out, and the true chi in the meridians was suddenly stagnant. followed by the tens of feet of green dragon shadow coming out of his hand, emitting a dragon roar. The green dragon crescendo swings the evil. The green dragon's shadow transformed into a burst of blades, carrying rolling thunder and fire as it chopped at compassionate old man. Asterisk 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 what the hell? Compassionate old man burst out for the first time. Rolling thunder fire made his skin feel burning pain after a long time. He himself had little decent long-distance attack ability, and the red line was abolished, so he could only turn around and run. Bang! Seeing the compass elder fleeing, the sword on instantly accelerated and chopped straight onto its back. A greenish-black slash mark appeared on the back of the compassionate old man. Gusts of green smoke rose up, and the lightning fire was still burning his skin. That didn't even cut it? Su Ming secretly said a cow. This knife he felt that the A grade was nothing more than that. Surprisingly cut in the back of the compulsion old fart nothing, is indeed resistant to beatings. Lin Xiao broke free of the red thread and retreated to Su Ming's side at this moment, looking at him with a face full of surprise. Your second awakening as well? A second awakening of an item class is unprecedented. Facing Lin Xiaoran's astonishment, Su Ming scratched the back of his head and didn't know what this counted for him. I think it's a second awakening. It's much more powerful than before anyway. Still the same red exorcism? The one from when we first met. Pretty much, but I can't say it's the same one. After all, these two exorcisms, one represents man, the other represents God. Do you two really think you've got this king in your grasp, and you're still flirting? The compassionate old man over there was so angry that his beard blew off, and the skin under the scar kept wriggling, and in the blink of an eye, a layer of dead skin faded away and new skin grew. He who stands in my way, dies. The red female insect on his forehead lit up with a blinding red light, and the group of vivisectors besieging the investigators reversed their direction and lunged towards compassionate old man. As for compassionate old man, his entire body was also rolling in black aura. A kind of cold deathly aura erupted as the souls of the dead, tearing off their limbs, continued to provide him with power. I, being the king of all corpses and the lord of all parasites, represent eternity and infinite power when I live. Limbs off the dead. Parasites, give your power to your king and offer your sincerest respect. The running vivisectors fell down in unison with a thud, followed by a surge of aura from compassionate old man, a pressure that made people want to bow down. Not good. The form on the dam is out of control. Bai Qingqiu, who had just finished solving Huang Ziheng's problem, had a shock in her heart and looked towards the top of the dam in surprise. She instantly turned into lightning and rushed to the top of the dam regardless of loss, hoping only that she would still be in time to stop it. However, everything was too late. Compassionate old man's entire body swelled up like a sarcoma, and countless forces filled his body, turning him into an inhuman monster. The red eye on his forehead stared at Su Ming in death. Kid, submit to me and sacrifice your flesh for me, and I will let you live forever. The red eyes that the parasites had turned into flickered, and a seductive power that affected the spirit was sent out, entering Su Ming's unguarded ears in an attempt to compel him. A smile appeared on compassionate old man's twisted face, and in his mind, Su Ming had already been captured by him. What's the waste of words? Fight or not? All sucked up. Right, cut it all at once. Save me a bad cleanup. Su Ming pulled out his ears and said without being affected in the slightest. What? Why you're fine. The compassionate old man was not calm again. How could the temptation of the mother compass be of no use at all? If Su Ming wanted to know that the compulsion old man thought this way, he would probably laugh his head off. Possessing loyalty, righteousness, and courage passive, unless it was colorful. His firm will could not be shaken. Miso Jang dash. A long knife that had fallen to the ground was casually picked up by Su Ming as he slowly walked step by step towards compassionate old man's swollen body without a single fluctuation in his expression. On this trip to Jiangcheng ancient walled city, he, Su Ming, had no shame for the people, was loyal to the organization, and had never given up on his duties. This was loyalty. A heart protector with the word loyalty suddenly appeared on his chest. Facing a life and death crisis, even if you know it's a trap, you stand up for the safety of your companions without hesitation, and even die once. This is righteousness. The clothes on Su Ming's back exploded, and the 4 big hot gold characters of righteousness appeared on his back, never backing down in the face of a seemingly unbeatable enemy, always fighting, always thinking of ways to fight, even if you know you are not going to be defeated. You are brave enough to draw your sword. This is courage. The green dragon crescent blade void covered the ordinary steel blade in his hand, and a character for courage was engraved on top of the hilt. Loyalty, guarding civilians, righteousness, rescuing companions, and courage, breaking the enemy head-on. The triple seal stirred up. Su Ming's eyes widened, and the entire rainy night sky seemed to suddenly freeze. Countless people saw that a white-clothed floating figure slowly merged with Su Ming as he walked on top of the dam, with the river at his feet, as if he were strolling in the river, walking leisurely. The spirit of Jade Spring Mountain still exists today. How can we allow the demonic atmosphere to obscure the blue sky? Spring and autumn undying slash. The brilliant blade aura shocked the heavens and the earth. And the moment the spatial stagnation was broken, the blade aura directly penetrated through compassionate old man's body, and the Guansheng Emperor's silhouette behind Su Ming followed suit with a slash that went straight into the netherworld, chasing after the compassionate old man's living soul. A sword cut through yin and yang, without a single obstruction. The green-colored blade on shot straight up into the sky, splitting all the dark clouds in the sky in two. The sunlight was cast above the river dam, and the rolling river was still leaking in the direction of the city. A trace of divinity gradually colored Su Ming's eyes, and a stream of golden yellow points of light were converging towards his body without stopping. Ding! Detected that the host has fulfilled the claims of the incense supplicants, gaining a large amount of merit and tainted with a hint of divinity. The host can use the merit, divinity, overspecification to use some of the ability of Guanxing Emperor Nuwa face. Note, merits will gradually pass away, and the divine power of incense will also lose its effect if it is not consolidated by doing good deeds regularly. The host receives weak incense faith in this world. Please cherish this opportunity. Listening to the system prompt, Su Ming's eyes flashed. Can overspecify the use of Guanxing Emperor Nuwa some of the ability? That is not just right. Do not have to sell his own blood. So he poked Lin Xiaoran, who was already looking dumbfounded, and asked, where are the two statues I told Chi Mei to look for? Quickly show me. Chapter 123. Don't worry, Elder. I have an idea. White thunder cut through the night sky and landed on the barrage. Looking at the mess on the dam, Bai Qingqiu's face was in shock. You guys took care of that walker? A zombie that was almost A-ranked on paper was worthy of the full attention of their entire squad, and now it had been solved by two young men. Lin Xiaoran shook her head and pointed at Su Ming beside her. It has nothing to do with me. It mainly depends on him. Su Ming let out a light laugh, but he didn't deny it. Team leader Bai, we'll talk about the bet afterward. There's still a big problem that hasn't been solved yet. Su Ming explained the current situation to Bai Qingqiu. A large number of white parasitic worms flowed downstream to the river city along with the overflowing river water. Knowing that this river is related to the water supply of the entire people of Jiangchang, I'm afraid that many people have already been infected by the parasites in just this moment. And this parasitism, at present, in addition to Chi Mei, no one can cure. Once a little longer, those people's brains are eaten by the parasites and they become walking corpses like zombies again. Bai Qingqiu's brows furrowed as she sniffed, and she clenched her fists, looking extremely chagrined. It's all my fault for not arriving in time to stop the walkers, causing so many of my colleagues to sacrifice themselves and causing irreparable consequences. The priority now is to cut the losses. Su Ming, the two of you should leave first. What happens after that has nothing to do with you. It sounded as if Bai Qingqiu was trying to steal the credit from the two of them. If Su Ming hadn't probably seen her character, I'm afraid he would have really thought so. Team leader White, what are you going to do? Su Ming said with a grave expression. At this moment he had to know what Bai Qingqiu wanted to do. I'm going to annihilate River City. A flash of white light flickered in Bai Qingqiu's eyes, and her tone was very firm, not like she was joking at all. Su Ming had never been quite sure before just how strong a topmost natural system awakened person was when they let go of their hands and exerted themselves. Now he finally understood that it was strength enough to destroy the city. There's no need to. I have a way. Su Ming was about to speak out to stop him, when the sound of a speedboat came. Chi Mei and the others had finally arrived at the river dam. Senpai, I'm sorry we're late. Did you take care of that walker? Hey, did I see you make a move, senior? Xiaohao leaped to take the lead on the dam and looked at the calm atmosphere around him, scratching the back of his head in regret. No, I wasn't the one who solved it this time. It was all thanks to Su Ming. Bai Qingqiu's mood was extremely heavy at this time, and she didn't explain much, just told the truth of the matter. What? By this masked kid, an item-type awakened person. Despite the words, Xiaohao was so shocked that he nearly dropped his jaw. He had thought that Su Ming had only gotten first place because Lin Xiaoran had let him, and had never fought with him, and in his eyes was just a newcomer who relied on extras and had a modest strength. If it was all plus admiration for Lin Xiaoran, it was an attitude of looking at a little white boy for Su Ming. Unexpectedly, nowadays he was so highly regarded in Bai Qingqiu's mouth. As for exaggerating, anyone would, not Bai Qingqiu. This senior will only make things smaller. In a few moments, the others climbed the dam. Warmonger Jun Lebao scanned around and saw that Su Ming was covered in tattered and torn clothes full of blood. He was instantly startled and hurriedly ran over to run his alien energy. Su Ming, quickly let me see where it hurts. Why are you still standing? Quickly sit down and rest. The green healing light swept over Su Ming's body. Jun Lebao raised an eyebrow and said in surprise, strange, how is it that nothing happened at all? Did you suffer any dark injuries? Why did you bleed so much? It's fine, most of it is from the enemy. My wounds have healed themselves. Su Ming casually snorted, while his gaze was fixed on Chi Mei. Chi Mei, where is the statue? Chimei at this time has been controlled by the lark at his side, obviously wanted to rush over to find Su Ming a long time ago, but was shackled by the lark's hands and feet. In my arms, all brought. After struggling twice and failing to move, Chimei looked at Su Ming with a look of help. Sister Lark, have her come over? There's something important she wants to give me, Su Ming said in a deep voice. Now if he wanted to save Jiang Chang, he would have to see if those two statues were the strong Liang and Zhu Ming that Su Ming thought they were. Lark's solicitous gaze looked towards Bai Qingqiu. Chimei was now an important suspect in this incident. She wouldn't listen to the orders of a newcomer. Give it to him, Lark. Su Ming is now the supreme commander of this event. Su Ming's performance this time, whether it is decision-making, judgment, or strength, has been recognized by Bai Qingqiu. Now the most understand the whole picture of the incident is Su Ming. Bai Qingqiu is not a leader who refuses to let go of power. Yes, here you go, Officer Su. The lark pulled a long tone and pushed Chimei in front of Su Ming. Chimei's eyes met Su Ming Nua face under the eyes. For no reason the heart trembled. Thinking of the determination of the teenager when he left from the ground, Chimei could not help but face a little hot. It's in my arms. It's not convenient for me to take it with my hands tied up. Su Ming, you take it yourself, Chimei said, thrusting her chest forward, signaling Su Ming to feel free. Su Ming was stunned and thought to himself that a decent person would not take advantage of someone's danger. Even if you want to take advantage of people's danger, also have to be in no one's time is not. This under the public. He down also embarrassed. He was about to untie her, but Lin Qiuran suddenly rushed forward and directly reached out and pulled in. It's okay, it's convenient for me. Pounding between Chimei's proud peaks twice, Lin Qiuran was finally touching two small stones, laboriously pulling them out of the gully. Lin Qiuran's cheeks flushed. What did you grow up eating? Getting it so tight. Casually throwing the two stones to Su Ming, Lin Qiuran angrily turned her head away to help Jun Lebao rescue the other injured. Su Ming was a bit speechless as he looked at the two fragments in his hand that were only the size of a fingernail cap. No, you're talking about two statues just a little bit bigger? Who can tell what's carved on it? Chimei gave a somewhat embarrassed sarcastic laugh. I got there and found that only these two small pieces were left. The rest were gone. Do you think it will work? Do I see it working? Su Ming sighed in his heart. He had to see if you could give this face to Emperor Guansheng. Rubbing the two small stones in his hands, he vaguely seemed to really be able to feel a familiar aura that seemed to have the same roots as him, a sense of affinity. And at this moment, Bai Qingqiu's side was also in a heated argument. No, I don't agree. Qingqiu, you can't do this. If you annihilate Jiangcheng, the entire special operations team will be implicated. What do you want us who follow you to do? We have a big future ahead of us. Jiang Qinan said so. Chapter 124, Reproducing the Divine Power of Incense and Fire. The gong method is accomplished in a small way. The disappointment in Bai Qingqiu's eyes flickered. She was the holder of the White Emperor's Thunder Edict, and the so-called emperor should have great persistence and perseverance with the greater good in mind. Will she be shaken by external things and changed by the opinions of others? My mind is made up. The implication. I will make it clear to headquarters that this special operations team is hereby disbanded, and we will each fight our own battles. A good team was about to break up in the middle of talking, and a few other people were not calm anymore and urged, Elder, reconsider, in case there is another way. That's right, Sister Bai. The Special 5 is so technologically advanced now, there's no chance we can find out who's been infected. Team leader, reason tells me you're making the right decision. You might want to hurry up. From what I've observed, the rate of mutation of these parasites is about an hour, and the fastest ones should already be hatching by now. The last sentence was said by Juniper, who was busy. A green luminescence shone in his hand, and he kept brushing over the wounded man's body, and although the wounds were healing, his expression was getting more and more grave. June, why do you say that too? A pretty good action team can't be disbanded just like that. Several people turned their gazes towards Jun Lebao, their hearts even more puzzled. How serious the situation was probably best known to Juniper, who was a support profession. He sighed and withdrew his powers for healing. I've long studied this kind of compulsion. It's simply impossible to take it out with external force, unless one possesses the mother insect, or else these subcompulsions will inevitably die with the host. Those citizens who have been parasitized can basically be declared dead. The heavy words silenced everyone present. Su Ming looked at Chimei with a searching gaze, and the latter gently nodded. That's right, now that I don't have the mother parasite, there's no way to take out those parasitic parasites. Since this is the case, any further delay will only result in more people being hurt. You few leave here. This incident, all of which was caused by me, and anything that happens afterward has nothing to do with you, and everyone present is a witness to it. Bai Qingqiu stood proudly in the cold wind, a superior's pressure, so that people could no longer question, with one exception. Of course, I object. The clear voice made everyone's eyes turn to the thin figure that still wore the Guansheng Emperor Nuo face. The dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, the torrential rain stopped, and the first ray of sunlight in the early morning blinked surprisingly cast down and shone on Su Ming's body. If anything, Bai Qingqiu was an earthly emperor, standing proudly in the human world, majestic and honorable. Then Su Ming at this moment is the god who has gathered thousands of long-cherished wishes, making people worship him, seemingly with infinite greatness, wanting to pray to him, begging him to send down peace, want to perform the act of loyalty. Nuo face of the divine light is more prosperous, adding to the confidence of this Su Ming. I've told you I have a solution, why don't you listen? Just stay honest, don't think, and watch me perform. Su Ming walked over to Bai Qingqiu and patted her shoulder, giving her a confident look while he himself stood at the edge of the dam, eyes cast to the city under the dawn. River City, named after the confluence of two rivers. One of the rivers runs through the city, while the other meanders into the city, giving it a special landscape with 2 rivers and 3 banks. But it has also been subject to frequent flooding since ancient times. The people here continued to rebuild their homes after the floods, scrounging for food from the mud and water, gradually branching out and growing into a huge city. River City cannot be destroyed no matter what hardships it suffers because of its hardworking and resilient people. And as long as there is one person left, River City will all be re-established. 2 waters caught in a mirror, 2 bridges falling over a rainbow. How can such a beautiful city be annihilated by this? Su Ming had a feeling and casually recited a poem. And it was this poem that actually caused the Yuan Qi in heaven and earth to converge towards Su Ming. The unity of heavenly beings? He's entered the unity of heaven and man here. Su Ming, what does he want to do? And what does this verse mean? Look at the sky. You guys. Someone in the crowd of onlookers reached out and pointed to the sky below the dawn. He only saw a line of egrets flying towards Su Ming in a neat arrangement. They seemed to be carrying something in their mouths. And when they landed in front of Su Ming, they lowered their heads and protruded a tiny piece of broken stone from their mouths. Got it back. Got it all back. This group of egrets came from nowhere, and returned all those lost pieces of the statue. The egret offering, this is a vision that can be elicited by ancient literary figures when they make heirloom verses. This turned out to be true. I thought it was just something written haphazardly in ancient texts. This kind of vision is even rarer than the unification of heaven and man, Lark said with a face full of shock. The unity of heaven and man, plus the white heron offering. What is Su Ming up to? Can he really save Jiancheng? Jun Lubao's entire body also looked dumbfounded. The state that others were begging for, Su Ming had actually reached 2 at once. That's not all. Looking at the shattered pieces that White Heron had placed on the ground, Su Ming smiled gently, and with a loose hand, he threw the pieces he was holding tightly in his hand onto the ground. The moment he touched the pieces, he knew it was what he was looking for. Strong Liang and Zhu Ming, these 2 beasts, a tiger head and body, limbs long bull hooves, like to eat limbs dead, a lion-eyed, leopard-eared, basilisk-like bird with a maniacal laugh and a fondness for parasites. The 2 of it never acted together, and being 2 greedy little guys, how could it miss this feast? The statues are just a good idea they came up with when they were too lazy to go out themselves and were very greedy. Su Ming knew a face under the face of a smile. Merit-driven incense divine power is almost expired, since they originated from the people of Jiangcheng, then returned to Jiangcheng. Guanqing Emperor Nuo face Danfeng eyes in the thunder and fire divine aura flashed behind the Guanqing Emperor's shadow as if it came to life. Before Su Ming made a move, to outsiders, it seemed as if Su Ming was a marionette mimicking the movements of the shadow behind him. Little friend, thou dost walk the 3 worlds in a clear manner. Take the merit and return it to the common people, and return the sacrifices to the pious. Great good. Emperor Guansheng's voice suddenly entered Su Ming's ears, deafening and like the sound of heaven. Only the shadow behind him was seen holding a sword finger in his hand, hanging in front of his chest, with his eyes seemingly open and closed. Su Ming also followed his movements and clenched his hand on his chest with the sword symbol. Edict. An edict came out of his mouth, like golden words that landed on the ground. Slap. The fragments on the ground were as if they had encountered an iron-absorbing stone, instantly polymerizing together to form the statue of Chang Liang with a tiger's head and 4 long elbows, and the statue of Zhu Ming with a lion's eyes and leopard's ears that resembled a xian bird. Urgent. 5 words were spat out like the laws of heaven, and 2 transparent figures appeared on the statue, and they folded to the ground like devout believers, making a pilgrimage to Su Ming. The 1,000 changes of the undifferentiated great technique? Good. Emperor Guansheng seemed to observe the gong method that Su Ming had cultivated, and after the word good, he pointed the sword finger in his hand towards his brow. Su Ming, on the other hand, also followed his example and reached out to point at the inscription on the Nuo surface. Just for a moment, Su Ming's head was born with 4 faces, respectively facing the southeast, northwest, and north, showing the 4 faces of compassion on the front, majesty on the left, wisdom on the right, and stoicism in the back. The kung fu is small, and the battle phantom is out. Chapter 125, Twin Beast Epidemic Eater. Advancement. This is, the unique 360-degree panoramic view made Su Ming secretly wonder in his heart. It's a marvelous feeling to suddenly have the perspective behind you in your brain and see people to your left and right without even turning your head. The head is born with 4 faces and comes from the phallic form of Dumyuanjun. Although the Guansheng Emperor's silhouette did the same action, it did not change like Su Ming did. He nodded slightly and said to the 2 divine beast silhouettes prostrate on the ground, "You were born and raised with the ability to eat epidemic ghosts. Here there are 2 kinds of epidemic ghosts. The tearing off of limbs and the parasitizing of limbs. Running rampant, and eating them is beneficial to the 2 of you. So I order you to remove these 2 kinds of epidemic ghosts, probably due to the illusion." Strong Liang and Zhu Ming were about the height of a 3-year-old at this point. The face and body hadn't grown either, and it was surprisingly cute to look at. The 2 of them looked at each other and nodded their heads in succession as they bowed to Su Ming. It looks like a yes. Su Ming let out a long breath in his heart. If these 2 divine beasts were willing to help, the dead situation in Zhangcheng could be solved. Little friend, I still need you to bestow some of the merits of the 2 of them, so that I can help them manifest their true bodies to get rid of the epidemic with the divine power of incense. The Guansheng Emperor behind him suddenly transmitted his voice toward Su Ming. Su Ming nodded his head repeatedly, and without hesitation, he shared the merit he had just obtained. The outer sword pointed towards the 2 divine beasts' silhouettes, and dots of golden light were channeled through like flowing water. 2 budding little monsters in the merits of the golden light lazily playing hatchet. A few moments later turned into 2 Nuwa face, buckled in Su Ming's left and right faces. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain the strong Nuoliang Nuwa, large Nuwa, *1. Zhu Ming Nuwa, large Nuwa, *1. Xiangliang Nuwa Nuwa, de Nuwa. 100 Corpses Conscription. Active. You can highlight the limbs of the dead devoured in your belly and attach them to corpses within 3 days of death. And you can manipulate these corpses to fight. The corpses have 1/3 of their strength before resurrection, but cannot surpass the user. The man who takes off bones, passive. All living beings who die and never die fear you, and you can see through a corpse's truest time of death. Great devouring technique for beasts. Active. The secret transmission of strong beam, one of the 12 divine beasts, which can devour the limbs of the dead and enhance one's own strength. Nuwa Swimming Nuwa Noodles, de Nuwa. Bright Sunfire. Active. A special flame that burns into the interior of a creature, but does not burn the epidermis. The target of the heat's effects can be chosen. 100 Insects Ritual. Passive immunity to poisonous and parasitic insects. Become their heaven and earth, and all insects can't get to you if you want them to. Great devouring technique. Active. A secret tradition of the 12 divine beasts, which can devour parasites and enhance one's strength. In his ears came a pleasant system tone. Su Ming collected 2 new 12 divine beasts Nuwa face. So far, the 12 divine beasts de Nuwa mask he has gathered Xiong Bo, Bureau, Chang Liang and Zhu Ming, just 1/3. Since we have already gotten the Nuwa surface of Chang Liang and Zhu Ming, things are much simpler. Su Ming's head is now wearing 3 Nuwa face, by the Guansheng Emperor Nuwa face to catalyze the incense divine power. Zhu Ming, Chang Liang 2 Nuwa face to the entire Jiangcheng cast, great devouring art. Perhaps the target was too large. Su Ming posed in a devouring position, but nothing moved for a long time. Humph, the kid talked big for half a day, but it turned out to be nothing. Qingqiu, let's go. Since this matter has been handed over to Su Ming, it's his task, so don't wipe his ass. Zhang Jinan finally seized the opportunity to strike Su Ming, so he immediately spoke out sarcastically. Bai Qingqiu's beautiful eyes were slightly wrinkled. Zhang Jinan's repeated meddling in her decisions had made her a little impatient. Shut up. The 2 words made Zhang Jinan feel like he was struck by lightning. For a kid he just met, Bai Qingqiu even told him to shut up. He wanted to stand in his boyfriend's place and bash Bai Qingqiu, but after opening his mouth, he didn't dare to say anything. Oh, still toadstools trying to eat swan meat, Lark muttered in a low voice, but it just happened to be heard by Zhang Kannan. Lark, what are you talking about? Say it again. Zhang Jinan didn't dare to get angry at Bai Qingqiu, but he wasn't afraid of the larks, so he immediately yelled, just say it. What's wrong with being afraid of you? I say you're a toad. The lark was not a saving grace either. She had long looked at Zhang Jinan with displeasure. It's times like these when everyone is in a really bad mood, so a little bit goes a long way. As he watched the 2 men about to fight, a bird's song rang out. Don't chirp. At an angle unseen by the crowd, 2 huge divine beast silhouettes had stood in the sky of Zhangcheng. Su Ming slightly raised his head to look at the sky, enjoying the performance of the 2 divine beasts to himself. Only Zhu Ming was seen crossing the sky, showering the sky full of golden fire at Zhangcheng. These fires drilled into those infected humans like precision guidance, incinerating the parasitic parasites inside. Strong Beam, on the other hand, was aiming at the walkers on the dam, only to see it open its mouth. and between one swallow and one spit, those living corpses that lost control and froze on the dam instantly went limp as if they had cut the threads. Limbs and heads linked by red ropes spilled out onto the ground. A ball of black gas flew out from the direction of the living corpse in Jiang Chang, drilling into Su Ming's body. Su Ming was like a black hole, devouring all the ghostly epidemics and transforming them into his own power. The crowd of onlookers looked dumbfounded. What kind of magic is this? Why is this group of walkers all karma? Juniper said in surprise, turning her head and realizing the wounded man beside her was awake. Ha, the necrotic poison and Yin Qi on you are gone too. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. The wounded investigators felt it most truly. What has Su Shin done again? I feel so much more relaxed in my body. Worthy of being Su Shin, he can also milk people. What a meow. Su Shin, will you give birth to a monkey? I want to marry you. The investigators who were originally lying on the ground were all in high spirits. They were all young people who knew each other. Most of them were still here because of Su Ming, and they were all snickering at this moment. Go go go. All hurry up and heal. Poor what? Su Ming rolled his eyes and took off the left and right exorcisms, cancelling the four-sided state. Team leader by. All those parasitic parasites have been resolved. There's no need to annihilate Jiangcheng ha. Stretching comfortably, a burst of starlight could not be suppressed and suddenly blossomed out from Su Ming's body, which was then taken back into his body. That's right, Su Ming had advanced. After devouring the parasitic parasites of the entire Jiang city and adding a bunch of living corpses, Su Ming had jumped from the 5th stage directly to the early 6th stage. It had already caught up with Lin Qiu Rant's cultivation progress. Wu Dao advanced. What kind of eyesight was Bai Qingqiu? And with a single glance, she could tell that Su Ming had changed. Well, I've accidentally improved again, so don't let me overtake you, Autumn Ren, Su Ming said with a light smile, acknowledging it greatly. Chapter 126 Trouble Comes, draws sword in anger. Scary. Have you been an investigator for 2 months now? Other geniuses might need half a year to reach the 6th stage. You did it in 2 months. Terrifying as hell. Bai Qingqiu's eyes were filled with interest. Su Ming was still the first man other than that man to interest her. Can others do it in half a year? It seems I'm still a bit slow, only half as fast as them. I still have to work hard. Su Ming spoke with extreme seriousness, causing the few past geniuses present to be ashamed of themselves. After Jun Lobao checked that the parasitic parasites inside the wounded and living corpses had really disappeared inexplicably, Bai Qingqiu finally accepted the explanation that Su Ming had solved the crisis with some special method. Just as they were about to ask Qi Mei to pursue all the insider information hidden behind the incident, 2 helicopters came in from a short distance away. One of them was the police helicopter that Officer Li had escorted Su Ming to. The other was a bit unusual, with a tiger printed on the fuselage, which seemed to have some kind of special meaning. These assholes are just coming now. It's not obvious that they're here to take the credit, Xiao Hao suddenly cursed and said, causing Su Ming to instantly raise his interest. A credit grabber? What kind of people are here? Su Ming curiously asked Xiao Hao after him. If it was before, Xiao Hao might have been worried about the impact and wouldn't have spat out to Su Ming about the leaders associated with the Special 5 Institute. But now that Su Ming had completely conquered him with force and courage, Xiao Hao's attitude instantly changed so much. Su Ming, you probably don't know that this group of people from the City Lord's mansion love to take credit for our Special 5. It's obviously nothing to do with them, and everything rubs off on them, but when something goes wrong, it's pushed on us. Xiao Hao skimmed his lips and explained, and Su Ming suddenly came to a realization. So it's someone from the City Lord's mansion. Then is the fact that no one has been coming to Jiangcheng for support because of him? Su Ming's sudden questioning had stopped Xiao Hao. He didn't know the twists and turns within this incident. Let me explain. It does have something to do with him. Bai Qingqiu stood beside Su Ming at this time, slightly blocking him behind, facing this incoming helicopter alone. The person who came is called Fatty Tiger, the Lord of River City. This person has an extremely dark mind and wears the same pants as Jiang Xing, the branch office in Jiangcheng. This time, your warning was actually sent to Jiang Xing a long time ago, but for some reason, he was never willing to raise the warning level. It wasn't until the satellite captured the walkers attacking the dam that he notified Fatty Tiger, who, seeing that the form was not right, delayed for a few more minutes. Now he'll show up, presumably because he feels safe and wants to come and take some credit. Su Ming smiled with a gloomy expression, and anger hidden under the exorcism. So it was these rat turds that caused so many brothers to die horribly. They're so hard-hearted. Others might not know, but Su Ming had devoured so many parasitic parasites and limbs of death that he was very clear about how many people had been killed as a result of this crisis. The army of walkers didn't fly over here when they arrived at the barrage. They killed and infected corpses along the way. Although they were all ordinary people transformed into walkers with little strength, so many innocent people had died because of the administrator's problems. How could this make Su Ming not angry? just like you into the company desperately earned performance. Co-workers touch fish also even if, but also when you're back under the trouble tripping. The thought of skinning him was there. The helicopter hovered above the dam and appeared ready to land. Bai Qingqiu saw that Su Ming did not look right and immediately comforted him. Su Ming, don't get carried away. Fatty Tiger is the city lord of Jiang City after all. We're Special 5 investigators, and all we have to do is do our job. He'll probably come looking for a fight in a few minutes to shirk responsibility for this incident. So don't worry about it, just leave it all to me to deal with. Like I said earlier, if there are any problems, I'll take the blame, and you can just take credit for coming to the rescue. These words were spoken from the heart by Bai Qingqiu. Although the two had a bet in place, this incident was beyond Bai Qingqiu's control. She had a guilty conscience towards Su Ming, especially after his near death. A genius who made her feel inferior to herself and had a deficit like clarity of heart. She would feel guilty for the rest of her life if she died here due to her negligence. Of course, all of this was in Bai Qingqiu's head. Su Ming didn't think about it that much. Two figures jumped from the airplane. A man in a glasses suit draped a black trench coat over the short, fat man beside him, like a secretary. Humpty Dumpty's hands were covered with jewelry made of gold and jasper, and his fat ass swayed as he walked. Even the leather belt around his waist was about to come apart. Which one of you is in charge here? What happened? And why did Director Zhang call me for backup? The short fat man said in a jarring voice, his tone questionable. What is the Special 5 office for? Unable to solve the slightest problem and asking for support from our city lord's office. The moment Fatty Tiger's words left his mouth, he made people feel very upset. Bai Qingqiu took 2 steps forward and said with a serious expression, hello, I'm Bai Qingqiu, the person in charge of this incident. This incident, as far as I can judge, is already enough to be recognized as a Class A or even Class S incident, and according to the agreement of the Deicide to unite against evil spirits, we have the right to ask for support from the city lord's office and other institutions. Upon hearing this, Fatty Tiger let out a cold laugh, his gaze fixed on Bai Qingqiu. Ha, who was I then? Such a big face. So it's Team Leader Bai, you're here to brush up on your mission performance again, bring in new people, and sell favors. It's still you, Team Leader Bai, so good at being a good person. Half of the entire Special 5 income have owed you a favor, right? Fatty Tiger seemed to have known Bai Qingqiu, and even looked at the meaning of this and had a passed in. The words reveal a tit for tat. He turned his head to find a field of corpses and wounded on the dam, and instantly realized the seriousness of the incident as well, and immediately began to shrug off and shirk his responsibilities. So many casualties? Team Leader Bai, I think your command this time is very problematic. If we hadn't come to support you, I'm afraid you would have been wiped out. It looks like I'll have to write a note on the investigation report that Bai Qingqiu misjudged the difficulty of the mission and caused great losses. Fortunately, the city lord's office Fatty Tiger's support was timely, repelling the evil spirits and resolving the crisis. What do you think of this report's summary? Secretary Wang, write it down and submit it to Director Jiang just like that. The man in the suit immediately took out his notebook and got busy, looking like he was going to send it to headquarters after writing it, not giving Bai Qingqiu a chance to explain. A horrific event that nearly destroyed River City is now fodder for bureaucrats racing to write a report. Ridiculous in the extreme and insulting in the extreme. Everyone's faces were a bit unsightly, and even Bai Qingqiu brought a huff between her brows, but no one dared to really tear it apart. Support? You're backing up my ass. What's the use of waiting for people to die before your support comes? Su Ming didn't care about this and that. He only felt a burst of fire right now. My brothers are still lying on the ground and you're pulling some bull asterisk. Mom sells the batch. Just he meow as you don't let Jiangcheng alert is it? What kind of leader are you? Do you know the whole Jiangcheng almost destroyed? In the face of Su Ming's questioning, Fatty Tiger said without a care in the world. Ruined? Joke? Isn't my huge Jiangcheng still in good shape? On the contrary, it's you, who committed the following offense and insulted public officials. Which unit are you from? I'm going to ask for a statement from your leadership. This is evil in the skin of a good man. A kind of bad man that is most difficult for good men to solve. It was also the type of person that Su Ming hated the most. He had thought that under the threat of evil spirits and weirdness, the Special 5 and the related organizations in Dacia should hold together like pomegranate seeds. But to his surprise, there were still bad guys in the organization. With a condensed expression, Su Ming's fingers gently rubbed the hilt of the blade in his hand. He can still carry the Nuwa face of Guanxing Emperor. Such a treacherous person. Let him how to endure. The Danfang eyes on Nuwa's face instantly opened. Ka! A second before he launched his sword, Bai Qingqiu made a move to stop Su Ming. In a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, don't fall for the provocation. Fatty Tiger usually likes to play with other people's emotions the most, and he himself has the strength of AB rank. At this moment, he is provoking you. but he is just trying to find more reasons for his dereliction of duty in this incident. If you make a move you'll fall for his scheme. The divine light in Su Ming's eyes converged and he loosened his tight grip on the hilt of the blade. Fatty Tiger sneered at the sight. Again, they say young men are angry and quick to anger. Looks like it was really just a little bit of anger. Just a little bit of anger. Wouldn't you say, Secretary Wang? Ha 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 ha. Fatty Tiger grinned wildly, but a blade light with green thunderfire instantly bloomed in front of Fatty Tiger's eyes. Ka dash. The fresh head spun around and fell on top of the dam, just as it was still facing in the direction of Zhengcheng. Nameless curmudgeon. Damn you to hell. Chapter 127 Plead guilty and sit in jail. La. Killed? Su Shen killed the city lord. The onlookers of the investigators exclaimed in shock, looking at Su Ming, who was standing with a knife, with a face full of astonishment. Fatty Bo's neck was bare. The break of the knife chop was extremely neat, probably because the speed of the knife was too fast. The corpse was still unconsciously stretching out his hand in front of his body and grabbing randomly. Bai Qingqiu and the others also looked very ugly. How could they not have imagined that Su Ming would actually use his sword in anger and kill Fatty Bo? How dare you kill the city lord? Seeking death. It was only then that the man in the suit reacted to the fact that Fatty Wave had been killed, and the thought that he was going to be implicated for it made his anger rise. Majestic true chi erupted from his body, and he actually stepped out with an explosive sound with one step. Martial arts 8th stage. Surprisingly, it's an expert. The lark let out a cry of alarm, and in her heart, she felt bad that a civil war seemed to be about to break out here. Bang! The fist that erupted with anger was held by a white palm, and Bai Qingqiu blocked in front of Su Ming, lifting her hand and effortlessly catching the fist of the man in the suit. The man is dead. Are you trying to start a war by taking revenge on him now? Bai Qingqiu stared into the eyes of the man in the suit and said seriously. The man in the suit surveyed the surroundings. Lin Qiu Rant's body's golden sharp chi buzzed, obviously ready to make a move. And among the other investigators, there were quite a number of complex expressions, and those who were dumb enough to make a move were also there. Coupled with the ambiguous stance of Bai Qingqiu, who was blocking him, it seemed that if this punch was really thrown, the entire Jiangcheng would be thrown into civil unrest and turmoil. Humph! Retracting his fist with a cold snort, the man in the suit said with a gloomy face, "What? You want to harbor this person? I told you it's useless. Fatty Tiger is related to the Situ family. You can't protect this kid. Don't bother. Special 5 has the rules of Special 5. Even if you want to be punished, you have to follow the laws of Daxia." Bai Qingqiu's footsteps did not retreat in the slightest, making it clear that she wanted to level the playing field for Su Ming. In fact, Su Ming is also a bit aggrieved. If he is not still wearing the Nuo face of the Guansheng Emperor, the power of incense prompted by merit is still affecting him. He probably wouldn't have decapitated that short, fat man in plain sight either. Even if you have to kill, you'll do it behind someone's back so no one else can find a break. But the bad thing is, everything is in a hurry. How can Guansheng Emperor's eyes tolerate this kind of treacherous person? It was also Fatty Tiger's bad luck that he had to mess with Su Ming in his current state. I would like to be judged by the law. I killed the man because he deserved to die. He has a lot to do with the fact that so many brothers will be sacrificed today. If I have the chance, I will also behead the Jiangcheng's branch chief. Su Ming's voice was as cold as 1,000 years of ice, causing those who heard it to shudder. For some reason, the man in the suit felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at Su Ming's red mask. It seemed that some kind of horrible thing had set its sights on him. In that case, don't tie your hands. Humph. Don't think that just because you're awakened that you can escape the law. Awakened have awakened courts and places to keep you. The man in the suit ultimately made a concession and allowed Su Ming to plead guilty to the crime on his own. Bai Qingqiu looked at Su Ming with helpless eyes, and a short while later, she let out a long sigh. What do you think you're in a hurry for? Isn't it good that you want to screw him when I'm the chief? Now that it's come to this, you might have to suffer some pain. Hearing that Bai Qingqiu wanted to be the chief, the corner of Su Ming's mouth hooked up as he reached out and removed the exorcism from his face. This is still the first time Bai Qingqiu looked at Su Ming's original face. From the beginning of the meeting, Su Ming has been wearing a Chi Nuo face because of the injuries, and now also with Nuo face. Seeing his handsome face at the moment, Bai Qingqiu couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart. So young, what a demon. I think it's better to do it yourself. Thanks to team leader Bai, my mission out this time is considered complete. I'll just sit back and wait for you to fish me out when you become director. Ha. Su Ming's tone appeared extremely relaxed, without the slightest sense of urgency that he was going to face prison, and he even quietly gave Lin Qiu Ran a thumbs up, indicating that everything was fine. Ugh. Bai Qingqiu felt like she had sighed more today than she had all last year. Soon, several helicopters flew in and picked up the wounded one by one. The cracks in the dam had also been plugged by the relevant awakened of the nature department with their psychic powers, and the hole had been made just enough to save the process of opening the gates and releasing the water. Su Mingshi lifted a pair of silver bracelets, and two men who claimed to be from the Special Fives inspection department took him alone on an airplane, where a long period of detention and trial was said to await him. Jiancheng incident is considered to be the end of this. Chime was Lin Xiuran brought back to the investigation. The final level of the incident and the progress of this mission will be announced after the ruling. Bai Qingqiu, on the other hand, was on a plane to Kyoto. Crunch, the ear-piercing sound of brakes rang out, and Su Ming's body swayed and crashed into the cellmate beside him. Sit still, do you know if you hit someone? Reprimands immediately came from his side, and Su Ming skimmed his lips. Sorry, big brother, my first time in jail. Inexperienced, big brother your name. More care in the future. That's right, Su Ming is in jail. In fact, it wasn't quite right to say that it was a prison. Su Ming was still in the custody stage, but for the awakened, a group of people who were unstable and had extremely strong force, Daxiao would unify them and send them to the prison for specialists called Death Island. That was all Su Ming knew. As for where this Death Island was, how long he would be locked up, and when the final judgment would begin, he didn't know anything. Since being taken away by the inspectors, he has lost contact with information from the outside world. At the moment, he was sitting in a black sack over his head in a car traveling to Death Island. Ha, so it's a fledgling. No wonder you can't even sit in a car. For your information, kid, everyone in the prison calls me Unicorn. I've been to Death Island 3 times, so you can ask around. Even the prison guards know me. Watch out when you see me from now on, or I'll poke you to death. The man at his side said in a jarring voice, revealing a lot of information at once. Su Ming even immediately portrayed that person's appearance in his mind. A fool with a pointy head. So it is the Unicorn Dragon Big Brother. Big brother, how are you? In the future more cover little brother. I have a younger sister, the age of 18, belongs to the big horse, so far single, would like to find a body height of 8 feet, physical fitness. The most critical is that it must be the head of the sharp man as a husband. Knock knock knock. The loud rumble of a beating heart was clearly heard in his ears. Is that a heartbeat sound? That brother just spoke a little too loudly. You said your sister belongs to the horse? Coincidentally, my mother said that I should marry a daughter-in-law who is a horse. Don't worry, I'll poke whoever dares to you on Death Island again. The big brother Unicorn Dragon with the pointy head said decisively. Chapter 128 Brother, why do you have a pointy head? Crunch. It seemed to be the scraping of the iron door pulleys. The truck under his ass started up again, and with a lurch the truck seemed to enter the confines of the prison. The environment within earshot was instantly noisy, with the sounds of arguing, shouting, and fighting. Look, another unlucky person has been locked in. Ha ha ha, I wonder which big brother will be cleaned up. Humph, all the ones coming in lately are old birds, and the people out there are getting less and less bold. Are they afraid to commit crimes? Haven't you heard? It seems that Special 5 has the idea of opening up the Awakened to the public. That way everyone will know that powers exist. If it's made public, what about all those people who were imprisoned for flaunting their powers? Cut the crap and take a punch from me. How dare he catch piss in my tooth jar? I fight. The enormous amount of information gathered into Su Ming's mind, and Su Ming quickly did the information organization and analysis within his brain. No psychic fluctuations. Fights seem to rely on physical combat. Prisoners who were locked in seemed to get news from the outside as well. There seemed to be 4 big brothers among the inmates managing it. According to my biological clock, it should be 10 in the morning, which means that every Wednesday at 10 in the morning the inmates will come out to let off steam, and then the new inmates will be admitted. This needs to be observed a few more times. In just the time he had spent driving by, Su Ming had acquired a large amount of information. It wasn't that he was thinking that he had to break out of prison, but the foresight of Michael Schofield, old history, and the governor told Su Ming that in case he was forced to do so, he still had to have a way to get out. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid when you go in. We may not share a cell at first, so bear with me for a day, and when the wind is released the next day, I'll go and switch with your roommate. In the car, Unicorn Dragon sweetly comforted Su Ming, who was in jail for the first time. This one big uncle called. Su Ming was a little embarrassed that he had lied to him. Ahem, I'm not afraid of this one, except that you said you'd change cells. Is Death Island so nice to talk to, that you can change cells if you want to? Su Ming really didn't believe that the Unicorn Dragon could have such a big face and change the house however he wanted. Hey, usually as long as both parties to the exchange agree, the guards won't stop them, and if he tries to disagree, I'll give him a taste of being poked and prodded. The Unicorn Dragon said with extreme pride, seemingly very confident in its own strength. Hearing the Unicorn Dragon say this, Su Ming was even more curious about what he really looked like, always poking this and that. It couldn't be that his head was really pointed. Squeak and twist. The door to the compartment was opened, and with a sinking feeling under his buttocks, it appeared that someone had stepped into the car. You too, get out of the car with me. both of you, and be honest, when you come here, you'll be no different from ordinary people. The handcuffs were held and Sumin stumbled as he was ripped out of the truck. Swish, as his eyes lit up, the black cloth bag on his head was removed, and the blinding light illuminated Su Ming's eyes as he squinted. Behind a long table sat 2 prison guards in blue shirts, a stack of forms in front of them, the whole board with a pen scribbling on them. The room wasn't very big, maybe 70 or 80 square feet, but there were 6 instrument-carrying prison guards arranged in such a small space. The entrance and exit doors were closed, with a vague blue glow running through them that appeared to be electrified. Gu, you're quite young. Brother-in-law, is our sister your twin? She must be very pretty. The unicorn dragon looked at Su Ming with a burning gaze, seemingly overcome by his handsome features. Su Ming looked sideways, and with just one glance, he almost didn't hold back his laughter and spewed out. The body was indeed 5 large, but it was a rare 50-50, meaning that the top half of the body was as long as the bottom half, and the arms were almost as long as the legs. The best part is that this dude has a big pie face, but the top of his brain is a cone shape that looks pointy as if it was squeezed by a door. From Su Ming's perspective, it looked like a living humanoid pie dishing. Put, ha 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 ha, I'm sorry big brother, I just couldn't hold it in. In the end, Su Ming still couldn't hold back his laughter and spewed out. Unicorn is not angry. He because of the looks of the joke is not 1 or 2 times. Other people laugh at him may still be angry. The future great uncle. Now do not laugh when to laugh. Bang, bang, bang. Hey, 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 you asshole, what are you laughing at? This is the island of death, and you're still laughing? The shirted prison guard slapped the table and cursed. Seeing that Su Ming still kept laughing, he gave a wink to the other prison guard beside him. I'm sorry, I just can't hold it in. You let me laugh for a while. Laugh for a while, I'll be fine. Ha 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 ha. Su Ming covered his stomach and squatted on the ground laughing, but the rest of his eyes clearly saw that a prison guard leaning against the fence door on the side of the table turned around and walked out, and then the security cameras inside the room seemed to go out. Give him a taste of his own medicine so he knows the rules around here. 5 prison guards surrounded them. 2 of them pulled the unicorn dragon away, while the other 3 began to punch and kick Su Ming. Bastard, how dare you laugh after coming here? You bunch of assholes who rely on your powers to do whatever you want. That's all you are without them. Bang, bang, bang. Fight back. Don't you have powers? Fight back. Kill me. Fight. These guys are resilient. Fight hard. Su Ming clutched his head in defense, trying to roll to avoid having his vitals attacked. It's not that he didn't want to fight back. It's just that he was injected with a nanobot called X in his body after being taken into custody. This robot would break down the true chi within his dantian, and would also will the memories of the brain's cerebral field regarding the use of supernatural powers. That's right, they can temporarily remove the awakened person's sense of awakening. It may not be clear to say so. You can understand that it can make you forget how to breathe. It may be a bit incomprehensible to say, how can an innate instinct like breathing be forgotten? But these cutting-edge technologies from the First Institute, the nanobots can do just that, make people forget their instincts. This kind of thing might not be useful if it was really used against awakened people, but it was more than suitable as a punitive torture device. Of course, this is for the general awakened person. Su Ming's Nuwa God system from the beginning is different from other people's path, and those nanobots can only limit the play of his martial arts ability. However, it was still necessary to pretend. Having lost his martial arts and not being able to use his supernatural abilities, Su Ming felt the pain after receiving a few kicks. Waste, I'll do it. One of the prison guards didn't seem to be satisfied with punching and kicking anymore, as he pulled out a baton with a flashing blue light and poked Su Ming in the butt. Crackle! A burst of electricity went straight to the sky, and Su Ming trembled on the ground like a clockwork puppet, then spread into a puddle of mud. Humph, now that's honest. Had to give you guys a taste of that pointy head. Did you want one too? Seeing that he was mentioned, the unicorn dragon hurriedly nodded and curried. No need, leader. I'm an old bird. I know all the rules. Be honest if you know the rules. Name, Martial Realm. What offense did you commit to get in here? The warden asked with a glare, taking a form and filling it out. Unicorn dragon. Martial arts 3rd degree. I was caught using my powers to peek at the widow next door's bath this time.